When the man woke up, he habitually looked out the window, only to find that the familiar city sky had already disappeared. Instead, he found himself in a gloomy, dense forest and a rocky wasteland. He had somehow transported the entire mansion through time. Before he could even sort out the situation, a mechanical voice rang in his mind. Host detected to possess a massive collection of high-level artifacts. Rare art, collector profession activated. As soon as he finished speaking, a panel appeared out of thin air. Lin Yi's gaze landed on the list of collectibles. These items were indeed his, and he could identify each one, but the names of them momentarily stunned him. How come it turned into something like the dragon binding rope in this panel? Moreover, Lin Yi tried clenching his fist and found that his body did indeed feel different. He jumped off the bed, and with a casual leap, his head almost hit the ceiling. Lin Yi took out the dragon binding rope that he had just bought at the auction from the bedside table. That was clearly a finely crafted leather whip, which he had previously used as a prop. Immediately, a deafening roar interrupted Lin Yi, who was still in a daze. The sound came from above, carrying an extremely low-frequency vibration that made the floor tremble slightly. Lin Yi looked out the window and saw a huge black shadow rapidly swooping down in the sky. His pupils contracted. It was a dragon. It wasn't a skeleton in a museum, nor a phantom from a game. A western dragon, about the size of a medium-sized truck, was charging straight at him. Its scales display a strange gradient, extending from ice blue to fiery red. The dragon crashed into the villa's exterior wall, and an invisible barrier instantly lit up, absorbing all the impact. But the whole house still shook violently. The dragon was thrown back several meters, rolled in the air, and pounced again. The claws tore at the invisible barrier, making a screeching sound. Dragon flames spilled from its mouth, dripping onto the barrier and creating ripples. The lawn outside the villa was completely ravaged by the hurricane whipped up by the dragon's wings, with gravel and dirt flying everywhere. The dragon, like a raging beast, slammed wildly against the barrier. Judging from their attitude, they won't rest until they tear down this eyesore of a building. Lin Yi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching everything through the glass. His hands were trembling, but the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up. Interesting. He raised his hand and slapped himself twice. The pain steadied his trembling hands and cleared his chaotic thoughts. This world is most likely a Western fantasy setting. Lin Yi raised his right hand, and with a thought, the semi-transparent panel reappeared. He activated Identification Ace, Red Dragon, on the dragon outside the window that was still frantically attacking the barrier. Rank, LV.53. Rarity, Be Elite, downgraded due to bloodline conflict. Status, Subadult, Unintelligent, Extremely ferocious. Having been driven from the dragon's lair, it is currently searching for a new one. Lin Yi glanced at his stats. LV.1. His lips twitched. This is a monster from the newbie village? How long can the villa's barrier last? The panel does not display the barrier's durability. Just as Lin Yi's brain was racing, trying to come up with a solution, a new notification suddenly popped up on his career panel. A dragon has been detected nearby. The item, Dragon Binding Rope, is resonating. Immediate use is recommended. Lin Yi was startled, then remembered what happened last night. The dragon binding rope. He turned and walked to the bedside table, opening the drawer. The exquisite leather whip lay quietly inside, exactly the same as the one he had used as a flirting toy last night. But when Lin Yi touched it, its information appeared on the panel. Dragon binding rope. His rank. Throws a projectile at a dragon target. Guaranteed hit. Forcibly binds the target and establishes a master-servant contract. Permanent effect. Uses 1 S-rank item. One-time use. Guaranteed to hit dragons. Then look at that stupid dragon outside the window, frantically attacking the barrier. It's level 53, defective, and unintelligent. Using a cannon to kill a mosquito, Lin Yi muttered. He picked up the dragon binding rope from the bedside table and held in his hand. The whip gleamed with a faint golden sheen the moment it touched his palm. Lin Yi walked to the French windows and opened them. A gust of wind, carrying the might of a dragon, rushed in. He raised the dragon-binding rope in his hand. The dragon seemed to sense something, and its amber vertical pupils suddenly turned towards him. There was no fear in those eyes, only a deeper anger and a stronger possessiveness. It opened its mouth, and flames blazed from deep within its throat. Lin Yi instantly threw out the dragon-binding rope. The golden whip transformed into a streak of light the moment it left the hand, piercing through the dragon flames and the hurricane, before wrapping around the dragon's neck. The red dragon's roar abruptly ceased. In its place came a mournful cry filled with shock, anger, and bewilderment. Golden light erupted, enveloping the entire dragon. Got you. Lin Yi activated his appraisal eye, and the dragon's real-time status fluctuated wildly in his field of vision. Estimated completion time, 30 seconds. Lin Yi stood at the window, watching the huge golden cocoon of light in the sky slowly shrink. Come here. The cocoon obediently floated over, passed through the broken French windows, slid into the second-floor room, and hovered in front of him. The golden light dissipated. Inside was a curled-up humanoid silhouette, a completely different entity from the raging dragon from before. As the golden light was about to dissipate, a thought flashed through Lin Yi's mind. If only the dragon's features could be preserved. The light completely dissipated. A young girl knelt on his solid wood floor. Her long, silvery white hair reached her waist, the ends gradually turning fiery red. She has a pair of small, ice-blue horns on her head and a dragon tail trailing behind her, covered with fine scales that blend ice blue and fiery red. She looked to be less than 1.6 meters tall. A golden choker clung to her skin around her neck, with a dragon scale pendant hanging from the front. The pendant was attached to a thin chain, and the other end of the chain was loosely wrapped around Lin Yi's wrist. Lin Yi glanced down at the chains, then at the girl kneeling on the ground. If anyone saw this scene, his reputation would be ruined for life. The girl slowly raised her head. Her amber vertical pupils were blank, showing neither aggression nor fear. She stared straight at Lin Yi. Then, her lips moved, her voice soft and indistinct, each word pronounced somewhat unclearly. Master. The chains on Lin Yi's wrist were slightly warm. A new notification popped up on the panel. Contract in effect. The dragon binding rope has been converted into exclusive equipment. You have acquired a follower. Red Dragon, Ice Invasion. Unnamed. Please name your follower. Lin Yi paused for a second, then quickly pulled the bed sheet off and covered her head with it. Put it on first. The girl, her head covered, let out a blank, ah, and clumsily rummaged around for a while before finally revealing her face. She looked down at the cloth covering her body, then looked up at Lin Yi, her eyes full of confusion. Lin Yi crouched down to look her in the eye. Can you understand me? The girl nodded gently. My master helped me. She looked down and touched the collar around her neck, her amber eyes filled with gratitude. There were two forces fighting inside my body before. It hurt so much. I couldn't think and could only live by instinct. She paused for a moment, as if organizing her thoughts. It doesn't hurt anymore. I can think now, and I can understand things. She added, my master helped me, so my master is my master. Lin Yi understood. This is neither Stockholm Syndrome nor magical brainwashing. It's purely a case of chick fetishism. She had just awakened her intelligence, and the first person she saw was him. His discerning eye swept over her, and her perception changed. Just as he was about to ask more questions, the girl suddenly sniffed and turned her head to look at a certain spot in the room, following the scent. The large, messy bed, the crumpled blankets, and the towels scattered on the floor. Then her face turned red. His entire face was burned from the base of his neck all the way to the tips of his ears, and even the base of his pair of ice-blue dragon horns was tinged with a thin pink. She shifted uncomfortably, her legs clamped together, her tail wagging nervously on the floor. Master, this room smells strange. She lowered her head and spoke very softly. It's so strange, and my body feels strange too. Lin, he was speechless. He then remembered that he and Emily had been fighting on this bed until 2 or 3 in the morning last night. For a dragon whose sense of smell is 100 times more sensitive than a human's, the amount of residual information is no different than having images projected directly into its mind. Lin Yi's Adam's apple bobbed. No. This girl's mind was as pure as a blank sheet of paper at this moment. If he took advantage of her vulnerability, how would he be any different from a beast? He decided to let her rest for at least 10 days or half a month before scooping her up from the ground. She was much lighter and hotter than he had imagined. The dragon's body temperature was ridiculously high. Even through a thin sheet, it felt like someone had just been pulled out of a hot spring. Her skin was so smooth and soft that she almost slipped out of his arms several times, and each time she slipped, the sheet would slide down a little further. Lin Yi kept his eyes straight ahead, quickly walked to the bedside, stuffed himself and the sheet into the quilt, wrapping himself up tightly, leaving only his face and a pair of dragon horns showing. Lie still and don't move. The girl blinked, not quite understanding why her master wanted to wrap her up like this. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to touch her exposed dragon horns, purely out of curiosity. The next second, the girl went limp. Her vertical pupils were unfocused, her body slumped in the blankets, her tail unconsciously coiling around Lin Yi's arm, tightening its grip. Master, not there. Her voice was soft and cloying, with a hint of sob. Lin Yi released her hand, as if he'd been electrocuted. He ruffled her hair and immediately changed the subject. Do you have a name? The girl took a while to come to her senses and shook her head. I couldn't think before, so I don't know if I have a name. I'll give you a name. Your horns and tail are beautiful. How about Liuli? The girl rolled the two words twice on her tongue. Her eyes lit up with joy, and she wriggled out of bed, trying to pounce on Lin Yi again. Be good, lie still. She mumbled a response from under the covers, and Lin Yi didn't say anything more, looking down at the tip of the tail wrapped around his little finger. Just then, that cold voice echoed in his mind again. The requirements for becoming a master dragon have been met. Class overlap detected. The collector and dragon trainer concepts overlap. A new class has been created, Lord of all spirits. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Then he was overwhelmed with immense joy. He looked down at the red dragon girl wrapped in the blanket. Then he reached out and gently pinched and rubbed her cheek. So soft, Liuli whimpered as she was rubbed. Instead, it took the initiative to rub against his palm, its tail tip peeking out from under the blanket and wrapping around his wrist. A torrential downpour was raging outside. Raindrops pounded against the glass, making a pattering sound. Inside the kitchen, Lin Yi swiftly wielded a knife. A hard piece of magical beast leg bone snapped in two with a snap, the cut as smooth as a mirror. He weighed the kitchen knife in his hand. This thing was called the Dragon Slayer Knife, a legendary weapon of S-grade quality. The item description is incredibly exaggerated, claiming it's a masterpiece painstakingly crafted by the Dwarf King, capable of ignoring armor. Now that it's in Lin Yi's hands, it's specifically used for cutting meat. There's nothing he can do. His level is capped, and most of the treasures in his warehouse are only for looking at, not for use. For example, the Tears of the Phoenix is a mythical level accessory that can only be activated by those with a fire-type bloodline of level 70 or higher. The Time-Space Hourglass is even more outrageous. The prerequisite is possessing a divine realm, something only level 100 powerhouses can even consider. Lin Yi searched around, but found very few usable items. Outside, a fierce storm raged, but the villa's protective barrier remained as stable as a mountain, which finally gave him a sense of security. The villa beneath his feet is now called Miracle Garden S rank. Functions: adaptive magic core, indestructible barrier, spatial anchoring. Energy consumption: gold, magic crystals, or high concentration energy sources. Current daily consumption: 0.1 kilograms gold. Reserve 500 kilograms. When the glass collided with it last time, the barrier withstood the attack, but a section of its energy tank visibly chipped away. This barrier isn't invincible, it's just incredibly durable. If he keeps crashing, the 500 kilograms of gold in his basement will be gone. He has to find a way to make money. He can't just sit around and do nothing. Lin Yi stirred the broth in the pot, while simultaneously bringing up the glass control panel. These past few days, he checked on Little Dragon Girl frequently to see if there were any new developments. Looking at this panel, Lin Yi recalled his rare collector profession, which only existed for half an hour and was thus melted down as material. He was actually a little disappointed. The rows of A-grade and S-grade collectibles on the collector's panel were so pleasing to the eye. But the Lord of all spirits was indeed stronger. It can collect not only inanimate objects, but also living things, and it even has a built-in nurturing system. As long as you nurture your companions well, their abilities will become his abilities. Lin Yi had already tested it. He could now use both of Liuli's dragon's might and breath. Although their power was far less than Liuli's own, they were enough to save his life in critical moments. Lin Yi turned off the control panel and mentally gave this job a 5-star rating. He poured the chopped meat into the hot pan, and the aroma of meat mixed with the dampness filled the kitchen. The pot was stewing an armored lizard, a level 25 magical beast. Its outer scales were impenetrable even to armor-piercing bullets. But under Liuli's claws, it tore through with a single scratch. Thinking about what had happened these past few days, Lin Yi rubbed his temples. Ever since he tamed the dragon, his refrigerator had become completely useless. On her first day, this lady emptied her entire inventory. She licked clean everything: filet mignon, tuna, even the leftovers that had been sitting in the corner for 3 days. After finishing her meal, she squatted on the ground, looking longingly at Lin Yi, begging for food. Lin Yi looked at the empty plate and decisively gave the order to do it himself and be self-sufficient. From that day on, Liuli began her hunting routine of going out early and returning late. Level 20 steelback boars, level 35 thunderhorn rhinoceroses, and all sorts of monster corpses piled up in a yard. This forced Lin Yi to establish a rule: items not to be brought into the yard until they were properly cleaned. He heard a noise behind him and turned around. Liuli was lying on the floor, her butt sticking out, wiping the floor with a wet rag. She was wearing a maid outfit and a headband. This was the kind of clothing that Lin Yi had finally managed to get her to accept. 5 days ago, when she had just transformed into human form, this dragon had no concept of clothes, and her tail would swing so hard that the furniture would rattle. Lin Yi was so angry that his chest ached. Do you know how much of a test that is for an energetic adult male? Several times, he almost lost his composure because of this scene. But every time he saw Liuli's clear and innocent eyes, Lin Yi forcibly suppressed his emotions. She knows how to put on clothes now, but she always misses a crucial step. Lin Yi's gaze swept over her upturned tail, the back of her maid outfit billowing high. The smooth curves beneath were faintly visible as he wiped the floor. The scene was undeniably somewhat inappropriate. Lin Yi pressed his throbbing temples. Chapter 5. The Lost Lamb. Liuli stopped what she was doing, turned back, and stuck her tongue out at Lin Yi, her vertical pupils filled with confusion. She wagged the tip of her tail and muttered softly, "It's very uncomfortable to have the fabric stuck in the scales. And if Master wants to be with me, it's in the way, and it's such a hassle to take it off." It's unclear what Dragon Clan heritage memory this word triggered, but for the past 5 days, she's mentioned it almost every day, while eating, while sleeping, and even while mopping the floor. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Yi walked over and grabbed the restless dragon's tail, his fingertips sliding an inch upwards along the cool scales. Liuli immediately let out a muffled groan. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Her tail was one of her Achilles' heel. When Lin Yi touched it like that, half of her body went limp. "Stop making excuses for me, and go put on what you're supposed to wear." Lin Yi released his hand, the smooth touch still lingering on his palm. He then held out his hand and said, "Give me your hand." Liuli pouted and slowly got up, her eyes glistening with tears. She stretched out her right hand, looking like she was bravely going to her execution. Lin Yi pulled out a ruler from his waist. It was originally the leash that came with the dragon binding collar, but he found it too perverse and removed it. As a result, the prop automatically turned into a ruler, specifically to discipline this disobedient dragon. He had tried hitting other places before, but Liuli's skin was thick and tough, so she wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she let out a strange groan, and the situation got out of control for a moment. So from then on, Lin Yi only hit her palm. With a soft smack, the hand landed, leaving a faint red mark on her fair palm. Liuli gasped, quickly withdrawing her hand, her vertical pupils swirling with tears as she looked at him pitifully. Lin Yi sighed and ruffled her soft silver hair. "You know how to feel pain when you're slapped, but don't you feel cold when you're not wearing clothes? Learn your lesson." Upon hearing this, Liuli immediately stopped crying and started laughing. Her tail wagged happily again, and she stretched out her arms, ready to pounce on him. Lin Yi reacted quickly, pressing his palm against her forehead, keeping her half a meter away to prevent her from pressing herself against him. "Bring the pot, time to eat." "Okay." Liu Li cheered and ran towards the stove, her back light and quick. Lin Yi watched her, shaking his head helplessly. Teaching a dragon to be a person is indeed not easy. However, her learning ability is truly extraordinary. In just 5 days, she can communicate normally, dress herself, and even learn to pick up peanuts with chopsticks. The only problem is that she still doesn't like wearing underwear. Just as Lin Yi was about to head to the dining room, Liu Li, who was carrying a pot, suddenly stopped. A faint light flashed from the dragon horns on her head, and her ears twitched sharply. "Master, there's a noise outside." Lin Yi stopped and looked out the window. A torrential downpour blanketed the world in white, and the wind whipped rain against the walls. Amidst the chaotic sound of the rain, there were indeed intermittent, strange noises. Liu Li tilted her head to discern. "It's a woman." She kept muttering something about lost lambs. Lin Yi walked to the window and pushed it open a crack. A gust of wind and rain instantly flooded the kitchen, bringing with it a hoarse and frantic shout. "Gods, please guide the lost sheep." At the same time, Cecilia felt she was dying. The torrential rain had been pouring down all day. Her priestess robes were soaked and terribly heavy, and she sank into the mud with every step. She lost a shoe, her foot was cut by pebbles, and her magic was long gone. She kept casting healing spells until she was exhausted and had a splitting headache, but the person she wanted to save still died. The terrified faces of her fellow villagers kept flashing through her mind. When a monster lunged out of the darkness, she desperately chanted incantations to heal it, but when she turned around, there was no one behind her. They had all run away. Only the cat girl Mimi was still calling out to her, "Cecilia, run." Then Mimi lured the monster away. The torrential rain made her lose her sense of direction. She only knew she had to keep going to get help and find someone to rescue Mimi. Just when she was about to give up, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared ahead. At first, she thought it was a hallucination. After all, how could there be light deep in the forest? But the light grew brighter and brighter, piercing through the rain and embedding itself in the darkness. It was a transparent house she had never seen before, light pouring from its glass windows, turning the surrounding rain curtain golden. Cecilia rushed to the door, knelt in the mud, her voice hoarse and almost inaudible. "God, please guide the lost sheep." The door opened. A beam of light shone from inside, so bright it almost blinded her. In the backlight, a man stood there holding an umbrella. Raindrops slid down the edge of the umbrella, but not a single drop fell on him. Behind the man stood a silver-haired girl. She had ice-blue dragon horns on her head, and her amber vertical pupils glowed faintly in the darkness as she curiously observed Cecilia. Cecilia's consciousness began to blur, and only one thought remained in her mind. A miracle! "God, you were sent by the gods. Please save Mimi." Before she could finish speaking, everything went black, and she collapsed into the mud. Lin Yi, holding an umbrella, looked down at the woman on the ground. Her blonde hair was soaked and clung to her face. Her priestess robes were tattered, and her shoulders were exposed. Her face was deathly pale, and her lips were purple, clearly from excessive blood loss and a high fever. Even in her unconscious state, she still frowned and murmured something softly. Despite her disheveled appearance, her face remained exquisite, with raindrops clinging to her long eyelashes. Lin Yi frowned, handed the umbrella to Liu Li, bent down, supported her back with one hand, and slipped the other under her legs to lift her up in his arms. The woman in his arms was incredibly light. Despite her tall stature, she was unbelievably lightweight. Her body temperature was alarmingly high, burning Lin Yi's palm even through the soaked fabric. He quickened his pace. "Liu Li, open the door." Liu Li obediently ran ahead and pushed open the villa door. Lin Yi carried her into the living room and placed her on the sofa. The woman lay there slumped, her golden hair spread out, her soaked priest's robe clinging to her body, outlining her stunning curves. Lin Yi shifted his gaze, turned around, and rummaged through the storage room, pulling out a silver pendant. It was the tear of the goddess, adorned with a pale blue gemstone, one of the few unconditional support items in his collection. Its effect was simple: to stabilize injuries and suppress toxins. Locking the vital signs of those below level 50 buys time for treatment. Lin Yi tossed the pendant to Liu Li. Put this on her, then take her to take a bath and change into dry clothes. Liu Li caught the pendant, tilted her head, and asked, Master, how do we bathe her? Rinse with water, lather with shower gel, I taught you. I remember. You taught me last time. Lin Yi was still a little uneasy, so he went to the closet and pulled out a loose-fitting pure cotton bathrobe. He checked the size of the bathrobe, then looked at the woman's figure on the sofa. Never mind. Let's just make do for now. He handed the bathrobe to Liu Li and instructed, after you're done washing, put her on the bed in the guest room. Liu Li hugged the bathrobe, tilted her head, and asked, Master, aren't you going to wash with me? Lin Yi replied expressionlessly, Get lost. Chapter 6. Cecilia? Where did this priest of light come from? Lin Yi turned and went into the kitchen to cook porridge for the patient. Plain porridge with a little salt was enough. He rinsed the rice, added water, and turned on the stove, his movements practiced and efficient. As Lin Yi was stirring the porridge in the pot, a sudden exclamation came from the bathroom. Wow! Lin Yi's hand froze, and he almost dropped the ladle into the pot. Immediately afterward, Liu Li exclaimed, So white, so big. Lin Yi remained silent for a moment, then continued stirring the porridge, but he couldn't help recalling the feeling of holding that woman. She was indeed very soft. He looked down at his hands, as if the warmth of that touch still lingered on his fingertips. Lin Yi immediately shook his head, suppressing his distracting thoughts. That was a patient. In the bathroom, Liu Li was still grumbling about how difficult it was to take off her clothes, too many buttons, and finally, she simply tore them. Then, the sound of running water came, and she suddenly exclaimed in surprise, She has so many injuries. Lin Yi frowned slightly. It seemed this woman had encountered something quite difficult before arriving here. A few minutes later, Liu Li came out carrying a clean Cecilia. She was wrapped in a bathrobe, and her complexion finally had some color back. Liu Li placed the person on the sofa, proudly boasting, Master, I cleaned her up. I even licked all her wounds. Lin Yi asked her what she used to lick them. Liu Li opened her mouth, revealing her little tiger teeth. My tongue. Dragon saliva can disinfect. Lin Yi paused for 2 seconds, deciding not to pursue the matter. He ladled out the porridge, and the pork chops and the oil sizzled, their aroma instantly filling the kitchen. Liu Li's eyes lit up, and its tail practically left an afterimage as it wagged. Lin Yi pointed to Cecilia on the sofa. Take her to the guest room first. The sofa is uncomfortable. Liu Li immediately picked her up and ran upstairs. Lin Yi turned off the stove, leaned against the kitchen counter, and recalled the information given by the appraisal eye. Cecilia, a human priestess, level 35, rarity. Currently, she is suffering from mana depletion and wavering faith, yet she feels a strong sense of gratitude and dependence on him, even regarding him as a messenger of the gods. But this information was too rudimentary, and his mirror of all things was still cooling down. Who exactly she was, why she had collapsed in the mountains during the torrential rain, injured and muttering cries for help. These questions remained unanswered for the time being. Lin Yi rubbed his temples, deciding to wait until she woke up before asking. A loud bang came from upstairs, and Liu Li called out, Master, it's all done. Can we eat now? Lin Yi placed the fried pork chops on the table. Come down and eat. Liu Li jumped down from the second floor, landing steadily. As soon as she sat down, she stared at the pork chop, drooling. Lin Yi pushed the plate towards her, and she immediately took a big bite, her eyes crinkling with happiness. Master is the best. Lin Yi corrected her. The meat is the best. Liu Li nodded seriously. Both Master and the meat are the best. Lin Yi didn't argue with her anymore. He carried a bowl of porridge upstairs and placed it on the bedside table in the guest room. Cecilia was still unconscious, the pendant on her chest glowing faintly, her breathing much more steady than before. Her bathrobe collar was slightly loose, revealing her collarbone and the subtle rise and fall of her breasts. Downstairs, Ruri had finished her steak and was diligently licking her plate clean. She looked up and asked, Master, when will that woman wake up? Lin Yi sat down and drank his porridge. I don't know. Liu Li asked again. Will she stay after she wakes up? Lin Yi replied calmly. It depends on her. The rain was still pouring down outside the window, but the villa was warm and quiet under the lights. Liu Li lay on the table, her tail swaying slowly, and suddenly said, Master, she smells wonderful. Lin Yi looked up. What smell? Liu Li thought for a moment and answered seriously, the smell of sunshine. It's so warm. Lin Yi didn't speak, but just looked towards the second floor. The smell of sunshine? After a while, the cooling effect of the mirror of all things finally ended. Lin Yi immediately summoned the mirror, tossed in 50 gold coins, and had it search for the woman upstairs' name, occupation, identity, experience, status, and value assessment. The mirror of all things wouldn't set a price. It would only release as much information as offered. With less money, what you see is naturally the abridged version. The gold coins disappear, and the mirror lights up. Target: Cecilia. Rarity: A grade. Class: Light Priest, level 35. True identity: Priest of the Temple of Light, possessing the rare light god's favored physique. She was born in a small desert town, an orphan adopted by an old pastor, and grew up in the church. She is currently studying in the capital of Aurelian. She has a gentle personality and finds it difficult to refuse others. This time, however, she was betrayed by her fellow countrymen. In a moment of crisis, a cat person named Mimi lured away the monster, saving her life. The mastermind behind it all was Cecilia, the granddaughter of Archbishop Augustus of the Temple of Light in the Kingdom of Aurelian. Lin Yi felt a pang of regret at spending 50 gold coins for this information. However, it's at least certain that Cecilia isn't a dangerous person. On the contrary, she's quite valuable. She's an A-rank rarity, while even the dragon Liu Li is only B rank. Lin Yi stared at the words mastermind, his brow furrowing slightly. Why would the Archbishop's granddaughter target a priest from a remote town? He ate while rapidly calculating. The Twilight Shadow Mountains were an absurdly desolate place, and as a newcomer, he desperately needed a guide familiar with the local conditions. Cecilia was a clergy member, and therefore must hold a certain status in human society. In the future, if Lin Yi wants to do business and deal with the outside world's established order, he'll need a legitimate front. An NPC who comes to him like this is a good opportunity to stay. However, he wants her to stay willingly. He can't rely on imprisonment or coercion. That's too low level and could easily backfire. She now sees herself as a divine messenger, an identity that proves quite useful. But Lin Yi quickly puts down his chopsticks. Lies are always risky. The more you try to cover them up, the more trouble you'll cause. Rather than relying on deception, it's better to build a relationship from the start with something more reliable. For example, overwhelming force or sufficiently tempting benefits. Just then, a steaming piece of braised pork was shoved towards his mouth. Liu Li looked at him expectantly. Master, the meat won't taste good if it gets cold. Chapter 7. Liu Li, keep her here to have the baby. Liu Li sat close to Lin Yi, chopsticks in her hand, her amber vertical pupils fixed on him. She fed him meat with an unusually serious expression, as if she were handling some life or death matter. Lin Yi looked down at the meat, then at her, opened his mouth and bit down, casually ruffling her long, silvery white hair. Liu Li immediately narrowed her eyes, her tail swishing rapidly behind her, slapping the chair legs loudly. At this moment, Lin Yi's calculations suddenly faded. In this perilous alien world, Liu Li was the only living being he didn't need to be wary of. She didn't understand manipulation, betrayal, or even scheming. Her biggest goal every day was to stay by his side, watch him eat, and wait for him to pat her head. In her past life, women wanted handbags, resources, and power. All relationships had a price tag. But Liu Li couldn't even tell the difference between gold coins and stones. That's why Lin Yi could tolerate her blowing up the kitchen, smashing plates, and turning the living room into a complete mess. Liu Li, chopsticks in her mouth, mumbled, Master. Lin Yi responded. Liu Li tilted her head and asked, What are you planning to do with that female upstairs? Lin Yi became interested and wanted to hear how a wild dragon would handle such a situation, so he asked her what she thought should be done. After a moment of serious thought, Liu Li uttered a startling statement, Stay and have babies. Lin Yi nearly choked on the rice he had just swallowed. Liuli then proudly puffed out her chest, saying that a powerful male should have many offspring, and that their master should capture several females to breed together. A few seconds of silence fell. Lin Yi raised his hand and gave her a sharp rap on the forehead. Liuli covered her forehead, her eyes full of accusation. Lin Yi wiped his hand and said calmly, "Theoretically, that's correct, but your tail almost broke my back." Liuli looked down and realized that she had somehow squeezed herself into the same chair as him, pressed against him, and her tail was even tied in a knot around his waist. She quickly untied her tail, moved half an inch to the side, and complained that her master was warm. Lin Yi suppressed his rising anger and tapped the table. "Let's get down to business. I have something for you to do." Liuli immediately stood up straight, her ears perked up. Lin Yi told her that the woman upstairs was seriously injured and had fled all the way here. On this stormy day, she also had a cat-person companion named Mimi who was lost outside. Lin Yi pointed to the dark rain outside the window, instructing Liuli to follow the scent and traces. If the person was still alive, bring them back. If dead, bring back valuable clues. Any later, and even the bone fragments would probably be devoured by the magical beasts. Liuli's tail wagged again, asking if there would be a reward. Lin Yi asked her in return what she wanted. Liuli bit her finger and thought for a long time, finally managing to stammer, "I don't know, but I'll like anything Master gives me." Lin Yi was speechless at those words. He walked to the glass cabinet in the living room, opened the drawer, and took out the golden dragon binding rope. This thing had now become Liuli's exclusive binding item, and besides its binding and contract functions, it also contained some attributes that he hadn't yet figured out. He tossed the golden cord to Liuli. "Wear this. It might not be safe outside." Liuli caught it, and the moment the golden cord touched her palm, it transformed into a stream of light, wrapping around her wrist and solidifying into a dark gold bracelet. Lin Yi then told her to set off. Liuli turned and opened the villa door. A gust of wind, accompanied by large raindrops, instantly flooded the living room, scattering tissues all over the table. She glanced back at Lin Yi, then pushed off with her legs and rushed into the downpour. In midair, her long, silvery white hair was torn apart by the wind. Her body rapidly expanded and lengthened amidst the lightning, her entire body covered in scales interwoven with ice blue and fiery red. Her wings suddenly unfurled, almost obscuring the lightning. A deafening dragon's roar tore through the rain. The enormous dragon circled halfway above the villa before flapping its wings and disappearing into the depths of the night as a fleeting shadow. Lin Yi stood at the door until the dragon's shadow completely merged into the darkness before closing the door behind him. The sound of rain was shut out, and the room returned to deathly silence. He pushed open the door to the guest room, where only a dim wall lamp was on. On the bed, the woman named Cecilia was still trapped in a nightmare. Her blonde hair, soaked with sweat, lay scattered haphazardly on the pillow. Her brows were furrowed, and her lips trembled incessantly, barely uttering a sound. She mumbled intermittently in her sleep, "Monster, Mimi, run!" Her fingers gripped the corner of the blanket so tightly that her knuckles turned white, crumpling the soft fabric into a ball. Lin Yi remained silent, pulling up a chair to sit on the edge of the bed and quietly watching her. Lu Li's foolish suggestion to stay and have babies popped into his head again, but he pinched his brow, banishing the absurd thought. His gaze fell on Cecilia's neck. The tear of the goddess was emitting a soft glow, and strands of warm energy seeped into her body, repairing her damaged meridians. Lin Yi muttered to himself, "This thing is quite useful." The pendant, nestled in shadow, rose and fell slightly with her rapid breathing. The pastor was a restless sleeper, even though he had tidied her up when he came upstairs. The bathrobe that Liuli had changed her into had a loose collar, exposing one of her shoulders, and the blanket was only draped around her waist. Lin Yi pulled the blanket up to her chin, covering that expanse completely. He knocked on the bedside table and called out, "Miss Priest." There was no response, so he raised his voice, called her name, and then flicked her forehead lightly with his finger. Cecilia jolted and opened her eyes abruptly. Her pupils were initially unfocused and lifeless, as if she were still trapped in the nightmare of being chased by monsters. A few seconds later, her gaze slowly focused, landing on Lin Yi's face, who was sitting against the light. The warm yellow light cast a blurry halo behind him, making him seem as if he were enveloped in a divine glow. Cecilia couldn't see his expression, but she felt those eyes calmly looking down at her. The scene was eerily similar to the image of the god of light descending to earth, depicted in a church's stained glass window. Staring blankly at Lin Yi, she blurted out, "Your Majesty." Chapter 8. Betraying Your Faith. God. Cecilia's mind went blank. She struggled to get up and bow, but as soon as she propped herself up on one side, the sharp pain from her wound made her groan and fall back into the pillow. Only when she moved did she realize something was wrong. She was no longer wearing the mud and blood-stained priest's robe, but a large, soft bathrobe. Her skin was still damp, indicating that she had been washed. To make matters worse, the bathrobe was already loosely tied, and the shoulder straps slipped down with the movement, revealing fair shoulders and delicate collarbones, which gleamed delicately in the dim light. "Lie down," Lin Yi said calmly, yet with an irresistible pressure. He reached out and pressed her shoulder, pulling her back into the pillow. "You're injured now. You have no right to move. I'll ask you answer." Cecilia was completely stunned. She had seen villagers who revered her, nobles who fawned over her, and greedy mercenaries, but she had never seen anyone like this. His tone wasn't a command, nor a suggestion, but rather an acceptance. She found herself lying down almost unconsciously, pulling the blanket up a little, leaving only her eyes visible, trying to make out the man in the backlight. "Name?" "Cecilia," she answered instinctively. The words had barely left her mouth when she suddenly snapped to attention, grabbed Lin Yi's sleeve, and cried out urgently, "My lord, my companion Mimi is still outside." She tried to lure away the demons. "Please save her." She recounted her ordeal incoherently, from receiving the mission, to her teammates' betrayal and escape, and finally Mimi sacrificing herself to draw away the pursuers. Her voice trembled with tears as she finished speaking. "I'm a level 35 priest, about to go to the capital of Aurelian for further studies. I'll do anything to save her. I swear to the god of light." Lin Yi let her hold him and listened quietly. His prepared probing question hadn't worked. This woman was either truly foolish or incredibly naive. Looking at her face streaked with tears and fear, Lin Yi suddenly felt a little bored and casually asked, "What if the price is for you to betray your faith in the god of light?" Cecilia's breath hitched, all the words stuck in her throat. The air seemed to sink. Her face turned deathly pale, her lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. Her blue eyes were filled with pain, fear, and confusion. The urgency to save her companions and the terror of betraying her faith were tearing at her soul. Lin Yi watched her calmly, finding it amusing. He wanted to know what choice a devout priest would make in the face of desperation. Just when he thought she was about to break down, Cecilia suddenly moved. She threw off the covers, endured the excruciating pain, rolled off the bed, and knelt stiffly on the cold floor. Then she clasped her hands together, bowed deeply, her golden hair falling loose, and her forehead struck the ground heavily. It was a humble yet devout kneeling. "I cannot betray my faith yet," she said softly, yet with remarkable composure. "Even if I agree, the adults won't believe someone who can so easily betray their beliefs." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. "I have no way to repay your life-saving grace." She slowly raised her head, her young face showing a hint of calm under the lamplight. "I, Cecilia, am willing to sign a master-servant contract with you. My life, my soul, and everything I have belonged to you from this day forward." With that, she bowed deeply again, her forehead pressed to the ground. "Therefore, my master, please grant your future servant this one and only request." Interesting. Lin Yi looked at her lowered head and realized this woman was smarter than he had imagined. She hadn't forced a deal. Instead, she had given him the choice, blocking all avenues of retreat with the most humble posture. Just as her forehead was about to touch the ground again, Lin Yi reached out and caught her. The warmth of his palm made Cecilia tense. The pressure was light, yet irresistible, drawing her upright and back onto the edge of the bed. Lin Yi withdrew his hand, casually brushing the stray, damp hair from her forehead behind her ear. The light finally illuminated his face. Cecilia finally saw him clearly. Lin Yi's tone was as calm as if he were talking about the weather. Should I say you're smart or stupid? I can't respond to your request for the time being. The little color that Cecilia had just regained instantly vanished. Because Lin Yi pointed to the dark rain outside the window. When you were unconscious, I already sent Lin Yi to look for them. I don't know whether your companion is dead or alive. Before the disappointment could even surface, it was overwhelmed by shock. Did they send someone to look for her? Ruri? That girl with dragon horns? Vague fragments flashed through Cecilia's mind. Warm bathwater, rising steam, a pair of curious hands touching her body, and that self-righteous remark. So white, so big, so soft. Her face flushed instantly, and she immediately clutched her collar. No matter the outcome, she lowered her head, cupped Lin Yi's hand that had just touched her forehead in her other hands, closed her eyes, and reverently placed a light kiss on it. Cecilia, thank you for your kindness. Lin Yi had just withdrawn his hand and was about to speak when the guest room window was suddenly violently knocked on from the outside. Master, open the window quickly. Lioli's excited face was pressed against the glass, rainwater streaming down her hair and dragon horns, and her small dragon wings were still fluttering on her back. She held her right hand high, lifting a cat-eared girl who was soaking wet and covered in mud. Master, look, I found a dirty little kitten. Is it that big-breasted human female's companion? Cecilia glanced down at her tightly clutched collar, then abruptly looked up, staring intently at the familiar figure outside the window, dazed and barely alive. Mimi, she screamed shrilly. She practically scrambled off the bed, crawling and stumbling toward the window. Lin Yi watched her distraught back, then glanced at the cat girl outside, who was practically vomiting from being shaken so much. Great. Buy one, get one free. This is a good deal. Chapter 9. The reward the dragon girl desired. As soon as the window opened, Liuli climbed in carrying Mimi. She casually put Mimi down, shook off the raindrops, which flew everywhere, and then buried her face in Lin Yi's arms, tightly hugging his waist. Master! Lin Yi was knocked back half a step by her bump, raised his hand to pat her back, and praised, Liuli is great. Liuli immediately narrowed her eyes, her tail wagging rapidly. On the other side, Cecilia had already knelt down beside Mimi, her hands covering her body, her palms glowing with soft white light. This was the first time Lin Yi had ever witnessed proper magic. White light flowed over Mimi's body, and the scratches on her face quickly healed. Mimi wasn't actually seriously injured. She just had lingering images of what had just happened in her mind when she woke up. That level 38 rock troll could smash a tree trunk in half with a single punch. She had been fighting it in the mountains for almost an hour, her magic power exhausted, relying entirely on her agility to hold on. Just when she was about to give up, a dragon suddenly fell from the sky. It was a real dragon, its wingspan obscuring half the sky, swooping down and striking the troll's head with its claw. The monster, which she couldn't harm even with all her might, shattered its skull on the spot. Mimi's legs went weak. After the dragon landed, it shrank into a silver-haired, red-eyed girl with dragon horns on her head. She tilted her head and asked, "Do you know a female with big breasts?" Golden hair, soft and fluffy. Mimi immediately thought of Cecilia and nodded hesitantly. Before she could even speak, the dragon girl muttered, "Little cat, reward," grabbed her by the back of her collar, and flapped her wings, taking to the sky. She couldn't remember anything after that. The wind was too strong, the speed too fast, and she fainted on the spot. Now that she's awake, Mimi's gaze shifts from Cecilia's face to the other end of the room. The dragon that smashed the troll with a single claw is now nestled in a young man's arms, rubbing against him, its tail wagging as if it's about to take flight. Mimi's fur stood on end, her tail stood straight, her ears perked up, and she instinctively took a half-step back. But the next second, the alertness honed from years of adventure quickly calmed her down. She surveyed her surroundings, an unfamiliar room, strange furnishings, and an open window. The man was wearing clothes she'd never seen before, and his posture was relaxed. He didn't seem about to attack. Cecilia was kneeling unharmed beside him. Mimi finally felt a little relieved and called out in a dry voice, "Cecilia?" Cecilia briefly recounted what had happened. The danger, the torrential rain, the rescue, and the plea for help. She spoke softly, but Mimi could hear the peril she had omitted. She paused for a moment, then bowed her head and said, "Thank you." Her voice was soft, but clear. She wasn't overly grateful. She simply understood that, regardless of the process, her life had indeed been saved. Lin Yi glanced at her. Cat ears, a tail, short dark brown hair, amber vertical pupils, soaking wet and covered in dirt, but lean and muscular. She looked like a formidable fighter. Those cat-like eyes were also looking back at him warily. Lin Yi didn't look at them for long, and only said calmly, "Get some rest. We can talk about it tomorrow. Remember to drink some of the white porridge on the table. It will make your stomach feel better if you have something in it." Cecilia then noticed a bowl of steaming porridge on the bedside table, and her heart warmed instantly. Lin Yi patted Liuli's back, indicating it was time to leave. Liuli reluctantly got out of his arms, her tail tugging at his wrist, before following him toward the door. Just before leaving, Lin Yi glanced back. Mimi was lip-reading Cecilia, her ears darting around. He didn't linger, closing the door behind her. Back in the living room, Liuli immediately rushed over, calling out expectantly, "Master, reward." Lin Yi leaned back on the sofa and pointed to the kitchen. "Clean up the dishes first. It's a maid's duty." Liuli's face immediately fell, but she still obediently went to the kitchen. Lin Yi watched her back as she turned and went down to the basement. He needed to choose a reward for Liuli. Although he knew what Liuli wanted most, the reward couldn't be perfunctory. He converted the basement into a simple collection room, where 57 antiques with awakened attributes after transmigrating were neatly categorized and displayed on shelves. Lin Yi spent a long time choosing before finally picking up a golden red bead. Before transmigrating, this thing was called chicken bloodstone, but after transmigrating, it became fire blood jade, an A-grade rarity. Wearing it can quickly restore magic power and has an additional affinity bonus for fire-type creatures. The effect was secondary. What mattered was its golden sheen. Dragons, after all, should all like that. When Lin Yi returned upstairs with the bead, Liuli was standing in front of the sink washing dishes, her movements careful, and surprisingly, she didn't break any plates. Her expression was focused, but her tail behind her betrayed her, wagging rapidly. Lin Yi walked over and held the bead up to her. The moment Liuli saw the glittering object, her pupils dilated instantly, and her breath caught in her throat. The dragon's desire for shiny things was clearly etched into its blood. "Do you like it?" "I like it," Liuli blurted out, then quickly added, "I like anything that Master gives me." "Lin Yi simidet." "So what reward did you want in the first place?" Liuli opened her mouth to speak, but Lin Yi immediately raised his hand and covered her mouth. "Not now," he said calmly. "We'll talk about it when you're older." Liuli protested. "I'm over 100 years old. That's not what I meant." Lin Yi didn't give her a chance to argue further. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, turned her around, and gently kissed her forehead. "Thank you for being there." The 4 words were spoken softly, yet they made Liuli's heart race. This time, it wasn't a primal instinct, nor a simple impulse, but rather something that suddenly filled her chest, yet made her want more. By the time she came to her senses, Lin Yi was already gone. The glittering bead was still on the counter, but she didn't take it. "Master!" Liuli chased after him barefoot from the kitchen. Lin Yi had just reached the bedroom door when he turned back to look at her. "Liuli!" Liuli rushed over, grabbed his sleeve, and said urgently, "Don't." Before she could finish speaking, she grabbed the collar of his maid outfit and pulled it to both sides. Then, with her other hand, she reached for Lin Yi's waist, trying to pull off his belt buckle. "Wait, what are you doing?" Lin Yi quickly grabbed her wrist, his other hand pressing down on her waistband, and the two began to struggle in the hallway. The walls of the next room weren't thick. Cecilia and Mimi exchanged a glance, and Liuli's soft voice echoed down the hallway. "Master, I don't want that glittering golden stone anymore. Can we exchange it for something else?" "No." Lin Yi refused through gritted teeth. "I won't listen. I won't listen." Cecilia blushed to her ears, her gaze darting around as she opened her mouth. "Should we go take a look?" "I'm not going." Mimi rolled over and pulled the blanket over her head, but her 2 cat ears still stuck out outside the blanket, standing straight up. After a while, the noise in the hallway finally stopped. Mimi lifted a corner of the blanket, revealing one eye as she looked at Cecilia. "Are you really okay?" Cecilia's expression changed, and she placed her hands on her knees, saying earnestly, "I can do it, as long as it's an adult's request." Mimi stared at her for a few seconds, then pulled the blanket back up. A sharp crack suddenly came from the end of the corridor, like something being thrown to the ground. Then, Lioli's aggrieved wails rang out. "Master spanked me." Mimi silently rolled her eyes from under the covers. What the hell is this place? Chapter 10. Mimi's shock and the fall of her taste buds. Lin Yi felt a tightness in his chest. He opened his eyes and saw a leg wrapped around his waist, an arm around his neck, and a few strands of long hair hanging down his chin. Lioli clung to him, and since dragons are naturally hot, she was frighteningly hot at this moment. She was mumbling, "Master, give it to me," in a daze. Lin Yi rubbed his temples, seriously doubting that this dragon's brain was full of useless information. He pried Lioli's arms off her neck, and then moved her legs around her waist. Lioli rolled over, rubbed her face against the pillow, and mumbled that she wanted to have a litter of babies. She also pulled most of the blanket away, and her nightgown slipped down to her thighs. Lin Yi casually pulled the blanket over her and got out of bed. Just as he stepped outside, he saw Mimi leaning against the corner of the hallway, her cat ears perked up, still wearing the same linen dress from last night. Hearing the door open, Mimi immediately stood up straight. "Good morning. I want to talk about Cecilia." She talked with Cecilia for a long time last night, and the more she listened, the more horrified she became. That foolish woman had practically sold herself out to save her, even saying she was willing to give up everything. Lin Yi didn't respond, only saying he'd wait until he finished washing up, and then casually asked if she could cook. Mimi hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said she could. "Then I'll go downstairs to help later. It's breakfast for 4 people, so it'll be faster if someone helps out." Mimi stood there, bewildered. Shouldn't the conversation have turned into discussing terms or inviting her to dinner? How did it become about her cooking? She also mentioned that Cecilia was doing her morning prayers every single day. Lin Yi responded with a nod and didn't ask any further questions. Mimi peeked into the room furtively, but didn't smell anything strange. It had been unusually quiet the latter half of the night. A bizarre thought suddenly popped into her head. Could this man be impotent? If that's the case, Cecilia's innocence might still be preserved. After all, she's seen too many human nobles and knows their character well, while Lin Yi's house exudes both strangeness and luxury. A moment later, Lin Yi came out, drying his hair, and led her downstairs. As soon as Mimi entered the kitchen, she was stunned by what she saw. There was a metal box in the corner that emitted cold air, an iron rack on the counter that could shoot fire when twisted, and a pipe that would run water when turned on. Everything was beyond her comprehension. Lin Yi handed her a kitchen knife. "Use this to cut." Mimi had just taken it when her wrist suddenly felt heavy. She looked down at the cold glint of the blade and felt a sharp pain in her skin. This thing is 10 times sharper than her dagger for self-defense, and she's only using it to cut vegetables? Lin Yi tied on an apron, opened the refrigerator, took out a piece of monster meat, and then taught her how to turn on the fire and control the temperature, and how to use an egg beater to beat eggs. The cat-like creature was very skilled with its hands, and although Mimi was amazed, she learned quickly. The two stood side by side in front of the kitchen counter, and Lin Yi casually asked her name, age, and background. Mimi answered cautiously, only saying that she traveled around to earn a little money through hard work. Lin Yi didn't press further, glancing at her sideways. A mirror, visible only to him, reflected her image. The search revealed that Mimi was a cat-person thief, level 29, orphaned early, and with a twin sister. She went out to earn money to regularly send back to her impoverished tribe. She currently harbors no ill will towards Lin Yi, but is troubled by Cecilia's deal with him. She is greedy, vengeful, cautious, and extremely sensitive to money, but once she trusts someone, she is fiercely loyal. The notes also suggest that Lin Yi start with money. Lin Yi looked at the message and couldn't help but smile. This mirror certainly knew its stuff. The atmosphere in the kitchen remained tense. Mimi didn't want to reveal her true intentions, but she also knew she was at a disadvantage. Cecilia was still in Lin Yi's hands. She didn't even have the confidence to speak loudly. What's worse, the things in this kitchen are outrageous. Buzzing machines whip eggs into foam, cleavers slice monster meat as easily as tofu, and the spices in bottles and jars are purer than those sold in the marketplace. Until breakfast was served, Mimi hadn't found a chance to talk about Cecilia. Lin Yi pulled out a chair and sat down. Let's eat first, don't wait for them. Mimi hesitated. Don't wait? They'll come down when they're hungry. She hesitated for a moment, then sat down opposite. On the plate was a pan-fried pork chop, accompanied by toast and a bowl of thick soup. Mimi held her fork, carefully cutting off a piece of meat and putting it in her mouth. As she bit down, the juices exploded on her tongue, the rich aroma of meat mixed with the sweetness of fruit rushing straight to her head. The outside was crispy, the inside soft and tender. Her fork froze in midair. Over the years, she had eaten spoiled bread, gnawed on raw, bloody monster meat, and at best, she had only had watered-down ale and burnt meat skewers in taverns. But is this really food that ordinary people can eat? The second piece, the third piece. She originally wanted to pretend that she was just going to eat a couple of bites, but her empty stomach protested fiercely, and the aroma completely overwhelmed her reason. The fork moved faster and faster. The paste spread on the bread was fragrant and smooth, the soup was rich and thick, and even the side dishes were surprisingly sweet. Her tail stood up behind her without her noticing and swayed happily in the air, while her cat ears twitched on her head. Lin Yi slowly and methodically cut the meat on his plate, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the cat girl across from him, her cheeks bulging and her mouth smeared with sauce. He had already made up his mind. This cat girl had to stay. Chapter 11. The Money-Grubbing Cat. Burp. Mimi swallowed the last mouthful of milk, leaned back in her chair, let out a satisfied burp, then blushed and hurriedly sat up straight. Lin Yi put down his knife and fork and asked her if she was full. Mimi hastily wiped the milk stains from the corner of her mouth and nodded. She felt indebted to someone who had fed her, but she couldn't ignore Cecilia's situation. After all, Cecilia had saved her life. As long as Cecilia didn't become a slave to be manipulated, she could find a way to earn money to repay the other conditions. Just as Mimi mustered the courage to speak, Lin Yi got up and told her to clear the dishes. Her courage stifled. Mimi could only carry the plates into the kitchen. She put the dishes in the sink, thinking about how to bring up Cecilia again, when something in the corner of her eye suddenly caught her eye. It was a gold bead the size of a baby's fist, its surface smooth and glistening in the morning light, casually tossed onto the table. Mimi's gaze instantly fixed on it. Pure gold. Absolutely pure gold. Having been a thief for over a decade, her fingers moved before her brain could process them. Her fingertips involuntarily curved towards the gold bead. Such a large piece of pure gold. How many gold coins could it be exchanged for? Enough for the tribe's elderly and children to survive several harsh winters. She could take in a second. But just as her hand was halfway up, the image of the dragon's roar from last night flashed through her mind. Mimi froze on the spot, cold sweat breaking out on her back. You like this? Lin Yi's voice was frighteningly close. Mimi turned around and found him leaning against the doorframe, holding a rag and looking at her, less than an arm's length apart. The kitchen was too small. She had nowhere to retreat. Mimi withdrew her hand, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Of course I like it. Who doesn't like money? This thing could buy so much land and slaves. Lin Yi casually remarked that it was a pity, as the bead had already been given to Lioli. Mimi became even more jealous, sarcastically remarking that he truly doted on Lioli. Lin Yi simply replied, Of course, she's my maid. Mimi was stunned. Maid? Having a dragon as a maid? Lin Yi didn't explain further, only reminding her that they weren't discussing Cecilia, before turning and heading to his study. Mimi tensed up, knowing the real show was finally about to begin. She followed behind Lin Yi, her palms sweating profusely. Reaching the study door, she listened intently inside, her cat ears twitching to make sure there were no ambushes before gritting her teeth and stepping inside. The next second, a gold bar streaked through the air and slammed heavily onto the table. Clang! Mimi's gaze followed. It was a heavy, pure gold brick without any patterns or decorations. Its golden luster almost made her throat dry. Lin Yi sat behind his desk, his hands crossed, resting his chin on his hands, and calmly asked, Interested in working for me? Mimi opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She had come to beg him to spare Cecilia. So how did things suddenly turn out like this? Seeing that she didn't answer, Lin Yi tossed down another gold bar. Clang! The echo reverberated in the study. Mimi stared intently at the two gold bars, her nails digging into her palms, barely managing to pull herself back from the golden dizziness. She managed to say, "You can't do this." Before she could finish speaking, the third gold bar had already landed on the table. The golden luster was dazzling. Mimi's knees buckled, and her tail instantly straightened into a taut line. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair and said that she could choose a method of confirming the transaction based on trust, whether it was a contract or divine witness. It was up to her. Mimi's mind was buzzing. 3 genuine gold bars were right in front of her. In all her years, she had never even dared to dream of so much gold. He didn't know why Mimi was so greedy, but looking at her patched-up clothes, she didn't seem like the type to spend money on herself. Mimi's fingers snapped shut, disappearing behind her back. Lin Yi continued, saying that for her to go to such lengths for Cecilia, she must have spent every single copper coin she earned on herself. He paused, then cut to the chase. "Is it your tribe?" Mimi froze, her cat ears snapping flat. The most instinctive defensive posture of the cat people, like prey being targeted by a predator. Lin Yi then mentioned that Lioli had said the demi-human tribes were very united, especially the weaker races, and that the harsh winters would be very difficult for them. At that moment, he seemed to see right through Mimi's defenses and weaknesses. The study was so quiet that only the ticking of the clock could be heard. After a long while, Mimi asked Cecilia in a hoarse voice. She could agree to work, but Lin Yi had a promise not to treat Cecilia like a plaything. Lin Yi glanced at her and simply said that the contract wouldn't include any clauses regarding Cecilia, and that he would discuss Cecilia's matter separately. This answer was watertight, neither agreeing nor refusing. But Mimi had run out of leverage. She clenched her fists and demanded that the god of contracts bear witness. Lin Yi agreed, took out a parchment, laid it on the table, and dipped it in ink to write down each clause. Finally, he pushed the contract in front of Mimi. Mimi looked down at the terms. She would do any reasonable job: wealth advisor, secretary, cook, housekeeper, chores. The price was 3 gold bars, 1.5 kilograms of pure gold. She gritted her teeth and pressed her palm print. The parchment glowed faintly with gold, and the mark of the god of contracts entered her brow. Half an hour later, Mimi pushed open the study door, her legs still a little weak. The contract was complete. The gold coins circulating on the mainland contained less than 30% gold, so she couldn't even calculate how many gold coins this bag of pure gold could be exchanged for. All she knew was that with this money, the elderly and children in her tribe could not only survive this harsh winter, but also avoid hunger for the next 10 years. Mimi looked down at the coarse cloth bag in her arms, her heart pounding. She couldn't help but wonder if she was really worth that much. Before leaving, Lin Yi sat behind the table, opened a book, and without looking up, left with the words, "Come to the study tonight. We need to discuss some details further." Details? The contract clearly states the scope of work is finance and miscellaneous tasks. What details can be discussed in the study at night? Mimi's tail bristled for a moment, then slowly returned to its normal position. Just then, Cecilia's voice came from the end of the corridor. She had just finished her morning prayers, her face still serene, when she saw Mimi's pale expression and immediately quickened her pace to ask what was wrong. Mimi looked at her friend's clean face, and her eyes suddenly welled up with tears. "Cecilia, I'm sorry." Cecilia was taken aback. Mimi clutched the cloth bag tightly, head bowed, not daring to look at her. She only said that she had become a slave to money and could no longer speak up for her. Cecilia thought she was feeling guilty for not being able to help and gently comforted her. "It's all right. That person isn't what you think." Mimi didn't respond. She couldn't believe it. She'd seen too much of the ruthlessness of human nobles. She whispered that she had other things to do, then quickly walked past Cecilia. Cecilia called after her, but Mimi didn't turn around. Instead, she quickened her pace. She needed to quickly hide this huge sum of money and send some back to the tribe first. Even though the Wind God Merchant Guild's fees were high, she had to send it. Her younger sister was in poor health, and this time she could finally buy more precious medicinal herbs to help her recover. Chapter 12. Blackrock Town and the Landscape. The The study door opened again, and Lin Yi came out to find Cecilia staring blankly at the stairwell. She snapped out of her reverie and asked, "What's wrong with her? She seems a bit off." Lin Yi casually replied, "Missing home, huh?" Cecilia nodded in realization, agreeing that being away from home for a long time does indeed cause homesickness. Lin Yi didn't explain further. With the 3 gold bricks thrown at her, Mimi's loyalty was at least temporarily stabilized. He then asked Cecilia, "Want to go out for a walk?" She hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Lin Yi said they couldn't stay cooped up in the house forever, so he prepared to take them to town. He pushed open the bedroom door and saw a bulge on the bed, the blanket half fallen to the floor, Liuli's long hair spread across the pillow, and a dragon's tail dangling from the side of the bed, sweeping back and forth unconsciously. Lin Yi threw the blanket back onto the bed and patted her face. "Liuli, get up." She didn't react, only turned over and continued to sleep. Lin Yi simply pinched her nose, and 3 seconds later, Liuli suddenly opened her eyes. Seeing it was Lin Yi, she immediately pounced on him and hugged his waist, groggily calling out, "Good morning, master." Lin Yi grabbed her by the back of her collar. "It's late. Get up and eat. After we eat, I'll take you out for a walk." Hearing that she could go out, Liuli instantly woke up, jumped barefoot off the bed, and rushed to the bathroom. "Wait for me just 1 minute." When Lin Yi came downstairs, Cecilia was already sitting at the dining table. There were steaks, toast, and hot soup on the table. She glanced at the empty seat and whispered, "Will Mimi be coming back?" Lin Yi pulled out a chair and sat down. "Yes, she wanted to take care of some personal business." Cecilia visibly relaxed, but then asked, "Is she really just homesick?" Lin Yi looked up at her and realized that the pastor's intuition was quite accurate. He didn't answer directly, only telling her to wait for Mimi to return and ask her herself. Soon, hurried footsteps came from the stairs. Liuli rushed into the dining room, her hair still dripping wet, the top button of her dress askew, and the hem uneven, but she excitedly said that she was fixed. Lin Yi pointed her clothes. Liuli looked down at them for a long time, looking completely bewildered. Lin Yi had no choice but to beckon her over and unbutton all the buttons before rebuttoning them. Liuli stood obediently, her tail swishing rapidly behind her. Cecilia watched this scene, a slight smile curving her lips before lowering her head to continue eating. Lin Yi patted Liuli's head. "All right, sit down and eat." Half an hour later, the 3 of them stood at the villa's entrance. Sunlight filtered through the tree canopy onto the stone path, and the outline of the town's spires could be vaguely seen in the distance. Lin Yi pushed open the wrought iron gate and straightened his cuffs. Let's go check out the Adventurers Guild." Before setting off, he draped a hooded black cloak over Liuli, covering her from head to toe. Her dragon horns and tail were too conspicuous. Entering the city directly would definitely cause trouble. He pressed down on her wildly swinging tail through the cloak. "Put it away." Liuli pouted reluctantly, but finally retracted her tail and horns. Lin Yi instructed her not to run around outside, and not to reveal her true form. Liuli protested, saying she wasn't a child. Lin Yi glanced at her. A dragon with the mind of an 8-year-old didn't really have much credibility to say that. Cecilia had also changed into casual clothes, a long-sleeved dress, and her hair was braided, making her look much more energetic than when she was in her priestess robes. The mountain path was winding. It had been cleared by Ruri's tail a few days prior, where she would casually swat away any unruly monster she encountered. She was currently running at the front, chasing butterflies and kicking pebbles with incredible energy. Lin Yi, as he descended the mountain, asked Cecilia about the surrounding area. Cecilia said that humans mainly occupy the central plains and coastline of the continent, with the Orcish royal court to the north, the elven forest to the west, the dragon territory deep in the mountains to the east, and various demi-human tribes to the south. Humans are not weak, but they are not the absolute hegemon. There are 3 main countries surrounding them. The northern kingdom of Nords is renowned for its warriors and mercenaries. The eastern kingdom of Aurelian is thriving in commerce and magic, and the western kingdom of Roland boasts numerous knights and a strong religious atmosphere. The 3 kingdoms are evenly matched, and none can truly conquer the others. Lin even inquired about the mountain range. Cecilia explained that it was called the Twilight Shadow Mountains, nestled between the 3 kingdoms. With scarce resources and little profit to be made, no one wanted to manage it, and over time it became a no-man's land. Blackrock Town, where they were headed, was nominally under Aurelian's control and governed by nearby nobles, but the nobles never came, leaving it to their subordinates. There were no proper law enforcement officers in the town. It was basically a matter of force. Lin Yi continued to ask about the professionals. Cecilia said that professions are bestowed by the will of the world, and most people follow the 4 basic paths of warrior, mage, thief, and priest. Changing professions and advancing requires certain conditions. Levels of 70 or 80 are considered top-tier legendary. Anything higher is difficult for ordinary people to reach. Lin Yi looked at Liuli running wildly ahead. At level 53, in this no-man's land where the highest level was only a few dozen, she was a mobile disaster. 2 hours later, the 3 arrived at Blackrock Town. A crooked wooden fence surrounded the town, inside which were crammed, dilapidated houses made of a mixture of stone and wood. The roads were potholed, stagnant, and foul-smelling, the air thick with the sour stench of horse manure and cheap ale. Pedestrians on the street wore coarse linen clothes, with iron implements at their waists. Several adventurers wore old cloaks, their hands on sword hilts, while beggars in the corners stretched out their dirty hands at anyone they saw. Lin Yi pressed down on Liuli's head, which was spinning around randomly. Keep a low profile. As soon as they stepped onto the main street, the discussions of the roadside vendors reached their ears. Some said that the succubus queen had sent people this way, while others said that there were more unfamiliar faces recently. And the day before yesterday, a dragon's roar was heard from the depths of the mountains, as if a dragon was building a nest. Another person mentioned that something had also happened at the Temple of Light. A priest who had gone to the capital for further studies had died in the mountains, and the higher-ups were sending people to investigate. Everyone felt that this wretched place was probably going to descend into chaos. Lin Yi looked at Cecilia. She lowered her voice and shook her head. I'm not worth that much. The temple wouldn't go to such lengths for me. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze and said calmly, just using this as an excuse. This is a neutral zone. Major powers can't usually get involved, but now they have a convenient pretext. He then had Cecilia lead the way to the Adventurers Guild. Just 2 streets past, a quarrel erupted from an alleyway. I didn't steal, it was Mimi. Chapter 13. Extortion? Adventurers Guild. Lin Yi quickly turned the corner and saw Mimi cornered in a dead end by 5 or 6 burly men. The fat leader pointed at her nose and cursed, saying he saw her take the money and was forcing her to hand it over. Mimi gritted her teeth, her hand already on the dagger at her waist. But the other side outnumbered her, and she was cornered against the wall. A crowd had gathered at the alley entrance, but no one dared to intervene, only whispering that she shouldn't provoke the cat people. Lin Yi stopped and immediately understood. These thugs hadn't even drawn their weapons. They were clearly repeat offenders trying to extort money. Mimi had just sent the money, and they'd probably already been targeting her. He stepped forward and said calmly, "Who's bullying my cat?" The fat man turned his head and saw Lin Yi approaching with 2 women. He opened his mouth to curse. But before he could finish speaking, Lin Yi's fist had already slammed into his face. There were no skills, no extra movements. Lin Yi's level wasn't high, but the attributes stacked on his collection didn't care about level, and the power instantly poured into his fist. The fat man's nose shattered, and his 200-pound body flew backward, crashing into a muddy puddle and sliding 2 meters before he was knocked unconscious. The remaining thugs were all stunned. Lin Yi flicked his wrist, glanced at them, and asked, "Anyone else?" The alley was deathly silent. Cecilia raised her hand, and a beam of white light struck the thug on the head, causing him to immediately kneel and scream in agony. The other thugs, startled, drew their knives and rushed forward. Liuli excitedly tried to charge, but Lin Yi grabbed her by the back of her collar. He only warned, "Go easy on him, don't kill him." Liuli snorted in dissatisfaction and slapped the first thug away. He crashed into the stone wall and slid down, motionless. Another thug had his kneecap shattered by her kick and rolled on the ground screaming. Mimi didn't hesitate either, kicking the thug in the groin and yelling, "Serves you right for coveting my gold coins." 3 minutes later, only wails remained in the alley. The onlookers had long since retreated 10 meters away, Their gazes towards Lin Yi and his group completely changed. Lin Yi walked up to the fat man who had just woken up, stepped on his chest, and asked who was behind him. The fat man trembled with fear, his teeth chattering. "Blood Axe Mercenary Group, we paid the money." Lin Yi moved his foot and turned to leave. Liu skipped after him, excitedly shouting, "Master, you're awesome." Mimi stood there, watching his retreating figure, her hand holding the dagger, still trembling slightly. Cecilia brushed the dust off her skirt and followed Lin Yi to his side. Lin Yi turned back to Mimi and asked, "Were you being watched when you sent the money?" Mimi nodded. Lin Yi asked again what she planned to do if she hadn't encountered them. Mimi sheathed her dagger and calmly said, "I'll pay to avoid trouble first, then wait until dark to ambush them when they're alone and slit their throats one by one." Lin Yi stopped, reached out, and placed his hand on her head, rubbing her cat ears. The ears were flattened, then bounced back up. He said, "Not bad." Mimi froze. She had never been treated like this before. Liu immediately squeezed in, burying her face in Lin Yi's hand, and cried out that she wanted some too. Lin Yi casually ruffled Liu's hair, then looked at Cecilia and patted her on the head. Cecilia was stunned for a few seconds before whispering thank you. Lin Yi withdrew his hand and looked towards the end of the street outside the alley. Several pairs of prying eyes had just disappeared into the shadows. The Blood Axe Mercenary Group. Hopefully, they could bring back something of value. Mimi followed, whispering a warning that those people wouldn't let it go easily. Lin Yi didn't answer, only touching the hilt of the black knife at his waist. The sword was entirely black, its scabbard engraved with incomprehensible runes. When he hung it on his waist before leaving, Liu instinctively took a half-step back. This sword was called Nightfall, exclusive equipment for sword masters level 90 and above. Lin Yi could only use 1% of its base attributes, but in this place where level 40 was considered top tier, it was enough to make him invincible. Mimi glanced at Black Knife, then at Lin Yi, and swallowed back what she wanted to say. The group continued on their way. Cecilia pointed to a 3-story stone building on the street corner, saying that the Adventurers Guild was just ahead. A sign hung at the entrance, and several adventurers were going in and out, their bodies reeking of blood and alcohol. Lin Yi entered the hall and found it much more shabby than he had imagined. A dozen or so people were scattered around, some slumped over tables, others huddled in corners, the air thick with the smell of cheap liquor and sweat. He asked in a low voice why there were so few people. Mimi explained that things had been tense lately, and the timid adventurers had all fled, leaving behind either gamblers or penniless people with nowhere to go. Of course, there were also a few who wanted to take risks for riches. Lin Yi glanced around and understood that the Adventurers Guild was essentially a middleman who made a profit from the difference. The lower-level adventurers risked their lives, while those who truly reaped the rewards were always at the top. He walked to the registration desk in the corner and knocked on the man sleeping on the table, waking him up. The man wiped the drool from his mouth and casually asked for his name, profession, and level. Lin Yi gave the name Lin, indicating he was a professional warrior, level 10. The man didn't even look up, quickly finished writing, tossed him 2 rough iron pieces, and told him to pay a 10 copper registration fee. Lin Yi asked if a fake name was acceptable. The man yawned and said, "Write whatever you want. No one will check, just don't go too far." After Lin Yi paid, he handed one of the iron pieces to Liu. Liu examined it several times before carefully putting it in her pocket like a treasure. Mimi led them to the quest board. Parchment was nailed to the board, the 2 most prominent being. One was to investigate the source of the dragon's roar deep in the mountains, with a reward of 1 gold coin. The other was to find the missing priest of the Temple of Light, with a reward of 10 gold coins. Lin Yi glanced at Cecilia. She immediately looked away, her face flushed red. Further down the list were mostly small tasks like gathering materials and running errands, with rewards mostly in silver and copper coins. The task tiers were also crude. Of the 4 levels, A, B, C, D, D was the most common, and C was rare. Lin Yi shook his head. This place was too low level. No wonder Cecilia, a level 35 priest, was considered a promising talent. Just as Mimi was about to speak, a commotion suddenly erupted at the door. "It's them." 7 or 8 people surged into the guild. Leading them was a bald, burly man with a face full of scars, a knife scar running from his brow bone to the corner of his mouth on his left cheek. The thug who had just been beaten cowered behind him, his face bruised and swollen, pointing at Lin Yi and his group. The adventurers in the hall immediately fell silent, quietly shrinking into a corner. The bald, burly man scanned the crowd, his gaze settling on Mimi. He grinned, revealing yellow teeth. "You little brat, you've got some nerve. You dare touch my people." Mimi's tail was held straight, her ears pressed tightly against her head. She coldly admitted that they had struck first. Lin Yi stepped forward, blocking her path. The bald, burly man approached with a sneer. "So what? In this area, I'm the rule. If you know what's good for you, pay up and hand over that kid." Lin Yi interrupted him directly. "Liuli, bite him." The next moment, Liuli disappeared from the spot. The bald, burly man only felt his vision go blank. Then he was kicked in the chest, sent flying backward, smashing through 2 tables, and his back slammed heavily against the wall. Liuli stood where he had been, pulled her foot back, wiped it on her trouser leg, and muttered in dissatisfaction, "My clothes are all dirty." Only then did everyone realize that Kegel, the leader of the Blood Axe mercenary group, that level 40 berserker, had been kicked away before he could even raise his hand. Chapter 14. The Commission, an anomaly deep in the mountains. Kegel climbed up from the base of the wall, his right hand reaching for the axe handle at his waist. Liuli tilted her head, looking at him with no murderous intent in her eyes, only pure curiosity. "You can still move?" Kegel's hand froze. He ultimately didn't pull out the axe. An aged voice came from the stairwell. "Enough. Kegel, this is my guild. If you want to fight, go outside." The speaker was an old man with gray hair. Kegel stared at him for a few seconds, then glanced at Liuli and sneered, "Old man, I'm giving you face." Before leaving, he passed by Lin Yi and whispered, "This isn't over." Lin Yi didn't respond, but simply ran his fingers lightly along the hilt of the knife before releasing them. After Kegel left, the old man turned to the group and asked, "Gentlemen, would you like to have a seat upstairs?" The second floor was much cleaner than downstairs. The old man closed the door and poured tea, his gaze falling directly on Cecilia. "You must be the priest the Temple of Light is looking for." Cecilia remained silent. The old man continued, saying that 2 days ago, messengers from the temple came and asked them to find a young, blonde priest who had gone missing in the mountains. All the descriptions matched. Cecilia looked at Lin Yi, who leaned back in his chair, and simply said, "Speak plainly." The old man introduced himself as Cole, the manager of the Blackrock Town Adventurers Guild. Recently, unusual events have been occurring frequently deep within the Twilight Shadow Mountains. Monsters are going berserk, and their levels are inexplicably increasing. Various factions have sent people over, and headquarters has also asked him to investigate the cause, but he has no one left to use. He held up 3 fingers, sent out several groups, and not a single one has returned. Lin Yi immediately understood. "So, you want to hire us?" Cole glanced at Liuli and nodded. "You all have the ability." Lin Yi didn't waste any words. "And the reward?" Cole took out a piece of parchment. In addition to the quest gold coins, the guild also provided job requirements for several rare professions, from which one could be chosen. Lin Yi scanned the names on it. Magic Rune Scholar, Beast Tamer, Blacksmith Master, Treasure Hunter. His gaze lingered on the last one. Treasure hunters could sense valuable items, making it easier for them to discover ruins and treasures. And his Lord of all Spirits needed a large number of rare items. This profession was simply the best support. Lin Yi agreed on the spot. Cole took out the contract, and both parties signed it. Under the witness of the illusory image, the contract glowed faintly, then split in 2, disappearing into their palms. Then, Cole unfolded a hand-drawn map. The ink was fresh, but it only marked up to a third of the mountain range, with large blank areas beyond that, except for a small area circled in red ink with the words "Restricted Area" written next to it. Cole pointed to the edge of the red circle. The last group of people lost contact here, sending back only one sentence before they disappeared. He lowered his voice, its breathing. Lin Yi stared at the repeatedly smeared red circle and asked. Cole shook his head. "I don't know." After that sentence, the communication crystal shattered, which means there was a field interfering with magic power there. The data Cole handed over was thick, recording the coordinates of the disappearance and reports of monster sightings. Lin Yi put away the data and then popped a gold coin out of his pocket. The gold coin landed on the table with a clink. Post a commission. Cole sat up straight immediately after seeing the gold coins. What kind of job is it? Lin Yi tapped the table. Investigate a small team. A few days ago, they went into the mountains to hunt down a level 35 rock troll. There were 4 of them, 3 men and 1 woman. The leader had a scar on his left cheek. Investigate whether they are dead or alive and where they were last seen. Cole jotted down notes quickly, glancing at Cecilia out of the corner of his eye before immediately looking down again. Having spent so much time in this kind of place, he knew exactly what to ask and what to keep to himself. Mimi stood beside him, her cat ears twitching nervously, her gaze drifting towards the ceiling. She had accidentally let slip this information that morning when she was stunned by the gold coins. She didn't dare look at Cecilia, because those people were her fellow countrymen and comrades whom Cecilia had risked her life to protect. But Cecilia remained unusually calm. She stood quietly behind Lin Yi until the formalities were completed before leaving. Mimi leaned closer and whispered, "Aren't you angry?" Cecilia shook her head, her voice soft. "I haven't forgiven them. The doctrine says that betrayal is an unforgivable sin. I just feel sorry that they used to smile so innocently when they were doing odd jobs at the church." She paused, then gave a self-deprecating smile. It turns out that people really do change beyond recognition when they grow up. Mimi didn't know how to respond, so she could only look at Lin Yi in front of her. Lin Yi stood at the guild entrance, refolding the map in the setting sun. Liuli leaned on his shoulder, her head close to the map, in a good mood. He put the map into his pocket. "Let's go, we'll buy some more supplies, and then head back." The town streets were narrow, lined with houses made of stone and planks. Commerce here was sickly. Long queues formed outside grain shops, with thugs wielding iron bars to maintain order, and a bag of flour cost 5 silver coins. Mimi curled her lip in disgust, saying that crops couldn't be grown here, and all grain relied on caravans from outside the mountains for transport. The Merchants Association was taking advantage of this to double the prices. In contrast, monster meat was incredibly cheap. Skinned chunks of meat were everywhere on the roadside, swarming with flies, a choice for low-level adventurers to fill their stomachs. Lin Yi had no interest in it. With Liuli around, fresh dragon breath roasted meat was always available. Cecilia bought new bandages and a small bottle of low-purity holy water from the apothecary, her movements as meticulous as ever. Mimi wandered around for ages, only buying a pack of needles and thread to mend her torn leather armor lining. What surprised Lin Yi the most was Liuli. Xiaolong went into the bookstore and came out carrying a huge stack of books, a general history of the continent, a geography book, a racial atlas, and even an old, faded adventurer's guide. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "You can understand that?" Liuli puffed out her chest, speaking with conviction. "I don't understand it, but Cecilia and Mimi can read it to me. They say there are many useful things in human knowledge." Lin Yi didn't stop her. "It's a good thing that the children are willing to read. This thirst for knowledge is a sign of intelligence." Besides, he had no trouble communicating with the girls. The text in the book was easy to understand, so even if Lioli's enthusiasm was short-lived, it wasn't a waste. As dusk deepened, Lin Yi looked up at the distant mountains. Thick clouds pressed down on the ridges, blocking out all light. That was the location marked by the red circle on the map. The wind blew from deep within the mountains, carrying a damp, fishy smell. Chapter 15, Boss and Secretary. On the way back, Lin Yi casually shook off a few tales. Their methods were crude and clearly substandard. He got rid of them with almost no effort. By the time he got home, it was already dusk. In his study on the second floor, Lin Yi sat behind a large desk, several sheets of white paper spread out in front of him, the charcoal pencil scratching on the paper. He was reviewing the situation in Blackrock Town. The city's defense forces were merely for show, outnumbered and poorly equipped, unable to even collect stable taxes at the town entrance. The real power lay with a few mercenary groups. Kegel of Bloodaxe was the biggest local tyrant, living off protection money and mission commissions. As for vital supplies like food, potions, and equipment, those were controlled by foreign merchant guilds. Lin Yi wrote a few lines, then quickly crossed them out, finally drawing an X on the paper. The upper limit of this town was too low. Around level 40 was already the ceiling of combat power, not worth staying in for long. His gaze fell on the map, stopping at the other side of the mountains. Mimi had said that beyond those mountains lay another kingdom, with more resources, but extremely exclusive. Getting in was difficult, staying was even harder. Once the matter with the red circle is settled, it's time to set off. Lin Yi closed the paper, shut his eyes, and then summoned the panel of the Lord of all spirits. Lioli's loyalty had reached 92 and had even increased by 4 points. The notes indicated that her mental growth rate was exceeding expectations, and the time to fully awaken her intelligence might be shortened to 1 or 2 months. As loyalty increased, a subtle connection developed between Lin Yi and Lioli. The sound of turning pages came from next door, along with Lioli's occasional mutterings to herself, her mood full and excited. Next was Cecilia, whose loyalty had increased by 12 points in 1 day to 72. The incident in the guild had greatly impacted her. The betrayal of her by the young men who had worked at the church was more painful than a knife to a believer. When faith crumbles, new support is needed. Lin Yi didn't deliberately guide her, but he understood that simply standing there was enough for Cecilia. Intermittent prayers drifted from downstairs, as if they had stopped halfway through. Lin Yi pulled himself together and continued reading. Mimi's loyalty had reached 60, the highest increase of 20 points. The note was straightforward, highly vigilant, but effective with monetary incentives. Continued investment is recommended. Lin Yi knew this number was enough for short-term use, but not stable. If someone offered a higher price, Mimi might waver. Finally, he looked at his attributes. He had reached level 10. All 57 bonuses from his collection were active. His strength was 48, agility was 30, and intelligence was 28. The items currently on display were the Nightfall, which could temporarily increase all attributes tenfold, and the Mirror of all things, which enhanced his appraisal skills. Lin Yi clenched his fist, clearly feeling the power seeping from his bones. Compared to when he first arrived in this world, he was on a completely different level. The core of the Lord of all spirits was simple. Subjugation equals growth. The more followers he had, the stronger the feedback, and the faster his leveling speed was compared to ordinary leveling. He picked up his pen again, preparing to calculate tomorrow's route on the red-circled map, when a rhythmic knocking sounded at the door. It wasn't the random knocking of Lioli. It could only be Mimi. Lin Yi said calmly, "Come in." Mimi stood in the doorway, raising and lowering her hand. The clothes she was wearing were completely different from her usual style. The stiff white shirt made it hard for her to breathe, her stockings clung to her legs, and her stilettos almost made her trip as she went upstairs. What bothered her most was the skirt. It was slit at the back, the hem sticking out, letting in gusts of cold air. She tried several times to pull the hem to cover her legs, but it was too short to hide them at all. She cursed inwardly, wondering where Lin Yi got so many strange clothes. But thinking of the gold coins, she forced herself to push open the door and go in. "Boss." The word was particularly difficult for her to say. There was no such title in the cat people language, so she could only stammer out the words in broken common language. Lin Yi sat behind his desk, scribbling on parchment with a quill pen. Hearing a noise, he stopped writing, his gaze sweeping from Mimi's cheek across her neck before settling on her restless, wagging tail. Mimi felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair and casually tossed the pen onto the table. It's been so strange without a secretary these past few days. "Come here." Mimi clutched the clipboard tightly, slowly shuffling over in her high heels. The wooden floor creaked under her feet. She was extremely careful with every step, afraid of slipping and falling. Finally reaching the table, Lin Yi pointed to the armrest of the chair. "Stand here." Mimi had no choice but to lean closer. The distance was too close. The scent of soap mixed with the smell of ink filled her nostrils. If Lin Yi raised his hand, he could touch her waist. She forced herself to stare at the logboard and began reporting today's expenses. Posting the mission cost 1 gold coin. Purchasing supplies cost 150 copper coins, including items for Lioli and the others, and a mission deposit was 50 silver coins. Lin Yi rested his chin on his hand, not interrupting. Mimi continued recounting the intelligence for Blackrock Town. The town has about 200 permanent adventurers, but the transient population is difficult to count, and in the last half-month, about 30% have left due to rumors. There are indeed anomalies deep in the mountains. Some have heard rumbling from underground, and others have seen red lights. She turned a page and said the guild had confirmed that the monster levels were rising. Previously, the outer areas were mostly low-level monsters, around level 10 to 15, but now the situation is clearly different. Mimi's voice suddenly stopped mid-sentence. A finger touched the tip of her tail. The warm fingertip brushed against her fur, pausing there with just the right amount of pressure. The sensation shot up her spine from her tailbone, and Mimi froze. For cat people, the tail is the most sensitive spot, and also the place where emotions are expressed. Touching it by an outsider is almost tantamount to an offense. The elders of the clan had long ago taught that anyone who dared to touch the tail would either be retaliated against, or it would have a different meaning. Mimi's voice even changed tone. "Boss, is there a problem?" Lin, he didn't even look up, his fingertips lightly rubbing the tip of the tail twice, as if testing its feel. "Okay, I'm listening." Mimi gritted her teeth. "In your hand. It's quite soft." His tone was as calm as if he were commenting on a piece of fabric. After saying that, his fingertips moved up an inch, then slowly stopped motionless. It was even more uncomfortable than before. That little bit of warmth stayed there, neither moving nor dissipating. Mimi didn't even know which way to wag her tail. Her protest was on the tip of her tongue, but the weight of the 3 gold bars forced her back down. She gripped the notepad tightly and struggled to continue. About the Blood Axe mercenary group, but the words were fragmented and couldn't be put together. That hand, though only loosely cupped, completely occupied her attention. Mimi's cat ears were pressed tightly against her head, and her tail instinctively tried to retract, but Lin, he held it firmly in place. She couldn't focus on any of the words on the notepad anymore. Finally, she couldn't help but look up. "Boss, this isn't in the contract, is it?" Chapter 16. Mimi. "I need more money." Lin Yi's hand stopped in midair. He looked up at Mimi and asked calmly, "Which one?" Mimi's cat ears twitched slightly. After a long pause, she finally managed to squeeze out 2 words, touching the tail. Lin Yi withdrew his hand, picked up the pen on the table, opened the notebook, and casually said, "You're right, it's not written in the contract." Just as Mimi was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he continued, "But the contract states that all requests are within the bounds of reason. Do you think that's unreasonable?" The study was dimly lit, and Mimi couldn't see the emotion in his eyes. The sensation on her tail had disappeared, and she felt a void in her heart. Lin, he tapped his notebook with his pen. "Or we can add a clause now. Supplementary clause for secretaries. During work hours, the employer has the right to check the secretary's mental state, including but not limited to judging fatigue through physiological reactions." He started writing as he spoke. Mimi stared wide-eyed at the lines, almost exploding with rage. Lin, he confidently stated, "The cat people's tails are an indicator of their emotions. You said that yourself. So, this is a normal health check." Mimi stared at the notebook, then glanced at Lin Yi and gritted her teeth, spitting out 2 words, "Add money." Lin Yi calmly quoted a price, 50 coppers. 50 coppers. Mimi's tail instantly stood on end. "My tail is only worth 50 coppers. Lin Yi explained that this was a routine inspection during working hours, not extra work, and the 50 coppers were just compensation. Mimi's ears twitched several times, and finally she stubbornly held out her price, 1 silver coin. 70 copper coins. 1 silver coin. Deal. Deducted from tomorrow's salary. Mimi was stunned. Deducted from salary? That's like working for nothing. But thinking of the gold coins, her tribe, and her sister, she could only squeeze out a reasonable through gritted teeth. Lin, he handed her the pen, his fingertips brushing against her knuckles, deliberately pausing for half a second. Mimi gripped the pen tightly and scrawled her name at the end of the terms, the pen tip almost piercing the paper. Lin, he didn't waste any more words, pinched her tail again, and slowly stroked her fur with his fingertips. Mimi clenched her back teeth tightly, but the tip of her tail stubbornly wrapped around his wrist. She lowered her head, pretending not to see, and Lin Yi also pretended not to see, only lightly rubbing the wrapped section with his thumb. Mimi froze, almost unable to suppress the sound in her throat. She forced her attention to the report form, stumbling over the remaining data, her voice still trembling, but at least she didn't make any mistakes. That's all. She closed a notepad and let out a long breath. The gold coins were safe, and her innocence was also safe. Just as she was about to leave, she turned around and bumped into a warm chest. Lin Yi had somehow gotten behind her, looking down at her, his gaze slowly moving from her face to her lips. He suddenly asked, "Excuse me, but do you cat people have barbs on your tongues like cats?" Mimi instinctively answered, "Yes." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Lin Yi's meaningful smile. Mimi wasn't an innocent little girl. Her ears instantly turned bright red. She covered her mouth, turned and fled, her stilettos clicking on the wooden floor, her bristling tail quickly disappearing outside the door. Unsteady footsteps echoed in the hallway. Lin Yi smiled, his gaze sweeping over the virtual panel in midair. Mimi's loyalty, 62 plus 2. Cats are indeed a bit arrogant. They may resist verbally, but their actions speak louder than words. He sat back down at the table and added a line to the blank space on the parchment. The cat girl's tale does feel quite nice. On the other side, Mimi slammed the door shut and leaned against it, breathing heavily. The room was dark, but moonlight streamed in through the curtains, making her heartbeat exceptionally clear in the darkness. She slid down the door and sat on the floor, burying her face in her knees, her mind filled with the scene from the study. The awkward clothes, Lin Yi's focused gaze, and those deliberate fingers. Mimi reached out and touched the tip of her tail. The fur was still standing on end. The spot where she had been rubbed felt warm, a tingling sensation creeping up her tailbone, making her shiver involuntarily. Aside from her mother brushing her fur when she was little, no one had ever touched that area. "Bastard," she muttered under her breath, but her voice held little hatred, more of panic. Actually, she was prepared. When she accepted the gold bars, she knew she had essentially sold her life. That money was enough to buy 10 of her, not to mention the 1 gold coin Lin Yi paid her every day. She had imagined being used as a tool, sent to her death, or even treated roughly. But Lin Yi didn't force her. He just casually teased her, watching her reactions spiral out of control. The feeling of being seen through was worse than being whipped. Mimi irritably ruffled her hair, got up, and ripped off her clothes in a few quick movements. The faint scent of ink from the study still lingered on the collar of her shirt. She paused for a moment, then quickly crumpled it up and threw it into the corner. She changed back in her faded old clothes, jumped onto the bed, and wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, even tucking her tail under her. She was safe. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to calm her breathing. But the cat people's hearing was too acute at night. The ticking of the clock downstairs and the rustling of leaves outside the window were all crystal clear. Suddenly, footsteps came from the end of the corridor. The soles of the shoes creaked softly on the old wooden floor, and the footsteps were unhurried, approaching her room. Mimi tensed up, her heart pounding again. Was it Lin Yi? What was he doing here? She huddled under the covers, barely daring to breathe. The door creaked shut. Footsteps stopped outside the door. The doorknob turned gently, making a click sound. "Mimi, are you asleep? I'm coming in." Cecilia's gentle voice came through the door, instantly shattering Mimi's carefully constructed defenses. The door was pushed open a crack. "Wah, Cecilia." A fluffy head popped out from under the covers, and Mimi, barefoot, jumped off the bed and buried her face in Cecilia's arms. "He bullied me." Chapter 17 Encounter with Goblins. Before dawn, Lin Yi stuffed the map into his pocket. "The location Cole gave us is quite far from here. Another half an hour's walk over the ridge," he told Mimi. "You and Cecilia stay at home. Keep the barrier open, and don't open the door for anyone." Mimi, holding the clipboard, twitched her ears and said, "Just the two of you go." "That's enough, Lioli. More people would just be more troublesome." Mimi pursed her lips and didn't say anything more, but she flicked her tail. Lin Yi saw it and reached out to flick her cat ears. "Don't move." Mimi covered her ears and took a step back. "Worried about me? Who's worried?" Mimi pressed her ear to her head and raised her voice. "I'm worried that if you die, who will pay my salary?" Lin Yi smiled, but didn't expose her. Cecilia poked her head out of the kitchen, still wearing her apron. "Sir, be careful on the road." "Okay, I'll be back before dinner." Lioli was already getting impatient waiting at the door, wagging her tail back and forth. "Master, let's go, let's go." She ran into the yard and her body swelled up, her scales shimmering in the morning light. The ground shook when the dragon landed. She lay down, turned around, and winked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi climbed over and patted her neck. "Walk." The dragon's wings unfolded, creating a gust of wind that lifted Mimi's skirt. She frantically pressed it down, cursing under her breath. When the wind stopped, only a tiny bit remained in the sky. Cecilia stood at the doorway, looking up at it for a long time. "He'll be fine," Mimi said. "I know," Cecilia said softly, turning her gaze away. Mimi's cat ears twitched, but she didn't reply. Looking down from the air, the Twilight Shadow Mountains are all dense forests, and nothing can be seen in them. The location Cole gave was at the confluence of two streams, and from above it looked like an ordinary patch of trees. "Liuli, last time we passed by here, you said there was a big guy down there." Liuli's voice came from below, carrying the deep resonance unique to dragons. "Yes, but it was just a little threatening. I didn't pay attention." "And now?" Liuli remained silent for a few seconds. "It's oppressive." Her tone changed. All the soft sweetness of her coquettishness disappeared, replaced by the seriousness that only a dragon would show when facing its prey. "It's different from last time, much stronger." Lin Yi put away the map and patted her neck. "Let's find a place to land and walk over." Liuli landed on the ridge and transformed back into human form. She swayed slightly upon landing, and Lin Yi caught her on the shoulder. "Uncomfortable." "No," Liuli rubbed her chest, the patterns on the collar shining. "There's a force that keeps drilling in my body. The collar is blocking it, but it's not very comfortable. That's the source of the anomaly. Let's go back now." "No, I won't go back," Liuli said quickly, then snuggled into Lin Yi's arms and took a few deep breaths. "Master, just a hug is enough, okay?" "All right." Lin Yi patted her head. "Let's go." The two followed the ridge into the forest where the light dimmed. The tree canopy blocked out most of the sky, and the ground was covered with decaying leaves, making no sound when you stepped on them. Liuli followed behind, her tail dragging on the ground. She liked this feeling. No Mimi, no Cecilia, just her and her master. Since those two women joined the household, she hasn't been alone with her master for a long time. After walking for a quarter of an hour, Lin Yi stopped. Liuli's tail straightened. "There's something ahead," she whispered. Lin Yi heard the sound of tree branches breaking. It was very soft, but rhythmic. It wasn't the wind. It was the sound of many footsteps. He peeked out from behind the tree. 17 goblins, skin covering bones. Its ears are long and pointed, and its mouth stretches to the base of its ears, revealing sharp teeth. He was dressed in rags and animal skins, and carried a short knife, a wooden club, and several short bows. Lin Yi felt a sense of unease. This is so ugly. The leader was a size larger, carrying a machete stained with blood. It sniffed and looked in Lin Yi's direction. "Wu Jie!" As soon as it shouted, the other goblins immediately scattered, forming a fan shape to surround it. Some drew attention from the front, some surrounded it from the sides, and some climbed trees. Lin Yi scanned the group with his discerning eye. Goblin Scout, level 8 to 12 common. Goblin Captain, level 20. This level is far beyond the normal range for goblins, and is suspected to be catalyzed by external energy. A level 20 goblin would be enough to be the chieftain of a tribe in other places, but it was just the leader of this squad. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. "Liuli, leave one alive." "Good." Liuli walked out from behind the tree without transforming, without displaying any dragon aura, and without even taking it seriously. She simply walked past. A goblin lunged at her from the side, stabbing her in the waist with a dagger. Liuli turned to the side, raised her hand, and slapped him across the face. The goblin's head twisted 180 degrees, its body flew out and crashed into a tree, then slid down and lay still. Another person jumped down from the tree and hit her on the head with a wooden stick. Liuli didn't turn around, but lashed its tail across its chest. The sound of bones cracking was clearly audible, and the goblin screamed as it flew away. It rolled several times on the ground, curled up into a ball, and could no longer get up. The remaining goblins were all stunned. Liuli stood among them, tilting her head. "That's all." The level 20 leader roared, and the other goblins turned and ran, even throwing away their weapons. The leader didn't run. It gripped its machete and charged towards Lioli. Lioli reached out and grabbed the back of the cleaver, instantly halting the leader's charge. His 2 feet plowed 2 furrows in the ground, but the cleaver remained motionless. "You're quite strong," Lioli said, flipping her wrist to snatch the cleaver away and tossing it aside. The leader staggered, looked up at her, fear filled its eyes, and turned to run. "I said leave one alive." Lin Yi's voice came from behind. Lioli reached out and grabbed the leader by the back of the neck, lifting him up. The leader kicked wildly and made noises, but couldn't break free. Lin Yi walked up to it, squatted down, and looked it in the eye. A goblin of this level should be able to understand what he meant. "Lead the way to your lair." The leader stared at him, opened his mouth, and started yelling incoherently. Lioli frowned and tightened her grip. The leader's face turned red, his limbs stiffened, and he made a sound. "Don't kill him." Lin Yi stood up and patted the dust off his knees. Lioli loosened her grip slightly, and the leader gasped for breath, his eyes changing. "Lead the way or die," Lin Yi said, looking at it. "Your choice." The leader nodded hastily. Lioli put it down, but didn't let go. The leader staggered to his feet, then walked forward with his head down. Lin Yi followed, glancing back at the corpses in the woods. There's still too few people. The only one who can fight is Ruri. Mimi and Cecilia are not good enough to handle this level of work. Otherwise, the boss wouldn't have needed to personally intervene. "Owner, there are more in the nest. Learn. There are even stronger ones. Learn. Should we still go?" Lin Yi patted her head. "Go, I want to see what kind of thing can feed a goblin to level 20. He patted the nightfall sword at his waist, and a humming sound came from the scabbard. Lioli wagged her tail and followed behind him, her steps becoming much lighter. The goblin leader in front led the way with his head down, but Lin Yi noticed a detail. The deeper they went, the more violently the thing shook. It's not the cold, it's the fear. It no longer cared about the glass behind it. What it feared was what was in front of it, the things in its own nest. Chapter 18, The Contaminated Nest. The goblin leader led them around 2 mountain ridges, always heading towards the mountainside. The forest grew denser, the light grew dimmer, and the sour, rotten smell in the air layered up. Lin Yi counted his steps. It had been almost half an hour since he killed the first wave of ambushes. The number of goblins is increasing, with sentries scattered throughout the forest. 1, 2, 4, 8, crouching on tree branches, leaning against rocks, buried in piles of fallen leaves with only their eyes showing, ranging in level from LV.5 to LV.15, none exceeding level 20. But there are too many. Lin Yi stopped, and Lioli stopped as well, her tail straightened. "Owner." He did not answer. The leader leading the way slowed his pace, his shoulders began to shrug, and a low, gurgling sound came from his throat. It is sending signals to its companions. Lin Yi drew his sword. The leader's head flew off, his expression frozen in the moment before he was about to shout. He took 2 more steps forward before collapsing, blood gushing from his neck, staining the fallen leaves black. Lioli wasn't surprised. She kicked the corpse into the roadside bushes and swept it with her tail to cover it with fallen leaves. "Keep going." Lin Yi wiped the blood off his knife on the tree trunk but didn't sheath it. They walked slowly from there, with Lin Yi in front and Lioli behind, maintaining a distance that was just enough for them to look after each other. More and more sentries were appearing, some of them squatting in the middle of the road, dozing off with their rusty weapons. They would try to get around the sentries, but if they couldn't, they would just stab them. He killed quietly, slitting throats, stabbing hearts, cutting cervical vertebrae, each cut precise and swift. Lioli followed behind, dragging the corpse to a place where it could not be seen. She watched her master kill these green-skinned monsters and felt that he was acting differently than usual. Normally he's so lazy he even walks a beat slower, but now he's completely subdued, each step on a fixed rhythm, so subdued that people are afraid to get close. After walking for another half hour, the forest suddenly became sparse, and sunlight streamed through the gaps in the trees, shining on a bare clearing. Lin Yi stopped. The open space is very large, stretching from the middle of the mountain all the way to the top. There was nothing there, no grass, no shrubs, even the tree roots had been dug up, leaving only soil and gravel. On the distant hillside, more goblins were gnawing on tree bark, digging up grass roots and scavenging insects from the soil. Some trees had already been stripped of their bark, revealing pale trunks standing there. Even rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows, but these things eat the soil right next to their burrows. Lioli tugged at his sleeve and pointed to a depression at the edge of the open space. Those were a bunch of goblins, smaller than normal cubs, with wrinkled skin clinging to their bones and ribs protruding one by one. They lay sprawled in the mud, some gnawing on tree bark, some chewing on stones, and some biting their own fingers. I bit it until it bled, then I switched to another one and kept biting. Several motionless cub corpses lay nearby, while a few slightly larger goblins squatted beside them, not eating. They waiting for the corpse to cool completely, waiting for the flesh to stop struggling before taking a bite. Lin Yi had witnessed many cruel things. In the business world, some people went bankrupt and jumped off buildings. Some were forced to destroy their families, and some sent their own sons to prison for money. But those are people, and people have bottom lines, laws, and things that shouldn't go that far. Goblins are not included. Master, something's wrong with them. Lioli's voice was very soft. If they're this hungry, you should just kill the cubs and recycle their energy. Lin Yi put the knife away, his gaze lingering on the hollow for a couple more seconds. Let's go into the cave. With Lioli around, these goblins didn't dare to spot them at all. The entrance to the nest is behind a huge rock halfway up the mountain. It is very narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time. 2 goblins, level 25, were guarding the cave entrance, gnawing on a bone from some unknown animal. The bone was so clean it had turned white, and even the marrow had been sucked out. Lin Yi reached out from the side, covered one mouth with his left hand, and plunged the knife in his right hand directly into the temple of the other. The one whose mouth was covered struggled twice, but Lioli's tail swept over and knocked its head to the side. The body was dragged into the cave, and they glanced inside. The entrance to the cave was narrow, but after walking a dozen steps, it suddenly opened up, revealing that the entire mountainside had been hollowed out. Light streamed down through the cracks overhead, illuminating a vast underground space. Then Lin Yi saw the scene inside. His first reaction was to cover Lioli's eyes. Don't look. What? Her voice came out muffled from his palm. The floor inside the cave was wet, but it wasn't water. Hundreds and thousands of goblins huddled together, hugging each other tightly. Its skin was a sickly red, drool dripped from its mouth, and it made sounds that were half roaring. Goblins have no females. They reproduce by abducting females from other races, as stated in the Adventurer's Handbook. But he didn't see any creatures other than goblins. Lin Yi pressed Lioli's head onto his shoulder. Master, isn't it just mating? Dragons also mate. No, the same. What's different? Lin Yi did not answer. He carried Lioli deeper into the cave, trying his best not to look at his feet. Damp and rotten. But amidst the chaos, he noticed some goblins standing on the periphery, holding sharpened bone clubs. Their eyes are clear. Someone arranged all of this. After walking about 100 steps, the passage suddenly narrowed, and the sounds gradually faded into the distance. The air became dry, and the ground was covered with a layer of bone fragments. Lin Yi released Lioli's eyes. She glanced back at the way she came, her expression unchanged. The two stood there for a few breaths, and the cave became quiet, with only the soft sound of bone fragments being crushed underfoot. Master, those goblins are pregnant. Goblins have no females. So something else makes them able to get pregnant. Lin Yi did not deny it. He scanned the surroundings with his appraiser's eye and saw dark red patterns on the wall that spread out from the depths and penetrated into the soil. He crouched down and used the tip of his knife to pick up one. Life force in a polluted state. Note: life energy distorted by core radiation can catalyze abnormal biological growth and reproduction at the cost of rapidly burning life force, reducing the lifespan of those exposed by more than 90%. He flicked the thing away and stood up. Let's go. The Goblin King should be deeper inside. The passage continued downwards. The slope became steeper, the air began to cool, and the bone fragments underfoot became more and more numerous and larger. Lin Yi glanced down and saw that they weren't all goblin bones. Some bones were too long and the joints too thick, and they didn't belong to any small creature. Lioli suddenly grabbed his arm. Her nostrils twitched. Master, there's something ahead. Alive. Chapter 19, Level 50 Goblin. The passage extended downwards for over 100 steps, then suddenly opened up into a bright and spacious area. This is a naturally formed underground hall with an extremely high dome, through which a few cracks in the rock layers let in a faint light. The air was cold and dry, and the sticky, foul stench of the goblin lair outside completely disappeared here. The ground was covered with a thick layer of broken bones. Human heads, orc torsos, and several other unidentifiable alien skeletons were found. The bones had been gnawed clean, the cut surfaces were yellowed, and fragments were scattered everywhere. There were no ordinary goblins here. A huge mass of dead flesh was coiled up in the very center of the hall. Its size is extraordinary, more than 10 times that of an ordinary goblin. Dark red cracks cover the ashen skin, and the flesh beneath the cracks swelled and writhed, with living creatures thrashing about inside. Its eyes were closed, and its chest rose and fell only once every long interval. With each breath, the dark red cracks on the surface of the body would light up and then dim. Lin initiated the appraisal. Goblin King. Level, LV50. Race, Goblin Mutant. Status, late stage of life, force contamination, sanity, 23 out of 100. Estimated lifespan, approximately 30 days. Note, this individual uses itself as a container, absorbing over 70% of the life pollution from its kin. Otherwise, the kin would have already self-destructed due to overbreeding. This behavioral pattern is extremely rare among goblins, and is suspected to be a mutation caused by external pollution. Level 50. Lin Yi silently counted the number in his mind. Lin was level 53, a lowly goblin whose level was approaching that of a pure-blooded dragon. This is not evolution. This is outright aberration. The giant creature opened its eyes. Those were dark red vertical pupils, replacing the murky yellow of ordinary goblins, exuding an extreme ferocity and repression. It stared intently at the two people in front of it. Get out. His voice was rough and heavy, the words scraped out from deep in his throat, intermittent and broken. Leave my people. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Talking goblins were a rare sight. Lin stepped forward and stood in front of Lin Yi. The Goblin King propped himself up on his limbs, his massive body standing upright. The dark red cracks on his skin burst forth with a dazzling red light, and the frequency of the writhing beneath his skin suddenly increased. The glass moved. Without transforming or unleashing her dragon's might, she suddenly sprang into action, her fist aimed straight for the Goblin King's jaw. The shockwave exploded, and this punch was enough to pulverize the boulder. The Goblin King's head tilted heavily to the side, but his massive body did not retreat even a step. It swung its head, its claws tearing through the air, aiming straight for the glass face. Lin dodged to the side, her long tail lashing out and slamming into the monster's knee. The crisp sound of bones shattering echoed through the hall. The Goblin King staggered a step, steadied himself, and opened his massive jaws to bite back. Using the momentum, Lin leaped back, widening the distance between them. After several clashes, the situation became clear. Lin held an absolute advantage, hitting her target with precision every time, forcing the monster to retreat and fall to the ground. But it cannot kill in one blow. That layer of deathly gray skin was unusually thick, with one layer upon another. The outer layer is damaged, but the inner layer remains resilient. It even lost the ability to feel pain. Half of its cheekbone was shattered by the glass, yet it didn't even utter a muffled groan. Lin Yi stopped paying attention to the battle. He turned and walked deeper into the hall, his appraisal skill continuously scanning the surroundings. The dark red patterns on the walls were denser and thicker, and the ground was covered with white bones. Apart from that, it was worthless. After walking a few dozen steps, he stopped. A flower grows in the corner. The petals, about the size of a thumb, glowed faintly in the dim light. It was rooted in a pile of bones, its roots piercing through a human skull and twisting out from the empty eye sockets. Lin Yi crouched down, and a panel popped up. The branches of the God of Life. Rarity, Grade A. Note, the radiative condensate extending outward from the core of the God of Life can catalyze abnormal growth and reproduction in organisms. Those who come into contact with it will be contaminated, their life force converted into reproductive power. This individual has formed a symbiotic relationship with the Goblin King, serving as the last barrier preventing the collapse of the race. Similar phenomena are occurring throughout the mountains, affecting species including but not limited to goblins, gnomes, beasts, and low-level monsters. Due to overhunting by the goblin race, no other monsters survive in this area. After looking at it for a few seconds, Lin Yi stood up. This isn't a treasure, it's a lesion. A loud noise came from behind. Lin Yi kicked the Goblin King hard in the chest, and the huge creature crashed to the ground, smashing a large number of bones. It struggled to get up, but its limbs were completely out of control, and dark red blood mixed with foam spilled from between its teeth. Lin Yi stepped on its giant claw. "Master, I got it done." Lin Yi approached it. The Goblin King tilted his head back, his dark red vertical pupils gradually becoming cloudy. The sanity panel was fluctuating wildly. 23, 18, 12, 7. It is on the verge of collapse. At the last moment, the rough voice rang out again. They shouldn't be hurt. Sanity value reset to 0. The dark red faded, and a murky yellow filled its eyes. It opened its mouth, and a shrill, hoarse howl erupted from deep within its throat. Meaningless syllables are the instinct of wild beasts, a signal to call to the pack. "Shut it up." With a flick of its long, lustrous tail, it struck the monster hard on the back of the head. The howling stopped abruptly. The Goblin King lay limp in the pile of broken bones, his breathing weak, clinging to his last breath. Lin Yi glanced at the pale, purple flower in the corner, its roots slowly wriggling inside the skull. "Walk." Lin Yi followed suit. "Not killing them. It'll be useful," Lin Yi said as he strode out. A level 50 goblin. Who would believe it without proof? Let the Adventurers Guild come and see for themselves. Adventurers who died in the mountains need an explanation. A living specimen is more convincing than any report. Where's that flower? The symbiotic organisms at the core of the God of Life are causing changes throughout the entire mountain range. The monsters in this area have been wiped out by goblins, which is why it seems like only they are affected. Lin Yi turned to look at the bottomless cave. Everything is changing. Everything is changing. Pushing aside the vines at the cave entrance, the afterglow of the setting sun pierced into my eyes. In the distance, startled birds flapped their wings and fled along the mountain ridge. Lin Yi stopped at the cave entrance and looked back. The cave was pitch black, and the Goblin King was barely clinging to life, not expected to live more than a few days. Once its population loses its protection, it will continue to gnaw on tree bark and rocks, eventually devouring each other. It will feel all of this while it is paralyzed. Sympathy? Not a chance. The skeletons beneath their feet contain human skulls. These man-eating monsters went to such lengths to protect their kind. They are at best a rare observational specimen. Lin Yi patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. "I'm going back. Tell Cole everything. Of course, a level 50 mutant is enough for that old cod to use to get by. Where's that flower? With the Goblin King dead, the flowers can't be hidden anymore. Whether the guild members pick them and destroy them, or take them for research is their own business." Lin Yi tilted her head. "What about anomalies in other areas?" Lin Yi sneered. "We are only responsible for gathering intelligence, not for being saviors." He walked down the mountain path he had come from, and as dusk settled, the forest swallowed up their silhouettes. In the far distance, deep within the mountains, a faint red light flickers in the night. A deep, muffled tremor came from the ground, startling a flock of crows that were flying far away. Lin Yi paused for half a second, touched the nightfall sword at his waist, and continued walking. Only a fool would get involved in this. You'd be better off going home and petting your cat. Chapter 20 Daily Life on Paid Leave. For the next few days, Lin Yi didn't go anywhere. What Cole wanted was an explanation, a result he could report to his superiors. A level 50 Goblin King was far beyond the capabilities of a remote town, enough to shock the people at the guild headquarters for a while. The work is finished. The remaining time naturally became paid leave. Lin Yi felt perfectly justified leaving the game running in the villa. He needed to make Cole believe that the money was well spent, at least to demonstrate the difficulty and complexity of the task. When acting, You have to go all the way. As a result, life in the villa became pleasant and leisurely. Every morning I'm woken up by Lioli's tail. Then I go downstairs to eat the breakfast Mimi makes. Then she curled up on the sofa in the living room and flipped through a book, not an adventure biography, but the holy scripture of light that Cecilia had brought back from town. It's not because I believe in God, but simply because I want to understand what people in this world actually believe in. Cecilia sat beside him, occasionally giving him a brief background. The Temple of Light has been established for 800 years. In its early days, it was just a mountain hermitage. You're interested in these? Let me know. She nodded and didn't ask any further questions. This woman never speaks unnecessarily. She answers every question and then falls silent. She's very comfortable to be around. Mimi poked half her head out of the kitchen, turned her cat ears around, and then withdrew them again. A strange tacit understanding has formed between Lin Yi and Mimi. Every evening, she would come to the study on time to report on her work, which was basically yesterday's accounts, today's groceries, and tomorrow's plans. Lin Yi listened, nodding occasionally and asking a few questions now and then. Occasionally, he would reach out and touch her ear. Come over. Mimi paused for a moment, but still lowered her head slightly and brought the cat ears closer. A warm palm covered her and gently rubbed her tail, which curled uncontrollably into a question mark behind her before slowly relaxing. Boss. Okay, continue. Your hands. What's wrong? Mimi gritted her teeth and didn't dodge. I got used to it eventually. Later, when she was giving a report, she would unconsciously move a little closer to his hand. Once, she got too close, and the ends of her hair brushed against the back of his hand. She jumped, pressed her ears back, but pretended nothing had happened and continued reading the numbers. When his ears are touched, his tail will gently curl around his wrist and then immediately release. I'm doing this for work, she once stated very seriously. Yes, for work. It's all for the gold coins. Yes, for the gold coins. Please stop laughing. Lin, he found it very interesting, but he didn't say it. As for glass, every evening, my child insists on being taken for a walk. This was a literal walk. She transformed into a dragon the size of a puppy. It was too heavy to sit on Lin Yi's shoulder and too short to sit his feet, so she simply picked up the leash buckle and walked on her own. Its dragon-shaped tail stood tall, swaying left and right. As it passed through the bushes, it startled two sparrows, who then turned back to look at Lin Yi with a smug look on their faces. Lin Yi was a little worried that she had awakened some strange fetish, but as long as she didn't turn into human form to walk him around, he would let her be. He walked along the mountain path in the twilight, holding one end of a rope. Ahead of him was a dragon pretending to be a dog, and behind him were the lights of a villa. Mimi was cooking in the kitchen, while Cecilia was setting the table in the living room. The wind blew in from the other side of the mountain, carrying the scent of pine and earth, mixed with a hint of salty aroma wafting from the kitchen. He fell a bit down. Lying in bed at night, Lin Yi calculated the gold consumption. The barrier, the magic furnace, the water heater, the refrigerator, and other miscellaneous items added up to 0.1 kilograms per day. Lioli had transformed back into her dragon form at some point, coiling around his pillow with her tail draped over his neck, as hot as a small furnace. He reached out, picked up the tail, and put it aside. Lioli snorted, turned over, and wrapped herself around it again. We need to find a way to increase our resources, he said, turning over and brushing the dragon's tail off his neck again. This mountain range is so big, and we haven't even discovered a single mineral vein. Forget it, no rush. We have enough gold for now. I left the game running for 3 days straight. If this drags on any longer, Old Man Cole will probably think he's dead in the mountains too. It's time to turn in the quest. The town was much more lively than the last time I visited. Lin Yi walked down the street with Lioli, subtly scanning the area. The Temple of Light's warriors, dressed in uniform light armor with sun emblems embroidered on their chests, stood in 2s and 3s at street corners, tavern entrances, and downstairs at the guild building, their expressions serious. They were definitely not tourists. There were also some faces with better clothes and longer swords, clearly not ordinary adventurers. There were even more merchants, selling weapons, medicines, and some even set up stalls on the street with a wooden sign that read, "Intelligence from the depths of the mountains," priced at 10 silver coins each, attracting a large crowd. Mimi used to send back intelligence every day, but seeing it with my own eyes is still different. This is not an investigation. This is a gathering. Master, there are so many people, Lioli said, tugging at his sleeve and looking around. Don't look around, let's go. He pushed open the door of the Adventurers Guild and went straight to the second floor. Cole's room door was ajar, and voices could be heard coming from inside. It wasn't Cole's voice, but a strange, gruff, and powerful one. What are you good for? Headquarters has been paying you nothing. Where are the messages and intelligence? You still can't explain what happened in this wretched place. Lin Yi peeked through the crack in the door. A burly man stood in the center of the room with his back to the door, wearing a guild-style robe with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, his forearms covered in scars. Cole sat behind the table, his face ashen, but he didn't lash out. Lord Rex, I have sent several groups of men into the mountains, but none of them have returned. The situation here is more complicated than we anticipated. Complex. The burly man turned around, revealing a face with sharp features, a short beard on his chin, and an aura of, I'm not someone to mess with. How complicated could a desolate, lawless mountain range be? Are you telling me you can't even handle something this simple? Cole didn't respond. Just then, a voice came from the corner, lazy and with a hint of sarcasm. Who do you think you are? Cole has been here for 10 years and knows this mountain's temperament better than you do. Lin Yi recognized him. Kegel, the berserker who was kicked away by Ruri earlier. He leaned against the corner of the wall, holding the giant axe that was wider than a man in his arms, with ointment on his face, but his fighting spirit was still as strong as ever. Rex turned and stared at him. Kegel stared back at him, refusing to back down. You're the piece of trash who got kicked away by a woman, Rex said, looking him up and down with utter contempt. Kegel's face flushed red, and just as he was about to open his mouth, Rex moved. No one saw how he made his move. A muffled thud. Kegel flew out of the corner of the wall, crashed through the window, and landed on the eaves of a building across the street, scattering tiles all over the ground. The room fell silent. Rex dusted off his sleeves and turned back to look at Cole. Go on. None of those people sent out have returned. Cole's Adam's apple bobbed. Yes. And what about them? Rex tilted his head toward the door. The expert you mentioned, hasn't he already arrived? Lin, he stood outside the door. He stepped inside, and the door hinges clicked softly. Rex turned around. Their eyes met. Rex sized him up for 2 seconds, then suddenly laughed, a laugh devoid of goodwill. You. Chapter 21. The Treasure Hunter. Rex turned around, and his gaze swept over Lin Yi's entire body. Who do you think you are? Lin Yi didn't reply, pushed the door open, and went straight in. Luli followed behind, her skirt swaying slightly, her gaze fixed on the back of Rex's neck. Cole sprang up from behind the desk, his expression shifting between relief and relief that his ancestor was causing trouble. Mr. Lin, this is someone sent from headquarters. They heard it outside the door. Lin Yi interrupted him, pulling over a chair to sit down. Rex took a step forward, looking down at him with his height advantage. Quite the airs, aren't you? Lin Yi glanced up at him, but ignored him. This gesture made Rex's face tighten. There was no provocation, no backing down. He was simply watching the idiot's reaction. Cole, Rex said without turning around, his voice deep. The expert you mentioned, is that him? Cole chuckled twice, but before he could smooth things over, Rex approached again. If you want to survive in this area, you have to follow the rules. Hand over the intelligence that headquarters wants. If you hide it, you'll be in big trouble. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, sizing up the burly man in front of him. Level 58, 5 levels higher than Lioli. His body reeked of blood, the smell of murder. Several old scars on the back of his hand, large knuckles, and neatly trimmed nails. He's a trained swordsman. I have the intelligence, but I'm not giving it to you, Lin Yi said, pulling out a map and slamming it on the table. It's for Cole. Rex's expression changed, and he reached for the map. The moment his fingertips touched the edge of the paper, a golden shadow flashed out, heading straight for his wrist. Rex withdrew his hand with lightning speed, the thin golden chain grazing his fingertips. No blood was drawn, but the instant the chain swept past, a searing pain exploded from the depths of the soul. It had nothing to do with the flesh. It was the chain itself that was devouring the person. Liu stood beside Lin Yi, a gold chain wrapped around her wrist, the end of which dangled and swayed gently. She had no expression, but her tail was completely taut. You! Rex's voice is stuck. He had seen the girl's speed in that last attack. No slower than him. The girl, not even 20 years old, was able to keep up with his speed. Rex's face darkened completely, and he loosened his grip on the sword hilt, his 5 fingers clenching together. That's interesting. He took a step forward and threw a punch, the force of which aimed straight at Liu's face. Full strength. Liu turned her head to dodge, and her long legs under her skirt suddenly swung out, striking the other person's waist. Rex raised his leg to block the blow, but his shin took a solid hit, and he swayed violently. He stepped back, glanced at his slapped calf, and when he looked at Liu again, his contempt vanished. Again, punching speed doubled. Instead of taking the hit head-on, Liu, being slightly shorter, slipped under his armpit, and the gold chain wrapped around his thick forearm. Rex pulled hard. It remained completely still. He finally couldn't hold him back anymore. Level 58 against level 53. The level advantage didn't work as expected. The exchange lasted only a few breaths, the movements so fast they left afterimages. The force of the punches surged, the thin chain ripped through the air, and the screeching sound of boot soles scraping against the wooden floor echoed in the small room. Cole huddled behind the table, his chair trembling from the impact. Kegel had just climbed halfway back through the window when he bumped into Rex's fist brushing past Liu's ear, scattering a few strands of hair. Liu stepped back, and the thin chain on her wrist flipped, tightly binding Rex's forearm. Rex tried to break free again, but failed and raised his left fist high. Liu's left hand was already pressed against his throat. There was no further progress. The two stopped fighting at the same time, and only Rex's heavy breathing could be heard in the room. Kegel straddled the windowsill, frozen in place, his eyelids twitching wildly. The last time he fought this maid, he thought the two were evenly matched, and that he only withdrew out of respect for Cole. Afterwards, he was still planning how to get revenge. Now he understands, they were just playing around back then. Enough! Enough! Cole finally sees an opening. We're all on the same side. Let's not hurt our feelings. Rex stared intently at Liu for a long time before slowly lowering his left fist. Liu withdrew the thin chain, retreated behind Lin Yi, and lowered her head to adjust her wrist, her movements light and leisurely. You've got some skill, Rex said, turning his wrist, which was marked with red welts from the straps, his tone revealing his apprehension. Cole has good taste. Cole frantically wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, stammering, No, not at all. Rex turned to Lin Yi, his gaze sweeping over the gold chain on Liu's wrist, pausing for a moment. The stinging pain in my hand from the blow was so vivid. It was definitely not from an ordinary magical item. Lin Yi ignored his probing, stood up, and pushed the map in front of Cole. I didn't go deep into the place you mentioned, but on the eastern half of the mountain, I encountered a level 50 Goblin King. This is the evidence. He took out a cloth bag and threw it on the table. The cloth bundle was opened. A section of dark gray object was revealed. Half an ear, about the size of an adult's palm, with charred edges and dark red scabs covering the cut surface. The room was deathly silent. Cole stared intently at the half ear, swallowing hard. Kegel forgot to wipe the blood from his chin. His eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. Rex's gaze darted back and forth between his ears and Lin Yi, and his voice rose a notch. Level 50? Goblin. Do your own assessment. Lin Yi pushed his ear forward. I suggest you hurry up. This thing is almost dead, and once it's dead, it's worthless. Cole's hands trembled as he picked up the cloth bundle, examining it thoroughly before setting it down, his voice unsteady. Sir, this matter. Rewards, Lin Yi interrupted him. 50 gold coins, plus the treasure hunter profession. Cole paused for a second, then hurriedly pulled open the drawer, pulled out a heavy leather bag and a piece of parchment, and placed them on the table. Lin Yi grabbed it with one hand, weighed it in his hand, and put it in his pocket. Rex's face turned pale as he watched his actions. Stop! What's going on with the Goblin King? What's the situation with the mountain range? You haven't explained yourself yet. I've already told you. They're the level 50 Goblin King with a bunch of smaller ones halfway up the mountain on the north side. Go see for yourself if you can. Lin Yi turned and walked towards the door. Did I say you could leave? Rex's voice was deep and stern as he strode forward. Liuli's wrist twitched slightly. A delicate gold chain slipped out from the cuff, its tip pointing upwards. Rex abruptly stopped, took half a foot back, and the harsh words stuck in his throat. The thin chain didn't come through, so Liuli looked down and fiddled with it, letting the end sway gently in midair, making a soft metallic clanging sound. Rex's fingers curled up and then relaxed. The oppressive aura emanating from that chain awakened a deep-seated sense of crisis within him. Cole curled up in the back of the chair, pretending to be dead, while Kegel continued his difficult maneuver of stepping over the windowsill, unsure whether to leave or stay. Rex turned his head, his gaze fixed on Cole. Just who is he? Cole opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Say. Rex lowered his voice, and Cole slid back an inch, chair and all. I really don't know. He suddenly appeared in town a week ago with that maid. I saw he was strong, so I gave him a commission. Rex turned to Kegel. You fought him. Kegel jumped off the windowsill, his expression complicated, and said with a wry smile, No, I was the one who took the beating from that maid. How does it feel? Kegel hesitated for a long time before saying, Now I feel that she didn't contribute at all back then. Rex tapped his fingers on the windowsill. Talp, talp, talp. He looked at the deserted street and let out a cold laugh. He held the half-ear on the table in his hand. The tissue at the cut surface was still wriggling, and a faint life force pulsed at his fingertips. In this mountain range, there are more and more tough and difficult things to deal with. Chapter 22, Unexpected Loyalty and the Aura of the Dragon. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Lin Yi did not go straight back. Liuli followed beside him, looked around to make sure no one was following, and then whispered, Master, was that person very strong? Rex? He's nowhere near as good as you. Then why does he still dare to glare at you? Staring isn't illegal. Liuli snorted, clearly dissatisfied with the answer. Lin Yi turned a corner and headed towards the east end of the town. The streets were even more lively than when we arrived, with long queues in front of the pancake stalls and several children chasing after a chicken, sending feathers flying all over the ground. Master, where are we going? Function Merchant Guild. See if there's any news from Mimi. Shall we go shopping? Visit. Liuli's tail wagged. The Function Chamber of Commerce is located at the east end of the town, in a 2-story stone building, with a facade that is much more imposing than the surrounding buildings. A blue flag with gold trim, embroidered with a bird spreading its wings, hangs at the entrance. Lin Yi pushed open the door and went in. Behind the counter sat a chubby middle-aged man who was using an abacus, the beads clicking and clattering, without even looking up. Send or pick up? Pick up the package, signed Cat. The fat man stopped. He looked up at Lin Yi, then at Lu Li, and pulled out a tightly bound coarse cloth package from under the counter. It arrived yesterday from the south, an express shipment. It only took 3 days. The postage was 50 silver coins. Lin Yi paid the money, took the package, and weighed it in his hand. It wasn't heavy, but it was bulging, and it contained more than just letters. He tucked the package under his arm and didn't leave in a hurry. I have another question. Are there any mines around here? The fat man looked him up and down, lingering for a couple of seconds on his clothes and the knife at his waist. Sir, are you interested in getting into the mining business? Just asking. There are mines in these mountains, but they're hard to mine. There are lots of monsters, the location is tricky, and the mines are full of impurities. People have tried before and lost everything. The fat man rubbed his hands together. After that, nobody touched them anymore. Where's the magic crystal or... The fat man paused for a moment, then laughed. You jest, sir. If magic crystal mines were so easy to find, this place wouldn't be like this now. The 3 great kingdoms control several major mines, and scattered mining sites have long been divided up by various forces. We don't even have a single one here. He paused, then lowered his voice. However, some people say they've seen glowing stones in the deep mountains to the north. Whether it's true or not, no one dares to verify it. The monsters in that place are not something ordinary people can handle. Lin Yi remembered these words and turned to leave. The fat man shouted from behind, Sir, if you're interested in getting into the mining business, our Chamber of Commerce has connections, and the price is negotiable. We'll see. The door opened, and Liuli was waiting for him outside, squatting on the steps, staring at the pancake stall across the street. They're gone. Master, that cake smells so good. Go back and have Mimi do it. Mimi's doesn't smell as good as the ones outside. Then you can learn it yourself. Liuli pouted, but still followed. The two walked slowly along the main street. Liuli looked around and passed by an old cat crouching by the wall. She insisted on squatting down and looking at it. The old cat's fur stood on end, and it darted into a crack in the wall. It's afraid of me, Liuli said, feeling wronged. You are a dragon. Of course it's afraid of you. But I didn't scare it. You're scaring it with your breathing. Liuli thought for a moment, then stood up and continued following. After taking a few steps, I suddenly stopped. Master, there are people in that alley over there. I know. Is that the berserker? I think his name is something like Kagerzi. Kagger. Is he waiting for us? The alley wasn't deep, and there were several empty wooden crates piled up on both sides. Kegel leaned against the wall, empty-handed, without his axe. Seeing Lin Yi approach, he forced a smile, his mouth twisted slightly, the ointment still on his face, and a new wound on the corner of his mouth, probably from when he was thrown by Rex earlier that day. My lord. He took a step forward, then stopped. Lin Yi stopped and remained silent. Kegel swallowed hard, pulled a small leather bag from his pocket, and handed it over with both hands. I was blind to your greatness last time. This little something is my apology. Lin Yi did not answer. The leather bag was held in midair, swaying slightly. Kegel's voice was hoarse. My lord, I have come here sincerely to apologize. Who sent you? Nobody's here. I came by myself. Kegel's gaze fell on the ground, then rose again. I want to work for you. Lin Yi didn't reply. Kegel spoke faster. I've lived in this town for 8 years, working my way up from a lowly mercenary to having my own gang. I thought I was pretty great, but last time your maid kicked me away. He glanced at Liuli, who tilted her head to look at him, her expression blank. That kick woke me up. I saw him at the guild today, too. Rex, from headquarters. He didn't even give me a second glance. His voice grew lower and lower. I can walk all over the place in this town, but outside of this town, I'm nothing. You're different. You're not afraid of even people from headquarters. I feel like I have a future with you. Lin Yi looked at him. Kegel stood there holding the money bag, his shoulders slightly hunched. 8 years as a local hoodlum had left him with nothing but brute strength and a face covered in old and new scars. Where are your men? 12 or so brothers who have been with me for several years. I trust them. Lin Yi remained silent for a moment, then reached out and took the money bag. Kegel felt a sense of relief. Following me won't bring you comfort. There are too many rules and too much work. What can you and your men do? Running errands, guarding doors, fighting, scouting, you name it, I'll do it. Leave it hanging for now. I'll contact you if there's any work. Lin Yi paused. Don't cause trouble, especially don't mess with Rex. You can't afford to mess with him right now. Kegel nodded repeatedly. I know, I just can't stand his attitude, but just knowing is enough. Kegel rubbed his hands together, hesitated for a moment, and then said, My lord, there is something else. Explain. A slave caravan has arrived in town. They just arrived yesterday and are staying in the west courtyard. He lowered his voice. They came from south and are heading to the capital. The caravan is quite large, and the guards are tough. I heard they have a lot of rare goods on board. Kegel rubbed his hands together. The price is definitely not cheap, but the goods are indeed good. Lin Yi didn't reply. Kegel, being sensible, bowed and turned to leave, but after a few steps he turned back and said, Sir, if you need anything, have someone come to West Street to find me. I'll be there whenever you call. Lin Yi watched the burly man's figure disappear into the alleyway, then brought up the all-seeing mirror. Open an account. 3 gold coins. Not much, just checking on a minor character. That's enough. Target. Kegel, Berserker. True intention. To sincerely pledge allegiance, with no ulterior motives. Current status. Both respect and fear you. After being humiliated by Rex, they are eager to find a patron. Note, this person's abilities are average, LV.40, but their loyalty is reliable. Suitable for external surveillance, but not for entrusting core tasks. Lin Yi turned off the mirror. 3 gold coins for peace of mind. Worth it. The all-seeing mirror is useful, but it's expensive. Investigating a single person can easily cost several or even dozens of gold coins, and the treasury can't handle too many. Instead of burning money to buy intelligence, it's better to invest in hiring people. Kegel has connections in town and knows many people. Letting him gather information is worse than burning money yourself. Lin Yi tapped the money pouch in his pocket with his finger. Liu Li leaned closer. Master, do you want to buy slaves? Let's see. You really want to use that berserker? If used well, it's a knife. If used poorly, it's just a piece of scrap metal. So, is it a knife or scrap metal? Lin Yi flicked her forehead. We'll see how you perform. Liu Li covered her forehead and remained silent. The two walked out of the alley, and the sun began to sink in the west, and there were fewer people on the street. Lin Yi, carrying the package and glass ornaments, walked out of the town. He slowed his pace as he passed a courtyard on the west side. The courtyard gate was closed, and two guards stood at the entrance, dressed in uniform leather armor with short swords at their waists. The courtyard wall is not high, but a ring of iron spikes is embedded on top of it. In that instant, Liu Li turned her head and stared at the tightly closed courtyard gate. Her nostrils twitched, and her golden vertical pupils suddenly narrowed into slits. Master! Her voice changed, no longer the soft tone she usually used, but deep and serious. There is the aura of a dragon within it. Lin Yi stopped in his tracks. It's very faint, but I won't mistake it. Liu Li stared at the courtyard gate. There's a dragon locked up inside. Chapter 23, Liu Li's brothers and sisters? Sure. Lin Yi didn't waste any more words and took a step forward. In this remote and impoverished area, it's difficult to even find a C-grade item, let alone rare items of B-grade or higher. This foreign caravan is now the only variable. Adding to what Liu Li just mentioned, we absolutely have to go to this place. The caravan's encampment was converted from an abandoned warehouse, with rusty wire wrapped around the top of the wall and windproof oil lamps hanging on both sides of the gate, swaying in the wind. Two guards stood on the left and right. When someone approached, the one on the left took a step to the side and raised his hand to block the way. Private caravans, no unauthorized personnel allowed. Come by slaves. The guard looked Lin Yi up and down, his gaze lingering on Liu Li for half a second after passing over his shoulder. The guards lowered their guard slightly and put their hands down. This customer, our goods are supplied directly to the capital and are not sold in retail. However, the boss has set a rule that anyone with sufficient funds is eligible to inspect the goods. He stepped aside to make way and pointed into the courtyard. Go along this road, and you'll find the biggest tent. The owner is entertaining guests over there. Lin Yi nodded and led Liu Li through the gate. The courtyard was spacious, with several rows of coarse cloth tents scattered around. A main road, paved with gravel, was left in the center, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of bitter medicine and the fishy smell of animal fur that had not been washed for a long time. Liu Li walked slightly behind to the side, her nostrils twitching slightly. Have you figured it out? Lin Yi asked. Who knows? This tastes familiar, like it's from the same nest as mine. Liu Li's voice carried a hint of confusion. Lin Yi didn't stop walking, his eyebrows slightly raised. Your brothers and sisters? Maybe. Liu Li paused for a moment, but her voice remained calm and indifferent, as if she were talking about someone else. Before, my mind was a mess and I couldn't remember clearly. Dragons don't care about kinship. From the day they hatch, it's a fight to the death, fighting for meat, nests, and mating rights. If you're not ruthless enough, you'll be squeezed out and die in some corner, and nobody will care. Lin Yi turned his head and glanced at her. These words piqued his interest. Could it be that Liu Li's siblings were also mutants with both ice and fire attributes? If that were true, how could it have fallen into the hands of slave traders? At the end of the gravel road, a white tent came into view. The tent was much taller than the surrounding area, with a red carpet laid in front of it, incense burning on both sides to repel mosquitoes, and several people dressed as attendants standing around it. Looking inside, a fat man sat in the main seat with his legs crossed high, while several waiters were bowing and scraping around a young man. The fat man's face was full of fat, and he looked impatient. The young man wore a dark blue wool coat with a silver eagle badge pinned to his chest, and was followed by two fully armed guards. He was at most in his early 20s, with his chin held extremely high and his eyelids drooping as he looked down at people. Lin Yi glanced at it only once, then looked away and continued walking forward. The fat man inside the tent reacted extremely quickly. 1 second he was impatient, and the next he sprang up. His fat body stretched his vest so much that it looked like it was about to burst, but his movements were unusually agile. The fat man's gaze swept precisely over Lin Yi's clothes, past the sword at his waist, circled around Lu Li, and finally settled on Lin Yi's face. His face scrunched up with laughter. "Oh my, this guest looks unfamiliar. A rare sight indeed. I am Harold, a small merchant trying to make a living. Are you looking for a few tea servers today? Or do you have any other special needs? Let's inspect the goods first." "No problem. It's only natural to look first and then buy." Harold rubbed his chubby hands together as he emerged from behind the desk. "This is your first time here, and I guarantee you, in all of Aririan, you won't find another place with a more complete selection. What kind of flavor would you like? You fatso. Do you even have eyes?" A voice came from behind. The young man in the blue jacket turned around, and the salesmen who were making sales quickly shut up and shrank back to the side. Harold turned his head, his smile undiminished. "Young Master Colin, you flatter me. How could I possibly disregard you? Nothing much. I've been standing here for ages, and you, on top of all that, went to greet some country bumpkin who appeared out of nowhere." Colin took a step closer. Harold stepped forward, bending down slightly, and speaking in a very low voice. "Young master, calm down. I'm just clearing the place for you. Of course, you get to choose the good stuff first. The leftovers that you don't like will be given to others. I know the rules perfectly well." Colin paused for half a second. "Besides, isn't the reason you've come all this way today for that wood elf?" Harold pressed his advantage, his tone perfectly controlled. "I've kept it covered for you the whole time, not letting anyone see even a crack. A purebred southern jungle breed, kept completely covered the whole way. That skin teeth hit so white you could squeeze water out of it." Colin snorted coldly, glanced at Lin Yi sideways, lingered on Liu Li for a moment, curled his lips, and then looked away. "All right, then go in and inspect the goods. If you dare to try to fool me with substandard products, you know what will happen. Don't worry about it. Come this way." Harold gave a fierce look to one of the waiters next to him. The waiter quickly led Colin to the deepest part of the courtyard. Colin took a few steps, glanced back at Liu Li, and then lifted the curtain to enter the backyard. Lin Yi stood still, observing the whole thing with indifference. Harold turned around and put on that smiling face again. "Guest, please don't take it to heart. That's the young master of a lord from a nearby town. He heard that Lady Cecilia is going to inspect the area recently, so he came here to keep watch. He's just a young master from a small town and hasn't seen much of the world. Which type do you want? Someone who can fight, someone who can serve, or someone who can warm your bed? I have it all. Guaranteed clean, guaranteed healthy. If you have any problems, feel free to smash my signboard anytime." Harold dismissed the matter with a few words. "Let's look at the ordinary ones first." "Okay, please come over." Harold walked to the first tent on the left and lifted the curtain. The interior space was divided into more than a dozen compartments by thick wooden stakes. The floor was covered with a thin layer of dry grass, and there were dinted terracotta basins in the corners. The smell of excrement mixed with herbs was extremely pungent. Lin Yi walked down the corridor, his gaze sweeping over both sides. The first compartment on the left contains a purebred orc. Its entire body was covered in stiff brown fur. Its huge wolf head was lowered. Its limbs were lying on the dry grass, and its half-inch-long nails gleamed coldly. It was huddled in a corner, its dark golden beast eyes staring at the outside of the fence, and a wide cowhide collar around its neck was inlaid with dull crystals. Buzz! A pale blue light screen popped open in front of Lin Yi's eyes. Wolf Orc Warrior. Level, LV.18. Hariti D. Note, this is a prisoner of war from the Northern Wolf clan, known for their wild and untamed nature. They have been sterilized. Lin Yi ignored him and continued forward. In the second compartment was a young human woman. Her dry, yellow hair was disheveled, and she was wrapped in a gray robe full of holes. She was curled up in a ball, with a purple bruise around her wrist. When she sensed someone approaching, she buried her face in her knees and trembled all over. Human Servant. Level, LV.6. Rarity F. Note, these are refugees from war-torn areas who voluntarily sold themselves into servitude and have undergone basic slave training. Lin Yi's gaze swept over, without stopping. LV.6, F rank, not even cannon fodder. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Lin Yi walked around the corridor, where the light screen kept popping up and shattering, revealing nothing but trash. Occasionally, a C-rank character would pop up, but upon closer inspection, its attributes were extremely poor and completely worthless. The wolves, tigers, and bears were all cannon fodder warriors, and there were very few demi-humans. The remaining humans were all young women, dressed in the same gray clothes, with no life in their eyes. Guess, these are all common goods from the outskirts. If you don't like them, let's go inside. In that tent over there are all my most treasured possessions. Harold followed half a step behind, keeping a close eye on Lin Yi's reaction. The sources of goods are quite varied. Lin Yi commented casually. Those of us in this line of work have to eat all sorts of food. We've captured prisoners of war in the north, orcs in the deserts of the south, and some of us just can't survive, so we sell ourselves to get something to eat. Harold said casually. Lin Yi did not respond. He glanced at the cubicles one last time, then turned and headed for the exit. Go inside. This way, please. Chapter 24. Kill him. Deep within the courtyard, a solitary, pure white tent stand alone. The material used is clearly different from the coarse cloth on the outside. It is wind-proof canvas, and the seams at the edges are embroidered with intricate magic circle patterns in gold thread. Harold walked to the tent, reached out, and pinched a corner of the curtain, bending his waist into an exaggerated arc. Guest, please come in. Those scraps of metal outside were just things I picked up along the way to make up the numbers. He forcefully lifted the heavy canvas curtain. The real main course is inside. The tent was dimly lit, and the air was stuffy and fishy. Lin Yi followed Harold down the corridor, where rows of cages lined both sides, containing elves, half-elves, harpies, and silver-haired werewolves. The light screen of the appraisal eye kept popping up and disappearing, all of them of D-grade quality. There wasn't even a trace of a B-grade item. He sighed inwardly. B-grade quality was so rare in this world. How was he going to upgrade this profession in the future? My lord, Harold's voice came from the front. Look at this. Lin Yi nodded and continued walking forward. Harold wasn't annoyed and continued to introduce the place enthusiastically. The two turned a corner, and there was another compartment deep inside the tent, hidden by a curtain. A young man in a blue coat was squatting in front of the cage, reaching out to tease a small orc inside. The orc was about 7 or 8 years old, huddled in a corner, trembling. The young man was laughing happily. 2 burly men stood beside him, each with a long sword hanging from their waist. Hey, you fatso. The young man stood up, dusted off his knees, turned around, looked Lin Yi over carefully, and snorted. Then he saw Yoli. Her silver hair shimmered under the light, and she exuded a unique aura. The young man's Adam's apple bobbed. The lighting outside was poor, and he hadn't even noticed that there was such a beautiful woman next to this kid. He stared at Lioli for several seconds, then turned to Lin Yi, raising his chin. This is good. He gestured with his chin toward the glass. How much? Name your price. Lin Yi remained silent. Harold's smile froze for a moment, and he quickly stepped forward and said, Young Master Colin, this is a guest. I didn't ask you. Colin interrupted him, staring intently at Lin Yi. 10 gold coins are enough for you to live on for a lifetime. Lin Yi glanced at him, then looked away and continued walking forward. Colin's face darkened, and the guard beside him immediately stepped forward, his hand on the hilt of his sword. Stop. My young master didn't say you could leave. Lin Yi stopped and glanced back at the guard. The guard had a finely crafted silver badge embroidered on his chest. The light screen of his appraisal eye popped up, showing his level as level 38 or 39, close to level 40. He was indeed considered a master here. Another guard spoke up, his voice arrogant. Do you even know who my master is? He's the deputy commander of the Northern Border Legion of the kingdom. All the taxes for this land are collected by my master. Who do you think you are? Colin laughed. Don't scare her. Here, I'll add 10 more gold coins, 20 gold coins in total. This woman is mine, and you can take the money and leave. Lin Yi did not move. What? You think it's not enough? Colin held up 3 fingers and waved them. 30. This is the last time. If you don't know what's good for you. He paused for a moment, and the 2 guards stepped forward, their hands already gripping the hilts of their swords. Kill him. Lin Yi's voice was very soft. Lioli was stunned. It wasn't a lesson, nor was it a threat. It was a firm decision. Kill him. Master, master. She thought she had misheard. Didn't you hear me? Ryuri understands. Her voice rose in agitation. Her master was angry because she had been wronged. Colin paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, bending over and slapping his thigh, tears welling up in his eyes. The two guards laughed along, one shaking his head and the other chuckling. Did you hear me? Kill me. Colin straightened up and wiped his eyes. You think you can take me? Look at that little girl next to you. Her arm isn't even as thick as my wrist. My two guards are both level 40 professionals. What are you going to do to kill her? The guard chimed in. Boy, kneel down now. Bring that woman over, and kowed out to my young master. Maybe if he's in a good mood, he'll spare your life. Harold's expression changed, and he quickly stepped forward to stand between the two. Young Master Colin, please calm down. This gentleman is also... Roll. Colin shoved him aside, and Harold stumbled 2 steps, bumping into the cage. The slave inside screamed. After regaining his balance, sweat streamed down his forehead. He looked at Colin, then at Lin Yi, his mind racing. One had a powerful background, and the other was strong. He didn't want to offend either of them. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't believe Lin Yi would really dare to make a move, since the other party was the son of the deputy commander of the Northern Army. Say it again. Lioli's voice was very soft, sending chills down one's spine. Before the guard could speak, Lioli had already moved. She appeared in front of him. No one saw how she moved. There was a muffled thud, and the guard sword flew out and stuck in a tent pole. The guard clutched his chest, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and made a gurgling sound in his throat. He fell backward, smashing into an empty cage. Another guard drew his sword. Lioli's hand grasped his wrist. The sound of bones breaking was crisp. The long sword fell to the ground, and he screamed. Before he could finish his scream, Lioli's fist smashed into his face. He flew out, crashed through the tent, and landed in the courtyard outside, where he lay motionless. Colin's laughter caught in his throat. He looked at the two guards lying on the ground, his face turning pale and then green. He wanted to run, but his legs wouldn't obey him, and he was rooted to the spot. You can't kill me, my father is. Lioli walked up to him, looked up at him, and then reached out and grabbed his neck. Colin grabbed her wrist and tried to pry it off, but he couldn't budge it. Her hand remained motionless, and her fingers tightened their grip little by little. His face turned red, his lips turned blue, and he wanted to beg for mercy, but couldn't speak. Lioli, Lin Yi's voice came from behind. Hurry up. Lioli's hands tightened. Click. A very soft sound. Colin's body went limp, his head tilted to one side. His eyes were still open, but his pupils were dilated. Lioli let go of his hand, and he collapsed to the ground. The tent fell silent. Harold stood there, his smile shattered, his lips trembling, his hands shaking, but he didn't run, because he couldn't escape. He looked at Lin Yi, the man standing there with no change in expression. Harold couldn't quite describe the feeling. He could tell that the man was weak, much weaker than the maid behind him, but when the man looked over, a chill ran down his spine. He had met many dangerous people, but never had anyone made him want to kneel down just by looking at him. He swallowed hard, his mind racing. Although the second son of a nobleman is a bit troublesome, he is still within the scope of what can be handled. As long as the matter is dealt with cleanly, no one will pursue the matter. A man of unknown origin is acting so arrogantly on the outskirts of a lawless town. Who knows who's behind him? Clean it up. His voice was steady. The young master accidentally tripped and fell. Did you all hear that? The staff members nearby were stunned. They only came to their senses after hearing this and nodded frantically. Some dragged the body away, some wiped away the bloodstains, and some helped to right the fallen cage. Order was quickly restored in the tent. Harold looked at Lin Yi, a smile returning to his face, the same smile as before, only the sweat on his forehead was still damp. Sir, I'm sorry to have startled you. This way, please. There are still a few items I haven't looked at. Lin Yi glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Lioli pounced on him from behind, hugged his waist, and buried her face in his shoulder. Owner, love you. Chapter 25, A Treasure Hunt. The Snake Man Mother and Daughter. Harold stepped aside, his large body barely making way for him. The lingering shock on his face was replaced by a perfectly professional smile. His steps were neither hurried nor slow, and his voice returned to its steady rhythm. "My lord, our Golden Flower Merchant Guild has been traveling all over the country for more than 10 years, from the Sun Kingdom in the south to the Winter Kingdom in the north, and we have also been to the Elf Forest in the east." He spoke as if it were a casual conversation, but every word he uttered carried weight. "We only deal in high-quality goods. We don't even touch ordinary goods. It's not easy to transport them, and they don't fetch a good price. Those who can get our services are nobles in the capital, heads of major chambers of commerce, and some important figures whose names we can't mention." Lin Yi followed behind him, listening quietly. Harold wiped his forehead with his sleeve and continued, his tone carrying an unintentional arrogance. "I'm just a branch manager in the main branch, in charge of the northern route. If the performance is good, I'll get promoted. If the performance is bad," he spread his hands meaningfully, "you're a smart man." Lin Yi understood perfectly well that what he was saying meant, "If you kill me, you're not facing some local power, but our entire headquarters that's spread across the continent." Far from feeling threatened, he became quite interested. "The slave trade, nobody cares about it here." Harold glanced back at him and smiled. "My lord, you must be joking. This isn't a matter of whether we care or not. From south to north, which kingdom or lord's estate doesn't have a few slaves? Even the Temple of Light, the people farming their own estates, are all slaves. It's something the gods turn a blind eye to, so why should mortals worry about it?" Lin Yi nodded. He thought of Cecilia, the priest who was still struggling with her faith. He could tease her with this when he got back. "The God of Light you believe and even condones slavery. What's the point of you believing in him?" Lioli, who was listening nearby, kept yawning and impatiently swept her little feet on the ground. She leaned close to Lin Yi's ear and whispered, "Master, I'm so bored. Can I go for a walk by myself?" Lin Yi glanced at her. "Don't go too far." "Okay." Lioli gave him a quick kiss, then slipped into the nearby aisle and disappeared in an instant. Harold glanced at her retreating figure out of the corner of his eye, but asked nothing. The two continued on their way, and Harold became more talkative, discussing everything from caravan routes to the tax rates imposed by various kingdoms on the slave trade, and then from tax rates to what goods sold well and what goods were stuck with. Lin Yi occasionally chimed in, but his questions were always about crucial points like transportation costs, quarantine procedures, and price differences across regions. The more Harold spoke, the more cold sweat poured down his back. This guy's manner of speaking was clearly that of a novice who had just entered this industry. He was obviously an expert in market research. Who exactly is he? Noble? It doesn't seem like it. Sent by the Chamber of Commerce? That's possible. But what big business guild would come to this godforsaken place all by themselves, with a girl whose true nature is hard to fathom? He couldn't help but probe. "Sir, did you do this kind of work before?" Lin Yi's answer was casual. "No, I've heard some of it." Harold shut his mouth, but his attitude became even more respectful than before. He had already offended the nobles of the city lord's mansion, and if he offended this person as well, his deal would be completely ruined. The two walked to the deepest part of the tent, where the light was dim and they could barely see the path under their feet. Harold was about to introduce some of his most treasured possessions. Lin Yi's sleeve was gently tugged from behind. Lioli had somehow returned, tugging at his sleeve with one hand and pointing directly to a cage in the far corner with the other. "Master, I want those too," she said, her voice low but her tone resolute. Lin Yi looked in the direction she was pointing. In the corner of the tent, almost completely obscured by clutter, sat an inconspicuous little cage. Two figures were huddled in the cage. They were a mother and daughter who were snake people. The mother, with her dark brown snake tail coiled around her, shielded her daughter behind her, her head bowed, her shoulders trembling slightly, displaying a fearful and wary demeanor. Her daughter peeked out from behind her, her round, light gold eyes curiously observing the outside world, her face showing no fear whatsoever. Lin Yi walked over and squatted down. Two healthy, plump tails just like glass. Then comes the face. Although the big man was trying to appear scared, he couldn't completely hide the composure in his eyes. When his emerald green vertical pupils met his gaze, they contracted rapidly. The little one's face was round and chubby, with baby fat still lingering. His light golden eyes were bright and sparkling, and there was even a faint smile on his lips. These two, Harold followed, glanced at the cage, and immediately put on a businessman's smile. "Sir, you have a keen eye?" This mother and daughter were sold by a gambling husband from the West. He was heavily in debt, and his wife and children were used as collateral. He pointed to the two people in the cage. "Look at their appearance, their skin, and the color of their tails. They're all top-notch. If there weren't so few customers who like snake people, they would have been sent to the capital for auction long ago." He sighed, looking regretful. "What a pity. It's been locked up here for almost a month. Lots of people have asked about it, but not a single one has actually paid any money." Lin Yi ignored his sales pitch, turned to look at Liu Li, and asked in a low voice, "Why do you want them?" Liu Li leaned close to his ear, her voice low and earnest with a childlike quality. "They have tails just like me." Lin Yi waited for a while, but found that she didn't continue. "That's it." He was a little amused and exasperated. Liu Li's way of thinking was always so simple and direct. She wanted it just because the other person had a tail. However, after thinking about it, he didn't ask any more questions. Today, Liu Li killed that noble young master cleanly and efficiently, which can be considered a merit. Moreover, she rarely asks for things on her own initiative, so it's fine to satisfy her this time. "Okay." Lin Yi stood up, patted off non-existent dust from his knees, and casually glanced at the mother and daughter in the cage. "As long as it has a C grade, it's fine. S class, B class." He mentally checked again. Daughter S rank, mother B rank. Lin Yi wished he could kiss Liu Li right now. This wasn't buying a pet. It was finding a treasure. But he didn't show any expression on his face. He even yawned, looking like he was tired from shopping. "Name your price," he asked casually, as if he were asking how much a pound of cabbage costs. Harold considered it for a moment. He had originally wanted to say it was free, but he swallowed the words back. The man's identity is unknown, and giving it away for free seems too deliberate and arouses suspicion. Moreover, he just mentioned that he has a few more treasures up his sleeve. If he gives away even this mother and daughter for free, how will he sell the rest? 100 gold coins, he said. "My lord, this price is really not expensive. Look, the mother and daughter are both of the best looks. The transportation costs from the West, plus the cost of training the people, are almost 80 gold coins. My 100 gold coins is just a hard-earned profit." He spoke very sincerely, even with a tone that implied, "If you think it's too expensive, we can discuss it further." He took out his money pouch from his pocket. Today, Cole had given him 50 gold coins as payment, and with the pouch that Kegel had given as an apology, it came to exactly 100. He tossed the money pouch to Harold. "Count them." Harold caught it, didn't count it, and stuffed it directly into his pocket. Does a man's reputation need counting? He stopped looking at him and turned to the cage, squatting down to be at eye level with the mother and daughter. The older one was still trembling, but the wariness in its eyes had intensified. The little one peeked out from behind her, its light golden eyes fixed on Lin Yi. Then it smiled, revealing a row of neat little white teeth and two slightly pointed little tiger teeth. "Mom, he looked at me," she said in a clear, melodious voice. The older woman didn't answer. Instead, she pulled her daughter further behind her. Harold clapped his hands and said, "Someone, bring the contract." One of his men ran out in response. He turned to Lin Yi, his smile now showing a hint of seriousness. "Sir, shall I take you to see those few treasured items that we've kept hidden away? They're right next door." He paused for a moment, then said, "But let me make it clear first. The minimum is 1,000 gold coins." Lin nodded. "Let's see." He stood up and followed Harold deeper into the cage. After a few steps, he glanced back at the cage. The larger one was bowing its head, gently straightening its daughter's wrinkled collar with steady fingers. He withdrew his gaze, his lips twitched slightly, but he remained silent. Liu Li followed behind. She glanced back at the cage, waved to the smaller one, and the smaller one waved back at her before being pushed down by its mother. Chapter 26: Dragon in a Cage. As Harold lifted the curtain, a rich, sweet aroma wafted out. This is a hypnotic spice that calms high-level monsters. Beneath the fragrance, Lin Yi also smelled a bloody odor and the putrid smell of wild beasts after long-term imprisonment. There were no lights inside the tent, only a few huge cages emitting a blue glow. Liu Li's ears perked up, her body leaned forward slightly, and she let out a very low warning. Lin immediately spotted the cage in the very center. It was placed on a raised platform with no other goods around it. Although the cage was small, it was finely crafted with runes engraved on the bars that flashed blue light every few seconds. Inside, lined with animal hides, lay a miniature red dragon in the center, its front paws crossed, chin resting on its paws, eyes half closed, and tail draped over the edge of the cage. It is less than a meter long from head to tail, with its wings folded to its sides. The scales are dark red, gleaming under the cold light. They are not the interplay of icy blue and fiery red found in glass, but a single, deep, and heavy red. It has a row of short spines on its back, extending from the back of its head to the tip of its tail, with black tips. Harold rubbed his hands together and stepped forward, his voice smug. "My lord, how about this one?" Lin Yi didn't speak, but scanned the area with his appraiser's eye. Race, subadult red dragon. Rarity, grade A. Level, LV.40. Status, healthy, suppressed by the rune cage. Note, standard dragon stats, no special bloodline, no mutations. Male, temperament, irritable, aggressive, and difficult to tame. Male. Lin Yi mentally reviewed the label twice and completely lost interest. He certainly didn't want another energetic male dragon in his household. One glass is enough to worry him, and another one is male. Does he think life is too quiet? He gave Yuli a look. Lioli leaned closer, tilted her head to look at the red dragon for a few seconds, and nodded to Lin Yi, indicating that they were from the same nest. He shook his head again, unmoved. Lin Yi understood. They were from the same family, but Luli didn't care, and neither did he. "How were you caught?" he asked, his tone indifferent. Harold perked up. "It took a lot of effort. We camped out outside the dragon's nest in the north for more than half a month, losing 7 or 8 people in the process. Finally, we caught it when it was alone and used a rune net to trap it. You didn't see it, but when we were catching it, 2 level 68 adult dragons were chasing us all the way from the north. We ran the whole way, and they chased us the whole way." Lin Yi imagined the scene. A carriage was speeding ahead, with 2 dragons chasing and biting it from behind, and a young dragon wrapped in a rune net sandwiched in between. Quite a lively sight. "This item has been reserved." Harold rubbed his hands together. "The Temple of Light wants it. The recipient will arrive in the next few days, otherwise it would definitely be reserved for the Lord first." Lin Yi nodded. "What does the Temple of Light want dragons for? As mounts, as sacrifices, or for some other purpose unknown to him?" He didn't ask, nor did he care. He turned to look at the other goods. He thought the treasured item would hold a surprise, but after looking around, he found it was just SOSO. It's not that the quality is bad, it's just that I'm not interested. A level 42 Frost Giant Wolf, rank C. A LV.38 Griffin Cub, rank C. A human woman locked in a cage, her body wrapped in sealing talismans, is described by the Mirror of All Things as a cursed princess of the north, a B rank, with a note stating that she has fallen out of favor and no one is willing to redeem her. That's it. Lin Yi didn't try to hide his expression. For Harold, reading people's expressions is a fundamental skill in business. When he saw Lin Yi's expression, his smile froze for a moment, but he quickly adjusted, turning from awkwardness to eagerness. "My lord, if you don't like these, there's another batch in half a month. Elves, directly from their origin." He lowered his voice. "Things are a bit unsettled over there lately. 2 groups are fighting. They have a rule that prisoners can be redeemed from each other. But in the heat of the battle, neither side is willing to pay for the other's people, so they're just selling them cheaply to slave caravans outside. This batch of goods is from there, and the price is 70% cheaper than usual. You can rest assured about the quality. Pure-blooded elves, including nobles, commoners, warriors, and mages, all top-quality goods." Lin Yi frowned. "Aren't elves a peace-loving race?" Harold paused for a moment, then laughed. His smile conveyed the meaning of "you're so naive," but he didn't say it aloud. "My lord, that was in the past. Ever since the Elf King died, those pointy-eared creatures have been fighting amongst themselves. No one is willing to submit to anyone, no one listens to anyone, and things have gotten out of control. Peace-loving people. How could they cause such a commotion?" He waved his hand. "Never mind that. Anyway, the goods are really good, and the price is cheap. If you're interested, leave an address, and I'll send someone to deliver a letter to you in half a month. Lin Yi neither said it was good nor bad. He memorized the information about the Elf King's death and the internal strife, intending to ponder it upon returning. What about the contract, he asked. Harold slapped his forehead and shouted outside. A subordinate trotted in carrying several pages of parchment and handed them over with both hands. Harold took it, unfolded it under the lamp, and pointed it out to Lin. These are the indentures of that mother and daughter. They have the sealing wax of the Chamber of Commerce, my signature, and the witness mark of the God of Contracts. Keep them safe. They are their identity documents. Lin Yi took the parchment, folded it twice, and stuffed it into his pocket. He glanced back at the entrance to the cubicle. Lin was not beside him. She had slipped back at some point and was squatting in front of the mother and daughter cages, staring at the smaller one through the bars. Both have tails. One is silvery white that gradually turns fiery red, and the other is light gold. Let's go, Lin Yi called out. Master, her name is Mimi. Lin ran over and looked up at him, saying, she said her name is Mimi. You asked? I asked her what her name was, and she said Mimi. She asked me what my name was, and I said Lin. She said, Sister Lin, your tail is so pretty. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh when he saw Lu Li's smug look. He turned and walked out, with Harold following behind to see him off. Upon reaching the courtyard gate, Harold stopped, bowed deeply, and adopted a respectful posture. Please take care, sir. I will inform you as soon as the goods arrive in half a month. Lin Yi nodded and led Lin and the mother and daughter out of the courtyard. As dusk settled, only a dark red light remained on the horizon. The streets were nearly deserted, with only a few taverns emitting noisy laughter. Lin Yi walked ahead, his pace neither fast nor slow. Lin followed beside her, her tail swishing gently. Behind them, the mother and daughter trailed behind, their snake tails rustling softly. No one spoke. Only the sound of scales scraping against the ground and the occasional bark of a dog in the distance could be heard. At the courtyard gate, Harold watched the group disappear around the street corner, his smile gradually fading. He stood there for a long time, so long that his subordinates thought he had fallen asleep and cautiously asked, Sir, what should we say to them? Harold turned around, his expression changing to something else entirely. Not the shrewdness of a businessman, but a weary shrewdness. Send those well-trained, top-notch girls over there. It's better to spend money to avoid trouble. He paused. That old man is more fertile than a boar. He won't care too much about losing a son, but we still need to show proper respect. Yes. And one more thing, Harold said in a low voice. Go check on the guests from earlier. Find out who they came from, where they live, and who they associate with. Investigate carefully, but don't alert them. The subordinate hesitated for a moment. Sir, you suspect him? I have no doubts. Harold interrupted him, waving his hand. Go investigate. The subordinate responded and left. Harold stood at the empty courtyard gate, looking up at the sky. Dusk was deep, the stars had not yet appeared, and the sky hung very low. Alas, these are troubled times. Chapter 27 New Members and Medusa. By the time we got back to the villa, it was completely dark. Mimi paced back and forth on the stone steps by the door, her cat ears twitching restlessly, trying to catch any sound in the night breeze. Finally, the familiar sound of footsteps approached. She immediately looked up, about to complain, but her mouth was still open, and she forgot to close it. The moonlight cast a silvery frost on the stone path, and two snake tails dragged along, making a soft, rustling sound. One strip is deep green, steady and powerful. The other is light gold, delicate and youthful. The scales shimmered with a faint, cold light under the moonlight. Boss, Mimi's voice was a little dry. What is this thing? Snake. Lin Yi bent down to change his shoes without even looking up. Of course I can tell they're snakes. Mimi felt her hair stand on end. I mean, why are there two snakes following you back? Lin peeked her little head out from behind Lin Yi, her face full of pride. Master bought this for me. It cost 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins? Mimi's mind went blank, and she almost fainted on the spot. Her ledger meticulously recorded the origin and destination of every single gold coin. 100 gold coins is enough to power the villa for more than half a year, enough to buy a dozen of the fattest and strongest cattle, and enough for her to send living expenses to the northern tribes for a whole year. Her tail instantly stiffened and stopped in midair. "Boss," her voice trembled, choked with sobs. "Is it really 100? 100. Lin Yi had already changed his shoes and walked straight into the house. 100 gold coins. Mimi followed behind him, her steps quick and light, her cat ears pressed back flat like airplane ears. "Just for these 2 snakes? Do you know what 100 gold coins can do? We just paid off last month's energy bill and you." Lin Yi suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at her without saying a word. He didn't say anything, but Mimi felt a chill run down her spine from his gaze, and all the words she wanted to say stuck in her throat. She suddenly remembered that Lin Yi had spent more than 100 gold coins on her. My face suddenly felt hot and burning. "At least try to negotiate the price." She lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Lin Yi ignored her and pulled a bulging package from his pocket, casually tossing it over. "Yours from the north, signed Cat." Mimi's ears perked up instantly. She caught the package and hugged it tightly to her chest, her fingers trembling as she stroked the familiar wax seal. Yes, it was the tribal mark. "Don't wait for me for dinner." She left those words behind and rushed upstairs to the second floor. Her tail, which had been stiff just moments before, was now excitedly swishing around like a windmill. In the living room, Cecilia was serving the last dish. She glanced at Lin Yi, then at the 2 snakes struggling against the steps at the doorway. The big one flicked its tail and easily climbed up, while the small one crawled halfway up and slipped halfway, anxiously calling for its mother in a low voice. Cecilia didn't ask anything, but simply took off her apron, folded it neatly, and calmly said, "The food is ready. Let's eat." At the dining table, Lily was already sitting upright, with 2 empty seats left next to her. Nessa led Mimi over, her movements graceful and composed as she coiled her snake tail, and she sat down without making sound. Mimi timidly climbed onto the chair, her long golden snake tail obediently forming a small ball in front of the chair. Lily patted the spot next to her, her voice crisp, "Sit here." During the entire meal, Nessa's eyes were constantly scanning the room. She appears to be taking care of her daughter, but in reality, she is rapidly analyzing the family. Lin Yi is the absolute center. If he doesn't pick up his chopsticks, no one will move. The dragon girl named Liuli didn't seem like a maid. She was more like a spoiled daughter. Yet, she would naturally hand Lin Yi a tissue. The woman named Cecilia didn't talk much, but she was in charge of serving soup to everyone, and her movements were very skilled. Everyone has their own place, very precisely, yet it exudes an indescribable warmth. She and her daughter were thrown into this running machine and had to find their place in the gears as quickly as possible. After dinner, Lin Yi called Liuli to his study. He took the few pages of parchment out of the drawer and handed them to him. "They've been given to you. The contract documents are also with you. You can make the arrangements." Liuli carefully took the parchment, folded it neatly, and stuffed it into her skirt pocket, giving it a good pat. She looked up, her amber eyes sparkling. "Master, can I become a head maid? You should focus on being a good maid first." "Oh." Liuli's lips pursed, but she didn't refute. She turned around and went out, her fiery red tail playfully flicking against the door frame before closing the door. The new order in the villa was quietly established by the morning of the second day. Mimi threw herself into intelligence work. Since being recruited, Kegel, that berserker, has been surprisingly efficient, with new information arriving every few days. A few more people have joined the temple in town, Reinhardt's advance team has set up camp in the mountains, and Rex from the guild has wiped out the Goblin King's lair. Mimi organized this jumbled information into a well-organized briefing, which she placed on Lin Yi's desk every morning without fail. Nessa perfectly replaced Mimi's original position, becoming the shadow in the study who served tea and water. She did a great job. Tea is always at the most comfortable temperature, documents are always neatly arranged according to time and importance, and the desk is always spotless. She walks silently, speaks without uttering a word, and has such a low profile that you almost forget there's a second person in the study. She acted so well that even the naive Mimi believed it to be real. That evening, Mimi stopped Lin Yi in the corridor. She was almost twisted into a ball, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. her cat ears drooping, and her tail tucked uneasily between her legs. "Boss." Nessa is that snake woman mother," she said in a soft, urgent voice. Please don't do that to her." Lin Yi looked at her without saying a word. Mimi panicked even more under his gaze, so she closed her eyes and blurted out, "She's a good person, and she works hard. Mimi is still so young. She can't be without her mother. If you really need her." A wave of heat rose from the base of her neck all the way to the tips of her ears, turning even her cat ears pink. She steeled herself, her voice light and airy. "Come at me." Lin Yi suddenly smiled, and he flicked Mimi's forehead lightly with his finger. "Do you miss your mother?" Mimi covered her forehead, completely stunned. The next second, her eyes suddenly reddened without warning. She neither admitted nor denied it, then suddenly turned around and ran away without looking back. Footsteps echoed hurriedly and chaotically in the corridor, while the tail dragged limply on the ground. Lin Yi watched her retreating figure, but did not chase after her. He knew her tribe was in the far south, that she hadn't been back for a long time, and that every time she sent money home, she would sit alone in her room for a long time. He could suggest she go back and visit, but he knew she wouldn't leave. This place has long been more than just a workplace for her. Liuli found new playmates. The two little creatures with tails are inseparable and can't be pried apart. Liuli taught Mimi to use her tail to curl things up, and Mimi learned it the next day, secretly curling up her mother's water cup and taking it away. Enraged, Nessa cursed, "You little rascal!" Mei shrank back in fright, while Luli laughed so hard her tail swished wildly. Liuli taught Mimi to climb a tree. When Mimi couldn't climb up, Liuli used her tail to lift her up steadily. Mimi sat on a high branch, her eyes curving into crescents, and shouted, "Sister Liuli, look how high I am." Liuli also taught Mimi to recognize characters. Mimi got sleepy after recognizing 3 pages, tilted her head, and fell asleep on Liuli's shoulder, drooling all over Liuli's sleeve. Liuli remained motionless, simply draping her tail gently over Mimi to shield her from the night wind seeping in through the window cracks. Lin Yi was passing by and intended to walk away, but he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He wasn't looking at the fiery red tail. He was looking at Mimi. The little one was sleeping soundly, her breathing steady, but on her forehead, a tiny, almost blend into skin-colored golden scale was shimmering with a very regular, intermittent light. Medusa? That name alone cost him 500 gold coins. Chapter 28. Madam, these past years haven't been easy, have they? That afternoon, Lin Yi was in the study, looking through the latest report compiled by Mimi. The people from the Temple of Light are becoming increasingly active in the town. Rex's reputation in the guild soared, and the Goblin King had been defeated. More and more adventurers are gathering in Blackrock Town. Furthermore, the last corner of the report mentions that a creature resembling a succubus has appeared near the town, and some adventurers have already gone missing. Lin Yi turned to the last page of the report, closed it, and casually tossed it onto the corner of the table. Just then, "Talp, talp, talp." 3 knocks on the door, neither too loud nor too soft, with even intervals. "Come in." The door was pushed open, and Nessa came in carrying freshly brewed hot tea. This was the 3rd time she had entered the study that day. The first 2 times, the man didn't even lift his eyelids. She gently placed the tea tray on the corner of the table, carefully removed the cup of tea that had long since gone cold, picked up the rag beside her, and began wiping the bookshelf. She has been repeating this set of smooth and flowing movements for 5 whole days. Wipe the bookshelves, straighten the crooked books, and straighten those strange ornaments whose materials are hard to discern. The smooth snake tail glided silently behind her, the rustling sound of its scales rubbing against the floor deliberately suppressed. Behind the desk, Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, slowly flipping through the intelligence Mimi had compiled, as if there was no other living being in the room besides himself. Nessa's patience was almost at its limit. It's been 5 days. She's been here for 5 days, and she hasn't even been able to find a chance to get close to this man, let alone bump into him. This man's life was shockingly simple. Get up, eat, go to the study, eat, go back to the study, eat, and sleep. She, a poor mother forced to sell herself into slavery, couldn't very well go knocking on the buyer's door in the middle of the night, could she? That's just outrageous. She was getting a little anxious. The feeling of things slipping out of her control frustrated her greatly. When she was in the Southern Territory, she conducted alchemical experiments, saying that she would see results in 3 months, with an error margin of no more than 3 days. She schemed against the succubus queen's foolish subordinates and got rid of them cleanly and efficiently. Her greatest strength is her ability to control everything. But this house, this man, made her feel powerless for the first time. She had schemed and plotted, but he simply didn't play by the rules. Her gaze casually swept over the few pages of papers Lin Yi had spread out on the table. On the page, 2 words written in the Northern Commonwealth pierced her eyes. Traces of succubus. In an instant, Nessa felt as if half of her blood had turned cold. That damn bitch caught up with me? So fast. A chill ran up her spine from her tailbone. She forced herself to look away and continued wiping the book in her hands, but her heartbeat had completely gone out of control. Thump, thump, thump. She could even recall the smell of sulfur and blood that filled the air when she escaped from the laboratory. In order to create Mimi, she exhausted all her efforts, and her level plummeted from level 45 to the current level 10-something, and she can't even beat a high-level succubus. All the calculations and scheming became utterly insignificant in the face of this possibility. She couldn't help but glance at Lin Yi again. He was still looking at the report, his fingers tapping absently on the edge of the paper. His face looked younger than his actual age under the lights, but the weariness that didn't belong to a young person lingered. She really couldn't see through this man. He wasn't flamboyant, but he certainly wasn't low-key either. He kept a dragon as a maid and lived in this strange, unheard-of house. No matter how you looked at it, it had nothing to do with being low-key. He wasn't cunning, but he was far from honest either. That day in the slave caravan's courtyard, when he had the dragon kill the noble young master, he didn't even blink. What does he really want? Nessa observed him for 5 days, but found nothing. He has no interest in himself. These past few days, she's been serving him tea and water, bending over to wipe the table, deliberately showing off her curves that she's so proud of, but he hasn't given her a second glance. It's not an act. He genuinely has no interest. This made Nessa both relieved and incredibly annoyed. It's certainly a good thing not to worry about being violated, but what's troubling is that beauty was an important part of her plan. This link in the chain is now completely broken. What does she have left? Should we force it? With her current strength, that dragon could blast her to smithereens with a single sneeze. Poisoning? She didn't even understand the workings of the things in the house. The lights that emitted their own light, the pipes that flowed out cold water on their own, and the iron box that heated itself up. In her nearly 100 years of life, she had never seen such bizarre creations. It wasn't magic. She checked. There were no magic circles, no runes, and not even the slightest trace of any remaining material. She couldn't understand it. She just couldn't understand it all. This feeling of being out of control was something she hated intensely. If it weren't to escape that bitch's pursuit, why would she have taken Mimi and fled all the way from the familiar southern border to this unfamiliar northern border? If it weren't for beauty. Nessa paused for a moment, remembering Mimi. The little thing that opened its eyes in the petri dish, smiled at her, and called her mommy. That was her failure, the culmination of her life's work, and her only hope for a comeback. She can't leave. Not at least not now. That night, she tentatively asked Mimi, "Is this place nice?" Mimi nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. "Okay," Sister Lioli said. "She'll take me to see the glowing mushrooms." She then asked, "Do you want to leave here?" Mimi's smile froze for a moment. Then she shook her head frantically. "No. Mom, let's not go, okay?" Nessa said, "Okay." The divine fragments within Mei's body are still growing and awakening, requiring an absolutely stable environment. This strange place, though eerie in every way, is safe for Mimi for the time being. She needs time to uncover the secrets of this house, to find out Lin Yi's background, and to restore one's own strength. Clang. A soft sound interrupted Nessa's thoughts. She snapped back to reality and saw that the cup of hot tea she had just replaced on the corner of the table had been spilled. The tea flowed gently, dripping down the edge of the table and spreading out in a small, dark stain on the floor. She remembered clearly that she placed the teacup in the most stable spot on the corner of the table. She looked at Lin Yi, who was looking at her with a calm expression, as if nothing concerned him. The water spilled. Lin Yi's voice came from the front. "Come over and wipe it," he said. Nessa picked up a rag and went over. She bent down and began wiping the water stains on the table. The snake's tail dragged lightly across the floor behind it, making a soft, rustling sound. Lin Yi didn't move, just sat there, his gaze falling on her smooth hair, then sliding down her fair neck to her waistline that was taut from bending over. She moved slowly, and the only sound in the study were the rubbing of the rag and the wood. Nessa lowered her head, her eyelashes casting a small shadow under her eyes, and she held her breath, only able to hear her own heartbeat. Thump, 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 one after another, heavy yet clear. "Madam, it must have been very hard raising Mimi all these years on your own, right?" Chapter 29. Madam, you mustn't lie. The tea spilled from the edge of the table to the legs, forming a small puddle on the floor. Nessa knelt on the ground, pressing a rag against the puddle of water, slowly absorbing it. Her posture was low, her waistline drooped, her buttocks were pert, and the skirt of her maid outfit was supported by the snake tail, revealing a section of dark green scales. Lin Yi looked down from above. From his angle, he could see her spine line running down from her shoulder blades, concave, and then arching, forming an undulating curve. The maid outfit was found for her by Mimi. It was a bit tight, and the neckline was barely buttoned up. When she bent over, the fabric sagged down, revealing a large expanse of her snow-white skin. It may have been an unintentional mistake, or it may have been premeditated. Lin Yi didn't care. Her snake tail peeked out from under her skirt and dragged on the floor, its tip slightly upturned. He had touched Lioli's tail. It was smooth and supple, with very thin scales that felt extremely smooth to the touch. Nessa's is different. Her tail was thicker, and her scales were larger, gleaming with a dark golden luster under the light. Each scale had the texture of a gemstone, exuding a mature charm. He remembered that Ruri's tail was that of a young girl, while Nessa's was that of a woman. Perhaps it's because I've had children? He thought about it for a moment, then dismissed the idea. Have you given birth? Are you kidding me? He brought up the all-seeing mirror, and he had looked at it no less than 10 times in the past few days. Target: Nessa, snake person. True identity: alchemist, who once conducted forbidden experiments on life. Original level 45, currently level 12. Current disguise: a pitiful mother betrayed by her husband. Synopsis: once a renowned alchemist in the Southern Territory, specializing in forbidden fields such as life creation and bloodline fusion. Years ago, she discovered fragments of Medusa's divine essence in ruins and conducted fusion experiments using her own flesh and blood and forbidden magic, accidentally creating a self-aware individual named Mimi. This significantly weakened her power. Later, she was discovered and hunted by the Succubus Queen's forces, disguising herself as a mother and daughter betrayed by her husband and infiltrating a slave caravan. Her true purpose: to seek refuge and await an opportunity to rise again. Note: this woman poses a medium level of danger and lacks basic trust in you. Your villa, collection, and lifestyle have not had any positive impact on her. However, she currently has no intention of harming you. She needs time, and you need patience. There is also information provided by the Lord of all spirits. Loyalty 5. Lin Yi turned off the panel. Loyalty level of 5. When Lioli was first subdued, she was already 88, Mimi was 40 at the beginning, and Cecilia was even more so. This snake woman sees herself as a sucker. They gave her a place to stay, fed her, and found a playmate for her daughter, yet she didn't show the slightest bit of gratitude. 5 points of loyalty? It would be better not to give it at all. He looked down at her. She was still wiping the floor, moving very slowly, the rag wiping from the base of the table legs to the floor, and then back from the floor to the base of the table legs. Her shoulder blades rose and fell with her movements beneath her clothes. "Sir, please move your leg aside so I can go in and clean it up." Her voice came from below, muffled and a little hoarse. Lin Yi moved his chair back and spread his legs. Nessa moved closer and continued wiping the puddle of water beside his feet. Her hair slid down from her shoulders and hung beside his knees. It was dark brown and curly, with split ends, but it had a good shine and shimmered softly under the light. She reached up and tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing her earlobes. They weren't human ears, but snake persons, pointed and thin, with a small silver ring on each earlobe. Lin, he had never noticed this before. His gaze slid from her ear to her neck, and from her neck to her collar. The buttons on the maid outfit's collar were pulled tight, but one had come undone, revealing a deep cleavage underneath. It was accidentally revealed, but only accidentally many times. In the past few days, she's been bending over, turning around, or dropping things on the ground in front of him and then squatting down to pick them up. Each time is different, and each time is just right. Lin, he wasn't oblivious. He was just thinking that she was only at level 10 or so. So, she couldn't beat Liu, and she couldn't escape the villa. If she wanted to do something to him, this was the only way. Lady, he spoke. Nessa paused for a moment. Grown-ups. Raising Mimi all these years must have been tough, right? Nessa lowered her head and remained silent for a few seconds. When she spoke again, there was something new in her voice. Not hoarseness, but vulnerability, revealing a sense of weariness and helplessness. It's all right, I guess. Her voice was very soft, almost inaudible. It's just a pity about Mimi. She suffered a lot because of me. Lin, he didn't reply. She continued, speaking a little faster than usual, with a hint of urgency. I've advised him many times to stop gambling, saying that we're almost starving, but he wouldn't listen. When he wins, he drinks, and when he loses, he beats people. When Mimi was little, he threw her once, and she scraped her forehead and bled a lot. I carried her and ran for half the night before we found a pharmacy. Her voice began to tremble. She was truly holding back her tears. Lenny couldn't tell if this was acting or if a lie was mixed into the truth. But her shoulders were indeed trembling, and her knuckles were clenched tightly as she gripped the rag. Later, he said he was going to sell us. I thought he was just saying it out of anger, but I never expected him to actually do it. That night he brought some people, dragged me out of bed, and snatched Mimi from my arms. Her voice trailed off. She lowered her head, her hair obscuring her entire face. Lin Yi did not move. He just looked at her. After a while, she spoke again, her voice hoarse. Sir, thank you. Buying us is the greatest blessing for Mimi and me in our lives. At first, I was scared, afraid that you were scared of this place. But these days I have realized that you're a good person. Miss Cecilia, Miss Mimi, and Miss Lily are all very kind to Mimi. Mimi said she has never been so happy. She looked up, her eyes red-rimmed, but without tears. Her eyes were amber, like glass, but while glass eyes are clear, something was burning inside hers. Sir, I can. She didn't finish speaking. She suddenly sat up, wrapped her arms around Lin Yi's waist, and buried her face in his stomach. Her hair brushed against his shirt, and her warm breath burned his skin through the fabric. Her snake tail curled up on the floor, then loosened, as if unsure where to put it. I'm sorry, sir, I'm so sorry. Her voice was muffled in his arms, nasal. Forgive my lapse, can I hug you for a little while? Lin, he looked down at the top of her head. Dark brown curly hair, with a whirl in the middle and a single white hair tucked inside. He reached out and placed his hand on the top of her head, running his fingers through her hair and gently rubbing it. Her scalp felt slightly hot under his fingertips with a burning sensation. Lady, his voice was soft and slow, with a coaxing tone. Don't worry. This will be your home from now on. Nessa's body relaxed in his arms, a kind of relief that came from finally being able to catch her breath after holding it in for so long. Her fingers gripped his shirt tightly, refusing to let go. She buried her face deeper into his chest, her nose brushing against the fabric of his shirt, her warm lips leaving a trail of moist breath through his shirt. She was making plans in her mind. This is a sure thing. Men are all like this. First they feel sympathy, then they feel sorry for them, and then they think they are heroes. Once he puts his hand inside her clothes, she can begin to activate the magic. It's not about control, it's about guidance. Make him feel that he is doing this willingly, proactively, and that he can't live without her. Although it was her first time trying, she didn't think she would fail. But Lin Yi's voice came down from above, neither too loud nor too soft, breaking the atmosphere of the embrace. Nessa's fingers froze. The premise is that you can't lie. Her body felt as if all warmth had been drained away, cooling down segment by segment from her spine, until even the tip of her tail froze on the floor, unable to move. Her face was still buried in his chest, so she couldn't see his expression. But she could feel his hand, which was on top of her head, slowly stroking her, again and again. The force remained the same, the rhythm remained the same. Everything was as usual. Outside the window, the red light deep within the Twilight Mountains was a bit brighter than it had been a few days ago. Chapter 30. Once bitten by a snake. I'm getting anxious. Nessa kursid invardly. She suddenly lifted her head from his embrace, her face still wet with tears and her eyes still red, but the vulnerability in her eyes had faded, replaced by a more complex emotion. She bit her lip and lowered her head. Sir, I lied. Her voice was trembling. This time it was real, not an act. Lin Yi didn't say anything, moved his hand away from her head, leaned back in his chair leisurely, and just looked at her. Nessa knelt on the ground, curled up in a ball, her snake tail tucked uneasily behind her. Her voice was broken. I didn't want to hug you because I was in pain. My intentions were impure. I wanted to get close to you. She looked up again, tears streaming down her face. You know, I'm just an ordinary snake person, with no special abilities. If it weren't for you, Mimi and I don't know what would have happened to us. She sniffed and lowered her voice. I'm afraid that one day you'll think we're useless and sell us off, so I'm resorting to this despicable means to make you reluctant to part with us. Tears fell again. This time, she realized she was truly afraid. Afraid of this man, afraid of this family, afraid that the hard-won peace would be taken away again. Sir, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I'll do anything. She paused, her eyes blurred with tears, and looked up at the man in the chair. Her voice was low, carrying a sense of desperate ambiguity. You know, the tongues of us snake people. She slightly opened her mouth. The two snake fangs gleamed a stark white under the light. A long, pink tongue emerged from between the teeth, its tip extending all the way to the Adam's apple, the end forked like a snake's tongue. Her eyes were upturned, glistening with tears, yet a different kind of flame burned within them. This was the most despicable yet most effective weapon she, as a weakling, could wield. She exploited her own fears and also exploited the men's desires. Lin Yi leaned back in a chair, watching her performance quietly, his Adam's apple bobbing almost imperceptibly. He raised his hand. Nessa closed her eyes resignedly, her eyelashes trembling violently with tension. Was it a slap? Or something else? With a pia sound. It wasn't serious, but happened very suddenly. Nessa opened her eyes in astonishment, her expression frozen, shifting from fear to confusion, and then to disbelief. None of what was expected happened. She was flicked on the forehead, lightly. This action carries a disciplinary meaning. She, a snake woman who had lived for over 100 years, was flicked on the forehead by a human who looked no more than 20 years old. You have a great talent for performing. Lin Yi withdrew his hand, leaned back in his chair, and spoke in a calm tone. Unfortunately, it was used in the wrong place, alchemist's wife. Alchemist. The last 3 words sent a chill down her spine. The color drained completely from Nessa's face. That was an act. Her amber vertical pupils suddenly narrowed, turning into a cold vertical line. All the vulnerability, fear, and coquettishness within them vanished without a trace, leaving only one thing: murderous intent. With a muffled thud, the snake tail behind her, stretched taut from extreme tension, slammed heavily onto the floor, leaving a shallow dent in the wooden floorboards. Mimi wasn't born from you. You created her using alchemy. Lin Yi interrupted her, his tone still as nonchalant as if stating a trivial matter. Using fragments of Medusa's divine essence, right? Nessa's face darkened completely, a chilling gloom settling into her bones. Who are you? What's your relationship with that succubus queen? Before she finished speaking, she suddenly attacked from her knees. The snake's tail moved silently yet swiftly, wrapping around his calf. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. The scales tighten layer by layer, and the muscles instantly twist together. A tremendous force came, threatening to grind his bones to dust. A snake man of level 10 or so possessed enough crushing power to shatter the bones of a brown bear. Lin Yi's trousers were deeply cut into his flesh by the scales, and his calf bones felt a tingling and numb pain from the unbearable weight. But he didn't move. He didn't even frown, remaining relaxed as he leaned back in his chair. Seeing his appearance, Nessa's eyes flashed even more fiercely, and she exerted all her strength with her tail. She needs an answer. If he has a relationship with that bitch, she'll risk her life today to twist his spine in two. Lin Yi looked at her, a thought stirring in his mind. When the active skill of Night End is activated, the base attributes increase tenfold. His calf muscles tensed instantly, and the muscles beneath his skin became incredibly hard. Nessa's snake tail writhed desperately, but the sensation changed. She felt as if what was being entangled was no longer flesh and blood, but an unshakable stone pillar. Her strength struck it, but instead of moving it, the reaction force made every scale of her ache terribly. She refused to believe it and activated her power once more. It remained completely still. Her tail started to tremble uncontrollably from the pain. Just as she was filled with terror, Lin Yi reached out and cupped her face. His hands were large, almost covering half of her face, with his thumb pressing on her cheekbone and his index finger behind her ear. Lin Yi leaned down, his forehead touching hers. Their noses touched, and their breaths could be heard. Her amber vertical pupils magnified before him, the killing intent within them still lingering, yet they began to tremble violently. Rest assured, his voice was soft, and his breath brushed against her cheek. I have no ill intentions towards you, and I am not anyone's person. He paused for a moment, the two of them so close that they could see each other's reflections in their pupils. If I had to put it that way, I am your master now. Is it normal to be so forceful towards your master? Nessa's tail involuntarily loosened a little. It wasn't because of the word master, but because of his eyes. There was no threat, no mockery, and no smug satisfaction at the thought that you were doomed. There was only a calmness that she couldn't understand at all. Her desperate killing intent, her threats, everything about her, none of it mattered to him. It's not that I'm belittling them. It's that I genuinely don't care. Who exactly are you? She asked in a hoarse voice, her confidence waning. A rich person. Lin Yi straightened up, his hand sliding from her face to the top of her head, then gently rubbing it. I can't continue to let you do alchemy experiments. Materials, equipment, venues, whatever you want, I'll give you. His fingers slid down to the back of her neck and pinched it lightly, sending a tingling electric current through her spine. I can protect you too. If the Succubus Queen's people come, I can help you deal with them. Nessa didn't speak, but her body tensed up. Besides, Lin Yi suddenly laughed. You wouldn't want Mimi to lose Liuli as a playmate, would you? Their relationship is better than that of sisters. Are you willing to let them go? These words completely shattered her psychological defenses. Nessa remained silent for a very long time. The snake's tail finally loosened completely, sliding limply to the ground, utterly losing all its strength. She lowered her head, her long hair obscuring her face. You better be able to, she said through gritted teeth, her voice filled with resentment and humiliation. You'd better watch out if you keep a viper like me by your side. Lin Yi similed. This was the first time he had laughed so heartily since he came into this world. Nessa is different from Ruri and the others. She is a mature woman, and the sense of accomplishment from conquering her is incomparable to that of those young girls. He withdrew his hand, looked down at her, and spoke with a hint of amusement. Madam, you should learn to humble yourself. Nessa stopped moving. Looking down, she certainly understood what bowing her head meant. Admit defeat, yield, submit. But looking at the man's ambiguous smile, she suddenly felt that perhaps there was another meaning behind it. She slowly raised her eyes and met those unfathomable eyes. She understood. Humiliation, anger, and resentment churned within her, but ultimately all transformed into a deathly silence of resignation. She tucked her loose hair behind her ears, revealing her face still streaked with tears. Then she did as he said, bowing his head. Lin Yi, madam, it seems you misunderstood. However, there's no reason not to eat meat that's offered to you. Chapter 31, it's just bone setting. Why are you yelling? Nessa brought in some black tea, and Lin Yi was leaning back on the sofa reading documents. Master, please have some tea. Her voice was much softer and more charming than yesterday, with a deliberate husky tone. Today she was wearing a close-fitting maid's uniform, with her apron tied high and her waistline extremely narrow. She bent down to put down the teacup, Her neckline opened just right, and with the movement, a patch of snow-white skin was faintly visible. Lin Yi shifted his gaze from the documents to her. Nessa seemed oblivious. As she straightened up, her fingertips brushed against the back of his hand. It was cool and smooth. The worst part was that her lips were swollen and red today, which, combined with her submissive yet somewhat aggrieved expression, made her look even worse. Lin Yi's temples throbbed. He admitted that he only wanted her to recognize her place last night, but who could have imagined that this beautiful snake's bowing would be so literal? Does he seem like someone who can't resist temptation? That's really true. But he wasn't in the mood today, because Mimi got into trouble. The incident occurred in the afternoon. After Mimi finished exchanging intelligence with Kegel in town, she took a shortcut through the forest, the place where Cecilia's team had encountered the rock trolls. The woods are unusually quiet today. The birdsong and insect chirps have all disappeared. Mimi immediately became alert, crouching low and blending into the shadows of the bushes. She strained her ears and caught a very low voice. "It's been over 10 days. What else could we possibly find in this wretched place?" a voice said impatiently. "You have to turn it over whether you can or not. Lady Cecilia will be here soon. Do you dare to hand in a blank paper?" Another voice scolded. "We've already dealt with those adventurers, and they're all dead. So how can she blame us? You don't know anything. What adults want isn't possibility, it's certainty. Certainty that the priest is definitely dead, certain that there's no survivor. If you tell her he should be dead, guess what she'll do to you?" A moment of silence. The voice that had been clearing up earlier grew even more agitated. "I really don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. What methods did that bitch use to make us risk our lives for her? All right, let's get to work. We have to find something today. If that pastor isn't dead, she's definitely still in these mountains. Where can an outsider like her possibly hide? Hasn't her hometown town been searched? No. Then keep searching. Don't miss any of the abandoned mines or hunters' huts in the mountains." And the voice lowered even further. "Remember that missing person quest from the Adventurers Guild?" "I remember. So what?" "Lady Cecilia went to negotiate, trying to find out who posted it, but that old man at the guild is very stubborn and won't say anything no matter what. There are also people from headquarters here, so it's not good to use force." Mimi was so engrossed in listening that the tip of her tail unconsciously curled up and gently brushed against a dead branch. Click! A crisp sound. "Who?" Mimi's heart skipped a beat, and she turned and ran. She has short legs and uses all 4 limbs, making her run extremely fast through the tangled woodland. Footsteps and curses followed closely behind, but she knew this place too well. She could find a tree hole to crawl into with her eyes closed. After running a long way, the sound behind me finally disappeared. She stopped and leaned against a tree, panting heavily. Just then, a sharp pain shot through her ankle. She looked down and saw that her entire ankle had swelled up rapidly. I was running too fast and didn't even feel it. Lin Yi had just stepped into the living room when the door opened. Mimi limped in, her left foot barely touching the ground, her face deathly pale, and her lips pressed tightly together. Its fluffy ears drooped, and its tail dragged limply on the ground. "What's wrong?" Lin Yi strode over, picked her up, and placed her on the sofa. "I sprained my ankle." Mimi gasped in pain. "It's okay, boss. I'll be fine after a rest." Lin Yi ignored her, squatted down, and gently lifted her left foot. "My ankle was swollen badly. The skin was taut and shiny, and bluish-purple bruises were seeping out." He reached out and pressed it gently. "This." Mimi suddenly pulled her leg back. Cecilia, who was preparing dinner in the kitchen, came out upon hearing the noise, saw Mimi's feet, and quickly walked over and squatted down. A soft white light shone from her palm and circled around Mimi's ankle. "If the bone is misaligned, my treatment can only reduce swelling and relieve pain. The bone must be straightened first." "I'll do it," Lin Yi said, taking the swollen little foot in his hands. Mimi's feet are very small, her toes are rounded, her nails are neatly trimmed and coated with a layer of clear gloss. At this moment, the 5 toes were curled up in tension and anxiety. "Boss, you," setting the bones. Lin Yi adjusted the angle, his tone calm. "It will hurt a little, just bear with it." Mimi's ears instantly turned into airplane ears, and her tail tightened. His hands were large and warm, enveloping her feet, the heat seeming to reach right in her heart. She abruptly turned her face to the side, her heart pounding. Lin Yi felt the misalignment in his bones as he spoke seemingly casually. Cecilia, do you know someone named Cecilia? Cecilia paused for a moment in the healing light in her hand. Cecilia, the granddaughter of Archbishop Augustus? Right. I've heard of him. He's a star figure in the church, with an excellent reputation. He's devout, gentle, and highly talented, and a top candidate for the next bishop. Lin Yi nodded, his gaze returning to Mimi's swollen ankle. Bear with it. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly rubbed and pulled with both hands. Click! A slight crisp sound. Mimi's mouth opened instantly, her eyes widened, and a sound involuntarily escaped her throat. The note wasn't loud, but the ending was melodious, taking 2 turns and trailing off with a long vibrato. It wasn't a cry of pain at all, but a sound that made people blush and their hearts race, a sound that even she herself didn't know how she made. The entire living room was deathly silent. Squeak! The door was pushed open, and Lioli and Mimi rushed in, covered in mud and with blades of grass stuck in their hair. Lioli was clutching a few wildflowers that had been trampled beyond recognition, and was about to present them as a treasure. Then she heard that groan. Lioli stopped in the entryway, tilted her head, and her sapphire-like eyes were filled with confusion. Mimi, who was behind her, also peeked out and stared blankly at Mimi on the sofa. Lin Yi was still squatting on the ground, holding Mimi's feet with both hands, his movements completely frozen. Mimi's face turned red at a visible speed, from her cheeks to the base of her neck, and then from the base of her neck to the tips of her ears. Her fluffy cat ears were so red that they looked like they were about to bleed. She tried to explain, but couldn't utter a single word. In the end, she simply buried her face in her knees, her tail twitching helplessly on the ground. Cough! Cecilia was the first to react. She turned her face away, suppressing her laughter, and cleared her throat. The bone is in good condition now. I'll apply a healing spell, and I can get out of bed tomorrow. Lin Yi also came to his senses. He let go of her hand and stood up. Nessa handed over a damp towel at just the right moment. He took the towel, wiped his hands, glanced at Mimi's bare little feet, thought for a moment, then squatted down again, picked up the towel, and carefully wiped her other, uninjured foot as well. Mimi peeked at his movements through her fingers and buried her head even deeper. Me too, I want to wipe too. Lioli finally understood the situation, grabbed Mimi, and rushed over, stretching out her 2 muddy paws. Mimi imitated her. Wipe it. Lin Yi tossed the towel to Luli. Help yourself. Cecilia squatted down again, and the warm white light covered Mimi's ankles, causing the swelling and bruising to slowly subside. Cecilia, she said softly, full of confusion. Why would she send someone here? Mimi's muffled voice came from under her knees. What else could it be? That Cecilia just wants to kill you. Cecilia paused for a moment while casting the spell, and the fingers on Mimi's ankle tightened slightly. Chapter 32, Cecilia's Resolve. When Lin Yi called Cecilia to his study, it was almost dark. She came in carrying a teacup, which she probably grabbed from the kitchen. She placed the teacup on the corner of the table, stood opposite the table, clasped her hands in front of her, her posture respectful, yet revealing a stiffness. Sit down. Lin Yi pointed to the chair opposite him. Cecilia hesitated for a moment, then sat down. She sat very upright, with her back straight, knees together, and hands on her lap. This was a habit she had developed in the temple, and she couldn't change it overnight. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair and sized her up for a few seconds. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and soft features. Her beauty isn't striking, but it's pleasing to the eye and makes people feel comfortable. However, she's noticeably thinner these past few days. These days, Cecilia has been very quiet and withdrawn. She helps out at home, listens quietly to others chatting, occasionally smiles, and then falls silent again. During the day, she spends her time alone reading the Holy Scripture of Light, never seeking his help except for necessary assistance. Unlike Mimi, who reports on her work every day without fail, or Lioli, who might pounce on you at any time. Lin Yi brought up Cecilia's panel and glanced at it. Family member, Cecilia. Loyalty, 80. Current class, Light Priest, LV.35. Recommended job change path. Fanboy, triggered through faith transfer, Loyalty reaches 95. After class change, gains the skills Faith Shield and Divine Grace. Note, this path will convert all her divine spells to have you as the object of her faith. Holy Inquisitor, triggered by personally punishing evil, killing 10 enemies of the evil faction. Upon job advancement, you gain the skills Eye of Judgment and Chains of Holy Light. Note, this path retains faith in the God of Light, but grants her the independent power of judgment. Cecilia trusted him, was grateful to him, and was determined to do anything for him, but there was always an invisible barrier between them. Lin Yi knew where the problem lay. He didn't give her specific instructions. From day one until now, she's been waiting for his orders, but he hasn't given them. This makes her feel like a high-paid executive with nothing to do. Anyone would feel uneasy in that situation. Have you been having trouble adjusting lately? He asked casually. Cecilia paused for a moment, then said, No, it's fine here. Are you comfortable with the food and accommodation? Habit. That's good. Lin Yi nodded, paused for a moment, and then said, Have you been avoiding me these past few days? Cecilia twitched her fingers, gently rubbing her ring and middle fingers together on her knee. No, she said, her voice still very soft. Lin Yi didn't press the matter. He changed the subject. What do you think about Cecilia? It seems like she's determined to kill you. Did you two have a past conflict? Cecilia shook her head, her expression calm. I've never met her before, and we have no connection whatsoever. She thought for a moment and added, I narrowly guess that it's simply because I am more favored by the God of Light and have better talent. Lin Yi didn't respond, waiting for her to continue. In recent years, I've heard of many promising priests who suddenly died. Accidents, monster attacks, or simply disappeared. I used to disbelieve it, thinking it was just a coincidence, but after this experience... She looked down at her hands, palms up, fingers spread, her gaze falling on her empty palms. I have reason to suspect that she did it. So what do you want to do? Cecilia looked up at Lin Yi. Her azure eyes were clear, but Lin Yi noticed something was missing. The unwavering certainty of entrusting everything to God had vanished, replaced by a calm, knowing what she needed to do. I want to kill her, she said calmly. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. By killing her, you're putting yourself on the opposite side of the Temple of Light. Cecilia is a perfect saint in public, the Archbishop's granddaughter, devout and kind. If you kill her, you're the villain. Cecilia was silent for a few seconds, then she smiled. The light in his eyes changed, revealing a nonchalant calmness. My lord, I have too many things that I cherish now, which makes it impossible for me to face death with equanimity. And that's Cecilia. She bewitched several of my fellow villagers' children. She paused for a moment. Those children, I used to give them candy when they were little, and they owe a debt to her in how they became the way they are. I'm doing this for the God of Light. She has defiled the temple and the faith. She deserves to die. You still believe in the God of Light? He asked. Cecilia didn't answer immediately. She looked down at her hands. Those hands, which had once prayed for, healed, and blessed countless people, were now bare, without rings or emblems. I believe, she said, but not in the way I used to believe. How did you believe in it before? I used to think that the God of Light could do anything. As long as I was devout enough, he would protect me and the people I wanted to protect. I surrendered myself to him, didn't have to think about anything, and just followed him. And now, she looked up at Lin Yi, her azure eyes showing neither confusion nor fervor, only a calm and undisturbed peace. Now I know that there are some things he won't do for me. He gave me talent, he gave me the ability to heal, and the rest, I have to do myself. Lin Yi paused, his fingers moving slightly. Loyalty hadn't increased, but he felt something had changed. She had a new understanding of herself. Aren't you afraid that the God of Light will abandon you because you have disobeyed the doctrine? He asked. Cecilia shook her head, her tone resolute. The God of Light will not. He is the most benevolent of all gods, and his grace will not be withdrawn because people make mistakes. Doctrines are written by people, but faith is given by him. People may make mistakes, but he will not give wrongly. Lin Yi fell silent. He remembered her saying before that she would abandon any doctrine for him, only following the responsibility of the God of Light to spread love and light. Now he understood. This was her answer to herself. Faith remained, but what she believed in was defined by herself. Okay, Lin Yi said. Go ahead and do it if you want to. Cecilia looked at him, waiting for him to say but. Lin Yi didn't say anything. She waited a few seconds, and when she was sure he wouldn't say anything more, she moved her lips, but then swallowed her words back. My lord, she began. Aren't you afraid I'll cause you trouble? I'm not afraid. Lin Yi simileth. I'm just afraid you'll be fooled again. Cecilia blushed. It won't happen again. She stood up, bowed slightly to him, and turned to walk towards the door. She paused at the door, but didn't turn around. Thank you, sir. What are you thanking me for? It's nothing. I just suddenly felt like saying it. Lin, he was taken aback. Cecilia's voice drifted in from the doorway, very softly. Actually, you can tell me whatever you want. Just like I promised, I will do anything. Lin Yi sat in the chair, looking at the closed door. He remembered the first day he met Cecilia. She was kneeling in the pouring rain, soaked to the bone, calling out to God. Her eyes were full of light then, though that light was a forced, artificial light born of despair. Her eyes aren't as bright now, but they look more real. The look in his eyes was no longer one of pleading for protection, but one that shone with a determination to protect others. The light didn't go out. It just changed its source. It was no longer borrowed, but her own. Proposed family member, Cecilia. Loyalty, 81. It rose a little, not much, but it didn't get stuck. The note line has changed. This individual trusts you highly and is redefining the relationship between their beliefs and mission. It is recommended to continue observing and avoid excessive intervention. Just as Lin, he was about to close the panel of Lord of All Spirits, a new line of small gold text suddenly appeared below the notes. Detected that a familiar has locked onto a target for revenge, meeting the conditions for bond resonance, unlocking an exclusive cooperative mission. Mission, Cecilia's resolve. Objective, assist Cecilia in eliminating internal strife and killing Cecilia. Mission reward, unlock Cecilia's exclusive growth plan. Failure penalty, none. Chapter 33 Lioli. Teach me how to become an adult. Last night's detailed conversation with Cecilia led Lin Yi to decide to take the initiative. The next morning, after telling Mimi about the housekeeping duties, he took Cecilia and Lioli out. Nessa was also called on, as Lin Yi was simply worried about her. Leaving her alone in the villa, who knows what she might do? Mimi stayed home with Mimi. Before leaving, she clung to Lioli's tail and wouldn't let go. Lioli had to coax her for a while before she finally let go. Come back soon, Sister Lioli. Okay, I'll bring you candy when I get back. The two little ones made a pinky promise, while Mimi rolled her eyes. After leaving the villa, Lin Yi did not head directly into the town, but instead turned into a grove of trees outside the town. Lioli followed behind him, while Nessa trailed behind, dragging her snake tail and making a rustling sound. After walking for a while, Lin Yi stopped and looked around. The trees were dense enough, and it wasn't far from the main road, so he could see what was happening at the town entrance, but he wouldn't be too conspicuous. Lioli, wait here. Nessa will stay with you. Lioli was taken aback. Master, shouldn't I be with you? There are too many people around, so stay here. I need to call you if I need anything. Lioli pouted, offering no rebuttal. She found a rock to sit on, her tail swishing behind her, and suddenly turned to look at Nessa. Nessa. Lioli leaned closer and whispered, Teach me how to become an adult, please. Nervous? Lin Yi asked. A little. Cecilia didn't deny it, tugging at her priest's robe. I haven't worn clothes like this in a long time. I used to feel safe wearing them, but now I feel like I'm acting. Then treat it like acting. You do your thing, and I'll watch mine. Cecilia glanced at him, her lips pursed, but she didn't smile. The town is unusually lively today. Several carriages were parked on both sides of the street, their bodies painted with the sun emblem of the Temple of Light. A makeshift shed had been set up at the entrance to town, where Cole and Rex stood, along with a few unfamiliar faces. They stood in neat rows, waiting for someone. Lin Yi led Cecilia into the town, and no one paid any attention to them. All eyes were on the outskirts of town, waiting for the group to arrive. Lin Yi didn't rush over. He led Cecilia into a tavern on the street and chose a seat by the window. From this angle, you can see everything at the entrance of the town, yet you're not easily noticed. Let's take a look first, Lin Yi said. The tavern owner, a plump woman, came over to wipe the table. Her gaze lingered on Cecilia's priestess robe for a moment. Then she looked at Lin Yi. Without asking any questions, she brought him 2 glasses of ale. Cecilia held her wine glass but didn't drink it, her gaze fixed on the view outside the window. After waiting for about 15 minutes, the sound of horses' hooves came from outside the town. It was a group of people, a dozen or so white horses, all of them temple knights, wearing silver armor and white robes. In the middle of the procession was a carriage, its roof adorned with a golden sun emblem, and its curtains embroidered with silver thread, obscuring the view of who sat inside. The carriage stopped at the entrance of town. The people under the shed went up to greet him, with Gregor leading the way, his back bent lower than usual. Rex followed behind, his expression not very pleasant, but he still managed a forced smile. The carriage curtain was lifted. A woman got out of the car. She was wearing a long white dress with the hem trailing on the ground, held up by 2 maids behind her. Her hair was light brown, curled into large waves and draped over her shoulders, and she wore a small silver crown on her head. Her face was very white, a whiteness that had been carefully maintained. Her features are delicate, but not exactly beautiful. The proportions are all right, but when put together, something is missing. Cecilia. Lin Yi had never seen her before, but he recognized her at a glance. She herself is not special. It's just that everyone around her revolves around her. Cole was smiling obsequiously. Rex was smiling obsequiously. Even the Templar Knights were smiling obsequiously. She stood there, and everyone had to revolve around her, but she herself didn't shine. Cecilia swirled her wine glass in her hand, spilling wine onto the table. It's her. I've seen her portrait before. Her voice was very low. Lin Yi didn't speak and continued looking out the window. Cecilia got out of the car, without looking at Cole or Rex. Her gaze swept across the crowd at the town entrance, searching for something, yet also as if no one was worth her attention. She said a few words, but they were too far away to hear clearly. But Gregor bent his waist even lower, and Rex's smile grew even wider. Then she walked into the town. The crowd followed behind her. Lin Yi watched them approach, getting closer and closer. Cecilia's body tensed, and she moved her hands from the table to her knees, gripping her skirt tightly. Lin Yi reached out and pressed down on the back of her hand. Don't move. Cecilia's chest heaved as she nodded emphatically. Cecilia's party slowed down slightly as they passed the tavern entrance. No one recognized Cecilia. It was just that Cecilia's gaze inadvertently swept across the tavern window. She saw Lin Yi. Lin Yi was also looking at her. Their eyes met briefly through the glass, so briefly that Lin Yi wasn't sure if she had actually seen him. Cecilia paused for a moment, then continued walking without looking back. The group has gone far away. Lin Yi released Cecilia's hand. She didn't recognize you. Cecilia's voice was indifferent. She's never even seen me. In her eyes, I'm probably just an ant on the roadside that can be crushed at any moment. Then who knows you? Cecilia thought for a moment. There are a few senior priests in the temple. I attended a regional gathering once before, and they should remember my face. There are also those fellow countrymen, but they are all dead. Lin Yi nodded. Just as he was about to say something, the tavern door was pushed open. A middle-aged man dressed in the robes of a temple deacon walked in, his gaze sweeping around the tavern before settling on Cecilia. He paused for a moment, then frowned, as if trying to recall something. Are you Pastor Cecilia? Cecilia stood up slowly, without panic. I am. The deacon's brow furrowed even more. Didn't you go missing? The guild hasn't heard from you at all. I was rescued, Cecilia said calmly. I was a little injured, but after a few days of rest, I'm fine now. The deacon looked at her, then at Lin Yi, his lips moving as if he were considering his options. Finally, he nodded, said, That's great, and turned to leave. Cecilia's shoulders relaxed slightly as the door closed. He'll report back when he gets back, Cecilia said. Cecilia will soon find out I'm alive. Lin Yi picked up his wine glass and took a sip. The beer was warm and had a fermented, sour taste, which wasn't very pleasant. That's perfect, he said. Cecilia looked at him, waiting for him to continue. She's been looking for you for so long, and now that you've shown up, she'll be thinking, how dare you? What gives you the right? Lin Yi put down his wine glass. She will come to you, today or tomorrow. Here, or somewhere else? I know. Are you scared? Cecilia remained silent for a few seconds. Outside the window, Cecilia's party had disappeared into the depths of the town, leaving only mud trampled by horses' hooves and a few idlers on the street. She looked away and gazed at Lin Yi. I'm not afraid, she said, and I don't want to hide. Lin Yi stood up and put the money for the drinks on the table. Let's go out and take a look. The two walked out of the tavern, the sunlight blinding them. There were fewer people on the street. Most of them had gone to see Cecilia. Lin Yi walked in front, with Cecilia following beside him. After walking for a while, Cecilia suddenly spoke. My lord, do you mean she came here just to kill me? Lin Yi did not answer. He's been thinking about this too. Is it worth it for the granddaughter of a bishop of the Temple of Light to travel thousands of miles to a remote, impoverished area just to kill a priest with her own hands? She could have easily sent someone. She already did. But she still came in person. She wasn't doing it for Cecilia. She had other motives. Lin Yi thought of that flower, the Goblin King, and the ever-brightening red light deep in the mountains. Perhaps killing Cecilia was just a pretext, an excuse to give her a legitimate reason to come here. No matter what she's here for, Lin Yi said, once she's here, going back won't be so easy. Cecilia did not respond. Let's go see Harold. Chapter 34, Hypocrisy. Harold's business has been exceptionally good lately, and his face is even more rosy than usual. The courtyard was packed with people. Such a lively scene was rare even on previous market days. Several young people dressed in silk sat under a sunshade, their chairs padded with thick cushions. Each of them was accompanied by attendants. The tea on the table was steaming, and the fruit platter was full of fresh berries. These people are waiting for an opportunity that will allow them to stand tall in their families. Harold, heavily pregnant, weaved through the crowd, his face crinkled with smiles. These are all newcomers. A steward approached Lin Yi and whispered that he was a minor nobleman from a nearby territory, and that a few of them were second sons who were not even ranked in the family hierarchy. They weren't entitled to any titles or a large share of the family fortune, so they were just hoping to strike it rich here. If they could get in touch with Lady Cecilia, they would be set for life. There's really not much entertainment in Blackrock Town, so we have to come to Harold's place for fun. Lin Yi glanced at the group of people. These young people were dressed in flashy clothes, but their frivolous nature was undeniable. Their movements were very discerning as they looked around. Several men were holding newly purchased female slaves in their arms, their actions rough, yet they were still talking about the temple's benevolence. Grown-ups. Harold's voice suddenly rose, drowning out the surrounding noise. He saw Lin Yi, and his round body burst forth with great speed, tumbling and crawling as he rushed over. The arrogant second sons of the nobles were all stunned. They looked at Harold, the fat man, who had been ignoring them just moments before, but now seemed to want to rub his face against Lin Yi's shoes. Sir, you've arrived without giving me any advance notice. I'm completely unprepared. It's outrageous. Harold laughed so hard his face jiggled, and his voice was even more fawning than before. The goods you requested before, I have kept locked in the innermost single room for you, and I haven't even let a fly in to see them. Lin Yi raised his hand, stopping him from speaking. You go ahead with your work. I'll just take a look around. Harold's expression froze for half a second, but he reacted quickly, bowing and scraping as he stepped back. All right, sir. Please continue browsing. If you see anything you like, just tell me, and I'll go and deal with those people before I come back to serve you. When he turned around and faced the group of noble second sons, the humility on his face vanished instantly, replaced by an arrogant, businesslike demeanor. Excuse me, everyone. We have distinguished guests and cannot be neglected. The group of young people looked at each other, whispering amongst themselves. Who is that person? Which duke's family? I've never seen anything like this before. This aura doesn't seem to belong to our territory. Look at the woman next to him. Although she's wearing a hood, her figure looks similar to the one in the temple. Shut up. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Lin Yi ignored the gossip behind him and pulled Cecilia along, walking through the mud deeper into the courtyard. The air was filled with the stench of excrement and rotting hay, making people dizzy. There were indeed a lot of goods today, but most of them were laborers doing manual labor. Several orcs were locked in the outermost cage. They were filthy and huddled in the corner of the small iron cage, their ribs exposed. Cecilia's steps slowed down, and she stopped in front of a cage. Inside was a cat girl who looked to be only about 10 years old. The hair on the tips of her ears was gone. Her wrists were fastened with heavy iron chains, and due to long-term wear and tear, the skin and flesh were rotten, with some areas covered in purplish-black dead flesh. Cecilia crouched down and reached her hand into the gap in the cage. The cat girl shrank back in fright, her back hitting the metal bar with a dull thud. Her amber eyes were filled with terror, and her body trembled uncontrollably. "Don't move." Cecilia's voice was soft, and a pale white light spread from her palm, covering the girl's wrist. The horrifying wounds slowly healed in the light. Dead skin peeled off, and new flesh grew. The dogwoman girl froze, staring blankly at her hands, then at Cecilia. Cecilia did not stop. She stood up and continued walking. She walked very slowly, stopping at every cage she passed. Some slaves had broken legs, with bone fragments piercing their skin. Others had whip marks all over their backs, and their wounds were oozing pus. She kept casting divine spells, 1, 2, 3. Sweat dripped down her forehead, down her cheeks, and onto the muddy ground. Her breathing became rapid, and her spell-casting movements began to slow down. By the time she had treated the 8th person, the white light on her palm had become very faint, almost transparent. She wanted to go to the next cage, where a dwarf who was almost dead was imprisoned. Lin Yi reached out and grabbed her arm, saying, "That's enough. You can't cure all of this." Cecilia swayed slightly as she looked down at her hands, her fingertips stained with blood and rust. She gripped the cloak fabric tightly, her knuckles stiff from the force. "Let's go," she said in a low voice. The two walked through a narrow passageway, where the environment was slightly better, and the items locked up were some high-end goods with outstanding appearances. In a private room, a tree spirit sat on a haystack, her legs curled up, her face buried in her knees, her shoulders heaving violently. Lin Yi pointed at the tree spirit, then turned to Cecilia. "The Temple of Light has always turned a blind eye to this kind of thing." Cecilia lowered her head, her voice muffled. "The God of Light does not forbid the slave trade." "What's the reason?" "Light and darkness coexist, and someone must always bear the suffering in order for the world to maintain its balance. The Church's explanation is that we cannot change everyone's fate, but we can do our best to improve their treatment so that they can suffer less when they are slaves." Lin Yi laughed, a laugh that was undisguised sarcasm. The old doctrines weren't written like this. Cecilia's voice was a little hoarse as she said that hundreds of years ago, the doctrine stated that it was about saving all living beings and guiding the lost to the light. But then a slave revolt occurred, and the freed people killed their masters, looted their property, and even stormed the temple. The temple eventually sent the Knights Templar to suppress the rebellion, resulting in rivers of blood. She looked up at the tree spirit, who also raised its face. It was a very delicate face, but its light gray eyes held no light. The doctrine has changed since then. Cecilia muttered to herself, saying that the temple felt some people were not suitable to be saved. "What do you think?" Cecilia remained silent for a long time. She looked at the elf, then at her own hands, which had just healed several people. "No one is born a slave, but I can't change anything." "It sounds hypocritical," Lin Yi commented. Cecilia did not refute him. She looked at Lin Yi, a calm expression in her azure eyes. "What you said is right, sir. It's really hypocritical. I used to think that curing a few people was fulfilling my duty. In retrospect, that was just self-comfort, a way to get a good night's sleep." She straightened her back and stopped looking at the cages. "But I don't want to do that anymore. I don't want to just spout those high-sounding words, nor do I want to think of myself as a savior after curing a few people." Lin Yi looked at her and nodded slightly. "Then remember this feeling." As soon as the two stepped out of the corridor, a huge commotion suddenly broke out in the open space in front of them. The nobleman's second sons, who had been sitting, all stood up, their movements so quick that they knocked over their chairs. Some people were busy straightening their wrinkled collars. Some were brushing dust off their cuffs, and one person pushed away the female slave in his arms with obvious disgust. "Lady Cecilia has arrived." A cheer erupted from the crowd. Chapter 35, Cecilia. At the entrance of the courtyard, a white carriage with gold patterns slowly came to a stop. The car door opened, and a woman dressed in a magnificent holy robe stepped out, supported by her attendants. She had a perfect smile on her face and looked very gentle. "It's so lively here." Her voice is especially sweet. Lin Yi grabbed Cecilia and pulled her into the shadows behind the crowd. Cecilia pulled her hood down low, her gaze piercing through the gaps in the crowd, fixed intently on the woman. Cecilia walked into the courtyard, surrounded by people. Her skirt swept across the muddy water, but didn't get dirty at all. As she passed the group of young nobles, she nodded slightly in greeting, which elicited a flurry of whispers. She walked up to Harold and whispered a few words to him, and Harold kept bowing and scraping. Lin Yi stood in the shadows, looking at the woman who radiated a holy light in the slave market, and then at Cecilia beside him, whose hands were covered in dust. "The acting is quite good." Lin Yi uttered 4 words in a low voice. Cecilia didn't speak, but she gripped Lin Yi's sleeve with a strong grip. Cecilia's appearance caused an uproar in the courtyard. The noble sons swarmed around her, wishing they could squeeze themselves under her nose. Some bowed, some greeted her, and some dragged over their newly purchased slaves to show off. Cecilia lowered her head slightly, clasped her hands in front of her, and spoke softly as if afraid of disturbing something. "Everyone is so enthusiastic, I feel embarrassed." Her face flushed slightly, and she seemed a little overwhelmed by being surrounded by so many people. But Lin Yi noticed that her gaze swept across everyone's face without missing a single one. "Lady Cecilia, what brings you to a place like this?" A young man in a green coat approached, his tone ingratiating. "I've come to see the slaves here, to spread the love of the God of Light." Cecilia lowered her head, her voice tinged with guilt. "I know my abilities are limited, and I can't do anything great, but even just a glance to let them know that someone cares about them is good." Several noblemen's second sons nodded in agreement, some even with tears in their eyes, though it was unclear whether they were genuinely moved or just pretending. "Sir, you are truly kind-hearted." "Yes, it's rare for someone of your status to still care about these slaves." Cecilia shook her head, her voice even softer. "Don't say that. I was just doing what a believer in the God of Light should do. The real hardship is that you are willing to come to a place like this and give these slaves a new home. I thank you on behalf of those slaves." As she spoke, she gave a slight bow to the crowd. The young men were immediately at a loss. Some quickly helped her up, some waved their hands repeatedly, and one shouted, "Sir, you're too kind. I'll donate 100 gold coins to improve the treatment of the slaves." "I'll donate 100 too. I'll donate 200. Donations poured in, and some people regretted it as soon as they shouted, their faces turning pale. But since everyone around them was shouting, they dared not shout. Someone took the opportunity to taunt their rival. "Young Master Richard, you only donated 100? Last time you spent 50 gold coins on a meal at the tavern. What's it to you? How much are you donating?" "I'll donate 150. Then I'll donate 200. The 2 women glared at each other, their faces flushed and necks red, neither willing to back down first. Bystanders egged them on. Some fanned the flames, some gloated, and some pretended to mediate, but were actually stirring things up. Cecilia stood in the middle, her hands clutching her chest, her eyes slightly red, her voice trembling with emotion. "Everyone, please don't be like this. I've already felt your kindness. You don't need to do this for me." "Sir, this is not for you, but for those suffering slaves," a young man said, puffing out his chest. "Yes, for the teachings of the God of Light." The crowd echoed her sentiments, their voices growing louder and louder. Cecilia lowered her head, gently dabbed at the corner of her eye with her sleeve, and said in a trembling voice, "Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I don't know what to say. The God of Light will surely bless you all." Harold stood outside the crowd, beads of sweat rolling down his face. He took out his handkerchief and wiped them off, then wiped them again. Cecilia had arrived. He should have been happy that the red dragon belonged to the Temple of Light. The recipient had arrived, and the money was in his hands. But he couldn't be happy because he knew these nobles too well. They talked about compassion, but they were always calculating. If Cecilia said in front of so many people that these slaves were pitiful, to demonstrate their benevolence, the second sons of nobles would certainly join in the clamor and contribute money to free the slaves. Money is not the main issue. The problem is that Cecilia came to collect goods, not to rescue slaves. If she suddenly decides to buy the entire shipment at a merciful price, his trip will have been in vain. Harold swallowed hard and squeezed into the crowd, trying to find a chance to speak, but Cecilia's 2 guards blocked him from entering. "Boss Harold." Cecilia suddenly turned to look at him, her voice soft. "Would you be willing to give me some of these slaves? I won't take them for free. I'll pay the market price. I know it's not easy for you to do business, and I can't let you suffer a loss." Harold was stunned for a moment. Market price? She really paid market price? He looked at Cecilia's gentle face, and sweat poured down his back. Was this woman waiting for him behind him? "You flatter me, sir." He wiped the sweat from his brow. "Just tell me which one you want, and I—" "No," Cecilia interrupted him, her tone still soft, but with an added air of authority. "You are a businessman. I can't let you down. I'll offer the market price." She turned around and smiled at the nobleman's 2nd sons. "I will use your donations to buy these slaves, then treat their illnesses, feed them, and give them work. In this way, your kindness will truly benefit them." Everyone nodded in agreement, thinking that this arrangement couldn't be better. Some people have already started calculating how many slaves they can buy with the money they donated, so they can go back home and brag about their involvement in Lady Cecilia's charitable work. Harold stood behind. The sweat on his face had stopped because he was numb. He had only one thought in his mind. This bitch is really ruthless. Lin Yi stood behind the pillar and watched the whole scene from beginning to end without saying a word or moving. Cecilia stood beside him, her cloak hood pulled low, revealing only her chin. She watched Cecilia perform in the crowd, watched the nobleman's sons compete and tease each other, watched Harold sweat profusely but dare not utter a sound. Her expression remained unchanged, as if all of this had nothing to do with her. "Do you really think she would treat those slaves well?" Lin Yi asked in a low voice. Cecilia remained silent for a few seconds. "Maybe. If she can really make their lives a little better, give them food to eat, a place to live, and reduce the beatings they suffer, then I'll thank her on their behalf." "Do you believe she can do it?" Cecilia shook her head. "I don't really believe it, but she said that some people have donated money, so what if—" She paused, then said, "If she really did do a good deed, then that counts, regardless of what she was thinking." Cecilia was still speaking in the middle of the crowd. Her voice was soft and gentle, and every word seemed sincere. The nobleman's 2nd sons surrounded her, vying to express their goodwill, afraid of saying less than others. Harold stood behind, wiping the sweat from his face several times, his hand order crumpled into a ball. He glanced at Cecilia, then at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was leaning against a pillar, his expression indifferent, as if watching a play that had nothing to do with him. Harold swallowed, stuffed the bill of lading into his pocket, and decided not to say anything today. Chapter 36 Lift Her Up. Cecilia was busy collecting donations when she suddenly caught a glimpse of a cloaked figure behind a pillar out of the corner of her eye. She saw Cecilia, not recognizing her face, but recognizing the cloak. The brim of the hood was pulled low, but the curve of her chin and that strand of golden hair were unmistakable. Her gentle smile remained unchanged, but her eyes narrowed subtly. Not long ago, someone reported to her that Cecilia had appeared in town with a young man. She didn't pay much attention at the time. What kind of trouble could a country pastor cause? But now that the person is right in front of her, she can't pretend she didn't see them. "Oh dear." She clapped her hands. "Isn't this Sister Cecilia? There were so many people earlier, I didn't get a chance to talk to you. Please don't mind." She walked through the crowd toward Cecilia, her steps neither fast nor slow, her skirts swaying at her ankles, her face bearing just the right amount of apology. The nobleman's sons automatically made way for her, their eyes following her every move. Cecilia did not move. She stood beside the pillar, her cloak hood pulled low, her hands tucked into her sleeves. Cecilia walked up to her, tilted her head and glanced at her, her eyes slightly red and her voice a little choked up. "Sister Cecilia, you've suffered these past few days. I heard about what happened to you. Those fellow countrymen, sigh. People's hearts are unpredictable. It's truly a blessing from the God of light that you're still alive." She reached out to take Cecilia's hand, but Cecilia subtly avoided it. Her hand froze in midair for a moment. Then she naturally withdrew it, smoothed her hair at her temples, and showed no displeasure on her face. As she spoke, Her gaze shifted to Lin Yi, and she looked him up and down. This must be the person who saved you. Her voice was soft and gentle, carrying just the right amount of gratitude. My lord, by saving Sister Cecilia, you saved the people of the Temple of Light. On behalf of the temple, I thank you. As she spoke, she clasped her hands together in front of her and bowed slightly, her posture standard and angle precise. Lin Yi leaned against a pillar, his hands in his pockets, his expression indifferent. You're welcome. It was just a small favor. Just a quick thing, Cecilia repeated, smiling as she savored the words. You're too modest, sir. May I ask your name and where you hold your position? Lin, an ordinary adventurer. An ordinary adventurer? Cecilia narrowed her eyes. The curve of her lips remained unchanged, but her tone became more probing. An ordinary adventurer, able to rescue someone from that mountain range? The monsters there are not simple. Lin Yi looked at her for 2 seconds, then smiled. The smile was neither too deep nor too shallow, just enough to keep her from seeing through him. I was lucky. Cecilia's smile remained unchanged, but her fingers tightened slightly around her cuffs. She didn't like the answer. It was too slippery, leaving her with nothing to hold on to. Just as she was about to ask again, Lin Yi turned to look at the crowd. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for the people around him to hear. Speaking of which, Lady Cecilia, I have a favor to ask. Cecilia was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to speak first. Please speak, sir. Lin Yi sighed, his voice carrying just the right amount of heaviness. You've heard about Pastor Cecilia's situation. She was lured into the mountains by some fellow villagers and nearly killed by rock trolls. Although I saved her, those traitors are still at large. I've heard that. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and his voice lowered. In recent years, several potential priests of the Temple of Light have died unexpectedly. Some were attacked by monsters, some disappeared in the mountains, and some contracted strange diseases. Even I, an outsider, feel that something is wrong. This is simply a desecration of the God of Light. The crowd fell silent. The second sons of the nobles exchanged glances. Some nodded, some frowned, and some whispered among themselves, yes, I've heard about that too. There's several already. All of them are very talented. What a coincidence. Cecilia's smile remained on her face, but the corner of her mouth twitched slightly, so slightly as to be almost imperceptible. Lin Yi didn't look at her and continued speaking earnestly. Lady Cecilia, you are the leader of the Temple of Light this generation. We all believe that you will be able to find the murderer, report to the God of Light, and bring justice to the deceased priests and to Cecilia. He looked at her and asked sincerely, what do you say? The courtyard was quiet for a few seconds, and all eyes were on Cecilia. The second sons of the nobles looked at her with expectation, admiration, and a sense of as expected of Lady Cecilia. Someone took the lead in clapping, and the applause started sparsely, then grew louder and louder. Well said, Lady Cecilia. You must find a murderer. The Temple of Light needs someone like you. Cecilia stood in the center of applause and attention, her smile unwavering. Her hands were clasped together in front of her, her fingers clenched tightly until her knuckles turned white. Her voice remained gentle. Lord Lin is right. I will definitely investigate these matters thoroughly. Her gaze swept across Lin Yi's face, then lingered on Cecilia for a moment before she turned to the noble sons, lowered her head slightly, and said in a slightly choked voice, Thank you all for your trust. I lost my composure. Someone handed her a handkerchief, which she took and gently pressed to the corner of her eye. There were no tears, but the action was convincing enough. The nobleman's second sons became even more excited. Some shouted, Don't cry, sir. Others shouted, We support you. Some were already planning how to tell their families that they had stood up for Lady Cecilia today. Cecilia raised her head, her eyes slightly red, and looked at Lin Yi with a smile. Lord Lin, you are truly an interesting person. Her voice was soft, only audible to Lin Yi. Would you be interested in having a private chat? Lin Yi looked at her and smiled. No. Pastor Cecilia is going to tell me about the deeds of the God of Light later. She has a deep understanding of the doctrine, and I am very interested in it. Cecilia's smile remained unchanged, but her fingers clenched slightly inside her sleeve. That's a real shame. Her voice was still gentle, but with a hint of coolness. We must have a proper chat next time we have a chance. Definitely, Lin Yi said sincerely. Cecilia turned around and smiled at the nobleman's sons. Everyone, it's getting late. I'll head back now. Thank you all for your support. I appreciate your kindness. Everyone said their goodbyes. Cecilia responded to each question, her smile unwavering, her steps unhurried. When she reached the courtyard gate, she paused, glanced back, and saw Lin Yi still leaning against a pillar, with Cecilia standing beside him. Both of them were looking at her. She looked away and got into the carriage. The moment the car door closed, the smile on her face vanished completely. She leaned against the car wall, her eyes closed, her fingers gripping the hem of her skirt until her knuckles turned white. "My lord, where are we going?" the guard outside asked. "Go back." Her voice was cold, completely different from before. "Have Harold send over the invoice. I'm going to settle this matter properly." The carriage started moving, its wheels making a rumbling sound as they rolled over the stone pavement. In the courtyard, the second sons of the nobles were still gossiping. Harold stood in the corner, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He glanced at Lin Yi, then at the direction of the courtyard gate, and said nothing. Chapter 37, 50% off? I usually just get it for free. As soon as Cecilia's carriage left, the fake liveliness in the courtyard deflated instantly, like a balloon that had been kicked. The noble sons who were fawning over Lady Cecilia just a moment ago now looked at each other, their interest completely gone. Someone disgustedly pushed away the female slave they had just rented and spat on the ground. What a saintly act. What a buzzkill. Chill. Keep your voice down. That's Cecilia. What's wrong with Cecilia? Her face is bigger than her, but... All right, that's bad luck. Let's go drink. The footsteps of 2 or 3 people quickly disappeared at the alley entrance, and the courtyard fell silent again, with only the suppressed coughs of the slaves in the cages remaining. Harold emerged from behind the pillar like a groundhog, his face still damp with cold sweat, his fawning smile now wrinkled again. He jogged up to Lin Yi, bending over at almost a 90-degree angle. "My lord, my dear lord, you are truly a god." He lowered his voice, but the admiration in his tone was genuine. "This is the first time I've ever seen Cecilia suffer such a huge setback. You put her on the hot seat with just a few words, and she didn't dare to utter a single word. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant." Lin Yi leaned against the pillar and glanced at him lazily. "So, you're saying I ruined your business and you're not blaming me?" Harold's smile froze, and he shook his head vigorously, his hands flailing wildly. "How could that be? Sir, you saved my life. You have no idea how scared I was. If that bitch really was using the guise of liberating slaves to force me to sell this batch of goods to her at a low price, who could I complain to? She could have made me sell whether I wanted to or not. You pull me out of fire pit." "Oh," Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "Then should I ask you for some money to save my life?" Harold's smile froze completely. Looking at Lin Yi's ambiguous smile, his heart skipped a beat, and he knew in his heart that this was bad. Lin Yi was going to try and extort him. Of course, he replied quickly, his mind racing. "Sir, a new batch of L's will arrive in a few days, and they're of excellent quality. I'll give you a 20% discount. No, a 50% discount. Is that all right?" Lin Yi didn't say anything, just quietly looked at him. Harold was sweating again, his back almost soaked through. "Sir, please name your price. Do I look like the kind of person who takes advantage of others?" Lin Yi asked slowly. Harold was stunned. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Lin Yi add another sentence. "I usually just take it for free." Harold was struck dumb, almost collapsing to the ground. He wanted to cry but dared not, wanted to laugh but couldn't, his face turning a deep purplish red. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. A thought flashed through his mind. The skilled men he had sent out to track Lin Yi still hadn't returned. They were nowhere to be found, neither alive nor dead. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead and into his eyes, salty and bitter. He swallowed hard, his expression shifting from fawning to pleading. "Sir, whatever you say goes." His voice trembled uncontrollably. Lin Yi stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled. "I was just kidding. Would I really rob you? In business, it's a matter of mutual consent." Harold nodded repeatedly, but his heart was bleeding. You spent 100 gold coins to buy that snake woman mother and daughter, but the cost alone was more than 150. He only dared to curse in his heart. All right, let's get down to business. Lin Yi's smile vanished. What does the Temple of Light want with that dragon? Harold's expression instantly turned troubled. He rubbed his hands together and stammered. Sir, I'm just a middleman. I make whatever the customer wants. As for what the customer will use it for, I really don't know. There are rules in this business. We can't reveal the customer's information. Before he could finish speaking, a gold brick flew towards him with a whoosh. With a dull thud, the gold brick slammed solidly into his chest. Harold grunted, staggered back half a step from the impact, and hurriedly managed to catch the heavy thing. He looked down, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Pure gold. This piece of land is big enough for him to live out the rest of his life in peace. His fingers repeatedly rubbed the cool, smooth surface of the gold brick, his expression shifting from fear to greed, and then from greed to struggle. Sir, what is this? I told you it's not free, Lin Yi said in a calm tone, as if you were talking about the weather. I need intelligence. Your Chamber of Commerce's intelligence network shouldn't just be used to find sources of goods, right? From now on, I'll ask questions and you answer. The amount of gold you know will determine its value. Harold gripped the gold brick tightly and swallowed hard. Sir, the Chamber of Commerce's information is all classified. Heaven knows, earth knows, and I know, Lin Yi continued. No contract is needed to prove it. If you're bold enough, take it and run now, and I won't stop you. Harold's hand trembled violently. Run? He sent out people, and no one knows where they went. Where could they have gone? You jest, sir. He quickly stuffed the gold brick into his pocket. Its heavy weight gave him a sense of security, but also a chilling feeling. Ask away, and I will never lie about anything I know. What does the temple want with that dragon? Harold wiped his sweat, leaned closer, and whispered in a voice barely above a whisper. Sir, I really don't know the specifics, but I'd guess it's pretty close. He paused, then lowered his voice. Offerings. As soon as those two words were uttered, Cecilia, next to her, gasped sharply. Harold seemed not to notice and continued. My lord, think about it. Recently, the monsters in the mountains have been rampaging, and even a level 50 Goblin King has appeared. Is this normal? What kind of major event would require a living, level 40 subadult dragon as a sacrifice? Lin, he didn't speak. You mean, Cecilia's voice was a little tense. I didn't say anything. Harold waved his hands frantically. I'm just a businessman. I was just guessing. Don't take it seriously. God, Lin, he uttered a single word. Harold didn't dare to reply, but subconsciously touched the scorching gold brick in his arms again. Lin, he straightened up and patted his trouser legs. All right, that's enough for today. I'll come back in a few days when the elf arrives. Please take care, sir. Please take care. Harold bowed and scraped, escorting him all the way to the courtyard gate. Lin took a few steps, then suddenly stopped and looked back at him. By the way, those men of yours traveled with me for a while the other day. Harold's body froze instantly. Lin, he continued in a casual tone. The mountain road was difficult to walk on, and they accidentally fell and died. Harold's smile shattered completely, leaving only fear. Sir, you jest. I wouldn't dare. Lin, he ignored him and turned to leave. Cecilia followed silently as they walked out of the alley. The sunlight outside was a bit too bright. My lord, she said softly, aren't you afraid he'll take the gold and run away? He doesn't dare, Lin smiled. He doesn't even dare to leave this town now. Cecilia was silent for a moment, then asked, You knew from the beginning that he sent people? Then why? How can you catch fish if you don't fatten them up? Lin, he glanced at her. Cecilia lowered her head and said nothing more. After walking for a while, she couldn't help but look up at Lin Yi's profile. My lord, what exactly are they trying to do by using a live dragon as a sacrifice? Lin, he didn't stop walking, his gaze fixed ahead, but a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. What they want to do is not important. The important question is, what role did Cecilia play in this? Chapter Horminsnjolts Loppilu Irklining. After dinner, Mimi went back to her room early because of her foot injury. Lily has been acting strangely ever since she came back. During the meal, she would poke at the meat in her bowl with her chopsticks, but there was no movement for a long time. She would occasionally look up at Lin Yi with an expression that was hard to describe, but it revealed a kind of research-oriented spirit. Lin Yi felt uncomfortable under her gaze and asked her what was wrong. She just shook her head, then lowered her head to poke her flesh and continued to peek. This isn't right. Lin Yi usually can't keep things to herself. When she's happy, she wags her tail nonstop, and when she's unhappy, she just pouts. She would never look at people with such a scrutinizing gaze. Lin Yi glanced at Nessa, who was clearing away the dishes. The snake woman's expression was calm, revealing nothing. But his intuition told him that this matter was inextricably linked to Nessa. The snake woman must have taught Lin Yi some strange things. I'll find another chance to deal with her tomorrow. It's definitely not, because I want her to bite me again. After Lin Yi finished the last bite of her meal, she pushed the bowl onto the table and dragged Mimi outside. Mimi, let's go. Let's catch fireflies. Ugh. The two tails disappeared one after the other at the doorway, and the cheerful sounds drifted in through the yard, gradually fading into the distance. Nessa carried the neatly stacked bowls and chopsticks into the kitchen, and soon the sound of running water could be heard from inside. The living room suddenly felt empty. Lin Yi leaned back on the sofa cushions, staring blankly at the ceiling. The screen of his tablet, with its cracked corner, reflected the light. In the days since he transmigrated, he had been capturing dragons, saving people, and settling disputes, one after another. Now that I suddenly have some free time, I feel a deep emptiness in my bones. Grown-ups. Cecilia's voice drifted in from the side, light and airy. Lin Yi turned her head to the side. She was sitting at the other end of the sofa, her apron still on, holding a freshly brewed cup of hot tea, with wisps of steam rising from it. Would you like me to clean your ears? Lin Yi was stunned for half a second. You have this skill? Cecilia chuckled softly. Back in the church in town, I was in charge of all the children's chores. I was good at cutting hair, trimming nails, and cleaning ears. The old pastor always joked that I was destined to be a mother. She spoke slowly, with a warm, nostalgic air about her. Lin Yi sat up straight and stretched his neck. Okay, where are the tools? Cecilia pulled a wooden box from a shelf under the coffee table. The lid was opened, and inside were several bamboo ear picks, the tips of which were wrapped with clean cotton wool. Please lie down. Cecilia patted her thigh. Lin Yi looked at her. Her long golden hair slid down her shoulders, and the straps of her apron were tied around her waist, making her chest appear even more prominent. Her expression was very natural, and the suggestion sounded perfectly ordinary. He then lay down. The moment the back of my head hit the ground, it felt warm, and the force of the impact was heavy and fleshy. It wasn't the harshness of bones digging into you, but rather a rich and elastic support. She exuded a faint scent of soapberry, mixed with a hint of warmth from being exposed to the sun, a smell that brought peace of mind. Lin Yi adjusted his posture and rubbed the back of his head against her leg twice. Sir, don't move. Cecilia's voice came down from above, tinged with amusement. The ear pick was inserted into the ear canal with extremely gentle movements, causing a tingling, numbing sensation. Cecilia's hands were steady, her fingertips occasionally brushing against his earlobe, feeling cool and refreshing. The living room was quiet, with only the rustling of leaves outside the window. Tell me if it hurts. Lin Yi closed his eyes, and the soft sound of the cotton wadding spinning in his ear canal was amplified infinitely, producing a rustling sound. Cecilia. Did you clean those kids' ears like this before? Yes, some children are timid and afraid of pain, so I tell them stories while I clean their ears. Once the story is over, their ears are clean. She paused for a moment, then asked, would adults like to hear a story? No need, you can continue. Cecilia let out a soft laugh, her warm breath tickling his face. You really don't want to hear it? What kind are there? Let me think about the deeds of the god of light. Lin Yi shifted to a more comfortable position. Let's keep it short. Cecilia paused for a moment, then spoke in a low, magnetic voice that could lull someone to sleep. Long ago, a shepherd got lost in the wilderness. He walked for 3 days and 3 nights, drank all his water, and wore his feet out. He knelt on the ground and prayed, asking the god of light to save him. And then what? Later, the god of light appeared. He did not descend from the sky, but grew out of the shepherd's heart. The god of light said, the path under your feet is the path you must take. There is no other choice. Lin Yi opened his eyes. What kind of rescue is this? Isn't this just blatant harassment? Cecilia laughed, so hard her shoulders trembled slightly. I think so too, but the old pastor said the meaning of this story is that God won't walk for you, but he can give you the courage to take the first step. That sounds like nonsense meant to fool children. Yes. Cecilia lowered her voice even further. It really is a lie. She moved the ear pick to the other side and pressed her fingers on Lin Yi's temples, gently kneading them with her fingertips. Sir, turn over. Lin Yi obediently turned his body, his face directly facing her lower abdomen. Through the thin fabric of her apron, I could feel the temperature of her abdomen through my nose. With each breath, the heat penetrated the fabric and settled on the soft surface. Cecilia's body stiffened visibly for a moment, and her fingers, which were pressing her temples, paused for an instant before resuming their movements. Sir, you— Ow! No, it's nothing. Just as Lin Yi was about to speak, his gaze suddenly darkened. He glanced up instinctively. Two huge shadows hung directly overhead, blocking out the light. The apron straps were pulled across the middle, sinking into a deep groove, stretching the fabric to its limit and giving it a taut, almost bursting look. Cecilia. You're blocking the light. Cecilia was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted, and a blush quickly spread from the base of her neck to the tips of her ears. She frantically tried to shrink back, but Lin Yi was still resting his head on her lap, leaving her nowhere to retreat. Sir, please don't stare. Lin Yi didn't reply and closed his eyes again. The touch in her ear became more delicate. Cecilia's breathing became rapid, and the frequency of her chest rising and falling noticeably increased. Even through the fabric, the rhythmic feel is transmitted wave after wave. Grown-ups. Are you asleep? Without. Then please don't say anything. Okay. Silence fell in the room again. Cecilia's fingertips slid from his earlobe to his earlobe, slowly rubbing them. Her palms were warm, making him feel weak all over. Lin Yi felt his consciousness begin to blur, and his body kept sinking deeper into the sofa. I don't know how much time has passed. Liuli ran back, clutching a handful of fireflies, about to shout, when she saw Cecilia put her index finger to her lips, making a shushing gesture. Liuli quickly shut her mouth, and the fireflies in her hand flew through her fingers, filling the room with tiny green lights that shimmered in the air. She tiptoed over, squatted down beside the sofa, and stared at Lin Yi's sleeping face. Is Master asleep? After watching for a while, Liuli's fingers began to itch, as if she wanted to poke Lin Yi's face. Cecilia gently pushed her hand away and shook her head slightly. Little dragon girl pouted, but didn't make a fuss. She simply squatted there with her knees drawn up to her chest, resting her chin on the sofa armrest, her eyes unblinking. Cecilia. Master is so obedient. Cecilia didn't speak, but her expression softened considerably. Liuli glanced at Lin Yi, her throat involuntarily bobbing. Mimi shuffled out of the house, carrying a water cup, her foot still bearing an injury. Seeing this, she stopped and pretended to turn around to look at the moon outside the window, but her eyes kept darting to Lin Yi out of the corner of her eye. It's not so bad when she's asleep, she muttered to herself. Liuli turned to look at her, and Mimi's face flushed. She picked up her cup and gulped down a mouthful of water, pretending nothing had happened. Instead of going back inside, she went around to the other end of the sofa, sat down, put her cup on the coffee table, and just stood there watching. Nessa emerged from the bathroom, her hair still wet, a trail of water trailing behind her snake tail on the floor. She glanced at the scene in the living room and paused. What's so interesting about it? She whispered something, touching her lips, which were still swollen. Mommy. Mimi poked her head out from behind her. I want to see too. Nessa scooped her up and tucked her under her arm. Go to sleep. No, it's beautiful. What's so great about it? Let's go. Mimi struggled, her tail swishing back and forth. Sister Liuli. Mommy is bullying me. Liuli turned around and waved at her, but didn't stand up. Nessa carried Mimi into the room, glancing back before closing the door. In the living room, the lights were warm and yellow, and several people were gathered around the sofa. She closed the door, put Mimi on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. Mom, are you unhappy? Nessa didn't answer. She sat on the edge of the bed, looking into Mimi's bright, light golden eyes, and suddenly felt a little annoyed. Not annoyed by Mimi, but annoyed by herself. Why was that man so popular? The dragon too, the priest too, even that cat man. She touched her lips, feeling annoyed again. Sleep. Good night, Mom. Good night. The lights went out, and fireflies flew out of the living room window into the courtyard, scattering into the night and turning into tiny, moving points of light. Chapter 39, Why Sleep on Me When You Have a Room? When Lin Yi woke up, it was still dark. He opened his eyes. It was dark all around, and the outline of the sofa back was blurry. My mind went blank for several seconds before I remembered that I had fallen asleep on Cecilia's lap last night. He instinctively tried to sit up, but as soon as he raised his head, he bumped into something soft. It felt very soft to the touch and had a faint milky scent. He froze, and a muffled groan came from above him. Cecilia's voice was groggy. My lord? Lin, he didn't dare to move. His face was pressed against her chest, and through the thin fabric, he could feel her heartbeat, thumping faster than usual. He wanted to say something, but his mouth was gagged, and he couldn't speak. You're awake. Cecilia's voice was dazed, her eyelids still drooping. Did you sleep well? Lin Yi moved back a bit, finally managing to pull his face out from between the two mountains. Looking up at her, her golden hair was a mess, her eyes were half open, and there was a trace of drool on the corner of her mouth. She had completely lost her usual dignified demeanor, appearing both bewildered and weak. Not bad, Lin Yi said. How about you? Cecilia didn't answer, tilting her head back on the sofa, about to fall asleep again. Lin Yi was about to get up when he suddenly felt a heavy weight in his lower body. Looking down, he saw Liu Li lying on his stomach, her silver-white hair spread all over her body, breathing evenly, fast asleep. Mimi rested her head on his lap, her cat ears pressed against his pants, her tail curled up beside her knees, twitching occasionally, as if she were having some kind of dream. Lin Yi was speechless. What exactly happened last night? How did these people put themselves in such a way while he was asleep? He gently moved Liu Li off his stomach, and Liu Li groaned, turned over, and continued to sleep. He lifted his leg again and let Mimi's head fall onto the sofa. Mimi's ears twitched and her brows furrowed, but she didn't wake up. Just as she was about to put her aside, she suddenly reached out and hugged his leg, pressing her face against his again. Don't move, Mimi mumbled, her voice indistinct. Lin Yi sighed and pinched Mimi's nose. Mimi was having trouble breathing. Her mouth was open and her brows were furrowed even more, but she refused to open her eyes. He pinched Liu Li's nose again, and Liu Li's mouth opened, but she reacted faster than Mimi. She flicked her tail and hit Lin Yi's wrist. The force was not great, but it accurately interrupted his movement. Lin Yi withdrew his hand and looked at the two women clinging to him, feeling that his life was becoming more and more outrageous. He turned to look at Cecilia, who was fast asleep, her head resting on the back of the sofa, her golden hair hanging down, obscuring half of her face. Cecilia was still wearing yesterday's apron, all wrinkled, with the hem pressed down by Mimi's legs. Her position was very uncomfortable. She was leaning against the sofa with her neck crooked, her legs supported by his head all night, and she also had to bear the weight of Liu Li and Mimi. She stayed there all night. Lin, he suddenly felt a little guilty. He gently placed Mimi's head on the sofa, and then took Liu Li off his body. The two women protested with a few hums, but this time they didn't bother them again. He stood up, stretched his stiff neck, then walked over to Cecilia, squatted down, and looked at her. Why didn't you put me on the sofa? He asked softly. Cecilia opened her eyes a crack, looked at him, and tried to understand the meaning of his words. The adults don't seem willing to leave. Her voice was hoarse, with a sleepy nasal tone, and she added, Moreover. And what? And it's cute. Cecilia said the word with a slight upturn at the corner of her mouth, as if she were smiling in a dream. I'm a little reluctant to part with it. After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes again. Lin Yi squatted there, looking at her peaceful sleeping face, and felt a gentle jolt in his heart. It's not just a feeling of being moved, but a feeling even softer than that. And there's Liu Li and Mimi. Cecilia's voice drifted from the dream again, muffled and unclear. They don't want to leave either. Lin Yi stood up, took a deep breath, and suppressed this inexplicable feeling. He picked up Lioli and Mimi, supporting their bottoms with his forearms, their little heads resting on his shoulders, their tails drooping down and swaying in the air. They found a room at random, put the two of them down, and carefully tucked them in. Lioli rolled over, tucked the blanket between her legs, mumbled, "Master," and then fell silent again. Back in the living room, Cecilia was still sprawled on the sofa, in the exact same position as before, without having moved at all. Lin Yi walked over, stood in front of her, and looked down at her. "Cecilia." She murmured, her eyelids twitching but not opening. "I'll take you back to your room." "Good." She said okay, but she didn't move. Lin Yi bent down, put one arm around her knee and the other on her back, and lifted her up from the sofa. The moment Cecilia's body was lifted into the air, she became fully conscious. Her eyes widened suddenly, and his face was reflected in her azure pupils. "Grown-ups, don't move." Cecilia didn't dare to move. Her body stiffened in his arms, and she didn't know where to put her hands. Finally, she grabbed his collar tightly. "I can walk by myself." "You can't walk," Lin Yi said. "Your legs are numb." Cecilia fell silent, her face pressed against his chest, where she could hear his heartbeat, strong and steady. Her legs were indeed numb, from her thighs to her toes, and it felt like ants were crawling on them. When she said, "Okay, just now," she never thought she would be able to stand up. Lin Yi carried her upstairs, his steps neither fast nor slow. She curled up in my arms, barely heavier than Lioli. "You're too light," Lin Yi said. Cecilia did not respond. "Eat more in the future." Lin Yi pushed open her bedroom door and placed her on the bed. The sheets were beige and neatly folded, and a half-read book sat next to the pillow. He pulled the blanket over her, tucking it in from her shoulders to her ankles. Cecilia lay on the bed, her golden hair spread across the pillow, her eyes half open as she looked at him. "Grown-ups." "Thank you. Go to sleep." Lin Yi stood by the bed, looking at her. Her eyelashes were very long. Her breathing gradually became even, her chest rose and fell gently, and her face still had a faint blush. He looked at it for a few seconds, then turned around, walked to the door, and turned off the light. "Good night." The door closed softly. Cecilia lay awake in the darkness, staring at the ceiling, her heart still pounding. She pulled her hand out from under the covers and placed it on the spot where Lin Yi had just stood. It was already cold there. In the corridor, Lin Yi had just closed the door when he turned around and almost bumped into someone. Nessa stood at the end of the corridor, her hair wet and water droplets clinging to her face. She was wearing that faded old robe, the collar of which was loose, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. The snake's tail dragged on the ground, its tip slightly upturned. "Good morning, sir." Her voice was indifferent. "Morning." Lin Yi glanced at her. Nessa had just finished washing up. She wasn't wearing makeup, but her lips were still a little swollen. Her expression was very calm, but there was something indescribable in her eyes. "Want to go for a walk?" Lin Yi asked. Nessa's eyebrows twitched. "Now?" She paused for 2 seconds, then bent down at a 90-degree angle, perfectly straight. "I will obey my master's orders." The neckline drooped down, revealing the view inside. Snow white and full, it swayed slightly with the curve of her bend. Looking at the two white, fluffy things, a thought suddenly flashed through Lin Yi's mind. Are all snake people this well endowed? "Let's go," he said. Nessa straightened up and followed behind him, her snake tail rustling softly across the floor. At the end of the corridor, it was still dark, and the sky outside the window was a deep blue. In the distance, the red light deep in the mountains could no longer be seen, but Lin Yi knew it was there. It's always been there. Chapter 40, I want to be straightforward. About a mile east of the villa, there's a rocky hill. It was completely surrounded by towering trees, making it impossible for outsiders to see it. This place used to be inhabited by a tough-backed bear with thick skin and a strong sense of territory. Later, Lioli found it in the way and stomped on its head, crushing it. From then on, this place became a no-man's land. Lin Yi leaned against the rock, looking at the dense canopy of trees at the foot of the mountain, and stretched. "What kind of love potion did you give Lioli yesterday? The way she looks at me has been strange ever since she came back." Nessa stood to the side, her snake tail coiled at her feet, the tip tapping against the stone. She asked me how to become an adult. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Become an adult? Yes, so that I could have your child. Nessa said calmly. She thought I was a mother, a mature adult with a child. That's probably why Ruri chose us. Lin Yi recalled the scene in the caravan courtyard that day, when Liuli pointed at the cage and shouted, I want those too. He never expected that her mind was filled with thoughts of breeding. She's quite clever. She's always been smart. She just doesn't use it. Nessa glanced at him. Don't you want to know how I taught her? Tell me about it. I can't say. I made a promise with that child. Nessa's lips twitched as she tapped her tail on the ground a little faster. The adults wouldn't want me to break my promise to that lovely child, would they? Lin Yi stared at her for 2 seconds, ignoring Nessa's provocation. Now that we know the reason, it's not too late to settle accounts with Liuli when we get back. He patted the stone beside him. Nessa hesitated for a moment, then sat down with her snake tail coiled around her back several times. You're an alchemist. What can you do? Nessa pondered for a moment. It depends on the direction. Some people specialize in potions, some make magical tools, and some purify materials. I've learned a lot of things and know a little about everything, especially forbidden things. For example, forcibly combining 2 different plants. Lin Yi's lips twitched. Isn't this just grafting? So you're a botanist after all. Instead of discouraging the botanist, he asked, what about the ore? Can it be refined and smelted? As long as we have enough materials, large-scale production is fine too. Nessa turned to look at him. You're going to start mines, sir? Lin Yi nodded. There are several mining sites near the villa, but no one dared to touch them before because there were too many monsters and the purity was too low. The profits wouldn't be enough to cover the losses. But after Liuli came, the threatening ones were basically wiped out. Nessa didn't reply. She just listened. You may not know this, but our family's entire operation is kept running by gold. The money spent on burning gold for 2 days would be enough to buy both of you. Various magical crystals can replace gold, but unfortunately, there's nothing in this remote and impoverished place. Nessa raised an eyebrow slightly. It's not because of the numbers, but because of the phrase, our home. She remained unmoved. Winning people over? It was an old trick, but it was effective. If we don't find a way to increase revenue, we'll go bankrupt sooner or later, Lin Yi said. Sooner or later? About 3,650 days. Nessa resisted the urge to roll her eyes. 10 years. She used to be very careful with every gold coin, but this person has such a big villa that burns gold as energy, and it can last for 10 years. She bent down and picked up the stone from the ground. It was dusty and had several dark red lines on its surface, reflecting light slightly. This is a byproduct of crimson demon stone. She turned the stone over. It contains iron, copper, and a little bit of fire demon crystal fragments. There are too many impurities, so the purification cost is not low. How much? Nessa mentally went through the calculations. At this purity, building a small purification array, plus daily maintenance and energy consumption, would cost at least 2,000 gold coins. As for efficiency, it would only yield 200 to 300 kilograms per day. Lin Yi quickly did some mental calculations. The villa's current daily consumption, converted to gold coins, is approximately 50 coins. 2,000 gold coins would be enough for 40 days of consumption. The return on investment is slow, but this mine can yield a lot of resources. He wasn't in a hurry to finalize anything. There were still a few mining sites he hadn't visited. Let's go back first. He stood up. This isn't urgent. Nessa also stood up, sweeping her snake tail on the ground, but did not immediately take a step. Is your excellency in such a hurry to go back? Otherwise what? Nessa didn't speak. She came up from behind, her snake tail wrapping halfway around his leg, her arms around his waist from behind, and her chin resting on his shoulder. Her breath fell on his neck, warm and gentle. Does the master not want me to bow my head? Lin Yi didn't move. He could feel the warmth of her chest against his back through the thin fabric of her clothes. Nessa. Can we be a little more honest? Nessa's arm paused. Just tell me what you want. Lin Yi asked, puzzled. I won't mistreat my partner. Nessa loosened her grip. She walked around to face Lin Yi, tilting her head back. Her amber eyes held a complex mix of emotions, a kind of hesitation about whether or not to trust him. Sir, do you consider me your partner? Not a woman? Not a toy. The voice was soft. Otherwise what? Lin Yi looked at her. Do you want to be a tool for venting your frustrations? Nessa shocked. She opened her mouth, her expression changing several times, wanting to refute, but not knowing where to begin. She recalled her behavior over the past 2 days, adjusting her skirt to block his view, accidentally revealing her cleavage when bending over and waving it around in front of him. She didn't know why she had done these things. Perhaps it was because after that day, she didn't know where she should place herself. Maid? Slave? Woman? What is that? She began, her voice hoarse. Want some alchemical equipment and tools, and preferably, I'd like a laboratory built for me. She paused for a moment, then said, some experiments are quite dangerous and can't be conducted at home. After all this, it should be worth about 500 gold coins? No, 300 will be enough. Lin Yi looked at her, his gaze direct. She didn't dodge. That's all. That's all. Lin Yi reached out, pulled her over, and hugged her. Nessa's body tensed for a moment, then slowly relaxed, resting her chin on his shoulder, her snake tail slowly curling on the ground. You should have said that earlier. Lin Yi's voice came from above her head. Go ask Mimi for money. Here's 3,000 gold coins. Go do whatever you want. Nessa froze completely. She thought she had misheard. 3,000 gold coins? Not 300, not 500, it's 3,000? She looked up at him. His expression was casual, as if he didn't take it seriously at all. Sir, are you really going to give it to me? They really gave it to me. Nessa's heart was pounding so hard that she doubted Lin Yi could hear it. 3,000 gold coins. That's enough to buy a top-of-the-line alchemy set, enough to build a decent laboratory, and enough to revive research that has been shelved for many years. She thought he would try to bargain, hesitate, or ask her to exchange something else for it. But he didn't. He just gave it to him like that. Nessa's eyes were a little hot, but she didn't cry. She hadn't cried in a long time. At that moment, she suddenly felt that it wouldn't be bad to just follow him and have a stable place to rely on after drifting through most of her life. She was tired. The voice was hoarse as it said, thank you. Lin Yi lowered his head and touched her forehead. Remember to come to the study this afternoon. Nessa paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, feeling completely relaxed. Good. Lin Yi brought up the panel of the Lord of all Spirits and glanced at it. Nessa's loyalty jumped from 43 to 58, and then to 73. It's rising rapidly. He wondered to himself what this woman was thinking. The two stood on the rocky hill, the wind blowing and rustling the leaves. Nessa's tail was lazily curled on the ground, and Lin Yi's hand was still on her waist, not letting go. Sudden, Nessa's voice became alert. Grown-ups. Someone's coming. Her snake tail was taut and straight, the tip trembling slightly, and her tail pressed tightly against the ground to feel the vibrations. About 500 meters, walk this way. Can you hear me? The tail is close to the ground, and I can feel the vibration. Nessa turned her head, her amber vertical pupils staring in the direction of the forest. There's more than one. Their footsteps are very light. They are definitely trained professionals. Lin Yi released her, squinted, and looked into the depths of the tree canopy. The forest was eerily quiet. The leaves that were rustling just a moment ago are now completely silent. A faint, fishy odor drifted over on the wind. Chapter 41 Standoff. Mimi senses something is wrong. They've stopped. Nessa's voice was tense, her amber vertical pupils locked onto the depths of the forest. They haven't left. They're just 500 meters away. Lin Yi's hand was still on her waist, and he could clearly feel that the snake woman beside him had entered a battle state, her muscles contracting like a fully drawn bow. Several. 3. The footsteps have stopped. They must have stopped and are observing us. Nessa's snake tail tip trembled very slightly on the ground, sensing every movement of the earth. My lady, it seems their target is us. The forest was eerily quiet. The wind stopped, and the rustling of the leaves disappeared, leaving only a faint, pungent stench, like an odor seeping from hell, sticky and disgusting. Even from hundreds of meters away, Lin Yi could almost feel several malicious gazes, like the tongues of venomous snakes licking his back. This feeling is very unpleasant. I am like a fire in the night, while the other is a hunter lurking in the shadows. The standoff lasted for a full minute before the feeling of being spied on slowly subsided. They're gone. Nessa's tense body finally relaxed. Her tail lifted from the ground and flicked in midair. They turned around and didn't intend to come any closer. Lin Yi remained silent, standing on the rocky hill, gazing at the now tranquil forest. The leaves were still moving, but it was impossible to tell whether it was people or the wind. Whose person is he? Are you here to see him? Or was it just a coincidence that I was passing by? He racked his brains, reviewing the various factions in the town recently. The people from the temple, the guild members, that succubus, and Harold, that slave trader. Ever since Cecilia appeared by his side, people have been constantly trying to find out his identity. Every time he returns home, he manages to shake off several pursuers. Thanks to Liuli's absolute strength and the concealment barrier that comes with the villa, his lair has yet to be discovered. To outsiders, he became increasingly mysterious. A priest who saved the Temple of Light, who could hold his own against Cecilia in an arm-wrestling match, and even a cunning old fox like Harold bowing and scraping before him. Who wouldn't be curious? The enemy is in the open, while he is in the dark. It sounds good, but if it stays in the dark for too long, it becomes something that cannot be seen in the light. He needed an identity that could silence outsiders and keep trouble at bay. This can't go on, Lin Yi said, walking towards home. We need to think of a solution. What method? Nessa followed behind him, her snake tail leaving a winding trail on the ground. Let's get a plausible identity. Lin Yi thought for a moment. It would be best to start with Cecilia. On the surface, she's still a top-performing priest at the Temple of Light. If we push her out there, I can benefit from her influence. Does the adult want to be a gigolo? Lin Yi turned around and glared at her. Nessa's expression was innocent, but the corners of her mouth were curved, clearly indicating that she was suppressing a laugh. Enhance her prestige. The higher she stands, the more secure my position will be. Isn't that still just a gigolo? Shut up. Nessa didn't say anything more, but her tail was held high, and she was in a good mood. When the two walked back to the villa, Mimi was standing at the door with her arms crossed, one foot on the ground, her cat ears standing straight up, and her tail swishing behind her. Her foot injury has fully healed, and she has regained her usual, I'm busy, don't bother me attitude. You're back. Her gaze swept from Lin Yi's face to Nessa's face, then back to Lin Yi's face, her nose twitching as if she were smelling something. Okay. Lin Yi changed his shoes. Walk. Walk. Mimi sniffed again and wagged her tail even faster. She didn't say anything, but the expression on her face clearly said 4 words. I don't believe it. Lin Yi changed his shoes, walked over, and reached out to pinch her nose. Mimi made a hum sound and slapped his hand away. What are you thinking about? Lin Yi said irritably. Your head is full of dirty thoughts. Mimi covered her nose, her face turning red to her ears. Who wants to? I was just asking. Finished asking questions? Where's the food? It's on the table. Can't you see it yourself? Mimi walked toward the kitchen, took a few steps, then turned back and glanced at Nessa. Nessa was adjusting her apron, her expression indifferent, no different from usual. But Mimi's intuition told her that things were different. The snake woman's eyes looked different than yesterday. She couldn't quite put her finger on what was different, but it just was different. At the dinner table, Liuli ate a couple of mouthfuls of rice and then dragged Mimi away, saying they were going to catch dragonflies. Cecilia ate quietly, occasionally placing a piece of food on Lin Yi's plate. Mimi buried her head in her rice, her ears perked up like 2 antennas. Nessa sat at the very edge, eating very little, her chopsticks poking around in her bowl. Afternoon. Study. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, several maps of mining sites spread out on the table in front of him, but he wasn't looking at them. There was movement under the table. A small section of dark green snake tail protruded from the tablecloth, its tip slightly upturned, trembling occasionally like the tip of a blade of grass being blown by the wind. Lin Yi calmed down and brought up the Spirit Master's panel. Liuli loyalty, 94. Status, distracted, seemingly influenced by others. Cecilia's loyalty, 92. Status, stable. Faith transfer progress, 68%. Mimi loyalty, 79. Status, recovering from a foot injury. Note, she's all talk and no action. She suspects you did something to betray her this morning. Family member, Nessa, loyalty, 73.8. Occupation, alchemist, forbidden path, LV.12. Optional job change paths. Life craftsman, triggered by completing a perfect life creation experiment. Upon job advancement, you will gain the skills creation and lifelink. Poison master, triggered by concocting 100 different poisons. Upon job advancement, gains the skills poison immunity and poison enhancement. Current progress. The life creation experiment, Mimi, is not yet complete. 23 types of poisons have been prepared. Note, strong research desire. Trust level significantly increased after the first substantial request was made and met. Basic alchemy skills unlocked. Recruitable. Lin Yi turned off the control panel, reached under the table, and felt around, finding a head, which he gently patted. Teach me alchemy tonight. Make some small toys or something. A muffled came from under the table, indistinct and unclear, as if something was blocking its mouth. Just as Lin Yi was about to say something more, the study door was suddenly kicked open. Mimi rushed in, panting heavily, her face flushed red, clutching a piece of paper in her hand. Boss, no, something terrible has happened. Lin Yi's expression changed slightly. It wasn't because of what she said, but because the person under the table was so startled that they shrank back immediately. His face twitched, and he tried his best to keep his expression steady. What's up? Cole, the leader of the Black Rock Town Adventurers Guild. He's dead. Mimi's voice was shrill and urgent. He died right here in the guild. This afternoon. Lin Yi looked at her and remained silent for 2 seconds. How did he die? I don't know. Mimi gripped the note in her hand even tighter. I just got the news from Kegel. He said the person died in the second-floor office, covered in blood, with their eyes wide open. She caught her breath and continued. It's like she was scared to death by something. No, she was murdered. There's a wound on her neck. As Mimi spoke, she finally caught her breath and then noticed that Lin Yi's expression was a little strange. His expression was neither shocked nor flustered. Rather, it seemed as if he was trying to suppress something. Boss, are you all right? It's all right. Lin Yi's voice was a little tense. Go and call Yuli first. I'll get ready. Receive. Mimi took 2 steps, then suddenly stopped and looked back at the desk. The table curtain was swaying gently, as if something had just retracted from behind. Half a green snake's tail. The thought of how she had pleaded with Lin Yi for Nessa earlier made Mimi's claws itch, and she had an urge to scratch someone. That snake woman who deceived my feelings. Mimi gritted her teeth inwardly, pretending not to see anything. Saptic 42 Mimi's territorial awaranas. The study door clicked shut, cutting off the cat girl's hurried footsteps outside. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. Be more careful next time. A muffled came from under the table, the voice filled with grievance, clearly saying, how could this be my fault? Lin Yi didn't say anything more. He knew that Mimi's glance just now had taken in everything. That hypocritical little cat is probably hiding in some corner right now, hissing and puffing up its fur. He stood up, straightened his slightly wrinkled collar, and then reached out to check the buckle of the short knife at his waist, making sure it was in the most convenient position. The idyllic atmosphere in the study was completely shattered by the sudden news of death outside the door. He opened the door, and the corridor was empty. After taking a couple of steps, the curtain of the tea room next door moved, and Mimi popped out from inside, holding a cup of freshly brewed hot tea in her hand, but she didn't look at him, her eyes fixed on her toes. Didn't I tell you to go and call Lioli? Lin, he stopped in his tracks. Lioli is playing with Mimi in the yard. She'll be here soon. Mimi's tail nervously swished on the floor behind her, making a soft, rustling sound. Boss. Could you be more mindful of the impact next time? She asked in a low voice. Lenny didn't say anything, but took a step towards her. Mimi didn't back down, but she tightened her grip on the teacup. He took another step, and the two were so close that they could smell each other's scent. Mimi still hadn't retreated, but her cat ears were completely stuck to her head, and her tail was stiff. Are you teaching me how to do things? Lin Yi's voice was soft, with a hint of a smile. I wouldn't dare. Mimi's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves. I just felt that you're the boss, after all. What if a bad guy broke in while the door to your study wasn't locked? Lin Yi smiled, stopped teasing her, reached out and took the teacup from her hand, placed it on the windowsill next to her, and then pulled her into his arms. Mimi's body is very small, He can completely encircle her with one arm. She froze instantly, unsure of where to put her limbs, unable to move. Lin Yi lowered his head, burying his face in her soft hair, and smelled a warm, hay-scented scent of soapberry. Little kitty, be honest, you don't need to show your claws. His voice, muffled through her hair, reached her ears. Mimi's ears perked up instantly, then fell back down, repeating this several times. Her fingers gripped his clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white. Whether she was enduring or confirming something, it was hard to tell. Old boss. Can't you be serious for once? Her voice had softened, becoming saccharine. Cole's dead, and you're still here. He's already dead, and I'm jumping up and down in panic. Do you think he'll come back to life? Lin loosened his grip on her slightly and looked down at her face. Her cheeks, neck, and ear tips were all flushed red. Even the downy hairs in her earlobes had a pinkish tinge. Instead of worrying about things that can't be undone, it's better to comfort your frightened cat first. Mimi's lips moved, but she swallowed back the words of rebuttal that were on the tip of her tongue. Her tail had quietly wrapped around his wrist without him noticing. It was furry, warm, and full of life. Thanks to his efforts, petting the cat, over the past few days, Mimi's affection level has been steadily increasing. Family member, Mimi. Loyalty, 79, plus 10. Note, dependence is forming. This individual has developed a subconscious dependence on you, and their conditioned reflex to your physical contact is acceptance rather than resistance. Suggestion, regularly petting your cat can steadily increase its loyalty. Adding a small amount of catnip to its bathwater can accelerate the emotional bond. Note, extremely territorial. Recently shown clear hostility towards Nessa. Reconciliation is recommended. Catnip? Lin Yi thought about it and decided it was worth a try. He quickly came up with several ways to play, but he resisted the urge to put them into practice immediately and focused his attention on the important matter at hand. All right, tell me. Lin Yi didn't let go of her, but instead leaned against the wall, pulling her completely into his arms, his chin comfortably resting on the top of her head. How did you die? Mimi adjusted her position in his arms, stopped struggling, and tried her best to make her voice sound more professional. Kegel's message is that the person was found dead in the guild's office on the second floor, with a fatal wound to the neck, blood everywhere, and eyes wide open. The first person to discover the body was the guild's receptionist, who went to deliver some documents in the afternoon, knocked on the door, but no one answered, and when he pushed the door open, he was terrified. Are there any suspects? No one saw anyone go in, and no one heard any fighting. Mimi paused, then added, but Kegel said that Cole has been secretly competing with someone who wants him to do something for him, but he hasn't agreed and has been stubbornly resisting. Who else could it be? Mimi looked up, her chin resting against Lin Yi's chest. It's those people I overheard last time. They wanted to find the person who issued the commission to find the traitor through Cole, which is you. Cole kept his mouth shut and didn't reveal a single word. Lin Yi tapped the wall lightly with his fingers. You think they did it? Possibly, but the motive isn't strong enough. Mimi's ears twitched, and she entered analytical mode. You took Cecilia for a stroll in town last time, and it's obvious that you issued the commission. Killing Cole for this now would only alert the enemy and wouldn't do any good. Who could it be? Mimi shook her head. Rex? He and Cole don't get along, but he wouldn't kill someone over something like this. Lin Yi remained silent for a moment. We have too little information. It's all just guesswork. Let's get ready. We're going to town to find Kegel directly. Mimi responded. All right, go wake Liuli. Lin Yi patted her back. You look like you were about to fall asleep. Mimi suddenly realized what was happening, her cheeks flushing again as she understood that Lin Yi was teasing her for sleeping next to him last night. She broke free from his embrace, took 2 steps back, and hurriedly tidied her disheveled hair and clothes, trying to regain her shrewd secretary demeanor. Oh, who's going to fall asleep? She muttered. I just didn't sleep well yesterday. Oh, why didn't you sleep well? Because. Mimi opened her mouth but swallowed her words in the end. She turned around abruptly, her tail swishing vigorously behind her. I'll go call Yuli. You should get ready too. Watching her run down the stairs, Lin Yi's smile deepened. As Mimi reached the corner of the stairs, she suddenly stopped without turning around, but her voice came through clearly. Boss. Remember to lock the door next time. Before she could finish speaking, she was startled and disappeared in a flash. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, then turned to go back to his study to get something. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Nessa emerge from under the table and squatting on the floor, silently straightening the wrinkles in her skirt. She looked up at him, her expression as calm as ever, though the red on the tips of her ears hadn't completely faded. "Sir, could you please remind me in advance next time?" "What reminder?" Lin Yi leaned against the door frame. "Someone wants to come in. There's no need. We're all on the same side. It's only a matter of time. Besides, Mimi already knows." Lin Yi shuruk indifferently. Nessa paused in adjusting her skirt. "She's not angry. They're all furious. What do you think?" Nessa didn't answer. She stood up, walked to Lin Yi, and gently smoothed the wrinkles on his collar that Mimi had been scratching with her cool fingers. Her movements were gentle, but with a hint of scrutiny. "Grown-ups. Are you like this with all of them?" "What?" Nessa looked up, her amber vertical pupils reflecting his image. There was no jealousy in them, only pure curiosity. "Do you consider them family?" Lin Yi thought for a moment and smiled. "They have always been my family." Nessa's fingers lingered on his collar for a moment before she withdrew them. She lowered her head slightly, her voice soft with a sigh. "I'll go see Mimi." She turned and left. Her dark green snake tail slid across the floor with a rustling sound, gradually disappearing into the distance. Lin Yi stood at the door, alone in the corridor. The lingering warmth of Mimi seemed to still be on his chest, while Nessa's emotionless question lingered in his mind. He suppressed his smile, turned around, and went downstairs. Family? Chapter 43, Cole's dedication, the temple's actions. Kegel's yard was still the same dilapidated yard, but the paint on the walls was peeling off even worse than before. A pile of burnt paper ash appeared at the entrance, the wind whipping up the ashes, which flew everywhere, creating a dark, oppressive scene. Kegel was squatting on the threshold. When he saw Lin Yi come in, he stood up, his lips moved, but he didn't say anything. "Seed." Lin Yi sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard. "Tell me, what happened?" Kegel wiped his face, his gaze falling on the empty corner of the courtyard, his voice hoarse. "I don't know. He was fine yesterday afternoon. When I delivered intelligence, he told me that things were not peaceful lately and that I should be careful. After all, they were old rivals who had been fighting each other for more than 10 years. Cole died so mysteriously, and Kegel couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow for the fallen. I went to the scene, and it was so messy that you couldn't see anything. There was blood all over the walls, tables, and the floor. It was obvious that someone had deliberately made a mess of it. What did the Temple of Light say? A mage came and fiddled around for a long time, then said it was done by a demon, and that the traces left behind were the demon's way of framing the temple. But the stench on the demon couldn't be covered up, and it couldn't be hidden from people. Kegel spat on the ground. Demons in these mountains? Besides those few roast chicken succubi, what other demons could there be? Can that old codger Cole even get an erection? Lin Yi remained non-committal. He glanced at Lioli. Lioli stood behind him, her arms wrapped around his neck from behind, her chin resting on his shoulder, looking like a coat hanging on his body. Her eyes were half open, and it was unclear whether she had heard anything. "What has Cecilia been up to these past few days?" Lin Yi asked. Kegel thought for a moment. "I haven't seen her leave the house. There are always people guarding the gate of her yard, so you can't get in. But that bastard Rex has been there several times these days, and every time he comes out, he looks terrible. I have a brother who's squatting at the street corner. He said that when he went in, he looked all high and mighty, but as soon as he came out and walked a distance away, he started cursing, saying things like, 'What a pretentious act. You'll be begging me sooner or later.' And it was filthy." "Why?" Lin Yi asked. "I don't know. Rex has that mouth of his. He'll yell at you without saying why. I guess he didn't get a good look in return." Lin Yi didn't reply. His mind was racing. What is Cecilia's purpose in coming here? On the surface, she was looking for Cecilia, but now that she knew Cecilia was still alive and with him, she was no longer in a hurry. They neither arrested anyone nor went back to report. They just let things drag on like this. The wild grass in the corner of the yard was blown to one side by the wind, and Kegel was still squatting there waiting for him to speak. And Rex was turned away every day. It wasn't hard to guess Rex's intentions. He simply wanted to find out why they were there, and see if he could get a share of the spoils. But Cecilia refused to reveal any information, indicating that she didn't want anyone to know what she was looking for. So what exactly is she here for? A person wearing a short-sleeved shirt entered through the gate, sweating profusely from running. Kegel's hand suddenly pressed on the hilt of his sword, but he released it after seeing who it was. "You fucking scared me," he cursed. That man was Harold Squire. Lin, he had seen him before. He was panting heavily and bowed to Lin. "My lord, I've finally found you. The boss asked me to tell you that the people from the Temple of Light secretly went into the mountains last night with that dragon. I heard that the leader is a paladin, level 58, very strong." Lin Yi nodded. Finally, some useful information. He didn't care how Cole died or who killed him. He only cared about one thing: killing Cecilia and completing Cecilia's exclusive mission. As for why the dragon was taken into the mountain, he had a few guesses. Offerings, rituals, or some other purpose. "Understand," he said. The servant bowed again and ran off. Lin Yi remained silent for a few seconds, then stood up. Lioli, clinging to him, was pulled to her feet, let out a soft groan, and changed her position to continue hanging there. Mimi closed her notebook, tucked her pen behind her ear, and stood up as well. "I'm leaving," Lin Yi said. Kegel paused for a moment. "Sir, you're not going to investigate anymore?" "Investigate what?" "Cole's matter. It wasn't me who killed them." Lin Yi dusted off his sleeves. "Someone will investigate. Didn't the Temple of Light send some mages? Let them investigate. I didn't expect Cole to be so professional and burn extra paper money for him for me." Kegel opened his mouth, then closed it again. He glanced at Lin Yi's expression, but said nothing more. Lioli climbed off Lin Yi's back and stretched. She barely spoke at all today, clinging to him from the moment she left the house. Wherever Lin Yi went, she followed. No matter what he asked, she said she didn't know, couldn't understand, or just said. Lin Yi found it strange, but didn't ask. It's highly likely that Nessa taught her some nonsense. Mimi walked to the very back, her notebook clutched to her chest, her tail swishing quite forcefully behind her. She glanced at the spot where the glass had been hung, then at her empty hand, and pursed her lips. These past few days she's been busy coordinating with Kegel, so she's left the things in the study to Nessa. She now fully understands that everything Nessa, the snake woman, did before was just an act for her. She even pleaded with Lin Yi not to make things difficult for her and to take it out on him instead. To make matters worse, the snake woman simply crawled under the table. Mimi grew angrier the more she thought about it, not at Lin Yi, but at herself. How could she have let someone take advantage of her? She glanced at Kegel, who was squatting on the doorstep, looking dejected. Mimi was even angrier. If it weren't for dealing with this brute these past few days, would she still be in the study? "Are you coming or not?" Lin Yi called out from the courtyard gate. "They're here." Mimi jogged after him, and as she passed Kegel, she glared at him fiercely. Kegel was baffled. He scratched the back of his head, wondering what he had done to offend this feline grandma. Once outside the alley, the sunlight was blinding. Lioli came closer again, hugging Lin Yi's arm from behind and resting her head on his shoulder. "Lioli, what's wrong with you today?" "Nothing much." "Then why are you holding me like this?" Lioli thought for a moment. "Comfortable." Lin Yi glanced at her. Her expression was innocent. Her eyes were clear, and he couldn't see anything wrong with her, but he still felt that something was off. What kind of bewitching potion did that snake woman Nessa give her? Mimi walked on the other side, clutching the notebook tightly, her steps quick and hurried, as if she were holding back a lot of energy. "Mimi, why are you walking so fast?" "Nothing." Lin Yi glanced at her. Her ears were standing straight up, and her tail was whipping behind her like a whip. "Did you take the wrong medicine too?" "No." Lin Yi was too lazy to ask. One woman was as sticky as candy. The other was as explosive as a firecracker. He was stuck in the middle, looking just like a kindergarten teacher. Let's go back." "Aren't we going to see Cecilia?" Mimi asked. "What are you investigating?" She took long into the mountains. She must be planning something big. Let's go back and prepare, and wait for her to come out before we talk about it." "What should we prepare?" "Get ready to watch the show," Lin Yi said. "She does her thing. We'll just watch. Just don't get splattered with blood." Mimi thought about it and agreed that it made sense, so she slowed down and walked alongside Lin Yi. The glass was still hanging on his arm, and the hem of his skirt swayed slowly. Three people walked down the street, their shadows stretched long by the sunlight. In the distance, the red light deep within the mountains was invisible in the daylight, but Lin Yi knew it was there. It's always been there. Chapter 44, The Secret of Light and Life. Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry at all. This isn't cowardice. It's not that I'm stupid enough to be that foolish. What exactly is in the mountains? Where's Cecilia and her gang up on? Does Rex know the inside story? And what is the succubus after getting involved? Without knowing anything, just blindly rushing in is no different from delivering vegetables. Boss, are you planning to wait for someone else to make the first move? Mimi leaned closer to Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't turn around. What do you think? I think so. Mimi's tail flicked in the wind. Rex can't hold back. He'll definitely make his move before us. That's right. Let's wait until he moves before we talk about it. Lin Yi quickened his pace, his mind still racing. That bastard Rex definitely knows something. He went to Cecilia's place every day and was turned away more often than he was served food, but the fact that he was so persistent in coming to her meant that he knew there were good things in the mountains. And the adventurers in the town, they were all like cats smelling blood, their eyes practically green with envy. There's no movement in the mountains right now. They're still observing. But once there's any movement, they'll be faster than anyone else. Let them scout ahead first, let a few die or get injured, clear the way, and then he can move in. After walking through several streets and alleys, it was almost dark when I got home. The lights in the yard were on, and warm yellow light shone through the windows. As soon as Lin Yi pushed open the door, a figure rushed out from the corridor and almost bumped into him. It's Cecilia. Her cheeks were flushed, her golden hair was a little messy, and she was clutching a thick book in her hand, the pages of which were frayed. When she saw Lin Yi, her eyes lit up, and her lips moved as if she had a lot to say, but didn't know where to begin. Grown-ups, slow down. Lin Yi reached out and put his arm around her to prevent her from falling, and gently patted her back. Tell me slowly, no rush. Cecilia's body tensed for a moment, then slowly softened. Her forehead pressed against his collarbone. Her breathing went from rapid to steady, but her fingers still gripped the book tightly. I found it. Her voice was muffled in his chest. The clue to that thing in the mountains, the past of the god of light and the god of life. Let's go inside and talk. Lin Yi let go of her, changed his shoes, and walked towards the living room. Cecilia followed behind him, her steps quick and hurried, as if afraid he would run away. Lioli and Mimi were already seated on the sofa. Mimi was hugging Lioli's tail, and Lioli was hugging a cushion. The two sat side by side with bright eyes, as if waiting to hear a story. Mimi brought out tea from the kitchen, placed it on the coffee table, then sat down beside it, opened her notebook, and held the pen to the paper, ready to take notes. Cecilia spread the book out on the coffee table. The book is old. The sheepskin cover is badly worn, the edges are curled, and the paper is yellowed and brittle, so you have to be very careful when turning the pages. She turned to the page with the folded corner, her fingertip tracing the words on it, her voice low, as if she were reciting a long-forgotten secret. The god of light is named Eldrin, who governs light and order. The goddess of life is named Sylph, who governs life and growth. In the age of mythology, the powers of these two gods complemented each other. Where light shines, there is life. Where there is life, light has never left. She paused for a moment, as if organizing her thoughts. But during Ragnarok, Sylphine was besieged by many gods who wanted to seize the power of life and divide her divine status. But Eldrin did not intervene. Mimi paused, leaving a dot of ink on the paper. From beginning to end, he didn't send a single soldier, nor did he issue a single divine decree. Cecilia's voice carried a hint of disbelief. He just watched his allies being devoured and his territory being divided up by the gods. The living room was quiet for a while. Since then, the territory of the Temple of Light has shrunk. Previously, more than half of the kingdoms on the continent worshipped Eldrin, but now only these three remote and barren small kingdoms around the Twilight Mountains remain, which are looked down upon by other forces. Furthermore, Eldrin had not issued any divine pronouncements for a long time, even before the gods went into hiding. He seems to have disappeared long ago. Mimi didn't understand, but seeing that the adults were silent, she also fell silent and buried her face in Lioli's tail. Lily patted her head without making a sound. And then, Lin Yi asked. Then, Cecilia turned to the next page. The goddess of life is immortal. Her authority was not completely taken away. There is a fragment that the gods have never found. Some speculate that the fragment is on the grounds of the Temple of Light. But no one has verified it. Lin Yi picked up his teacup and took a sip. You think this is the one the temple is looking for? That should be it. Cecilia looked up at him, her azure eyes unwavering. My lord, the flower you told me about in the Goblin Cave was a branch of the god of life. And the strange behavior of the monsters in the mountains, their levels skyrocketing and their lifespans burning, is a fragment protecting itself. It's spawning monsters around it, using them as a barrier. What about the dragon? Why did the temple bring a dragon into the mountains? Cecilia tapped her finger on the page. Dragons are the strongest monsters. If dragon blood is used for sacrifice, the fragment's defenses can be temporarily suppressed, allowing people to get close. This is the most reasonable explanation I can think of based on my knowledge. Lin Yi fell silent. The thing that Ruri sensed, the flower in the Goblin Cave, the red light deep in the mountains, the dragon in the temple, and all the fragments of Cecilia's goal, were pieced together into a complete picture at this moment. If the temple succeeds, Lin Yi asked, what will happen? Cecilia thought for a moment. They will receive a fragment of divinity. As for what they will do with it, I don't know. Perhaps they will offer it to the god of light, or perhaps they will use it themselves. What if we fail? Cecilia looked at him, her eyes filled with something complex and unfathomable. The fragments will fully awaken. They will instinctively spread their power, turning everything around them into nutrients. Monsters will go completely mad, plants will grow wildly, and the land will be polluted. The entire Twilight Mountain range, she paused, will become a dead land. Lin Yi looked at her, then looked out the window. It was completely dark by now, and the red light from deep within the mountains was dazzling, like an eye opening its eyes. He remained silent for a long time. The faces of Ruri, Mimi, Cecilia, Nessa, and Mimi flashed through his mind. He put in so much effort and spent so much money not to watch this crappy place get blown up. Don't worry, the sky won't fall as long as I'm here. He put down his teacup, his voice not loud, but it eased the tense atmosphere in the living room. Eat and drink as you please. I have my own plans. I'm going to ask Nessa something. Remember to make sure the food is ready. Lin Yi got up and walked to Mei Mei's side. This little snake woman also has a fragment of divine power within her, and Nessa definitely knows more. Mimi, where is your mother? Mei Mei was startled. This was the first time Lin Yi had spoken to her on his own initiative. She nervously gripped Lioli's tail and whispered. Mom was in our room. She said she wasn't feeling well, her face was red, and she wanted to rest for a while, so she kicked me out. Chapter 45. Nessa wants a butler. Lin Yi stood in front of Nessa's door and knocked. Nessa. No one answered. He knocked twice more, but there was still no response from inside. He frowned and reached out to push the door open. The door wasn't locked, but he stopped just as he pushed it open a crack. An unusual noise came from inside. It was a low, heavy breath, a desperate attempt to suppress breathing from under the covers. Lin Yi's hand hovered over the doorknob, and Mei Mei's words flashed through his mind. Mom's face is red. She's not feeling well, so I kicked her out. He hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now, hearing this noise, he realized that his imagination had been rather shallow. Really? He silently closed the door, took 2 steps back, leaned against the wall of the corridor, and looked up at the ceiling. How did the snake woman get what she wanted? This really touches on a blind spot in his knowledge. His relationship with Nessa is currently limited to words, not because he is particularly tolerant. I couldn't stand it anymore and fed it all to Nessa. However, he has long since passed the stage of controlling the big picture with the small head. If he really wanted to, none of the girls in the family could escape him. Lin Yi is now enjoying the gradual development of his relationships with the girls. It's more comfortable when there's an emotional foundation. The corridor was quiet, except for the sounds of girls laughing and playing busily in the kitchen downstairs. He waited a moment until the room was completely quiet before pushing the door open and going in again. The room was small, with a bed, a wardrobe, and the window was half open, with the night breeze causing the curtains to flutter slightly. A peculiar smell permeated the air, a mixture of the sweet, briny scent of grass after rain and the aroma of ripe fruit. Lin Yi smelled it and understood. He hadn't smelled this scent in a long time, but he hadn't forgotten it. Nessa sat up in bed, her maid dress spreading out beneath her like a blooming black flower. She casually pulled the blanket over the sheet, leaving only a smooth snake tail draped over the edge of the bed, its tip slightly curled, clearly still recovering from the afterglow of the previous encounter. "Sir, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Her voice was a little hoarse, her cheeks were rosy, and her eyes were still a little moist. She looked at Lin Yi, and something seemed to be melting in her amber vertical pupils, so soft it could drip water. Lin Yi didn't reply, but just leaned against the doorframe and quietly watched her. Nessa felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. She raised her hand to tidy her slightly disheveled hair, her fingertips trembling slightly. She licked her slightly dry lips, her tongue slightly parted, and asked softly, "Is the way you're looking at me because you think I made too much noise just now?" Lin Yi ignored her provocation. He pulled up a chair and sat down, keeping a distance from the bed, his tone as usual. "Let's get down to business." Nessa's eyelashes fluttered, and she suppressed all her allure. She pulled the blanket up to cover her collarbone, leaned upright against the headboard, and waited for him to speak. Lin Yi recounted Cecilia's analysis, from the past of the god of light and the god of life, to the fragments of divinity, and then to the red dragon offerings and the potential pollution of the mountains. As Nessa listened, her expression shifted from languid to serious. "Cecilia is right," she said, her voice regaining its usual coolness. "The fragments of divinity are the core of divine power. They instinctively protect themselves, especially when a new life is about to be conceived. When I created my clone using fragments of Medusa's divine essence, it was already on the verge of going out of control, but then the power inexplicably stabilized, and then Mimi's consciousness was born. How exactly does the temple use dragons as sacrifices?" Nessa pondered for a moment. Drain the dragon's blood and create a life-giving container, such as a runestone or a sealing box, and seal it to turn it into a controllable, inanimate object. This is no secret. It's the most effective method recognized on the mainland. Use the appropriate properties to create a box that can hold the corresponding divine fragment. She added, "It's like strangling a living fetus, stopping it from resisting, from growing, and making it just obediently serve as a tool." "Can it succeed?" "It's not that easy." Nessa shook her head. "That dragon was just brought in. Even if they have everything planned in advance, it will take at least 3 days just to bleed a level 40 dragon. The dragon's vitality is far beyond that of ordinary monsters." Lin did the math in his mind. 3 days was enough time. "What will happen to the fragments if we fail?" Nessa looked at him, a glint of light flashing in her amber vertical pupils. "It will fully awaken, cease nurturing new life, and begin instinctively spreading its power, devouring all surrounding life as nourishment. Monsters will go berserk, plants will grow wildly, the land will be polluted, and the entire Twilight Mountain range will be engulfed." She paused for a moment, then said, "It will become a dead land." This aligns with Cecilia's speculation. Lin Yi stood up, the chair making a slight scraping sound on the floor. "No." He walked toward the door, then stopped and looked back at her. "Get ready. Prepare for dinner. Mimi is back. Go ask her to approve the gold coins. We can start preparing for the lab." Nessa, however, did not move. "Sir, the laboratory matters are not urgent. Right now, there's a crisis at hand. How can I help?" Lin Yi thought for a moment. "Just take good care of the house. The information you just received has already been a great help." He walked to the door, stopped again, and looked back at her. "When I'm not around, you have to take care of this family. You're the oldest and most experienced of the girls. Lily can fight, but doesn't know how to manage people. Cece is too soft, Mimi is too clever, and Mimi is still a child." Nessa was silent for 2 seconds, then smiled, a smile full of the joy of getting what she wanted. "Does the master mean that I will be in charge of managing this household from now on?" Lin Yi looked at her, and she looked at him. The snake's tail peeked out from under the blanket, and the tip of its tail gently hooked as he finished speaking. "Okay," Lin Yi said, "as long as you can keep her in check. Mimi seems quite angry that you lied to her, and there's also what happened this afternoon." Nessa's ears turned slightly red, but her expression remained unchanged. That was an accident. Yeah, an accident. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at her and turned to walk towards the door. He had reason to suspect that Nessa had deliberately let Mimi find out. Nessa's favorability rating is rising at an unreasonable rate. Yesterday, she looked like a lonely, resentful woman confined to her chambers. But today she's using his clothes as a drinking companion. He placed his hand on the doorknob, then paused. Oh, right, wash that piece of clothing of mine and put it back. Nessa clenched her hand under the covers. Her ears were already bright red, but her voice remained steady. Make sure it's washed thoroughly. Take care, adults. Lin Yi pushed the door open and went out, the door closing behind him. He stood in the corridor and let out a long breath. The air was filled with the aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. Mimi was scolding Liu for stealing food. Mimi was laughing, and Cecilia was saying, "Stop it." He listened to these sounds, stood there for a few seconds, and then walked towards the dining room. Inside the room, Nessa sat on the bed, staring at the closed door. She reached her hand out from under the covers, picked up the wrinkled shirt from the pillow, shook it, folded it neatly, and placed it on her lap. There were several creases on the shirt, which were made by squeezing it. She looked at it for a few seconds, then pressed the shirt against her face and removed it. "Butler," she murmured to herself, her voice so soft that only she could hear it. The snake's tail slowly curled behind it, its tip twitching up and down in a silent rhythm. Chapter 46 Actions of All Parties. Cecilia stood on the makeshift platform, the hem of her white robe trailing in the mud, covered in dust, but she didn't care. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, falling on her face and making her delicate features almost transparent. She bowed her head slightly, her hands clasped in front of her, her posture as respectful as if she were praying in a temple. More than 20 temple knights stood below the stage, their armor gleaming, the sun emblem on their chests gleaming in the morning light. At the front was a tall man who wore no armor, only a gray robe, a long sword at his waist, and his hair was shaved very short, revealing his bluish scalp. His face was as if it had been carved with a knife, with sharp angles and a cold expression. His eyes didn't even move when he looked at people. Paladin Lancelot, level 58. How is the blood sacrifice progressing? Cecilia didn't look at him. Her gaze was fixed on the makeshift altar in the distance. The altar was made of stones. It was not high, but it was very large, taking up more than half of the open space. It was covered with runes, dark red lines spreading outwards from the center of the altar. In the very center of the altar, a red dragon was chained to the ground, its wings pierced by nails and its neck bound by an iron band, unable to move. Its mouth was bound, so it couldn't make a sound, but its eyes were still open, and Cecilia's image was reflected in its dark red pupils. A low whimper rolled out from deep in his throat, suppressed into a breathy sound by the iron clamp. Progress is normal. Lancelot's voice was as cold as his face. At the current rate of bloodletting, it can be completed before nightfall the day after tomorrow. Can it be faster? If we go any faster, the dragon will die. If it dies, its blood will be useless. Lancelot glanced at her, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment before shifting away. "Lady Cecilia, you don't need to come every day. I'll take care of things here." Cecilia smiled, a gentle smile, like the wind blowing across the water. "Sir Lancelot, you've had a long day. I'm not here to rush you, but to see if there's anything I can help you with." "Yes," Lancelot said. "Stop those annoying adventurers." Cecilia's smile remained unchanged, but her eyes turned cold. "I'll handle it." Lancelot turned around to face the distant woods. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and the depths of the forest were shrouded in a gray haze, making it impossible to see anything, but he knew there were people there. In the past few days, adventurers have been entering the mountains one after another. It's not just one or two, it's a whole group. They're carrying weapons and rations, sneaking along the ridge this way. Some were stopped by patrols, some went around them, some were eaten by monsters, but there are still many more heading this way. "There's no need to stop them," Cecilia said softly. "They can't get in. The monsters outside are enough to keep them out. What if they and the monsters both suffer heavy losses, and then they break in?" Cecilia did not answer. She turned around to face the knights of the temple below the stage. Her expression changed. It was no longer that polite, distant smile, but something deeper and more fervent, like a believer seeing a miracle, like a drowning person seeing the shore. Gentlemen, her voice was low, but every word reached everyone's ears. I know what you're thinking. Why do we come to a place like this? Why do we do this? Why use a dragon for a blood sacrifice? The audience fell silent. Because this is not for me, not for the temple, but for the God of Light. Cecilia's voice rose a little. Did you know? Beneath these mountains lies an ancient evil. It doesn't belong to the order of the God of Light. It's corrupting this land, driving monsters mad, and causing widespread suffering. We're not here to take anything, but to seal it away. We'll use dragon blood as a catalyst to suppress its power and restore peace to these mountains. She paused, her gaze sweeping across everyone's faces. This is the will of the God of Light. The knights below the stage straightened their backs. Some clenched their fists, some moved their lips slightly as they silently recited prayers, and some had tears in their eyes. Lancelot stood to the side, his expression indifferent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. A young knight suddenly spoke up. My lord, I heard that Priestess Cecilia is also in these mountains. Should we ask her to come and help? Her healing magic is very powerful. With her here, the casualties among our brothers will be much smaller. Cecilia's smile remained unchanged, but her fingers clenched slightly inside her sleeve. Cecilia, this persistent, haunting country pastor. Pastor Cecilia has her own things to do. Her voice was still so soft and gentle. The young knight nodded and asked no more questions. Cecilia turned around and looked at the distant mountains. The morning mist had mostly dissipated, and the outline of the mountain ridge became clear. Her gaze went beyond the treetops, beyond the rocks, and landed in the distance. There lay her goals, her desires, and that name that troubled her. Cecilia. She clung to the name, chewed it up in her mind, and swallowed it. The town at the foot of the mountain was in an uproar. No one knows when it started, but a rumor began to circulate in the town. Deep within the Twilight Shadow Mountains lies a treasure of the God of Life, and whoever finds it will ascend to heaven in one fell swoop. No one knows who spread the news, but everyone believed it. Because the people of the Temple of Light were there, because Rex was there, because even the adventurers who usually huddled in taverns drinking cheap beer were starting to polish their weapons. Have you heard? The core fragment of the God of Life is in the mountains. I've heard. The Temple of Light wants to take it all for themselves? No way. But I heard that 3 more monsters died outside yesterday. What's 3 deaths? We'd go even if 30 died. That's something from the gods. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The adventurers spontaneously organized themselves, not in 1 or 2 small teams, but in dozens or even hundreds of people, divided into several groups, and entered the mountains from different directions. Some were experienced, some were inexperienced, some brought maps, some brought rations, and some brought alcohol. It wasn't like they were going to risk their lives, but rather to go on a picnic. But they were all dead. The monsters in the mountains are no longer the same as they were half a month ago. Its levels skyrocketed. Its temperament became ferocious. It would bite anyone it saw and eat them if it killed them. In the past, when I traveled this road, I would only encounter a few goblins around level 10. But now anyone that pops up is at least level 20. The body couldn't be dragged back, and not even the bones could be collected. But the adventurers didn't care. The more people die, the more excited the survivors become. This means there's something real inside. Otherwise, how could the monsters have become so strong? The people of the Temple of Light tried to intercept them. They set up checkpoints and stationed guards on several main routes into the mountains, trying to persuade adventurers to turn back. But they couldn't stop them at all. They only had about 20 people, while there were hundreds of adventurers. By taking detours climbing mountains and sneaking through at night, they could always find a gap to squeeze through. You can block the road, but you can't stop people who value money over their lives. Chapter 47, Lioli's Abnormal Behavior. Lin Yi was woken up before dawn. He dazedly reached out to push it away, his fingers touching the slippery fabric. The silk kind, cool to the touch, yet with a thin layer of body heat underneath. Master, wake up. It was Lioli's voice. Lin Yi opened his eyes and saw a magnified face. His silvery white hair fell down, brushing against his face and tickling him. She was wearing that off-white silk nightgown, straddling his stomach, her hands on either side of his pillow, looking down at him. The silk fabric was very thin, and her weight pressed down on her abdominal muscles, rising and falling with each breath, sticking to her very firmly. His amber eyes gleamed in the morning light, but not in their usual clear light. They were a deeper, dark red that seemed to seep from the depths of his pupils. Lin Yi instantly snapped back to reality, his heart tightening. This is not a controllable energy of ice and fire, but a sign of something out of control. The thought that something might happen to Liu Li only flashed through his mind for a moment before he forcibly suppressed it. Now is not the time to panic. He quickly calmed down and sat up. Liu Li was still riding on his back, her tail swaying gently behind her, the golden patterns on her collar flickering. "What's wrong?" His voice was steady, without the slightest hint of panic. "It's calling me." Liu Li's voice was lower than usual, as if she were repeating a sound that she herself could not understand. It felt the same as last time in the goblin cave, but this time I could hear its voice, and the collar couldn't hold it down. Lin Yi reached out and pinched her chin, turning her face towards him and looking closely into her eyes. Her eyes were off. Her pupils were unfocused, slanted, like a wild beast watching for the movement of its prey in the distance. "How are you feeling?" Lin Yi let go of her hand and lowered his voice, afraid of startling her. "I just had this urge." Liu Li blinked, the dark red ring fading slightly. "I wanted to protect that thing." It sounded like it was crying for help, and it sounded so pitiful. She paused. "Master, shall we help it?" Lin Yi did not answer immediately, but instead brought up the panel of the lore of all spirits and turned to the page of Liu Li. Family member, Ruri. Status, under the influence of external energy resonance. It is evolving at an accelerated pace. Current energy fusion conversion progress, 78%. Sanity, 92/100. No risk of losing control. Note, the call of the fragments has a catalytic effect on her dragon bloodline. This is natural evolution and requires no intervention. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He turned off the panel, raised his hand, and flicked Liu Li on the forehead, not too hard, just enough to make her hiss and cover her forehead. "What are you thinking about?" he said irritably. "Why don't you think about yourself?" Liu Li covered her forehead, looking at him with a pitiful expression. "But it's so pitiful. That feeling is warm, like a mother's." She paused for a moment after she finished speaking. Mother. This was the first time the word had come out of her mouth. Lin Yi didn't know what frequency the core fragment was calling her, but for a dragon to utter that word meant that the voice had indeed touched a place she had never been touched before. "All right." Lin Yi smiled helplessly and reached out to ruffle her hair. "I promise you." Liu Li's eyes lit up. The dark red halo was still there, but his pupils refocused, looking at him with bright eyes. She opened her mouth as if to shout, "Long live the master," and then pounce on him. But she didn't. She simply lowered her head and gently touched his lips. It was very light, like a feather falling on the water, or like the wind blowing through flower petals. Lin Yi was stunned. Liu Li had never kissed him like that before. She used to just pounce on him, curl her tail around his neck, rub her face against his, and bump her forehead against his chin. That kind of intimacy is animalistic, passionate, direct, and without boundaries. But this time is different. The curtains were blown up by the wind. An array of morning sunlight squeezed in through the gap, falling on Liu Li's profile. Her silver-white hair was gilded with a pale gold light, and a shadow of her eyelashes fell on her cheekbones, trembling slightly. Her eyes were still amber, but the dark red halo around them looked like a thin layer of rosy light in the sunlight. Lin Yi looked at her, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. A familiar dragon made you see every day suddenly becomes a stranger, becomes more beautiful, and becomes the kind of person you dare not reach out to touch. Liu Li didn't look at him. She got off him, stood by the bed, and straightened the neckline of her pajamas. The movements were slow and natural, not like he was tidying up clothes, but more like he was giving him time to look at her. "Thank you, master." She turned and left. Its tail dragged lightly across the floor behind it, sweeping out an arc. The door closed, and the sound of footsteps faded into the distance in the corridor. Lin Yi lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He touched the corner of his lips, where a slight warmth still lingered. He tugged at his pants and chuckled, cursing under his breath. I got flirted with. He sat up, walked to the window, and drew back the curtains. Sunlight streamed in, making him squint. In the distance, the red glowed deep within the mountains was invisible in the daylight, but he knew it was there. The thing that Lin Yi mentioned, the thing that made her feel warm like her mother, was right there. He thought about it all night yesterday and has a rough plan. Now that Lin Yi has said she'd help it, I definitely have to go. That scene is still replaying in my mind. He didn't push Lin Yi away when she kissed him. It wasn't because he didn't realize it. It was because at that moment, looking at her, he suddenly realized that she wasn't the little dragon who had just turned into human form, who couldn't even speak properly and needed him to teach her how to dress. Is it time to grow up? Lin Yi murmured to himself. In the corridor, Ruri walked briskly toward Nessa's room. She walked halfway, then stopped, touched her lips, pursed them, and smiled. She wanted to thank Nessa properly. Nessa's words in the woods that day were not fully understood at first, but after pondering them, she finally put them to use today. If you want to become an adult, you can't just think about mating. Otherwise, he'll always treat you like a child. You need to show him your mature side and let him experience it for himself. Lin Yi felt that her performance today deserved full marks. She resisted the urge to pounce on him, to shout "Long live the master," and to refrain from wrapping her tail around his hand. She just gave him a light kiss and then left. The way her master looked at her changed. She could tell. Lin Yi took a breath of the cool morning air and quickened her pace. She was going to find Nessa and thank her in person. Nessa is a good person. Chapter 48 Rumors in Blackrock Town. Rex has locked himself in his room and hasn't left the room all day. Several crumpled maps lay on the ground. Half-eaten bread lay on the table, and the wine in the glass had been sitting for a long time, with a layer of ash floating on the surface. He sat on the edge of the bed, his hands supporting his knees, his head bowed, like a stone statue. But his eyes are not those of a stone statue. Those are the eyes of a hungry wolf, the eyes of a gambler, eyes ready to bet everything. Fragments of divinity. Fragments of the divine essence of the god of life. In his youth, he had been involved in the Adventurers Guild of a great empire and witnessed true powerhouses vying for real treasures. The monsters, all level 70 or 80, were fighting fiercely, and he didn't even have the right to enter. He could only watch from afar and pick up scraps that others didn't want. He knew then that his talent was limited and that he would only ever reach level 60 at most in his lifetime. Level 60. In this remote and impoverished place, he might be considered someone important, but in a great empire, he wouldn't even be worthy of carrying someone's shoes. But God gave him a chance. A level 58 paladin, a woman who thinks she's clever, and a group of brainwashed temple knights. This was all the obstacles in his path. There are no level 70 or 80 monsters, no infighting among major factions, and no blockade by the Imperial Legion. There is only one branch of the Temple of Light, secretly conducting blood sacrifices in a remote, insignificant little kingdom. As Rex thought this, a smile slowly spread across his face, revealing a smile that wasn't really a smile. "Boss," came a subordinate's voice from outside the door. "2 more brothers have left." "Fine, let's go." Rex's voice was muffled, like bubbles rising from the bottom of water. They said they didn't want to do it anymore. They said headquarters wasn't involved anymore. So why were we getting involved? They also said, what else is there to say? There was a moment of silence outside the door. They even said, "You've gone mad, boss." Rex stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. Standing outside the door was a young adventurer, an old man who had been with him for several years. His face still had a childlike quality, but his eyes were already old. He saw Rex's face and took a half step back. "Boss, it's me." Rex didn't let him finish speaking. He drew the short knife from his waist, plunged it into the young man's stomach, and flicked it upwards. The young man's eyes widened, blood foam welled up in his mouth, and he tried to say something, but only made muffled, gurgling sounds. He knelt down, lay prone on the ground, and remained motionless. At the end of the corridor, there were 2 figures with their backs to the camera, about to go downstairs. Hearing the noise, they turned around and saw the corpse on the ground and the blood-dripping knife in Rex's hand. "Run!" one person shouted, and 2 people tumbled and scrambled downstairs. Rex did not give chase. He leaned against the doorframe, wiped the blood off the knife on the soles of his shoes, then turned and went back into his room, closing the door behind him. Outside came the sound of horses' hooves, shouts, and footsteps that were growing fainter and fainter. He turned a deaf ear. He walked back to the window, opened it, and looked towards the distant mountains. The red light was invisible in daylight, but he knew it was there. Fragments of the divine essence of the God of life. If he misses this opportunity, he will never have another chance in his life. His talent has reached its limit. He's been stuck at level 58 for years, without making any progress. Without a fragment of divine power, he will be nothing more than a henchman in a small, rural guild for the rest of his life, eventually getting kicked aside in his old age and dying somewhere no one would even know. With that fragment, he could go to the Empire, break through to level 60, and make those who once looked down on him kneel before him. Rex slammed his fist against the window frame, sending splinters flying. Hold off that paladin, grab the fragment before Cecilia, and then fly away. He believed he could do it. He's more willing to gamble than anyone else, and that's enough. Rex turned around, picked up the map from the table, and stuffed it into his pocket. Then he picked up the great sword he never parted with, weighed it in his hand, and sheathed it back on his back. He walked to the doorway, glanced at the corpse on the ground that was already starting to cool, and stepped over it. Rapid footsteps echoed down the stairs. A henchman came running up, panting, "Boss, Kegel's gone. The men have searched the whole town, but there's not a trace of him." Rex glanced at him, showing no emotion. He just kept saying as he went downstairs, "Go ahead and run. I'll do it myself." His subordinates stood frozen in place, watching his figure disappear around the corner of the stairs. He stood there, listening to Rex's footsteps grow fainter and fainter. Outside the town, in an abandoned mill, Kegel squatted in the corner, with several brothers squatting beside him, lined up like rabbits hiding in their burrow. He didn't turn on the light, afraid that the light would be seen by others. The mill's wooden door was jammed shut from the inside with a stick, and the windows were stuffed with rags, leaving only a crack for observing what was happening outside. "Boss, how long are we going to hide?" One of the brothers asked in a low voice, his throat dry. "Get out of there and hide from that plague god." Kegel took out a dry biscuit from his pocket, broke off a piece, and put it in his mouth, chewing very slowly. He didn't say who that plague god was, but the brothers all knew. Rex. Ever since Lord Lin suddenly came to see him that night, he knew this day would come. That night, he was already in bed when he vaguely heard someone knocking on the door. When he opened it, he saw Lin Yi standing there, his cloak still damp with night dew, with Lin Yi beside him. "Sir, what brings you here? Let's go inside and talk." Lin Yi didn't let him finish speaking. He went straight into the house, sat down, and pushed a piece of paper covered with writing in front of him. "Starting tomorrow, I want you to spread a message. Deep within the Twilight Shadow Mountains lies a treasure of the God of Life. Whoever finds it will ascend to the heavens in one step. Don't let anyone know that this message came from your mouth." Kegel paused for a moment. "Sir, there really is something in the mountains. Whether it exists or not is not important." Lin Yi interrupted him. "The important thing is that everyone will believe it. Because the people of the Temple of Light are there. Because Rex is there. Because the monsters are rioting. They will convince themselves." Kegel opened his mouth, then closed it again. He didn't quite understand the intricacies of the situation, but he knew that what Lord Lin said had never gone wrong. "There's one more thing." Lin Yi stood up and refastened his cloak. "When Rex is desperate, he might come to me for cooperation. If he can't find me, he'll definitely come to you. Ignore him. Take your men and find a place to hide. Don't let him catch you." "How long will you hide?" "Hide until this is all over." Lin Yi walked to the door, glanced back at him, and said, "Survival comes first. Everything else is nonsense." Kegel swallowed the biscuit and pulled himself out of his reverie. "Brothers, it's time to go." "Leave? Where to?" "Anywhere is fine. Just don't get caught by Rex." Kegel broke off another piece of pancake. "This matter has blown up too much. It seems Lord Raymond is already gathering his forces." "The Lord? Who is he going to help?" "Who knows? Kingdoms are kingdoms, and temples are temples." Kegel shook his head. "Anyway, let's not get involved." The brothers nodded in agreement without hesitation. Kegel stood up, dusted off his trousers, walked to the mill entrance, and glanced outside. As darkness fell, twilight crept in from the mountains, swallowing up the last vestiges of light. In the distance, the red light deep within the mountains was particularly dazzling in the twilight, like an eye that was opening. Kegel looked for a few seconds, then pulled his head back and closed the door. "We're leaving," he said. "We're leaving tonight." The brothers stood up, picked up their bags, and followed him out the back door. The mill returned to silence, with only the wind whistling through the cracks in the walls. Chapter 49, The Succubus's Plan. Deep in the mountains, in a hidden cave, 6 figures sat together. These figures are not human at all. Their skin was deep purple, their pupils were upright, they had curved horns on their foreheads, and long, thin tails trailed behind them. But apart from that, their physical characteristics are quite different. Some have long, pointed ears with an elven outline. Some have webbed fingers, a sign of aquatic monsters. And some are covered with fine scales that gleam with a dark green light in the dim light. They were not born naturally, but were cultivated creations. The succubus queen mixed the bloodlines of different races together, put them in a petri dish, and waited for them to grow into useful tools. H237. How's the magic circle coming along? The speaker is number F011. The letter F indicates that she has frost giant components in her blood. Her skin is whiter than others, and a faint white mist condenses in the air with her breath. She became the leader of this group, not because she was the highest ranking, but simply because she lived the longest. Under the succubus queen, living a long life is itself a form of certification. "We're missing one more point," replied H237. H represents the fire demon bloodline. Her hair is dark red, like congealed blood. A wisp of barely visible smoke would occasionally rise from the corner of her mouth when she spoke. That spot was occupied during the last exploration. Occupied? By whom? A strange house. Inside lived a man and a little girl with a long tail. H237's fingers tapped unconsciously on her knees, a habit she had when she was agitated. That little girl smells like a dragon. Very strong. The cave was quiet for a moment. Dragon? How could dragons possibly appear in this remote and impoverished place? Where is that man? F011 pressed. I can't see through him. H237's voice lowered. A few days ago, I controlled a few humans, wanting to get closer for another look, but I was discovered by a snake man beside him. Not an ordinary snake man. He smelled of alchemical modifications. And she bit her lip. I wasn't even allowed to get close before I was discovered. Impossible, interjected a person with the code D453. The D signifies that she has demonic elements in her blood, and the 2 short, curved horns on her forehead are thicker than others. The concealment runes on our bodies were carved by Mother herself. Even the paladins of the temple couldn't see through them. So how could a human like him see them? I don't know. H237 shook his head. But he was standing there, so I didn't dare to confront him directly. F011 remained silent for a while. What about that old man? Has he been taken care of? It's clean now. D453 licked its lips, a satisfied expression on its face, the pleasure of reliving its prey. Mental erosion, cardiac arrest. I deliberately messed up the scene, leaving every possible trace. She smiled, her sharp teeth flashing at the corner of her lips. They guessed right. It really was the devil who did it. It's good that the waters are muddied. F011 stood up, walked to the cave entrance, and looked at the twilight outside. Now we'll see what the Temple of Light does. Once their blood sacrifice fails, the energy released from the fragments will be enough for us to activate the magic array. What if that's not enough? H237 asked. F011 did not turn back. Then offer a sacrifice. You choose one. No one spoke. The air inside the cave instantly turned icy cold. Whom were they sacrificed? Themselves. The succubus queen's rule has always been this. If you succeed, you return alive. If you fail, you pay with your life. They had no names, were not treated as warriors, and were not considered the queen's subordinates or daughters. They have only one identity, consumables. Replace them with a new batch when they're all used up. There's always a fresh batch in the petri dish anyway. That man, H237, suddenly spoke. Could he ruin our plans? We'll deal with it if things go wrong. F011 turned around, looking at them coldly. What Mother wants is a result. No matter what goes wrong in the middle, the result cannot change. Understand? Understood. Several people answered at the same time, their voices in unison, as if they had been programmed. Also, F-011's gaze swept over everyone. Don't touch adventurers lately. I know you're all feeling restless, but business comes first. D453 pursed his lips, but did not refute. Her fingers rubbed the hilt of the knife in an ambiguous manner, unlike the way she would caress a weapon. Succubi's instinct is to crave desires, food, material possessions, sex, any form of desire. Suppressing desires is like forcing a human to hold their breath. It will drive them crazy if done for too long. But a mother's command overrides instinct. Oh, right. H237 suddenly remembered something. Do you have any news about number 177? The atmosphere in the cave shifted slightly, not with tension, but with an indescribable subtlety. Number 177? D453 thought for a moment. The vampire-succubus hybrid? The one whose number starts with V. Yes, that's her. The one who neither smokes drugs nor drinks blood. I heard she escaped from the garbage dump. So what if she ran away? D453 shrugged. Would Mother care? She doesn't even care about us. Why would she care about a failed experiment? It's hard to say. H237's voice was even lower. After all, her mother has put a lot of effort into her. No one responded. Number 177. They had never met her, but they had all heard of her. A rare, pure blood, experimental subject of the succubus queen. She fused the original essence of the vampire progenitor with the bloodline of the succubus royal family in order to create a perfect hybrid offspring. As a result, a piece of junk was created. Low rank, terrible talent, charm success rate less than 5%. But she was completely unaware of this and thought she was her mother's most beloved child. We went through the same thing back then, D453 added with a hint of self-deprecation. F-011 glanced at her, but didn't say anything. Outside the cave, the wind howled and howled as it rushed down the mountain ridge. In the distance, the red light deep within the mountains was particularly dazzling in the twilight, carrying an ominous sense of unease. F-011 turned around and stopped looking in that direction. Keep working, she said. Get the magic circle ready before we finish at the Temple of Light. Several figures stood up and dispersed. Chapter 50 on the eve of the final battle. The long table was covered with plates. Stew, roast meat, bread, a dish of pickled mushrooms, and a bowl of wild berries that Lioli picked from the mountains. Purple red, sweet, and sour. Mimi cooked 2 extra dishes today, saying, "We're about to go to war, so eat your fill." Lioli lifted Mimi onto the chair, but Mimi couldn't reach the table, so Lioli put a pillow under her. When Lin Yi sat down, Cecilia was on his left and Nessa was on his right. Before he could even pick up his chopsticks, a piece of meat was already brought to his mouth. Cecilia's meat sandwich was stewed until very tender, with a layer of dark brown gravy clinging to it, steaming hot. "Sir, try this. It's been stewing all afternoon." Lin Yi opened his mouth and ate it. Before I could even swallow the meat, another spoonful was brought over from my right. What Nessa scooped up was a spoonful of an unknown vegetable, green and crisp like some kind of wild vegetable stir-fried. "Master, try what I made." Lioli said it was delicious. Lin Yi took a couple of bites. The saltiness was just right, the crispness was just right, and even the temperature was just right. He glanced at Nessa, whose expression was calm, with a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth, making it impossible to tell whether she was seeking praise or showing off. Cecilia didn't look at her, and picked up another piece of meat and put in Lin Yi's bowl, the action so natural that it had become a habit. Mimi sat opposite, holding a fork with a small piece of meat stuck in the tip. She lifted it 3 times, each time pulling it back halfway up. Its ears were pressed against its head, and its tail was twisted into a pretzel behind the chair. She glanced at Cecilia, then at Nessa, pursed her lips, and withdrew her fork. Lioli sat next to Mimi, quietly eating her meal. She was already quite skilled at using chopsticks to pick up food, occasionally putting a piece of food on Lin Yi's plate, but not much, and she would continue eating after that. Mimi tilted her head and looked at her for a long time. "Sister Lioli, why aren't you sitting next to Master today?" Lioli's chopsticks paused for a moment. "I like to sit with you today, but I used to sit next to you." Lioli picked up a piece of meat and put it into Mimi's bowl. "Eat. Don't talk." Mimi lowered her head to eat meat, but her eyes were still sneaking peeks. "Sister Lioli has changed. I can't quite put my finger on how. She's just not the same anymore. Lin Yi was caught in a pincer movement of being fed from both sides. His mouth never stopped moving. He had just finished eating Cecilia's meat when Nessa's vegetables were handed to him. After finishing Nessa's vegetables, Cecilia's soup arrived. He opened his mouth with a clear conscience, eating whatever was offered, sharing the bounty equally with everyone, and not neglecting anyone. He ate very slowly, chewing each bite carefully until he finished everything in his bowl. He wasn't hungry. He just knew what they were doing. It wasn't a secret competition or jealousy. They genuinely wanted him to eat more, rest more, and stay a little longer. Because soon, he and Lin Yi would be going into the mountains to end all of this. The news spread much faster than he had expected. Last night, after dinner, he went to Kegel and instructed him to spread the news. This morning, the whole town was in an uproar. Now, there's no need to inquire. Just stand in the town, and people will know exactly what stage the Temple of Light ceremony has reached, which direction the altar is built in, and what the paladin's name is. Adventurers are not a mob. They are of average level 30, organized, and disciplined, and although they each have their own ulterior motives, they are surprisingly united when it comes to stealing things from the temple. The Temple of Light tried to stop them, but couldn't. They only had about 20 people, while there were hundreds of adventurers. If it weren't for that level 58 paladin standing there, cleaving one of the leaders in two with a single sword strike and intimidating most of the people, the altar would probably have collapsed by now. Last night, he spent a lot of money using the all-seeing mirror to investigate that paladin. Target: Lancelot, Paladin, LV.58. Weakness: unhealed old injury to the left knee. Stiffness may occur after intense fighting. No significant mental weaknesses. These 2 lines of information were obtained in exchange for 50 gold coins. It was worth it. At least I know where to aim. As for Cecilia, Lin Yi still doesn't understand what role she played here. Her rank was even lower than Cecilia's, and her prestige was useless in front of the adventurers. Those noble children foolishly denounced the mobs they saw as rioters on her behalf, only to be beaten black and blue by the adventurers and run home overnight. It's cheaper to check her out. Only 20 gold coins. Search target: Cecilia. Current mission: assigned by Archbishop Augustus. Proceed to the Twilight Shadow Mountains to preside over a blood sacrifice ceremony. Objective: to stabilize the internal factions within the temple and ensure the successful completion of the ceremony. Note: Augustus trusted her loyalty, not her abilities. She herself was aware of this. When Lin Yi turned off the mirror, he had only one thought in his mind. Her grandfather sent her here not because of her abilities, but simply because she was obedient. A granddaughter who was obedient, could perform, and could hold her own in front of others made the archbishop feel more at ease than a capable general. As for how many potential priests she had killed, whether her grandfather knew or didn't care, Lin Yi was too lazy to think about it. Mimi finally mustered up her courage. He raised the fork across half the table and held it to Lin Yi's lips. The piece of meat was small, the tip of the fork trembled slightly, and her fingers were clenched tightly. "Boss!" Lin Yi glanced at her. He was already full, but he still opened his mouth and took a bite. Then he reached out, snatched the fork, and stuffed the remaining half of the meat into Mimi's mouth. Mimi froze, her mouth agape, meat still inside, forgetting to chew. The fork handle still held the warmth of his fingers, and the meat was covered in his saliva. Her face turned red from the base of her neck to her forehead to the tips of her ears, and even the downy hair inside her ears turned pink. "Let's eat," Lin Yi said. He handed the fork back to her, picked up his chopsticks, and took a bite of food. Mimi lowered her head, chewed the meat, and swallowed it. It didn't speak, but its tail slowly wagged behind the chair, round and round. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair and glanced around the dining table. Lin Yi was wiping Mimi's mouth, Cecilia was serving him soup, Nessa was cleaning up the bones around his bowl, and Mimi was burying her head in her rice. The warm yellow light shone on everyone's faces, casting long shadows onto the wall. He suddenly realized that he didn't want to lose these things. What he wanted to protect was this meal, this lamp, and the people gathered around the table. "I'm full," he said. The women stopped what they were doing and looked at him. "You guys take your time eating." Lin Yi stood up, picked up his coat from the back of the chair, and said, "Lin Yi and I are going out for a bit." No one stopped him. Cecilia lowered her head and continued drinking her soup. Nessa put down the bone in her hand and wiped her fingers. Mimi's fork remained stuck in the plate, untouched. Liuli stood up, pushed the chair back, and patted Mimi's head. My sister will be back soon. Mimi nodded and rubbed against her tail. The two went outside, and the night breeze carried the scent of the mountains and forests. Liuli walked beside him, her tail gently dragging on the ground, leaving a shallow trail. Master, are you nervous? I'm not nervous. The night breeze was cool, blowing down from the mountain ridge, carrying the smell of pine resin and decaying leaves. Let's go, Lin Yi said. Liuli transformed back into her dragon form and lay down. Lin Yi climbed over and patted her neck. The dragon spread its wings, creating a gust of wind that swept up the fallen leaves in the yard and then let them fall again. As they rose, Lin Yi glanced down at the villa. The light shone through the window, a warm yellow in small, intermittent grids. Mimi stood at the kitchen window, looking up. Cecilia stood in the doorway, her hand resting on the doorframe. Nessa stood behind her, her tail coiled up. Mimi was held by Nessa, and she raised her little hand and waved it towards the sky. Lin Yi did not wave. He turned around and patted Liuli's neck. Walk. Chapter 51, 2 options. The glass accelerated, and the mountains spread out beneath it, growing deeper and darker. Lin Yi lay on her back, the wind blowing past his ears, carrying the scent of pine resin and earth. He closed his eyes and went over the plan in his mind again. The worst option is to force our way in. While Liuli entangled the paladin, he activated Nightfall, causing his power to surge tenfold, granting him terrifying strength enough to confront the giant dragon head-on. But he didn't want to use that plan. That's so stupid. He would wait for Rex and the succubus to make the first move, wait for them to deplete the temple's power, and wait for the paladin to be tied up before he went in. Liuli can hear that thing's call. They can find the fragments of divinity first, and even take them away. In terms of patience, he is the one who ultimately succeeds. Owner, we will win. Lin Yi did not answer. He glanced down at the faint red light in the distance. There's something waiting for him inside. He didn't know what he would face, but he had to go. Not for justice, not for adventure, but simply to protect his home. Liuli flew low, skimming the treetops, the sound of her wings flapping mostly swallowed by the wind. The woods below are very noisy. Something is making noise, running, and tearing at something else. The sounds of branches snapping, bones cracking, and low growls squeezed from deep in the throat blended together. Lin Yi lowered his eyes and looked down. The tree canopy resembled a black sea in the night, surging and rolling, with occasional glimpses of glowing eyes peeking through the gaps. Red, green, and yellow, not just in pairs or two, but in large swaths like stars scattered on the ground. The monsters have gone mad. Liuli's voice came from below, carrying the deep resonance unique to dragons. There are just too many of them. Is it possible to go around it? Yes, but there's more ahead. Liuli tilted her neck slightly, as if listening to the sound from afar. They were being driven towards the altar. Lin Yi did not ask who was rushing him. He knew that the fragments of divinity were summoning them. This is not an order, it's instinct. Like moths drawn to a flame, they can't help themselves. After flying for about half an hour, Liuli suddenly slowed down and landed on a mountain ridge. She transformed back into human form, swaying slightly upon landing, and Lin Yi reached out to support her shoulder. What's wrong? There's a patrol ahead, Liuli said in a low voice. People from the temple. 3 of them, including a mage. Lin Yi crouched down and peered through the gaps in the bushes. There was a path by the stream at the foot of the mountain, and 3 figures were walking along the path. 2 knights in light armor and a mage in a long robe. The mage carried a dimly lit lantern, its light illuminating only a dozen paces around him. They were on patrol, moving slowly but vigilantly. The knight's hand remained on his sword hilt, while the mage's head kept turning, like a wary owl. Lin Yi held his breath and remained motionless. He waited until they had passed by and their footsteps had faded into the distance before he stood up. How much further? Cross this ridge and walk for another 10 minutes, and you'll see the altar, Liuli said in a low voice. That thing is closer. It's trembling. Lin Yi glanced at her. Her eyes gleamed a dark red in the night. Her pupils narrowed to thin vertical slits. The collar around her neck was glowing faintly, steadily, and continuously, at a frequency like a heartbeat. Can you still hold on? I can handle it. Lioli nodded. If it calls me, I'll just ignore it. Lin Yi did not press further. He patted her on the back, and the two continued walking. This time, we didn't fly, we walked. Lioli led the way, and Lin Yi followed behind, the distance between them just enough to look after each other. After walking for about 15 minutes, voices suddenly came from the woods ahead. They are not monsters, they are people. Lin Yi immediately pulled Lioli down to crouch and hide behind a tree. The sounds grew louder as they approached. Some were cursing, some were panting, and others were shouting, "Wait for me. Damn it, this godforsaken place isn't even a ghost in sight. Stop shouting. Are you trying to summon monsters? Tell me then. I've been looking for monsters to beat." As soon as he finished speaking, 5 people emerged from the woods. Their armor was askew, their swords stained with black blood, and one of them had a strip of cloth wrapped around his arm, soaked and blackened with blood. The group walked to the stream, and, without caring whether the water was clean or not, lay down and began to gulp it down. Having drunk his fill, an older man leaned back on a rock, panting heavily. "Third brother, count how many are left." The person with the cloth strips wrapped around his head looked up and scanned the area. "There were 15 of us when we came out, but now there are only 5 of us left." Seventh brother and the others didn't catch up. No one spoke. The babbling brook broke the silence. "Shall we continue forward?" someone asked softly. The older man didn't answer immediately. He took out a dry biscuit from his pocket, broke it into several pieces, and gave them to the others, keeping a small piece for himself, which he then slowly chewed. "Let's go. We've come this far. It would be a waste to go back." "But what about the monsters ahead? What are monsters afraid of?" "They're afraid of people." The older man swallowed his biscuit and stood up. "The people from the Temple of Light are just ahead. If they can go in, why can't we? That's a treasure from the God of Life. You might only get one chance like that in your lifetime. But what if the news is false? There's no smoke without fire. Even the Temple of Light has come. There must be something good inside. If you hesitate any longer, you won't even get a hot meal. That's how we adventurers are. We're just throwing our lives away, so we just go for it." The group stood up, brushed the dirt off their clothes, and continued walking. They did not notice Lin Yi and Luli behind the tree. Once the footsteps and voices had faded into the woods, Lin Yi stepped out and looked in the direction they had disappeared. People die for wealth, birds die for food. They all made their own choices. Not all of his information is false. After crossing the mountain ridge, the light of the altar came into view. Torches were stuck into the wooden stakes, forming a circle, illuminating the open space as bright as day. The altar is in the center of the open space. It is made of stone, not tall, but covers a vast area. The runes on it seem to writhe like living things in the firelight, the dark red lines flickering like pulsating blood vessels. The red dragon was still lying there, its wings pierced by giant nails, and its neck tightly bound by iron clamps. Its eyes were half closed, its chest rose and fell slowly, and each breath seemed to be gathering its last bit of strength. Dragon blood flowed from the wound on its neck, trickling down the runes and dripping into the stone trough at the bottom of the altar. Cecilia is not here. Paladin Lancelot was also absent. Only a few temple knights were on duty by the altar. Some were checking the runes, some were adding oil to the torches, and others were dozing against the pillars. Lin Yi didn't approach immediately. He took Lioli and found a blind spot to observe from a distance. There were 7 or 8 tents pitched north of the altar. The largest one, pure white, should belong to Cecilia. "Where is the paladin?" Lin Yi asked in a low voice. Lioli's nose twitched. There's still one person's presence inside the tent. Cecilia? No, he's better than her. Lin Yi did not press further. He summoned the mirror of all things and paid with a gold coin. Lancelot's condition. The mirror lit up, revealing a line of text. Target, Lancelot, Paladin. Current status, resting. Energy, not fully recovered. You can only see this much with 1 gold coin. He turned off the mirror and refocused his attention on the camp. Lioli suddenly tugged at his sleeve and pointed to the north side of the camp. Lin Yi followed her finger and looked into the darkness, where several figures were moving. They're not from the temple. They didn't light the fire. Their movements were light and slow, as if they had blended into the shadows. "It's Rex," Lin Yi said. "I can smell him." Chapter 52, the show begins. Lin Yi squinted and watched for a few seconds. The figures disappeared into a bush. He didn't move and continued to observe. The temple knights on duty at the camp had changed shifts. The newcomers were more energetic than the old ones, walking with their backs straight and gripping their spears more tightly. They walked around the altar twice, found nothing unusual, and returned to their original position. "Owner, that thing's call is even more intense now," Lin Yi said softly. "Still can't sense its location?" Then there's no rush. If it's not in a rush, why should we?" Lin Yi sat down against the rock and closed his eyes for a while. Lin Yi crouched beside him, her tail gently curling around his ankle. The wind blew down from the mountain ridge, carrying the smell of blood and rust. In the distance, the torches at the camp were still burning, flickering like an inextinguishable lamp. "Here I am," he said. There was some commotion in the camp. The curtain of the largest white tent was lifted, and Cecilia stepped out. She had changed her clothes. She was no longer wearing the white robe she had worn before, but a dark blue sacrificial robe. The collar and cuffs were embroidered with golden sun emblems, and a wide silver belt with several crystal pendants hung from it around the waist. Her hair was styled in an updo, revealing her slender neck and a pair of delicate pearl earrings. She walked to the altar, reached out, and gently touched the bridge of the red dragon's nose. The red dragon didn't open its eyes, but its body trembled slightly, and the chains rattled. Lancelot emerged from another tent, not wearing a robe, but instead a silver half-armor, with a sword at his waist and a roll of parchment in his hand. He walked over to Cecilia, unfolded the parchment, and the two whispered a few words to each other. "Let's begin." Her voice wasn't loud, but it had a unique penetrating quality, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Lancelot nodded. He turned and walked toward the altar, his boots landing steadily on the stone slabs. He walked to the edge of the altar, squatted down, pressed his fingers on the runes, and closed his eyes for a moment. Then he stood up and drew his sword. The sword is silver white, without any patterns or decorations. Only the blade edge gleams with a cold light. He raised his sword above his head, its tip pointing to the sky. The night sky was cloudless, the stars glittering, but the light from the sword tip shone even brighter. It was the sword itself emitting light. "In the name of the god of light, initiate the sealing ritual." His voice wasn't loud, but every word he uttered carried weight, striking deep into everyone's hearts. The runes on the altar suddenly lit up. The red dragon's body convulsed, its wings thrashed under the chains, and the nails piercing its wings scraped against the stone with a piercing sound. Its mouth was bound, preventing it from roaring. The low, suppressed whimpers that escaped its throat rolled in the mountain wind. The temple knights sprang into action. Some people added oil to the torches, some checked the runes, and some scooped out the dragon blood from the stone trough and poured it into several silver containers. An elderly priest squatted by the altar, carving something on a stone with a knife. After finishing, he pressed the stone with his palm, and the rune lit up briefly before disappearing. A sudden commotion arose from the foot of the mountain. The sound came from the distant woods, not from inside the camp. There were shouts, the clanging of metal, and the howls of monsters. Lin Yi looked in the direction of the sound and saw several figures rushing out from the edge of the woods, stumbling and running towards the camp. Two small but incredibly fast monsters were chasing after them, intercepting the group from both ends. One adventurer was tackled to the ground, let out a scream, and then fell silent. The others ran without looking back and rushed into the camp. "Help! Help! Monsters! Monsters are coming!" The temple knights drew their swords, but did not advance. They watched as the monsters lingered at the edge of the camp, but did not rush in. The monsters dared not approach the altar. The suppressive power of the runes remained effective. Cecilia stood on the altar, looking down at the disheveled adventurers with a cold gaze, as if she were looking at a few insignificant ants. She nodded to a knight beside her, who then went over, grabbed the adventurers, and dragged them outside the camp. "I neither killed them nor helped them. I just told him not to get in the way. Lin Yi moved closer, found an excellent vantage point, and sat cross-legged on a boulder with Liu in his lap, not worried at all about being discovered. The two people were pressed tightly together, their shoulders and knees completely touching. Liu's tail wrapped around his knee and rested on his leg, the tip of the tail slightly upturned. She was wearing a light cloak that enveloped both of them. This is an item Lin Yi found in his collection, called Shadow Veil, an S-rank item. Its effect is to eliminate all existence within the range centered on the holder, completely erasing them from sight, hearing, smell, and even magical perception. This is not invisibility. Its effect is non-existence. The range is determined by the dark power wielded by the wearer. Lin Yi equipped Liu with this item because it required the user to master dark power. Liu did not possess this ability, but the call of the divine fragment forced the dragon binding rope to accelerate the fusion of energy within her body. The dual attributes of ice and fire are beginning to transform into light and darkness. Although it's only 1% complete, it's enough to activate the equipment with a range of about half a meter around the glass. The glass necklace glowed faintly, its gold and dark red colors intertwined and twisted into a strange thread. The dragon horns, which were originally ice blue, had a small section at the tip of the left horn that had turned as black as ink. That wasn't dirt, but a change in color itself, from ice blue to pure black, with a clear boundary. Family member, Ruri. Status, energy fusion in progress. Light/dark attribute conversion progress, 1%. Current rarity, grade A grade S, in progress. Note, after fusion, dark-type items can be equipped. Current progress is insufficient to fully unleash the power of Shadow Veil, but it is usable with some effort. It's barely enough. Lin Yi also glanced at the panel. LV.20. This level is not obtained by defeating monsters, but is entirely achieved through cultivation. Ruri's loyalty, Cecilia's shift in faith, Mimi's dependence, Nessa's trust. Each of these women left a mark on his panel, each pushing his experience bar forward a little. At level 20, the base attributes increase tenfold, which is sufficient for now. Master, what about Rex? I know. Lin Yi saw a few leaves falling in the distance, and someone was starting to get restless. The show is about to begin. Master, it's so uncomfortable. Liu shifted restlessly in his arms, her soft body pressed against him, trying to find a more comfortable position. Then don't move around. Lin Yi suspected that the dragon girl was doing it on purpose. Oh, she agreed verbally, but her body betrayed her by rubbing against him again. Helpless, Lin Yi wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and pulled her closer to him. Liu's body was petite, and he held her completely in his arms, where she obediently stopped moving. She looked up at him, then leaned back contentedly, the back of her head resting against his collarbone. Chapter 53 Ritual. Rex crouched in the bushes. His eyes were fixed on the torch-lit open space ahead, his pupils reflecting the outline of the altar, the dragon nailed to the ground, and the temple knights preparing for the ceremony. His breathing was steady, and his heartbeat was not fast. The tension had long been overwhelmed by habit. Before every big deal, I'm like this. My mind is blank except for the goal. Boss, the man has arrived. The deputy approached from behind, his voice extremely low. Rex didn't turn around. How many? 3. 2 men and 1 woman. The woman in the lead is codenamed Spider, and she's a level 52 assassin. The other 2 men are a warrior and a mage, both in their early 50s. Where's the money? They took it. They took it all. Rex's lips twitched, his jaw muscles tensed, forming a cold, hard mark. He poured all his life savings into it. He can't even find a single copper coin in his pocket now. But he had no choice. Headquarters wouldn't send him reinforcements. The adventurers ignored him, and Kegel couldn't find him anywhere. If he doesn't make a move soon, and the temple removes the fragments, he really won't even be able to get a drink of soup. Let them come over. Rex stood up, took the sword off his back, and held it in his hand. The hilt of the sword was slippery from sweat, but he held it very firmly. 3 dark figures emerged from the woods behind them. Leading the way was Spider, with gray hair and few wrinkles on his face, but his eyes looked frighteningly old. When she looks at people, It's as if she's searching for a spot to strike. A burly man followed behind, carrying a heavy sword on his back. He took each step firmly, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Finally, there was a tall, thin young man, wearing a mage's robe and clutching a short staff, his knuckles pale from the force he exerted. Mr. Rex. The spider's voice was soft, with a sandpaper-like texture. Is what you're talking about really here? You'll find out soon enough whether you're here or not. And the price you mentioned? If you've accepted it, then accept it. Stop talking nonsense. Rex interrupted her, his gaze sweeping across the three faces, lingering on each one for no more than a second. I invited you here not to ask questions. Hold off that paladin. The rest is none of your business. The spider chuckled, a faint smile, like a blade slicing through skin. Hold them off? Do you even know what level that person is? 58. Rex slung his knife over his shoulder. The three of you together are enough. I didn't tell you to kill him. What if we can kill him? The warrior asked, his voice rough as stone. Rex glanced at him. If you can kill him, you can have a share of the loot. If you can't, don't die there. No one will collect your body if you do. The soldier did not speak again. The spider's smile faded, and its eyes grew colder as it assessed the situation. She is reevaluating this person. It's not about assessing his strength. It's about assessing his hidden cards. Someone who dares to gamble away their life savings is either crazy or has cards up their sleeve. Aren't you afraid we'll take the money and not do the job? The spider asked. Rex glanced at her. His glance was flat, devoid of any murderous intent, threat, or even emotion. But a chill ran down the spider's spine. Her body instinctively sent out an alarm. This person could snap her neck before she could even make a move. You can try. Rex turned away from them. The ritual is about to begin. Once the mage finishes chanting the incantation, the dragon blood will flow into the rune array beneath the altar. At that time, the paladin will stand beside the altar, never leaving its side. That will be his weakest point. His attention will be on the ritual, not on his surroundings. How do you know all this? The monk asked, his voice somewhat shrill. You don't need to know. Rex crouched down, placing his sword across his knees. You've finished asking your questions. Now shut up and wait for the signal. The rituals on the altar continued. Lancelot's sword tip gleamed brilliantly, and then he forcefully plunged the sword into the groove in the very center of the altar. The sword was mostly submerged, leaving only the hilt sticking out. The light from the runes exploded from the groove, spreading outwards in concentric circles. With each expansion, the red dragon's body twitched violently. Its blood gushed from the wound, not dripping, but flowing down in streams, following the patterns of the runes towards the center of the altar, gathering around the hilt of the sword to form a small pool of blood. Cecilia clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and moved her lips. She was reciting a prayer in an older, almost lost language. Each syllable was squeezed out from deep in the throat, low and hoarse, with a rhythm that did not belong to humans. The Templar Knights knelt down. Some bowed their heads, some looked up, and some pressed their foreheads to the ground. Their lips moved as they chanted along with Cecilia, their voices growing louder and more unified, surging towards the altar in waves. Leolie yawned. I'm really sleepy. She buried her face in Lin Yi's chest, nuzzled against him, and found a comfortable spot. Lin Yi looked down at her. Her eyes were closed, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her breathing was light and long. Tired? Why isn't it dead yet? Leolie's voice muffled against his chest. Let's finish this quickly and go home. Lin Yi did not respond. He looked up and continued to look at the altar. The red dragon was still bleeding, but its struggles were very weak. Its wings stopped flapping, its tail stopped thrashing, and even the whimpering in its throat ceased. Only the eyes remained open, the dark red pupils reflecting the firelight, the light of the runes, and the slowly deepening pool of blood. It is waiting to die. In the distance, on the other side of the mountain ridge, came several low roars. That was made by a person. The adventurers were fighting monsters, their voices coming and going, sometimes near, sometimes far, sometimes bursting into cheers before falling silent again. They're crowding in this direction. It wasn't Lin Yi who summoned them. It was the news of the treasure of the god of life that drew them here. Lin Yi simply lit a fire. Once it started burning, Its fate was no longer his concern. The pool of blood on the altar was full. Lancelot drew his sword, its blade stained with dragon blood and gleaming a dark red in the firelight. He took a step back and stared at the blood pool. The surface of the blood pool was bubbling, not boiling. It seemed more like something was surging upwards from the bottom, trying to break free. With each burst of a bubble, a sweet, fishy smell fills the air, a mixture of ripe fruit and rotting flowers. Cecilia opened her eyes, a smile of excitement curving her lips. The container is almost complete. Her voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. Liuli's ears twitched. She lifted her head from Lin Yi's chest and looked at the altar. Her eyes turned that dark red again, her pupils becoming a vertical line, and the light from the necklace flickered rapidly, like a heartbeat. Owner, it's coming out. Lin Yi remained silent. He pulled the glass closer to his chest, his gaze passing over the altar and landing on the bushes north of the camp. There were several figures moving there, very slowly and quietly, waiting for their chance. Rex, he was waiting too. Wait until the ceremony is complete, until the container is formed, until the people in the temple relax their vigilance. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at the blood pool on the altar. The bubbles grew denser, and the surface of the blood pool began to bulge, as if something was pushing up from below. The Templar Knights' prayers grew faster and louder, a group of fanatical madmen. Cecilia's lips moved so slightly as to be almost invisible, and her face shone with a frenzied radiance, the expression of a believer witnessing a miracle. Lancelot stood motionless at the edge of the altar, sword in hand. In the center of the blood pool, a dark red bead slowly rose to the surface. It was only the size of a fist with a smooth surface and was a solidified drop of blood. It slowly rotates above the pool of blood. With each rotation, the rune's light dimmed slightly, and the level of the blood pool dropped accordingly. It's going to work. Cecilia's voice trembled. Just then, a figure moved in the bushes. Chapter 54, Chaotic Battle. It's done. I don't know who shouted it. The crowd began to move as soon as the shouts were finished. This is not a test. It's a full-scale attack. Dozens of adventurers burst forth from the dark woods, from the shadows of the ridges, and from behind every rock they could hide behind. They were like wild grass set ablaze, instantly engulfing the open space at the edge of the camp. Armor clashed, swords were drawn, some held torches high, their flames stretching as they ran. Some carried shields, and many more had no weapons at all, simply spreading their arms and running madly toward the altar. Their eyes were red, glowing red from the firelight, and burning red from greed. They stayed here for a day and a night. Many people died, their throats bitten through by monsters, their chests pierced by traps. They did not back down. What we've been waiting for is now. Stop them. Cecilia's voice came from the direction of the tent, distorted by the force of her movements. She rushed to the tent entrance, clutching a staff tightly in her hand. The gem on the staff's head gleamed, but the light couldn't illuminate her bloodless face. In the name of the God of Light, stop these damned bandits. The Templar Knights moved. They didn't shout slogans, they just carried out orders. The front row of knights instantly took shape, their spears laid flat with the tips pointing outwards, forming a steel thorn. The archers in the back row drew their bows and pulled the triggers. The arrow left the bowstring, making a short, sharp whistling sound as it cut through the air. The adventurers at the forefront froze and fell backward, but their companions behind them did not stop and stepped over their bodies to rush past. Nobody paid any attention to Cecilia. Her commands were drowned out by the sound of clashing weapons, and the light from her staff was overshadowed by the light from dozens of torches. She stood there, like a forgotten sign. You bunch of blasphemous fools. Cecilia's voice was even louder, trembling uncontrollably. This is a sacred ceremony. You are challenging the majesty of God. A bearded adventurer brushed past her, even glancing back at her briefly. There was no reverence in his eyes, nor fear in his eyes, only annoyance at being disturbed. Cecilia raised her staff. Then I put it down. Raise it again. She wanted to cast a spell, but couldn't find target. There were too many people. Her knights and adventurers had already collided and become a chaotic mess. If an area of effect spell is cast, who will die? Kill them. Her voice suddenly changed, becoming low and venomous, audible only to the guards around her. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. The Templars' slaughter began. The spear thrust out, then retracted, drawing out a stream of blood. The shield slammed in, knocking people aside, then stepped over them and continued forward. Their movements were synchronized and highly efficient, like a machine devoid of emotion. The adventurers have no formation. Their only tactic is to outnumber their opponents. A knight's lance pierced an adventurer's chest, and before it could be pulled out, 2 axes struck his helmet. The knight fell, creating a gap in the formation. The gap was instantly torn open by more adventurers. They risked their lives to bridge the gap. Lancelot stood beside the altar. He did not go to watch the melee. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield, then beyond it, piercing into the distant darkness. A knight charged forward, his armor dented and his face covered in blood and sweat. "Sir, the lines are about to break. We need reinforcements." "Need not." Lancelot's voice was flat, without the slightest ripple. "Guard the altar." His gaze remained fixed on a certain dark corner. The knight opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words, saluted, and turned to charge back into the meat-grinder-like battle. On the altar, the priest presiding over the ceremony was still working. He raised his hands, his lips moving rapidly as he recited the final incantation. The voice was low, but the rhythm was getting faster and faster, as if counting down to the birth of something. In the center of the altar, the enormous dragon corpse began to twitch unnaturally. Its eyes were tightly closed, and its mouth was bound shut with ruined strips of cloth, making it unable to make a sound. But its body is resisting. The membranes of the wings trembled violently, the vibrations spreading from the base to the wingtip, producing a rustling sound. Something is about to come out of its body. Rex crouched in the shadow of tent. He stared intently at the altar through the gaps in the canvas. Half of the arrow shaft was still on his shoulder, but he didn't have time to deal with it. The wound on his thigh was bleeding, the blood soaking through his pants and flowing down his boots to the ground, forming a small puddle. He doesn't care. Time is up. Let's do it. He mouthed something to the person behind him. A slender shadow slipped silently out from under the tent, like a snake slithering along the ground. Spider. Her 2 daggers flashed briefly in the firelight before disappearing into the darkness. From another direction, a burly figure emerged. Warrior. He carried a heavy sword wider than a door on his shoulder. His steps were heavy, but each stride covered a great distance. In the distance, at the other end of the camp, a ball of fire elementals began to gather, and the air temperature was rising. The monk. Hold him back. Rex's voice was very low, barely audible. How long? Spider's voice came through the communication crystal, accompanied by static. Until I get the item. The spider didn't ask any more questions. She sped up. In a flash, the figure was already behind Lancelot. The dagger struck silently, piercing the gap in the armor at the back of his neck. Fast and accurate. Lancelot did not turn around. His hand moved. The sword was drawn, but only 3 inches from its sheath. Clang. A soft sound. The spider's dagger hovered in midair, just a finger's width from Lancelot's neck. Her wrist was struck by the end of the hilt of Lancelot's sword. My entire right arm went numb instantly. She immediately stepped back. The warrior's great sword swept in from his side with a whoosh. Lancelot only took half a step back, slightly shifting his body to the side. The heavy sword slammed into the spot where he had just stood. The ground exploded, and dirt mixed with gravel flew everywhere. The attack missed its mark, and behind the warrior, the mage's fireball was already upon them. The enormous fireball, trailing a fiery tail, hurtled straight toward Lancelot's face. Lancelot flicked his wrist, using the broadside of the sword to swat the fireball away like swatting a fly. The fireball traced an arc and crashed into a group of adventurers not far away, exploding and sending several people flying into the air, their bodies ablaze as they screamed and rolled around. Spider, warrior mage. The 3 people formed a triangular shape around Lancelot. An assassin, a heavily armored warrior, and a long-range turret. A perfect encirclement team. But they couldn't break through. Lancelot's sword is like an invisible wall. The spider's dagger was no match for his parry. The warrior's heavy sword could not touch his body. He always managed to neutralize the sorcerer's spells in all sorts of unbelievable ways. He didn't even launch an attack. He was simply defending, blocking, and dodging. Most of his attention was not on these three people at all. Even so, the three spiders were already struggling to breathe. This is not a battle. This is just playing around. Rex watched from behind the tent. His teammates were about to give up, but he couldn't move. His target was never Lancelot. A swordsman challenges a renowned paladin. He hasn't lived enough yet. He has to wait. Wait until the final step of the ceremony is completed. Wait for the container to emerge from the dragon's body. Everyone's attention, including Lancelot's, was drawn to that thing. That moment was his chance. They grabbed it and left. This is the only way to survive. Chapter 55, meanwhile, on the other side, the rock on the ridge isn't high, but it's in an excellent position. Looking down, the entire camp was cut open before my eyes, turning into a giant ant nest. The torchlight illuminated the open space as bright as day, and figures darted about, their blades flashing. The shouts of battle were scattered by the wind, and when they reached us, only a buzzing noise remained, mixed with the distant humming of bees. Below, a fierce battle raged, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, and shouts shaking the heavens. Lin Yi is here, embracing a dragon, enjoying a peaceful and serene life. He felt he had gone a bit too far. The black mist of the shadowy veil enveloped them, forming an invisible cocoon. Lioli's hair brushed against his chin, making it itch. Instead of staying still, she nestled in his arms and scurried around. It burrowed its head into his neck, then pulled out and continued from a different angle. Its tail wrapped around his knee and rested on his lap, the tip of the tail bobbing up and down in an unknown rhythm. Her waist was also twisting, a restless itch all over her body, wanting to change positions but unable to find a comfortable place. "Don't move," Lin Yi said in a very low voice. Lioli stopped moving. 3 seconds later, it started twisting again. Lin Yi suppressed his agitation and pulled her closer into his arms. He has a lot of temper, but it's not the kind of anger that comes from being angry. But there was nothing he could do. The area covered by the shadow curtain is limited. 2 people are the limit, and even the slightest movement could expose them. He could only endure it. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze and began to play with Lioli's fingers. Her fingers were slender with distinct knuckles, and her nails were neatly trimmed. He pried her fingers apart one by one, then closed them again, and then intertwined them. Lioli's fingers curled slightly in his palm, then opened again, letting him manipulate them. "Owner, what are you doing? Count how many fingers you have." 10 roots. "Let me count them." He counted them once. 10. He counted them again. Still 10. Lioli didn't speak again, burying her face in his neck, her breathing light and slow. After counting her fingers, he began to touch her fingernails, slowly rubbing each one from the base to the tip with his fingertips. Lioli's fingertips trembled slightly, but she did not pull them back. After touching her nails, he started playing with her hair. His long, silvery white hair slipped through his fingers, cool and smooth to the touch, like flowing water. He divided her hair into 3 sections and braided them, but halfway through, he felt it didn't look good and took it apart. Then he divided it into 2 sections and twisted them into a braid, but after twisting, he felt it was too tight and took it apart again. Lioli's head swayed slightly with his movements, letting him do as he pleased, but her breathing remained steady, without any impatience. "Master, have you ever braided hair for other people before?" "No." "Then why are you so skilled at it?" "Because your hair is easy to braid." Lioli said, "Oh," and didn't ask any more questions. Lin Yi swept her hair to one side, revealing her pointed ears. The earlobes were covered with a layer of fine downy hair, which shimmered with a pale golden light in the firelight. He stared at the ear for 2 seconds, then reached out and pinched the tip of the ear. Lioli's ears twitched slightly. He pinched her a second time, and her ear twitched again. The third time, Lioli finally reached out and covered her ears. "Itch." "Oh." Lin Yi withdrew his hand, let her hair down again, and combed it from scalp to ends with his fingers again and again. Lioli's breathing became lighter, and her body slowly softened, collapsing into a limp mass of sun-dried butter in his arms. Her tail started wagging again. This time, the wagging was no longer casual. It conveyed a sense of satisfaction and peace. Lin Yi watched as the adventurers in the camp were pierced by the spears of the temple knights, as the knights were cut down by the adventurers' swords, and as the blood flowed into the soil, mixing with the blood of those who had been there before, making it impossible to tell whose blood was whose. He remained completely unmoved. He wasn't cold-blooded. He just knew that going down there would only mean his death. His fighting skills were far too rudimentary compared to these seasoned veterans. He survived this long, not because of skill, but because of his collection, an absolute numerical advantage. Lioli is powerful because she is a dragon. He can fight because his base attributes, after being doubled, can reach the level of a level 50 warrior. That's ultimately just numbers, not skill. In a one-on-one fight, he probably couldn't even beat Mimi. A thought popped into Lin Yi's mind. Should he create a combat class? The Lord of all spirits can gather people, things, and followers, but cannot give him combat skills. He needs a class that can fight, whether it's a swordsman, a berserker, or even a thief. Not to kill the enemy, but only to protect oneself. He put the thought aside for the time being and continued watching the play. Rex burst out from behind the tent, his knife trailing behind him, the tip scraping the ground and sending sparks flying. His shoulders were covered in blood, his legs were covered in blood, and his face was covered in blood, but his eyes were burning with fire. The spider circled around from the side, its dagger aimed at Lancelot's nape. Lancelot didn't turn around. He drew his sword, knocked the dagger away, and the hilt struck the spider's wrist, numbing her entire arm. The warrior's greatsword came crashing down from above, but Lancelot dodged to the side, and the greatsword slammed into the ground, sending dirt flying. The mage's fireball came straight at him, but Lancelot deflected it with the flat of his sword. The fireball flew out and set a tent ablaze. Lin Yi looked at Rex's tense face and mentally gave him a score. 7 points. You need courage, you need brains, but luck is another matter. But in this place, luck is more important than courage and brains. His eyes searched the camp and found Cecilia. She stood at the tent entrance, protected by several knights, still clutching the staff in her hand, but no longer casting spells. Her face was pale, her lips pressed into a thin line, her eyes fixed on the battlefield, her expression a mixture of anticipation and fear. Lin Yi looked at her profile, his mind racing, wondering how he could let her die in this chaotic battle. Now is not the time to act. We need to wait until everyone is exhausted from fighting, in disarray, and can't tell who's who. Then, let Lioli sneak over in the chaos and snap her neck with a single lash of her tail. Alternatively, when the divine fragments emerge, everyone will rush to the altar, leaving her unprotected. That would be the best time to make a move. She cannot go back alive. Master! Lioli's voice came from the crook of his neck, sounding somewhat muffled. The child is scared. Lin Yi's finger stopped. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid of the ritual. Lioli's body tensed slightly, and a hand on his chest gripped his collar tightly. I don't want to be sealed. Then what? He is calling me. Lioli raised her head, her amber eyes looking at him, the dark red halo in her pupils spreading and gradually staining the amber color. I can sense his location now. Lin Yi looked at her without saying a word. Master! Her voice sounded muffled, coming from behind her chest. When do we go? Lin Yi tied a knot in the end of her hair with his fingers, then untied it. Wait until the container is completely finished. Should we wait any longer? Wait, Lin Yi said, tidying her hair and stopping braiding it. At that time, everyone will rush to grab the container. No one will pay attention to us. Lioli, what do you think would happen if they found out the item was missing at the end of the fight? Chapter 56. The mantis stalks the cicada. The adventurers finally broke down. They weren't defeated, they were utterly terrified. They are not afraid of dying, but they are afraid of dying in vain. Those who charged forward fell, and those behind them stepped over the corpses to continue charging, only to fall again, and then charge once more. The Templar spears pierced chest after chest, their shields knocked body after body away. Yet their formation remained unmoved, like a tireless killing machine. Some people have started to quit. He didn't turn and run, but took a few steps back, stopped, looked at the spearheads in front of him, and then at the crowded people behind him. He hesitated. In that moment of hesitation, the person behind him bumped into him and pushed him forward. The spearhead pierced his stomach. He looked down, and his face was full of astonishment. "Damn it, we can't beat them," someone roared. This desperate cry instantly ignited everyone's fear. More people began to retreat, to flee, to drop their weapons and run away. Someone fell to the ground and was trampled over by the people behind him. He lay on the ground, crying for help, but no one bowed their head. A rout is like an avalanche. Once it begins, it can never be stopped. Cecilia stood at the tent entrance, watching the adventurers flee in disarray, and a smile finally appeared on her lips. The smile on her lips had lost its gentleness, leaving only a twisted sense of pleasure. "May the god of light protect you." Her whisper was carried away by the wind, and only she could hear it. On the altar, the priest presiding over the ceremony suddenly raised his hands. His fingers trembled as his magic was exhausted, and the ritual finally came to an end. The chains rattled, and the dragon's body suddenly straightened, its wings fully extended. Its eyes opened, and its gaze passed over the crowd, looking towards the sky. Its pupils reflected a strange color, neither red nor blue, the light indescribable, as if it had crushed all the colors of the world and forcibly stripped them away. The dragon's mouth was bound, preventing it from making a sound, but its violently struggling body told everyone that something was about to emerge. A ball of light rose from the dragon's chest. The light did not originate from the wound, but was pulled out alive by a brute force from the depths of its bones and the source of its bloodline. The color of the light was exactly the same as the color in the dragon's eyes, and when it appeared, everyone's heart skipped a beat. The light completely merged into the fist-sized crimson bead, and the container, large enough to hold the fragments of divinity, was finally created. Rex rushed out. He had already chosen his route. He would go around the tent from behind, pass through the burning pile of debris, and cut in from the side of the altar. He had mentally calculated this route countless times. He could run it with his eyes closed. He was bleeding from the wound on his shoulder, and the excruciating pain in his thigh hadn't subsided, but he couldn't feel it. His eyes were only on that newborn vessel. 20 steps, 15 steps, 10 steps. He stretched out his hand, his fingertips almost touching the ball of light. A white sword aura swept in from the side. Knowing he couldn't dodge, Rex held his sword horizontally in front of him and took the blow head on. The white light struck the sword, and he was thrown into the air by the force, his back slamming heavily to the ground, where he rolled twice. The sword was still in his hand, but his tiger's mouth had split open and blood was dripping from between his fingers. He looked up and saw Lancelot standing at the edge of the altar, his sword drawn, the tip pointing in his direction. "I recognize you." Lancelot's voice was cold. "You're from the Aurelian Adventurers Guild. Your headquarters has promised not to interfere. Is this your personal action or the guild's decision?" Rex got up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Enough with the nonsense. He took a step forward and raised his sword. Lancelot raised his sword as well. However, Rex's sword was not aimed at Lancelot, but at Cecilia behind him. His real target from the very beginning was that woman. Seize her, coerce her, and force Lancelot to hand over the vessel. This was his entire plan. He can't defeat a paladin, but he can kidnap the people the paladin is protecting. Lancelot's sword was much faster than his. It was an absolute speed advantage. Rex's sword was still in mid-air when Lancelot's sword was already positioned in front of Cecilia. If Rex insists on not stopping, his wrist will hit the sharp blade first. The sword tip veered at the last moment, slashing into the ground and sending dirt flying. He quickly took 2 steps back, widening the distance again. He stared at Lancelot, his chest heaving. "Your opponent is me." Lancelot's sword remained sheathed. His gaze shifted from Rex, sweeping across several corners in the darkness. The spider retreated to a distance, its dagger sheathed, awaiting a new opportunity. The warrior crouched behind a tree, his greatsword planted beside him. The mage, further away, was so exhausted from his magic that he could barely stand. "Lady Cecilia." Lancelot did not turn around, but reached out and took the container from the altar. The crystal landed in his palm, heavy with light, the light filtering through its cracks, casting flickering shadows on his face. Take it. Activate it. The container was thrown over. Cecilia reached out and caught it, holding it in both hands, her body swaying slightly. The crystal is extremely heavy, with a cool surface, carrying the chill of being buried deep underground for thousands of years. She knew how to start it. Her grandfather had only told her. The incantation was short, but the syllables were extremely difficult to pronounce. She had already practiced it countless times on the way. "My lord," she began, as if to say something. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up." Lancelot interrupted her, pointing his sword at the shadowy figures stirring in the darkness. Cecilia gritted her teeth. She cursed inwardly. What a person who can't tell what's important. If he didn't have some ability, his grandfather would never have used him. But she showed no sign of it on her face. She lowered her head, held the container tightly in both hands, and began to chant incantations as her lips moved slightly. Cecilia's lips moved. The light from the container grew even brighter, spilling out from between her fingers and making her hands almost transparent. Her voice began to tremble, a sign that her magic was rapidly depleting. She felt her life force being drained from both ends, rapidly slipping away. But she didn't stop. The last syllable. She opened her mouth. Before a sound could be heard, something moved in the darkness outside the camp. That was neither wind nor a demon. It's a succubus. Several of them suddenly appeared from different directions, moving so fast that only afterimages could be seen. Lancelot raised his sword, but instead of pointing it at the shadowy figures, he aimed it at Cecilia's back. Careful! Before Cecilia could even turn around, a black shadow had already silently pounced on her from behind. Chapter 57, The Cicada Awaits. Cecilia uttered the last syllable. Her mind went blank for a moment, then went completely blank. It was as if someone had struck her deepest consciousness with a heavy hammer, making her vision go black and her ears ring. She loosened her grip, and the container slipped from her palm. She instinctively reached out to grab it, but her fingers only touched the cold edge. The container tumbled in the air and fell toward the ground. A deep purple hand reached out from the darkness and caught it steadily. The hand had long, slender fingers, black nails, and fingertips covered in fine scales. A thin chain was wrapped around her wrist, from which hung a small bone pendant, engraved with the number H237. Got it. H237's voice was low, unable to hide his excitement. "My lord," exclaimed the knight beside him. Cecilia did not fall. H237 didn't even have time to put the container in her arms. A beam of white light blasted from her side. It wasn't sword energy, but an invisible and intangible mental shock. H237's brain felt like it was being gripped and twisted by an invisible hand. Her vision went black, and she instinctively loosened her grip, causing the container to fall again. This is a protective spell that Augustus left deep within his granddaughter's soul. Cecilia's eyes lit up again, a pale golden light appearing in her pupils, as if ignited by power from within. She steadied herself, reached out, and caught the container, holding it tightly in her arms, as if protecting a newborn baby. Her face was as white as paper, and her lips were completely bloodless, but she neither screamed nor panicked. Her gaze swept into the darkness, where she saw the shadows that were fading away. They were succubi. Their attack just now was almost successful. H237 knelt on one knee, clutching his head in pain, fine beads of sweat seeping from his dark purple skin. She looked up at Cecilia, her eyes filled with no hatred, only a calm, I knew it, indifference. She stood up and silently retreated into the darkness, like a startled snake shrinking back into its burrow. "My lord, give me the container." Lancelot's voice came from ahead. He had forced Rex back and was striding over. "Tell me the incantation, and I will activate it." Cecilia did not move. Her fingers gripped the container so tightly that they lost their color. "Give it to him." Grandpa said that only she could know the spell. It wasn't that she didn't trust Lancelot. However, the temptation of the divine fragments is too great, so great that even a paladin who has followed his grandfather for decades might betray him at the last moment. This is not suspicion, it is caution. "My lady," There's no time. Lancelot had already walked up to her and extended his hand. Cecilia looked at his hand. It was large, with thick knuckles and calluses on the base of his thumb. This hand has killed for her grandfather and also shielded her from a knife. But at this moment, she couldn't be sure whether the hand that reached out was to protect or to take. I'll do it myself. Cecilia took a step back, turning her body slightly to the side to protect the container more tightly. You guard the altar. Lancelot's hand froze in midair before he withdrew it. His expression remained unchanged, but his eyes turned colder. As you wish. Cecilia composed herself and picked up the container again. Her lips began to move, and the incantation began again. But her thoughts raced. The succubus had already made her move. Were there other enemies lurking in the shadows? Rex remained crouched in the corner, like a wounded wild dog waiting for its chance to strike back. And Lancelot was there too. "Grandpa," she murmured. She closed her eyes, pressed the container tightly against her chest, and clasped her hands together. Blood ties are the guide. Faith is the bridge. Lancelot's expression changed slightly, and his grip on the sword hilt tightened and then loosened. Cecilia was still standing there, but she was no longer herself. Her eyes and her hair turned into a dazzling gold, and her skin glowed with a faint light, making her look like a holy lamp lit by divine power. Her face was expressionless, not indifference, but a void where mundane emotions had nowhere to go after being occupied by a grander existence. The projection of Augustus. It has arrived. At the same time, 6 dark red beams of light shot into the sky from the woods north of the camp. That wasn't flame. It was an ominous, blood-red light. Pillars of light erupted from the ground, each more than 2 people tall, with a figure standing beneath each pillar. No, that's not a person. Their skin was dark purple. Their pupils were vertical. They had short horns on their foreheads, and their bodies were covered in blood. Blood gushed from the wounds on their wrists, dripping down their fingertips and seeping into the rune array on the ground. The rune array lit up, and dark red light spread rapidly along the patterns, like countless lit fuses. F-011 stood under the central pillar of light, his voice flat and even, as if reciting what he had long known by heart. Activate the summoning circle. H-237's wrist was bleeding, and drops of blood dripped into the runes, making the pillar of light shine even brighter. Her lips were trembling, not from pain, but from cold. When the sacrifice begins, body temperature drops sharply, bringing a bone-chilling cold and shivering. D-453 was bleeding the fastest. His face was so pale he looked like a ghost. His eyes were still open, but his pupils were dilated and out of focus. "Mother," she said, her lips barely moving, her voice as soft as the wind rustling through withered leaves. The pillars of light suddenly expanded. The 6 pillars merged together, forming a gigantic, dark red pillar that stretched straight into the sky. Within the pillar of light, something was slowly descending, not falling but descending. Its posture was elegant, like a weary bird returning to its nest. The succubus queen's clone. It has arrived. She was not tall, even half a head shorter than the average person, and had a slender figure. A deep purple robe trailed on the ground, yet remained untouched by dust. Her face was shrouded in a thin mist, obscuring her features, except for her eyes, which were clearly visible. Those eyes were a deep purple, as dark as a bottomless well. She simply stood there quietly, and all the light around her seemed to dim slightly. "Augustus," her voice was soft and melodious. "It's been a long time. You should not have come here, Astaroth." An old and deep voice rang out, as if it came from the distant horizon. "This is the territory of the god of light." The territory of the god of light? The succubus queen laughed, her laughter light and clear, like the sound of silver bells in the wind. "Does your god of light still have any influence? He doesn't even care about your dying days." The phantom of Augustus attached to Cecilia swayed slightly, like a candle flickering in the wind. "A single fragment can keep you alive for a few more years." Astaroth tilted his head, his eyes narrowing behind the mist. "Did you ask him? Did he really want you to continue living?" Augustus's phantom image stabilized. He raised his hand, and a ball of golden light condensed in his palm. The ball of light was small, but it was dazzling, as bright as a miniature sun held in the palm of his hand. "Step back," he said. Astaroth did not retreat. Her hand emerged from her sleeve, her palm devoid of light, only a swirling mass of black mist. The mist swirled around her fingertips, transforming into countless tiny black snakes. "You're old, Augustus," she said, her voice still gentle. "You can't beat me." Chapter 58. Did he rise to power by selling his ass? Golden light collided with purple light, and a tremendous roar destroyed hearing, plunging the world into a moment of silence. The tents in the camp were overturned, the torches were extinguished, and the horses broke free and ran away. The Temper Knight lay on the ground, covering his ears. Someone was shouting, but he couldn't hear what they were shouting. The phantom of Augustus stood where Cecilia had been, golden light emanating from his body, scorching the surrounding air. His face belonged to Cecilia, but his expression was completely different. Those golden eyes held none of the panic and scheming of a young woman, only a calm, aged composure, and an indifference to everything they looked at. "Astaroth, this avatar of yours is no weakling." Augustus spoke, his voice old and deep, echoing like the distant tolling of a bell. "Aren't you afraid that other demon lords will take over your territory while you're away?" The succubus queen tilted her head, her eyes narrowing slightly behind the thin mist. "If we lose territory, we could just take it back." Her voice was gentle, with the magic to lull a child to sleep. "Unlike you, a single shard of metal can make you crawl out of your coffin." Augustus did not blink. "I cannot die yet. The will to spread light still needs me to carry it out." "Spread the light." The succubus queen laughed, her laughter soft, like the sound of silver bells in the wind. "You're just afraid of dying." Augustus did not speak. "Don't think that the fragments of the god of life's divine essence can help you." The succubus queen's smile vanished, her voice still gentle, but every word was filled with murderous intent. "You won't live long. It's the same for everyone." Augustus looked at her for 2 seconds. "Aren't you the same?" A succubus who rose to power through her body, climbing to the position of demon king. It's not easy. Astaroth paused slightly in his movements. That hesitation, devoid of any sense of being hit where it hurts, was entirely a look of astonishment upon hearing the unexpected words. Then she laughed. This time, her smile was exceptionally genuine, her eyes crinkling at the corners, and a glimmer of light appeared behind the thin mist. "Thank you," she said. "I really appreciate your compliment." Augustus's expression changed. He realized what he had said. Succubi rise to power through their bodies. This is their glory, not their shame. He's lived so long, yet he made such a basic mistake. He pursed his lips, reorganizing his words. "What about your children?" His voice turned cold. "You created so many, but was even one of them able to break through level 70? The succubus queen withdrew her smile. Level 70. The watershed for all living things. Upon reaching level 70, you will gain some special abilities. Dragons can begin to awaken their bloodline memories, humans can sense the existence of gods, and elves can hear the whispers of the world tree. Different races and different professions yield different results. But the meaning is the same. Only by passing through level 70 can one be qualified to touch God, receive divine blessings, and become a divine servant. If you can't reach level 70, you'll be nothing but an ant for the rest of your life. They don't even deserve to be glanced at by the gods. None of her children crossed that threshold. Even the one she had the highest hopes for, the one nurtured with the blood essence of the vampire progenitor, was just a piece of trash. And you, her voice was no longer gentle, but extremely heavy. You, who rose to power by selling your body, dare to talk back to me? Augustus narrowed his eyes. Don't you know how many priests you've groveled at? The succubus queen took a step forward, purple light surging from her body, suppressing some of the golden light. The god of light died after Ragnarok, as if he were dead, without a trace. Where was the god of life when he was besieged? Tell me, where was he? Augustus did not answer. Do you still worship the god of light? The succubus queen's voice rose, devoid of any shouting shrillness, only the exhilarating release of something long suppressed. The gods have not responded. Where does your power come from? You yourselves don't even know, do you? Augustus's phantom flickered. The god of light is left with only these three remote, out-of-the-way kingdoms. The succubus queen drew a circle in the air with her finger, encompassing the distant mountains, the nearby camp, and the temple knights lying on the ground. As the strongest bishop, you can't even control the Temple of Light in the other two countries. They've been divided, made independent, and treated as mere decorations. What kind of god you have determines what kind of believers you have. The phantom of Augustus no longer swayed. He raised his hand, and a ball of golden light condensed in his palm. The light wasn't large, but it was very bright as a sun held in the palm of your hand. The succubus queen's hand emerged from her sleeve, her palm devoid of light, containing only a wisp of black mist. The mist coiled around her fingertips, transforming into tiny snakes. "Step back," Augustus said. "You're old," the succubus queen said. The golden light and the black mist collided violently. This time it made a sound. The sound was so loud that the sky collapsed, the earth caved in, and mountains cracked. The few remaining tents in the camp were torn to shreds, and wooden stakes flew up, hitting trees, rocks, and the ground, shattering into its chips. The Templar knights lying on the ground were pushed around several times by the shockwave. Some crashed into trees, some fell into ditches, and some clung desperately to the grass roots, their fingernails curling up as they refused to let go. Lin Yi moved the all-seeing mirror away from his eyes and rubbed them. He was so heartbroken he gasped for breath. There's a line of small text in the lower right corner of the mirror. Jump once, and it will change to a number. 101, 203, 408, 852. Each jump earns you a gold coin. "Master, what are they saying?" Liuli's voice came from behind, broken by the wind. "Quarrel. What's all the noise about? Who's more shameless when they argue?" Liuli didn't ask any more questions. She didn't understand these things anyway. All she knew was that the thing was quietly waiting down there for her to arrive. Lin Yi glanced down at the all-seeing mirror. The numbers in the lower right corner of the mirror were still changing. 1,642, 2,289, 3,017. His cheeks twitched wildly. More than 8,000 gold coins were burned in less than 2 minutes. Rise to power through his body. Lin Yi read the words on the mirror, his face twitching again. That old bastard Augustus can't even swear properly. Liuli didn't understand, but she sensed Lin Yi's emotions. There was no tension or fear, only the excitement of getting her money's worth from watching a show. "Master, can you still run?" "I can run." Lin Yi stuffed the mirror back into his pocket and quickened his pace. The numbers were still ticking, and he couldn't bear to look anymore. Each time he saw them, his heart ached. But he didn't turn off the mirror, because the conversations continued, each sentence worth a gold coin. No, 100. Selling your ass to rise to power? The god of light is as good as dead. The temple of light has been split up. Is the one who truly bestowed your power still the god of light? Lin Yi muttered to himself as he ran, almost bursting out laughing. If Cecilia heard this, her faith would shatter immediately. Liuli lay on his back, her tail curling up even tighter. "Master, what are you laughing at?" "It's nothing," Lin Yi said. 8,000 gold coins is worth it. Lin Yi put the mirror away. "It's not that I can't afford to burn gold coins. It's just that there's no need to look at it anymore. I've seen everything I needed to see and heard everything I needed to hear. What he needs to do now is find that thing before those two old monsters finish fighting." He glanced back. The golden and purple lights were still intertwined in the sky, transforming into two giant snakes tearing at each other, neither able to kill the other nor able to break free. He didn't know how long they would fight, nor did he need to know. "Liuli, is that thing still there?" "Yes." Liuli's voice came from beside our ear, very soft, but very certain. "It's waiting for us." Lin Yi stopped speaking. He quickened his pace, carrying Liuli on his back, and ran towards a crack. The sky behind them was illuminated by two beams of light, while the road in front of them was tinged with the hues of dusk by the red light seeping from the cracks. He ran between day and dusk, between light and darkness, and in the gaps between those ancient monsters who had lived for countless years, tearing each other apart. He ran very steadily, because his goal has always been clear, to find bargains. The crack is right in front of us. It was pitch black, a hideous wound. Wind blew out, carrying a cloyingly sweet and nauseating smell. Lin Yi stopped at the crack and glanced back at him. Master, this is the place. Chapter 59, The Difficult Birth of Godhood. The crack narrowed as it went down, and dark red vines grew on the stone walls on both sides. They clung to the rocks, lifeless, yet Lin Yi could sense their breathing. Lin Yi walked ahead of him, her tail dragging on the ground, her scales rubbing against the gravel, making a soft, rustling sound. Her necklace was glowing, and the light clung to her skin, forming a thin film. We're almost there. Lin Yi's voice came back from ahead, echoing. Lin Yi did not answer. He smelled a rotten, sweet odor that filled his nostrils and made his stomach churn. He thought of the goblin's lair. The taste there is the same, but not as strong. There was only one branch of life there, but it was completely different here. He touched the vines on the stone wall with his hand. His fingertips touched the smooth surface without any scales, only a layer of fine down. The touch was strange, with a kind of wriggling sensation like that of an insect's belly. At the end of the crack was a hole. The cave wasn't large, much smaller than the hall of the goblin's lair, only big enough for a dozen or so people to stand side by side. But the light was very bright. Light seeped from the ground, from the stone walls, and dripped from the cracks in the stone overhead. It is everywhere, leaving no place to hide. The light fell on the ground without splashing any water, leaving only a small, brighter patch. The ground beneath my feet was not hard like any stone, but covered with countless intertwined roots. Countless plant roots intertwine to form a giant net. The roots are white and translucent, revealing the flowing golden liquid within. The liquid was very light, with a sunlight-like hue as if diluted with water, and each root was pulsating slightly. In the center of the cave, all the roots converged and intertwined into a cocoon. The cocoon wasn't big, about the size of a basketball. Its shape was irregular, resembling a crooked oval. The surface is smooth, without any texture or cracks, but you can see something moving inside when you look at it in the light. Lin Yi stood at the cave entrance, not going inside. His feet sank into the roots, which dipped slightly beneath his feet before slowly springing back, their soft texture beneath his feet. Master, it's here. Lin Yi stood in front of him, her back to him, her tail standing straight up. The black light on her collar no longer subsided, but spread outwards in circles, the edges of the halo stretching out like flower petals blooming. Lin Yi, are you sure there's really no problem? Looking at the bizarre and absurd scene before him, Lin Yi found it hard to believe that this was the legendary benevolent god. This is more like the resurrection ritual of some evil god. Really? I can sense that it means me no harm. Lin Yi knew from Lin Yi's innocent and naive tone that he couldn't count on her. He activated his appraisal eye, and a light screen popped up. Life Divinity Core Cocoon. Rarity, SS. Status, in gestation. Newborn organism maturity, 99%. Hatching is hindered due to lack of key catalytic conditions. Note, the creature inside is not a god, not a demon, and not any known life form. 99%. 99%. He didn't know what that 1% was. The Eye of Judgment didn't tell him that the Mirror of Omniscience couldn't investigate either, because the mirror could only examine life that had truly taken shape, while the thing inside the cocoon had not yet truly been born. He looked at Lin Yi. Did it tell you what to do? Lin Yi turned around, her amber eyes looking at him. The dark red halo had dissipated, and the pupils had returned to their normal color, but the black light on the collar was still spreading outwards, already enveloping half of the cave. It says it needs light. Lin Yi spoke softly, her tone repeating something she herself couldn't understand. A very bright light, a clean light. Clean light. Yes, it's free of impurities. Ruri thought for a moment. That's what Cecilia's light is like. Lin Yi didn't respond for a moment. Cecilia, the priests of the Temple of Light, blessed by the God of Light, are the most favored by the God of Light. Her light was different from the light of those people in the Temple of Light. He recalled the white light in Cecilia's palm, which she treated Mimi, warm, gentle, and not dazzling. Then I recalled the white light on Lancelot's sword, cold and hard, carrying a chilling aura that winter's sun couldn't melt. They are definitely different. Where is your light? Lin Yi asked. Don't you also possess a little bit of light power? Lin Yi looked down at her hands. There was a small ball of light in my palm, only the size of a fingernail, and its color was grayish, like the faint light shining through dark clouds. Only a little bit. Liuli withdrew the light, and the black light on the collar dimmed slightly. If only Sister Cecilia were here. Lin Yi glanced at her. She's here. Where are you going to squeeze in? Liuli's lips moved, but she ultimately did not utter a word. The shadow curtain can only cover two people. It cannot cover more than one. The three of them were pressed together, which was less like hiding and more like a human pyramid. Give it a try if there's no danger, Lin Yi said. If it doesn't work, we'll think of something else. Liuli nodded. She walked to the cocoon, stretched out her hand, and the light in her palm shone again. This time, the light was no longer the size of a fingernail. It had coalesced into a fist-sized ball. The grayish-white light was not bright, but it was very stable, with a halo that did not dissipate, like a lamp that would not be extinguished by the wind. When her hand was still half a foot away from the callus flashed. It became transparent. Through the translucent shell, you can see something curled up inside, hugging its knees, its face buried between its knees. You can't see its face clearly, except for a head of very long white hair, which floats slowly in the golden liquid, its posture as graceful as seaweed. Liuli's hands were trembling. She trembled without fear, for the light in her palm was being continuously absorbed into the cocoon. The color of the cocoon surface is changing from a pinkish white to a golden white, with a thin layer of honey-colored luster on the surface. Okay, Liuli said, her voice slightly breathless, but what? It's too slow. I don't have enough light. Lin Yi looked at the golden layer on the cocoon, then at the grayish-white light in Liuli's palm. It is indeed slow. The cocoon is changing, but the pace of change is very slow, almost stagnant. At this rate, it might not reach 100% even by dawn. Just as he was about to say something, a voice suddenly came from behind him. And where did you come from, you rat? Her voice was soft and gentle, with the tone a mother uses when soothing her child to sleep. But as soon as the sound entered his ears, a chill ran down Lin Yi's spine and straight up his neck. He didn't hear anyone approaching. There was no glass either. Her tail was still upright, but in an instant it tensed up, the tip no longer curled up, but hung straight down, as stiff as a frost-covered dry branch. Lin Yi turned around. A woman was standing at the entrance of the cave. She was not tall, about half a head shorter than an average person, with a slender figure, and wore a dark purple robe that trailed on the ground without being stained with a speck of dust. Her face was shrouded in a thin mist, obscuring her features. Only her eyes were visible. Purple, so deep it was almost black, and those eyes were like two bottomless wells. She held the container in her left hand, and a section of her right sleeve was missing, revealing half of her forearm. There was a deep wound on my forearm. The wound wasn't bleeding, but you could see the dark red muscle and white bone inside. She is not in good condition. Lin Yi did not answer. His hand was already on the hilt of the knife. Liuli stood in front of him, her tail no longer taut, but began to sway slowly. The black light on her collar receded again, protecting her body, her defensive posture resembling a hedgehog curling up. The succubus queen did not look at Liuli. Her gaze passed over the glass and landed on the cocoon. I watched it for a long time. Then she looked at Lin Yi, her eyes narrowing slightly behind the thin mist. Interesting, she said. Chapter 60, the succubus queen wants to have my child. Lin Yi's hand remained on the hilt of the knife, but he did not draw it. He stared at the figure at the cave entrance, with only one thought in his mind. Investigate. No matter how much it costs. Let's check it first. He summoned the mirror of all things and 3,000 gold coins. How is she feeling? How does she treat us? A line of text appeared on the mirror, containing only the most essential information, without any extraneous details. Astaroth, the succubus queen's projected clone. Status: on the verge of collapse. The original body's strength is less than 1/10 of its original strength, and this clone may dissipate at any moment. Attitude: curieux. Sensing divine-level power in Yi Jin, and possessing a strong desire to study the coexistence of light and darkness within Lu Li's body. Malice exists, but action is currently impossible. There are two reasons. First, action would accelerate the collapse of the clone. Second, The life within the cocoon is nearing maturity, and forcibly taking it would be futile. Suggestion: negotiation is possible. This person values results more than process. Lin Yi turned off the mirror. He had spent 3,000 gold coins to buy a bunch of words, but he felt it was worth it, because he now knows that the one standing at the entrance of the cave is not the Demon King at his peak, but just a projection that is about to fall apart. Her voice was still so soft and gentle, but her body was swaying. It was not caused by a gentle breeze. It was a sign of unstable energy. The succubus queen stood at the entrance of the cave, not going inside. Her illusory figure leaned against the stone wall, her posture as languid as a cat that had just woken up. Her robe dragged on the ground, covered in dust, but she didn't care. She looked at Lin Yi, and Lin Yi looked at her too. The two stared at each other for about 3 seconds without saying a word. The only sound in the cave was the throbbing of roots, thump, thump, thump like a dull heartbeat. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" The succubus queen spoke first, her voice soft yet carrying an absolute air of composure. "I've given you a way out. You'd better take it." Lin Yi did not answer. He leaned against the root wall next to the cocoon, his hands in his pockets, looking even lazier than she did. "Where should I sit? On the ground? That's not appropriate for someone of your status." The succubus queen smiled, her eyes curving behind the thin mist. "You've really thought of everything. It's only right. After all, you've come all this way. And if there's not even a chair, people will say I'm not hospitable. Are you entertaining guests?" The succubus queen's gaze swept from Lin Yi's face to Liuli's face, and then from Liuli's face to the cocoon. "Is this place yours?" "For now," Lin Yi said. "It was true before you came, and it will be true after you leave." The succubus queen did not respond. Her gaze swept around the cave, from the roots to the stone walls, from the stone walls to the cracks, and finally returned to Lin Yi's face. She was watching, assessing his hand. That knife, that dragon, that cocoon, and him. She had lived for too long and seen too many people, but for a moment she couldn't see through Lin Yi's true nature. "Your knife," she began, her tone casual as if discussing the weather. "May I take a look at it?" "No. Mean. The succubus queen smiled again. This time the laughter lasted a little longer, echoing in the cave and being absorbed by the roots, becoming muffled. "Your dragon is also very interesting. It has both ice and fire attributes, as well as light and darkness. The coexistence of 4 powers is something I have been researching for hundreds of years without success." Liuli felt uncomfortable under her gaze and shrank behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi reached out and patted her head naturally. "Your research direction is quite unique. When you live long enough, you have to find something to do." The succubus queen withdrew her gaze from Liuli and returned it to Lin Yi's face. "And you? What are you looking for?" "Find a way to survive," Lin Yi said. "Live longer and more comfortably. That's all. That's all." The succubus queen was silent for a moment. Her fingers tapped lightly inside her sleeve, the rhythm slow, like playing a silent melody. "That piece," she lowered her voice, as if talking about something insignificant. "I can give it to you." Lin Yi looked at her, but didn't reply. He knew there was more to come. "But I have conditions." "Tell me about it." "Give me that dragon. I'll do some experiments with her, nothing serious." Her tone was casual, as if she were simply asking to borrow a piece of paper. Lin Yi did not answer. He looked down at Liuli. Liuli looked up at him, her amber eyes showing no fear, only a probing question. "You will never agree to this." "No," he said. "This is my most precious maid." "Then your knife." The succubus queen's gaze fell on his waist, lingering on the black scabbard. "Give me that knife." Lin Yi placed his hand on the hilt of the sword, his thumb slowly rubbing the guard, exuding a calm and composed air of complete control. "Want it?" He looked up, meeting those purple eyes. "Come and get it yourself." The succubus queen did not move. Her illusory image flickered. It was a silent smile. "Oh, are you sure?" Her voice was still soft, but every word carried an invisible threat. "Aren't you afraid I'll cause you some trouble? The container is still with me, isn't it?" The air in the cave suddenly became thin, and the sound of the roots throbbing became exceptionally loud. Standing behind Lin, Luli could feel something colliding between them, like an invisible blade probing each other's necks. "You have a lot of courage," the succubus queen said first, her voice tinged with admiration. Good. Do you know that if I make a move, you won't even have a chance to escape? I know. Lin Yi took his hand out of his pocket and placed it back on the hilt of his knife, his movements unhurried. But you won't fight. Your body is falling apart. A fight wouldn't do you any good. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. The succubus queen laughed first, her laughter low but genuine. You're a really interesting person. She straightened up, her robe sliding off the stone wall without getting dusty. I've changed my mind. You can have the fragment. You don't need to give me anything. Lin Yi looked at her, but didn't move. Why? Because you are very interesting, the succubus queen said, her eyes behind the mist curving into two crescent moons. In all my years, I have rarely met someone who makes me happy. She took a step forward. Liuli's tail straightened, blocking Lin Yi's path. The succubus queen didn't look at her. Her gaze remained fixed on Lin Yi's face. I have a suggestion. Her voice was very low, her breath almost brushing against Lin Yi's ear, carrying a faint fragrance. You don't need to answer this suggestion now. What are the conditions? The succubus queen looked at him, her eyes behind the mist holding a long-lost light, the excitement of an apex predator discovering its own kind, and an even stronger possessiveness. Would you like to have a child with me? The cave was deathly silent. The sound of roots throbbing stopped, the wind ceased, and even the light dimmed. Lili stood there, mouth agape, eyes wide open. She thought she had misheard. I'll personally carry you, and you can personally plant the seed. The succubus queen's gaze swept over him before finally settling on his face, her voice full of laughter as she added. Liuli instantly bristled. My master hasn't given birth to our child yet. Her voice was shrill and urgent, filled with grievance and anger. The succubus queen lightly touched her red lips with her fingertip, glanced at her, and smiled radiantly. You're still young. Chapter 61, First Snow. I'm not young. Lioli's tail lashed out like a whip, leaving several white marks on the ground. I'm over 100 years old. Lin Yi didn't speak. He stood there, his hand still on the hilt of his sword, his expression unchanged. Forget it. The succubus queen raised an eyebrow. Never mind. I'm not considering having children. The succubus queen looked at him for 2 seconds. Then she smiled. There was no annoyance at being rejected, but rather a knowing understanding that everything was under control. What a pity, she said, her voice still so soft. However, my promise will always stand. If you want to have a child, come to me anytime. Her gaze slid from Lin Yi's face to Lu Li's, and her smile deepened. I'm definitely better at this than that little dragon. Lioli's tail exploded again. This time the explosion was even more intense. The tip of its tail was trembling. She tried to say something, but after opening her mouth a few times, she couldn't utter a word. The succubus queen did not look at her again. Her eyes were on Lin Yi, and Lin Yi was looking at her. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, neither of them saying a word. Light seeped in through the cracks, a hazy gray. Dawn was breaking. Her time was running out. This clone can't last long, and she has a lot to do. She's come all this way to human territory, so she can't leave empty-handed. Then let's choose another one. Her voice turned serious, carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. Someday in the future, when I need your help, you can't refuse. She added, don't worry, it's not like I'm asking you to risk your life. It's just a small favor. Lin Yi did not answer immediately. He looked in her purple eyes, those dark, deep eyes that held too many unknown schemes. You're so generous? He asked. Just tell me if you agree or not. Lin Yi remained silent for a while. The mirror told him that she was not lying. At least not in this sentence. Okay, he said. The succubus queen smiled. This time, the laugh was soft but genuine, as if she had breathed a sigh of relief, or as if she had finally waited for something. Make a deal. She took the container out of her sleeve and casually tossed it to Lin Yi. The container traced an arc in the air. Lin Yi reached out and caught it, his palms sinking. The surface of the container no longer shines. It's covered in a layer of dust, like a heart that's been dead for a long time. Here you go, the succubus queen said. I don't need it anymore anyway. Lin Yi looked down at the container in his hand, then at the cocoon. The cocoon is still pulsating, its light flickering like a heartbeat. There is an invisible thread connecting the container and the cocoon. He could sense it, but he didn't know what it was. The final step, The succubus queen's voice came from ahead. How do you plan to cross it? Lin Yi raised his head. The succubus queen leaned against the stone wall, arms crossed, as if watching a play whose ending she already knew. Her eyes looked at the cocoon, then at the glass, and finally at Lin Yi. Her light isn't enough. The succubus queen gestured with her chin towards Liuli. Your little dragon isn't getting enough light. Not enough to hatch. Lin Yi didn't reply. He glanced at Liuli. Liuli lowered her head and looked at her hands. The grayish-white light in his palm lit up again, only the size of fingernail, not very bright, but very stable. Her lips were pursed, and she remained silent. Give it a try, Lin Yi said. Liuli nodded. She walked up to the cocoon and placed her palm on it. Grayish-white light seeped from her palms and was absorbed little by the calluses. It moved very slowly, like a snail crawling. The color of the cocoon was changing from a pinkish white to a golden white, but the change was very slow. The succubus queen frowned as she watched this scene. This is like the instinctive reaction when you smell an unpleasant odor. Her light is so pure. Her voice was a little strained, as if she was holding back something. It's much stronger than the light of those people in the Temple of Light. It's really annoying. Lin Yi glanced at her. You don't like it? I don't like it, the succubus queen said, but I have to admit, this light is useful. Liuli's hands were trembling. Her light was being rapidly absorbed by the cocoon, far beyond what she had anticipated. Her face began to turn pale, and the color of her lips faded. Master, I can't hold on much longer. Her voice was a little breathless. How long can it last? I don't know, but it's still inhaling. Lin Yi looked at the cocoon, then at the glass. He tapped his fingers twice on the hilt of the knife, then released them. That's enough, he said. Let it absorb as much as it can. As for the rest, let it figure it out itself. The succubus queen looked at him and smiled. You're quite open-minded. What can I do if I can't let go? Lin Yi said. I don't have any light. The succubus queen remained silent. She looked at the cocoon, watching the golden light slowly deepen, from light gold to dark gold, and then to amber. The surface of the cocoon began to warm up, becoming warm like a stone that had been baked by the sun. The light from the crack grew brighter and brighter until it was fully daylight. Liuli's hand slid off the callus, and her light went out. Her face was deathly pale, her lips bloodless, but she did not collapse. She leaned against Lin Yi, her tail wrapped around his ankle, and took a few breaths. Is that enough? She asked. Lin Yi looked at the cocoon. The cocoon turned into a dazzling gold. The golden light emanated from within, like a lamp being lit. Fine cracks began to appear on the surface of the cocoon, like a dried-up riverbed. That's enough, he said. The cracks are increasing in number and getting bigger. White light seeped out from the cracks, as white as snow. The cocoon peeled away piece by piece, like a cicada shedding its skin. Inside, something curled up, hugging its knees, its face buried in them. Her long white hair swayed in the light. Then she moved. She looked up. Her eyes were white, without any sickly cloudiness, revealing a complete emptiness. She looked at Lin Yi, and Lin Yi looked at her too. Her lips moved slightly. There was no sound. It was just her first breath. Daylight broke. Golden sunlight streamed in through the cracks, warm and carrying the scent of morning dew. The sunlight shone on her face, and her white hair was tinged with a pale gold in the light. The first color was reflected in the white pupils. Gold. The succubus queen stood at the entrance of the cave. The sunlight shone on her, and her silhouette began to fade, slowly disappearing from her feet, like a painting soaked in water. What name do you want to call her? She asked. Lin Yi squatted down and reached out to pull the child out of the broken shell. She was very light, almost weightless, like a handful of dandelions just blown away by the wind. Her body was warm, and her heartbeat was slow but steady. The first snow, Lin Yi said. The succubus queen paused for a moment. It's summer now. None of your business. Chapter 62, Going Home. The succubus queen's phantom faded to almost transparent, leaving only her eyes suspended in midair. That purple was bottomless, with a void that swallowed everything. Until we meet again, she said. Take care, Lin Yi said. The succubus queen's eyes curved slightly, like crescent moons or hooks, conveying a clear message. I will come for you. Then she disappeared. The cave entrance is now empty. A breeze blew in, carrying the coolness of the morning and the scent of dew. Sunlight shone on the open ground, on the roots, on the shattered cocoons scattered on the ground, and on the small, white, breathing life in Lin Yi's arms. Liuli leaned closer, looking down at the little thing, its tail wagging slowly and playfully behind it. Master, she is so small. When will she grow up? Have no idea. Liuli reached out and gently touched Chushue's hair with her fingertips. Chushue's eyes were still closed, but she moved slightly and nestled her face into Lin Yi's arms. Liuli withdrew her hand, pursed her lips, and slightly curled the corners of her mouth. Owner, where will she live from now on? Lin Yi looked down at the little thing in his arms and thought for a moment. Let Cecilia take her. Liuli's wagging tail paused, but soon started wagging again. And what about me? You're not suited to taking care of people. But, no buts. Liuli pouted, but did not refute. She looked at the first snow. The first snowflake was still asleep. I wonder what she was dreaming about. The corners of her mouth were turned up. She must be having a sweet dream. It was already fully light. Sunlight streamed in through the cracks, illuminating the entire cave. The roots stopped throbbing. They fell silent, like soldiers who had completed their mission, lying quietly on the ground, waiting to be decayed by time. Lin Yi stood up, picked up Chushue, and walked towards the cave entrance. Liuli followed behind him, her tail gently dragging on the ground. When he reached the cave entrance, Lin Yi stopped and looked back. The cocoon shell was broken into pieces on the ground, and the white fragments shimmered in the sunlight. I'm leaving, he said. He turned around and stepped into the sunlight. Liuli followed behind, her tail held straight up. Lin Yi was not in a hurry to travel. The succubus queen is gone. Augustus's phantom has dissipated, and only the monsters still tearing each other apart, and the fleeing adventurers remain in the mountains. Nobody will chase after him. No one could catch up with him. Liuli transformed back into her dragon form, lay down on the grass, and impatiently flicked her tail. Lin Yi carefully placed Chu Shui on her back, patting her with his coat, and then wrapped his sleeves around her head to prevent her from rolling off. Chu Shui was still asleep, breathing very lightly, her fingers clutching the collar of her coat, not tightly, but not loosely either. Walk slowly. Lin Yi climbed on top of her, putting one arm around Chu Shui and patting Lu Li's neck with the other. Master, can't you fly faster? It will make a difference to take a little more time. Liuli didn't ask any more questions. She stood up, spread her wings, and rose gently and slowly without flapping them forcefully. The wind rushed under the wings, blowing the white hair of the first snowflakes up and floating in the air like a long, drawn-out cloud. Lin Yi looked down at the mountain range below. The red light has gone out. The light that had seeped from the cracks, which had kept everyone awake for who knows how long, finally went out. The mountains returned to their original state, black, gray, and dark green, without light or sound. There was only the wind and the sound of glass wings flapping. He summoned the mirror of all things. Several lines of text appeared on the mirror. Cecilia, status, mana depletet, mentally damaged, unconscious. No immediate danger to life. Location, southern foothills of the Twilight Shadow Mountains, being escorted down the mountain. Lancelot, paladin. Status, severely injured. Recurrence of an old injury to the left knee, multiple fractures, internal bleeding. The remaining injuries have been treated. Cecilia is currently being escorted to safety. Lin Yi stared at these lines of text. He didn't die. Neither of them died. He had assumed that the succubus queen's large entourage would at least be able to take Cecilia's life. She just fainted. The paladin was still alive and could gather the remaining troops to escort her down the mountain. Lin Yi thought about it and roughly understood. The succubus queen wasn't someone you couldn't kill. She was someone you couldn't kill. The moment Augustus's phantom left, his granddaughter died. That old man really is going mad. Lin Yi put the mirror away and tapped the hilt of the knife twice with his fingers. Cecilia isn't dead, but she's practically dead now. He was unconscious, severely injured, and surrounded by only a lowly paladin and a few half-dead temple knights. The healing mages in town are rare, and they're all mediocre. They struggle to even treat minor injuries, let alone internal injuries of this severity. Moreover, according to his understanding, only a handful of healing mages from the Temple of Light had come this time, and they were powerless to help so many wounded. Cecilia won't be able to leave here anytime soon. But he cannot take direct action. He had to find a way to make her die a more natural death. Lin Yi's gaze fell on the distant mountain ridge. There were several crooked white tents there. It was the camp of the Temple of Light. Figures were moving around below, carrying the wounded and the dead. An idea took shape in his mind. Cecilia would probably be happy to help, right? She was a priestess of the Temple of Light, so it was perfectly reasonable for her to treat the wounded, and no one would doubt it. After all, no one knew that Saint Cecilia had always wanted to kill this country priest. All they knew was that Cecilia was a poor, exceptionally talented, and kind priestess. When Cecilia wakes up, she finds everyone praising the person she wanted to get rid of. Her knights, her subordinates, even Lancelot, who had always looked down on her, all said that Priestess Cecilia was a truly good person. What kind of expression would she have? Thinking of this, Lin Yi silently raised the corners of his mouth and lightly flicked his fingertips on the hilt of a knife with pleasure. Master, what are you laughing at? Liu Li's voice came from below. I didn't laugh. You smiled. I could feel your stomach moving. Lin Yi glanced down at her and could only see the back of her head and the dragon horn that had turned black. He offered no explanation. By the time I got home, it was already broad daylight. The morning light spilled over from behind the eastern mountain ridge, bathing the entire villa in a pale gold hue. The flowers in the yard were wet with dew, drooping their heads as if they hadn't woken up yet. Several people were standing at the door. Cecilia was at the front. Her golden hair shone in the morning light, and she was clutching an apron covered in flour, indicating that she had started making breakfast before dawn. Mimi stood beside her, holding a clipboard, her ears perked up, her tail swishing behind her. She had dark circles under her eyes, clearly having not slept all night. Nessa leaned against the doorframe, her snake tail coiled at her feet, holding a cup of tea in her hand. The tea had gone cold, but she didn't drink it. She just held it there. Mimi was wrapped in her mother's tail and lay on Nessa's lap, still asleep, her drool wetting a small patch of Nessa's skirt. Who taught you chapter 63? Lin Yi placed Chu Shui on the sofa and wrapped her in a blanket. Her hair peeked out from the edge of the blanket, white as winter frost, shimmering with a faint silvery sheen in the morning light. Cecilia stood to the side, wiping her hands repeatedly on her apron before carefully reaching out. Her fingertips lightly touched Chu Shui's forehead, as if afraid of breaking some fragile treasure, and she withdrew them as soon as she touched it. She's so fair-skinned, Cecilia said in a low voice, as if afraid of waking her. From now on, you'll take care of her, Lin Yi said. Cecilia did not refuse. She picked up Chu Shui, blanket and all, and held her in her arms, moving a beat slower than usual, afraid of jostling her. Chu Shui rolled over in her arms, burying her face in her chest, her breathing light and even like a cat that had found its nest. Cecilia looked down at her for a long time, and then a smile curved her lips. Mimi peeked over, then quickly withdrew. She opened the notebook, wrote a line, and then crossed it out. Write it again, then cross it out again. Lin Yi glanced at the words, new population, but the numbers following them were blurred by ink and became a mess. Boss, what is she eating? Mimi asked. Have no idea. Where are you staying? Just find any room. Where are the clothes? I have plenty of clothes at home. Those strange clothes. Then you should wear yours. Mimi looked down at her clothes, then estimated the size of the first snowflake and closed the notebook. She can't wear my clothes. They're too big. Nessa stood behind the sofa, her snake tail coiled at her feet, the tip of which was slightly raised. Her gaze wasn't as gentle as Cecilia's. It was more like an alchemist staring at newly formed sediment in a beaker, full of scrutiny and curiosity, even with an urge to cut it open and study it. Her fingers twitched inside her sleeve, then stopped. Don't get involved with her, Lin Yi said. I had no intention of doing that. Nessa looked away, her expression innocent, but the tip of her tail remained still. Mimi peeked out from behind Nessa, her hands gripping her mother's waist, her light golden eyes wide as she stared at Chu Shui for several seconds. So cute, she whispered. She's even younger than me. Lily stood to the side, wagging her tail happily. My owner and I found her together. Lin Yi sat down on the sofa, picked up a glass of warm water, and took a sip, then briefly recounted his experience in the mountains. He spoke very briefly. He only mentioned that the succubus queen and the phantom of Augustus appeared, fought each other, and the fragments hatched before he brought them back. He didn't mention anything that might worry them. So you didn't fight? Mimi asked. No. No injuries either? No. What about Cecilia? He's not dead. Lin Yi put down his water glass. But he'll be dead soon. Mimi didn't ask any more questions. She opened the notebook and rewrote the words she had just crossed out. Cecilia sat down on the sofa with Hatsuyuki in her arms, adjusting her position so that Hatsuyuki's head could comfortably rest in the crook of her arm. She didn't ask about Cecilia, but her hand gently stroked the blanket of first snow, one stroke at a time, like soothing a sleeping cat. Lin Yi glanced at her, but offered no explanation. Liuli suddenly spoke, her voice clear and crisp, filled with the excitement of announcing big news. Oh, right. That succubus queen said she wanted to have a child for her master. The air suddenly became quiet. Cecilia's hand remained motionless in Chu Xue's hair. Nessa raised an eyebrow, and the tip of her snake tail curled up again. Mimi's ears perked up, then drooped down, then perked up again like two small windows swaying wildly in the wind. Mimi tugged at Nessa's sleeve, tilted her head back, and her light golden eyes sparkled. Mommy, how do you have a baby? I want to have one for Master too. Nessa's vision went black, and she almost slipped off the chair. For Nessa, the impact of Mimi's words was far greater than that of the succubus queen wanting to have Lin Yi's child. My precious daughter, whom I've raised for 18 years. She took a breath, scooped Mimi up from beside her, and pressed her on her knees, her voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. Who taught you that? Sister Liuli said. I knew it. Nessa closed her eyes weakly, then opened them again, staring at Ruri. Liuli shrank her neck, but didn't dodge. Her tail swayed slowly behind her, and her expression was as innocent as a cat caught stealing dried fish, but refusing to admit it. Nessa thought to herself, then what am I? Am I going to be Mimi's sister? Lin Yi tapped Liuli on the forehead, ignoring their antics. Didn't I already refuse? Liuli covered her forehead and pouted, but her tail was still wagging. She didn't refute, but the corners of her mouth secretly curled up like a cat that had already stolen some dried fish. She didn't care whether the succubus queen gave birth or not. She just didn't want that woman to get there first. The master belongs to her, and if the master has a child, she has to be the first one. As for that succubus queen, that kind of woman who is obviously not a good person, why would she seduce her master without her consent? All right, let's get down to business. He briefly explained the plan. Cecilia, we're going to town later. The people from the Temple of Light are injured. Go and help treat them. Sir, is there anything else I can do? She asked. Lin Yi looked at her. Her bright blue eyes were still clear, but the naive innocence she once possessed was gone. No need, he said. It's enough for them to know you're here. Cecilia nodded. She understood what he meant. The purpose of this journey is not salvation, but a declaration. To declare that she is still alive, that she's doing well, and that she is helping them. When Cecilia woke up, she found everyone praising her. She discovered that her men, her knights, and even the paladin who had once looked down on her, were all saying that Priestess Cecilia was a truly good person. What will she think? Cecilia didn't ask. She simply pulled Chu Xue closer to her and covered her exposed shoulders with a blanket. My lord, what should I say? She asked. I'll teach you later. Cecilia did not ask any further questions. In the past, she would have rushed over and used all her magic to heal everyone. But things are different now. The light still remained in her heart, but she no longer felt that everyone deserved it. At the very least, those who cause trouble for their beloved elders do not deserve it, even if that wasn't their intention. Good. Liuli, you go with Cecilia. With a cloak for safety. Also, try to find out what's going on with Cecilia. Come back and tell me tonight. Okay. Liuli wagged her tail even more enthusiastically. Mimi, you go too. I don't trust Liuli with this kind of investigative work. You keep an eye on her. Mimi was stunned for a moment. Me too? But isn't that cloak only meant to cover two people? Yes. Liuli jumped in from the doorway, hugged Mimi tightly, and pressed her face against her chest. So we have to squeeze together. Mimi's face was buried in the soft fabric, and her whole body tensed up. She tried to push her away, but Liuli was too strong. Her ear was pressed against Liuli's chest, and she could hear his heartbeat. Thump, 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 fast and lively. You let me go. I won't let go. Liuli looked down at the top of Mimi's head, her eyes curving into crescents with laughter. You've been hiding from me all this time, and I haven't had a chance to play with you. I've finally caught you today. Ever since Mimi moved in, she has wanted to spend every moment playing with Mimi. It was just that the cat's primal fear of dragons, coupled with Mimi's initial bad impression of Liuli, caused Mimi to keep avoiding her. If it weren't for the fact that Liuli had a new playmate, Mimi, who distracted her, she probably would have forced herself on him long ago. Boss, Mimi's voice muffled against Liuli's chest, making it difficult to hear clearly. Lin Yi yawned, ignoring Mimi's desperate pleas, his eyelids growing heavy. He hadn't slept all night and had been traveling all the way, so as soon as he sat down, a heavy drowsiness washed over him. Go and rest. He stood up and walked upstairs. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped without looking back. Nessa, come to my room. We'll talk about something, and it'll help you fall asleep. Chapter 64 Sleep Aid Methods. Applying them evenly. Cecilia carried Chushua upstairs, walking very quietly, afraid of waking the person in her arms. Mimi stood in the middle of the living room, looking at everyone busy with their own things, feeling somewhat lost. Liuli pulled Mimi and disappeared into some room. Cecilia went upstairs, and her mother also wanted to talk to the master. Suddenly, she realized that she had nothing to do. Mom, she instinctively looked at Nessa. Adults should talk about serious matters. Children shouldn't get involved. Then what should I do? Mimi scratched her head, standing there, somewhat at a loss. She only cared about playing with Liuli when she came here, and she hasn't learned any housework. Your maid, go make breakfast. Didn't I teach you that? Nessa said, neatly tied her long hair into a ponytail, and followed Lin Yi's back with a swaying snake tail. Mimi stood alone in the living room, her cheeks slightly flushed. Having been here for so long, all she's done is eat and play. She hasn't even cooked a proper meal. Sister Liuli wipes the floor every day, Sister Cecilia cooks, Sister Mimi does the accounts, and Mom is in charge of serving tea and water. What about her? All she does is play. I can do it. Mei patted her cheeks to encourage herself, then wagged her tail and walked into the kitchen. Half an hour later, a muffled bang came from the kitchen. Inside the room, Lin Yi was startled by the commotion. He reached out and ruffled Nessa's hair. Let's go out and take a look. We'll talk later. Nessa was kneeling on the carpet in front of him, a few strands of sweaty hair sticking to her temples, and the flush on her cheeks had not yet completely faded. She looked up and casually straightened her slightly disheveled clothes. It seems this method of helping you sleep is too taxing on your energy. Why don't you take a short nap? As soon as Nessa came out of Lin Yi's room, wiping the corner of her lips, the sounds of Mei crying, Luli laughing, and Mimi screaming from downstairs clearly entered her ears. Can't we wait a little longer? I haven't even eaten yet. Because Mimi blew up the kitchen, by the time the group ate breakfast, it was almost noon. Cecilia changed into a clean gray robe, combed her long hair again, and held it in place with a silver hairpin, with a few stray hairs hanging down beside her ears. She packed the medical supplies into a small leather suitcase containing bandages, ointments, several bottles of homemade medicine, and a goddess's tear given to her by Lin Yi, which she strung on a thin cord and hung around her neck. Did you bring everything? Lin Yi leaned against the stair railing, looking at them. All done. Cecilia fastened the suitcase and picked it up. Liuli peeked halfway in from outside the door, already wearing the black cloak called Shadow Veil. The large cloak covered her completely, leaving only a small section of her chin and 2 eyes visible. She winked at Lin Yi, then quietly shrank back inside. Mimi stood next to Liuli, clutching her little bag, her face tense. She wasn't angry at Lin Yi, but at Nessa. Her little nose twitched, then twitched again, and her brows furrowed. Nessa smelled of Lin Yi, but mixed with a sweet fragrance she had never smelled before. What else could it be? It can only be that. She glanced at Nessa, who was leaning against the kitchen door frame, her snake tail leisurely coiled at her feet, holding a cup of tea, looking as innocent as a cat that had just stolen some dried fish. Mimi then turned her gaze to Lin Yi, whose expression was even more innocent than Ness's. "Boss, did you have a good rest?" "It's pretty good." "Then why do you look so drained?" Lin Yi winked at her. "Without a cute little kitten to keep me company, I can't replenish my energy." Mimi didn't ask any more questions. Her cat ears were pressed tightly against her head, and her tail was tucked between her legs. Her whole body seemed to say, "I don't want to talk, but I know you're up to no good." Lin Yi winked at Nessa. "Didn't you say you wanted to be a housekeeper? How come you can't even handle a kitten?" Nessa blinked her big eyes, looking back innocently. "It's only been a short time. You expect me to win her over?" Lin Yi had no choice but to sigh, walk over, and reach out to pull Mimi from Lioli's side into his arms. Mimi was very light and curled up in his arms. She looked just like a cat, the fur on her tail instantly puffing up into a fluffy ball. "Boss, focus on your work." Lin Yi kissit handshake. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to everyone's ears. "Don't think about those messy things." Mimi's cheeks instantly turned bright red, spreading from her neck all the way to her ears. Even the downy hair inside her ears turned pink. She opened her mouth, as if to say something, but her mind was completely blank. Lioli watched from the side, her eyes sparkling. She took a step forward, turned her head slightly, and pointed to her face with her finger, the meaning of which couldn't be clearer. Her expression carried a hint of deliberate shyness, with the corners of her mouth turned up and her eyelashes drooping, as if she were waiting for a ceremonial reward. Lin Yi recalled what Nessa had casually mentioned in the room earlier. "She's been learning how to be an adult lately, but it's all just superficial stuff. Don't expose her." He smiled, walked over, and leaned down to kiss her on the cheek. "Be a good girl and listen to Mimi." Lioli's face also turned red, but her tail did not wag excitedly as usual. If she had been kissed before, she would have pounced on him, wrapped her tail around him, and cried out, "Master, kiss me again." Today she simply nodded, pulled the hood of her cloak down a little, and covered half of her face. But Lin Yi saw that the corners of her mouth, hidden in the shadows, were uncontrollably turned upwards, curving very high. Cecilia stood in the doorway, her cheeks already flushed red. She looked up at the sky, pretending to observe the weather. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, and there wasn't much to see, but she didn't dare look down. She was afraid that if she looked down, she would meet Lin Yi's gaze, and she was afraid that she would not be able to help but wonder if he would kiss her too. Should she avoid the adults who never show favoritism? Lin Yi walked over, but did not kiss her. He reached out and gently rubbed her cheek. Cecilia's cheeks were soft, and his fingers pinched them until they were slightly deformed. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at the face so close to hers, forgetting even to breathe. "Cheer up," Lin Yi said, releasing his grip. "Don't be so tense." Cecilia's tense nerves finally relaxed. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but for some reason, an indescribable sense of loss welled up in her heart. She looked down at the suitcase in her hands. The handle was burning hot from her grip. "Sir, I will definitely do well. I have remembered everything you just taught me." "Don't put pressure on yourself," Lin Yi said. "The main purpose of this trip is to establish your image. Everything else is secondary. The most important thing is..." He reached out, pulled her into his arms, and hugged her. The hug was light and short, but it carried an undeniable warmth. "Take good care of yourself." Cecilia's cheek was pressed against his chest, and she could clearly hear his heartbeat. Thump, 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 steady and powerful. Her heart settled down. The hug gave her strength, and she stepped out of his embrace and stood up straight. "I guarantee I'll complete the mission." Her voice was much lighter, and her eyes regained their sparkle. Lioli and Mimi had already reached the courtyard gate. Lioli was wrapped in a black cloak, like a moving shadow. Mimi was being pulled along, her blush still lingering, but her ears were already perked up, and she had entered working mode. "Let's go." Cecilia picked up her suitcase and quickly followed. The three figures disappeared outside the courtyard gate, gradually disappearing along the mountain path. Chapter 65, This 18-year-old, Sleep Aid 2.0. Nessa rolled her eyes inwardly. Ordinary humans. Could an ordinary human endure that long? Or is it under the snake man's forked tongue? Then you should go to sleep. Her voice was still low, but there was something more to it. "I'll wake you when Chushua wakes up." Lin Yi nodded and went upstairs. He stopped as he passed the kitchen. Mimi squatted in front of the stove, holding a rag, wiping the eggshells on the floor. Her eyes were red, her face was covered in grime, and her tail drooped on the ground. Lin Yi bent down and picked her up. Mimi's snake tail is golden and cool to the touch. It's thinner than Nessa's, and the scales are softer, making it feel exceptionally nice to the touch. She nestled in his arms, small and gentle, like a kitten pulled from the water. All right. Lin Yi patted her back. So what if the kitchen blew up? It's no big deal. Mimi buried her face in his shoulder, her voice muffled. Master, but I can't do anything right. All I do here, besides playing around with Sister Liuli, is eat. Lin Yi pinched her little nose. What's so bad about that? I haven't sunk so low as to employ child labor. How old are you anyway? Mimi just turned 18 this year. Nessa's voice drifted from behind, soft and gentle, like the wind sneaking in through a crack in the door. Hearing her mother's voice, Mimi snuggled closer to Lin Yi. Lin Yi's hand froze in midair. He looked down at the tiny thing in his arms, which was even smaller than Mimi. Round face, big eyes, and still as baby fat. You're telling me this is 18 years old? He glanced at Nessa. Nessa remained calm, but her eyes held a hint of amusement. Lin Yi gestured to her with his eyes, not to undermine her. Nessa winked playfully in response, completely unfazed. Lin Yi had a headache. He decided to go to bed later. He was determined to teach that snake a lesson today. He ruffled Mimi's hair and put her down. Now that Mimi is 18, you can't go around playing with Liuli every day anymore. He paused, his tone deliberately serious. You'll start doing housework and learn from your mother. I'll pay you salary. If you don't do well, I'll punish you. Mimi's eyes lit up. Really? Real? Mimi rushed over and kissed him on the cheek. Master is the best. Lin Yi touched his cheek, a smile spreading across his face. Now, I'm giving you your first task. Go and watch over Chushue for your mother. Call me when she wakes up. Your mother has something to do right now. Okay. Mimi turned and ran, her tail wagging behind her like a flag. Lin Yi turned around and looked at Nessa. Madam, I suddenly feel less sleepy. Let's go to my room for a chat. Okay. Nessa responded sweetly, her voice rising at the end like a hook. Half an hour later. Bang, bang, bang. Mimi stood in front of Lin Yi's door and pounded on the door. Her tail thrashed frantically behind her, the tip nearly knocking down a vase in the corridor. Master, little snowflake is awake. The room was quiet for a moment. Then Lin Yi's voice came through, a little muffled, as if it were coming from behind something. Mimi, wait a moment, I'll be right there. Mimi stood obediently at the door waiting. She heard the sound of something being moved in the room, and her mother's laughter, very soft and short, as if it were being covered by something. She tilted her head, not understanding. Lin Yi's face darkened. Tell me, does Mimi have a grudge against me? Nessa lay on his lap, laughing gleefully, her shoulders shaking with laughter. Maybe Mimi just wants to protect her mother from being bullied by her evil master? You'd better not say anything. He pressed Nessa's head back down. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Mimi stood outside the door, her ear pressed against the door panel, unable to hear what was being said inside. But she heard her mother laughing very happily. She laughed too. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Yi and Nessa came out of the room together. Mimi squatted at the doorway, her hands supporting her chin, her snake tail swaying behind her. Seeing the door open, she rushed forward and hugged Nessa's waist. Mom, I did as Master said, and I came to call Master as soon as Chushue woke up. Mimi tilted her head back, her eyes sparkling, as if saying, Praise me, praise me. Nessa reached out and patted her head, a hint of mockery in her eyes. Mimi is really great. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lin Yi, a smile appearing on her lips. Sir, aren't you going to praise Mimi? She followed your instructions very strictly. Lin Yi looked at her smug expression. She was just begging him to be gentle and slow a moment ago, and now she's thinking of getting revenge. He couldn't be bothered to argue. A man of saintly character didn't want to stoop to the level of a snake for the time being. He bent down, picked up Mimi, and spun her around twice. Mimi's snake tail naturally wrapped around his waist, cool and soft, its scales as soft as freshly peeled lychees. Mimi is really amazing, Lin Yi said earnestly, as if praising a subordinate who had made a great contribution. It would be even better if you could knock a little more quietly next time. I was talking to your mother just now, and she was quite startled. Mei blinked and turned to look at Nessa. Nessa's face was still flushed. She pursed her lips and nodded. Mimi got it. Mimi nodded vigorously and slapped her snake tail twice. Nessa didn't say anything, but the tip of her tail twitched slightly. Nessa, go downstairs and prepare the ingredients for dinner. Nessa accepted the order and went downstairs. As she passed Lin Yi, she ran her finger across the back of his hand, said nothing, and smiled as she slowly went downstairs. Lin Yi put Mimi down and patted the top of her head. Let's go see the first snow. Chushua lay on Cecilia's bed, her white hair spread out on the pillows like a small, unmelted snowflake. Her eyes were open, her white pupils unfocused, making it seem as if she was looking at the ceiling, or as if she wasn't looking at anything at all. Lin Yi walked over and squatted down beside the bed. Woke up. Chushua turned her head, and her white eyes fell on his face. She looked at it for less than 2 seconds, as if confirming something or memorizing something. Then she closed her eyes, her breathing became light and slow again, and she fell into a deep sleep. Lin Yi's lips twitched. So, you got up to check if he was still there? Mimi lay on the cushion and poked Chushua's cheek. It was soft and bouncy, but Chushua didn't react. Why is Chushua so sleepy? Mimi poked her again. Lin Yi opened the panel of the Lord of all Spirits and turned to the section for preparing followers. The first snow's profile picture is grayed out, followed by a string of question marks. He scrolled down twice and found the status line. Proposed spouse. First snow. Status. In the process of stabilizing the new life form. Requires ample sleep. Increased exposure to natural light is recommended. No abnormalities. Note, this is normal behavior in newborns. Please do not disturb. Lin Yi turned off the control panel, confirmed that everything was all right, and turned to go downstairs. Mimi followed behind him, her tail dragging on the ground, taking small, quick steps. Master, is Chushua sick? No, she's growing. Does growing up mean you have to sleep all the time? You should also get more sunshine. But I'll get a tan. Then don't grow up. Mimi is cute just the way she is. If Master likes it, then Mimi will not grow up. Mimi bit her lower lip and hesitated. Lin Yi smiled, picked her up, and placed her at the kitchen doorway. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Go help your mom cook. Nessa was already inside, wearing an apron, her snake tail coiled at her feet, rummaging through the refrigerator. Mimi ran over and tugged at her clothes to offer help. Nessa glanced down at her and handed her a bunch of scallions. Remove the yellow leaves. Good. Lin Yi leaned against the kitchen door frame for a while, then turned and left. Unable to fall asleep, even when he wanted to, and, with nothing to do, he decided to stroll down the mountain to pick up Cecilia and the others. I wonder if things are going smoothly over there. He put on his coat and opened the door. The sunlight was just right, not glaring, but warm, shining in the yard and making the daisies in the flower bed sparkle. He breathed in the fresh air as he walked down the mountain path. A beautiful voice came from behind me. Mom, should we pick these yellow leaves and throw them away? Milímetro, Nessa replied. Should we chop this onion? Wait a minute. Mom, how big should I cut it? Nessa sighed. You leave it. I'll do it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's steps became lighter. It's anyone's guess how much trouble Cecilia will cause for the Temple of Light. Chapter 66 Treatment. The city gate was still the same city gate, but once inside, everything felt different. There were far fewer people on the street and fewer shops open. There were dried bloodstains on the ground, stretching from the city gate all the way to the center of the street. The bloodstains were black, like a dirty blanket that had been repeatedly trampled on. Several adventurers crouched in the corner, their armor askew, their blades chipped, their eyes staring blankly at the ground. Cecilia pulled her hat down low and walked down the street carrying her suitcase. A gray robe covered most of her face, revealing only her chin and a strand of blonde hair. Her pace was neither fast nor slow, like that of an ordinary woman going to town to shop. There was a pharmacy on the corner with half of its door panel removed and most of the shelves inside empty. As soon as she stepped inside, she heard hurried footsteps outside. Are you Pastor Cecilia? Please wait. A young priest in white robes came running up, Panting, his face flushed. There were bloodstains on his robes, not his own, but from when he was moving the wounded. He ran up to Cecilia, bent over to catch his breath, and when he looked up, his eyes were surprisingly bright. "You're alive? That's wonderful. We have so many injured people here, and we only have one healing mage. We're simply overwhelmed." He suddenly realized his slip of the tongue, immediately stood up straight, and cleared his throat. "If it's convenient for you, could you?" Cecilia's face was instantly filled with shock. "How could this happen? Where are the injured?" "At the Adventurers Guild. Our previous camp was too small to fit us in." The young priest led the way, his steps quick and hurried. Cecilia followed, her right hand behind her back, and gave an okay sign to the shadows. In the shadows of the alley, the black cloak moved slightly, silently, and unnoticed by anyone. Lioli touched Mimi's head with her lips from under her cloak. "Cecilia is amazing." Mimi ignored her, her cheek pressed against Lioli's ribs, her breathing slightly labored. The Adventurers Guild's hall was cleared out, with tables and chairs piled in the corners and blankets and stretchers spread on the floor. The ground was littered with people lying down. Groans filled the air. Some were clutching their arms, others were clutching their stomachs, and still others lay motionless, their condition indistinguishable as to whether they were dead or alive. The air was filled with the smells of blood, ointment, and sweat. Several apprentices in white robes ran around carrying basins of water. Cecilia stood in the doorway, her chest rising and falling slightly. She had seen wounded men before. In the small town, injured hunters often came to her, but she had never seen so many. Dozens of people were densely packed on the ground, like a pile of fallen leaves. Without hesitation, she went inside, squatted down next to the nearest wounded soldier, and opened her suitcase. The first wounded man was a young knight. Something had bitten his arm, tearing open the flesh to reveal the white bone. He had been in pain for an unknown amount of time. His lips were cracked, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Cecilia glanced at the wound, but didn't rush to use healing magic. She took out splints and bandages from her suitcase, something she had only recently learned to do. Ever since Mimi sprained her ankle, she had been reading a lot of medical books. "It hurts a little, just bear with it." Cecilia pressed down on the knight's arm, realigning the bones. The knight's screams echoed through the hall, and all the noise ceased. An old soldier next to him looked up and cursed. "What are you howling about? The girl didn't even think you were dirty, and you still have the nerve to yell?" The knight bit his lip, not daring to utter another sound, tears welling up in his eyes. Cecilia lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. It wasn't out of shyness, but rather a feeling of unease. She knew her skills were still rudimentary, and that using these wounded soldiers as practice subjects would leave them grateful despite their pain, which made her feel guilty. She didn't stop. She fastened the splint, wrapped it with bandages several times, and finally placed her palm on the wound. White light seeped from her palm, carrying a gentle warmth that soothed the injured person's skin. The knight's brow slowly relaxed, and his lips stopped trembling. "Thank you, Your Honor," he said softly, as if afraid of being overheard. Cecilia did not answer. She had already stood up and was walking toward the next wounded soldier. Next up is the archer, who has a dislocated shoulder. Cecilia touched his shoulder blade, found the spot, and pushed hard with a click. The archer hissed in relief, then moved his shoulder. The pain was gone. "You're really amazing," he said. "Much better than those mages who can only cast healing spells." Cecilia didn't reply and continued walking. One after another. Fractures, dislocations, knife wounds, burns. Her healing spells never stopped. The white light in her palm changed from bright to dim, then from dim to bright, as her magic was gradually drained away. "Priestess Cecilia," an older knight called out to her, his voice filled with concern. "We haven't seen you lately. We thought something had happened to you." Cecilia was cleaning a wounded soldier's wounds without looking up. "I was saved by an adult. Now I pledge my allegiance to him." "Loyalty." The knight paused for a moment, then nodded. On this continent, faith and loyalty are not in conflict. They themselves also pledged allegiance to different nobles, lords, knight commanders, and merchant guild owners. Making money is no shame. "Oh, that's all right. It's just a pity, with such talent. Why don't you pursue further studies?" Cecilia picked the pebbles out of her wound and put them on a plate. I'm not going. This is my own choice. I've learned a lot from staying with the adults. Who is that person? Someone asked from the side, speaking in a low voice. Cecilia looked up at him and then smiled. You'll find out later. She didn't say much. Lin Yi had taught her, don't explain, don't prove, let them figure it out themselves. What they figure out is more convincing than what they hear. The knights exchanged glances and asked no further questions. But the expression on their faces changed from curiosity to awe. A person who can make others willingly give up the opportunity for further study is no small figure. Cecilia continued her treatment. She squatted in front of another wounded soldier. He had a young face, and his lips were still trembling. Whether from pain or fear, it was hard to tell. As she cleaned her wounds, she asked, How did you get injured like this? The moment this was mentioned, the atmosphere in the hall instantly exploded. The older knight sighed and summarized for them. That bitch succubus queen and those reckless adventurers came out to ruin our ritual. The will of the god of light, the plan to seal the dangerous items, has all been ruined by them. Cecilia didn't reply, but lowered her head and continued cleaning her wound. If only Lady Cecilia had handed the container to Lord Lancelot sooner. A young voice drifted from the corner, not loud, but clear enough to reach everyone's ears. The hall fell silent for a moment. Cecilia's fingers were steady. She used tweezers to hold cotton balls dipped in medicine, carefully wiping the wound bit by bit. The voice continued, filled with resentment. If it had been handed over to the paladin, it would have been over long ago. My brother wouldn't have died. Some people coughed, some pretended not to hear, and some tried to wink at the young man. The young man was about to say something when someone next to him covered his mouth. Cecilia finished treating the wound, stood up, and turned to walk towards the next wounded soldier. Her face was pale from exhaustion, but she did not stop. She walked up to the young man, squatted down, and examined his injury. His calf had been bitten by something and was swollen like a bun. She reached out and pressed it, and the young man hissed. The bones are fine, Cecilia said. Just apply some medicine. She took a jar of ointment from her suitcase, scooped out a piece, applied it to the wound, and bandaged it up. The young man looked at her lips, which had lost their color due to the depletion of her magic, and suddenly his eyes reddened. Pastor Cecilia, his voice choked slightly, you are so kind. I feel the warmth of my first pilgrimage to the god of light from you. No one around him laughed at him. The other wounded soldier nodded, his voice low. Me too. I haven't felt this way in a long time. Cecilia paused for a moment. Then he continued wrapping the bandages, and after finishing, he stood up and patted the dust off his knees. She turned and walked toward the next wounded soldier. Outside the hall, in the shadows of the alley, under a black cloak, Mimi nestled in Lioli's arms. Her ears perked up and her tail curled around Lioli's waist. She couldn't hear what was being said inside, but she heard crying, laughter, and someone saying, Pastor Cecilia is so kind. She looked up at Lioli, whose eyes, hidden in the shadow of the hood, shimmered with the starlight as if washed clean. She did a great job, Lioli whispered. Mimi didn't speak, but her tail gently curled around Lioli's waist. Chapter 67, Eavesdropping, Dark Star. Cecilia was busy inside, her feet barely touching the ground, while Ruri was squatting outside until her legs went numb. The alley was narrow, and the two people were crammed together under the black cloak, back to back, legs to legs, so close that there was no room for air. Lioli rested her chin on top of Mimi's head, wrapped her arms around Mimi's waist from behind, and drew circles on Mimi's stomach with her fingers. Lioli, don't move your hands. Mimi's voice was muffled and low inside the cloak. I'm touching your belly, Lioli said earnestly, to see if you'll be able to have a baby in the future. Mimi closed her eyes, suppressing her anger. She felt that she must have owed this dragon a lot of money in her past life, which was why it had to be tormented by her in this life. Your breasts are a bit small, Lioli said again, her tone casual. Will you be able to feed your children in the future? Mimi's ears perked up instantly. She wanted to turn around and glare at Lioli, but her neck was stuck in the hood of the cloak, and she couldn't turn around. While she was unable to move, Lioli blew a soft breath in her ear, her voice gentle, brushing against her earlobe. Mimi, how many children will you have for your master in the future? I can help you breastfeed. As he spoke, he pressed his chest firmly against her back. Mimi's cheeks instantly burned. A sudden image flashed through her mind. She was holding her child. Lin Yi was sitting beside her, and sunlight streamed in through the window, falling on the child's face. She shook her head violently, trying to banish that image from her mind. No, how could she have such a thought? She's a secretary, someone who gets paid to do things, not someone who comes to have a baby. Stop talking nonsense. Mimi gritted her teeth. Get this done quickly. You want to see the boss's disappointed face, don't you? Liuli's hand stopped. She thought about Lin Yi's disappointed expression, his brows furrowed, his lips turned down, and he didn't say anything, just looked at her. She didn't like that expression. She pulled Mimi out of the cloak, tucked her under her arm, and turned to leave. Let's go find Cecilia. Mimi was held between her legs, her feet off the ground, looking just like a kitten being held by the scruff of its neck. She glanced in the direction she was looking, then closed her eyes in despair. Come in, go upstairs, you're going the wrong way. Liuli has a terrible sense of direction, but thanks to Mimi's guidance, the two of them didn't wander around the guild and successfully made it to the second floor. Cecilia's room is easy to find. It's on the second floor of the Adventurers Guild, with two guards standing at the door. The two guards leaned against the wall, their eyes half closed, looking as if they might fall asleep at any moment. They didn't think anyone would bother Cecilia. The area outside was teeming with people from the Temple of Light. Who would dare come? The man in the black cloak slid along the wall and stopped between two guards. No one could see that the two people under the cloak were pressed tightly together. Even their breathing was barely audible. Liuli pressed her ear against the wooden door, and Mimi pressed against her back. Neither of them made a sound. There were people talking inside the door. Lady Cecilia, I am acting on my master's orders to express my deepest regret over the fate of the Temple of Light. The voice paused for a moment. This is a 7th-tier sacred spring. May you recover soon. Mimi's ears perked up. She recognized the voice. The last time she overheard Cecilia's men talking in the woods, she recognized this person's voice. Please thank your parents for me. Cecilia's voice was hoarse, with a worn quality. Cecilia's friendship with Darkstar will continue forever. Mimi memorized the name in her heart. Darkstar? Never heard of it. However, Cecilia's voice suddenly changed, still gentle, but with a sharp edge. Could you please be a little more reliable? I only gave you one task, to find Cecilia. But not only did you fail to find her, you also let that priest run wild in front of me. No one responded. Now, can you please take care of her? Cecilia was still smiling, but the smile had lost its warmth. I don't want to see her again. The room was quiet for a few seconds. Mimi's heart pounded like a drum against her eardrums. Then the man's voice rang out again, much colder than before. My lord, please understand our predicament. We have other tasks to attend to and cannot focus our attention on an insignificant priest. He paused. But you, my master has high hopes for you. Please do not disappoint him. Mimi, who was outside the door, felt a tightness in her chest. This Darkstar guy, who was so polite to Cecilia before, is now full of barbs in his words. Cecilia has stumbled and her usefulness has diminished, so they're no longer willing to play the subservient role. There was no sound from inside the room. Mimi could vaguely sense that Cecilia was suppressing her impending outburst of anger. Footsteps echoed down the stairs. Liuli's ears twitched slightly, and she pulled Mimi aside, taking a step. The door opened, and Paladin Lancelot stepped out. Without looking at the guards on either side, he went straight to Cecilia's door and knocked 3 times. Lady Cecilia. There was a moment of silence in the room. What's up? Pastor Cecilia is treating you downstairs. The warriors are very grateful to her. Lancelot's voice was flat. Should we have her come up to help you? It will be more convenient for you, since you are both women. Silence fell in the room again. This time the silence lasted even longer. Mimi pressed herself against the wall and could imagine Cecilia's expression. Clenched fists, teeth clenched, a smile still on her face, but murderous intent in her eyes. No need. Cecilia's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Priestess Cecilia's magic power is limited. Let her go and help the other warriors. Lancelot didn't say anything more and turned to leave. His footsteps echoed down the stairs, growing fainter and fainter until they were swallowed up by the noise from downstairs. As Mimi watched his retreating figure, She made up her mind. He did it on purpose, Mimi whispered. Who? Lin Yi asked. That paladin. Oh. Lin Yi didn't understand, but she didn't care. Her hand started circling around Mimi's waist again. Mimi slapped her hand away. There was no more sound from inside the room. No one spoke, no one moved, not even a cough. Cecilia locked herself in a silent box. Lin Yi and Mimi squatted at the door and waited for a long time. The sky changed from bright to gray, and from gray to dark. The guards had changed shifts. The two new guards stood even straighter and had sharper eyes. The black cloak was still at the base of the wall, unnoticed by anyone. Let's go. Mimi finally spoke. There won't be anything else today. Lin Yi nodded, put Mimi back under her arm, and quietly went downstairs. Downstairs, Cecilia was walking out of the Adventurers Guild. Her face was deathly pale, her lips were bloodless, and her steps were unsteady, as if she were walking on cotton. She was exhausted of her magic, but she didn't sit down or lean against the wall. She just kept walking. Several knights chased after her from the doorway, telling her to rest for a while, but she waved them off. No need, someone will come to pick me up. She walked to the second intersection and stopped. Dusk crept in from the other side of the mountains, turning the clouds on the horizon orange-red. She stood there, looking at the end of the road, waiting for Lin Yi and Mimi. There was only one person at the end of the road. It's not glass, it's not Mimi, it's a man. He was not short, had broad shoulders, and walked at a moderate pace, exuding a leisurely and composed air. Lin Yi. Cecilia blinked, thinking she must have seen wrong. The figure drew closer and became clearer. A gray-blue coat, a knife at her waist, and that face she saw every day. It's not a hallucination. My lord, her voice was very soft, as if afraid of waking her from the dream. I've come to pick you up. Lin Yi walked up to her and extended his hand. Cecilia's heart pounded in her throat before settling heavily back into her chest. She reached out and took his fingers in hers. It's cool. Behind them, the twilight stretched their shadows long, overlapping them so that they could no longer be distinguished from one another. Chapter 68, the feeling of being intellectually crushed, or perhaps it's just like Lin Yi's. By the time dinner was served, it was already completely dark. Mimi brought out the last dish, her apron still stained with oil, but she didn't wipe it off. She sat down and started eating. Lin Yi glanced at her, but didn't say anything. She and Lin Yi spent the whole day running around, and then they eavesdropped outside the Adventurers Guild. Her ears were so tired they were drooping. Lin Yi sat next to Lin Yi, picking up meat with her chopsticks one after another, chewing until her cheeks were bulging. Her table manners are much better than when she first arrived. At least she doesn't lick the plate clean anymore, but she still eats so fast it looks like someone is trying to take it from her. Cecilia sat opposite, her face still a little pale, her magic not fully recovered, but she was in good spirits, serving soup to Mimi. Nessa leaned back in her chair, her tail curled up beside the stool leg, holding a bowl of soup in her hand, but not eating any vegetables. Tell me, Lin Yi said, picking up a piece of meat but not eating it, and placing it in Mimi's bowl. What did you find out today? Mimi swallowed the food in her mouth, picked up her cup, took a sip of water, and opened her notebook. Her notebook was already half full, with neat handwriting and clear organization. Someone came to Cecilia's room. He doesn't belong to the Temple of Light. He calls himself Dark Star. Dark Star. Nessa's eyebrows twitched. Mimi nodded. Cecilia said the friendship of the Dark Star would last forever. The man was quite rude, saying they had other things to do and no time for Cecilia. He also said something like, my master has high hopes for you. Don't let him down. Mimi added. The tone didn't sound like she was helping. It sounded like she was being taken advantage of. Nessa put down her teacup, and the snake's tail lifted off the stool leg, its tip pointing upwards. Dark Star. I've heard of it. Lin Yi looked at her. Nessa's expression was a little more serious than usual, as if she was recalling something. An anti-god organization. I don't know which generation it was passed down from, but they say that gods should not exist, that all gods should be destroyed, their relics collected, and that they should wait for the day when the gods return to prevent them from descending. She paused. However, most of those who claim to be Dark Star are fake, just using Dark Star as a front. After all, opposing a god is the original sin on this continent, and openly and blatantly opposing a god is more than just blasphemy. The real dark stars are busy being hunted down by the followers of various gods. They don't have time to shout everywhere. Are these people real or fake? Mimi asked. Nessa thought about it. Anyone who can connect with Cecilia doesn't seem like a fake. The fragments of the god of life's divine essence are worth their attention. But the fact that they haven't made any moves raises suspicion. She glanced at Lin Yi. Anyway, keep an eye on things. Lin Yi nodded and didn't continue the topic. He picked up the bowl and took a sip of the soup. It tasted all right, a little bland than yesterday. Maybe Nessa was too tired today and forgot to add salt. Let's ignore Dark Star for now. Just keep an eye on her. He put down the soup bowl. Now I need to think about how to kill Cecilia. If she keeps holed up in town and doesn't come out, things will get really difficult. Mimi was gnawing on a chicken leg when she heard the words kill him. She looked up at Lin Yi, then looked down and continued gnawing. She wasn't interested in those things. The chicken leg was more important. Cecilia put down her chopsticks and thought for a moment. According to the soldiers, Cecilia is quite exhausted. She probably won't be able to leave without resting for a few days. Then let's continue to provoke her tomorrow, Lin Yi said. You did very well today, so go again tomorrow. The more anxious she is, the more likely she is to make a mistake. The Temple of Light has suffered a setback in the mountains, and it won't be long before they take their next step. Whether they turn back or wait for reinforcements, as long as they dare to make a move, we can find an opportunity. Cecilia nodded, offering no objection. Mimi scribbled a few lines in her notebook, looked up as if to say something, but then swallowed her words back. Lily kept her head down and ate her rice. She ate 3 bowls and was filling her 4th. Upon hearing this, she suddenly raised her head, still with chopsticks in her mouth, and spoke in a muffled manner. Why go through all that trouble? Everyone looked at her. Lily took the chopsticks out of her mouth, her expression serious, not like she was joking. I'll just slip over there in my cloak and snap her neck, right? No one will notice anyway. The dining table fell silent. Mimi stopped eating the chicken leg. Cecilia's hand, holding the soup, hung suspended in midair. Mimi's pen tip jabbed heavily into the notebook, leaving a black dot. Nessa's snake tail stopped moving, and the tip of her tail no longer curled up. Lily looked at everyone who was silent and looked puzzled. Have you all eaten? No one answered. Mimi opened her mouth, then closed it again. She racked her brains for a while. They spent the whole day staking out the location, looking for gaps in the guards' lines, eavesdropping, and analyzing this and that. In the end, the simplest method was right in front of them. Cecilia was guarded by only 2 people, and the paladin was lame. Lily donned a shadow veil, slipped inside, clicked, and was done. What with this feeling of being intellectually crushed? Or will it be crushed by the glass? Cecilia lowered her head, her lips twitching slightly. Nessa picked up her teacup and took a sip. Her expression didn't change, but the tip of her tail twitched slightly. Lin Yi stared at Lu Li's serious face, then burst out laughing. He reached out, picked up a piece of meat, and stuffed it into Liuli's mouth. Eat your food properly. Don't talk. Liuli chewed on the meat, squinted her eyes, and mumbled, Master is the best. Then I continued eating. There was a few seconds of silence at the dinner table. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, looking at the light on the ceiling, and suddenly felt relieved. They're overthinking it. They're considering too much. They made simple things complicated, and complicated things even more complicated. What's there to think about? If all else fails, just let Liuli twist her neck. Cecilia is doomed. It's just a matter of time. What are you standing there for? Lin, he sat up straight, picked up his chopsticks, and tapped the rim of his bowl. Eat. Eat the slowest dishwashing. Mimi was the first to react. She tossed the chicken bone onto the table, picked up her bowl, and started shoveling rice in her mouth. Her cheeks were bulging, and grains of rice fell from the corners of her mouth, onto the table, and onto her apron, but she didn't care. Nessa reached out and flicked her forehead. What if you choke? You're eating so fast. Maymay was thrown back a little by the bounce, covered her forehead, and looked at Nessa with a pitiful expression. Mother, looking at me won't help. You're washing the dishes today. What happened to learning to be a maid? Maymay pouted and glanced at Lin Yi. Lin Yi pretended to look out the window, but there was nothing there, just pitch black. Mimi looked away and lowered her head to eat her rice, slowing down a little, but still speeding up. Cecilia picked up the soup bowl, took a sip, and turned to look at Nessa. Her expression was much more relaxed than before, with a slight smile on her lips. Sister Nessa, could you tell me some strange tales about the gods later? You haven't finished telling that story about the elves you mentioned last time. Nessa glanced at her. You want to hear it? I want to hear it. Okay. Nessa picked up her teacup again, took a sip, and curled the corners of her lips into a smile. Mimi sat at the other end of the table, burying her head in her rice, not wanting to participate in any of this. She and Nessa don't get along. They've been at odds ever since Nessa NTR'd her in front of her. Cecilia glanced at her, reached out, and took a bone from Mimi's bowl, replacing it with a piece of meat. Mimi, sleep with me tonight. I'll clean your ears. Mimi paused for a moment. She glanced at Cecilia, then at Nessa. Cecilia's smile was gentle, and it didn't imply any intention to matchmake. She simply wanted to help Cecilia relax. Oh, Mimi lowered her head, stuffed the meat into her mouth, chewed it a couple of times, and her ears stopped drooping. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, looking at the people at the table. Cecilia was talking to Nessa. Mimi was eating with her head down, but her ears were perked up. Ruri was eating her fourth bowl of rice. Mimi was struggling with her chicken leg, and Nessa's tail was slowly curling up on the ground. The warm yellow light shone on everyone's face, casting shadows on the wall that overlapped, making it impossible to distinguish one person from another. He glanced at it for a few seconds, then looked away, picked up his bowl, and continued eating. Leoli sipped her chopsticks, feeling that something was off. Everyone was silent just now, but now they're talking and laughing as if nothing happened. She couldn't figure out what was wrong, so Lin Yi put another piece of meat into her mouth. She chewed the meat, squinted her eyes, and swallowed the strange feeling. Master is the best. Her voice was muffled, and it was unclear whether she was saying the meat was delicious or something else. Lin Yi didn't answer, but put another piece on her plate. Chapter 69, A Chance Encounter. The next day, before entering the town, Lin Yi stopped under the shade of a tree by the roadside. Leoli and Mimi were wrapped in black cloaks. The two huddled together like a moving lump of coal. Cecilia stood to the side. She carried a medicine box in her hand, and her gray robe clung to her body in the wind, revealing the outline of her waist. Lin Yi walked up to Leoli first. Leoli looked up at him. Only two bright, sparkling eyes were visible beneath the cloak's hood. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. The force was just enough to make her squint into a slit. Listen to Mimi, don't run around. Leoli nodded, flicking her tail inside the cloak. This slap sent Mimi stumbling forward. Lin Yi walked up to Mimi again. Mimi's ears peeked out from the edge of her hat, standing straight up. He reached out and pinched the tip of her ear, then leaned down and pecked her cheek. Mimi's face turned red from the base of her neck to her forehead, and even her downy hair turned pink. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but her lips trembled twice, and she couldn't utter a word. Keep an eye on her, Lin Yi said. Mimi took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the blush on her face. No. Lin Yi walked up to Cecilia. She didn't flinch, nor did she blush. She simply looked up at him, her azure eyes radiating tranquility. Lin Yi reached out and pulled her into his arms for a hug. Cecilia's forehead rested against his collarbone. Her breathing was light and slow, as if she had finally found a shore. He let go. She took a step back, straightened her collar, and picked up the medicine box. I'm leaving, she said. The group went their separate ways. Leoli and Mimi turned into the alley. The black cloak flashed around the corner and disappeared. Cecilia walked along the main street toward the Adventurers Guild. His pace was neither fast nor slow. The hem of his gray robe swept across the stone pavement, making a soft, rustling sound. Lin Yi stood at the intersection, watching their figures disappear before turning and walking towards another street. He's going to find Harold. Those elven slaves should be arriving soon. Let's see if there's any chance to snag one. The second is to gather information. Having collected so many gold coins, they should at least give back something useful. The Temple of Light has suffered a setback this time. What's our next move? Should Cecilia stay or retreat? Has the paladin's injury healed? Harold couldn't possibly be completely unaware of these things. Leoli has really grown up. Lin Yi walked and thought. 7 days later will mark 1 month since he and Leoli met. 1 month. From an unintelligent dragon to what it is now. Learn to walk. Learn to talk. Learn to dress yourself. Learn to mop the floor. and learn to act like an adult in front of others. It's almost time. He was already thinking about throwing a big party to celebrate the arrival of the first snow and to thank the girls. Once the atmosphere is right, we'll do everything, both things we should and shouldn't do. At the same time, on the official road south of the town, a black carriage was heading this way. The carriage wasn't luxurious, but it was sturdy. The wheel rims were covered with sheet metal, and there were no emblems on the outside of the carriage, so it was impossible to tell whose it was. It was covered with thick blankets. There was a small table on the blanket, and a map was spread out on the table. Elena leaned against the wall of the carriage. Her blue braids hung down her chest. Her fingers tapped on the map, one tap after another. Do you know what conclusion I came to after thinking about it all night yesterday? Elena didn't turn around. Her voice drifted from ahead, cold and distant. There isn't a single normal person in this country. Violet remained silent. Let's start with that fat, stunted boar Raymond. A level 60 archmage, second only to the king in the kingdom. Elena's speech quickened. He's stuck in the city with an army of 10,000, not even leaving the city gates. The succubus queen is running rampant on his territory. The Temple of Light is digging for treasure on his territory, and adventurers are dying on his territory. She tapped the map heavily. Where is he? He's drinking tea. Violet thought for a moment. Maybe he's afraid of getting beaten up if he goes out. I heard that one of his sons died in the mountains. Violet tried to change the subject. Serves him right for dying. His sons are even more unreliable than him. Elena withdrew her finger from the map. He came here not to help his father, but to chase after some Cecilia. His neck was snapped, and we don't even know where his body was thrown. She picked up her cup of tea and took a sip. The tea had gone cold. She frowned and put down her teacup. And then there are our neighbors, Nord and Roland. They were all smiles when they gave up the Twilight Shadow Mountains, like they'd struck gold. Now, they know there are fragments of divinity in the mountains. Too late. Violet didn't speak. She knew the princess was only talking to her. My father, too. Elena's voice lowered. When he supported me, he told me to go for it. And then he collapsed. Isn't that a coincidence? Violet didn't answer. She didn't know how to answer. Not to mention my brothers. While I was fighting, they replaced half of my men. When I came back, they wouldn't even let me into the council chamber. Make me a lord? Fine. She curled her lip and sneered. Give me a broken hill, 2 rotten plots of land, and a few villages that are starving to death. And only 3,000 gold coins? Not even enough to buy that pig Raymond a year's worth of tea. Violet lowered her head, looking at the glass of iced tea in her hand. She didn't know how to respond to that sentence. The princess's title is Earl of Twilight. The fiefdom expands outwards from the Dusk Shadow Mountains. It extends north to the Blackwater River and south to Maple Leaf Ridge. To the east, it includes 3 towns ceded by 2 neighboring kingdoms, and to the west, a large area was carved out from that old man Raymond's territory. It sounds huge, but it's all mountains and all rocks and trees. There's very little land suitable for farming. Your Highness, you said last night that you were going to see that merchant. Which merchant is he? Harold, the slave trader from the Plantagenets. Elena's tone softened, as if she were stating something quite ordinary. I ordered someone from him. He should be here today. Violet's fingers curled up inside her sleeve. Who is it? A woman. Elena didn't turn around, her voice softening slightly. Purple hair, red eyes. The same color as you. Violet's fingers paused on the teacup. You consider her to be my mother? I don't know. Elena looked at her. I'll find out later. If it is, it is. If it isn't, it isn't. If it's not, I'll find it for you. Violet lowered her head and placed the teacup on the small table. You don't need to do these things for me. I'm not doing this for you, Elena said, leaning against the carriage wall and closing her eyes. It's for myself. I want to know how someone like you came to be. Violet remained silent. She knew the princess was stubborn. She'd grown accustomed to it over the years. The carriage stopped. The coachman lifted the curtain. Sir, we've arrived. Elena opened her eyes. She stood up and straightened her collar. Violet followed behind her. She was a head taller than Elena, but when she stood behind her, she always bent slightly, as if avoiding some kind of light. The two got out of the car and walked towards Harold's camp. Harold is in a good mood today. The elven slaves arrived last night. There are 4 in total, and they are all in better condition than expected. He was sitting under the sunshade with his legs crossed, holding a teacup, squinting in the sun. Boss! A subordinate ran in from the courtyard gate, his face pale and his voice trembling. Lord Lin is here. Harold's teacup wobbled, spilling a few drops of tea that burned the back of his hand, causing him to hiss. Before he could even put down his cup, another subordinate tumbled in, his face ashen and his voice trembling uncontrollably. Boss! The Lord is here too. That new count. With a crack, the teacup in Harold's hand fell to the ground and shattered into several pieces. The scalding hot tea splashed all over his leg, but he was completely unaware. He suddenly stood up, his legs trembling uncontrollably. How did these two living Buddhas end up together? He wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing himself to remain calm, and said to his two subordinates, Please come in. Please come in, both of you. The words had barely left his mouth. A man walked into the courtyard. He wore a gray-blue coat and had a knife at his waist. He walked with a leisurely pace, and the guards in the courtyard instinctively made way for him. It's Lin Yi. Harold was about to go to meet him. Another person walked in through the gate of the courtyard. Blue braids, blue eyes, a cold face, and steady steps. Though not fast, they exuded an invisible sense of oppression. It's Elena. The two entered the courtyard at the same time. They stopped at the same time, about 7 or 8 steps apart. He then looked at Harold. Harold stood frozen under the awning, his facial muscles twitching, trying to smile, but unable to manage a single smile. My lord, what brings you two here together? Chapter Shaptizij Elena, Violet. Harold invited the 3 men into the sunshade. He said he was inviting him, but actually he went in first, set up the chairs, and moved the teapot and teacups on the table aside. He wiped the table with his sleeve again, then stood to the side, his hands clasped in front of his stomach, his face stiff with laughter. This is Lady Elena. He turned slightly towards Lin Yi, then slightly towards Elena. This is Lord Lin, my honored guest. He paused his conversation and glanced at Violet beside Elena. This is the guard, Violet. That's all. Lin Yi glanced at Harold. He understood. I gave you so much money, and all you gave me were 2 names? Elena also glanced at Harold. That glance was lighter, but Harold's knees buckled. He understood it too. They won't even tell me the other person's full name? Just the character. Do you not respect me? But what could Harold say? He dared not. Elena came here secretly. She's a newly appointed countess, but hasn't officially taken office yet. If he exposes her affair, he'll lose his business. He dared not say a word about Lin Yi, since this person had never even given him his full name. He checked with the Adventurers Guild. It was just one character, Lin. What can he introduce? My lords. He opened his mouth, wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere, but seeing the 2 faces turn cold at the same time, he closed his mouth again. Lin put down the cup and looked at Elena. Just then, Elena put down her cup and looked at him. Their eyes met briefly on the table. Nice to meet you. Elena nodded. Nice to meet you. Lin, he saw a swan. Blue hair, blue eyes, delicate features, but definitely not the kind of soft, muscular beauty. She sat there with her back straight, chin slightly raised, and her eyes remained still when she looked at people, as if she was used to looking down at them. Elegant and refined. This is not an act. It's all something I've been taught since childhood. He had met many nobles, the rich, the powerful, and the good-looking. Those people standing next to her were like copper coins next to gold coins, a whole level below her. She's a little less skilled than Cecilia and Ruri, but not by much. There aren't many people in his family who can compare to her like this. Elena saw someone she couldn't understand. Wearing a gray-blue coat, with a knife tucked into his waistband, he sat casually, exuding an air of sophistication. She went through all the nobles in the kingdom of Aurelian, but none of them matched up. We also checked the 2 neighboring countries, but found nothing. Raymond, that pig? Impossible. That pig couldn't have given birth to such a son. All his offspring were deformed and grotesque, and she couldn't even be bothered to remember their names. When Harold introduced her, he put her before him. It wasn't intentional, it was instinctive. What kind of person is this man who can make an old fox like Harold instinctively rank himself above the Lord? She glanced at Lin Yi for 2 seconds before looking away. Lin Yi shifted his gaze from Elena to Violet. Violet noticed and shrank behind Elena. Her fingers gripped Elena's sleeve even tighter. This action shouldn't be performed by a guard. The guards don't hide, they don't tug at their sleeves, and they don't shrink behind their masters when others are looking at them. This is not out of fear, but purely out of habit. This habit isn't formed in a day. A guard and a servant wouldn't do that. She is not a guard. Her relationship with this woman was much deeper than that of master and servant. He put down his teacup and nodded slightly to Elena. Elena nodded at him. No one spoke. Harold, standing nearby, was holding a teapot, unsure of who to refill the water for. He just stood there like a wooden stake with arms and legs. Lin Yi stood up, the chair scraping against the floor. Ladies first, please go ahead. I'm not in a hurry. Elena did not stand up. She looked at Lin Yi, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. It wasn't a real laugh. It was more like a polite expression. First come, first served. You step through this door before me. Her voice was very clear. Lin Yi glanced at her. Then I won't stand on ceremony. He stood up. He did not refuse and took the teapot from Harold's hand. I poured myself another drink, took a sip, and put it down. Elena's eyebrows twitched. I thought you would be more accommodating, she said. You're already being so polite. It would seem hypocritical for me to be so formal. Lin Yi sat down, leaning back his chair, his posture as casual as before. Elena looked at him for 2 seconds. You've thought of everything very carefully. We can have a proper chat sometime. I will be delighted, Lin Yi said, his gaze shifting from Elena's face to Violet's. It is my honor to chat with 2 beautiful ladies. Violet had been standing to the side with her head down, pretending that she didn't exist. Upon hearing this, she looked up and blinked her red eyes. She didn't expect to be included. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but then swallowed it back. Thank you, thank you. Her voice was very soft, as if she was afraid of being overheard. Lin Yi looked at her, his tone calm and sincere. You can be more confident. Violet blushed. She is a witch and can sense people's emotions. When Lin Yi said this, his mind was completely pure. There was no filth, no testing, no scheming about how I should repay you for praising you. It was just a very ordinary compliment. This was the first time in her life that a man had looked at her like that. She opened her mouth, but still didn't know how to answer. She lowered her head, her fingers gripping the corner of her sleeve tightly. Elena's face twitched slightly. How could he abduct Violet right in front of her? She glanced at Violet's flustered appearance, and her heart ached even more. You're so easily fooled by just a few words. It's been a long time since I cut my nails, hasn't it? It's best to cut it clean at night, otherwise she'll suffer. Her thumb and forefinger nails touched each other, making 2 soft, interlocking clicks. Violet's ears twitched, and her earlobes flushed red. She quickly stood up straight and sat up, shrinking her neck and no longer daring to look at Lin Yi. Elena didn't look at her. Her gaze remained fixed on Lin Yi's face, a smile playing on her lips, but her eyes remained cold. You and Harold should go ahead, she said. He can't wait. Harold stood to the side, the teapot still untouched. Suddenly being labeled with such a huge accusation, he opened his mouth, wanting to say that he wasn't impatient. But when he saw Elena's eyes, he closed his mouth again. The meaning is very clear. Try saying one more word. Yes, yes, Lord Lin, this way please. The goods have arrived. Please take a look. Harold bowed and gestured towards the depths of the courtyard. Chapter 71 Racial Discrimination from the Elves. Harold walked ahead, his steps quick and hurried, his round body filling the aisle completely. He would glance back every now and then, not at Lin Yi, but at what was behind him, to make sure that the blue-haired adult hadn't followed. My lord, let me tell you that Lady Elena is no ordinary person. Lin Yi didn't respond, letting Harold continue the conversation himself. She is a princess, the youngest princess of Aurelian, who was recently made an earl and came to our side to become a lord. Lin Yi didn't stop walking. The lord of this area? Yes. She carved out a piece of land from Earl Raymond's territory, along with the Twilight Shadow Mountains and several surrounding towns, to form her domain. She also facilitated the cession of those few pieces of land by the 2 neighboring countries. Harold paused for a moment. Don't let her young age fool you. She's incredibly capable. She fought the war in the north, winning 3 tough battles and forcing the other side back to the negotiating table. After she returned, her father fell from power, and her brothers joined forces to send her here. Lin Yi didn't reply, but his mind was racing. No wonder there was such a commotion in these mountains. no one from the two neighboring countries came to join in. It turns out it was all planned out in advance. While not exactly far-sighted, he's certainly better than those who only talk the talk. What about the purple-haired girl next to her? Lin Yi asked. Harold paused for a moment, then gave a knowing look. Lady Violet, Lady Elena's personal bodyguard. However, he lowered his voice again. There are rumors that their relationship is quite special. You know what I mean? Lin Yi didn't reply. He could only recall the way Violet tugged at Elena's sleeve, and the 2 times Elena flicked her nails. They were neither guards nor ordinary special individuals. He didn't ask any further questions, and Harold didn't say anything more. The two walked up to a white tent. The tent wasn't large, but it was much more refined than those sunshades, with clean fabric and no patches. A subordinate was standing at the door and saw Harold lift the curtain. Harold rubbed his hands together, his smile shifting from nervousness to eagerness. He stood at the tent entrance, but didn't go in, stepping aside to let Lin Yi see first. Sir, let me tell you, I managed to snatch this batch of goods from headquarters with great difficulty. The Golden Flower North line is divided into 3 branches. I am the first branch. Those bastards in the second and third branches are green with envy and complain to headquarters every day that I intercepted the goods. He patted the wooden frame of the tent. These are genuine Moonsong elves. Not those common wood elves, but natives from the elf forest. Do you know what Moonsong elves are like? Arrogant. They look down on all races as equals. They wouldn't even consider fighting with them dirty. They even despise each other internally. Highland elves look down on lowland elves look down on city elves, and city elves look down on country elves. This batch of goods consists of prisoners of war from the Civil War. If it weren't for the war, you couldn't buy them no matter how much money you offered. Lin Yi glanced at him. You seem so distressed. Why don't I leave? No. Harold broke out in a sweat again. My lord, let me be frank with you. Each slave in a merchant guild has a minimum selling price. It's not up to me to decide. Since you're here today, I'll give you 1 for free. Please be lenient and keep the remaining 3 for me. This year's performance depends on them. If I don't meet the target, my territory will shrink even more. Lin Yi glanced at him. Harold's expression was unusually serious, and it wasn't feigned. He knew what sustained their relationship. A simple exchange of benefits. If Harold were to actually get 4 for free, he might not say it, but he'd definitely be anxious inside. I will pay, Lin Yi said. Don't make things difficult for me. Harold verbally agreed that the adult was too kind, but in his heart he was thinking that the adult would pay, but he didn't know how much. He figured out this guy. He knew to be frugal where he could, spend where he could, and take advantage of any opportunity to get something for free. Lin Yi entered the tent. The tent was very large inside, much larger than it appeared from the outside. A thick blanket was laid on the floor, clean bedding was placed in the corner, and there was even a small wooden table with a kettle and cups on it. A specially made cage took up most of the tent's space. The wooden railings were polished smooth, without any rust or burrs. The cage was lined with hay, and on top of that was a new, neatly folded cloth. Inferior race. Lin Yi looked in the direction of the sound, and saw 4 people sitting in the cage. No, for elves. The one who was swearing stood at the front, with long, loose silver hair, wide, light purple pupils, and thin lips pressed into a thin white line. Her face was covered in dust, and a few strands of her hair were tangled, but she stood there with her back ramrod straight, and her chin held higher than her own height. The way she looked at Harold was like she was looking at a pile of dog poop that had just been scooped up from the ground. You fat pig, she cursed again. Harold shrank back, pretending not to hear. This silver-haired guy has been cursing a different word every day since he was put in the cage. He was used to being scolded, and after a while, he even developed a strange feeling in his heart. Lin Yi ignored the silver-haired elf's racial discrimination, shifting his gaze from her to the other 3 elves in the cage. The one on the far left is older, with long, dark brown hair pulled back. Her green eyes are calm. She looks at Lin Yi without fear or anger, simply observing. The 2 youngest were hiding behind her, both with standard blonde hair and blue eyes. The one with the round face had a smile on her lips. The short-haired one hid behind her, only half of his face showing, his round eyes like an owl hiding behind a tree hole. When Lin Yi entered, her gaze immediately locked onto him. From top to bottom, face to toe, it's like looking at a defective product. Another inferior being. Her voice trailed off. Harold, are you now bringing all sorts of trash to me? Harold stood behind Lin Yi, not daring to breathe. What are you looking at? Her voice rose again. Never seen an elf before? Well, you lowly creatures will never be worthy of seeing a higher race in your entire lives. Harold tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve from behind. Sir, this one has a bad temper. Why don't you find someone else? Lin Yi ignored him and looked at the silver-haired elf. She stood there, her hands trembling. It wasn't fear but anger. Her face flushed red, from her cheekbones to her ears, the tips of her ears shining red. He looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his back arched and his fur standing on end, trembling but not backing down an inch. Have you seen enough? Her voice was a little hoarse, the last syllable rising in pitch, as if she had snapped her tongue. You humans have a lifespan of no more than 100 years. Your brains are no bigger than walnuts, your houses are like pigsties, and your food is like swill. You can't even collect taxes properly in your own countries, yet you still have the nerve to breathe on this continent. Lin Yi glanced at Harold. Harold's smile was about to fade, but he kept smiling. Dirty maggots. She gritted her teeth. Get your blood-stained hands off me. Her chest heaved violently, and her eyes were red-rimmed. You think locking us up here will tarnish the dignity of the elves? Dream on. She pulled hard on the wooden railing. Even if you chain us up, our souls are 1,000 times, 10,000 times nobler than yours. Smell yourself. Even the pigs in the sty are cleaner than you. All right. Harold finally couldn't hold back any longer, his voice deep, yet carrying great weight. Stop talking. She puffed out her chest, as if gathering her strength to prepare for the next round of scolding. The older elf beside her reached out and gently touched her arm. The silver-haired elf's body tensed instantly. He glanced at the older elf. His lips moved, but he didn't utter a sound. She turned her face away, her silvery white hair sliding down her shoulders and covering half of her face. The three people remaining in the tent all kept their heads down and did not speak. Harold wiped the sweat from his forehead. Sir, you see, this is how it is. Chapter 72, The Elf Princess. Good teeth. Harold stood to the side, his face still damp with sweat. He rubbed his hands together and leaned closer, his voice very low. My lord, this elf has quite a temper. For the sake of the product's appearance, I can't resort to violence. Many nobles in the capital prefer this kind of authentic experience. They feel a sense of accomplishment only when they personally conquer and train them. He paused, then gestured toward the other three people with his chin. These three don't have this problem. They're all quite well behaved. Lin Yi ignored him. He has already opened his discerning eye. Lucy Moonsong, Elven Royal Family. Rarity, B+. Note, the youngest daughter of the Elf King, of pure blood, but with negligible strength and virtually no talent. She is stubborn and arrogant to the core. Current status, weak, enraged. Lin Yi glanced at the B+, and clicked his tongue inwardly. The royal bloodline sounds impressive, but he's actually a good-for-nothing with no talent or ability. So what if they're royalty? He also has a divine infant in his family. He didn't even bother to take out his omniscient mirror to check her identity. It would cost a lot of gold coins to do so, and she wasn't worth that price. If Harold had known he was imprisoning an elven princess, he would never have shown her to him. Goods of this quality should be auctioned. He's just selling himself as a regular elf. At most, he's a bit temperamental. Lin Yi used to disbelieve in luck, but now he's starting to believe in a little. He always finds something good whenever he comes to Harold's. Last time, it was a Medusa cub. This time, it's a fallen elf princess. He felt he really needed to investigate Harold. Lin Yi gave 50 gold coins to the myriad mirror. Harold, note, I once received an unexpected whisper from Lady Luck, and my luck is extraordinary. I am unaware of this. The whisper of Lady Luck? Lin Yi withdrew his gaze and continued to look at the elves. Elurial. Rarity B. Occupation. Virtuous wife and loving mother. Hidden occupation. Note. Proficient in sewing and cooking, skilled in gardening and brewing, and also knowledgeable in childcare. A natural-born administrator. She can handle any task with remarkable efficiency. Lin Yi lingered on her for 2 more seconds. This elf exudes a strong sense of being a wife. She has a plump figure and healthy, fair skin with a radiant glow. The green eyes are quiet, and they don't look away or flinch when they look at people. She sat quietly, holding one of her daughters in each arm, protecting them in her embrace. Lin Yi's mind raced. In the future, there will be more and more family members, and our influence will also begin to expand. With such a skilled housekeeper, there's no need to worry about the kitchen or garden. She can even help with the internal affairs of the future territory. A woman who knows how to manage things is easier to use. Thranduil. Rarity, C. Note. Outgoing personality, good at socializing, suitable for external liaison. Elenia. Rarity, C. Note. Highly adaptable, but currently lacks any outstanding strengths. Lin Yi closed his eyes, having already figured things out in his mind. The mother and her 2 daughters couldn't be separated, so they packed them up together and took them home. Mimi is swamped with managing the accounts. Cecilia is busy treating patients and taking care of Chushua. Nessa is busy with alchemy, and Ruri can't even manage herself. This Alluriel is a perfect addition. As for the princess, she was just a side effect. I bought all 3, so one more won't make a difference. Harold is right. There are indeed many people who like this kind of temper, and taking them back to slowly train them is also a kind of fun. What are you looking at? Lucy felt uncomfortable under Lin Yi's gaze. Dirty human, don't use your eyes. Alluriel reached out to pull her, but Lucy shook off her hand. She took a step forward, about to scold again, but Lin Yi thought to himself, a disobedient mouth needs to be tested first. A hand reached through the wooden railing and pinched her chin. That hand was very strong. The thumb and forefinger were wedged into the 2 ends of her jawbone, forcing her to lift her head and pry her mouth open. She saw Lin Yi's face come closer, so close that she could see her reflection in his pupils. The cool fingertips traced across the teeth, from the incisors to the molars. Her mind went blank, and her body collapsed before her consciousness could. The fingernail lightly touched the gums. She started gagging, a muffled sound coming from her throat. She stretched her neck forward, trying to vomit, but nothing came out. Lin Yi withdrew his hand and stroked her face with satisfaction, from her nose to her ears and then to her chin. The silver-haired elf's face was slanted to one side by his wiping, and his silver hair slipped off his shoulder, revealing his neck and ears. You have good teeth. Lin Yi's voice was devoid of any emotion, as if he were evaluating a satisfactory piece of goods. Lucy's mind went blank. The anger was instantly extinguished, leaving only fear. This gesture, this look, these words. She had seen it. When I was a child, I went to the horse market with my father, and this is how the horse dealers selected horses. Open the mouth, look at the teeth, and judge age and health. She was chosen like livestock. The sensation of a foreign object swirling in her mouth returned, and her throat tightened. There was no pain, only nausea churning in my stomach. She covered her mouth, gagged again, and collapsed to the ground. Shut up, he said. Then he turned away and stopped looking at her. Lucy slumped onto the hay, her silvery white hair scattered on the ground. She covered her mouth with her hand, staring at Lin Yi's retreating figure, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Alluriel hugged her from behind and pulled her back to the innermost corner of the cage. Her eyes were filled with vigilance as she shielded her 2 daughters and Lucy behind her. Thranduil lowered his head, unable to look. Elenia buried her face in her mother's arms, her shoulders trembling. Harold stood to the side. Even his breathing became soft. He waited for more than 10 seconds to make sure Lin Yi wouldn't make any more moves before tentatively speaking. My lord, have you made up your mind? Which one will you choose? Lin Yi turned around and looked at the 4 figures huddled together in the cage. I want them all. Name your price. Harold's eyelid twitched. Last time, the pair of snake women were sold to Lin Yi for 100 gold coins, which was practically free. If those 4 elves come again, he won't be able to work this year. My lord, Harold rubbed his hands together, forcing a smile again. You see, you've seen these kinds of specimens. The guild's appraised value is an average of 3,000 gold coins each. If you want them all, I'll give you a discount to 11,000 gold coins. That's the lowest I can go. Any lower, and the guild's accounts won't balance. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. 3,000 gold coins each? Are elves really that valuable? Elves are rare to begin with, Harold quickly explained, noticing his confusion. These things are hard to catch, and they're incredibly vengeful. This race is extremely vengeful. If you capture one, the entire tribe will hunt you down and kill you. They won't stop until you release the slaves. They'll kill you outright. That's why there aren't many businesses that dare to do business with elves. In some extreme cases, they would rather kill their captured tribesmen than let them fall into human hands. He paused, then added, and even if we successfully bring the elf back, we still have to be constantly on guard against the elf committing suicide. After all, the elf's pride is ingrained in its very bones. The four you see now are bound by command seals and are not allowed to harm or commit suicide. However, command seals have an expiration date. If you don't renew them in time, don't be fooled by their current obedience. They might just die right before your eyes. He paused, then lowered his voice. These are among the best quality elves. Before the elves had their civil war, elves of this quality would fetch tens of thousands of gold coins at auctions. Now that the elves are divided and there are more elf slaves on the market, the price has come down. But 3,000 is the bottom price. It can't go any lower. Lin Yi understood. They are rare, hard to catch, and there's a group of perverted nobles willing to spend a fortune to buy authentic, proud elves to slowly train. That's how prices are driven up. The premium is still too high, Lin Yi said. Chapter 73 Investment, Plotting to Seize the Golden Flower. Lin Yi leaned against a tent post, his fingers tapping lightly on the handle of his knife. The gold brick he gave was intended to buy intelligence, not as an investment. But now that they know Harold is blessed by Lady Luck, things are different. This person himself doesn't know it, but he just has that kind of constitution that allows him to inexplicably get good things. In a remote place like the Twilight Shadow Mountains, he could obtain Medusa cubs and elven princesses. It's practically a beginner's gift package specially given to him. When investing in someone, you shouldn't look at what they have now, but what they can have in the future. Harold is now an unfortunate businessman on the verge of being exiled, but with enough funds and connections, who knows what kind of waves he can make. How much revenue do you need this year? Lin Yi suddenly asked. Harold paused for a moment. What? Performance. As you just mentioned, headquarters has requirements, and if you don't meet them, you'll be reassigned. How much are you short this year? Harold swallowed hard, wondering why Lin Yi was asking this, but still answered honestly, 30,000 gold coins. The headquarters set a performance target of 80,000 for the northern route. I paid 50,000 this year, so I still owe 30,000. 30,000. Lin Yi was taken aback by this number. The slave trade was incredibly profitable. A branch manager in a remote northern region can earn 80,000 gold coins a year. What about the whole broom flower? Is the only business of the golden broom flower the slave trade? Lin Yi asked again. Harold shook his head. We only do this. The other businesses are controlled by the Wind God Chamber of Commerce. They have faith to back them up. They're united and exclusive, and outsiders can't get in. The reason why we golden finch flower can get a piece of this pie is because we take the high-end route. When he said the word high-end, he subconsciously straightened his back a little. We cater specifically to the wealthy. We offer a one-stop service, from arrest and transportation to training and sales. Our processes are standardized and our quality is guaranteed. He changed the subject, his voice lowering. Of course, if they find some wild animals along the way, the people below don't mind selling them to earn some pocket money. Headquarters doesn't officially allow it, but who hasn't done it? How are your salaries calculated? Base salary plus performance-based commission. Headquarters controls the source of slaves and major clients, while we branch managers are responsible for transportation and sales in between. The more we sell, the higher our performance, and the more money we make. As Lin Yi listened, he already had a plan in mind. This model is not unusual in modern times, but it is ahead of its time here. The branch manager is a regional manager. The base salary plus commission is the sales system. The high-end route is the brand positioning, and the headquarters monopoly on the source of goods is the supply chain control. The person who came up with this idea is no ordinary person. I'll pay the 30,000 gold coins, Lin Yi said. Harold's eyes widened instantly. Sir, but I have conditions. Harold's gaze was fixed on Lin Yi's face, his heart pounding, but he didn't urge him. He knew that this was a time to be patient. A contract. Lin Yi uttered 2 words. By the god of contracts. I'll provide the money. You provide the labor. Let's turn the golden bird into our golden bird. Harold's face turned pale instantly. Lin Yi then added a sentence. Of course, we can discuss the contract terms slowly. I won't tie you down. You have ambition, and so do I. Are you content to be sent to this remote and impoverished place? Harold didn't answer, but his fingers were trembling. My heart was pumping blood so fast that I could feel the vibrations even in my fingertips. Of course, he was unwilling to accept it. There was one thing he didn't tell Lin Yi. The golden finch flowers model was originally created by him, but due to some accidents. My lord, Harold's voice was hoarse. Do you know how big a broom is? You say. The Plantagenet is a continental organization. They don't just do business with humans. They sell human slaves to dwarves, dwarven slaves to orcs, and orc slaves to elves. In the past 2 years of the Elven Civil War, 99% of the elven slaves that have been transferred to human territory have flowed out through the Plantagenet. So, what do you think is the problem? Harold was taken aback by Lin Yi's words and didn't know how to respond. You're on the northern front now, in a remote and isolated place where nobody cares about you. This is an opportunity. Lin, he tapped his finger on the hilt of the knife. As you climb the ladder, I'll provide you with funding and unexpected resources. You'll rise to the position of regional head, then to the headquarters, gradually winning over those you can and replacing those you can't. The contract is witnessed by the gods, and we each have a copy. I'm not afraid you'll go back on your word, and you don't need to worry about me defaulting on my debt. Harold swallowed again. He was tempted. It wasn't just because Lin Yi's promises were so tempting, but also because he had no other options. He's still short 30,000 in sales for the northern route, and he can't come up with the money. If he can't, he'll be sent to an even more remote place, and his life will be over. The person in front of him was rich and audacious. He was his only lifeline. Sir, what do you need me to do? First, get promoted, Lin Yi said. Improve your performance, get promoted to the central region, then to the headquarters. Then, be diligent in passing on information to me. I'll tell you how to proceed step by step. Deal. Harold held out his hand. Lin Yi grasped his hand. The contract has been signed. Harold's hands were still trembling, not from fear, but from an irrepressible excitement. My lord, is there anything else you require? Get promoted first. Once you're in a good position, I'll tell you what's next. Lin Yi turned and walked out, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped. By the way, if headquarters ever gets any rare slaves in the future, find a way to steal them for me. Money is no problem. What kind of things are considered rare? For example, Lin Yi thought for a moment, a princess or something like that. Harold chuckled awkwardly. Princesses aren't so easy to capture. The continent's political landscape is stable. We haven't heard of any kingdoms falling in recent years. The idea of a princess ending up in a slave market hasn't happened in decades. He spoke without malice. Inside the cage, Lucy's heart suddenly stopped beating. It wasn't because of fear, but because of that word, princess. She looked up and met Lin Yi's gaze. Those eyes were looking at her, their meaning unclear. Her mind went blank, her fingers gripping the hay so tightly that her knuckles bulged. Eluril sensed her stiffness and slightly turned to block Lin Yi's view. Thranduil kept his head down, pretending not to see anything. Elania nestled in her mother's arms, her eyes wide and round, glancing at Lin Yi and then at the princess beside her, wondering what had happened. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze. I'll have my secretary bring the specific contract details and the first payment another day. Those 4 elves, plus your performance targets for this year, 30,000 gold coins. Harold nodded in agreement. I'm investing, not giving away for free, Lin Yi said. The money will be deposited into my account, but every transaction must be accounted for. You know what I mean. Harold's Adam's apple bobbed. Understand. That's settled then. You go and greet Count Elena. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the elves in the cage once more. I need to speak with these future employees individually. Chapter 74, Elena's Plans. It was very quiet in the cage. The voices of the 2 people outside drifted in intermittently. Some words were unclear, but the general meaning was clear. One wanted to buy, and the other wanted to sell. They were discussing a big deal. Eluriel sat in the innermost seat, leaning against the wooden fence, with her hands on her 2 daughters' shoulders. Thranduil leaned to her left, while Elania huddled to her right. Lucy sat on the outermost side, closest to the two people. Her silver-white hair was scattered all over the ground, and she lowered her head, her face buried in the shadows. Those words kept drilling into Aluriel's ears, but she preferred not to hear anything at all. Broom. In the elf forest, this name is synonymous with venomous snakes, plague, and fire. Even when the elf king was still alive, caravans were intercepted every year, merchants were executed, and captured elves were rescued, but elves were still captured every year. The border outposts to the north were attacked, the patrols to the south were ambushed, and the villages to the east were looted. The man's voice was eerily calm, as if seizing the golden brocade was no different from haggling over prices on the street. You shouldn't say things like that to their faces. Such a plot to overthrow a slave organization spanning the continent should not have been overheard by the four caged elves. They heard things they shouldn't have heard, saw things they shouldn't have seen, and learned things they shouldn't have known. What will happen to them after those two finish talking? Thranduil felt the strength of his mother's hand and looked up at her. Elena shrank even tighter, burying her face in her mother's arms, not daring to make sound. Lucy remained motionless, her silvery white hair hanging down, obscuring her entire face. She had just been pinched on the chin, had her teeth touched, and been scrutinized like an animal. Aluriel thought she would yell at her. She didn't. She just sat there, her body stiff as a stone. The two voices stopped, and Harold left. Lin Yi walked to the front of the cage and reached out to pull open the cage door latch. The iron gate creaked open, and he went in without calling anyone out. The hay crunched under his feet. Aluriel leaned forward, shielding Lucy with her own body. Thranduil shrank back, covering his mouth with his hand, his eyes wide open. Elenia cried out softly, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and buried her face in her mother's arms again. Lin Yi didn't look at them. He walked up to Lucy. Lucy didn't look up. Her silver white hair covered her entire face, and her shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Lin Yi squatted down to look her in the eye and said jokingly, "My utterly useless princess." At the same moment, at the other end of the courtyard, Elena stood in front of the cage, neither going in nor letting Harold bring the person out. She looked the woman in the cage up and down, then turned her head and glanced at Violet. Violet stood half a step behind her, her purple hair falling from her shoulders and swaying slightly at her waist. Her fingers were clenched tightly inside her sleeve, her knuckles turning bloodless. "Is it her? Your mother?" Elena asked. Violet stared at the woman in the cage for a long time. Purple hair, red eyes, and pale, bluish skin. She had seen this face before, in her dreams, in its reflection on the water, in the hazy fragments of her memory from when she was very, very young. "I don't know," she said, her voice erratic. "There's a blood connection, but I can't be sure. She's cursed, she's delirious, and I can't get anything out of her." Harold stood to the side, unsure what to do with his hands, wiping the sweat from his face repeatedly. His mind had gone completely blank when he heard the word mom. He'd been in the slave trade for so many years, selling prisoners of war, criminals, debtors, and gamblers. What kind of people hadn't he sold? But selling someone's mother was truly a first for him. He glanced at Elena furiously. Elena's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at Violet again, but Violet couldn't detect anything unusual. These two probably won't kill him. He's just someone who does things for money. If he had been informed in advance, he would have been treated to the best food and drink. "Living is suffering," Violet said. "Give her a quick death." Elena looked at her for 2 seconds. "Are you sure?" "Sure." Elena didn't ask any more questions. She raised her hand, and a beam of blue light shot out from her palm, piercing through the wooden bars of the cage and striking the woman in the chest. The woman didn't scream, didn't struggle, and didn't even move. She simply closed her eyes, her body went limp, and she instantly lost all life. Harold's legs went weak. When the light brushed past him, he felt the taste of death, cold and light, like the winter wind blowing in through his collar. "You'll get the money." Elena turned around and walked towards the courtyard gate. Violet followed behind her, her steps neither fast nor slow, her skirt trailing on the ground, without turning around. Harold stood in front of the cage, looking at the woman who had stopped breathing, then at the two figures that had disappeared at the gate, and then at the white tent on the other side, where there was one person and 4 elves. He stood alone in the middle of the courtyard, the wind blowing from all directions, and he felt like a tree that had been uprooted. Inside the carriage, Violet leaned against the wall, her purple hair cascading over her shoulders. Her gaze was fixed on the window, but it was empty and unfocused. Elena sat opposite her, watching her. "You don't feel anything at all?" Elena asked. Violet shook her head. "She abandoned me. Whatever the reason, she abandoned me." She stated the facts, as if it were something unrelated to her. "I can't forgive her. Besides, I'm way past the age where I need a mother." "Then what about before?" "That's your idea. It's not mine." Elena stared at her for a few seconds. Then she curled her lips into a knowing smile. "So you're blaming me?" "No," Violet's voice quickened a little. "No, I just feel that being able to stay by His Highness's side is enough. I don't want to investigate my background anymore." Elena did not respond. She stood up, walked to the Violet, and tiptoed. Violet obediently lowered her face, her lips being bitten. Elena's teeth were sharp, and the taste of blood filled her mouth. "I'll come and trim your nails tonight." Elena released her mouth and licked her lips. Violet lowered her head, her ears turning red. "I will wash my hands." Chapter 75, My Useless Princess. My utterly useless princess. These words fell into the cage like a stone thrown into a pond. The splashes were invisible, turning into ripples that lapped at the faces of Eluriel, Thranduil, and Lin Yi. The three of them looked up at the back of the silver-haired figure. Princess. They spent almost a month with this person, watching her curse, watching her berate others, and watching her stand in front of them. They only saw her as an ordinary elf with a bad temper, perhaps with some background. Lucy threw a punch. The fist is small, the knuckles are slender, and it looks like it could be broken with a single twist, but it moves extremely fast. As a member of the elven royal family, even if they know nothing else, they still have the instinct to fight. The fist, carrying the wind, hatred, and the surging anger from the words, utterly worthless, shot straight at Lin Yi's face. Lin Yi didn't dodge. He reached out and caught it. His hand was a size larger than Lucy's, completely enclosing her fist in his palm. Lucy paused for a moment, then immediately swung her other hand. This time, Lin Yi turned to the side, and the force of the punch grazed past his ear. He seized the opportunity to grab both of her wrists, lifted them upwards, and then pressed them forcefully to the side. With a loud thud, Lucy's back slammed heavily against the cage bars, pinning her to the spot, unable to move. Lin Yi moved closer to her, close enough to clearly see his reflection in her purple pupils. "The first lesson your master taught you is to watch your mouth. You can't possibly do nothing but swear, can you?" Lucy gritted her teeth, staring at him with burning flames in her pupils. "Let me go, you lowly creature." "Here we go again." Lin Yi tightened his grip on her wrist, and Lucy's words caught in her throat. The suffocating feeling from the pressure was far greater than the pain. "Let's try something new. Besides inferior, what else can you say? I'm sick of hearing it." Beside her, Eluriel opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. She's not good at these things. She doesn't know how to smooth things over, doesn't know how to soften words, and certainly doesn't offer a way out when the two are at each other's throats. Thranduil gently tugged at Lucy's sleeve. "Princess, please stop talking." Alania peeked out from behind Eluriel, her eyes red-rimmed. "Sister, he's so fierce." Lucy glanced at Alania, then at Thranduil, and finally her gaze settled on Eluriel. Her gaze shifted from anger to another emotion, a heaviness far exceeding sorrow. Her people bowed down so quickly. And what about her? She had vowed that one day she would bring them back to the elf forest. But it shouldn't be like this, with two hands holding me down in the cage, unable to even break free. Lucy looked away and stared at Lin Yi again. "You think you can imprison me? Elves cannot be enslaved. My soul is 10,000 times nobler than yours. Someone like you doesn't even deserve to be fertilizer in the elf forest. Fertilizer can nourish a great tree, but you only pollute the soil." Her knees suddenly lifted up. He pointed his toes and kicked hard between Lin Yi's legs. The force was considerable, the speed was fast, and the angle was tricky enough. Lin Yi noticed the moment she raised her knee, and he quickly turned to the side, clamping his legs together to firmly hold hers. His kneecap was stuck on the inside of his thigh, just an inch away. It It was just an inch off. Lin Yi glanced down at Lucy, then looked up at her again. There was no fear or regret on her face, only a sense of, it's a pity I missed. Lin Yi remained silent. He released her wrists and legs. Then he punched her in the lower abdomen. The force wasn't great, but it was very solid. It was the kind of solid force that penetrated completely. Lucy's body bent over instantly, clutching her lower abdomen and kneeling on the ground, her forehead almost touching the ground. Her long, silvery white hair was scattered all over the ground, and the banner that belonged to the elves was now trampled to pieces. She opened her mouth as if to curse, but no sound came out. That dull, aching pain spread from my lower abdomen outwards to my stomach, to my chest, and finally to my limbs. Her fingers dug into the ground, her nails filled with dirt. She heard Lin Yi's voice coming from above her head, his steady tone making every word crystal clear. Your Highness, please control your temper. You are now just a slave. We'll go home tonight, and I hope you'll behave yourself then. He paused for a moment. You're just an accessory. If it weren't for the idea of having all four of us together, do you think I should care about your status as a princess? Accessories. This word hurts more than a punch to the stomach. Lucy lay on the ground, with only one thought in her mind. I'm going to kill him. I must kill him. But she couldn't utter a single word. The excruciating pain prevented her from even forming a complete sentence. Her lips trembled, and her voice was broken and intermittent, like a broken musical instrument leaking air. You damn bastard. Lin Yi shook his head and turned to walk away. He was no longer willing to waste any more time. Expecting her to obey now is harder than expecting the sun to rise in the west. He walked up to Illyriel, keeping a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Illyriel held the two children tightly behind her, her body trembling from her shoulders to her fingers, but she did not take a single step back. Master, please don't hurt them. Don't be nervous, Lin Yi said, his voice much softer. Madam, from now on your duty is to take care of everything at home for me. I will provide the best water, food, and living conditions. You will have unlimited freedom outside of work. He paused again. I need someone like you. Illyriel stood there, stunned. Her hand, which had been protecting the child, slowly lowered, her fingers still trembling slightly, but her clenched fist gradually loosened. It wasn't a command, nor a threat. It was a gentle energy, like putting your hand into a sun-warmed blanket in winter, the warmth creeping up your entire arm from your fingertips. Thranduil's shoulders stopped trembling, and Alenia peeked out from behind Illyriel, her eyes no longer so red. Pacify, a skill borrowed from Cecilia, was used for the first time, but its effect on the elf was surprisingly good. Give your princess a good talking to. Lin Yi glanced at Lucy, who was still lying on the ground, and said, I don't want her to have any conflicts with the rest of the family. He lifted the curtain and stepped out of the tent. Behind her, Elena crouched down next to Lucy and reached out to help her up. Lucy pushed her hand away and stood up by herself. The movement of getting up aggravated the injury in her lower abdomen, as she gritted her teeth and remained silent. Illyriel stood beside her watching. Her lips moved, but she ultimately didn't say anything. She didn't know what to say. All she knew was that she was their princess. Just seconds before, they had bowed to a human in front of the princess. As soon as Lin Yi stepped out of the courtyard, he bumped into a cloud of air. No, that's not air. Liuli flipped the hood of her cloak back, revealing an excited face. Mimi was tucked under her armpit, her little face turning bright red. Master, we've made a great discovery. Liuli's voice was so clear that could be heard halfway down the street. Mimi struggled to crawl out from under her armpit, patted her skirt, and took a few breaths, then quickly opened the notebook. We've heard some exciting news. Chapter 76. Regardless of black or white, they all seem yellow. Mimi sniffed. She first smelled the soap scent on Liuli, then the bitter, grassy scent on Lin Yi, like a freshly broken branch. Women, and more than one. Her hands moved faster than her brain. She had already closed the notebook, tucked the pen behind her ear, and crossed her arms over her chest. Boss, you didn't buy slaves again, did you? Before Lin Yi could answer, Luli nudged her with her elbow. It wasn't heavy, but it hit her ribs right away. Mimi hissed, clutched her waist, and glared at Liuli. It's important business, Liuli said repeatedly. Mimi rubbed her ribs where she had been elbowed and opened her notebook. The writing on the paper was very messy. She had scribbled it down quickly while squatting in the corner, her breath coming in through the glass. In some places, the ink hadn't even dried yet. Cecilia continued treating the wounded today, and we continue to keep an eye on Cecilia. Not long after we arrived, we heard the paladin talking to her inside. Mimi's voice was low, but she spoke quickly, as if afraid of forgetting her words. Augustus is seriously injured, and other factions within the Temple of Light have begun to pressure him to abdicate. The old bishop's instructions are for the paladin to take Cecilia away from this country and head north to the kingdom of Nock. The bishop over there used to be his disciple. They parted ways due to differences in ideology, but the bond between master and disciple remained. That's how he managed to save his life in the past. Lin Yi didn't speak, waiting for her to continue. Cecilia's reaction was strange. She didn't cry or make a fuss, just had that calm feeling of I knew this would happen. She asked the paladin, "You can go back on your own and pretend nothing happened. The temple won't hold a grudge against a paladin with a bright future that might even try to win you over." Mimi paused for a moment, then asked, "Guess what the paladin said?" "Explain." He said, "I do not believe in the God of Light. I believe in Bishop Augustus." Mimi looked into Lin Yi's eyes. "Isn't that a pretty outrageous thing to say?" Cecilia was amused by him. Then she said, "But in the end, Grandpa didn't believe you either." Lin Yi's eyebrows twitched. The paladin was silent for a moment, then said, "I know, but it doesn't matter. I'm just a knight." Mimi turned a page. Then he told Cecilia to pack her things, and they'd be leaving that afternoon. Just the two of them. Cecilia smiled, but didn't say anything. The paladin walked to the door, stopped, and without turning his head, said something else. Mimi's voice lowered a little. "The bishop also asked me to tell you something else. The so-called Dark Star is a fake. He told you not to have any hope in them, and not to expect to make a comeback through them. Those people are nothing but rats and flies in the sewers, using the name of Dark Star to swindle and deceive. The bishop originally thought you could resist the temptation." Lin, he tapped his fingers on the hilt of the knife. Then Cecilia exploded on the spot. Mimi closed the notebook. Her whole body shattered. She screamed and yelled, her voice distorted. The paladin didn't turn around. He just left. Lily was so anxious that her tail was wagging wildly. "Master, I'm going to break her neck, or she'll escape." Lin, he raised his hand and gently patted her head. Lily covered her forehead and hissed in grievance. Lin, he withdrew his hand and looked at them. "You all knew to come back to me, but didn't you leave someone to protect Cecilia? What will she do alone if Cecilia gets desperate and does something rash?" The two of them were stunned. Mimi's pen fell off her ear, landed on the ground, bounced once, and rolled into the ditch. She didn't pick it up, and her face turned pale. I didn't expect that." Mimi's voice trailed off. Lin, he didn't mean to scold them. He just wanted to give them a few words of advice to teach them a lesson. As Cecilia is his retinue, he will sense if she is in danger. Lin, he brought out the all-seeing mirror, but the mirror surface was gray and had no light. He tapped the mirror twice with his finger, and the image lit up, which he then shared with Lioli and Mimi. Cecilia was sitting in the Adventurers Guild's lobby, changing the bandages of a wounded soldier. Her face was still a little pale, but she was in good spirits, talking to the person next to her with a slight smile on her lips. "Boss, Cecilia is my servant, and I can see her location and condition at any time." Lin, he pushed the mirror in front of them. "But if you want to see the actual scene, you'll have to spend money. See the number in the upper left corner? Each jump costs 1 gold coin. Pastor Cecilia, may I speak with you in private? I would like to talk to you." Cecilia's voice came from the mirror, unhurried and gentle, still in that goosebump-inducing tone. Cecilia did not look up and continued to wrap the bandages around her hands. "Let's talk here. There are too many wounded. I can't leave." Cecilia isn't going. The people around her are all from the Temple of Light, and they're all on her side. She'll be fine for now, Lin Yi said. Mimi stared at Cecilia in the mirror, then suddenly turned to look at Lin Yi. "Boss, if you have this, why did you make us squat in the corner?" Lin Yi reached out and flicked her forehead. Mimi covered her forehead and hissed. "This thing isn't a panacea. To use it normally, it has to be within a certain range, and the target itself has to emit a sufficiently strong magical fluctuation. Only when the succubus queen and Augustus fought at the same level could you still see them from a great distance. Besides those who are bound to me, I can disregard these conditions. He paused, then put the mirror away. Besides, where's the money? Didn't you see how fast the numbers were changing? And another thing, Lin Yi glanced at them, I can't just let you guys stay at home all day doing nothing and just getting fat. Mimi's ears twitched, but her attention wasn't on that. She thought of another problem. Boss, you don't actually use this mirror to steal things every day, do you? Lin Yi reached out and covered her mouth, his gaze unfriendly. Don't talk nonsense. I don't have that kind of fetish. I see everything openly and honestly, like where you hide your secret stash, or which corner of the mountains Lioli and Mimi are raiding for bird nests. That's all, absolutely healthy and green. You little brat, don't think I don't know what's going on in your little head. Lin Yi finally understood. Of all the girls in the family, Mimi had the most rich imagination. She could imagine everything, black or white, as yellow. If you tarnish your boss's reputation again, believe me, I'll make you perform for me right here. Do you think your ideas would even pass censorship if released? Mimi's eyes widened, and with her mouth covered, she could only make indistinct sounds. Wah, I know. Why are you making such a big reaction? Lioli tilted her head to the side. No wonder she could sometimes feel a warmth like her master's gaze. So that's why. Lin Yi released his grip and turned to walk towards the Adventurers Guild. Lioli pulled up the hood of her cloak, and a black mist enveloped the two of them again, leaving only Mimi's face exposed. Mimi's cheeks flushed as she watched his retreating figure, muttering softly, the boss must have seen a lot of things he shouldn't have. I'm leaving, Lin Yi's voice came. Go see the scene, it's free. Chapter 77, Cecilia's Choice, Unconditional Support. When Lin Yi and his group arrived at the Adventurers Guild, the atmosphere in the hall was already as tense as a drawn bow. The wounded stopped groaning, the apprentices stopped moving, and even the knight wiping his long sword in the corner stopped what he was doing. Everyone's ears were perked up, and their eyes were intentionally or unintentionally glancing in the same direction. Under the window in the center of the hall, where two people were standing. Cecilia stood with her back to the door, her long golden hair gleaming in the afternoon light. Opposite her stood Cecilia. She wore a white dress and skirt. Her hair was neatly combed, and she had a smile on her face. That smile was neither warm nor cold, like a delicate mask. Lin Yi did not go in immediately. The three hid in the black mist of the shadowy curtain, like an inconspicuous shadow in the corner. Lin Yi's posture was fairly comfortable. He leaned against the wall with his legs slightly bent. Lioli straddled his lap, resting her chin on his shoulder, her arms around his neck, her tail tip gently curling up. Mimi was sandwiched between the two, facing Lin Yi with her back pressed against Lioli. Her face was only a fist width away from Lin Yi's chest, and her hot breath hit his collar. She's going crazy. It wasn't because of lack of oxygen. It was because of embarrassment. The soft glass pressed tightly against her back. She had felt that sensation before when being held, but never so closely. She was so close that she could clearly feel Lioli's heartbeat. What she found even more unbearable was Lin Yi's breath brushing against her head, hot and itchy, like feathers gently scratching her. If she moves even slightly, she will touch his thigh, his waist, or some part of his body that she dares not think about. Her ears were pressed tightly against her head, and her tail was tucked tightly between her legs, making her look like a cat that had been shoved into a cage. I dared not move, dare not make a sound, and dare not breathe deeply. Lin Yi did not notice Mimi's embarrassment. His attention was entirely focused on the conversation between the two people in the hall, but his body felt the small, warm, soft, and slightly trembling mass in his arms. Mimi's tail popped out from between her legs and then quickly tucked back in. Lin Yi felt that her reaction today was a bit excessive. I've never seen her react like this when I hold her like this before. Why is she acting like she's been electrocuted today? He glanced down and saw only her fluffy head and the tips of her two bright red ears. He could smell the fresh scent of shampoo, mixed with a faint smell of sweat. Pastor Cecilia, you've worked hard these past 2 days. Cecilia broke the silence first. Please thank the person behind you for being willing to let such an excellent priest like you help. If there's an opportunity, I'd like to express my gratitude in person. Cecilia looked at her, but didn't reply. Cecilia didn't seem to mind and continued speaking in a very low voice, making sure that only the two of them could hear her. I was wrong about what happened before, but that's all in the past. The dead can't be brought back to life, and the living must always look forward, don't you think? Cecilia's fingers, hidden in her sleeve, clenched tightly. Your talent is exceptional, and the opportunity to study in the capital is extremely rare. If you would like, I can write a letter of recommendation for you. It could be in my name or in my grandfather's name. Either is fine. Cecilia's voice was as soft and gentle as ever. Of course, if you think the capital is too far and don't want to go, I can arrange another place for you. Or anything else tangible will do. Your master would probably prefer those, wouldn't he? Cecilia met her gaze. She understood the subtext of those words. Several lives at stake, name your price. She remembered those children, the ones she had given candy when they were little, the ones who sweetly called her Sister Cecilia. Cecilia looked directly at her. What do you mean by real things? Cecilia's eyes lit up. She leaned forward half an inch, lowering her voice even further. Gold coins, land, titles. Whatever your lord desires, I can get it for you. I've been operating in the capital for many years, so I have some connections. In a corner of the hall, Lin Yi's gaze was fixed on Cecilia's back, watching her slightly trembling shoulders. She hesitated, not for herself, but because Cecilia mentioned your sir. She was considering whether those conditions would be useful to him. Gold coins, land, titles. She knew that Lin Yi needed a legitimate identity. If Cecilia can help, perhaps. Lin Yi felt a warmth in his heart, and he was very curious about how Cecilia would respond. Cecilia remained silent for a long time before raising her head and looking directly into Cecilia's eyes. Do you know their names? Cecilia's smile froze for a moment. His name is Thomas, Cecilia said. His other names are Alan and Lily. The youngest one is called Little Toby. He's only 19. Cecilia lowered her eyes, looking at the traces of ointment remaining on her fingertips. A moment later, she raised her head again, her gaze clear and firm. I cannot forgive betrayal, and I cannot forgive the devil who tempted those children. I don't need compensation. Neither do my parents. Cecilia's smile froze and turned cold. Cecilia's meaning couldn't be clearer. What a pity. Her voice lost its feigned gentleness. Perhaps you shouldn't have come to Blackrock Town in the first place. Cecilia did not back down an inch. Whether I should come or not is up to me. Cecilia stared at her for a few seconds without saying another word. She turned around, took a few steps, and then stopped. She didn't turn around, but her voice drifted from behind her. You'll regret this. I won't, Cecilia replied firmly. Lin Yi stood up from the ground, threw off his cloak, and strode inside. Lioli followed closely behind, its tail leaving a faint white trail on the ground. Mimi, held under her armpit, had completely given up struggling. The hall fell silent for a moment. Some people realized what was happening and put their hands on the hilt of their swords, but many more recognized Lin Yi. It's the same gentleman who came to pick up Pastor Cecilia yesterday. The tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed, like a bowstring snapping. Some people breathed a sigh of relief. Some lowered their hands from the hilt of their swords, and others nodded to Lin Yi. Cecilia's cheeks flushed, not from shyness, but from shame. She dared not look Lin Yi in the eye, lowered her head, and gripped the hem of the priest's robe tightly with her fingers. She knew that she had not made the choice that was most beneficial to Lin Yi. To save her life, Cecilia would have offered a hefty price, but she refused. She couldn't accept it. Firstly, she couldn't bring herself to trade those children's lives for personal gain. Secondly, she was also afraid that Lin Yi would be disappointed in her because of this. Lin Yi walked up to her and reached out to ruffle her hair. Are you stupid? His voice was very soft, so soft that only she could hear it. Why don't you just pretend to agree to her first, get all the benefits, and then find a chance to kill her? Cecilia suddenly raised her head, her eyes wide open, her mouth slightly agape, forgetting to close it. I didn't expect that. Lin Yi smiled, his hand sliding down her head, and his fingertips gently flicked the tip of her ear. You really believe that? Then do what you think is right. I support you unconditionally. Cecilia's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Her nose tingled, and she sniffed hard, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve into a smile. It was a smile of complete relief. Chapter 78. To kill someone, first destroy their spirit. The knights in the hall watched this scene with a mix of reactions. Some scratched the back of their heads, some grinned, and others showed expressions of relief. Nobody thought there was anything wrong with it. In their eyes, this is just normal interaction between master and servant. Cecilia deserved the kindness that man showed to his family's pastor. Cecilia stood 2 steps away, watching this glaring scene, her smile long gone. Lin Yi released his grip and turned to the people from the Temple of Light in the hall. Your injuries have mostly healed, so we won't bother you any longer. If Cecilia has done anything wrong, please forgive her. Not at all. Pastor Cecilia is the best pastor we've ever met. An old knight stood up, patted his chest, and said loudly, "Look, my brother's life was saved by Pastor Cecilia." Lin Yi nodded and said nothing more. He glanced at Lioli. Lioli understood and turned to walk out of the hall. A few seconds later, a blinding silver light shone outside the hall. Its silvery white scales shimmered in the sunlight, and its enormous wings spread out, casting a moving shadow on the ground. The hall fell completely silent. Everyone forgot to breathe for a moment. Dragon Knight. A young knight's voice changed, filled with barely suppressed excitement. Lin Yi turned his head and glanced at Lioli. Lioli poked half her head in through the doorway, blinked her amber eyes, and flicked her huge tail outside with a smack. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze and then scanned the people in the hall once more. He could clearly see the expressions on these people's faces. There was no fear, no hostility, only excitement and curiosity. That's right. The trust Cecilia had painstakingly built over the past 2 days with healing spells and bowls of hot soup was more effective than any sword or blade. Without this groundwork, if he dared to release Lioli today, these people's first reaction would definitely be to draw their swords. Who would want to be a dragon slayer? But now, all they can think is, the person Pastor Cecilia serves is so powerful. In a corner, Cecilia leaned against a pillar. The white robe clung to his body in the wind, revealing only his bony frame, empty and devoid of any life. She watched as the silver-white dragon rose into the air from the entrance of the hall, its wings flapping and the resulting gust of wind rattling the door panels. She watched Lin Yi's back, his gray-blue coat, the knife at his waist, and the blonde priest beside him who never once looked at her. She suddenly remembered what he had said in Harold's yard. Lin, an ordinary adventurer. Who exactly is he? Her voice was so soft it was like a dream, and no one heard her. The glass flew away. The people in the hall were still gathered at the entrance, heads tilted back, mouths agape, their chatter buzzing like a swarm of bees. Some people took out paper and pen to draw the dragon's outline, while others argued with their companions about the dragon's level. No one turned to look at Cecilia. Even the knights who were following her yesterday were now crowded in the crowd, craning their necks longer than anyone else. The paladin Lancelot appeared behind her without her noticing. He stood there for a while, watching the black dot in the sky grow smaller and smaller, then looked down at Cecilia's back. "Don't leave yet." Cecilia did not move. Lancelot put his hand on her shoulder and patted her. "I can't beat that dragon right now. Staying here is safer than going out." Cecilia swayed slightly. Lancelot's hand did not move her. What truly made her tremble was that sentence. "Staying here is safer than going out." Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Her shoulder slid off Lancelot's hand, and she turned and walked into the shadows deep within the hall. Lioli didn't fly very far. She took a detour and landed in a grove of trees. The trees were dense, and the sunlight was filtered into fragments of gold, spreading across the thick pine needles, making no sound when she stepped on them. Lin Yi flipped off the dragon's back and stretched his legs, which had gone numb from squatting. Cecilia followed behind him, her hair blown about by the wind, golden strands sticking to her face. As she smoothed her hair, she asked, "Sir, are we just going to leave Cecilia like this?" "What do you care?" Lin Yi patted the dust off his pants. "She's practically dead now." He briefly recounted the information that Mimi and Lioli had gathered. Augustus was seriously injured, and other factions were forcing him to resign. The paladin was to take Cecilia into exile. The people from the Temple of Light will leave sooner or later. Once they're gone, Cecilia will be like a fish out of water. Lin Yi looked at Cecilia, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Now she's in town, and everyone compares her to you. Every comparison is like a knife to the heart. If she dares to come out, we'll kill her. If she doesn't dare to come out, she'll just stay in town and listen to how others praise you. After he finished speaking, he asked, "Tell me, is it better to die a quick death, or to be this quick fix?" Lily thought for a moment. It's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. Lin Yi's face darkened, and he lightly flicked Lu Li's forehead, saying, "You're not allowed to speak." Cecilia didn't speak, but the corners of her mouth involuntarily curved into a smile. "There's one more thing." Lin Yi leaned against the tree and poured out the information he had received from Harold. "A new lord has come to the Twilight Shadow Mountains, named Elena. She's a princess, and I heard she's very capable. She came here for the fragments of divinity. The Temple of Light tried to steal something from her territory, but they didn't succeed. She dislikes Cecilia even more than we do." Mimi opened her notebook and began to write quickly. "I've revealed my secret weapon," Lin Yi said. "A sane lord wouldn't let a dragon roam freely in his territory. He'd either win her over or eliminate her. I left a clue with Harold. She'll come knocking sooner or later. If she's smart, she'll cooperate. Harold said she's dirt poor and can't even afford to build a lord's manor. She lacks money and manpower, but we have those." "What if she's not smart?" Mimi asked without looking up. Lin Yi reached out and patted her shoulder. "The possibility is almost zero. If she's really that stupid and dares to touch me, I'll kill her first." Mimi scribbled the character "known," meaning to do, on her notebook, circled it, and drew an arrow next to it, marking it as violent tendencies. Lin Yi pretended not to see it and continued. "Also, I just bought a few more slaves from Harold, which cost me some money. Come to my room tonight to settle the accounts. I also discussed an investment with Harold, which cost me some more money." Cecilia glanced at him and asked curiously, "Sir, what's so special about those slaves? You don't bring everything home." "A few elves, they're quite capable," Lin Yi said. "We'll see them soon. One of them has a bit of a temper, but a few days of training will fix it." Mimi paused for a moment, a bad feeling creeping over her. She tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve, tilted her head up, and asked in a voice full of doubt, "Boss, how much did you actually spend?" "We'll talk about it tonight." Mimi let go. Her face instantly fell, and her hands holding the notebook trembled slightly. A few slaves might only be worth a few hundred gold coins at most. It must be, right? She closed the notebook, tucked the pen behind her ear, and followed Lin Yi toward Harold's camp with heavy steps. Chapter 79. Mimi. Don't you dare lay a finger on my sister. On the return trip, for more people joined the dragon's back. Aluriel sat at the very back, her back ramrod straight. Two little girls leaned against her, one on each side. Thranduil's eyes darted around. Alania nestled in Aluriel's arms, occasionally glancing up at the sky before quickly burying her face back down. Lucy kept her distance from everyone, her silver-white hair disheveled by the wind. She ignored them and didn't say a word. She hasn't said a word since she was released from her cage. Lin Yi glanced back at her. She had her head down, seemingly looking at something. He glanced at Aluriel again. Aluriel felt his gaze, lowered her head slightly, and did not look away. Lin Yi had a rough idea. She must have said something to Lucy. What was said is not important. What matters is that Lucy listened and took it to heart. He looked away and patted Lioli's neck. Lioli takes off. The wind blew in, but no one spoke. Cecilia turned her head to look at the elves behind her. Her golden hair was blown across her face by the wind, and she pressed it to her face with her hand. She was very curious about elves. In her remote town, she had only ever seen fairies in books. The book says that elves are beautiful, proud, and have long lifespans, and they don't like to interact with humans. The book doesn't mention that the elves' hair shines in the sunlight, as if coated with a thin layer of honey. They didn't mention that their ears were so long that you'd want to touch them. It wasn't mentioned that they sat so upright on the dragon's back, as if they were sitting on a throne. Cecilia moved back a little, closer to Aluriel. "Are you an elf?" Her voice was very soft, and it was slightly scattered by the wind. Aluriel nodded. It was the first time I had ever seen a living elf. After Cecilia finished speaking, she realized that what she said was a bit silly, and her ears turned slightly red. Aluriel's lips twitched, whether in a smile or something else. It was hard to tell. Lin Yi's gaze fell on Mimi. Mimi sat in front of him, her shoulders hunched, her head down, and her hands on her knees. There was a small notebook under her hand. It wasn't big, about the size of her palm. Her hands didn't move, but her eyes did. She was peeking, and when Lin Yi wasn't looking, she quickly scribbled a few words on the notebook, then pressed her hand down on it, pretending nothing had happened. Lin Yi peeked out. Only a corner of the notebook was visible, but the words were written so large that he couldn't help but see them. Boss's Observation Diary. This is the title. He could only make out a few words in the small print below. Unusual fetish, tail, and a tongue with barbs. He reached out his hand. Mimi tried to shrink back, but she didn't. His fingers reached the corner of the notebook, but he didn't pull it out. Mimi was hugging too tightly. "What should I write?" he asked. Mimi stuffed the notebook even deeper in her clothes, looking very serious. "Let me review yesterday's financial report." Lin Yi looked at her. She also looked at Lin Yi. Their eyes met briefly in the air. Mimi's ears turned red, but her expression remained unchanged. Lin Yi didn't expose her, but reached out and pulled her into his arms from the front. Mimi's bottom moved from the hard dragon scales to the soft legs. Her body tensed instantly, then slowly softened, turning into a piece of butter melted in the sun. Her tail peeked out from under her skirt and wrapped around Lin Yi's wrist. She used to blush, run away, and curse, and would symbolically yell, "Boss, what are you doing?" Now even her struggles sound like she's being coquettish. She cursed herself in her heart. "What should I do? I'm becoming increasingly powerless against my boss." Her consciousness began to blur. Her eyelids drooped, and her head tilted back, resting against Lin Yi's chest. Lin Yi lowered his head, his lips close to her ear, intentionally trying to tease her. "Mimi, Her voice came out lazily from her throat. "I heard you have a twin sister." Lin Yi's voice was low, but every word was warm and clear, reaching her ears. "What's her name?" Mimi's eyes snapped open, and she sprang up from Lin Yi's arms like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her tail exploded, her ears were pressed against her head, and she shrank back half a foot, almost falling off the dragon's back. Lin Yi reached out and grabbed her waist, pulling her back. "Don't you dare lay a finger on my sister." Mimi's voice was shrill and urgent. "Aren't all the girls in the house enough? You perverted lolicon, mature woman fetishist, mother-daughter fetishist, tail fetishist, animal ear fetishist." The dragon's back fell silent. Cecilia blushed, her face turning red from the base of her neck to her forehead. Alluriel blushed as well. She didn't know what lolicon meant, but she understood mother-daughter complex. She curled her fingers on her knees, shifted her gaze from Lin Yi to the distant mountain ridge, and pretended to admire the scenery. Thranduil and Alenia huddled together, like two frightened little animals. They didn't know what was happening, but they felt they should be afraid. Lin Yi looked at Mimi. Mimi's face was as red as a boiled shrimp. Her mouth was still open, and the last syllable of control was still lingering in the air. "Boss, you can't. I didn't mean it. I was just telling the truth." Mimi seemed to realize what Lin Yi was about to do and hurriedly began to beg for mercy. No, so many people are watching her. Lin Yi was determined to teach her a lesson. He raised his hand, then lowered it again. "Pia." Mimi squeezed out a muffled, nasal sound from her throat, as if she had been bullied badly. "Do you still dare to tarnish the boss's image?" Lin Yi asked. Mimi's tail had turned into a fluffy ball. "That's how it is." The only response she received was a slap from Lin Yi. "I'm stating the facts." Lin Yi didn't speak, but continued moving. Mimi braced herself against the dragon's back, trying to stand up, but she ran out of strength halfway and collapsed back down. "Boss, I won't do it again. I really won't do it again." Her voice was muffled, with a barely perceptible sob in it. Alluriel watched this scene for a few seconds, then gently exhaled, relaxing completely. In the cage, she had seen slave traders whip disobedient elves. The traders' faces were filled with hatred as they whipped them, and their hands were ruthless. The beaten elves huddled in the corner, silent. When the owner was disciplining the cat was begging for mercy, but its tail was wrapped around his wrist. It didn't look like a punishment at all. It was clearly flirting. Alluriel withdrew her gaze, lowered her head, and her long tense nerves suddenly relaxed a little. At least his life won't be in danger anymore. Chapter 80 Mimi's Rebellion. Heat period. After dinner, Lin Yi pushed his bowl away and wiped his mouth. Cecilia and Nessa were tidying up the table when he glanced at them. Make arrangements for those elves. Cecilia nodded. Nessa didn't say anything and carried the stack of plates into the kitchen. As Lioli was about to run out, holding Mimi's hand, she was stopped by Nessa's snake tail, which stretched out from the kitchen doorway. Its tail curled around Mimi's waist, pulling her back and then hooking onto Lioli's clothes. Let's get the work done first. Lioli pouted but didn't dare to break free. Nessa's tail gently nudged her waist, pushing her into the kitchen. Mimi followed behind, the two of them working together quite well, one carrying a bowl and the other a dishcloth. Lin, he stood up from his chair and patted Mimi on the shoulder. Come on, let's go to the study. Let's write down today's accounts. Mimi followed behind him, clutching the record board, her tail wagging gently behind her, still calculating in her mind. A few slaves, at most 1,000 gold coins. She had seen the market price at Harold's place. An ordinary slave could be bought for a few dozen gold coins, and even a good one would only cost a few hundred gold coins. 1,000 gold coins is the most I can get. She even mentally factored the 1,000 gold coins into her monthly budget and found it was still manageable. She breathed a sigh of relief, hugged the recorder to her chest, and her tail wagged slowly behind her. Lin Yi sat in a chair and laid out today's expense receipts one by one on the table. Mimi stood to the side, waiting for him to call out the number. The first batch consists of 4 elves and 12,000 gold coins. Mimi's tail stopped wagging. Her ears stood up from her head. Her eyes went from half closed to wide open, and her mouth went from closed to open. How many? 12,000 gold coins. Mimi thought she had misheard. She tilted her ear forward and leaned forward half an inch. Boss, you misspoke. It should be 1,200, right? There's an extra 0. It's 12,000, Lin Yi repeated, an average of 3,000 each. Mimi's pen tip pierced the paper. Her fingers trembled with anger. Her chest heaved violently. She pulled the pen from the paper, trying to calm her breathing, but she couldn't suppress her anger. What kind of elf has gold trim and costs 12,000? Boss, have you been scammed? That fatso is definitely trying to rip you off. Wait here, I'm going to find him. Mimi. Lin Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an irresistible pressure, and Mimi's words were instantly cut off. Mimi's mouth opened and closed repeatedly. Princess? I haven't finished speaking yet. Is there anything else you haven't finished saying? Mimi's voice was a little hoarse. I'm planning to invest a total of 30,000 gold coins in Harold's case. That already includes the elves, Lin Yi said. I might have to add more later. Mimi's vision went black for a moment. She felt dizzy and the lights in the study flickered on and off. 30,000 gold coins. She had never seen so much money in her life. The entire tribe's expenses for 10 lifetimes combined didn't amount to this much. Lin, he said it so casually, as if he were saying, the weather is nice today. No. Mimi's voice was squeezed out her throat. Lin, he looked up at her. No, boss, I don't agree. Mimi's voice rose. She slammed the record board on the table, threw herself onto the table, knelt on the ledger, grabbed Lin Yi's collar with both hands, and brought her face close to his. I am your financial secretary, and I have the right to oppose unreasonable spending. When you're driven by lust, I must stop you. Lin Yi frowned slightly. He'd known Mimi for so long. She was stingy, she was nagging, and she would complain when he spent money recklessly, but she would never do that. Mimi is greedy and stingy, valuing money more than her life. But she would never pull his collar, climb on the table, or look at him with that, I'll fight you if you don't listen to me look. This isn't about being frugal. It's about being insane. Mimi. His tone turned colder. Mimi's shoulders twitched. The sound passed through her eardrums smoothly, yet it carried a chilling coldness, like a winter wind seeping into her bones, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Her hand loosened its grip on her collar, and she leaned back half an inch, but didn't retreat. Boss, it's me. What? Lin Yi looked into her eyes, expressionless. Mimi's legs went weak, but she instantly came to her senses. The feeling of it's all over it rushed from the top of my head to the soles of my feet. Mimi slumped down, her forehead pressed against the table, her bottom sticking out in a standard de Giza, prone to do, posture. Its tail drooped on the ground, the tip trembling slightly. Boss, I was wrong. Her voice was crisp and clear, like reciting a poem, without any stutters or pauses. I shouldn't have slammed on the table. I shouldn't have grabbed your collar, and I shouldn't have said you were lustful. You have your reasons for spending money. It was my short-sightedness and lack of perspective that led me to this. You can hit me, scold me, deduct my wages, do whatever you want to punish me. I will have absolutely no complaints. Boss, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Lin Yi looked at her. Mimi's head was facing him. Her ears were pressed against her head. Her tail was tucked between her legs, and she was curled up into a perfect ball. His brows slowly relaxed, but his tone remained firm. Stand up. Mimi dared not move. I'll tell you. Mimi kept her head down, not daring to look at him. Lin Yi reached out his right hand, grabbed her chin, and lifted her head. Mimi's face turned bright red, and she didn't dare to look at him, glancing to the side instead. Lin Yi turned her face to face him, making her look at him. Mimi's eyes were wet, her nose was red, and her lips were trembling. Mimi, you're acting really strange today. Lin Yi lowered his voice, sounding puzzled. What exactly is wrong with you? If you can't answer that. He blew a breath into Mimi's ear. He didn't finish speaking. The second half of the sentence was left in Mimi's mind for her to guess. Countless thoughts flashed through Mimi's mind in an instant. Fire her? Should we get rid of her? Or should we never let her touch the ledger again? Each one is more terrifying than the last. Mimi's tears were already welling up in her eyes, but she bit her lip to hold them back, because crying would be even more embarrassing. Boss, it's me. Explain. Mimi had been holding it in for a long time. Her face changed from white to red, from red to purple, and from purple back to red. Her lips opened and closed several times, but no sound came out. She looked exactly like a fish that had been pulled ashore. That is, she gritted her teeth, steeled her resolve, closed her eyes, and shouted out, with the determination of someone about to jump off a cliff. It's just her heat cycle. She shouted it out. The sound wasn't loud, but it shook the quiet study like a thunderclap. After shouting, she instantly deflated, her eyes closed tightly, her ears pressed against her head, and her tail tucked between her legs. Playing dead, do not disturb. I dare not open my eyes, dare not move, and even dare not breathe. Lin Yi's hand was still gripping her chin, and he didn't let go. The study was quiet for several seconds. Lin Yi looked at Mimi's flushed face, from the base of her neck all the way to the tips of her ears, so red that even the downy hair inside her ears seemed to have changed color. Heat period? Chapter 81, You've Turned the Tables? When Lin Yi heard the words heat period, it was as if a light suddenly shone in his mind. This ray of light doesn't represent a sudden realization. It's more like a matter-of-fact acceptance, like I knew it. No wonder Mimi was so sensitive today. It turned red after rubbing against the cloak a couple of times, and its buttocks looked like they were about to melt after being slapped twice on the dragon's back. He didn't understand the physiology of cat people very well, but he understood women. Emotionally unstable, physically sensitive, and prone to overreacting. Isn't this the ovulation period? Wrong. There should be a specific term for cat people. It's the same old stuff anyway. He glanced down at the cat curled up in a ball on the table. With its ears pressed against its head and its tail tucked between its legs, it seemed as if it wanted to bury itself in a crack in the floor. His hand, which had been gripping her chin, released its hold. Instead of withdrawing his hand, he slid it from her chin to the back of her head, gently pressing it through her hair. Mimi's scalp felt slightly hot under his fingertips. How to use a universal mirror to determine Mimi's estrous cycle? No. Open the Lord of all spirits to view Mimi's panel? No. Let's take this opportunity to properly interrogate Mimi, who's so embarrassed she'd like to disappear into the ground. Yes. Lin Yi figured out how to bully this cute little kitten in just 3 seconds. He smiled. He reached out with both hands, slipped them under Mimi's armpits, and lifted her up from her kneeling position. Mimi's body is very light as a real cat. He turned her around so that she sat in his lap with her back to him. The back of her head was against his chin, her shoulder blades were pressed against his chest, and her tailbone was pressing against his thigh. Its tail dangled from between its legs, swaying in midair like a towel hanging on a line. Mimi, he whispered his lips brushing against her ear. What is heat? Mimi's body stiffened for a moment. She knew Lin Yi was teasing her, like a cat playing with a mouse that could no longer run. She knew she couldn't run anymore, but she didn't want him to think she was a joke. She took a breath, her voice squeezed out through clenched teeth, carrying a hint of self-destructive arrogance. It's something every adult cat has, like a stray cat in heat on the street. It meows loudly in search of a mate. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Mimi's answer surprised him. He thought she would be more shy, bury her head in her knees, stammer, or even cry and beg him not to ask anymore. Instead, she went and compared herself to a wildcat, even acting out howling. How can we play like this? She's not ashamed anymore, so who will he bully? Lin Yi wrapped his arms around her waist, his fingers gently pinching the soft flesh of her waist. There was no excess fat there, but a thin layer of fat that felt soft to the touch, like freshly kneaded dough. He lowered his head, bit the tip of her ear, gently grazed it with his teeth, released it, and blew a breath onto the row of shallow teeth marks. When do people typically go in a heat? It happens every month. Mimi's voice was muffled. It lasts about a week. But normally there's nothing wrong with it. We're not real cats. How can we not even control this? If it weren't for you, boss, these past few days. She didn't finish her sentence. The second half of the sentence got stuck in her throat, turning into a very soft, breathy sound, like someone was being choked. What's wrong with me these past few days? Mimi did not answer. She turned her face away, leaving him with only her bright red ear. Lin Yi didn't press further. He already knew the answer. If it weren't for the fact that he's been so restless these past few days, snuggling in the cloak, hugging on the dragon's back, kissing in the study. Little by little, they wore away that thin layer of window paper. He had already felt the tear in the paper and knew that with a little more force he could pierce it, but he wasn't in a hurry. He released the soft flesh around her waist, placed both hands on her lower abdomen, and drew circles on both sides of her navel with his thumbs. So how do we solve this now? Just bear with it and it will pass. Are you sure you don't need my help? Mimi suddenly turned around. She moved quickly, like a cat pouncing on its prey. She straddled his waist with her two legs, wrapped her arms around his neck, and hung on him. Her face was very close, the tip of her nose almost touching his. Lin Yi saw her pupils shrink to a thin line, saw two sharp canine teeth showing at the corners of her mouth, and saw her tongue lick her teeth. She opened her mouth and bit his ear. The sharp canine teeth were embedded in the cartilage of the ear. It doesn't hurt, but it's very itchy. Then her tongue licked it up, the fine barbs on the surface of her tongue scraping against my earlobe, a tingling, numb sensation like being licked by a real cat. Mimi's lips were pressed against his earlobe, her breath hot and moist. Her voice sounded like it was being squeezed out of her throat. It was low and soft, with a tone he himself had never heard before. Boss, you're really acting like a shrimp. Her breath tickled his earlobe, warm and tingling. However, she tightened her grip on his neck a little. If you beg me, boss, it's not impossible. Lin Yi looked at her. Mimi's eyes shone with a light she herself wasn't even aware of, a bright, sparkling light like that of a cat stalking its prey in the night. Reversing the heavenly gang, Lin Yi made his judgment in just a fraction of a second. We can't let that cat ride on our heads. He put one arm around her waist and the other on the back of her head, pulled her off him, flipped her over, and pulled her back into his arms. Mimi's back was against his chest. Knees. Foot. My legs were shaking from my knees to my toes. Dream on. Lin Yi's voice came from above her head. You want me to beg you? We'll see who's begging whom later. His left hand moved up her waist, and his right hand moved down her waist. Her fingers hooked onto the edge of the gray pantyhose. The stockings were as thin as smoke. He lightly scratched the stocking with his fingernail, without applying any force, and it slid past without tearing. He tugged at it again, a soft hissing sound like a snake flicking its tongue. Mimi's knees were brought together, but he pried them apart again. His other hand gripped her chin, his thumb pressing against her lower lip, pulling it down. Mimi opened her mouth, and her jaw offered no resistance. Protruded from behind the teeth, soft and warm, like a little snake that had just woken up and coiled around his fingers. My fingertip was scratched by a hangnail, and it hurts a little. He felt her teeth gently tapping against his knuckles. It taps once, releases, taps once, and releases again, as if checking if it can bite through the bone. Mimi looked up at him, her eyes reddening at the corners. She didn't speak, but her eyes conveyed the unspoken question he hadn't asked. Lin, he looked down at those eyes, at the thousand-mouthed bird curled up on his finger. The finger was pulled back an inch, and chased an inch. He cursed inwardly. He wasn't cursing Mimi. He was cursing himself. He used to think he was the one choosing among so many women. Now he realizes that some things money can't buy. For example, a creature that keeps chasing his finger. For example, a pair of cat eyes that appear reddish at the corners when viewed from below. The study was extremely quiet, with only Mimi's soft breathing and the occasional tapping of its tail on the table. The light cast their shadows on the wall, overlapping to form an irregular outline that was slowly melting away. Chapter 82 Yuli. I heard everything. When Mimi is asleep, she looks like a cat that has been turned over to sunbathe. The blanket only covered his chest, his hands were outstretched, his fingers were slightly curled, and there was still a small piece of skin left on his fingernails from scratching his back. The redness on her face hadn't completely faded. It spread from her cheekbones to her ears, like watercolor being smeared with someone's fingers. Lin, he sat on the edge of the bed, looked down at her, and reached out to pinch her nose. Mimi opened her mouth and breathed out, carrying a little uneven heat. He didn't let go. He watched her frown, turn her head to try to avoid him, and bury her face in the pillow, but she didn't succeed. Finally, he opened his mouth and put his little finger in his mouth. I won't let go. The hangnail scraped across the nail, leaving a thin white mark. Lin, he pulled his finger out and rubbed it against her face. I'll eat you in a few days. Mimi did not respond. I don't know if they didn't hear me or were pretending to be asleep. Lin, he turned and left the room, gently closing the door behind him. The hallway was quiet. Everyone else was asleep. He walked to the study door, pushed it open, and went in, avoiding the few puddles on the floor that hadn't yet evaporated. The dampness in the study hadn't dissipated yet. It was sticky, like a humid southerly day. Lin has lived for so many years and has been with many women, but this is the first time he has seen someone as outrageous as Mimi. Small body, big energy. There were no water droplets on the wall, but he felt there should be. Overall, he was satisfied with tonight's results. The unspoken understanding between him and Mimi was broken, albeit only in a psychological sense. Mimi's loyalty level jumped to 94, and he could already see her new job change path, Lucky Cat, on the Lord of All Spirits panel. It's just that he has so much anger inside him, and nowhere to vent it. Mimi is too weak. Catgirls in heat are more sensitive than usual, and his methods were definitely too much for Mimi, a novice who had never even experienced such a thing. He was only thinking of making her beg for mercy, so he didn't hold back. In less than 10 minutes, she arched her back several times, rolled her eyes, and fainted. Was she really dizzy? Or are you pretending to faint? Lenny didn't know, and didn't want to know. He's already dizzy. He can't just entertain himself by himself. What's the difference between him and a cup? Lin, he raised his right hand and looked at his index and middle fingers. There are 2 thin cuts on my fingertip, which have already scabbed over. He already knew that felines had barbs on their tongues. He had never owned a cat before, and he only learned today that the barbs could scratch him. And that mouth that rarely speaks softly except when holding grudges or arguing, didn't utter a single word today, yet it said everything. He remembered reading in a book that cats go through an oral stage, where they love to bite and lick things, exploring the world with their mouths. A kitten that grows up without parents and ventures out on its own, whose fur has never been licked by its mother, will find its own way to make up for it when it grows up. And now, she has found him. He closed the desk drawer. He still had a report to discuss with Mimi. Never mind, let's do another day. Lin stood by the window and looked at the sky outside. The moon rose to the middle of the sky, casting long shadows of the trees in the yard. In the distance, the red light deep within the mountains had completely died out, and the twilight shadow mountains had finally returned to normal. At night, there will be the chirping of insects, the croaking of frogs, and the hooting of owls. A normal mountain. Lin turned around and gently closed the door. He didn't clean up the mess in the study. It was everywhere, on the table, on the chairs, on the floor. Let's leave the room damp and let Mimi deal with it herself tomorrow, then see what her expression is. If Nessa were to come and deal with this, Mimi would probably fight him to the death. The corridor was dark, and moonlight shone in from the window at the end, drawing a white square on the floor. Liuli stood in the square, head down, her bangs covering her eyes, making her expression unreadable. She was wearing a white nightgown, which was very short, just reaching her knees, with a low neckline that revealed her collarbone and a small section of her chest. Her silvery white hair was loose and draped over her shoulders, gleaming coldly in the moonlight. The tail peeked out from under the skirt, hanging down on the ground, neither wagging nor curling, just dragging there. Lin Yi walked over. Liuli, why aren't you asleep so late? He reached out and, as was his habit, pressed his hand on her head. The moment my hand touched her hair, she moved. She took a step forward, wrapped her arms around his waist, and buried her face in his chest. Her forehead rested against his collarbone. Her nose brushed against his collar. Her breathing was light, but her chest heaved heavily. Her tail followed, wrapping around his calf. It was so tight that he could feel she wasn't wearing anything under her nightgown. His body stiffened for a moment. Lin Yi's hand hovered in midair for a moment, then fell down and placed on her waist. Master, you smell like Mimi. Liuli spoke, her voice clear in the quiet corridor. Lin Yi neither explained nor denied it. Master, I am already an adult. Liuli's voice was muffled in his chest, small, hoarse, and tinged with a hint of grievance. This wasn't a pout or a tantrum. It was a stubbornness he'd never heard of before. A kind of stubbornness that says, I've waited long enough, I don't want to wait any longer. I know. Her head rested against his chin, her silvery white hair brushing against his neck, tickling him. He looked at the thin part of her hair on the top of her head and remembered the first time he saw her. She was a little thing that rolled out of the golden light, completely naked, sitting on the carpet like a duck, looking up at him and calling him master. At that time, she didn't know anything. She needed to be taught how to dress herself, how to use chopsticks, and even how to use the toilet. He thought it would take a long time to raise her, until she learned to cook full blankets and not break plates. But I don't know when it started, she stopped pestering him for a walk, stopped throwing her exposed body parts in his face, and stopped calling master, master, master while clinging to him. She learned to wait, to be patient, and to grow up quietly where he couldn't see her. Lin Yi looked down at her without moving. Liuli moved her fingers to his chest and pressed down, as if to confirm something. Then she withdrew her hand, put it behind her back, and her tail swayed slowly in the moonlight. Master, are you feeling unwell? Lin Yi's Adam's apple bobbed, but he didn't speak. Liuli raised her head. Her bangs slid away from her eyes, revealing her amber eyes. There was no grievance, no coquetry, only the accusation of, why are you ignoring me? Master, I'm not trying to be cute with you. Her voice was soft, but every word seemed to have been pulled from the depths of the earth. If Mimi can do it, why can't I? I've been waiting for so long that I've forgotten what I've been waiting for. But just now, when I was standing outside the door and heard her calling your name from inside, I suddenly remembered. This is what I've been waiting for. I'm waiting for you to treat me the same way. Lin Yi reached out, brushed the hair from her forehead, and pulled it upwards. His bangs were tucked between two fingers, revealing his entire face. His amber eyes gleamed in the moonlight, and his eye sockets were red, but he wasn't crying. He lowered his head and pressed his forehead against hers. Their noses touched, their breaths mingled, and they couldn't tell whose nose was whose. Then, let's take a shower together. His voice was low and soft, as if afraid of disturbing something. Do you remember how I taught you back then? Liuli's eyes widened immediately. She stood on tiptoe, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him hard on the lips. After the kiss, she let go, took a step back, her lips curled up, her eyes curved into crescents, and her eyelashes still glistened with tears. Master, I love you. The sound wasn't loud, but Lin Yi felt like the whole world could hear it. Moonlight streamed in through the window at the far end, casting the shadows of the two people on the wall, overlapping them like an irregular, slowly growing shape. Liuli turned and ran away, her bare feet stomping on the floor, her tail wagging behind her like a flag. Master, hurry up. Lin Yi stood in the corridor, raised his hand to touch his lips, where the warmth of her lips still lingered. I love you too, Liuli. Chapter 83, Don't Let the Fight Stop. The bathroom was filled with the scent of citrus and mint, the aroma of shampoo. The air was thick with steam. Lin Yi leaned against one end of the bathtub, while Lu Li leaned against him, her back pressed against his chest. Her silvery white hair lay wet on the water's surface, the fiery red highlights at the ends resembling a sunset cloud. She poked at the bubbles on the water's surface with her finger. She popped one and smiled. She popped another and smiled again. Water droplets slid down her eyelashes and landed on his arm, tickling him. "Master, look, the bubbles are sparkling." She held a handful of bubbles in front of him. The bubbles shimmered with colorful light under the lamp. One of them popped and splashed onto her nose. She wiped it off with the back of her hand and continued playing. Lin Yi looked at her without saying a word. He remembered the day she first arrived, standing under the shower head, completely soaked, unable to tell which was shampoo and which was shower gel. He showed her the two bottles and told her, "This is for washing your hair, and this is for washing your body." She nodded, then slathered shampoo all over her body. He taught her how to rub her hair, how to rinse it, and how to wrap her hair in a towel. She studied very hard, but she would always forget, either forgetting to use conditioner or forgetting to cool the water down. Now she's even more meticulous about washing than he is. She says you should apply conditioner for a full 3 minutes, use just the right water temperature, and then use a magic steamer to dry your hair after washing it, so the ends won't split. His hands ran through her hair, his fingertips caressing her scalp with just the right amount of pressure. Lily squinted her eyes and made a very soft purring sound, like a feline that is being petted and feels good. "Master, you're making me so sleepy." "Then go back to sleep." "Don't want." She turned around to face him, placed her hands on his shoulders, and splashed water, wetting his face. "I'm not done washing yet." She squeezed out some shower gel, lathered it up, and applied it to his chest from his collarbone to his ribs, and then to his lower abdomen. Her fingers were slender, and her nails were neatly trimmed. They glided around in the bubbles like two little fish. She kept her head down, looking very serious, as if she were doing something very important. Lin Yi looked down at her drooping eyelashes, at the slightly upturned corners of her mouth, and at the little bubble on the tip of her nose that she hadn't wiped away. He reached out and wiped away the bubble with his thumb. "Master, your hand is cut." Liuli grasped his finger, looked at the thin cut, lowered her head, and lightly touched it with the tip of her tongue. The rough surface of my tongue scraped across the wound, causing a slight stinging sensation. She looked up at him, her amber eyes reflecting his face. "Does it still hurt?" He shook his head, pulled his hand back, pressed it against the back of her head, and pulled her towards him. Their lips touched, first gently, then her tongue pried open his teeth. The water in the bathtub sloshed around, overflowing and flowing onto the floor tiles, trickling down the cracks. Lioli's hand slid from his shoulder to the back of his neck, her fingers running through his hair. Lin Yi's fingers slid from the back of her head to her earlobe, from her earlobe to her ear, and then from her earlobe to the ice blue dragon horn. The base of the dragon horn is very soft, like a baby's skin, and it gets harder, cool, and smooth as you go up. Lioli's body trembled. Her mouth was gagged, so she couldn't make a sound, but a muffled woo-woo groan rolled out from her throat. Her fingers tightened around his hair, gripping a few strands, not pulling, just holding them. Lin Yi released her lips and looked down at the dragon horn. It was ice blue with a small black tip, like ink dropped into ice water. He lowered his head and kissed the base of the dragon horn. Lioli's body jerked, as if she had been electrocuted. "Not there, master. Where is it not right?" He kissed her again. Lioli fell silent. Her hand slid down his hair and gripped his fingers tightly. The water had cooled, but she was still shivering. The bathroom door opened. The steam rushed out and spread throughout the corridor. Lin Yi wrapped Lioli in a bath towel and wiped her from her hair to her shoulders to her waist, and then from her waist to her ankles. Lioli stood there obediently as he wiped her, occasionally raising her arm or turning around. After wiping her hair, he wrapped it in another dry towel. "I'll do it myself." Lioli pressed the towel down, and magic seeped from her fingertips. White steam rose from under the towel, and her hair dried quickly. Her silvery white hair was fluffy and soft, shimmering with tiny lights under the lamp. She tossed her hair, tossed the towel into the basket, walked barefoot to the bed, and lay down. She opened her arms, her amber eyes glistening as she looked at him. There was no shyness, no evasion. She simply laid herself out openly, like a flower that had been thoroughly sun-dried. "Master, love me." Lin Yi leaned down and kissed her. Her lips were as soft as freshly steamed rice cake, with a hint of saltiness. "They are tears." She cried silently, tears streaming down her face, soaking her silvery white hair. He reached out and cupped her face, wiping away her tears with his thumb. She closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling like a butterfly fluttering its wings. "Master, I love you." Her voice was muffled between his lips and teeth, indistinct, but he could hear every word clearly. Lin Yi didn't answer, but simply hugged her tighter. Liuli's body tensed for a moment, then slowly relaxed. Her neck was tilted back, like a reed bent by the wind. His fingers gripped the bedsheet so tightly that his knuckles turned bloodless. A suppressed groan escaped from Liuli's throat, as if something she had been waiting for a long time had finally arrived, a feeling of satisfaction mixed with grievance, joy mixed with bitterness. Her fingers gripped his back, her nails digging in, then releasing, then digging in again. The insects in the yard chirped for a while, then stopped for a while, then chirped again. Inside the room, Liuli's voice never stopped. It wasn't crying or shouting, but rather soft, contented whimpers, like some young animal declaring its ownership. For the first time, Lin Yi felt that he might have overestimated his physical strength. He is experienced, that's good, but Liuli is no ordinary woman. She's a dragon. How many times stronger are dragons than humans? He knows now. At first, he was able to control the rhythm and perform with ease. Later on, he needed to give it his all to keep up. After an unknown amount of time, his legs began to weaken. "Master, why aren't you moving?" Liuli's voice came from the other side of the pillow, carrying a hint of doubt, but more so dissatisfaction. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and continued. "My back was aching, my thighs were trembling, and sweat dripped from my forehead onto the pillow, leaving a small, dark stain. Master, please let me go up." Liuli's voice was sweet, like a plea, but her hand was already pushing against his chest. She was stronger than him. Liuli sat on top, looking down at him, the fiery red ends of her hair brushing against his face, tickling him. Her lips brushed against his ear, her voice low, as if she were whispering. "Master, are you tired?" "No." He didn't look at her. Liuli laughed, her laughter muffled in the crook of his neck, like a kitten purring. "Master, I want to get pregnant with your baby." Once again, "Master, you are so weak." His mind began to blur. The light and shadows before his eyes flickered, and the lights on the ceiling turned into a blurry halo. "Master, can we do it one more time?" "Shut up." Liuli obediently shut up. That was all she could do. I don't know if it's the 9th or the 10th time. "Master, are you failing me?" She did it on purpose. She wanted to know when he would say no. Liuli wants to turn the tables and take control. Of course, only in this kind of situation. These words were like a knife, piercing the deepest part of Lin Yi's pride. He gritted his teeth, brought up the collection panel, and tapped the night end icon in the air with his finger. Basic attributes are increased tenfold. My back doesn't ache anymore, my legs don't tremble anymore, and my mind isn't foggy anymore. He flipped Liuli over and looked at her slightly widened eyes. "What did you just say?" he asked. Liuli blinked, looking completely bewildered. Liuli didn't say anything. Lin Yi did not press the matter further. Onslaught. The last few times, Liuli's tail wrapped around Lin Yi's waist, tightening more and more until he thought he was about to be strangled. Daylight broke. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, falling on Liuli's face. Her eyes were closed, the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, and her eyelashes cast a small fan-shaped shadow under her eyes. His breathing was light and slow, and his face was full of satisfaction. In contrast, Lin Yi lay beside him, his eyes vacant, his legs like two noodles with their bones removed, and his waist no longer belonged to him. He stared at the ceiling, counting 13 in his mind several times. 13 times in total. If it weren't for the night's end, he would have died here today. Liuli truly didn't treat him like a human being. She genuinely believed her master was omnipotent. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. A man cannot say no. Otherwise, he would be the one in a passive position, forced to beg for mercy by his own dragon made in his own home. I can't afford to lose face like that. He turned his head to look at Lioli's sleeping face. She turned over, tucking the blanket between her legs, her silvery white hair spread out on the pillow like a flag falling in the wind. She still has such a bad sleeping posture. Lin Yi closed his eyes, then opened them again after a moment. Now he has the attribute bonus from the collection, the tenfold burst of nightfall, and the passive enhancement from the Lord of all spirits. He was almost completely drained. Just one glass piece is already this much, and there are so many girls in the family. Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine. I need to find a combat class quickly. My physical stats are still leveling up too slowly. He reached out and tucked a strand of hair behind his ear from Lioli's face. Lioli rubbed against his palm and mumbled something indistinctly. Master, come again. Chapter 84. Being a dragon knight isn't easy. Being a straw hat boy isn't easy either. The light gradually shifted through the gaps in the curtains, finally settling on the edge of the pillow. Lin Yi opened his heavy eyelids. The sun outside the window was already starting to set in the west. It was probably close to 4 in the afternoon. I slept for almost 8 hours. He tried to move his body, but his lumbar spine and legs ached terribly, and his joints made a dull, cracking sound when he moved, as if his body had been disassembled and then roughly reassembled. Lioli lay on top of him, her silvery white hair covering his chest, her face buried in his neck, her breath hot and ticklish against his collarbone. Her arms went under his armpits and wrapped around his back. Her legs were wrapped around his legs, her knees pressed against his knees, and she was like an octopus clinging to him. Lin Yi lifted her arm off his body and gently placed it on the pillow. Her legs were wrapped tightly, so he pressed her knees down, pulled one leg out, and then the other. Lioli rolled over, her brows furrowed, and she reached out to touch nothing in the air, her lips pursed. He pulled her tail over and tucked it into her arms. When her fingertips touched the warm tip of its tail, Lioli immediately hugged it tightly, and her tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. She buried her face in her arms and snuggled closer before falling asleep again. Lin Yi propped himself up, looked at that peaceful little face, and lowered his head to kiss her forehead. Lioli's lips curled up slightly. He rolled out of bed, picked up his bathrobe from the floor, and put it on. When his feet touched the floor, his legs went weak. He stood for a while, holding onto the edge of the bed, before walking towards the bathroom. As soon as I opened the door to my room, the door to the next room opened at the same time. Mimi was yawning as she walked out. One of the cat's ears stood upright, while the other drooped limply on its head. Its clothes were wrinkled, and its tail dragged limply behind it, slowly sweeping across the floor. The moment she saw Lin Yi, her young caught in her throat, and her pupils dilated instantly. Her gaze traveled down Lin Yi's face, past the loose collar of his robe, and finally settled on the obvious red mark on his neck. A blush almost immediately spread from the base of her neck, all the way to her collarbone and the tips of her hairy ears. She instinctively took a step back and reached out to close the door again. However, the door was only half closed when Lin Yi's voice rang out in the corridor. "Come here, Mimi." Mimi's ears drooped down. She reluctantly pushed the door open again, lowered her head, and moved towards Lin Yi in small steps, like a puppy that had made a mistake and was called to its owner. She stopped a step away from Lin Yi. "Old boss." The sound was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Lin Yi reached out and pinched her drooping cat ear. He bent his index finger and flicked it lightly on her earlobe, making a crisp sound. "Wah!" Mimi cried out in pain, covered her ears, and jumped away. "Why are you avoiding me?" Lin Yi took a step forward, getting closer to her. "So, you gonna turn your back on me now, huh? You slept soundly yesterday, leaving me all alone in this mess. Tell me, how are you going to make it up to me?" Mimi covered her burning ears, her mind buzzing as images from last night uncontrollably flooded back. She remembered how, fueled by her heat, she had uttered those shameful, nonsensical words in the study. She also remembered how she was held in his arms. Lin Yi's fingers were burning hot. The overwhelming pleasure made her bite her lower lip so hard that her breath trembled. Then I don't remember anything. She couldn't remember what happened after that. I could only vaguely taste some blood. My mind went completely blank. When she woke up again, she was lying in bed, dressed properly, covered with a blanket, with the window half open for ventilation, and no one beside her. She had checked herself and found herself completely unharmed, except for a swelling around her chest. He didn't take advantage of her while she was unconscious. How about you deduct a few days' wages from my pay? Mimi tentatively raised her head, glanced at Lin Yi's face, and then lowered it again. The courage she had during her heat last night vanished completely after a good night's sleep, and she has now reverted to being that timid and cowardly cat. Lin Yi looked at her without saying anything, then reached out and pulled her into his arms. Mimi's face bumped against his chest, her nose filled with the sense of him and Lioli. Before she could react, her chin was lifted and her lips were sealed. Mimi's mind felt like it had been turned off. She didn't know where to put her hands, how to stand, or whether to put her tongue to the left or right. She instinctively closed her eyes, gripped his collar, her knees buckled, and she slid down. He tightened his arms around her waist, scooped her up, and prevented her from slipping. They kissed for a long time, so long that Mimi felt like he was sucking the oxygen out of her lungs, before he finally let go. A thin silver thread, broken, hung on Mimi's chin. Mimi's eyes were unfocused, and her lips were glistening with a moist sheen. She was breathing heavily, her mouth agape, her chest heaving violently. Lin Yi casually grabbed her tail, running his fingers from root to tip, bending and folding it, and then used the downy hairs at the tip of the tail to brush her chin. Would you like to wash yourself tonight, or should I wash you for you? You choose. Mimi lay in his arms, completely limp, as soft as a lump of sugar melted by the sun. She raised her limp fist and weakly punched Lin Yi's chest. Her first kiss was taken from her while she was in this state, without brushing her teeth, washing her face, and her hair a mess. Boss, are you all right? Her voice was soft and hoarse, with a nasal tone from the recent kiss. After all that trouble with Liuli. Lin Yi's eyebrows twitched. Being a dragon knight is tough, but being a straw hat boy is even tougher. He pinched the base of her tail with his fingers, and Mimi hummed in response, twisting her body and burying her face in his shoulder, not daring to look up. Mimi felt that gaze sweep down her face, from her neck to her collarbone, and from her collarbone to her waist, sending a chill down her spine. If she lets him keep her up all night, she'll die. From the moment Mimi accepted those 3 gold bars, she knew this day would come. She had considered running away, but every time she packed her bags and walked to the door, her feet would involuntarily turn back. She thought she would be afraid, would resist, and would cry and say no when the time came. But now, nestled in his arms, before he had even done anything inappropriate to her, her legs were already starting to go weak. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Mimi couldn't understand it, so she simply stopped thinking about it. All she knew was that if Lin Yi had really kicked her out yesterday because of her angry words, she would have collapsed the moment she stepped out of the house. She couldn't live without him anymore. She raised her head, stood on tiptoe, and bit the tip of his ear. It circled around inside my ear, feeling warm and wet, with barbs scraping against the cartilage, making it both itchy and numb. Boss, please be gentle with me tonight. Lin Yi's breathing became noticeably heavier. He looked down at her flushed ears and bright, cat-like eyes, then pressed his lips against hers again. If you pass out again this time, you can forget about getting your salary this month. Mimi was breathless from his kisses, and after flailing her hands against his chest a couple of times, she went limp again. After a long while, Lin Yi finally let go of her and casually patted her pert buttocks. All right, go tidy up the study. The traces from yesterday are still there. What if Nessa goes in? Mimi gasped and bounced away from his arms as if her tail had been stepped on, running towards the study with a flushed face. She had only run a few steps when she suddenly stopped, turned around, and made a face at Lin Yi. Tears still clung to the corners of her eyes from the kiss, and her nose was red. The accounts from yesterday haven't been settled yet. Boss, you'd better convince your financial secretary why you're spending so many gold coins. Lin Yi leaned against the wall, looking at her. Wait for me at the door in an hour. We'll talk as we walk. Roger that, boss. Mimi stuck out her tongue, darted into the study, and slammed the door shut. The corridor fell silent. Lin Yi leaned against the wall, touching his lips where he had bitten a little skin. He smiled and turned to wash up. Sunlight streamed in through the window, falling warmly on the floor. Chapter 85, Elena's Appointment. When Lin Yi came downstairs, he thought he had gone to the wrong film set. The living room was neat and tidy, and everyone except Cecilia was dressed in black and white maid dresses, scattered in various corners of the hall. The black and white maid outfits were all custom-made, with skirts reaching the knees, snow-white aprons, and bows tied at the back of the waist. Each person also had a small silver hair clip next to their ear. Lin Yi leaned against the stair railing, his gaze sweeping over them with great satisfaction. It was as if he had acquired a complete set of limited edition figurines, unpacked them, placed them in a display case, and under the lights, each one looked so exquisitely crafted it seemed unreal. Mimi squatted down next to the coffee table, touching heads with the two little elf girls. It seems like he's slacking off because he hasn't finished his housework. She was half a head shorter than them, but her presence was just as strong. She gestured with her little hands, as if she were whispering something to them. Alania tilted her head to listen, twirling her light blonde hair with her fingers, nodding occasionally. Thranduil crouched behind Alenia, revealing only half of his face and a pair of large, gray-blue eyes. On the other side of the coffee table, Cecilia, Nessa, and Illyriel sat around. Wisps of white steam were rising from the spout of the white porcelain teapot, slowly dissipating into the air. Several slices of cake were placed on a white porcelain plate next to it. The cake has a smooth surface, with a soft base sandwiched in moist cream and fresh strawberries and blueberries embedded inside, with juice seeping out slightly and wetting the edges. Just by looking at the presentation, Lin Yi knew that this was definitely not Mimi's or Cecilia's cooking. Illyriel sat very upright, her back straight, her knees together, and her hands on her lap. Her movements when holding the teacup were flawless. Even the way her fingers pinched the handle of the cup seemed a little stiff. The expression on her face didn't look like she was having afternoon tea. It looked more like she was attending a job interview. Cecilia turned to the side and was talking to her. Nessa leaned back in her chair, holding a teacup in one hand and resting her other hand on the edge of the table. Her tail was coiled around the chair leg, with the tip pointing up in a leisurely manner. Illyriel occasionally responded with a word, her voice still very low, but her previously tense body gradually relaxed. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze and looked towards the window. Lucy was standing there. Her silver-white hair was loose, untied, and without any hair clips. She was also wearing a maid outfit, but the apron was crooked and the bow was tied loosely, as if it had been put on by someone and never been straightened. She was looking out the window, seemingly at something. There was nothing outside the window except for the flowers in the yard and the distant mountains. Lin Yi looked at Lucy's retreating figure, feeling somewhat disappointed. He was also hoping that this elven princess could provide him with some amusement. They come and don't swear, throw things, or go on hunger strike. They just stand quietly by the window, acting like nothing's wrong. He was curious to see what kind of amazing trick she could come up with. What did Illyriel say to her that made a hedgehog with its bristling fur obediently retract its quills? He didn't believe she had resigned herself to her fate. She must be holding it in. He waited. "My lady." Cecilia's voice came from downstairs. She stood up, the chair leg scraping against the floor with a soft thud. "You're awake. The food in the kitchen is still warm. Would you like to eat now?" Lin Yi came down the stairs and waved. "No need. Just give me a seat and a cup of tea. It's almost dinner time, and I won't be able to eat anything if I eat too much later." Cecilia didn't try to persuade her further and turned to get a teacup. When Illyriel saw Lin Yi arrive, she unconsciously gripped the hem of her skirt. She instinctively stood up, bent her knees slightly, and tried to curtsy, but before she could bend down, a hand pressed down on her shoulder and pushed her back down. "Madam, please enjoy your afternoon tea." Illyriel loosened her fingers from the hem of her skirt, sat down, and straightened her back like a wooden stake driven into the ground. Lin Yi didn't look at her much. He pulled up a chair and sat between Cecilia and Nessa, picked up a piece of cake, and took a bite. Nessa sat at a small table by the window, holding a teacup in her hand with the rim of the cup against her lower lip, not drinking, her eyes watching Lin Yi approach. "My lady, a message has come from Harold." She put down her cup. "Elena wishes to meet with you." "Which day?" "I didn't say." I was just asking when would be a convenient time for you. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. Then tomorrow afternoon, the earlier the better. The location of the villa has already been revealed through Harold's connections. The distance is just right, allowing those with ulterior motives to find it without exposing too much of the estate secrets. Doing business isn't just about throwing money at it. You have to let Harold see the villa with his own eyes and see the things that will put his mind at ease. Kegel is back. Lin, he asked again. Nessa nodded. Lin Yi responded and didn't ask any further questions. Cecilia is currently being watched by Harold and Kegel's groups, so nothing bad is likely to happen. Madam. Lin Yi turned his head to look at the somewhat flustered Alluriel. Take some time in a couple of days to measure the height, weight, bust, waist, and hip measurements of the girls in the family. He pulled out a tissue and wiped his hands. Since you have this skill, don't waste it. From now on, you will be in charge of making custom-made clothes for everyone. Alluriel looked up, somewhat surprised. Does everyone need to have their temperature checked? Everyone. Lin Yi picked up the black tea Cecilia had just brought over, took a sip, and found the temperature to be just right, including yourself. Alluriel lowered her head again, avoiding his gaze. Good. The atmosphere around the coffee table relaxed again. Nessa began asking Alluriel about the fabrics and dyeing techniques commonly used by the elves, while Cecilia was curious about how the elves raise their offspring. Alluriel's answers gradually changed from simple words to coherent sentences. Lin Yi sat to the side without saying a word. He sipped his tea slowly, occasionally glancing at the still motionless silver-haired figure by the window. Suddenly, a series of hurried, light footsteps came from the direction of the stairs. Mimi stopped at the top of the stairs, her toes gripping the ground nervously. She glanced at the people sitting around the coffee table, then at Lucy all alone by the window, and stood there for a moment, unsure whether she should come over. Lin Yi waved to her and pointed to the empty seat next to him. Mimi, come and have something to eat. We're going out in a bit. Boss, I'll just go to the kitchen and get something to eat myself. There are no seats here, Mimi muttered to herself, taking a step back while holding her notepad. I said come over. Lin Yi's voice was calm, but it carried an undeniable force. Mimi's ears drooped instantly. She slowly moved over, stood by the table, clutched the whiteboard tightly to her chest with both hands, her knees together, and her tail tucked tightly between her legs. Lin Yi stretched out his long arm, grabbed her waist, lifted her off the ground, and firmly pressed her onto his thigh. Mimi stiffened for a moment, but did not struggle. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she knew that struggling would be useless. She leaned against Lin Yi's chest, her back pressed against his broad chest, her furry ears occasionally brushing against his chin. Lin Yi casually took the clipboard from her arms and threw it on the table. He then picked up the untouched cake from his plate and held it to her lips. Mimi looked around at the people around her, her cheeks burning, but she still obediently opened her mouth and took a bite. As the cake melted in her mouth, her droopy ears slowly perked up. Tasty. Lin Yi handed over his teacup again, and Mimi lowered her head and took a sip. The warm black tea perfectly balanced the sweetness of the cream. When they fed her the fourth bite, Mimi turned her head to the side, leaving Lin Yi with only her bright red ear. Boss, I can eat this myself. Open your mouth. Lin Yi ignored her protests and stuffed the last piece of cake in her mouth, while wiping away a bit of white cream from the corner of her mouth with his fingertip. Mimi chewed on the cake with her cheeks puffed out, unable to speak. Her tail, which had been tucked between her legs, quietly peeked out, wrapped around Lin Yi's wrist, and then slowly tightened. The warm, downy fur clung to his skin, making him feel a little itchy. Nessa, holding her teacup, looked at the tail tightly wrapped around Lin Yi's wrist, tilted her head slightly, and leaned close to Cecilia's ear. Cecilia was drinking tea with her head down when she suddenly felt a tickle on her earlobe. Nessa's warm breath brushed against her skin. You were here first, weren't you? Nessa's voice was very soft, with a hint of teasing. Cecilia's teacup wobbled slightly. A few drops of tea spilled from the rim of the cup and landed on the back of her hand, causing a warm, slight pain. She didn't wipe it. She simply calmly put down the teacup and pretended not to have heard anything. Nessa turned back, took a sip of tea, and smiled. Lin Yi patted the cake crumbs off his pants, put Mimi back on the ground, and stood up. They're gone. Mimi's legs felt a little weak when she landed on the ground, and she had to hold onto the edge of the table to steady herself. She quickly picked up the notepad from the table and followed behind Lin Yi with her head down. As Mimi reached the door, she couldn't help but turn back and glance at Nessa. Nessa raised her teacup towards her. Be careful on the road. Chapter 86, I Want to Be the Boss's Lucky Cat. Lin Yi opened the panel of the Lord of All Spirits, tapped the light screen twice with his finger, and projected the Lucky Cat's profession information in front of Mimi. A semi-transparent curtain of light unfolded in the air, its pale blue glow illuminating the surrounding dim shadows of the trees. Lines of information about the Lucky Cat's profession appeared, the handwriting fine and dense. Occupation, Lucky Cat. Level cap, LV.70. Job change requirements. Be a follower of the Lord of All Spirits. Accumulate wealth of 1,000 gold coins. Personally find 10 items of grade B or higher. Professional skills. Wealth and prosperity. Sensitive to valuable items within a 300-meter radius, with a natural sensitivity to gold coins, gems, and other precious items. Unexpected gains. A chance to gain extra profits during transactions. Mimi stared intently at the line that read, bringing in wealth and treasures. His green vertical pupils expanded instantly, almost filling his entire eye socket. Her two fluffy ears on the top of her head suddenly stood up straight, and even the downy hairs at the tips of her ears were trembling slightly. Does this mean I'll be able to smell whether there are coins in the cracks between the stones on the roadside from the moment I go out? Her voice unconsciously rose in pitch. After a brief moment of ecstasy, Mimi quickly composed herself. My gaze followed the light screen upwards, settling on the second line, and my breathing faltered. Level cap of 70. She lowered her voice, her tone revealing a hint of disbelief. If this were released, countless professionals across the entire continent would fight tooth and nail for it. Level 70. She looked down at her palm, her fingertips unconsciously digging into the hilt of the dagger. Can someone at level 70 really be chosen by those high and mighty gods? Who do you think got chosen? Lin Yi asked back. Mimi thought about it carefully. Never heard of it. Not to mention the last few decades. Even going back several hundred years, I've never seen a level 70 person actually being taken away by a god. Then you still believe it? It's all just inertia. Mimi reached out and swiped her hand across the light screen a couple of times. From ancient times to the present, level 70 has been that threshold. Only by crossing it can one be qualified to be watched by the gods. As for whether those beings above actually look at you, that's their business. But if you can't even touch that threshold, you don't even qualify to be a believer. She paused for a moment, then let out a cold snort. The gods no longer manifest themselves, and it's rare to even see a miracle. I really don't understand why so many people are still eager to become their servants. Lin Yi glanced at her. And your tribe? Are they just as fanatical? Mimi raised her chin slightly, and her tail proudly swayed in the air. Our tribe doesn't care about these things. The elder in charge of the sacrifices has been withholding offerings from the gods of beasts for years, and the fat meat he saves is all given to the growing young children in the tribe. As she said this, the wagging of her tail lessened. Those orc tribes are in a terrible state. The cubs are so hungry that their ribs are protruding and they can barely walk. The adults have to put the best prey they hunt on the altar and wait for the gods to eat it. The gods don't care for these things, and in the end, they all benefit the flies. Lin Yi looked at the tip of her fluffy tail. Your tribe is quite pragmatic. I thought all demi-humans were obsessed with their beliefs. Of course. Mimi snorted, her tail wagging proudly as if she had just won a battle. Our Yaya-Lari Black Cat tribe is the best. Lin Yi glanced at her, his gaze shifting from the tip of her upturned tail to the tuft of black hair on her ear. Yaya-Lari the Black Cat. That's a pretty long name. I'd like to see it sometime. Mimi's twin sister? He was genuinely curious. Oh, right, boss. Mimi suddenly remembered. Do you know the difference between beast men and demi-humans? Lin Yi shook his head. He really hadn't studied it in detail. Actually, the boundary is very blurry. It's not wrong to say they are the same kind, but they are forcibly distinguished according to the degree of their body's bestiality. Mimi gestured with her hands to indicate her body. Those like me, with only cat ears and a cat tail, are called demi-humans. Beastmen usually have the heads of wild beasts like wolves, bears, or pigs. She paused here. The closer you are to the category of orcs, the harder it is to become a professional. The closer you are to humans, the easier it is. Mimi's tone carried a hint of relief. I obtained my thief profession by chance after visiting the statue of the god of thieves. I almost didn't succeed at the time. You've even worshipped gods? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Just passing by and casually. Mimi's ears twitched. The statue was cracked. Probably no one has been there for hundreds of years. I offered a chicken leg as a token gesture, and it gave it to me. Lin Yi didn't respond to that. Mimi's gaze returned to the light screen in midair, her finger hovering over the first job change condition. Boss, where did you get this career path from? Why is the first one to be your dependent? Why do you care so much? Lin Yi repeated gestually. You were all lovey-dovey last night, and your favorability rating increased significantly, so this path was naturally unlocked. I'm just asking if you want it or not. Yes, Mimi answered resolutely. This is a class with a level cap of LV.70. Speak louder. Lin Yi scratched his ear and said deliberately, Tell me what you want. I want to be the boss's lucky cat. Mimi was determined. The surrounding air suddenly became quiet. A blush crimson color shot up Mimi's fair neck and spread instantly to her ears. The two ears that were originally standing upright on the top of his head suddenly went limp and stuck tightly to his scalp. She lowered her head, her gaze fixed on her toes, her lips moving as she hesitated for a long time. This can't be completed in a short time. There are so many B-grade items. She tried to change the subject, but her voice was very weak. It's not like I'm asking you to find them all today. Lin Yi reached out and flicked her limp ear with his knuckles. You're usually so clever. What's gotten into you this time? Mimi covered her ear that had been flicked and pursed her lips tightly. She was definitely making a mistake. From the moment she left her doorstep, her mind never stopped racing. I was thinking about it while walking, while rummaging through the corpses, and even when I picked up that B-grade dagger. My mind is filled with thoughts of tonight. Are you still thinking about what tonight? The man's voice floated down from above, striking her nerves precisely. Mimi's body stiffened. With her thoughts laid bare, she quickly turned around, her back to Lin Yi, her tail drooping down and tightly curling around her calves. Please stop talking. The sound was so faint, it was almost buried in the ground. Lin Yi raised his hand and ruffled her hair. Are you really that nervous? How about we reschedule? The moment those words were spoken, Mimi's tail, which was curled up on her leg, straightened instantly. She turned around abruptly, her green vertical pupils wide open, and her breathing became rapid. No! A crisp sound rang out, carrying a hint of urgency and determination. Lin Yi stopped what he was doing. Mimi herself was stunned. The words had just slipped out without her thinking. She bit her lower lip tightly, pressed her ear back to her head, and twisted her 10 fingers together. Another day? Absolutely not. She knew all too well what Nessa, that egg-eating snake, was thinking about Lin Yi. If we back down tonight and give up the opportunity, tomorrow that snake will take advantage of the situation and ride right on her head, acting like a tyrant. Territoriality is a cat's instinct. What belongs to her, no one can touch. Lin Yi glanced at her chin, which was slightly pale from biting her lips so hard, but didn't ask why. He casually pinched her burning earlobe. Let's go home for dinner. I'll teach you some business thinking tonight. He withdrew his hand, turned around, and walked out of the woods. You're my financial secretary now. Study hard tonight and listen carefully. If you don't learn it, your entire future salary will be deducted. So what if you deduct all the credits? Mimi muttered softly. She stood there, her gaze sweeping over several remains of bodies not yet searched in the distance. Normally, she would scrape off a layer of the ground to keep these spoils. She gritted her teeth, forcibly pulled her gaze back, and turned to chase after Lin Yi's retreating figure. Boss, there's still some bodies that haven't been searched yet. No bots. Lin Yi didn't stop walking. I can't afford to support you anymore. Or are you short of that scrap metal? Mimi didn't argue further. She quickened her pace, stepping on the fallen, withered leaves that made a soft, rustling sound. Clutching the newly acquired shadow, fawned tightly in its arms. Its tail stood tall behind it, swaying rhythmically with its steps. Chapter 87: Cecilia's Struggle. Elena unleashes her ultimate attack at close range. The old wooden signboard creaked in the wind. The paint on top was peeling off in a rustling sound, and the three characters Traveler's Rest were missing half of their original meaning. Cecilia stopped outside the door. The hem of the old gray cloak was covered in mud, and the boots were covered in hard clumps of mud. She stared at the rickety wooden door, her feet seemingly rooted to the spot. The former Holy Maiden of the Temple of Light had red carpets wherever she went. Now, however, they're about to step into a low-class hotel that even homeless people would despise. The attendant took a half-step closer and lowered his voice. "Sir, this is it. My informant reported that the Count has been staying here for the past few days." Cecilia raised her hand and pushed the door open. The stairwell was cramped. The walls were covered with dark green mold. Stepping on the rotten wooden floor, the planks dented and made a rattling sound as if they were about to break. The smell of cheap beer mixed with the burnt smell of grilled meat chops hit my nose, along with a strong, sour smell of sweat. The higher you go, the more stuffy the air becomes. On both sides of the second-floor corridor, there were several men wearing tattered leather armor. He was toying with a badly worn dagger in his hand. Upon hearing footsteps, all the people stopped what they were doing. With a flick of the thumb, the blade is drawn half an inch from its sheath. Those were Elena's personal guards, an old soldier who crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. Cecilia gripped her sleeves tightly and walked to the innermost room. The door was open. Elena sat casually at the wooden table with a missing corner, holding half a piece of white bread in her hand. It was covered with a layer of cheap red berry jam, and the edges were char-black. This princess of Aurelian, the female general who won the war in the north, managed to eat this half-bread of inferior bread as if it were a state banquet. She took a bite and chewed it carefully. Violet sat opposite her, a piece of bread in front of her and a glass of water beside her. She didn't touch it. Hearing the noise, Elena swallowed the food in her mouth and threw the rest of the bread on the table. She leaned back in her chair, crossed her arms, and casually crossed her long legs. "Oh, isn't this the Holy Maiden of the Temple of Light? What brings you to my shabby place?" Cecilia's fingers gripped the fabric tightly inside her sleeve. She had imagined what Elena would look like in her current state of disgrace. Unexpectedly, the other party was holed up in a dilapidated house with drafty windows, and his arrogance, which came from his very bones, had not diminished at all. She forced a gentle smile. "Princess Elena, no, I should address you as Count now. You're joking. I'm hardly a saint. Former saintess, fallen saintess, exiled saintess. Which one do you want me to call her? Choose for yourself." Cecilia's smile froze. Violet stood up, pushed back her chair, and retreated to the shadows in the corner. She made no sound whatsoever. Cecilia glanced at Violet, but didn't sit in the empty chair. "Countess Elena, we were classmates at the Royal Magic Academy for 2 years. Stop with the formalities." Elena landed on both feet, leaned forward, rested her elbows on her knees, and slightly raised her chin. "What brings you here? Let me guess." She tilted her head slightly, her tone light and cheerful. "You didn't get the fragment of the godhood of the god of life. That old codger Augustus was ostracized, and you were forced into exile abroad." Elena raised an eyebrow. "Or did he offend someone? That Dragon Knight? He's desperate, and came to me for protection." Cecilia's face turned pale. He bit his lower lip hard with his teeth, and a faint taste of blood rose in his mouth. Every word she uttered hit her sore spot precisely. She forcefully suppressed her surging emotions. She has no right to get angry right now. I've come to seek cooperation. Cooperate? Elena gave a short laugh. What bargaining chips do you have left? Myself. Cecilia steadied her voice. My network, my knowledge, my identity. She took a step forward, speaking faster. The Temple of Light has been operating in the Twilight Mountains for hundreds of years, and the people's faith in the temple is deeply rooted. The common people here would rather not pay taxes than not donate their last copper coin to the idol. If you intend to establish a separate regime and contend with the capital, the lack of a unified faith within your territory will cause you great trouble. If the capital were to issue a divine decree, your army would crumble from within. I can help you consolidate your power and establish a new temple that is completely subservient to you. Elena remained silent. This silence made Cecilia uneasy. She continued to increase her bets. Think about it. When you raise an army and march north, will the people listen to the capital's call or to you. Faith is the most important thing. Cecilia leaned forward. Give me an army and a church, and I can make all the people of this land pledge their allegiance to you. Thump, thump. Elena curled her fingers and tapped the table. Anything else? Cecilia was stunned. What? Anything else? Are you done? That's all. Cecilia opened her mouth, but her throat felt dry. Unifying beliefs and establishing a new temple. Isn't that enough weight? This is a power that countless lords dream of. She stared intently at Elena's face. The expression on the other person's face was even more perfunctory than when listening to a street bard singing a cliched tune. Don't I already have a better priest of light in my territory? Elena unconsciously drew circles on the table with her fingers. What was her name again? Cecilia. Yes, Cecilia. It's similar to your name. She stopped what she was doing. These past few days, the wounded from her temple have received a lot of care from her. Now, even the hotel owner downstairs remembers her name. Didn't you know? Cecilia's face turned ashen. Her fingers were tangled in a knot inside her sleeve. Here we go again. That woman from the countryside is a lingering ghost. You really don't know, do you? Elena raised her voice, her mouth half open, her surprise exaggerated to the extreme. Cecilia closed her eyes, her chest heaving. Then she opened them again. Do you have any other prices? Elena dropped her exaggerated expression, her face full of disgust. Do you have money? You see, I'm very poor. Just give me a few tens of thousands of gold coins. Cecilia was speechless. The old gray cloak hung down to her ankles. The dim light stretched her shadow long, casting it onto the peeling paint on the wall. We can't reach a conclusion today. Elena toyed with her from beginning to end, trampled on her dignity, and stabbed her in the heart with the name Cecilia. Sorry to bother you. Cecilia turned and walked towards the door, her back stiff. Take care. The door was closed. The footsteps faded into the distance in the corridor, eventually being swallowed up by the noise downstairs. Elena got up, walked to the window, and pushed it open a crack. The evening breeze blew into the house, carrying with it the smoky aroma of barbecued meat from the street vendors. Did you keep it? Violet leaned against the corner of the wall, her eyes closed. A dark purple halo seeped from her fingertips, blended into the air, and vanished instantly. I kept it. Violet opened her eyes. She won't find out. Elena leaned on the windowsill, took a bite of the remaining half of a bread, and looked down at the town shrouded in twilight. Street vendors packed up their carts, and housewives lit oil lamps. I wonder how much Cecilia is worth. Violet didn't respond. How long until the 200 high-quality magic cannons ordered from the Wind God Merchant Guild arrive? About half a month. We need to go through the Lorent Empire, and getting through the border will be difficult. The border guards there have been checking very strictly lately. Too slow. Go and urge them. Elena took a bite of bread, her voice muffled. At this rate, by the time the artillery arrives, the territory on both sides of the Shadow Mountain Range will have been completely wiped out. My good brothers won't be kind enough to help me guard the new border. They'd rather I die in this remote and impoverished place. I've invested all my savings. Save where you should, spend where you should. I've even sunk to eating cheap bread, if I still don't see any results. She swallowed the last bite of bread, brushed the crumbs off her hands, and looked toward the hill at the edge of town. What exactly is Mr. Lin planning? I can't tolerate such a restless person on my turf. A gust of wind blew into the house. The jam jar on the table was blown over, rolled twice, and got stuck next to the table leg. Violet bent down to pick it up, tightened the lid, and placed it back in the center of the table. She didn't say anything. Elena doesn't need to answer. All she needs is someone to listen to her. Chapter 88, Don't Let Her Get a Fever Here. When Lin Yi and Mimi returned, only the last rays of the setting sun remained on the horizon. The courtyard was dimly lit as there were no lights on. Mimi looked down and sniffed her sleeve. A strange smell, a mixture of blood and rust, dirt and rotting leaves, hit her nose. She frowned in disgust. There was dried black dirt stuck in the crevices of my fingernails, which I couldn't get rid of no matter how much I rubbed. Boss, I'm going to take a shower first. Before the words were even finished, she had already run upstairs. Lin Yi leaned against the doorframe to change his shoes and also raised his hand to smell his sleeves, which didn't smell bad. He just watched from the sidelines, without touching the food himself, so naturally he didn't get any of the flavors. The kitchen was filled with steam, the crisp sound of spatulas hitting iron pots, the muffled bubbling of boiling water, and the thud of cleavers chopping on the cutting board. Aluriel stood in front of the stove, tossing the wok with one hand. The food in the wok somersaulted gracefully in the air before landing back down steadily and accurately. Oil splattered with a sizzle, but she merely turned her head slightly, her wrist as steady as if welded to the pot handle. Nessa assisted her from the side. Her knife skills were only average, and the shreds she cut were uneven in thickness, but she was fast. She just finished cutting up a bunch of food when Aluriel took it away. Cecilia squatted in the corner peeling potatoes, throwing each one into the basin of water with a plop, creating a small splash. Mimi isn't here. She's probably busy upstairs. Lin Yi stood at the kitchen doorway and watched for a while. Aluriel's sleeves were rolled up to her elbows, revealing a section of her fair and strong forearm. She was clearly very satisfied with her current job, not because of the salary, but because of the non-stick cookware, induction cooker, and adjustable flames. Everything about it fascinated her. When she first used it, she was completely stunned, and then, just like a child who would receive a new toy, she tried out every single function. Nessa was the first to spot him. She put down the kitchen knife, wiped her hands on her apron, and walked over quickly. "My lord, you're back." Without saying a word, she grabbed Lin Yi's sleeve and dragged him from the kitchen doorway to the corner of the corridor. The walls blocked the view into the kitchen and also blocked out most of the sound. Nessa pressed her entire body against hers, and a soft, warm touch came from her arm. Through the thin fabric, she could feel the astonishing heat. She tiptoed, brought her lips close to his ear, and her warm breath tickled his earlobe. "Sir, I have made what you requested." "So fast." "It's no big deal." Nessa's tone was tinged with pride, mixed with a hint of coquettishness, as if she wanted to praise me. As she spoke, she reached into her collar and began to grope her chest. Lin Yi just watched her rummage around for a long time. Finally, she took out a delicate little glass bottle. The bottle had no stopper. It was sealed tightly with wax. Inside the bottle was a sloshing pink powder. Lin Yi took it and held it up to examine it under the light. Pink, semi-transparent, with a delicate texture. The bottle still carried her body heat, warm and smooth, emitting a faint fragrance that was hard to distinguish, whether it was the smell of the medicine powder or Nessa's own scent. "This color, it looks a bit inappropriate." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Nessa's lips curled into a sly smile. She leaned closer, her breath sweet as orchids. "It's as if you're going to use it for some serious purpose." Lin Yi flicked her forehead in an annoyed tone. "It's just catnip. Why are you making it sound like some kind of medicine?" "That's right, it's catnip." A few days ago, Lin Yi casually mentioned whether cat people would react to this thing. Nessa said she didn't know, but she could try. Lin Yi told her to give it a try. After all, in some ways, Mimi is indeed no different from a cat. Tail, ears, barbs on the tongue, and the mating season. What about catnip? If it works, then we'll have a new toy to play with the cat. Pretty much. Nessa rubbed her forehead, feigning grievance, her voice sweet and coquettish. "I worked so hard to make it for you, and you still criticize me. This place is so remote. Those special magic stones used to build the lab have to be transported from far away. It would take at least 10 days to half a month to arrive. Don't you think I don't even have a proper furnace? I just used the basic equipment you gave me to make it." Lin Yi examined the bottle from all angles. "You didn't add anything weird to it, did you?" Nessa's expression changed. Instead of feeling guilty, it revealed a mischievous guess-what attitude. "I added just a tiny bit." She leaned closer again, her lips almost touching Lin Yi's earlobe, her voice so low that only the two of them could hear it. "Something to keep the kitten awake. I heard it yesterday. She fainted just from moving her finger. You can't keep sending her back to her room, can you?" Lin Yi glanced at her sideways. "Are you sure you won't break Mimi?" Don't worry. Nessa patted his chest confidently. "There's absolutely no problem." Lin Yi was still not convinced, so he scanned it with his appraisal eye. Nessa's special catnip. Purely natural and pollution-free. It has a special attraction for cat people. Note: refreshing and invigorating, without harming the body. He then stuffed the bottle into his pocket and patted it. "That's more like it." Nessa stared at him with her big, watery eyes, not blinking. Lin Yi felt a little uneasy under her gaze. What? What about the reward? Sir, we can't let them work for nothing, can we? Lin Yi reached out and rubbed her head, running his fingers through her soft hair, smoothly stroking it from the top of her head to the ends. Nessa squinted comfortably, nuzzling her head into his hand. As she nuzzled, her whole body went limp, and she almost clung to Lin Yi. Then what do you want? Nessa licked her lips, as if she was thinking seriously. I haven't decided yet, but when I make my request, you absolutely cannot refuse. Her hand rested on Lin Yi's chest, her fingertips gently tracing circles on his collar. Please, please, my master. The voice sounded like it was squeezed out of the throat, soft and sweet, alluring to the core. Lin Yi looked down and met her upturned face. A 30-year-old woman can be far more charming and alluring than an 18-year-old when she acts coquettishly. Nessa, don't do this. I didn't say I wouldn't agree. Lin Yi couldn't take it anymore and quickly surrendered. Nessa's lips curled into a smug smile. She wanted to linger a little longer. Suddenly, footsteps came from the other end of the stairs. Mimi dragged a large mop downstairs, her hair wrapped in a towel, her apron soaked, and the mop head still dripping water, leaving a crooked watermark on the floor. She had a streak of dust on her face and a speck of black on the tip of her nose, clearly indicating that she had just done a thorough cleaning and was quite exhausted. Lin Yi felt like he had seen a savior and quickly waved to her, his tone urgent. Mimi, come quick. Take your mother away. Don't let her get a fever here. Mimi was taken aback. A fever. She leaned the mop against the wall and rushed over. Mom, do you have a fever? Where do you feel unwell? Nessa's face turned completely red in an instant. She never expected Lin Yi to pull something like this. In front of Lin Yi, she could act coquettishly, be charming, and press her body against him. But she couldn't do it in front of Mimi. Mimi had already run up to her, tilted her little face up, and reached out her little hand to touch her forehead. Mom, your face is so red. Do you have a high fever? Nessa abruptly turned her face away, her ear tips burning hot. I don't have a fever. Then why did your owner say you have a fever? Mei was so anxious she was almost crying. Her little hands couldn't reach her forehead, so she stood on tiptoe and tried to reach her mother's face. As Nessa backed away, she bit her lip hard, turned around, and pinched Lin Yi's soft waist hard before turning and walking away, her hips swaying more than usual. Mom, don't run away. Let me touch it. I told you I don't have a fever. Nessa's voice rose a half-tone. But the more she acted this way, the less Mimi believed her. You're lying. Your face is so red. Chapter 89, Adorable Glass. Nessa's heart is dead. Cecilia's gaze fell upon them from the kitchen. Alluriel's ears stood straight up, and Lin Yi, the culprit, leaned against the wall, watching the show with schadenfreude. Nessa turned around and, sure enough, caught a glimpse of Lin Yi leaning against the wall, his hands in his pockets, a sly smile that seemed to say, I'm so innocent. She ground her back molars hard. Tonight, I will absolutely not let him go. Lin Yi pretended not to see her death stare, turned around leisurely, and walked towards the living room. Behind them, the chase between mother and daughter continued. Mimi's voice was sharp and rapid, while Nessa's voice was urgent and shy. Cecilia squatted on the ground, picking up the potatoes that the two had knocked over, trying hard to suppress her laughter, but the corners of her mouth still involuntarily turned up. Alluriel, meanwhile, was completely absorbed in her work, her expression as serious as if she were about to go to war. I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything. I'm just a heartless maid. I can't laugh. I absolutely can't laugh. But the uncontrollable, wildly upturned corners of her mouth betrayed her. In the bathroom, the water was gushing and the steam made one dizzy. The mirror was a blurry white and nothing could be seen clearly. Mimi felt that she must have owed Liuli a lot of money in her past life, which was why she had to scrub Liuli's back here in this life. She squeezed out some shampoo, rubbed it in her palm, and resignedly rubbed it onto Liuli's hair. Her long, silvery white hair darkened considerably after being soaked, clinging tightly to her scalp like a piece of silk dampened by rain. Liuli nestled comfortably against Mimi's chest, the back of her head resting against her collarbone, her eyes half closed in contentment, her tail gently slapping the water's surface, creating tiny ripples. Mimi's fingers sank into Liuli's hair, kneading out a handful of dense foam. She looked down and saw the glaring marks on Lioli's body. The hickeys on her neck stretched from behind her ear all the way to her shoulder, and there was a small bluish-purple mark below her collarbone. There were even 2 rows of faint teeth marks on her chest. Further down, the mist was too thick to see clearly, but Mimi still caught a glimpse of her slightly protruding belly. Mimi's ears turned bright red instantly. She quickly looked away, and her movements became a little heavier. Lioli hummed, but showed no sign of protest. Why'd it turn out like this? Mimi cried out silently in her heart. When she went upstairs, all she could think about was rushing into the bathroom and washing herself clean from head to toe. The faint stench of death made her nauseous, and there were still loose threads from the dead man's clothes tangled in her hair. As a result, she bumped into Lioli in the corridor. Lioli had just woken up, her hair a mess like a bird's nest, and she was only wearing a thin nightgown loosely draped over her body, with the neckline wide open, revealing the bite marks on her collarbone. He exuded an air of languid satisfaction, as if he had just crawled out of bed, had been fed, and was now fully satisfied. Mimi has a very sensitive nose. She immediately smelled Lin Yi's scent, a scent that seemed to emanate from his smooth skin, hair, and every pore. She was in a hurry to take a shower, and just want to give a quick greeting. I'm going to take a shower. Just as she was about to walk around, Lioli grabbed her wrist. Take a bath. Lioli's eyes lit up instantly. Let's go together. I need to take a bath too. I smell like master. Mimi could hear the smugness in her tone, but she was too lazy to argue with this little brat. She tried to pull her hand back, but found that Lioli's fingers were like iron hoops, not moving an inch. She wanted to say, wash yourself, but before she could even open her mouth, Lioli grabbed her under her arm and dragged her into the bathroom without a word. Objection overruled. Amidst the rising steam, Mimi resignedly rubbed Lioli's hair, rubbing and rubbing. Lioli suddenly nuzzled against her chest and spoke lazily. Mimi, you're so tiny. Mimi's hand paused. A clear, shape appeared on her forehead. I work myself to the bone to take care of you, washing your hair, lathering it, massaging your scalp. And this is how you repay me? What's wrong with the little one? Did I eat your rice? The boss clearly likes it too. It all smelled of his saliva. Of course, she would never say such shameful things. She cursed Lioli 100 times in her heart, but her actions and tone remained unchanged. What's wrong with being smaller? Didn't you say you'd help me breastfeed my baby in the future? Besides, I think the boss likes smaller babies too. As she spoke, Mimi squeezed out some shower gel, lathered her hands with it, and mischievously grabbed Lioli's 2 full breasts with both hands. Lioli hummed comfortably, squinting her eyes and letting her do as she pleased. It feels so good. Mimi cursed inwardly again. Damn, Lioli's only half a head taller than her. How come she's so well endowed here? She's almost on par with Cecilia and on the same level as Nessa, that egg-eating snake. Lioli nodded, her tone surprisingly serious. The master does like the smaller one, but he liked Mimi first, and then he liked the smaller one. Mimi was stunned. The steam was so thick that it perfectly concealed her face, which had instantly turned bright red. She opened her mouth, but her voice was 8 octaves lower. Lioli, is it possible that the boss is a pervert? When we first met, he wanted to know if I had any hangnails on my tongue. Lioli nodded again, her eyes sparkling. My master told me yesterday that next time I should keep my white over-the-knee stockings on and not take them off, and it would be best to change the other one to black. Mimi was completely stunned. No, sis, what exactly are you trying to say? Are you praising him for being a pervert? Or are you bragging about the private things he told you? Or are you simply sharing your man's unusual fetishes with me? I'm all clean now. It's Lioli's turn to help Mimi wash up. No need. I can manage myself. Lioli gave her no chance to resist. She stood up abruptly, turned around, and scooped Mimi off the bench like a chick, holding her tightly in her arms. Lioli hugged her from behind, resting her chin on the top of her head, and reached her hands under her armpits to pick up a bath sponge, squeeze on some shower gel, and clumsily lather it up. Mimi's head was pressing down on those 2 soft, snow-white mounds, her nostrils filled with the scent of shower gel and the steam rising from her warm, glassy body. She struggled symbolically for a moment, but couldn't break free. Water fell from the shower head, hitting the 2 of them and sliding down their skin. Mimi opened her mouth, But in the end, she gave up. Liuli's movements were clumsy, her strength sometimes light and sometimes heavy, and her fingertips would occasionally scratch her, but overall she was very gentle. An unexpected tenderness. Mimi's body gradually relaxed. She leaned against Liuli's warm embrace, listening to the rushing water, their breathing, and the sound of Liuli's heartbeat through her back. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, Liuli lowered her head and pressed her lips to Mimi's ear. A breath of warm air tickled her earlobe. Mimi, I allow you to become your master's companion. Her tone was frighteningly serious, not at all like she was joking. Having the right and responsibility to bear offspring for their master. Mimi's ears perked up alertly, then softly pressed back down. Question mark. For all eternity, you must never betray your master. Liuli's voice deepened, as if it were squeezed out from the deepest part of her throat. Otherwise what? Mimi tilted her head. Liuli swears that no matter how long or how far, I will kill you. The sound of the water was still gurgling. The mist on the mirror condensed into water droplets, which slid down, stretching the blurry figure into twisted lines. Mimi sat on a small stool, her back pressed tightly against Liuli's chest, without moving. She neither nodded nor shook her head, nor did she speak. Liuli did not speak again. She simply rested her chin on Mimi's head and wrapped her arms around her waist. After a while, Mimi suddenly burst out laughing. Liuli, you're so cute. Chapter 90, Mimi's Vow. Why are you laughing? Liuli froze, her hand hovering in midair, unsure whether to continue holding on or let go. Mimi shook her head, then laughed to herself for a while, before slowly stopping. She turned around and looked up at Liuli. Steam rose from the bathroom, covering Liuli's face with a thin layer of mist, making her amber eyes shine brightly in the fog. The resentment Mimi felt from being touched and poked in the heart suddenly dissipated. It's not that I forgot, it's that I'm no longer angry. She suddenly understood. This is not a provocation at all. Felines are territorial, let alone dragons. Liuli wasn't threatening her. She was telling her that she was allowed to enter this home. Mimi reached out and cupped Liuli's face, gently rubbing her cheekbone with her thumb to wipe away the condensed water droplets. Did Nessa teach you these words? No, that's not it. Liuli frowned, her tone full of displeasure at being wronged. I thought of it myself. I want to protect my master and this family. No one could destroy them. Mimi looked into her eyes. There was not a trace of evasion or hesitation in those eyes. She believed it. She leaned forward, burying her face in the warm crevice of Liuli's neck, nuzzling against it like a kitten. Liuli is amazing. The voice was muffled on Liuli's collarbone, warm and wet. Immediately, she straightened up, her smile vanished, as she adopted an unprecedented seriousness. Mimi raised her hand, put her index and middle fingers together, and held them to her temples, with the fingertips touching her temples. This is the most solemn, oath-taking gesture of the demi-human tribe, which she has never used on anyone. I swear to the god of war, if I betray my boss, betray this family, she paused, then said word by word. May I be stripped of all my teeth and claws, left to wander the desolate wilderness, never to be freed. Liuli might not understand the weight of each word in this passage. The beast god of war is a deity worshipped by all demi-humans and orcs, who governs hunting, territory, and race. For demi-humans, losing their teeth and claws is more terrifying than death. Even if they die in the wilderness, their bones can still nourish the earth. To wander alone in the desolate wilderness signifies eternal solitude, without a clan, without a companion, without offspring, an existence utterly abandoned by the gods. Liuli didn't understand these words, but she could sense the determination in Mimi's words. She suddenly reached out and hugged Mimi tightly. Mimi was almost suffocating from being choked, but she didn't struggle. She just gently patted Liuli's back. Leaning on Liuli's shoulder, Mimi's mind started racing again. Her chin rested in the hollow of the other person's collarbone, her eyes darting around. Liuli is undoubtedly the eldest sister in this family, second only to the boss. Dragons? Who can defeat them? So, it's not unreasonable for her to be the second in command, is it? At the very least, we should stomp down that egg-eating snake, Nessa, as long as Liuli is willing to support her. Liuli, Her voice came muffled from behind Lioli's shoulder. In this family, you're the boss besides the owner. Can I be the second in command? Lioli loosened her grip slightly, tilted her head, and thought for a moment. The second in command? It means that besides you and the boss, I'm the biggest. Mimi thought for a moment and then added, bigger than that egg-eating snake. Cecilia, I've given you a chance. Lioli didn't understand who the egg-eating snake was, but she nodded. Okay, you're second. Mimi smiled instantly, her eyes curving into 2 crescent moons, and the corners of her mouth turned up high, revealing a row of neat little white teeth. She stretched out her hand and raised her pinky finger. Pinky promise. Following her example, Lioli extended her pinky finger and hooked it around hers. 2 slender little fingers intertwined. The shower head was still dripping, drop by drop, creating tiny ripples on the water surface. The 2 took a bath together for a while before getting up, drying themselves off, and getting dressed. Lioli used magic to dry her hair, leaving the silvery white strands fluffy and soft, with fiery red ends that shimmered under the light. Mimi, with her hair wrapped in a towel, followed her out of the bathroom. As they reached the top of the stairs, Lioli suddenly tugged at Mimi's sleeve. She lowered her head, and her voice was several octaves softer than usual. Mimi, can I have a bite tonight too? Mimi froze for a second, then her face turned bright red. You weren't like that last night. The sound of Lioli echoing throughout the villa last night flashed through her mind, along with the memory of seeing Lioli's slightly protruding belly this morning, and even the teeth marks left by Lin Yi on the spot she had rubbed in the bathroom earlier. Mimi looked at her. Lioli, who was fearless, stood awkwardly at the corner of the stairs, twisting the hem of her clothes with both hands, almost wringing the fabric out of water. Never mind. Mimi sighed, finally giving in. Let's talk about it after I fall asleep. Don't let me feel it. Lioli's eyes lit up instantly, and her lips curved into a smile, revealing 2 sharp little tiger teeth. She pounced on Mimi and planted a loud, clear kiss on her cheek. Mimi, you're the best. Mimi stumbled from the kiss and quickly grabbed the wall to steady herself. After Lioli finished kissing him, she took a step back, her eyes sparkling, the corners of her mouth turned up high, and her cheeks flushed, looking exactly like a child who had just stolen some candy. She knew her request was unreasonable. The book said that such moments belonged to 2 people and shouldn't be disturbed by a third person. But she couldn't help it. Since last night, it felt like there was a fire burning in her heart, keeping her awake, making her want to stay close to Lin Yi, and making her see his face, his hands, and his breath every time she closed her eyes. Lioli skipped and hopped downstairs, her dragon tail swaying wildly behind her. Mimi stood at the top of the stairs, touching her cheek that had been kissed. It was wet and still warm from the touch of the lips. Downstairs, Lin Yi was carrying a plate out of the kitchen. The stew made by Aluriel was rich in broth and tender in meat, and its aroma kept wafting into my nose. Lin Yi put down the plate and was about to go back to get the soup when a ding sounded in his mind. Family member, Mimi, loyalty, 95. Lin Yi's hand, holding the soup bowl, froze in midair. No, he hasn't done anything yet. How did Mimi manage to win herself over? Before he could figure it out, Cecilia's voice came from the kitchen. Sir, could you please bring me that dish of butter? They're here. Lin Yi responded and subconsciously glanced towards the stairs. Lioli was jumping down 2 steps at a time, with Mimi following behind her. Her hair was still wrapped in a towel, her cheeks were rosy, and the tips of her ears were still damp. When she saw Lin Yi, her eyes instinctively darted away, but quickly returned, carrying a somewhat ambiguous meaning. Lin Yi thought about it and decided not to waste his brain cells. Anyway, there's plenty of time to explore at night. No corner was overlooked. Chapter 91. The game of playing house ends here. Lin Yi pushed open the door. Only 1 lamp was left on by the bedside, its orange glow warming the entire room. There was a bulge in the middle of the blanket, and a small head was sticking out of it, with cat ears standing up and its face facing the door. Upon seeing him enter, her ears twitched, and she quickly shrank back under the covers. Lin Yi casually closed the door and sat down on the bed. The moment my hand touched that bulge, I felt my body beneath it tense up instantly. Why are you wrapped up so tightly? He lifted a corner of the blanket and stopped mid-sentence. Mimi lay naked on the bed, Her arms crossed over her chest, and her knees bent. Her snow-white skin had a honey-like sheen under the warm light. It wasn't completely naked. She was still wearing stockings. One leg is white, and the other leg is black. The two legs are together, clearly distinguished by their black and white color. Lin Yi's throat moved. He composed himself, lifted the covers, and lay down next to Mimi. Leg to leg, the stockings felt smooth and cool to the touch, while the skin underneath was burning hot. Lin Yi reached out and scooped Mimi into his arms. "Did Liuli tell you that?" Mimi nodded, her ear tip brushing against his chin. "It's furry and itchy." Lin Yi's fingers traced circles on her waist with a light touch. The edge of the stockings was digging into the top of her thighs, leaving a faint red mark. He stroked the mark back and forth, and the person in his arms trembled slightly. "Should we talk about the important things first, or get to the important things first?" Mimi, of course, knew the difference between these two serious matters. She shifted her hips uncomfortably and pressed her ears even closer together. "Let's get down to business." The voice came from his chest, muffled. "What are your expected goals for tomorrow's negotiations with that count?" Lin Yi's fingers stopped, and his tone changed from teasing to serious. "At the very least, I need her support. With her guarantee, I can establish long-term cooperation with large merchant guilds like the Wind God Merchant Guild. Also, I need to find some ways to make money. When I had Kegel run away last time, I took the opportunity to investigate all the towns around the Twilight Shadow Mountains. I already have a few ideas in mind." He paused. "The document is in the first drawer of the desk in the study. I was going to tell you yesterday, but you're such a disappointment. How can you blame me?" Mimi's voice was even more muffled, with a hint of grievance, and she sniffled. She couldn't understand why Lin Yi's scent was so intoxicating to her. It's hard to explain, but once you smell it, you don't want to let go. Unconsciously, she buried her face in the crook of his neck, her nose brushing against his collarbone, breathing in his scent deeply. He looked down at the restless kitten in his arms. Ness's special catnip, the amount he added to his bathwater, now seems to be just right. "Shall we get back to business?" "I can teach you something about business," he asked. "You should also know what kind of terms I can offer Elena." Mimi's canine teeth gently tapped against his pectoral muscles. It didn't hurt, just tickled. "We'll talk about that later." Her voice lowered, carrying a hoarseness that Lin Yi had never heard before. "Let's get down to business first." She looked up, her amber eyes shining brightly in the dim light. "Boss, why do you smell so good?" Her nose brushed against his chin, her lips grazed his Adam's apple. "Did you secretly use some tricks to make me want to devour you so much?" She uttered the word, "eat," and then lightly brushed her tongue across his skin. The barbs on her tongue scraped against Lin Yi's Adam's apple. He took a breath, then grabbed the base of her tail with his other hand and began to knead it gently. Mimi bit her lip without flinching, her eyes brimming with tears. "Boss, please turn off the lights." Her voice was so soft, it was almost inaudible. "Why turn off the lights?" As Lin Yi spoke, he suddenly pulled back the covers. "Ah!" Mimi exclaimed. She instinctively covered her chest with both arms, her palms covering the two small, soft mounds, but glimpses of her breasts were revealed between her fingers. She squeezed her legs together even tighter, and her tail curled up between her legs, just covering her private parts. Her legs were exposed naked under the light, a stark contrast of black and white, her toes curled up, her toenails coated with clear gloss. This look is worse than being naked at all. Lin Yi's breathing became a little heavier. He didn't move, he just watched. Mimi didn't dare look at him, turning her face to the side, her ears turning so red they looked like they were about to bleed. Lin Yi leaned down, his nose touching hers, their breaths mingling. "Is that okay?" he asked. Mimi did not answer. She stretched out her slightly trembling arms and wrapped them tightly around his neck. Although she longed for Lin Yi to have her, there was something more important on her mind. "Listen to me." Her voice was soft and hoarse, but her tone was serious, unlike what one would expect in bed. "With me by your side, you can no longer have designs on my sister." Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. He buried his face in the crook of her neck and chuckled several times before lifting his head. "Still thinking about this? I was just teasing you in the first place." "No, you have to swear it." "Okay, I swear." Then Mimi's lips came closer and pecked his lips. "You kiss me first." Lin Yi kissed him. from the corners of the mouth to the earlobes, and then to the collarbone. His hands weren't idle either, but Mimi grabbed them. "Could you please stop rubbing that spot?" she asked, biting her lip. "There's hardly any flesh there." Lin Yi ignored her and continued massaging. "Can you feel it?" "Have." "That'll do." Mimi stopped talking. Her breathing became heavy, her eyes were closed, and her eyelashes trembled incessantly. "Can it really work?" Her hand slid down his neck, gripping the sheets tightly until her knuckles turned white. "Yes." Lin Yi's voice was very soft, his lips touching her forehead. "Tell me if it hurts." Mimi's brows furrowed instantly, and she let out a suppressed moan. Her hands gripped his back tightly, her nails digging into his skin, but she didn't push him away. "Pain. It doesn't hurt." Her voice was still trembling. "Continue. Slow down." Lin Yi continued. Mimi's tail peeked out from between his legs and wrapped around his waist. Okay, hurry up." No. Slower. Slower. Faster." Lin Yi stopped. He looked at her, and she looked at him. Mimi's face was flushed, her ears drooped, her lips were slightly parted, and she was panting heavily. Lin Yi looked down at her erratic movements, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and tugged at her tail, lifting her up half an inch. "So difficult to please? Why don't you come up here and go as fast or as slow as you want?" Mimi's eyes lit up instantly. "It feels amazing to be in control of my own destiny." Nessa's specially made catnip made her mind exceptionally clear, and every inch of her skin was burning with excitement. The black and white stockings on her legs swayed under the light, making Lin Yi's eyes dazzled. "You really think you can ride a horse?" Lin Yi held her waist, gave her a light slap on the buttocks, and moved her up a little. "Ah!" Mimi's cry took a turn, and she collapsed limply against his chest as if all her bones had been removed. Gently. Her voice was muffled in the crook of his neck, soft and delicate. Lin Yi stroked her hair gently, stroking it until she calmed down. Mimi's breathing gradually calmed down. "Mimi," Lin Yi whispered in her ear, "this is the end of our playing house." Mimi was stunned for a moment. Before she could react, her head suddenly tilted back uncontrollably, her tail stood straight up, and she let out a scream that even she didn't recognize. "Oh ho!" Lin Yi didn't let her finish speaking. He silenced the voice. "The night is still long." The curtains weren't fully drawn, and moonlight squeezed in through the gaps, falling on the floor like a thin, silvery river. Chapter 92, Are You Asleep? Mimi was fast asleep, a glistening tear on her lips, and her eyes were wet with tears she hadn't been able to hold back. She curled up in Lin Yi's arms, her face buried in his chest, her breathing light and slow, like a little wildcat that had finally run itself tired and put away all its claws. Lin Yi leaned against the headboard, looking down at her. His fingers gently traced her smooth shoulder, but the person in his arms did not react at all. He glanced at the bedside table. It was 2:30 a.m. Nessa's special catnip really works. If it were yesterday, Mimi would have fainted 7 or 8 times already. She stayed awake until the very end tonight. Until a certain critical point is crossed, the brain can no longer process the overloaded signals and forces a shutdown. Mimi is asleep. It's incredibly heavy, the kind that won't budge no matter what. Lin Yi pulled his arm, which had gone numb from being pressed down, and gently tucked the blanket around her. He bent down and slowly pulled the black and white stockings, which were already wrinkled beyond recognition, off her ankles, with several runs in them. He first changed the sheets to a dry one, then wrung out a hot towel and carefully wiped Mimi's body. The towel was at just the right temperature from my collarbone down to my lower abdomen and into my thighs. Mimi gave a muffled hum, turned over, leaving Lin Yi with only her smooth back and a mischievous little foot sticking out of the blanket. Her toes were round and cute, and the clear polish on her nails shimmered in the moonlight. Lin Yi chuckled and tucked her feet back into the warm blankets. I was just about to turn off the light when I went to sleep. Click! The sound of the door lock turning was particularly clear in the quiet night. The door was pushed open a crack, and a silver-white head peeked in, with long hair hanging down, obscuring half of the face. The one eye that was exposed was watery, and her cheeks were as red as a ripe apple. "Master, aren't you asleep yet?" Lioli's voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable air of righteous indignation. If you're not asleep yet, sleep with me for a while. Before Lin Yi could answer, she pushed the door open and came in, wearing only a silk nightgown with a hem just past her thighs. She nimbly climbed onto the bed, carefully moved Mimi to the corner, covered her with the blanket, and then took out 2 orange lumps from her nightgown pocket and precisely stuffed them into Mimi's ears. Earplugs. She even prepared this thing. Lin Yi leaned against the headboard, watching her antics the whole time, and for a moment he didn't know whether to be angry or amused. Lily, it's very late now. I know. I have important business to attend to tomorrow. Lily had already lifted the covers and crawled in. Mimi will be unhappy. I've already greeted her. That's right. Darling, please. Lily suddenly leaned closer, placed her hands on his chest, looked up at him with her small face. Her lips were red and slightly pouting, and her eyes were surprisingly bright. She uttered those 2 words hesitantly, her voice soft and sweet, with a hint of a hook at the end, tugging at his heartstrings. After saying that, she reached out and lifted her nightgown. Vacuum, just like the first time we met. Lin Yi's last struggle crumbled into dust. Lily had never called him darling before. When did she learn to do it? She uttered those 2 words hesitantly, her voice soft, the ending rising like a small hook, pulling his heart outward. He kissed her. After an unknown amount of time, Lily finally released her mouth, gently pushed him away, her cheeks flushed, and she was panting heavily. She glanced at Mimi in the corner of the bed, and seeing that she was still sleeping soundly, she turned back, raised an index finger, and put it to her lips. Keep it down, don't wake Mimi. Her voice was extremely low, almost whispering. Just a little bit, I promise I won't bother you. Okay. Lin Yi placed his hand on her waist, his fingertips feeling her amazing elasticity. When did you 2 get so close? Lily thought for a moment and answered very seriously. It's always been fine. Lin Yi didn't ask any more questions, silencing her with his actions. Perhaps out of consideration for Mimi, Lily restrained herself throughout, suppressing all sounds in her throat, only occasionally letting out a few muffled groans of unbearable discomfort from her nose. The moonlight shone on her slightly tense shoulder blades, her arched back, and her toes, which were curled up and spread apart as she endured the pain. Even so, by the time she finally stopped, she had been satisfied for almost 2 hours. Lily sat up in bed, took a few deep breaths, and casually brushed aside her silver hair, which was soaked with sweat. She leaned close to Mimi's ear to listen, and only after confirming that she was still asleep did she carefully pull out the earplug. Mimi just frowned slightly before falling back into a deep sleep. Lily turned around and kissed Lin Yi on the lips, which felt cool. Good night, my love. She jumped off the bed, swished her tail triumphantly behind her, and walked towards the door without looking back. Remember to turn off the lights. Lin Yi closed his eyes, preparing to welcome this hard-won sleep. Lily did not respond. Clatter. The light is indeed off. But it's not Lily Pass. You just fell asleep like that? A soft voice sounded by the bedside, so close that Lin Yi could feel the other person's breath brushing against his cheek. Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Nessa was already standing at the head of the bed at some point. Under the moonlight, her gossamer thin silk nightgown seemed utterly ineffective, revealing the curves of her body in a captivating and alluring way. Lin Yi's gaze involuntarily drifted downwards. Nessa's signature snake tail is gone. Instead, there was a patch of skin that glowed white. 2 straight long legs, healthy and strong, capable of easily strangling someone. The moonlight shining on it made it look like it was coated with a thin layer of honey. Her ankles were slender, her calves had smooth curves, her kneecaps were small and delicate, and her thighs were round and full. She stood with her legs together, extending from under her skirt all the way to the ground, barefoot, with her toenails painted a light nutmeg color. She seemed quite satisfied with Lin Yi's reaction. She stretched out her finger, hooked the edge of the purple silk stockings on her leg, pulled it gently, and then suddenly let go. Exclamation point. A soft sound echoed in the quiet room. The snake flicked its tongue, swept it through the air, and a playful smile curved its lips. Sir, are you still sleeping? Her voice was soft and alluring, with a rising tone at the end. If you're going to sleep, I won't disturb you any longer. Chapter 93, Ruri and Nessa, Part 1. Nessa turned over, unable to sleep. The room was soundproofed, and Mimi wasn't as crazy as Lin Yi. But she could feel that Mimi's high-pitched, soft cries were seeping out from the crack in the door, intermittently and endlessly. Nessa became increasingly uneasy, tossing and turning in bed, accidentally waking up Mimi next to her. Mimi rubbed her sleepy eyes, her golden eyelashes fluttering in the light. "Mom, did you have a nightmare? Are you still running a fever?" Nessa's vision went black. Another fever. She thought that Mimi would have forgotten about it by the afternoon, but who knew that the child remembered it better than anything else? But this concern was so pure and unadulterated that she couldn't scold it or correct it. She could only swallow her anger and embarrassment. Her anger burned all the way from her throat to her lower abdomen, and in the end, she blamed it all on that man. "Wait, I'm going to make him so breathless later that he'll cry and beg for mercy," calling for his mother. She exhaled a breath of stale air, reached out, and touched Mimi's head, her palm holding soft, short golden hair. "Mom can't sleep. Go chat with your sister Mimi for a while." "Oh." Mimi rubbed her face against Nessa's palm, feeling as comfortable as a kitten, and her eyelids drooped down again. Nessa tucked her in, kissed her on the forehead, and quietly got up. She took a small bottle from the bedside table, then grabbed a gossamer thin nightgown, folded it, and tucked it under her arm. The door was gently turned open, and the snake's tail dragged on the floor, making a soft, rustling sound. The corridor was dark, and moonlight streamed in through the window panes, scattering across the floor like pieces of white cloth. Nessa leaned against the wall, looking down at her dark green snake tail, its scales gleaming with a dark golden light in the moonlight. She uncorked the bottle, tilted her head back, and poured the medicine down her throat. The liquid was icy cold, and an indescribable herbal taste mixed with a fishy smell exploded in my mouth, both astringent and bitter. She frowned and forced herself to swallow it. It felt like something was churning inside my stomach. It wasn't pain, but an itch that seemed to be crawling out from between my bones. The heat climbed up the spine from the tailbone, eventually stopping at the waist and hips. The snake's tail begins to contract from the base, with the scales pressing together and fitting together before disappearing. The tip of the tail changes first, gradually differentiating into the shape of toes. She leaned against the wall, biting her lip tightly to keep herself from making a sound. Sweat seeped from his forehead, slid down his nose, and dripped onto the back of his hand. A few minutes later, the snake's tail disappeared completely. Two long, bare legs emerged from under the skirt, toes curled, knees trembling slightly. There's still a small patch of skin covered with scales on the inside of my thigh that hasn't completely peeled off. Instead, it added a touch of unusual beauty. Nessa, holding onto the wall, tried to take a step forward. Exclamation point. My body swayed, my knees buckled, and I almost knelt on the ground. "I'm really not used to it," she muttered under her breath. "I haven't used these legs for decades, and I have to readjust every time I take medicine." Standing up felt like stepping on cotton. Every step felt like learning to walk. How do humans manage to walk on two legs without falling? She tried to take another step. Her knee twitched, but she held on. Taking another step, things became much more stable. She looked down at her legs, which were dazzlingly white in the moonlight. What will Lin Yi's expression be when he sees this? Will he like it? Otherwise, why did you refuse to touch her before? Is it because you dislike her tail? I think so. Lin Yi is one thing, but how come even Mimi beat him to it? She was clearly the first person he had an intimate relationship with. Nessa shook her head, suppressing these chaotic thoughts, picked up the thin nightgown, and walked barefoot down the corridor. As soon as they reached the door, Mimi's voice squeezed out from the crack in the door. High-spirited, happy, with a sense of satisfaction that says, "I've finally waited for this day." Nessa slowed her pace. Light shone through the crack in the door, and Mimi's laughter, panting, and muffled pleas for mercy struck her heart like a series of blows. She leaned against the wall and listened for a while, her anger burning even more fiercely. Just then, she caught a glimpse of a small shadow huddled in the corner of the wall. It has long, silvery white hair with fiery red ends, and the tips of its ice-blue dragon horns are adorned with a small section of black. She crouched in the corner, hugging her knees, her tail peeking out from under her nightgown, unconsciously patting the floor. Crystal, what's she doing here? Nessa's mind went blank. Wasn't that dragon enough last night? How long have you been resting? This isn't the kind of gluttony you get. Nessa took a breath, walked over, squatted down, and patted Ruri's shoulder. Lily suddenly looked up, her eyes wide open, about to open her mouth. Ch. Nessa quickly covered her mouth and asked in a low voice, "Why are you squatting here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" Lily pried her hand away, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "I'm hungry. I came out to find something to eat." Nessa stared at her face. His eyes were sincere, his expression innocent, and the tips of his ears were a little red. "I am hungry, so I came out to find something to eat." Yes, perfect logic. However, the food she was talking about was clearly not in the kitchen. This silly dragon is so cute that it's impossible to get angry with her. No wonder Lin Yi dotes on her so much. "Aren't you afraid Mimi will be unhappy?" Nessa asked. Lily shook her head. "I've already talked to her about it. She said as long as you don't wake her up and don't let her know, it's fine." Nessa raised an eyebrow. Mimi's cat is stubborn and vengeful. She knows that all too well. She had tried to reconcile with Mimi several times before, but the girl either ignored her or agreed verbally, but forgot about it as soon as she turned around. She looked at Lioli, and the exact same question that Lin Yi had in mind a few tens of minutes later popped into her head. When did you two become so close? Lioli tilted her head and thought for a moment. Because we all have to protect this home. I shared some of my rights and obligations to bear children for my master with Mimi. She even swore an oath to that, the god of war. Berserker god of war. Nessa's heart skipped a beat. The god of war is the supreme ruler of all orcs and demi-humans, and no one dares to break the oath made in his name. Mimi has staked her entire life on this. Lioli, can you tell me the details? Nessa leaned closer, and, afraid that Lioli wouldn't tell, she even reminded her. Think about it. Who gave you the idea that allowed you to get what you wanted? Nessa was overthinking it. Ruri didn't have that many tricks up her sleeve. She nodded emphatically. I remember. I'll always remember. Then, she poured out her heart, starting with how Mimi helped her wash her hair in the bathroom, telling her everything in detail. She didn't miss any details, such as how she said to Mimi, "You're so small," how Mimi retorted, and how she grabbed her chest and said, "I think the boss also likes small things." Nessa's lips twitched. There's no need to go into such detail. But she didn't interrupt, listening patiently and picking out useful information from the pile of nonsense. Until Lioli said that Mimi wanted to be the second in command in the family. Wait a minute. Nessa reached out and put her arm around Ruri's shoulder, pulling her closer to her. She leaned forward slightly and asked again, "You mean Mimi wants to be the second in command at home?" Lily nodded vigorously. I agreed to her. Nessa licked her lips. Second in command. In this family, Lioli's position is unshakable. Lin Yi's feelings for her go beyond mere affection. It's a responsibility and doting love to raise her from scratch. No one could get past the glass. Nessa had already figured this out long ago. But who will be number 2 is another matter. That silly dragon, Lioli, has absolutely no cunning. Whoever becomes the second son essentially calls the shots in the family. Nessa's lips curled into a playful smile, feigning distress, her voice soft, like a snake's forked tongue. But Lioli, I also want to be the second in command. What should I do? Chapter 94, Ruri and Nessa, Part 2. Lioli, didn't you say you remembered my kindness? Nessa's voice softened, with a hint of deliberate effort. Lioli's little face instantly scrunched up, and she was so conflicted that the tip of her tail was drawing circles on the ground. But I've already promised Mimi. Nessa knew she couldn't force her. This silly dragon is stubborn. If pushed too far, it will only block the way. She released Lioli's shoulders and sat down next to her, her 2 newly formed legs touching the cool ground. Are you stupid? Who said there can only be 1 second in command? Lioli's eyes lit up instantly. That's right. How could she not have thought of that? Lioli was so excited that she hugged Nessa tightly, her tail swishing loudly behind her. Nessa, so you're second in command now. I grant you the right and duty to bear children for your master. You must never betray your master for all eternity, or I swear that no matter how long or how far away, I will kill you. She had just said these words to Mimi in the bathroom that evening, with the same seriousness and solemnity, carrying the earnestness of a child playing house. Nessa almost burst out laughing. They're so cute, it's almost unfair. She reached out and touched the top of Lioli's head, her long, silvery white hair slipping through her fingers. Good. But when she saw Ruri's face, which was free of any gloom, and the pure, almost burning light in her eyes, Nessa suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. This silly dragon is serious. She wasn't playing around. She genuinely saw herself as the eldest sister in the family, diligently allocating responsibilities, rights, and things she might not fully understand. Thank you. Nessa lowered her head, her voice very soft. Lady Lioli. Lioli was stunned. What did you call me? Lady Lioli, Nessa repeated, enunciating clearly. You are the master's woman, the eldest sister of this household. What else should we call you but lady? Lioli opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Her tail suddenly sprang up from the ground and excitedly swung several times in midair. Madam. She smiled foolishly, savoring the two words over and over, finding them sweet. Looking at her silly grin, Nessa felt the bitterness in her heart dissipate, and the tightness in her chest eased. She stopped smiling, and when she looked up again, her face was serious like never before. I don't believe in the gods of beasts, she said. Those gods have never protected us. She paused for a moment. I swear to my alchemy. I swear to the thing that has been with me for most of my life, that has saved my life, and that has almost taken it. Her voice was so low that only the two of them could hear it. If I betray Lin Yi and this family, then let me never use my proudest alchemy again. Let me turn back into that ignorant little snake, wriggling, surviving, and mating by instinct, and finally die in some unknown corner, forgotten and uncared for. Lioli couldn't understand the heavy past behind those words. She didn't understand what the ignorant little snake meant, nor did she understand how much despair and tears were hidden and dying in a corner no one knows. All she knew was that Nessa had sworn an oath. She stretched out her arms and hugged Nessa with all her might. Nessa's ribs ached from being squeezed so tightly, but she didn't push her away. After hugging for a while, Ruri finally noticed Nessa's lower body. Hey, Nessa, where's your tail? Nessa looked down at her bare, long legs, which were dazzlingly white in the moonlight. It was temporarily created using alchemy. I think he'll like it. Lioli's eyes lit up again. She leaned over and curiously poked Nessa's thigh with her finger. It's soft. She poked it again. So soft. Don't poke me. Nessa slapped her hand away. It tickles. Master will definitely like it. Lioli withdrew her hand, lowered her voice, as if sharing some earth-shattering secret. He kept touching my leg yesterday. She moved even closer. I'll tell you a secret. The master likes stockings. There are so many pairs of shoes, all kinds, in that storage room around the corner. Nessa looked at Ruri. Under the moonlight, those amber eyes were bright and clear, without a trace of impurity or probing. The words "go now" were practically written all over his face. Just then, the sounds in the room stopped. Mimi's cries, the shaking of the bed, and the rustling of the blankets all disappeared. Nessa could hear her own heartbeat and the ticking of the wall clock at the end of the corridor. She really should go. After chatting with Lioli for a while, the silly dragon smoothed out a lot of the bitterness and resentment in my heart. Go back and sleep with Mimi, and tomorrow we'll pretend nothing happened. Anyway, Lin Yi can't run away. Nessa, wait for me. Lioli suddenly stood up and stretched. I'll go in and have a bite first, just one bite. You can have your turn after I'm done. It'll be quick. She took 2 steps toward the door and reached out to push it open. Mimi won't consume much of your energy, so you don't need to worry. Nessa's thoughts, which she had already suppressed, were reignited by Ruri's words. Mimi was right next to her. She wouldn't know anything. Just thinking about the thrill of sneaking food behind the kitten's back. Don't go too far. He has important business to attend to tomorrow, Nessa said, biting her lip. Lioli pushed open the door, and the hinges made a slight creak. Warm yellow light spilled from the crack in the door, drawing a line of light and shadow across her face. Master, I'm here. She slipped inside, and the door closed softly behind her. Nessa was the only one left in the corridor. Moonlight streamed through the window pane, illuminating her 2 bare, long legs, making them appear snow white. She stepped barefoot on the floor, the coolness seeping from the soles of her feet down to her calves. She stood there for a moment, then turned and walked to the other end of the corridor. The corner leads to a storage room. The moonlight shone on the pile of colorful stockings. Knee-length, tank tops, fishnet, pantyhose, horse oil, 5-finger, long-sleeved, footed slouch bubble. Nessa's fingertips traced over each one, and finally, she pulled out a pair of purple ones. She leaned against the wall in the corridor and bent over. Starting from the toes, the stockings gradually move upwards, over the ankles, wrap around the calves, pull over the knees, and finally cling tightly to the upper thighs. The fabric is extremely thin and smooth, clinging to the skin so tightly that you can barely feel it. Nessa straightened up and let down the hem of her nightgown. The skirt is too short. It doesn't cover anything. But it doesn't seem like there's any need to cover it up. This was originally meant for him to see. If he doesn't even look at it, then all my clothes have been for nothing. Chapter 95. Mimi will have to make do. Lin Yi's fingers slid up Nessa's calf, inch by inch, caressing her ankle, around her calf, and stopping at the back of her knee. There, a small piece of dark green scale that hadn't completely faded was still embedded, like a gemstone forcibly set into fair skin. He didn't ignore them. His thumb gently rubbed the scales twice through the thin stocking. A soft, rustling sound, a subtle friction. "It's beautiful," he said. Nessa's breath hitched. "How did you do that?" Lin erased her leg a little higher, leaned closer, looked from her ankle to her thigh, and then back from her thigh to her ankle, as if admiring a rare treasure. She felt uncomfortable under his gaze, wanting to pull her leg back but unable to. She put her knuckles in her mouth and bit down, her voice muffled. "I mixed this alchemical potion myself. What about the side effects?" Lin Yi's hand slid to the sole of her foot and gently tickled it. Nessa giggled, but her voice trembled slightly. She pulled her foot back half an inch, then deliberately stretched it back out. "It just hurts a little." Lin Yi's fingers stopped. "Just a little bit." Nessa did not answer. She abruptly pulled her legs out of Lin Yi's grasp, then wrapped them around his waist. The hem of her nightgown was billowed high, and in the moonlight, the tiny scales on her thighs that hadn't completely faded were faintly visible. She pressed herself into Lin Yi's arms. The thin nightgown offered little protection, and their skin pressed together, burning hot. She squirmed in his arms as if she had been burned by something. "It's all right as long as the adults like it." Her voice was muffled in the crook of his shoulder, her warm breath tickling his skin. "I can tell that the little master is very energetic." She deliberately twisted her body again. Lenny did not push her away. His hand slid from her waist to her back, down her spine, and stopped at her tailbone. That place was once the starting point of the snake's tail. Beneath the skin, you can feel a row of small, hard, bony protrusions, traces left by the forced alteration of shape. Before Lin Yi's eyes appeared a light screen that only he could see. Family member, Nessa. Status, alchemy potion side effects in effect. Bone remodeling pain level, 7/10. Muscle tear pain level, 5/10. Neural remodeling discomfort, ongoing. Mindset, anxiety, low self-esteem, people-pleasing. Note, this individual believes you dislike her snake tail. Therefore, she forcibly transformed it using alchemy, refining bones and transforming form. Skeletal remodeling, scale shedding, and nerve regeneration. Lin Yi turned off the control panel, his heart sinking. What is this woman thinking? She fled here, taking Mimi with her, to escape everything from the past. She has survived for so many years through alchemy, enduring all kinds of hardships and suffering, bearing everything on her own. Having finally found a place to stay and a man to rely on, she didn't say it, but in her heart she had long regarded this as her last haven. For her, the words, "You are my partner," were not a source of emotion, but rather a sign of relief from the weariness of finally being free from wandering. But she was an alchemist, and everything she did was based on the principle of equivalent exchange. She feels she has to repay every penny someone gives her, otherwise she won't feel at ease. Seeing Mimi and Liuli rushing forward one by one, she panicked. She was afraid she wasn't good enough, afraid she would be abandoned, afraid that the family would keep turning even without her. So she endured the excruciating pain, turned her tail into legs, and put on stockings, all to please him in exchange for the right to stay. Lin Yi always felt that the two of them hadn't spent enough time together and that their relationship should mature further. Moreover, he had always assumed that Nessa was also enjoying the unspoken, ambiguous relationship between master and maid, under the study table, at the corner of the hallway, at the balcony door. He was wrong. What she wants is not to be taken from, but to be caught. It's not an equal exchange. It's that even if she does nothing, he won't leave. She didn't want to be slowly boiled like a frog. She wanted a fire to burn her completely, to turn all her anxieties, suspicions, and feelings of inferiority into ashes. A sense of security isn't given gradually. It's given intensely and all at once. I'm sorry. Lin Yi's voice muffled in the crook of her shoulder. I didn't think things through and neglected your feelings. Nessa tightened her grip on his waist. It's okay, it's first come, first served. Lin Yi didn't respond to that. He rested his chin on the top of her head and could feel her heart beating fast and hard in her chest. She lowered her eyelashes, pursed her lips, and shrank into a small frame, completely unlike the flamboyant woman who usually tossed the pot in the kitchen and hummed songs. Emotionally, Lin Yi said, running his fingers through her long hair from the top to the bottom, I don't want to let you down. He pinched her waist with his fingers. Logically speaking, there are still negotiations this afternoon. Nessa's body froze instantly. She didn't say anything, but her body began to back away. Lin Yi didn't tell her to step back. Nessa, do you understand what I mean? Nessa understood. He didn't push her away, nor did he look down on her efforts. He simply said it wasn't possible right now. She choked on her words and nodded. Understand. His voice was hoarse. The bitter tide still surged up in my heart. In the end, can't I still make him go to great lengths for me? She bit her lip, just about to swallow the bitter taste. Lin Yi noticed her emotions, suddenly lowered his head, bit her ear, and gently tugged at the silver earring. So, to finish quickly and get some rest, he whispered, his lips brushing against her earlobe. How about we do something a little more exciting? Besides, you don't want our first time to end so abruptly, do you? Nessa was stunned. She looked up and met his gaze. What's exciting? Lin Yi's gaze passed over her shoulder and landed on Mimi, who was fast asleep beside her. The kitten was curled up in the blanket, with only a small tip of her tail showing, fast asleep. He looked away, sighed, and said with a mischievous grin, I guess Mimi will have to make do for now. She's sleeping so soundly, she won't know anything, right? The condition you demanded tonight, was it also for use here? A match is struck in the darkness. Nessa's eyes lit up instantly. She came with this in mind from the beginning, and the condition that she could not refuse was a backup plan in case Lin Yi disagreed. Now, he actually brought it up on his own initiative. She licked her lips, her voice so soft it sounded like she was talking in her sleep. Yes, Mimi won't know anything. Her voice grew softer and softer until it was just a whisper. Then let's get started quickly, master. Her hand returned to his shoulder, her fingertips tracing circles on his collarbone. How do you do it? If you don't satisfy me, I won't forgive you. Lin Yi smiled and helped her lie down. Just enjoy yourself. Today, I'll take care of you. He picked Mimi up from the side. Her small body was very light, and she curled up in his arms. He carefully placed her in Nessa's arms, letting her rest her head on Nessa's chest, her face buried in the soft hollow below her collarbone. Don't wake Mimi up, or we're doomed. His voice was tinged with laughter. Nessa's toes curled up, her stockings soaked with sweat, clinging stickily to the soles of her feet. Mimi snuggled against Nessa, turned around, and bit something. He smacked his lips indistinctly. Then she stopped moving, and her breathing became steady again. Nessa looked down at Mimi's sleeping face, at that peaceful sleeping face. She suddenly felt a lump in her throat. The moon outside the window has already started to set. The deepest part of the night has passed. Nessa bit her lip hard, but a soft, purring sound, like a cat purring, rolled at her throat. Mimi was asleep next to her, completely unaware of anything. The door was not closed properly. Chapter 96. Mimi gave up thinking. When Mimi opened her eyes, sunlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains, cutting a golden line across the floor. Her mind went blank for a few seconds. Then she sat up abruptly, the blanket slipping off her shoulders, leaving her feeling chilly. It's afternoon. Lin Yi is going to negotiate with Elena. She has to go with him. What if the boss gets carried away and spends money recklessly? The idea had just formed in my mind. An unusual soreness and swelling came from my lower back, as if the muscles and bones that had been stretched too much were slow to return to their original position. The intense soreness made her hiss and fall heavily back onto the bed. Click! The crisp sound of a belt buckle rang out as Lin Yi put on his pants. He glanced back at Mimi, who had rolled back into a ball on the bed, and a smile played on his lips. Awake? You should rest today. You were really crazy last night. He stopped what he was doing, walked back to the bedside in a few steps, and reached out to push Mimi, along with the blanket, back into the quilt. A warm palm slid in and gently massaged her lower abdomen. Mimi's face flushed instantly. It was the same temperature and the same force last night. She shook her head violently, trying to shake off the jumbled images, her voice dry and hoarse. What about the negotiations this afternoon? Someone needs to go with you, right? What? Are you afraid I don't know how to do business? Lin Yi withdrew his hand and continued to fasten his belt slowly. I'm afraid you'll waste money, Mimi muttered softly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Yi fastened his belt, turned around, and looked at her. Money is meant to be spent, isn't it? Mimi opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. But she just couldn't rest easy. She lay on the bed, her cat ears drooping limply, her tail thumping restlessly against the sheets under the covers. Looking at her gloomy face, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. He bent down, swept Mimi up in his arms, and lifted her, blanket and all, off the bed. Come on, let me wash you up. We can also finish talking about the important things we didn't finish yesterday. I didn't have the heart to wake you up when I saw you sleeping like a little pig. When he picked Mimi up, her body stiffened for a moment. The soreness in her body instantly brought back memories of the madness of the previous night. After playing house ended, she experienced something she had never done before in her life. They flew up into the clouds, higher and higher, and never fell down. But his mind was exceptionally clear, and he remembered every single detail perfectly. She turned her head and saw a small patch of dark red on the sheet, a crumpled blanket, and a pillow that had been kicked to the foot of the bed. A complex scent filled the air, the smell of sweat, and a masculine aroma emanating from Lin Yi that drew her deeper and deeper. She really gave herself away. How should I face him in the future? Does this mean he can bully me more openly now? Mimi was lost in thought when she suddenly twitched her nose. Something's not right. She could distinguish Lin Yi's scent, her own scent, the scent of shower gel, and the smell of sweat for the chaotic mix of smells. However, it lacks the feel of glass. The cat's ears suddenly stood up. Lily didn't come? She doesn't believe it. Last night she was so tired she couldn't even move her fingers, and she fell asleep the moment her head hit the pillow. With Lioli's gluttonous nature, how could she possibly let go of such an opportunity? She didn't mind, since she had already agreed. But Mimi couldn't possibly ask directly, what kind of girl asked her man? Did you sleep with someone else last night? She reached out her finger and poked Lin Yi's firm chest. Boss. Lin Yi carried her towards the bathroom without stopping. Did you do something to betray me last night? Lin Yi broke out in a cold sweat. Is this what cat senses are like? That's ridiculous. Before Nessa left, didn't she say she would use her special medicine to clean up all the traces and smells? Wrong. It was because it was cleaned too thoroughly that the original smell of the glass was also eliminated, which is why Mimi became suspicious. Lin Yi's mind was racing, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. They said Nessa came by last night, right next to her? Mimi is probably going to explode on the spot. During that brief moment of hesitation, Mimi's pupils suddenly contracted. Something's really wrong. Her hand instinctively reached behind her. His face turned pale instantly. Is the boss really that crazy? Lin Yi looked down and saw her little hand hovering in that awkward position, and he was immediately at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He freed one hand and tugged at her fluffy tail. What are you thinking about, my little yellow girl? If I really didn't do things the usual way, would you even be able to get out of bed today? Mimi's face instantly went from deathly pale to bright red. She buried her head in his chest, her voice muffled. I didn't mean it. It was clearly you, boss, who got the wrong idea. All right, it's almost time. Stop fooling around. We need to hurry. Lin Yi carried her and pushed open the bathroom door. Warm water cascaded down from the shower head, instantly creating a cloud of steam. Mimi nestled in his arms, water flowing over her hair, past the tips of her ears, and finally into his warm chest. She closed her eyes, inhaling the scent of the shower gel and the steam, and the unique aroma emanating from his skin. Mimi gradually gave up thinking. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. He already has the person. Why bother thinking about other things? She opened her eyes, tilted her head back, and the water droplets clinging to her eyelashes fell with a blink. His voice was languid, like a cat that had melted in the sun. Boss, let's get back to business. Lin Yi squeezed some shampoo into his palm, lathered it, and rubbed it into her hair. Where were we yesterday? Speaking of what you're willing to give up for Elena, what are your conditions? Mimi's voice was muffled against his chest, warm and wet. Territory development, business cooperation, and some resources that she can't get right now. Lin Yi's fingers ran through her hair, the pressure neither too light nor too heavy. We'll talk about the specifics this afternoon. Don't think about anything right now. Just focus on getting better. Mimi snuggled against him. If I don't worry about it, who will? You don't know how to manage a household. Lin Yi smiled and did not refute. The rushing water drowned out everything. Mimi closed her eyes and felt his fingers running through her hair again and again, like combing a cat's hair. She suddenly realized that things were fine as they were. Don't think about the future. Don't think about all that nonsense. The water was hot. His chest was warm. Her body ached. Her heart was warm. And her arms were full. That's enough. Chapter 97: Pregnancy Stabilizing Soup. The steam in the bathroom hadn't dissipated yet. Mimi leaned against Lin Yi's chest, her wet hair draped over her shoulders, water droplets dripping down her hair. Don't worry about the negotiations this afternoon. I've done my research on Elena. She's short of money, manpower, and a foothold in the local market. We have the money, the manpower, and the resources. Lin Yi used a towel to dry her hair from the roots to the ends. When he reached the tip of her ear, he mischievously pinched her hair. Mimi hissed and slapped his hand away. Boss, can't we really cut back a little more? She was still persistent, her voice muffled as it came from under the towel. Don't those people need to be paid? Isn't it their duty to work for the Lord? Lin Yi's lips twitched. This girl is absolutely gifted at squeezing out surplus value. She definitely deserves to be hung on a telephone pole. He sighed, put the towel on the rack, picked up a pair of pink panties, unfolded them, and squatted down in front of her. Lift your leg. Mimi obediently lifted her left leg, then switched to her right leg. Lin Yi helped her put it on, his fingers lingering on her small hip bone for a moment, then casually pulled the shiny black cat tail out of her waistband. This is a necessary expense. We can't cut back. The territory needs to develop, and the people need to eat. If you're not even willing to give them this much money, why should they risk their lives for you? Isn't this how other lords are? At most, they give some black bread, just enough to keep them from starving. Mimi muttered to herself, if anyone is dissatisfied, just have Cecilia step in and appease them. Faith is a very useful thing. He stood up and patted her pert buttocks. All right. You want the horse to run, but you don't want it to eat grass. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Mimi snorted, still wanting to argue. I'm doing all this for this family. Lin Yi reached out and gave her a light pinch on the chest. Shut up. Put your hands up. Mimi gave a soft humph. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but she still obediently raised her hands above her head, like a kitten being scolded by its owner. Lin Yi pulled the nightgown over her head, the soft fabric brushing against her cheeks and covering her slightly pouting lips. After putting on short pajama pants, Mimi returned to her petite and delicate home-dressed appearance. Lin Yi pulled up his pants to make sure they wouldn't fall down, then bent down and neatly placed the slippers beside her feet. Let's go down for dinner. I don't want to go out. Mimi's ears drooped. How could she possibly face Cecilia and the others in her current state? Protest denied. Lin Yi bent down, put one arm around her waist and the other supporting her buttocks, and lifted her up easily like a child. Mimi let out an ah sound. Her two little legs instinctively tightened around his waist, and her tail peeked out from her pajama pants and wrapped around his arm. She struggled symbolically for a moment, but couldn't break free, so she simply buried her face in his shoulder and stopped talking. A sumptuous lunch has been laid out on the table. Aluriel was carrying the last dish out of the kitchen, while Nessa was setting out the cutlery beside her. The whole family was together. Lin Yi placed Mimi on the chair. Mimi lowered her head, her ear tips as red as freshly cooked shrimp. Cecilia glanced at her, said nothing, and silently pushed a bowl of soup in front of her. "Drink more, it'll help you recover." Mimi hummed in response, then lowered her head even further, not daring to look at her. Lunch was eaten quietly. Midway through the meal, Ruri spat the bone she had finished gnawing on the table. Mimi had finished eating and was wiping her mouth. Nessa put down her teacup, and Cecilia also washed her hands and returned. Lin Yi stood up and pushed the chair back. "They're gone." At the door, Cecilia carefully straightened Lin Yi's collar, folding and refolding it with her fingers, still feeling it wasn't smooth enough. Lin Yi looked down at her, without urging her. "All right." Cecilia finally let go and took a step back. "That's enough." Lioli had transformed back into her dragon form and was lying in the courtyard, her tail swishing impatiently. Lin Yi flipped himself onto the dragon's back and reached out his hand to Cecilia. Cecilia used the momentum to sit behind him, gently placing her hands on his waist. Lin Yi turned his gaze to Nessa at the door and gave her a wink. Nessa nodded almost imperceptibly. This was arranged last night. Cecilia would go with him, while Nessa would stay behind to take care of Mimi. He knew that Mimi and Nessa didn't get along, but if his shy little cat had to choose between Nessa and Alluriel, she would definitely choose Nessa. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze and patted Lioli's neck. "We might be back very late, so don't wait for us for dinner." With a flap of its glass wings, it took off and the figures in the courtyard quickly shrank. Mimi was still sitting at the dining table, having only drunk most of the soup in front of her. It wasn't that she was dawdling. The soup was just so delicious. I don't know what kind of monster's meat Alluriel used, but she stewed it with several kinds of herbs. There was no fishy smell at all, and drinking it made my lower abdomen feel warm and comfortable. The aches and pains from last night's ordeal have eased considerably. Nessa stood at the door, watching Lioli's figure disappear behind the ridge, before turning back to the dining table. She reached out and patted Mimi on the shoulder. "Mrs. Mimi, shall I give you a massage later? You must be feeling completely exhausted from yesterday." Mimi raised her head, her ears perking up warily. She snorted and deliberately puffed out her chest. "Yes, my boss really likes me." Nessa's lips curled into a smile. "I deserve some credit for that." Last night, the kitten was whimpering in its sleep and even snuggled into her arms. She was naturally unwilling to suffer a loss, so she casually rubbed those two small, soft mounds of flesh several times. Nessa savored the memory, feeling her tail go limp. She was very pleased with the compensation she received last night, and at least she had a whole afternoon to spend with Mimi. "Mimi won't know anything. I'll go wash the dishes now. Please call me anytime if you need anything." Nessa swayed away. Mimi hummed in agreement, picked up the bowl, and drank the last drop of soup clean. She tilted her head back, waiting for the last drop of soup to drip down the side of the bowl and onto the tip of her tongue. "It tastes good. We can't waste it." Belch. She leaned back in her chair contentedly and let out a small burp. Her cheeks flushed, and she immediately pretended nothing had happened, turning her head to shout towards the kitchen. "Alluriel, how did you make this soup? It's so delicious." Alluriel peeked out from the kitchen doorway, a dishcloth in her hand and flour specks on her apron. She smiled and said, "Oh, Mrs. Mimi, this is a soup that Mrs. Cecilia specially instructed me to make for you to help with your pregnancy." "Install." Mimi's smile froze. A pregnancy-stabilizing soup? Her hand trembled, and she almost dropped the bowl. She instinctively covered her lower abdomen. Her lower abdomen, which had been warm just moments before, suddenly became burning hot, making her feel flustered. No, I don't want to have a baby yet. I'm not ready to be a mom." A puzzled voice came from the kitchen. "But Lady Cecilia said you worked hard last night and need to nourish yourself." Mimi covered her face. She felt she never wanted to drink soup again in her life. Chapter 98. 50-50 split? Harold's tent was exceptionally clean today. A new carpet was laid on the floor, a teapot and cups were placed on the table, and even the crooked boxes in the corner were stacked neatly. He stood at the door, wiping the sweat from his face repeatedly, with powerful figures on both sides whom he couldn't afford to offend. Lin Yi flipped off the dragon's back, with Cecilia following closely behind, her hand still on his waist. Harold immediately bent down to greet him, his smile more like a grimace than a cry. The tent flap was lifted from the inside. Violet stood at the door, her long purple hair cascading down to her waist. Her red eyes first swept over Lin Yi, then landed on Lioli, and she couldn't look away. Something was illuminated deep within her pupils. Lioli sensed it and tilted her head to look at her. Violet followed her example and tilted her head. The two looked at each other for 3 seconds, and Lioli smiled first, her eyes crinkling. "Hello." Violet didn't speak, but the corner of her mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. "Mr. Lin, we meet again." Inside the tent, Elena sat calmly, showing no intention of getting up. She wore a dark blue coat today, and her hair was braided and hung down her chest. She looked more like a true lord than the last time she was in Harold's courtyard. Lin Yi walked straight in and sat down opposite Elena. "Countess Elena, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin. I apologize for my rudeness last time." Elena picked up her teacup, took a sip, and didn't respond. She hated formalities and idle chatter. "Enough with the small talk. Let's get straight to the point," Lin Yi said, getting straight to the point. "I don't think Countess Elena is the type to procrastinate." Elena put down her teacup. "Mr. Lin, I don't know where you come from, and I don't want to know." She pointed to the glass doorway. "But within my territory, a dragon of unknown origin is not allowed to appear. Do you know what it means when a dragon in human form suddenly emerges from this remote corner?" Lioli was lost in thought. She stared at the teapot on the table, wondering if it contained black tea or flower tea, and whether there was sugar in it. Suddenly hearing someone mention her, she looked up and saw Elena pointing her finger at her. It was tiny, with blue hair and blue eyes, a straight back, and a slightly raised chin, just like a little swan that hadn't fully grown up yet. "Hello." "Hello." Lioli smiled again, revealing 2 pointed little tiger teeth. "My name is Lioli." Lin Yi's face darkened slightly. "It's not that I'm angry with Lioli, I just feel a little embarrassed." At the same time, his mind was racing. What does it mean for a dragon to transform into human form? How could he possibly know? He's not a native of this world. But this question should never be asked at the negotiating table. If you ask it, your bottom line will be revealed. Showing weakness in front of someone as shrewd as Elena is tantamount to handing a knife to her. He coughed twice, preparing to laugh it off. As you can see, looking at Lioli's innocent and guileless smiling face, and seeing her tilting her head and staring at her with a silly grin, Elena suddenly realized that she might have misjudged the situation. Is this dragon really a threat? Those eyes were crystal clear, like freshly drawn well water, without even a tiny fish. Elena silently swallowed back the words. "Do you know?" She picked up her teacup and took another sip, and Lin Yi also picked it up and took a sip, then they both put it down at the same time. "Forget it. Let's move on from this. I hope to establish a partnership with Count Elena," Lin Yi said calmly. "I can offer money, military force, a foundation of faith, and a plan for the development of my territory. If Count Elena is willing." He turned his head and gestured to Cecilia beside him. Cecilia bowed slightly, without saying a word. She understands her role. She's not here to negotiate. She's here to be an exhibit. Lin Yi needed to use her to tell Elena that he could help solve the faith problem in the territory, and that it was a faith that was completely obedient to her, not a branch remotely controlled by the capital. Lin Yi knew in his heart that doing business this way was wrong. In normal business negotiations, one should first probe the other party's bottom line, using a mix of truth and falsehood to engage in back-and-forth negotiations. But Elena isn't the kind of person you can pull along. She made her stance clear from the beginning. She didn't care where you came from, only what you could give her. So she won't beat around the bush with you. The best strategy to deal with someone like Elena is to lay your cards on the table. I have money, dragons, my own people as sanuses, and a development plan. Do you want me? Elena's gaze lingered on Cecilia for a moment. Then what do I need to give in return? Her voice was devoid of emotion. Cecilia's life alone probably isn't worth this price. I've noticed you've been quite generous with your spending with Harold. Her gaze shifted from Lin Yi's face to Harold, and then back to him. Harold was refilling the teapot when his hand trembled, and a few drops of boiling water spilled out, scalding the back of his hand. He gritted his teeth and endured it, carefully placing the teapot down before secretly wiping it quickly on his trouser leg. Ruri and Cecilia turned their gazes to him at the same time. Cecilia's eyes held a hint of surprise, while Ruri's eyes held a hint of sudden realization. It clearly says, "You traitor." Harold pretended not to see, lowered his head, and retreated to the tent entrance, standing ramrod straight, like a stake driven into the ground. He was inwardly groaning. Lin, he had made him say all this. It really wasn't his own initiative to sell. Lin Yi tapped the table with his fingers. Cecilia looked away. Lioli was still staring at Harold, making him break out in a cold sweat. Lin Yi knocked again, and Lioli reluctantly turned her head, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a big gulp, only to scald it so much that she stuck out her tongue. With Elena being so smart, how could she not investigate him? Instead of letting her investigate aimlessly, it's better to have Harold, the mole, pass on some appropriate information. Just the right amount, enough for her to be willing to sit at this negotiating table. Otherwise, today would not be a negotiation, but a war. Elena has a small but elite army, enough to give him a run for his money. Besides, according to Harold, she also has a level 62 professional. Cecilia's life is just an extra, Lin Yi said. I just don't want to get my hands dirty. Elena's eyebrows twitched. What I want is to be with Count Elena in this twilight realm. Lin Yi stretched out his 5 fingers and spread them on the table. 50-50. You could hear a pin drop inside the tent. Cecilia's breath hitched. Harold's gaze was blank. Even Violet's gaze shifted from Lioli's face to Lin Yi's fingers. Only Lioli showed no reaction whatsoever. 50-50ths? What the heck? She has no concept of money. All she can think about now is what to eat for dinner. Before leaving, she thought she saw Aluriel put a new box of cream cake in the refrigerator, strawberry-flavored. She's never tried strawberry-flavored before. Elena froze for a full second. Then a soft chuckle escaped her throat, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mr. Lin, you're quite bold. After she finished laughing, the corners of her mouth were still turned up. I bet you still feel like you got the short end of the stick. Chapter 99. Mimi's story. Mimi gritted her teeth and stood up from the chair, her legs still weak and trembling. She braced herself against the edge of the table with one hand and clutched the hem of her skirt tightly with the other, her face flushing red and then turning pale. Nessa, take me back to rest. Her voice was almost squeezed out through clenched teeth. At the kitchen doorway, Nessa poked her head out, wiped the water on her hands on her apron, and walked over with a smile. Okay, Mrs. Mimi. Her voice was soft and gentle, as if she were coaxing a sulking child. Mimi's brows furrowed instantly. She hated the title Madame, especially when it came from Nessa's mouth. But she had no strength left and couldn't be bothered to argue. Nessa bent down, slipped her arm under Nessa's knees, and supported Nessa's back with her other hand. With a jerk, she lifted Nessa up horizontally. Mimi felt light as a feather, curled up in Nessa's arms, her legs dangling in midair, her toes instinctively curling up. Don't hug me like that. Mimi struggled back, feeling both ashamed and indignant. Nessa hugged her, her arms tightening unconsciously, and she even gave her pert buttocks a light pinch. That's convenient. Mimi's face flushed instantly, turning a bright red that looked like it could bleed. She struggled a couple more times, but Nessa's arms were as hard as iron hoops and wouldn't budge. She was still weak, and her back ached terribly. Her strength was no different from a cat scratching an itch. She simply gave up, turned her face to the side, buried her face in Nessa's shoulder, and mumbled in a muffled voice. You can hug me, but you can't pinch me. It's just a few steps anyway, so what if I lose face? Aluriel stood at the kitchen doorway, watching their figures disappear around the corner of the stairs before turning her gaze away. She looked at the mess on the table, sighed softly, and felt a strange warmth in her heart. That's wonderful, she murmured to herself. The Lord's harem seems quite harmonious. I don't have to be on edge all the time anymore. Aluriel finally understood. There were no proper servants in this house. Every single one of them was someone the master cherished and would become the future mistress of the house. How long have you been here? I have already witnessed the birth of the 2 ladies. Her gaze shifted to her 2 daughters, who were actually her sister's children. Thranduil and Alenia were squatting in the corner of the living room with Mimi. The mop and bucket were left aside, and three little heads huddled together, whispering something furtively. Alenia's eyes widened in surprise. Thranduil's face was flushed, and Mimi simply covered her face, with only the tips of her long ears burning red. Eluriel wanted to call them over for help, but she swallowed the words back. These past few months, the children have suffered so much with her. They were captured from the elf forest and have been constantly on the move without ever getting a good night's sleep. Let them play a little longer. Just do more work yourself. Her gaze drifted towards the window again. Lucy leaned against the windowsill, her long, silvery white hair cascading down to her waist. Her face was turned to the side as she stood motionless like a beautiful sculpture. What is she looking at? Outside, besides the trees, there were only distant mountains. Eluriel looked away and sighed again. All she had asked Lucy was not to anger Lin Yi, as she still needed to take care of Alenia and Thranduil. She wasn't good at saying nice things. She just wanted to raise her sister's two daughters safely. But Lucy is a princess, born with pride. Even after being locked in a cage for so long, she has never bowed her head to anyone. Did I hurt her with my words? Princess Mingming also tried her best. When they were in the cage, Lucy would always protect them whenever someone came to cause trouble. Whether she's swearing or getting punched, she may be fierce with her words, but her body always steps in front to shield people. Eluriel shook her head, bringing her thoughts back to reality, and began to plan for dinner. The pregnancy-stabilizing soup needs to be simmered now. It's troublesome and must be simmered for a sufficient amount of time to be effective. She had just carried a clay pot, about half her height, out of the cupboard when a crisp sound suddenly came from the living room. Mimi, according to your description, last night the adults, your mother, and your sister Mimi were in XX? Although Alania spoke softly in the quiet living room, every word seemed like a pebble, clearly hitting Eluriel's ears. Eluriel's vision went black, and the casserole in her hand nearly crashed to her foot with a loud clatter. She slammed the clay pot heavily onto the stove, clutching her chest tightly with one hand. My heart was pounding. Don't let me hear any of this. I'm just a cook. All I want is to live a peaceful and stable life. In the corner, Mimi's face had turned from red to a purplish brown. She opened her mouth, as if trying to explain something, but couldn't utter a single word. Thranduil swiftly covered Alenia's mouth, but Alenia's large eyes still shone with a thirst for knowledge. Eluriel felt a throbbing sensation in her temples. She put down the rag, wiped her hands, and suddenly turned around. Thranduil, Alenia, come and wash the dishes. Her voice was at least 8 octaves higher than usual. The two little elves shuddered in fright, quickly dusted off their knees, and ran over. Mimi was still squatting there dumbfounded, her face completely red. Eluriel glanced at her, her tone softening again. Mimi, go and bring in the blankets we hung out to dry yesterday. It looks like it's going to rain. Oh, Mimi felt as if she had been granted a pardon. She stood up and ran outside, her little tail wagging wildly behind her. In the bedroom, Nessa gently placed Mimi on the bed and pulled the blanket over her legs. The moment Mimi's waist touched the soft mattress, she felt as if her bones had vanished, and she sank into the pillow, her eyes half open, about to drift off to sleep. I'll go get some incense to help me sleep, Nessa said, getting up to get up. A hand reached out from under the covers and grabbed her wrist. Nessa looked down at her slender white fingers. Her nails were neatly trimmed, and there was a thin callus on her fingertips from holding a pen. What's wrong, my Mrs. Mimi? Mimi's lips trembled and twitched several times before she managed to squeeze out a sound as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Nessa, do you know how to make that kind of medicine? Her voice grew softer and softer until Nessa had to put her ear close to hear it. I don't want to get pregnant. I'm not ready. Yesterday the boss was too busy. What if something happens? Her fingers were trembling, not from the cold, but from fear. Nessa's eyebrows twitched slightly. Looking at Mimi's pale face and the still wet eyes, she suddenly remembered last night when Mimi had nestled in her arms like this. She was like a kitten that hadn't been weaned yet, forcibly pulled out of its nest, helpless and pitiful. Ultimately, Mimi herself is still a little adult. Nessa's own child, Mimi, was created through alchemy. She was not her biological child. She didn't know what it felt like to be a real mother, but at that moment, she suddenly felt that she should be one. She flipped her wrist and grasped Mimi's cold fingers, gently squeezing them. She sat down on the edge of the bed, and the soft mattress sank in a little. "Mimi," she said in a very soft voice, as if afraid of disturbing something, "can you tell me your story?" Mimi was stunned. She looked at Nessa, at those deep amber vertical pupils, which, in the soft light, had lost their usual cunning. She looked at the faint smile on Nessa's lips, which was no longer one of watching a good show, but rather one of "I'm listening." In a daze, she saw the shadow of another person. Long, long ago in a tribe, there was a man who would hold her hand like this, looking at her with eyes that said, "If the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you." Mimi lowered her head, her fingers curling slightly in Nessa's warm palm. Her voice was very soft, with a slight tremor squeezed out from deep in her throat, as if afraid of waking her from a dream. "Me and my sister." Sunlight streamed in through the window, falling on the backs of their clasped hands. Nessa didn't move, nor did she urge her. She just sat there quietly, holding her hand, waiting for her to tell the story bit by bit. Chapter 100: Pleasant Cooperation. Cecilia stood outside the tent, her fingers gripping the handle of the suitcase so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Violet stood beside her, her hands clasped in front of her lower abdomen, her posture impeccable, but her perked-up ears betrayed her composure, and her eyes were fixed on the tent flap. The voices inside were intermittent, sometimes rising in pitch, and sometimes falling so low they were inaudible. Violet frowned slightly. On a blanket not far away, Liuli sat cross-legged, her tail swishing leisurely behind her. Several empty plates were already piled up in front of her. Harold squatted to the side, holding a plate of freshly cut fruit, his smile so stiff it was about to crack. Liuli popped another grape into her mouth, chewed it, and then reached out to grab one. "This is delicious. I'll have another plate." Liuli pointed to an empty plate. Harold's eye twitched violently. The remaining sauce on the plate was wild honey that he had painstakingly obtained from the northern border. There were only 2 jars of it, which he had originally intended to give to the tax collector in the capital to curry favor. In such a short time, most of the jar had already gone into the dragon's belly. Yes, coming right away." Harold winked at his subordinate behind him, who, with a long face, resignedly retreated. Inside the tent, Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, pinching his brow hard with his fingers. He thought he would never be able to break down in the business world, but today he's really seen it for himself. Across from her, Elena sat with her legs crossed, holding a teacup, her expression calm, as if those outrageous conditions hadn't come from her mouth at all. She made 3 conditions. First, lend her the glass to deter the 2 neighboring countries that were planning to take advantage of the situation. In her words, the deterrent power of a dragon was far more effective than that of an army. Secondly, within 3 years, she aimed to make this territory the most economically successful in the kingdom of Aurelian. She even did some calculations on the spot, predicting that tax revenue, population, and land output would increase tenfold in 3 years. 10 times 300,000 gold coins. When Lin Yi heard this number, he almost thought he had misheard. Third, she needs to absorb a large number of refugees in a short period of time. He needs to pay for building houses, buying food, and ideally, hiring some magicians and alchemists to improve this desolate, barren mountainous area. Lin Yi didn't let her continue. "My head is buzzing. I'm so angry. Do they really think he's some kind of wishing well turtle? Liuli can cooperate with you." Lin Yi suppressed his anger. "But you have to provide meals, make sure she's well fed. If she wants to go out, you can't stop her. Working hours are 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., weekends off." He went on and on, as if afraid that Liuli would suffer the slightest grievance. If it weren't for the fact that this dragon girl had so much energy, he wouldn't have wanted her to go to work, but for the sake of his back, he decided to find her a job anyway. Number 1 in economic output for 3 years? "Your Excellency, do you know how poor this mountain area is?" Lin Yi's voice turned cold. "Give me 5 years. In addition, I need you to help me connect with the major merchant guilds like the Fengsha Merchant Guild so that I can operate under your banner. If necessary, I also need to use your royal status." Elena twitched her eyebrows, remaining non-committal. "It's okay to take in refugees, but we have to do it slowly. If you cram tens of thousands of people in at once, they'll have nowhere to live, nothing to eat, and no work to do. They'll start fighting each other on their own, without the enemy even having to come to them. Lin Yi paused, staring at her. Don't you agree? Elena picked up the apple on the table, took a big bite with a crunch, chewed it, and swallowed it. All right, we'll discuss it again. She casually tossed the apple core into the plate. Is this all Mr. Lin is capable of? Lin, he didn't speak. I really dislike this Twilight Shadow Mountains, Elena said again. Too many mountains and too little flat land. Can you help me level these mountains? It'll be much easier to develop with some flat land. Lin Yi simulated. Okay, so you're gonna play it this way. Sure. I also think this mountain is quite an eyesore. How about this? You let the witch next to you take action. I happen to have a prop that is like a magic amplifier here. Miss Violet is currently level 59. If she casts a few burst spells on it every day, this mountain will be gone in less than a year. Elena stopped biting into the apple. Her eyes narrowed. Are you provoking me? Isn't Countess Elena the same? She doesn't have big breasts, but she has a big mouth. Elena's face darkened. Your courage is as thick as your skin. Your temper is as short as your height. Someone like you dares to talk to me about cooperation? You, a man like you. Do you even deserve to be a lord? My appointment as lord was personally bestowed by His Majesty. Who do you think you are? What I am is not important, Lin Yi said, leaning forward and enunciating each word clearly. What is important is that you need what I have. The air inside the tent was so cold it felt like it was about to freeze. The two stared at each other, neither willing to give in. Elena's fingers rested on the edge of the table, her thumb tracing the rough wood grain. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, relaxed, but his hand never left the hilt of the knife at his waist. After a long while, Elena looked away first. She leaned back in her chair and put her legs down. Now I'm a little curious about your background. Her voice regained its composure. Where did you get this information from? She never mentioned Violet's true identity to anyone. Even those old foxes in the capital couldn't find out. How could this person know? Don't worry about it. Lin Yi picked up his teacup and took a sip. The tea had gone cold. I know a lot more than that. Are you threatening me? Elena's eyes narrowed again. You can understand it that way. Another deathly silence fell over the tent. Elena moved her hand away from the edge of the table and onto the fruit knife on the table, her fingers resting on the hilt and her thumb gently pressing on the pommel. How long can a violet hold off that dragon? 1 second or 2 seconds? Lin Yi noticed her little gesture and smiled. He untied the nightfall sword from his waist, scabbard attached, and placed it on the table with a clatter before pushing it over. You also wield a sword, don't you? His voice was low and strangely seductive. Think long term, don't just think about being the queen of a small country. I can take you much, much further. Elena removed her fingers from the fruit knife. She picked up Nightfall. It was extremely heavy, much heavier than she had expected. She gripped the scabbard and drew the sword an inch from it. There was no light, no patterns, only a vast expanse of darkness that swallowed everything. She felt a shiver run through her exposed skin. It wasn't fear, but the instinctive tremor of the soul when standing on a precipice overlooking the abyss. She had seen similar power in this sword before. In her father's secret treasure trove, on that sacred object that had been worshipped as a divine relic by successive kings. That belongs to the gods. The sword before us is deeper, heavier, and closer to the source than that sacred artifact. Her pupils contracted, and she looked up at Lin Yi. Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged, still that smug look of, I'm doing business with you. But Elena knew this was no longer a business transaction. This is a door. Pushing open this door, she might never have to put up with anyone's opinions again in her life. She sheathed the sword with a soft click, and then pushed it back into its sheath. It's a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Lin. She smiled, revealing a row of neat white teeth, her smile radiant. Lin Yi took the sword and hung it back on his waist. It's a pleasure to work with you. Chapter 101 mission completed. It was completely dark. A light came on inside the tent, casting 2 shadows on the canvas, one on the left and one on the right. Outside the tent, Cecilia had somehow started chatting with Violet, the socially awkward girl. She seemed to be able to chat with anyone. The affability of the god of light was no joke. The two sat side by side against the wooden crate, knees touching, their voices low as they shared secrets that no one else could hear. Is Countess Elena like this all the time? Cecilia tilted her head to look at her. Violet's eyes lit up instantly at the mention of Elena. This is the only topic that can keep her talking about all day. Lady Elena actually loves cats. She had one when she was a child at the palace, but it was secretly taken away by the steward, and she cried for 3 days because of it. As Violet spoke, her voice lowered further, and she unconsciously glanced at the tent. Cecilia leaned closer and whispered, "Does she still keep them?" Violet shook her head, but she would buy some cat accessories, saying they were for me, but she would secretly wear them in her room. Cecilia couldn't help but burst out laughing. It's not just politeness. I genuinely find it adorable. When Violet saw her smile, she smiled back, her lips curving into a gentle smile as well. The two of them were head to head, whispering in each other's ears. They talked about Elena's favorite color and how she needs to hold something while sleeping. She started by talking about how she didn't like carrots, and then mentioned how she secretly bandaged an injured crow while fighting in the north. Cecilia listened intently, occasionally responding with "really?" or "and then?" Violet was encouraged and became more talkative, leaning closer and closer until their shoulders were pressed tightly together. On the other side, Liuli's mouth didn't stop either. The snacks on the table were all gone, and she set her sights on Harold. Harold felt a chill run down his spine under those amber eyes. He cursed inwardly, but had to keep a smile on his face as he ordered his men to kill a snowhoof that was pulling the cart. That was a treasure he brought back from the snowfield. It had amazing stamina, thick skin, and tough flesh, but the meat was extremely tender. It was absolutely delicious when roasted. A fire was lit, chunks of meat were skewered on iron sticks, and grease dripped into the fire with a sizzling sound, sending sparks flying. Liuli squatted by the fire, her tail swaying leisurely behind her, her eyes fixed on the skewer of meat. Harold stood aside, his heart bleeding, wishing only that these powerful beings would leave, especially this dragon, and get out of there as soon as possible. The tent flap was finally lifted. Lin Yi and Elena walked out side by side, both with smiles on their faces. It wasn't the fake smile you give when you're being polite. It was the smile of someone who had just closed a big deal and both parties felt like they'd made a killing. Harold quickly went to greet them. "My lords, it's getting late. Why don't you stay for a simple meal?" As he spoke, he glanced at the glass doll beside the fire, then at the sizzling, oily skewer of roasted meat. Lin Yi's gaze swept over Harold and landed on Lioli. The girl's cheeks were bulging, and her lips were greasy. He ignored Harold and looked straight at the corner. Cecilia and Violet were still standing there, heads touching, talking about something. Cecilia chuckled, and Violet laughed along. The two looked up at the same time and found Lin Yi and Elena looking at them. They then looked down at the same time as if they had been electrocuted, just like two students caught passing notes in class. Cecilia, Violet, Lin Yi and Elena spoke at the same time, each calling out to someone. Cecilia and Violet stood up, brushed the dirt off their skirts, and exchanged a reluctant glance. "Let's talk again next time," Cecilia said softly. "Yes." Violet nodded vigorously. The two returned to their respective teams. Elena tidied her hair and smoothed out the wrinkles on her clothes from sitting. Some details will be finalized later. I haven't fully grasped the intricacies of Twilight Shadow territory yet. I'll send people into the mountains in a few days to investigate the mineral distribution. The mining plan and equipment investment will be entirely entrusted to Mr. Lin. She paused. "I'll negotiate with the Wind God Chamber of Commerce to have them come and collect the goods." Linny nodded. "Of course I trust Countess Elena." However, he glanced at the night sky. "Shouldn't you also deliver on those extras? I'm in a hurry to get home for dinner." Without the slightest hesitation, Elena turned to look at Violet. "Violet, kill her." Cecilia was taken aback and hadn't quite grasped the situation when Violet nodded. Something in her pupils seemed to ignite for a moment, then quickly went out. At the same time, a notification popped up in Lin Yi's mind from the Lord of all Spirits. Cecilia's exclusive mission is complete. His gaze fell on Violet's face. Her complexion was pale, and her lips were tightly pressed together. Is this the power of a witch? Curse? Or something else? This kind of power that kills without leaving a trace was something he had never seen before. Lin Yi kept this question to himself and did not pursue it further. All right, that's all for today. He clapped his hands. Countess Elena, is there anything else? If not, I'll go home for dinner. Elena's expression changed. She pursed her lips, raised her eyebrows, and widened her eyes. Mr. Lin, her voice carried a hint of grievance, though it was unclear whether it was genuine or not. Could you please provide me with some gold coins? I can't even afford to build the Lord's mansion right now. Lin Yi looked at her and suddenly smiled. Actually, my house is quite big. Elena didn't respond. Her lips curved up and down repeatedly, but in the end she neither said yes nor no, and simply turned and left with Violet. Violet followed behind her, and after a few steps, she couldn't help but turn around and glance at Cecilia. Cecilia waved at her. Violet waved back, then quickly followed Elena, and the two soon disappeared into the night. Lin Yi stood there, watching their retreating figures. Harold stood to the side, wringing his hands, caught in a dilemma. Harold, exist. You should head to the capital soon, Lin Yi said calmly. Autumn is here, and it's time to collect the first taxes from the nobles. If you're too late, you won't even get a taste of the soup. Harold jumped in surprise and quickly nodded and bowed. Don't worry, sir. Everything is arranged. We'll leave tomorrow morning. Lin Yi didn't look at him again. Everything that needed to be explained has already been explained. Now it's up to Harold to see what he can accomplish. He walked to the fire, snatched the half-eaten roasted meat from Lioli's hand, took a big bite, and then stuffed the rest of the meat into Cecilia's mouth. Are you hungry? Have something to eat first. Cecilia's mouth was stuffed full. She made a hum sound, her cheeks puffed out, and after chewing a couple of times, her face turned red. Thank you, sir. Lioli looked at her empty hands, her lips pouting and glistening with oil. Before she could even voice her protest, Lin Yi placed his hand on her head, ruffled it, and messed up her hair. Lioli's grievances dissipated before they could even take shape. She flicked her tail and stopped making a fuss. Lin Yi turned around. Lioli, let's go. Chapter 102, The Death of Cecilia, Elena's Sword. Cecilia sat in the carriage, the wheels rolling over gravel, each bump throwing her against the side of the carriage. She simply stopped holding on and let herself sway with the carriage, like a puppet whose bones had been removed. The group from the temple was scheduled to depart early tomorrow morning, but Lancelot changed his orders and ordered a retreat that night. Their objective was clear: to use the cover of night to blend into the main group and make it easier to escape. He only said, an urgent order from the capital, and then offered no further explanation. No one will question it. In the hearts of these knights, Lancelot's prestige was far greater than Cecilia's. The knights quickly donned their armor, mounted their horses, and, with their torches forming a fiery dragon, charged out of the town. At the town's entrance, the whispers of the sentries were carried away by the night wind. Why did they leave tonight? Weren't they supposed to leave tomorrow? Never mind. You keep an eye on things. I'll go report to the magistrate. The man had just stood up when it felt like he had been hit on the back of the head by a hard object. His vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground without a sound. Who? Kegel heard the noise, and his hand was already on the hilt of the knife, but he couldn't pull it out. A cold hand gripped his wrist, its strength seemingly superhuman. He turned his head sharply and saw only a pair of grayish-white eyes that gleamed coldly in the night. The next second, a sharp pain shot through the back of his neck, and he collapsed to the ground. Lin Yi never imagined that Kegel's group of more than 30 brothers would be taken down in an instant without him receiving any news. After the carriage left the town and traveled for an hour, Lancelot reined in his horse and ordered the caravan to stop. He rode up to the lead knight and whispered a few words to him. The gist of it is that Lady Cecilia has another mission, and he is to lead her along another route while the main force continues onward without waiting. The knights didn't ask any further questions. The leader responded and led the group to continue towards the capital. The firelight and the sound of horses' hooves faded into the distance, and the night finally returned to its deathly silence. The carriage turned onto a side road. The road grew narrower and narrower, and the shadows of the trees on both sides grew denser. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the branches and leaves, casting dappled light and shadow on Cecilia's face. She suddenly spoke. The direction is wrong. Lancelot did not answer. He sat outside the carriage, leaning against the wall, relaxed, as if he had expected her to ask. "Lancelot, whose side are you on?" Cecilia's voice was not loud, but it was chilling. "I pledge allegiance to Bishop Augustus," he said, his voice flat and emotionless. "But I do not think going to the Kingdom of Nords is a good idea." "So, you're making the decision for me?" "I'm choosing a safer path for you." He paused. "The Temple of Light in the Kingdom of Roland is more suitable for you. You can find better protection there. It's not impossible for you to avenge the bishop in the future." Cecilia let out a cold laugh. "The Kingdom of Roland? Ignatius lost the bishopric to my grandfather back then and ran off to that backwater to establish his own power base. You want me to go and join him?" Her voice rose. "Lancelot, did you sell me out? Or were you his man from the very beginning?" Lancelot did not turn around. The moonlight illuminated his chiseled profile, which revealed no expression, but the fingers gripping the reins unconsciously curled slightly. Cecilia was right. He was an undercover agent sent by the Kingdom of Roland from beginning to end. From the very first day he was chosen to enter the temple, it has been, Bishop Ignatius selected a group of homeless orphans and sent them to Augustus's territory, instructing them to infiltrate and climb the ranks, the higher the better. Augustus mentored him, taught him, and personally promoted him to the position of paladin. But Augustus never truly trusted him. The bishop preferred to tell his good-for-nothing granddaughter the secret of the container and the incantation rather than reveal a single word to him. He knelt in that study for a full quarter of an hour. Augustus hesitated for a quarter of an hour. In the end, we let him go. In the end, can blood ties really prevail? If Augustus had trusted him just a little more, the outcome might have been completely different. Lancelot closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, all that remained in his eyes was coldness. "Lady Cecilia, rest now. The road ahead is still long." The carriage continued its journey along the bumpy road. Cecilia stopped talking. She was pushed onto this path by her grandfather, and then dragged off by his enemies, heading towards another unknown abyss. What difference does it make where you go? She won't die. When she arrived in the Kingdom of Roland, they wouldn't kill her because she was still useful. She could become a weapon to attack Aurelian's Temple of Light, be pushed outside the city gates to be persuaded to surrender, or stand on the trial platform to personally testify against her own grandfather. It's not death, but it's more painful than death. Cecilia reached out and touched the necklace around her neck. It was empty. The last trump card her grandfather left her was used up when dealing with that succubus queen. She no longer even has the right to resist. Just then, a sharp pain exploded in her chest. The pain came on fiercely, like countless needles piercing her heart at the same time, as if something was savagely blossoming and bearing fruit in her flesh. "Well," Cecilia's mouth opened wide, but no sound came out. A breath caught in her throat, suffocating her. "Lancelot, save me." She used all her strength to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth, her fingernails digging into the wooden planks of the carriage, her knuckles turning pale from the excessive force. Hearing the strange noise behind him, Lancelot reined in his horse, jumped off the carriage, and flung open the curtain. In the corner of the carriage, Cecilia was curled up in a ball, her face pale and her lips purplish black. Her pupils were dilating. Lancelot reached out to check her breath, but it was too faint to feel. Without hesitation, he bit his thumb, smeared his blood on Cecilia's forehead, and pressed down on her shoulders, forcibly channeling his magic into her. Cecilia's body trembled violently, but her condition did not improve. "Who did this?" he cursed under his breath, increasing the flow of magic. Cecilia scratched at the wooden board with her fingers, her nails splitting and bleeding. Her mouth opened and closed, as if she were saying something. Lancelot leaned closer. "Elena." He heard the name clearly, and his heart skipped a beat. Just then, the horses pulling the cart let out a long, mournful neigh, raised their front hooves high, and the entire cart tilted to one side. Lancelot grabbed the reins and turned his body to the side at an incredible angle. A white sword aura grazed his cheek. It's not magic, it's pure sword energy, cold, swift, and almost invisible in the moonlight. The sword energy grazed past the carriage and, with a crack, cleaved a large tree, as thick as a bowl, in half at the roadside. The broken tree fell to the ground, splashing mud everywhere. Lancelot drew his sword, and the moonlight flashed across its blade. He jumped off the tilted carriage and landed steadily in the middle of the road. There was another person on the road ahead, I don't know when. The moonlight stretched the person's shadow very long. Her long blue hair was tied high in a ponytail. A thin sword was hanging at her waist. Her hand was on the hilt, and her posture was straight. Lancelot's pupils contracted as he saw the face clearly. That face bore some resemblance to Elena's, but it was taller, colder, and less like a living person. Collins, he pronounced the name, emphasizing each syllable. If Lancelot is a towering mountain among the younger generation of Aurelian, then Corinne is a deep sea. He had never fought her, only seen her once from afar on a northern battlefield. That time, she came alone and single-handedly wiped out an elite Nord army. Lancelot held his sword across his chest. "Princess Elena, did you send you to silence me?" Collins did not answer. To her, the answer was pointless. She is Elena's sword. Whoever Elena tells her to cut, she cuts. The fact that she even showed herself was the highest respect she could show to Lancelot, who was also a swordsman. The next instant, she drew her sword. Charge! Chapter 103, Cecilia's Self-Strategy. The door was pushed open, and a night wind carrying the smell of blood rushed in. Collins walked in, her coat bearing several dark red scratches, the bloodstains still wet. Elena was dozing off at the table when she heard the sound. She looked up and rubbed her sleepy eyes. "Sister, is it all done?" Her voice was hoarse from just waking up, but the word sister came out so naturally, as if it was something she was born to say. Collins pretended not to hear the word sister, simply nodded, and reported in a flat, monotone voice. "As you instructed, his right hand, which was used to hold the sword, was crippled, and he has been released. A swordsman without his right hand is no different from a dead man." "That's good." Elena stretched and casually tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing her fair and delicate face. "That old bastard Ignatius had better understand what I mean." She stood up, walked to the bedside, kicked off her shoes, climbed onto the bed, and then patted the empty space next to her. "Sister, shall we sleep together tonight?" Collins's gaze fell on the narrow, tattered bed. That bed was so cramped that even lying on it by herself felt too crowded. She glanced again at the Violet in the corner. Violet immediately lowered her head, her ears turning bright red as if they were about to bleed, and pretended to drink water while holding her empty teacup. "I'll listen to you." Collins unfastened her sword, leaned against the headboard, then took off her coat and lay down on the outermost side. Violet was curled up at the very inside, while Elena slept in the middle. As soon as she lay down, Elena rolled over and put one leg directly on Violet's waist. She still seemed unsatisfied, so she turned to the other side and put her arm around Collins's shoulder. Collins' body tensed instantly, but she didn't move. Before long, Elena's breathing became even and long, her lips slightly parted, and she fell into a deep sleep. Collins turned her head to look at her sleeping face. The glow of the oil lamp cast a pale gold hue on the soft, downy hairs on her cheeks, and her long eyelashes drooped quietly. She only looked at it for a few seconds before looking away. The moonlight streamed in through the window, falling on the scabbard of her sword leaning against the headboard, giving it a cold sheen. Violet wasn't asleep either. She lay there with her eyes open, staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. In the small room, the breathing of the three people mingled. The wick burst into its last spark and went out completely. Under the same night sky, the enormous, glassy dragon wings continued to flap tirelessly. The twilight shadow mountains had long been left behind, and the forest below gradually thinned out and then thickened again. Moonlight pierced through the clouds, casting dappled shadows across the vast land, which shifted and changed with their flight. Cecilia sat behind Lin Yi, gently clutching the hem of his clothes with both hands. "My lord, was Cecilia dead just now?" Her voice was shattered by the wind. "Was it Miss Violet who did it?" Lin Yi hummed in agreement. "Her power is strange. Be careful when you see her in the future." Cecilia thought for a moment. "I can tell she's not a bad person." She added softly, "Although it's just a feeling." Lin Yi didn't reply. For a moment, the only sounds on the dragon's back were the wind and the whooshing of its wings. Cecilia, Lin Yi suddenly spoke. Don't you want to go and collect the bodies of those children from your hometown? Although we don't know where they were silenced, and the mountains are vast, you can find them if you're willing to look, right? After learning from Mimin that those who betrayed Cecilia had been silenced, Lin Yi assumed that Cecilia would go to find them. He even had manpower ready, so that as soon as she asked, Kegel would temporarily put aside everything he was doing and lead people into the mountains to search. But she never mentioned it, acting as if she didn't care at all. Now that Cecilia is dead and everything has settled, he finally asked the question. Cecilia remained silent for a moment. There's no need to go looking for it. Isn't the fate of adventurers to die in some unknown corner and then rot and stink? Of course, we'll talk about it if we accidentally find it later. Her voice cut through the wind, clear and cold. I can't cause any more trouble for the adults. Besides, I don't want to see them again. Only betrayal is unforgivable. She paused, her tone tinged with relief, whether it's betrayal of the doctrine or betrayal of me. Killing Cecilia and avenging them is enough. Lin Yi remained silent. The sounds of wind, the flapping of dragon wings, and Lioli's occasional dissatisfied humming filled the air. He remembered that rainy night when Cecilia knelt on the ground, her forehead pressed to the earth, humbly pleading. He asked her then, what if the price is to abandon your faith? Is betrayal the only thing that cannot be forgiven? Does her so-called betrayal include abandoning her own beliefs? He quietly brought up the panel of the Lord of all spirits. Family member, Cecilia. Loyalty, 92. Loyalty is still steadily increasing. Yes, betrayal is the only thing that can never be forgiven. Lioli's voice suddenly came from below. In her dragon form, her voice was lower than usual, with a buzzing sound that resonated in her chest, but her tone still had that natural childlike innocence. You can betray anyone, but you can't betray my master. Anyone who dares to betray my master, Lioli will kill them. Lin Yi lowered his head and gently stomped on the hard scales on the dragon's back with his toe. That's too domineering of you. It makes it sound like the whole world has to revolve around me. Lioli gave a heavy snort. That's for sure. My master is my whole world. I only want my master. I don't want anything else. When she said, I don't want anything else, her disdainful tone made it sound like she was saying, I don't eat cilantro. Pfft. Cecilia burst out laughing. She buried her face in Lin Yi's broad back, her shoulders shaking as she laughed for a long time. Lioli is still so cute. After laughing enough, she straightened up and tried to straighten her wind-blown hair. The wind was too strong. I had just tidied it up when it was all messed up again. She simply gave up. At that very moment, she suddenly understood. It wasn't because I was enlightened by some grand philosophy. It was just that I simply heard Lioli say something silly yet domineering. She laughed, and after she laughed, the knot in her heart that had been nagging at her for so long vanished. She had already decided to serve the master to the death for the rest of her life. So what was there to hesitate about? As for the God of Light, that was her faith. She followed his teachings and used the power he gave her to protect those she wanted to protect. From beginning to end, the goddess of light never withdrew her power. Even the gods had no objections, but she morally blackmailed herself, always feeling that if she wasn't wholeheartedly devoted, she would be letting down his favor. Why is she arguing with herself? It's like a grown-up daughter leaving home to live elsewhere, while her mother stays in the old house, growing flowers and raising cats, occasionally calling to ask, have you eaten? The daughter is doing well outside. She doesn't call every day or come home every day, but her mother has never blamed her. Even her mother doesn't blame her, so why is she crying on the other end of the phone? Cecilia smiled. She reached out and gently tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve again, clutching the piece of fabric in her hand. My lord, Lioli is right. I can betray anyone, but I cannot betray you. Lin Yi paused for a moment, then turned around. The night breeze ruffled Cecilia's blonde hair, a few strands brushing against his cheeks, tickling him. Under the moonlight, her eyes sparkled, filled with laughter. He reached out and ruffled her hair, his palm sliding from the top of her head to the ends, the soft strands slipping through his fingers. Good. At that very moment, the numbers on Cecilia's screen jumped up. Family member, Cecilia. Loyalty, 100. Lin Yi. I haven't done anything yet. Cecilia, Lin Yi called out to her. Yes, sir. I didn't expect you to be such a master of self-control. Chapter 104 Elenia. I want to see rivers of blood. Lin Yi sensed something was wrong as soon as he stepped inside. The atmosphere in the living room was extremely eerie. Mimi huddled on the far left of the sofa, arms crossed, tail tucked tightly between her legs, cat ears pressed against her head, her face practically screaming, "Don't mess with me." Nessa sat on the far right with her tail held high, holding a cup of tea that had long since gone cold. She neither drank nor put it down, her gaze fixed on the scenery outside the window, as if the view outside was more interesting than the people in the room. There was enough space between the two of them to fit 2 more people. Mimi was sandwiched in the very center of this empty space, looking left and right. The snake's tail was coiled uneasily beneath her, and she exuded a sense of helplessness, as if asking, "Who will save me?" In the huge empty space between the two sat the pitiful-looking Mimi. The little snake man looked left and right, its tail twisted nervously beneath its body, radiating a helpless signal of "Someone save me." Eluriel is pretending to be very busy. She stood in the hallway between the living room and the kitchen, holding a soft measuring tape, and was taking Elenia's measurements with a serious expression. After measuring her height, they measured her waist and then her hips. The ruler circled around Elenia's body, each circle slower than the last. Having raised 2 children for so many years, how could she not know how old they are? It was simply an excuse to stay away and avoid being caught in the crossfire of the 2 ladies' conflict. Thranduil stood to the side, holding a soft measuring tape in his hand, which he draped over his shoulder without moving for a long time. It was unclear whether he wanted to measure himself or someone else. Elenia stood ramrod straight, but her eyes kept glancing toward Mimi. "Stand still." Eluriel reached out and turned her head back to its normal position. 3 seconds later, it tilted again. Eluriel sighed and could only pretend she hadn't seen it. While Eluriel turned around to memorize numbers, Elenia quietly moved her toes half an inch towards Mimi. "Elenia." Eluriel's cold voice drifted over without even turning her head. Elenia's toes snapped back in a flash. Thranduil, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle, but was met with a sharp glare from Eluriel, his laughter caught in his throat. For the first time ever, Princess Lucy wasn't by the window today. Instead, she sat at the dining table, holding a cup of hot tea, a slight smile on her lips, her gaze shifting between Mimi, Nessa, and Mimi. It was unclear whether she was waiting for dinner to start or anticipating a good show. When she saw Lin Yi enter, Eluriel's eyes lit up instantly. "Our savior has finally arrived." She released Elenia, folded the measuring tape, and stuffed it into her pocket. "The master is back. I'll go heat up the food." Before she finished speaking, she grabbed Elenia and Thranduil by the arm and dragged them into the kitchen. "Both of you, come and help." Elenia was pulled so hard she stumbled, her legs dragging on the ground. Still unwilling to give up, she turned back and shouted, "No, I want to see rivers of blood." Eluriel's fingertips precisely pinched her elven-pointed ear and gently twisted it. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" Elenia hissed, tears welling up in her eyes. Thranduil chuckled to himself, but halfway through his laughter, his other ear was also twisted. Still laughing, Eluriel pushed the 2 little ones into the kitchen, and with a whoosh, the curtain was pulled shut, shutting out everything in the living room. Lin Yi stood at the door, looked at Mimi and Nessa on the sofa, then at Lucy by the dining table, and finally at the kitchen. Cecilia stood behind him, looked around, and asked in a low voice, afraid of disturbing something, "What's wrong?" Lin Yi shook his head. Only Lioli completely disregarded the atmosphere. Or perhaps she wouldn't have considered the atmosphere at all. As soon as she entered the door, she kicked off her shoes, ran over in her damp white socks, pounced on the sofa from behind, pressed herself against the back of the sofa, and stretched out her arms to hug Mimi, and Nessa. Mimi's ear flicked and then stuck back to its original position. Nessa's teacup wobbled, and a drop of cool tea spilled onto the back of her hand. "What are we having for dinner?" Lioli rubbed her face against Mimi's head, then against Mimi's head, and finally against Nessa's head. Nessa put down her teacup and wiped her fingers on her skirt. "Lioli, you should ask Eluriel about that." Mimi struggled out of Lioli's arms and moved half an inch to the side, Go eat your darling. Only Mei answered seriously, counting the dishes on her fingers. Annie, the Luriel stewed meat. And there's also toast and cream of mushroom soup, the one sister Liuli said she wanted to drink yesterday. Liuli gave her a quick kiss on the cheek, flipped over the back of the sofa, and rushed into the kitchen, leaving the three of them still locked in a stalemate. Luriel, I am hungry. Give me something to eat first. A helpless voice came from the kitchen. It'll be ready soon. Just wait a little longer. I can't wait any longer. As soon as Liuli let go, Mimi and Nessa reacted as if they had been electrocuted, moving half an inch to either side at the same time. The distance between the two has increased. Mimi sat alone in the middle of the sofa. Her left hand was cold, and her right hand was cold too. She looked down at her empty hands, her tail tip drawing circles helplessly on the ground. Lin Yi walked over, grabbed Mei's armpits from behind, and easily lifted her off the sofa. The little snake man was very light. He held him in midair with his legs dangling and his tail hanging down. She was stunned for a moment, then turned her head and saw Lin Yi's face, her eyes instantly turning red. Tears welled up in her eyes, but stubbornly refused to fall. Lin Yi turned her around and hugged her. Mei buried her face in his chest, her two little hands tightly gripping the clothes at his waist. He gently patted her back. Look at you two, what's with your temper? You've put Mimi in such a difficult position. Mimi spat dismissively. Pa Lulakan. Nessa picked up the now cold tea, took a sip, and put it down again. Sir, please don't spoil Mimi too much. She's 18 already. Are you still treating her like a child? Lin, he was momentarily speechless. He looked down at the little snake man in his arms who was still developing. He was indeed 18, but his small body huddled in his arms didn't look like it at all. Mei buried her face in his chest. Her ears were red, and she didn't refute him. The tip of her tail was slightly upturned in the air, swaying gently. Lin Yi decided not to respond to that question, and instead looked down at the little one in his arms. Mimi, what's wrong with your mom and Mimi? Mimi sniffed, about to speak. Them. Cecilia had already sat down between Mimi and Nessa. She leaned closer to Mimi first, their shoulders touching. What's wrong, Mimi? Mimi's ear twitched, then closed back down, her voice sounding like it was being squeezed out between her teeth. That egg-eating snake tricked me into calling her mom. Nessa's lips curved into a very faint smile. It's clearly you, this love-starved little kitten, who keeps snuggling into my arms. I didn't force you. You. Mimi's face instantly turned from white to red, then from red to purple. She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Cecilia glanced at Mimi, then at Nessa, and wisely shut her mouth. From the kitchen, Liuli's urging voice and Aluriel's helpless replies could be heard intermittently. Is it done yet? Is it done yet? Immediately, one last bombing. A restless voice drifted from deeper within the kitchen. I want to see rivers of blood. Then it was ruthlessly cut off by Aluriel. I think you're just bored. Wipe the table and set the table. Chapter 105, This Damned Teamwork. Lin Yi held Mei in his arms, standing in the center of the living room. He looked at Mimi on his left, and then at Nessa on his right, his mind blank. What is all this nonsense? He looked down at the little one in his arms. Mimi, what's wrong? Please tell me. Mimi lifted her face from his chest, her eyes and the tip of her nose red, and said in a muffled voice, I don't know why I saw them like that when I came downstairs after finishing my chores. I asked them, but neither of them answered me. As she spoke, her voice lowered again, sounding extremely aggrieved. Fine, I asked for nothing. Lin Yi sighed, rubbed Mei's head, and put her down. Go to the kitchen and help set the table. Mimi didn't move, her tail still wrapped around his wrist, and she reluctantly let go after 2 seconds. She lowered her head, her little hands clutching the hem of her skirt, her ears drooping, and her tail dragging limply behind her. Lin Yi thought she was still upset and was about to say a few more words of comfort when Mei suddenly turned around and ran away. She rushed towards the kitchen, her steps quick, her tail leaving a crooked trail behind her. Lin Yi looked at her back and felt that something was off. When she was nestled in my arms just now, her face was unusually red, much more shy than usual. Before he could think it through, Lily had already burst out of the kitchen with a plate of freshly cooked meat, her cheeks bulging and her mouth still chewing. "Master, time to eat," she called out indistinctly, a piece of meat falling from the corner of her mouth and sticking to her collar. Lin Yi silently looked away and glanced around the living room. Mimi and Nessa stood like two gatekeepers, one occupying the far left side of the sofa and the other the far right, with enough space in between for two more people to fit. Judging from the situation, this is no small matter, but it's not enough to cause a major upheaval. If his and Nessa's prank had been discovered last night, Mimi would have pounced on Nessa and fought her to the death by now, instead of sitting there peacefully. But now that the two of them are standing together, it's not convenient to ask them separately, and asking either of them first would feel like favoritism. Well, what's done is done. Let's eat first. Having been hungry all day, the piece of meat I snatched from Liuli's mouth wasn't even enough to fill my teeth. "Aluriel, is dinner ready?" Lin Yi called out to the kitchen. Aluriel's voice, carrying the smell of cooking oil, drifted out. All right, dinner's ready." Lin Yi walked over and grabbed Cecilia's wrist. "Let's go eat. Whether they eat or not is up to them. We'll eat first." He pulled Cecilia toward the dining table. Mimi and Nessa remained motionless on the sofa, unaware of the aroma wafting from the kitchen, the rich scent of stewed meat, the wheat aroma of toasted bread, and the sweet aroma of cream of mushroom soup filled the air. Gurgle. Mimi's stomach let out a disapproving growl. Glug glug. Nessa's stomach growled too, even louder than Mimi's. Her expression remained unchanged, but the tip of her tail unconsciously twitched slightly. Their eyes met briefly in mid-air, then looked away as if electrocuted. They had been hungry all night. Lin Yi had said he would be back late before leaving, and that they should eat first. But with the host not at the table, who dares to pick up their chopsticks? In the past, when Lin Yi overslept and missed meal times, it was Cecilia who would speak up before everyone dared to start eating. Thinking about it this way, it seems like Cecilia has more of a sense of being the mistress of the house than they do. Lin Yi sat down in the main seat. Liuli had already secured her usual spot, right to Lin Yi's right, and the chair creaked as she sat on it. Upon seeing this, Mimi immediately jumped up from the sofa, rushed over in a few steps, and took the seat to Lin Yi's left. Nessa didn't argue with her. She slowly walked over to Mimi, sat down next to her, and reached out to pat Mimi's head. Mei flinched but didn't dodge. At the dining table, Aluriel served the last soup, then sat in the seat furthest from Lin Yi, keeping her head down and only picking at the food in front of her, ignoring everyone else. Thranduil and Alenia sat beside her, glancing at Mimi and then at Nessa, their faces clearly saying, "What happened to the promised rivers of blood?" Lucy was standing by the window again, as if she were an outsider. She had never eaten a meal with them since she came to the house. Lin Yi just picked up his chopsticks. Mimi picked up a piece of meat and put it in his bowl without saying a word. Nessa placed a piece of meat in his bowl without saying a word. Lin Yi looked down at the mountain of food piling up in his bowl, speechless. How can we eat like this? He was certain that if he touched the food one of the people was picking up first, the other person would definitely flip the table on the spot. He silently pushed the bowl towards Liuli. Liuli accepted everything offered, stuffing the meat into her mouth and chewing until her cheeks were bulging. She mumbled something indistinctly. Lin Yi didn't hear clearly and was too lazy to ask. This meal was incredibly bizarre. Cecilia ate quietly, taking small bites and chewing each one carefully. Mimi was distracted, poking holes in the rice with her chopsticks, glancing at Nessa every now and then quickly glancing at Mimi, before burying her head even lower. Aluriel ate only the vegetable salad in front of her the entire time, without ever raising her head. The two little elves were the most active. They looked at Lin Yi, then at the two people locked in a stalemate, and their disappointment was almost overflowing. "I am stuffed." Lin Yi slammed the bowl aside and stood up. He doesn't want to deal with it anymore. He's too tired. After a long day, all he wanted was some peace and quiet. He wanted to talk to Cecilia before bed and discuss her job change. "Cecilia, come upstairs with me after dinner. Let's talk and chat." After saying that, he turned and left, walking slowly without looking back. Snap! Cecilia's chopsticks fell onto the table. Her face flushed instantly, and she pointed to her nose, unable to speak coherently. "Master me?" Mimi's cat ears perked up instantly. She glanced at Lin Yi's back and then at Cecilia, whose face was flushed. Nessa held the soup bowl, the rim of which was pressed against her lower lip. She didn't drink a drop of soup, and her gaze drifted over the bowl. Both of them had complicated expressions, but in the end, they both read similar meanings in each other's eyes. That look clearly said, "Go for it, kid." Mimi sniffed and quietly leaned close to Cecilia's ear. "Go take a shower first," she said in a low voice, her expression unusually serious. "You smell bad." Nessa also stood up, walked to Cecilia's other side, and patted her on the shoulder. "There are a lot of stockings in the storage room at the corner of the corridor. I think the black ones would suit you quite well." She paused, then added, "Remember to wear your pure white priest's robe." Cecilia's face was flush crimson. No, Master, that's just how he is." Mimi and Nessa interrupted her at the same time. The two men stared at each other, each letting out a cold snort, before quickly turning their heads away. Mimi pushed Cecilia's back while Nessa held her wrist, and together they lifted her off the chair and pushed her all the way to the stairwell. "Go, Cecilia," the two said in unison, one on each side. Cecilia stood at the top of the stairs, looking back at them. The two stood side by side, half a meter apart. One was tall, and the other was petite. One had cat ears, and the other had a snake tail. They were still at odds, but now their actions were exactly the same. Both had their arms crossed, both had their chins slightly raised, and both were urging her with their eyes to go quickly. Cecilia lowered her head, clutched the hem of her skirt, turned around, and walked up the stairs step by step. Talp, talp, talp. The footsteps faded into the distance. Downstairs, Mimi and Nessa both breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, they realized that the other person was doing the same thing. The two immediately looked away and returned to their respective tables, one on the left and one on the right. Alluriel was still engrossed in her meal, but her pricked-up ears betrayed that she had been eavesdropping. "Wah, I really don't want to hear this." With her mouth stuffed full, Leolie mumbled, "Isn't Cecilia good?" "Cecilia is going to get something else to eat." Mimi and Nessa's voices collided again. After speaking, they glared at each other, sparks flying. This damn good teamwork. Chapter 106, I was given a chance, but you didn't use it. Lin Yi waited in the study for a long time. He had just written down the notes from today's negotiations with Elena on paper. The handwriting was messy, but the points were clearly organized. Elena's conditions, the contact person from the Wind God Merchant Guild, the timing of Harold's departure for the capital, and the initial development of the Twilight Shadow Mountains mines. After finishing one sheet, he changed to another, listing the unresolved problems on it. Cecilia is dead, but what about the Paladin Lancelot? His all-seeing mirror could no longer locate Lancelot. Was it because the distance was too far, or was someone helping him conceal his presence? And where did those imposters posing as Darkstar go? Lin Yi put down his pen, leaned back in his chair, and wearily stretched his neck. After Cecilia completed her exclusive quest, the Lord of All Spirits unlocked a new career path for her. He hadn't told her about it yet, and he didn't know if she was willing to change careers. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 10:30. Why haven't they come up yet? Did they go to mediate the conflict between Mimi and Nessa? Given Cecilia's personality, she would absolutely prioritize his instructions. Finally, there was a knock on the door. "It is I, sir." The voice was timid. "Come in." The door was pushed open. Cecilia stood in the doorway, her silhouette bathed in a soft glow against the light of the corridor. Lin Yi looked up, and the pen in his hand fell to the table with a thud. A pure white priest's robe. Just like the night they first met, she knelt in the pouring rain, soaked to the bone, and regarded him as a messenger of the gods. But now, that sacred robe has been completely altered. Even if the god of light were truly dead, he would probably be so angry that he would crawl out of his coffin. The side of the robe was cut open, with an exaggerated high slit reaching almost to the waist. With each step she took, her fair, smooth thighs were faintly visible through the fabric. Her legs were covered in black stockings, not the ordinary matte black, but the glossy kind that accentuated the curves of her legs to the extreme. The lace edge of the stockings left a shallow crease on the mid-thigh. Her chest was also cut very low, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin, and the deep cleavage below her collarbone gleamed alluringly under the light. Pure white and jet black, two extreme colors clashing on her, almost drawing one's eyes in. Lin Yi's Adam's apple bobbed. Cecilia noticed his gaze and awkwardly tugged at her collar, but the fabric slipped down as soon as she pulled it up a little. She tried to pull at the hem of her skirt to close the slits on both sides of her thighs, but as soon as she pulled on one side, the other side opened up again. She gave up struggling. Her long, golden hair was fluffy and soft, with slight curls falling over her shoulders, her cheeks, ears, and neck all flushed red like a white rose soaked in red wine. This outfit was altered for her on the spot by Alluriel. She had just finished showering when Mimi and Nessa pulled Alluriel to block the doorway. She had just put on the black stockings that Mimi handed her, enduring the shame, when Nessa put the pure white priest's robe over her head. She had no idea how Nessa found her clothes. After they finished dressing, the two men pointed at her and talked about her, completely disregarding her life or death. If you have long legs, show them off. This is what Mimi said. If you have big breasts, don't hide them. This is what Nessa said. Then, Alluriel, like an emotionless sewing machine, wielded scissors and needle, her movements swift and precise. In just a few minutes, she was completely transformed on the spot, without even having to take off her clothes. Nessa pulled down her collar. Mimi grabbed the black stockings and pulled them up a bit. Go ahead, you'll charm him to death. She was pushed into it by her two best friends. Very beautiful, Lin Yi said calmly, but his eyes never left her. Cecilia's heart leaped into her throat. She wanted to say, thank you, and you flatter me, but after opening her mouth for a long time, she could only manage to squeeze out one sentence. It's all right. Lin Yi shook his head, his tone suddenly becoming serious. You're wrong about that. If you only consider someone okay, then there are no pretty girls in the world. He continued earnestly. Cecilia, you must know that excessive humility is pride. Cecilia was stunned by what he said. No. So, you have to wear pretty clothes for me more often from now on. Cecilia opened her mouth, her face already burning red. Seeing her looking like she wanted to disappear into a crack in the ground, Lin Yi couldn't help but burst out laughing. All right. I'm not teasing you anymore. He stopped smiling. Let's get down to business. It'll be quick. Cecilia breathed a sigh of relief. She knew it. Adults aren't like that. Mimi and Nessa both guessed wrong. Wearing this outfit made her very uncomfortable. Her chest felt cold, and her inner thighs felt empty. Although Lin Yi's gaze warmed her heart, it was still too blasphemous. Outside the door, Mimi and Nessa stood on either side, their heads pressed tightly against the door panel. When the door is closed tightly, the sound insulation is quite good. Mimi's cat ears twitched frantically, trying to catch the slightest sound leaking through the crack in the door. Nessa flicked her forked tongue in the air, discerning the changes in scent. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, neither giving way to the other. They heard a few words intermittently. It was Lin Yi's voice. Pretty. Where often? Then came Cecilia's ambiguous response. Then, Lin Yi said something about very soon. Soon. Mimi instinctively covered her lower abdomen, while Nessa quickly covered her mouth. What are you rushing for? The next second, their eyes met in mid-air. They glared at each other fiercely, and then turned their heads away at the same time. Inside the study. Cecilia, come here. I have something good to show you. Lin Yi beckoned to her. Cecilia's mind went blank. Just now, that big yellow girl Mimi spent a full 15 minutes cramming knowledge into her. What do you mean by, you'll be eaten if you see a man's good stuff? What do you mean I was scammed like this the first time I was ever? She was so busy blushing back then, but now, every word of those words is still vividly swirling in her mind. My lord, her voice rose, then instantly weakened, trembling at the end. I'm not ready yet. Give me a little more time. A big question mark appeared above Lin Yi's head. Question mark. Outside the door, Mimi and Nessa bumped heads together. Mimi covered Nessa's mouth, and Nessa covered Mimi's mouth in return. Not a sound was made. The two looked at each other, then simultaneously let go and pressed their ears back against the door. I gave you a chance, but you didn't do it. Mimi was furious at her lack of ambition. Exactly, Nessa echoed in a low voice. The two exchanged another glance, then simultaneously turned their faces away in disgust. Chapter 107 Cecilia's loyalty is absolutely guaranteed. Lin Yi's exhausted mind finally began to function again. Cecilia was wearing a high-slip priest's robe and black stockings, her face as red as a boiled shrimp. She didn't know whether to cover her chest or tug at her skirt with both hands, and her reaction was so intense. Nessa and Mimi probably misunderstood and teamed up to strip Cecilia, this little lamb, clean her up, and deliver her to their doorstep. What kind of people do they think they are? Never mind. I'll make a note of this and settle the score with them later. Given Cecilia's personality, what good would it do to force her? This girl needs to be approached slowly, like boiling a frog in lukewarm water. Cecilia, you can stay where you are. You don't need to come over. Lin Yi raised his hand and shared the panel of the Lord of all spirits with him. Take a look at this. A screen of light unfolded in midair, and lines of golden text appeared before Cecilia's eyes. Family member, Cecilia. Accompanying career path, Holy Spirit Guardian. Note, this class is an exclusive companion class for the Lord of all spirits and can only be unlocked by Cecilia. Class trait. Permanently increases healing output by healing different races. Level cap, 100. Do you accept class change? Cecilia's hands were still twisted in front of her, her fingers twisted into a pretzel. The Holy Spirit Guardian is a companion class with a level cap of 100. Its skill list is a long, dense string of skills, ranging from holy light healing to divine grace descent. Her eyes widened instantly. The dancing golden characters were reflected in his pupils. Her current profession, Light Priest, is special. Although her level cap can be continuously increased by praying to the God of Light, it can only reach level 50 at most. That was a barrier that countless pastors could not overcome in their entire lives, and after that, they could only find another way. Level 100 is the limit that mortals can reach. Beyond that lies the realm of gods. That was a ceiling she never dared to dream of, but now, someone had placed a ladder leading to that ceiling right at her feet. Her brain raced for a moment before she finally realized that the good stuff really was good stuff. It's not like what Mimi said at all. Suddenly, her face turned even redder than before, and heat rose from the base of her neck all the way to her forehead, making it feel like her head was about to smoke. She suddenly bent over and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. I'm sorry, sir. I thought. With her movements, the open neckline revealed a glimpse of pure white light, which shimmered under the lamplight. Lin Yi's gaze also wavered for a moment. He steadied himself and raised his hand to press down. Get up quickly. I can't concentrate if you're like this. Cecilia straightened up as if she had been electrocuted, her hands instinctively covering her chest, her face and ears turning bright red. This profession suits you very well, Lin Yi said. However, I still need to ask for your opinion. He paused for a moment. This is an upgrade from your original, Light Priest profession. After all, you're someone favored by the God of Light. If I do this, it feels like I'm kidnapping his precious daughter in front of someone's parents. So I still have to ask you. If you think it's okay, let's elope together. Lin Yi yokit. Cecilia raised her head. Her cheeks were still flushed, but her bright blue eyes no longer darted away. She stared at the row of golden words for a few seconds, then gently shook her head. Whether he agrees or not is irrelevant. Her voice was soft, yet unusually calm. I enjoy his blessings in order to carry out his will. Even if he takes back my power today, I will still carry it out in my own way. So, why should I care about him? Lin Yi looked into her eyes, and there was no more hesitation, no more struggle, and no more the guilt of I am betraying that he used to feel. It was as clear as a pool of newly melted spring water. He smiled. Then, take the job. Cecilia nodded vigorously. She lowered her hand that was protecting her collar and reached out her fingertips to gently touch the row of golden words. The light seeped into her fingertips, spread along her arm, and finally flowed into her heart. Her body shuddered slightly. The level jumped directly from level 35 to level 40. Mass healing, purifying light, holy light blessing. Countless new knowledge and power flooded into her mind. They lay there quietly, as if they were innate and ready to be used at any time. Cecilia was so excited that she could hardly contain herself, and in her excitement, she bowed deeply again. Thank you for your guidance, sir. Lin Yi's eyes were once again blinded by that dazzling white light. This time it was even worse than last time, because she bent even lower. He took a breath, opened the Lord of All Spirits panel, and found Cecilia's entry. He had intended to check the details of a new skill, but his attention was completely drawn to another number. Loyalty, 100. Lin was thinking about this on his way back. Liuli reached 100 only after the two had a physical relationship. Mimi is still 99, and he guesses that the little bit she's short is because she still cares about her tribe and her sister. Cecilia's skill level was maxed out all at once. It felt a bit like a dream, even unreal to him. Lin Yi stared at the number, then looked at Cecilia, whose face was still flushed. A bad idea suddenly popped into my head. This would both test the value of that 100 loyalty points and give him a small revenge for her earlier eye-blinking behavior. Kill two birds with one stone. Let's do it. Cecilia. Lin Yi tapped his cheek. Come here and kiss me. Cecilia's smile froze on her face. She looked at him. He leaned back in his chair, relaxed, tapping his cheek with his finger, a playful smile on his lips. That was neither an order nor a request. It's more like a casual remark, I was just saying, you can refuse statement. Cecilia's heart leaped from her chest to her throat. She gritted her teeth, took a step, and walked quickly over. As Lin Yi heard the footsteps approaching, he considerately closed his eyes, thinking that this would make her less shy. The next second, a warm touch landed on his lips. What he received was a reward that was more direct than he had expected. Her lips were soft and slightly cool, like a dragonfly skimming the water, only pausing for a moment. Then, she gently bit down, not hard, but just enough for him to feel the presence of her teeth. My lord, I'm leaving now. Cecilia fled in panic. Cecilia suddenly flung open the door. Bang! Mimi and Nessa tumbled in like a human pyramid, rolling around on the floor. The two women were still pressed their ears against the door when the door suddenly opened inwards. They had no time to react and immediately lost their balance. The sound of footsteps, tap, 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 faded into the distance. Lin Yi opened his eyes, touched his lips, and the corners of his mouth turned up on their own. There was nothing on my fingertips, but the soft, warm touch and a minty coolness lingered on my lips. He looked at the panel again. Loyalty remains at 100. No changes guaranteed authentic. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and crossed his legs, looking down at Mimi and Nessa rolling on the ground. When they saw Lin Yi's gaze, they simultaneously turned their heads away as if electrocuted, refusing to look at each other, their cheeks flushed red. All right, you two, he said calmly. Have you heard enough? Tell me, what exactly are you arguing about? Chapter 108, Family Discipline. Lin Yi was waiting for them to give him an explanation, but instead, the two of them started arguing first. Mimi scrambled to her feet, rubbing her sore head, and before she could even stand properly, she opened fire on Nessa. It's all your fault. You insisted on pressing your ear against the door to listen. That door is so thick. How could you possibly hear anything? Nessa slowly stood up, brushed off non-existent dust from her skirt, and retorted in a calm tone. Blame me? Didn't you stick it on first? I was just passing by and saw you listening to it so hard by yourself, so I just wanted to be kind and keep you company. You're just passing by? You've walked from one end of the corridor to the other. This is the third time you've been here. What? Do you own this hallway? Is my taking a walk bothering you? Mimi was so angry that her cat ears stood up straight. Taking a walk? You're a snake man. You don't even have legs. What kind of walk are you taking? Lin, he just watched them argue back and forth, having a great time. He was like a transparent person. You couldn't get a word in edgewise. These two really treated him like he wasn't there. Lin, he felt that his authority had been challenged like never before. He is the master, and they are his women. Now, they argue in his study, and when they're done, they just leave him hanging. This is outrageous. With a flick of his wrist, half of the long and used dragon-binding rope, which had been transformed into a ruler, appeared in his palm. The ebony ruler gleamed with a cold light under the lamp. Lin Yi walked over, swung the ruler, and didn't hold back his strength at all. You two? Are you flirting here? Mimi jumped up, her eyes instantly turning red. Boss, you scumbag. You're turning your back on us after you've already done your thing. Yesterday, before he could finish speaking, he was mercilessly interrupted by the ruler. Nessa wasn't much better off. Her aloof expression shattered completely. Why did you hit me? Were all your sweet words from yesterday wasted? Lin Yi put away the ruler and rubbed his throbbing temples. He could also hear the two women whispering complaints like they're so ruthless and they don't know how to be considerate at all. When a woman is unreasonable, it can be truly deadly. It wasn't a big deal to begin with, so how did it escalate like this? If it were just the two of them having a disagreement, he could simply pull them both into his arms, kiss, and hug them gently, and do whatever it takes to coax them. But today is different. Mimi was caught in the middle, torn between them, and her almost tearful appearance crossed his line. As the head of the family, this must never happen again. He forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. You two are both adults. Can't you control your tempers a little? It's fine to be angry and have disagreements, but you can't let it affect the other people in the family. He turned his gaze to Nessa. Especially you. You're Mimi's mother. Don't you care at all how uncomfortable it is for her to be caught in the middle between you two? Nessa's lips moved, but she didn't utter a single word of rebuttal. She remembered Mimi sitting in the middle of the sofa, looking left and right, her eyes full of fear. She had never seen her daughter with that expression before. If you're angry, you could take it out on me. You can even ride roughshod over me. Whether I fight back or not is another matter. You're all my women. There's really no need to make things like this. Mimi's tears fell down with a plop. She wiped it haphazardly with the back of her hand, which only made it fall even more violently. Lin Yi suppressed his anger and unconsciously lowered his voice. But it's too late to say anything now. Today, we must punish them according to family rules. Mimi and Nessa were both taken aback. Family rules? What kind of family rules? How could they not know that this family had such a thing as family rules? Lily, come here. Lin Yi called out towards the door. The next second, Lily poked half her head in from outside the door, her long, smooth, silver-white hair cascading down and her eyes shining brightly. She walked in with light steps, standing straight, and even gave Lin Yi a playful salute. My dear, Lily is here to report for duty. Lin Yi glanced at the wall clock. 10:30. Give them half an hour to reflect on their actions. After saying that, he turned and walked out, closing the door behind him. Just as the door was about to close, his deep voice drifted in through the crack. Lily, take good care of Nessa and Mimi. Lioli's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had found a treasure. Receive. Come play with me. Lioli's voice was as clear and crisp as a freshly broken apple, full of anticipation. Mimi and Nessa exchanged a glance. This was the first time today that they had taken the initiative to look at each other. Without exchanging a single word, the two rushed toward the door. Unfortunately, the glass dragon's tail was faster, and with a loud bang, it blocked the doorknob, becoming an insurmountable steel lock. Don't run away. The next second, Mimi was scooped up by Lioli and easily tucked under her arm, while Nessa was wrapped around the waist by that powerful tail. The two struggled desperately, but found they couldn't budge the object at all and could only give up in despair. This dragon's strength is simply outrageous. Soon, Mimi's loud and melodious meows and Nessa's suppressed hissing could be heard from the study. Lin Yi leaned against the wall of the corridor, listening quietly to the sound of chairs falling over, the clinking of vases, and the exclamations of surprise from who knows who stepped on whom. Of course, it was also interspersed with Lioli's clear and cheerful laughter, full of the pure joy of a child who has received a beloved toy. He actually had no idea what family rules were. This idea was purely proposed by Ruri herself. That night, she lay on his chest, tracing circles on his body with her finger, and said in an expectant tone, Master, if anyone misbehaves in the future, let me help you teach them a lesson, okay? When she said this, her eyes sparkled, like a little animal waiting for its prey to fall into its net. Lin Yi guessed that this little dragon girl probably saw some kind of punishment of maids who made mistakes plot in those random books, and was particularly fascinated by it. Since she's enjoying it, let her be. Anyway, given Lioli's personality, at most she'll just make a fuss. She's unlikely to actually hurt them. Hopefully, Lioli's self-created family rules will teach Mimi and Nessa a lesson. Downstairs, I could hear the clanging of dishes as Aluriel cleared them away, and the rustling of Mimi dragging her tail as she walked back and forth on the floor. The corridor was softly lit. Lin Yi took 2 steps toward the stairwell, then stopped. Shushua has been waking up more and more often lately. No longer sleeping from morning till night like before. Occasionally, she would suddenly open her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling with her pure white pupils, and then close them again after a while. They can't communicate, and they don't know hunger. If it weren't for Cecilia, who was responsible for taking care of him, diligently reporting the situation to him every time, Lin, you would have almost forgotten that he was raising such a divine cub at home. By the way, he doesn't seem to have studied the vessel that the succubus queen gave him last time in detail. Where did you just throw it? Could it be that Lily took it to play with? He remembered that little red dragon was her brother. It was somewhat like hell, although we can't view dragons using human ethical standards either. Chapter 109, Cecilia's Confession. Lost in thought, Lin, he found himself standing at Cecilia's door before he knew it. Since we're already here, let's go in and see the first snow. Of course, he had to admit that he didn't come entirely to see the first snow. That girl Cecilia, she tried to run away after kissing him, but there's no such thing as a free lunch. He just stood in her room today, and even if he didn't do anything, he would make her feel uncomfortable. He loved seeing her blush, seeing her flustered, seeing her face burning with embarrassment from the base of her neck to her forehead. This feeling is more interesting than anything else. Lin, he never even considered knocking. This is his house. Do you need to knock on the door when you go back to your own home? The door wasn't locked. He simply turned the doorknob, pushed the door open, and went inside. Shushua lay on the small bed in the corner, facing the wall, the blanket covering her shoulders, her pure white, long hair scattered from the pillow, spreading out in a small patch. After turning the corner of the small entrance hall, Lin Yi saw Cecilia. She was facing away from him, slowly taking off the priest's robe that had been altered beyond recognition. The white robe slipped down to her feet, piling up in a heap and revealing a large expanse of smooth, delicate back. Lin Yi didn't dodge. He just stood there and watched openly. He wasn't peeping. He pushed the door open, and he walked normally. She simply didn't hear him. Besides, Cecilia has long been one of us, with a loyalty level of 100% without the slightest doubt. The room lights illuminated half of her body, outlining a smooth curve from her shoulder to her waist and hips. Her skin was extremely white, with a soft pearly sheen, and her shoulder blades were clearly defined. Her waist was very thin, tapering sharply from below her ribs before widening out her hips, and her legs were long and straight. Black stockings still clung to her legs, extending from her ankles to the top of her thighs. The semi-transparent material gleamed with an oily sheen under the light. The proportions of her chest, waist, and hips are just right. The last time I saw her so completely was on that stormy night when we first met. She collapsed in his arms, soaking wet. He carried her home, too embarrassed to examine her closely. Now he's shameless, not even blinking an eye. Cecilia had no idea that someone was coming from behind. She kicked her priest's robe aside, bent down, hooked her fingers around the edge of her stockings, and slowly rolled them down from her thigh. The black stockings were removed, revealing fair skin. Her thighs, knees, and calves had smooth lines, well-proportioned muscles, and were flawless. When she bent over, her ample breasts were squeezed by her arms, making the curves even more striking when viewed from the side. She ripped off the black stockings from her ankle, threw them on the chair, and then lifted her other leg. The soles of her feet were slightly red, her toes were rounded, and her nails were neatly trimmed and coated with a very light layer of nail polish. Lin Yi's gaze traveled from the soles of her feet, up her calves, and upwards. Cecilia gripped the edge of her white panties at her hips with both hands. Her head was bowed, her long golden hair falling down to obscure her face, and she was muttering a confession. "My lord, please forgive me. Please forgive my filthy thoughts." She paused. Then her voice became even softer. "It was clearly I who disobeyed your orders and went to kiss you willingly, yet..." She looked down, and her face felt like it was burning up. She felt so ashamed that she couldn't face anyone anymore. She is a priestess of the God of Light, a clergy member who has received divine grace, a follower of adults, and a newly converted guardian of the Holy Spirit. But not only did she disobey the adults' orders and run away from them, she also shamefully reacted in this way. Each time I recall it, my body feels hotter. As it was being permed, it turned out like this. I'm sorry, sir, I'm sorry. Her voice grew softer and softer until it was barely audible. Lin Yi watched her from behind, his fingers trembling as he gripped the edge of her panties. He never expected Cecilia to pull something like this on him. He admitted that he wanted to watch a little longer. But if she were to take it off and then find him standing behind her, he was afraid the girl would be so embarrassed she wouldn't want to live anymore. Ahem. He coughed twice on purpose. Cecilia froze upon hearing the sound, but it was too late. Her hand had already uncontrollably pulled down a bit. Half of her snow-white, rounded breast was revealed, delicate, smooth, and fragile. Cecilia, I've come to see the first snow. Although there was a tiny bit of regret, it was just a few seconds short. But Lin Yi thought again that there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, so he let it go. Cecilia finally realized what was happening. Without even bothering to pull her panties back up, she pounced onto the bed, rolled herself up in the blanket, and wrapped herself up tightly like a silkworm cocoon. Her face was buried deep in the pillow, and her ears, neck, and the exposed half of her shoulder were all bright red. Sir, how did you get in? Lin Yi walked over and sat down on the edge of the bed. Didn't I tell you? Come see the first snow. Didn't you hear me? Cecilia buried her face even deeper, her voice muffled and indistinct in the pillow. I'm not sorry. I just lost my composure in front of the adults. She prayed frantically in her heart. She prayed that he hadn't heard a single word of what she had just muttered to herself. Dirty thoughts. Forgive me. If she were to hear just one word, she could literally go straight to see the god of light. Taishi is dead. Lin Yi looked at her exposed lower leg and bare feet. The toes were curled up tightly, and the arch of the foot was taut. He reached out and tucked her feet under the covers, his fingers deliberately tracing the soles of her feet. Cecilia jerked her foot back as if she had been burned. Lin Yi didn't stop and scratched him again. It's all right. He spoke very softly and slowly. You look great. I like you a lot. That's all. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. He ruffled her hair, running his fingers through her blonde hair from the top to the ends. Cecilia's tense body slowly relaxed under the covers. The shaking has stopped, and my toes are no longer curled. She lifted half her face from under the pillow, revealing a red, swollen eye, and looked at him cautiously. Thank you, sir, she said softly. You're so kind. Lin Yi didn't reply. He withdrew his hand and looked at the other bed. Chu Shui remained in that position, facing the wall, her breathing so light it was almost inaudible. Her pure white hair lay on the pillow, shimmering with a faint pearly hue under the light. How's the first snow? Lin Yi asked. Chapter 1:10 If you're hot, just throw off the covers. Cecilia turned over and looked at the other bed. The white-haired girl slept soundly, her breathing soft and long. She looked at it for a while before asking, which aspect is the master asking about? Cecilia felt like she was being steamed alive. Her forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, and a few strands of her golden hair clung damply to her temples. It's not hot, it's stuffy. He was wrapped tightly in a blanket, leaving only half of his head exposed. The air conditioner was set at 26 degrees Celsius, neither too hot nor too cold. She had just taken off her priest's robe, leaving her only in her underwear, so she shouldn't be this hot. But she curled herself up into a ball, pressing the edge of the blanket tightly against her body, so that not a breath of wind could get in. She dared not move. If you move, you'll reveal something you shouldn't. Sweat trickled down his neck, pooled on his collarbone, and then slid into the deep cleavage of his chest. The heat isn't entirely the weather's fault. Lin Yi sat on the edge of her bed, his hands on his knees, looking very relaxed. He didn't rush to answer her, and just stared at the ceiling. Cecilia looked up at him, the light casting a warm glow on his profile, highlighting his strong jawline and slightly protruding Adam's apple. She swallowed hard and pulled the blanket up a little more. Lin Yi knew, of course, that she was terribly hot. Sweat was practically dripping into her eyes from her forehead. But he remained silent, deliberately stalling for time, waiting to see when she couldn't take it anymore and would emerge from her shell on her own. Cecilia misspoke. Are adults really that nice? No, adults are really bad. That's absolutely awful. How many times has Chu Shui woken up since she arrived home? Lin Yi finally asked. He stopped looking at the ceiling and turned his gaze toward Chu Shui, speaking casually. Cecilia breathed a sigh of relief, her mind clearing a little from that sticky, groggy state. 28 times. She remembered the number very clearly. She was by her side every time she woke up, recording the time, duration, and reaction. She filled several pages with notes. The frequency is getting higher and higher, but there's no pattern to it. Sometimes I don't wake up all day, and sometimes I wake up 3 or 4 times in the morning. Most of the time I fall asleep as soon as I open my eyes, but occasionally I'll stay awake for a little longer, about half an hour. You know all this. Lin Yi's fingers landed on her forehead, gently brushing aside the few strands of bangs stuck together by sweat. How do you feel about the first snow? Your subconscious thoughts. Cecilia was silent for a few seconds, her gaze falling on Chu Xue's pure, sleeping face. She carefully chose her words. Innocence. Purity. Holiness. She said 3 words, then paused. In Chu Xue, I felt the same way I did when I first received the blessing of the God of Light. That feeling of being enveloped in light, warm and reassuring. Lin Yi nodded. The birth of the first snow was inherently accompanied by the luminous power of Ruri, so it's not surprising that Cecilia could feel the warmth of that light. The first snow is a new life born from a fragment of the God of Life's divine essence. It is currently a blank sheet of paper. Lin Yi's fingers slid from her forehead to her temples, tucking a strand of sweaty hair behind her ear. You know what this means, right? Cecilia's eyelashes trembled. Of course she knew. A blank sheet of paper means that you can write on it, draw on it, and shape it into whatever you want. A weapon, a pet, a puppet, or a god loyal to them. Her fingers gripped the blanket tightly. My lord, I know. We can cultivate a god loyal to us. But that is, after all, a god. They are too powerful. I am worried. A look of worry crept into her eyes. It wasn't a questioning of Lin Yi, but a questioning of herself. Can she do it well? Does her power and her faith qualify her to guide the birth of a god? Lin Yi reached out and gently covered her mouth. My warm palms touched her lips, and I could clearly feel the heat of her breath. Don't overthink it. His hand did not move away. His voice came through the skin and flesh, carrying a warm vibration. You just need to help me correct her thinking, and I'll take care of everything else. The gods will return to the human world sooner or later, so it's always good to be prepared. He didn't say anything more. Cecilia wasn't stupid. She just had a habit of thinking the worst about everything. He just needed to let her know his attitude. She understands and can keep up with his pace on her own. Cecilia looked into his eyes. Her lips, which were covered, moved slightly, but no sound came out. But she nodded. Their breaths mingled between their palms and lips, growing even hotter. Cecilia's face was flushed, and a small, glistening puddle of sweat had formed on her neck. The air conditioner was blowing cool air, but when it blew onto her, it turned into fire. She finally couldn't hold back anymore. Could you turn the air conditioning down a bit? I'm so hot. Her voice was muffled and unclear, trapped in the palm of her hand. Lin Yi withdrew his hand and looked at her with a serious expression. If you're hot, just throw off the blanket. He spoke with an air of self-righteousness, making it seem like a matter of course. You think air conditioning is free? It's all gold coins. Cecilia stared into his eyes. Her disheveled reflection was mirrored in those dark pupils. His hair was a mess, his cheeks were so red they looked like they could bleed, and he was covered in sweat. She knew he did it on purpose. Yet, she couldn't feel any resentment at all. Only a feeling of swelling, soreness, and tenderness spread through her. Lin, he lowered his head and pressed his lips to her ear. The scalding breath filled her earlobe, making her shiver with ticklishness. I already told you, you're very beautiful, and I like you a lot. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. He really just wanted to tease her, to get revenge for the sneak attack in the study. He just wanted to see her shy, to see her blush, to see her bury her face in the pillow with only a section of her bright red ear tip showing. He didn't want to force her to do anything she didn't want to do. Cecilia's chest heaved as she took a deep breath, her fingers gripping the corner of the blanket, turning white from the force. The next second, she used her arm forcefully to yank off the blanket. The blanket traced an arc in the air and landed at the foot of the bed. Lin Yi's breath caught in his throat for a moment. She lay sprawled on the bed in a big shape, her snow-white skin glistening with a damp sheen under the light. Sweat slid down her neck, flowed over her collarbone, meandered along the lines of her ribs, and finally gathered into a small puddle at her navel. Her long, golden hair was scattered messily on the pillow, a few strands of wet hair clung to her cheeks, and her lips were glistening with sweat. She was breathing heavily, her chest heaving violently. She was trembling. From her lips to her eyelashes, even her breath trembled, yet she stubbornly refused to back down. But the corners of her mouth were turned up. If adults like it, they can look at it more. This was the bravest thing she had ever done in her life. Glug! Lin Yi swallowed hard, his voice dry. It's great. I love watching it. He lowered his head and kissed her. Cecilia lifted her hand off the bed and grabbed his shirt at the waist, gripping it tightly. The air conditioner was still humming. Her body was burning hot, and so was his. Chapter 111. A Girl in Black. Lin Yi came out of Cecilia's room, closed the door, and leaned his back against the cold wall. He raised his hand and wiped his lips with his fingertips. The warmth and scent of Cecilia still lingered on it. It wasn't lipstick. She never wore that stuff. It was just her own scent, warm and soft. Just now inside, he didn't do anything. He just kissed her. He would kiss her until she couldn't breathe. Then he would release her for a few seconds, and once she caught her breath, he would kiss her again. She couldn't breathe properly and would always hold her breath until she was sure of oxygen. She would push against his chest with her little hands, but she couldn't move him at all. Later, she learned her lesson and stopped pushing him away. Instead, she awkwardly took the initiative. It only takes about 10 minutes to go from stiff to skilled. Lin Yi had to admit that Cecilia had a good talent in this area. Of course, compared to Mimi, that quick-witted and bright girl, she's still a bit green. They went back and forth like that for almost half an hour. He himself couldn't understand what was so addictive about kissing. But he just wanted to kiss her. That was all he wanted, and once he started, he couldn't stop. The body will naturally react. He was a normal man, holding a woman in his arms who was only wearing underwear, and it was Cecilia. But watching her go from being completely stiff at the beginning to gradually softening, from passively enduring to actively seeking, the sense of satisfaction in my heart overwhelmed everything. That was enough for him to forcefully suppress that burning anger. No rush. He has plenty of time to take his time. Of course, I couldn't resist. Just once, his hand slid up her waist and covered that amazing softness. She didn't dodge, but just let out a muffled groan and buried her face in the crook of his neck, her fingers gripping his clothes tightly. How should I put it? Soft yet resilient, and so magnificent. It's hard to imagine that these three attributes could coexist in one person. What you experience firsthand is far more awe-inspiring than what you see with your own eyes. I even woke up once during the first snowfall. At that moment, Cecilia was facing away from him, nestled in his arms, tilting her head back for a kiss, completely absorbed in the kiss, unaware that a pair of bright, watery eyes were staring at them from behind. Lin Yi blinked at Chu Shui, and the little girl looked at him for 2 seconds before turning her head away, closing her eyes, and falling asleep again. He didn't dare tell Cecilia about this. If she knew that someone else had seen her like this, she'd probably really be yelling about going to see the God of Light. When it was over, Cecilia broke free from his embrace, her face flushed red, her lips red, swollen, and glistening. She glanced at Lin Yi quickly, then turned and went into the bathroom, slamming the door shut without saying a word. Soon, the sound of rushing water came from inside. Lin Yi considerately grabbed the blanket and covered the spot on the sheet that might have made her feel mortified. As I returned to the door of my study, it was being pulled open from the inside. Liuli walked out looking refreshed, her big eyes sparkling, her tail swishing behind her, looking incredibly proud. Her maid outfit was disheveled. The collar was torn open, revealing her delicate collarbone, and her face was still flushed with excitement, making her look like a victorious general. Nessa and Mimi, who followed behind, were in a much worse mental state. Both of them looked ashen-faced, as if they had suffered some kind of mental magic attack. Mimi's pajama strap slipped down, revealing half of her fair shoulder. Nessa's skirt was askew, and 2 buttons on her neckline had popped open. Lin Yi looked at Liuli, then at Nessa and Mimi, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Liuli, what are you doing? It's okay, it's okay. Liuli snuggled into his arms, rubbing her fluffy head against his chest, her voice sweet and soft. It was just a little bit of family discipline. They have already deeply realized their mistakes. As she spoke, she turned to look at Nessa and Mimi, her eyes narrowing. Aren't you all right? Nessa. Mimi. Nessa and Mimi both shuddered, instinctively standing at attention with their legs together, raising their right hands to their temples in a salute. Yes, yes, your majesty. The two replied in unison, their voices booming as if reporting military intelligence. We have deeply reflected on our actions. We will never repeat them. Lioli nodded in satisfaction, its tail wagging happily behind it twice. Do you really think she doesn't understand anything? She suddenly became much smarter these past 2 days. One or two of them all wanted to be second in command, clearly because they thought she was silly, cute, and easy to fool. Whoever is the second in command, that's who calls the shots at home. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll really get cocky. Lin Yi's lips twitched. He looked at Nessa and Mimi's serious expressions, then looked down at Lioli, who was snuggling in his arms, and felt that something was off. This little dragon girl was truly innocent before, but now, how come there's something else mixed into that innocence? It seems that the books she bought before weren't just something she casually flipped through. Your Majesty? Lin Yi teased her, looking down at her. Lioli's face flushed red instantly, and she buried her face in his chest again. Darling, don't listen to their nonsense. I'm not some queen. Lioli will always be your little darling. Her voice was so sweet, it could stretch into silk. Lin Yi's intuition told him that it was best not to delve too deeply into this matter. It was always good to give the girls some private space, in case they could occasionally give him a little surprise. Anyway, I definitely won't lose out. So just praise them, and that's it. Our Lioli is amazing. He reached out and ruffled her hair. Come here, give me a kiss, a hug, and I'll lift you up high. He picked up Lioli and spun her around in one go. Lioli smiled, so hard her eyes curved into crescent moons, and she wagged her tail even more enthusiastically. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Nessa and Mimi are watching. Nessa and Mimi's eyes twitched simultaneously. At the same time, a thought popped in my mind. Damn, I didn't expect Lioli to be so well hidden. I've never seen anyone so cunning. Lin Yi put Lioli down, and she gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Honey, I'm going now. She hummed a little tune and skipped away. As he passed by Nessa and Mimi, he didn't even look at them, but the two of them simultaneously stepped aside. The corridor was quiet for a while. Master smells just like Cecilia. Lioli murmured softly. Sister Cecilia is so composed, it's good for her to be second in command. Anyway, no matter how many second in commands there are, I'm the boss. She thought for a moment, then added another sentence. Except for the master. Lioli's footsteps faded into the distance. Nessa and Mimi's faces fell instantly. The two walked quickly past Lin Yi. Mimi lifted her foot and stomped it on his shoe with great force, but the sole of her boot only lightly touched his shoe, not even shaking up any dust. Nessa had no legs. She reached out and pinched the soft flesh on Lin Yi's waist. She squeezed her fingertips together, but before she could exert any force, the flesh slid away. Ouch, that hurts! Lin Yi exclaimed dramatically. Both of them rolled their eyes at him. That's so fake. Mimi withdrew her foot. I'm going back to sleep. I'll settle the score with you tomorrow. I'll go check on Mimi. Nessa also withdrew her hand. My lord, you'd better reflect on whether you've spoiled Lioli. After saying that, the two went their separate ways, one heading east and the other west. Good night. Lin Yi called out, but no one answered. It seems that after being taught a lesson by Lioli, the two of them actually took her words to heart. I wonder if this feud has been resolved. One of them stepped on him while the other pinched him. The movements were quite coordinated. Never mind, I'll talk about it tomorrow. The corridor fell completely silent. Lin Yi tugged at his collar. It was time to take a shower. His body was covered in the sweat of a long day, mixed with the scents of Cecilia and Ruri. He pushed open the door to his room, unbuttoning his shirt as he walked. Just as he reached the bathroom door, it was pulled open from the inside. The bathroom was filled with steam. Lioli stood there naked, wearing nothing at all. Her long, silvery white hair clung to her body, wet and glistening with water droplets sliding down her hair, past her collarbone, chest, and lower abdomen, all the way down. She stood in the rising steam, her skin turning pinkish white from the fumes, looking like a freshly peeled lychee. Darling, she licked her lips and gave him a sweet smile. Come and scrub my back. The anger I'd been building up with at Cecilia's place tonight hadn't even subsided when Ruri delivered herself right to my doorstep. Lin Yi was full of confidence. Recently, the recovery ability brought by the Lord of all Spirits profession has become stronger and stronger. My body is getting better and better every day, and my energy is becoming more and more vigorous. I was up until midnight yesterday and have been busy all day today. In the past, I would have collapsed long ago. What about now? Feeling energetic, with no backache or leg weakness. If this continues, he'll really become Superman. No, he wants to be Superman right now. Liuli, turn around. Chapter 1:12 Coaxing. As it turns out, Lin Yi was too confident. He tried his best to coax Liuli to sleep. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, sensing that something was wrong. That's not right. He's clearly gotten much stronger in the last 2 days. Liuli did break through, jumping from level 53 to level 60, and the collar transformation was only halfway complete, but his recovery ability also increased. So why was he still struggling? A not-so-good thought popped into Lin Yi's head. Is Liuli just teasing him? But her reaction didn't seem fake. The whimpering was real, the trembling was real, and the dazed look in her eyes was real. But once the seed of doubt is planted, it can never be pulled out. He recalled how Liuli had dealt with Mimi and Nessa before, smiling sweetly like honey, and subduing the two of them with just a few words. That's not something a naive and innocent person would do. It seems that the matter of developing a combat class must be put on the agenda and cannot be delayed any longer. Lin Yi reached out and shook Liuli awake beside him. Liuli opened her eyes groggily, her amber pupils veiled with moisture. Honey, what's up? What do you want to do? Liuli's eyes lit up instantly. In the end, Lin Yi suffered a crushing defeat. Liuli was indeed trying to coax him. Her eyes were real, and her body reactions were real too. But she held back. She was teasing him, deliberately slowing down so that Lin Yi could catch up, and then letting out a joyful cheer, just like an adult playing with a child. As dawn broke, Liuli was too lazy to sleep anymore. She tucked the blanket around Lin Yi, kissed him on the forehead, her lips soft and her voice full of laughter. Master looks so cute when he tries so hard. Sleep well. Liuli will go get Master something nice. Something was awakening in her mind. That belongs to the dragon. Something etched in its bloodline, passed down from generation to generation. Lin Yi was woken up by Mimi shaking him. They grabbed his shoulders with both hands and shook him violently back and forth, making his head bounce loudly on the pillow, just like shaking a crooked tree that was about to die. Boss! Boss! You lazy pig! The sun's already high in the sky. Lin Yi opened his eyes groggily, only to find a puffed-up little face right in front of him. Its ears were perked up, its eyes were wide open, its cheeks were puffed out, and its lips were rosy and tender, with a honey-like sheen. Before he could even process what was happening, his hand had already moved, grabbing Mimi's little head and pressing it down onto her puffed-up lips for a kiss. Mimi's eyes widened even more. Ugh, ugh, ugh. She flailed her hand against his chest twice. His feeble struggle was exactly like that of a chick whose wings had been pinched. It fluttered and fluttered, then stopped moving. Her fingers gripped the collar of his pajamas tightly, and her lips moved from passive to active. The fine barbs scraped against me, causing a slight stinging sensation mixed with a tingling numbness. The feeling was exactly like being licked by a cat. The kiss lasted a long time. It took so long that Mimi's ears went from standing up to drooping, so long that her knees slid off the edge of the bed onto the bed, so long that Lin Yi was completely awake before he finally let go of her. Good morning, Mimi. Mimi wiped her lips hard with the back of her hand, spat twice, and her face turned red all the way from the base of her neck to her forehead. Early my foot. It's already 2 p.m., she added in a deliberately disgusted tone. You kissed me without even brushing your teeth. You stink. Lin Yi looked at her, her face flushed, her lips pouting, her ears drooping, while her tail wagged rapidly behind her. He couldn't resist and pulled her head close, kissing her. This time, the kiss lasted only a dozen seconds before he let go, staring in her eyes. Who can blame me when my Mimi is so adorable? Lin Yi sat up and scooped Mimi into his arms, giving her cat ears a good rub. Massage from the base of the ear to the tip of the ear, and then massage back from the tip of the ear to the base of the ear. Mimi's ears changed shape between his fingers, sometimes bending over, sometimes snapping back, and finally giving up completely, lying limply in his palm. Stop fooling around. We have something important to say. Mimi punched his chest lightly, but it was weak and soft, like a cat's paw patting someone. Kagger has come to apologize. He's been kneeling outside the door for almost 2 hours. Lin Yi's eyebrows twitched. What's wrong? Mimi wriggled out of his arms, tidied her messy hair, and resumed her serious secretary demeanor. Cecilia left in the middle of the night yesterday. When they found out, they tried to warn her, but they were all taken down. More than 20 people, not one of them escaped. Not a single one escaped. Lin Yi's voice remained calm, but Mimi felt his hand on her waist tighten slightly. Lin Yi was instantly wide awake. He threw off the covers and got out of bed. 20-odd people, and you can't even get a single message out? Are you all just sitting around doing nothing? Mimi had already taken his clothes out of the closet, shirts, pants, and a jacket, and placed them neatly folded by the bed. Even the cuffs were rolled up. While he was getting dressed, Mimi had already squeezed out the toothpaste, filled the water glass, and even taken the towel from the rack and draped it over her arm, waiting for him. While Lin Yi was brushing his teeth, she stood on tiptoe and applied a hot towel to his face, wiping it carefully twice from left to right, from his chin to his forehead. Lin Yi closed his eyes and let her do as she pleased. The towel was warm, her hands were warm, and her movements were light and quick, with the tenderness and dexterity unique to felines. He looked at Mimi's back in the mirror, a standard secretary suit, a white shirt tucked into a pencil skirt, and 2 rounded, long legs wrapped in black stockings beneath the skirt. Her hair was tied up, revealing the clean nape of her neck. Its ears were erect, and its tail swayed gently behind it. Those 3 gold bars were definitely worth it. Mimi, you're amazing. Mimi's ears twitched, but she didn't turn around. She turned and walked away, her tail swishing rapidly behind her. Boss, are you done yet? Kegel and the others are still kneeling. All right. Lin Yi straightened his collar and strode out. Lin Yi stood at the doorway, looking at the dark mass of people kneeling before him. Kegel knelt at the front, head bowed, shoulders slumped, his whole being lifeless, like a withered tree struck by lightning. Behind him knelt more than 20 burly men, some with their heads down, some with their faces turned to the side, and some who secretly glanced at him before quickly lowering their heads again. Elaine peeked half her head out from behind the curtains, her light golden hair hanging down on the windowsill. Thranduil shoved her head back down and then popped his own head out. Illyriel reached out from behind, grabbing one of the 2 pointed ears in each hand. You two don't cause trouble for the adults. Ouch, ouch. Mom, we just wanted to look. Alani covered her ears, looking aggrieved. Thranduil chimed in. Exactly. Isn't Mimi watching too? Mimi was perched on the windowsill by the living room window, holding a half-finished glass of milk in her hand, her tail wagging slowly behind her. Noticing Illyriel's gaze, she quickly finished her milk in 1 gulp and darted back inside. Illyriel's face darkened. Can they be the same? Too lazy to explain, she responded to her 2 troublesome daughters with her actions. My sister only raised you for 3 years, but I raised you for 27 years. I'm closer to you than your own mother. She tightened her grip on your ears. You think I can't handle you? Go. Clean the swimming pool upstairs. The adults will be using it in a few days. But that swimming pool is so big. Go. The 2 little elves, with long faces, ran upstairs with a thud. Lin Yi stood at the door, looking at the burly men kneeling on the ground. His anger, which had been suppressed, was slowly rising. 20-odd grown men, and they can't even utter a fart? He paid for them himself. They're not just some random recruits from the street. Grown-ups. Lin Yi raised his hand, interrupting Kegel. He stood on the steps, looking down at this group of good-for-nothings. Mimi stood beside him, holding a notepad, her little face serious, in the standard posture of a female secretary. I haven't shortchanged you on your wages, have I? Lin Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it pierced through the wind in the courtyard and clearly struck everyone's hearts. Kegel lowered his head even further, his forehead almost hitting the ground. No one dared to utter a sound. When the wind blows, the fallen leaves in the yard swirl and fly. Chapter 113, What's yours isn't mine? What's yours is also mine. Once his anger subsided, Lin Yi was too lazy to listen to Kegel's nonsense anymore. He's not the kind of person who stays angry for long. Getting angry is a waste of energy, so he'd rather use that energy on something useful. Phrases such as, "I was about to report the news when someone hit me on the back with a stick," or "I didn't see who did it," or "When I woke up, it was already dawn, sir. You must believe me," were used. After listening to everyone's complaints, Lin Yi finally managed to sift out a few useful pieces of information from the group of idiots' lamentations. The other party is disciplined, organized, and resourceful. 20-odd people were scattered in different locations, yet they could be found and taken down simultaneously. Even Kegel, a level 40 berserker, was knocked down with a single blow before he could even activate Berserk. Master. Moreover, he's no ordinary expert. But what are they after? They didn't kill anyone, they just knocked them unconscious. If Cecilia had that kind of power, would she need to run away? A fake dark star? That's somewhat possible. What value could Cecilia possibly have, that woman, that we could possibly covet? Lin Yi's head was throbbing from thinking. He simply gave up on thinking about it. His intuition told him that Elena, that woman, definitely knew something. She kept it hidden for too long. He looked at the row of rice buckets below and felt extremely annoyed. The group of people were still kneeling, beads of sweat on their foreheads hitting the ground, spreading out a small wet patch, which quickly dried, and then the next drop appeared. Kagger stays, everyone else get out. Lin Yi's voice was tinged with impatience. Half of this month's salary will be deducted. The kneeling underlings felt as if they had been granted a pardon. They scrambled to their feet and ran away, afraid that if they were too slow, they would be called back. A fat man was running too fast and tripped on the steps, rolled twice, got up, dusted himself off, and ran even faster. The crowd dispersed from the courtyard gate, leaving only Kegel standing there, unsure of what to do with his hands and feet. He opened and closed his mouth repeatedly, but couldn't utter a single word for a long time. "My lord, is there anything else you require?" Lin Yi had no intention of inviting him into the house at all. He casually pulled up a chair and sat down in the yard. The shade of the trees perfectly covered him, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, dancing on his shoulders. Kegel stood there straight under the blazing sun, sweat streaming down his face from the still scab scar, which stung painfully. "When I told you to run away before, I also had you travel to a few towns. Tell me those messages again." Kegel was taken aback. He clearly reported this information a long time ago, didn't he? But he dared not ask, not even a single word. He cleared his throat and began to repeat himself in a dry, monotone voice. He turned his head and glanced at Mimi beside him. "Mimi, write this down." Mimi immediately opened her little notebook, the pen tip hovering over the paper. He had heard and organized these messages and even drafted a plan, but Mimi didn't have time to look at it that day. Perfect, let the person involved tell the story again. Perhaps Mimi's professional talent as a lucky cat will allow her to glean something different. 40 east of Blackstone Town is Iron Mine Town. It used to be an iron-producing area, but after the mines were exhausted, the town declined and now has fewer than 200 households, making a living by growing dryland crops. 30 Li West is a timber distribution center. Timber from the mountains is loaded onto carts there and transported to the capital. Business is decent, but the road is treacherous, often teeming with demons. 60 Li South is a salt lake that produces coarse salt. The quality is average, but it's cheap. North. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, listening to Kegel's story, nodding occasionally. Mimi's pen scribbled on the notebook, carefully noting down the location of each town, its specialties, the flow of people, whether there were any troops stationed there, and the Adventurers Guild's stronghold. Kegel talked for a full quarter of an hour, until his lips were dry, and the sun had moved from overhead to the west, casting long shadows. "Sir, that's all." He carefully fell silent. Lin Yi ignored him and looked at Mimi. Mimi closed the notebook, nodded at him, indicating that she had finished writing. He then stood up, patted his pants, and without even glancing at Kegel, said, "It's nothing." Kegel finally felt relieved and was about to bow and take his leave when Lin Yi's voice drifted over again. "Wait a moment." Kegel immediately straightened up again. "Sir, is there anything else you need?" He couldn't help but glance into the villa. The front door was open, and he could see the crystal chandelier and spiral staircase inside. He was filled with envy, but dared not show it on his face. Lin Yi first turned his head to look at Mimi. Go and fetch 100 gold coins. Mimi's finger paused on the recorder. Her ears twitched. She hesitated for half a second, and then turned and went inside. Lin Yi then turned his gaze back to Kegel and gave the instructions. Take your men and go check out the towns that Earl Raymond assigned to Elena. Don't cause trouble, just observe. Report back to me on the population, garrison, and trade routes. When Mimi returned, she was carrying a heavy cloth bag. She handed the bag to Kegel, clenching it tightly at the opening before letting go, her face full of reluctance. Kegel took the bag, opened it, and was blinded by the bright yellow light. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth was agape, unable to close for a long time. Didn't I mess things up? How come there's still a reward? Sir, this. Go back and distribute it to your brothers. Lin Yi turned and walked into the house, his steps slow. Don't say it was me who gave it to you. His voice drifted from the front. As for how you explain where this money came from, figure that out yourself. Kegel stood dumbfounded in the yard, holding the bag of gold coins, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly. He wanted to say thank you, to say that he would do his utmost to serve you, and to say that his life would belong to you from now on. But when the words reached his lips, his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't squeeze out a single word. Finally, he simply bent down and bowed deeply. Mimi followed behind Lin Yi, her eyes still glued to the leather bag, her soul almost completely captivated. Her 100 gold coins were gone just like that. Boss! Her voice was choked with sobs. Those are my gold coins. These are clearly my gold coins. Isn't what's yours mine? Mimi retorted defiantly. What's yours is mine too. Mimi was speechless, unable to utter a word. Lin Yi reached out and pulled her into his arms, his hand around her slender waist, and led her into the house. I'm off, my little money grubber. Mimi was half carried and half clung to by him, taking small, quick steps while muttering to herself. Isn't the lucky cat supposed to bring in wealth and good fortune? Why is it only giving out and not taking in? Boss, is this job you found for me a scam? The study door clicked shut. Lin Yi plopped down in the chair, while Mimi stood by the table, still wincing in distress over the 100 gold coins. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh when he saw her greedy little face. Mimi, he spoke slowly. Do you know why I rewarded Kegel, even though he messed things up? Chapter 114, Considering Mimi. Mimi thought about it carefully and quickly gave an answer. What else could it be? To win people's hearts. She closed the notebook, placed her hands on the edge of the table, and leaned forward slightly. Although Kegel messed up this time, he can't be entirely blamed. The enemy was too strong. More than 20 people were taken down at the same time, and the news didn't even get out. That's something he couldn't have prevented. She paused, her ears twitching. Those underlings knew nothing at all. All they knew was that they followed their boss around, obeyed his orders, worked hard all night keeping watch, and were inexplicably knocked unconscious with a blunt object. When they woke up the next day, their bodies were covered in mosquito bites, and before they could even eat anything, their boss called them over to apologize to the boss. They knelt for so long under the blazing sun, and in the end, they were docked half a month's wages. She tilted her head slightly. Put yourself in Kegel's shoes. If he didn't get angry at Kegel at all after this, what would he be but a masochist? Lin Yi reached out approvingly and patted her head. The kitten is quite adept at reading people's minds. Continue. Mimi snorted. She walked around to Lin Yi's side and sat down his lap, finding a good spot on her bottom and snuggling closer to embed herself into his chest. Boss, you gave Kegel those gold coins, specifically emphasizing that they should be distributed to the underlings and forbidding them from mentioning your name. This is clearly letting Kegel win people over himself. He can then tell the underlings, this time, I, as the big brother, have done a bad job. I've wronged you, brothers. I'll compensate you out of my own pocket. We'll have a good meal tonight, and you can keep working hard tomorrow. You won't be short of gold coins. She looked up and rested her chin on his collarbone. Kagger bribed his underlings, boss. You bribed Kagger. Lin Yi lowered his head and gave her a quick kiss on the forehead. Mimi, you're so smart. Mimi's ears perked up, her lips curled up, and she was about to show off when Lin Yi suddenly placed both hands on her waist. He pressed his thumbs on both sides of her spine and then pushed upwards with both hands, his thumbs following the spine all the way up from her waist to her shoulder blades, and from her shoulder blades to below her neck. Mimi's body suddenly arched back. Her tail hardened with a whoosh and stood straight up, and a groan escaped her throat that made even herself blush. What are you doing all of a sudden? She slapped Lin Yi's hand away, turned her head to glare at him, her tail still stiff and unable to come down. Lin Yi smiled, put his hand back on her waist, and gently massaged it. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Mimi bit her lip. It's comfortable, but could you have told me in advance? She lowered her head, her ears turning bright red. Lin Yi pulled her back into his arms, resting his chin on the top of her head. That's exactly the reaction I wanted. Unexpected, caught off guard, and overflowing with pleasure from the depths of her body. If I had told you in advance, it wouldn't have had the desired effect. All right, let's get down to business. Lin Yi squeezed her soft waist, his grip firm as he continued massaging her. After listening to Kegel talk for so long, do you have any ideas? Like ways to make money. Mimi got excited. That was exactly what she was waiting for. She sat up from Lin Yi's arms, her eyes sparkling. She reached for the notepad on the table, flipped it open, and pointed to the messy handwriting on it. Look at this iron ore town. The mines are all gone, the land is unsuitable for growing crops, but its location is excellent. 2 days to the east is the trade route to the capital, and a day to the west is the pass of the Twilight Shadow Mountains. It can serve as a perfect transit point. In the future, our goods going out and goods coming in will all pass through there. The land is cheap, so we can buy it and build warehouses. The road near the timber distribution center isn't safe. Monsters often lurk there. But we have Liuli. Let Liuli fly around a couple of times. What monster would dare approach? She became more and more excited as she spoke. Then we'll talk to the merchants in town. We'll protect the road, and they'll pay. We won't do that protection fee thing. We'll talk about cooperation. We'll take 30%, and they'll take 70%. With a safer road, business will be better, they'll earn more than before, and we'll just sit back and collect the money. It's simpler over at the Salt Lake. Let Nessa, that egg-eating snake, figure out a way to improve the crude salt purification technique. After all, she's an alchemist. We can easily import crude salt from the Salt Lake, purify it into fine salt, and then sell it to the salt-scarce inland areas. Mimi spoke faster and faster, her fingers tapping loudly on the paper. Boss, put some more pressure on him, just an inch down. Yes, right there. As she spoke of her grand plan, she confidently directed Lin Yi's hand to move towards his shoulder blade. Lin Yi did as he was told, pressing his thumb into the sore muscle. Mimi let out a comfortable sigh, and her whole body went limp. The Twilight Shadow Mountains are poor, but they have their ways of surviving. We now have dragons, military power, and connections with Elena, so why not? Let's start with a few surrounding towns and gradually expand outwards. We can reinvest the profits, and it'll snowball into a huge fortune. As Mimi spoke, she slid out of Lin Yi's arms, turned around to face him, braced her hands on the desk, and lightly jumped up to sit on it. She kicked off her high heels. One landed under the table, and the other flew to the doorway. 2 small feet, encased in black stockings, dangled in midair, glistening with an oily sheen in the sunlight, wisps of heat emanating from them. Boss, can you give me a foot massage? My feet are sore from standing for so long. She swung her feet, her voice tinged with a coquettish tone. Lin Yi laughed when he saw her self-righteous expression. He moved the chair forward and lifted one of her little feet. Without any hesitation, she started massaging from the heel through the stockings. The stockings were smooth, the soles of my feet were soft, and my big toe pressed against my arch, pushing gently. Mimi squinted comfortably, its tail wagging slowly behind it, its toes curling briefly in Lin Yi's hand before relaxing. Yes, right there, a little harder. That's it, she said, her voice slightly nasal as she continued her grand money-making plan, her voice a few decibels softer than before. Lin Yi's hands didn't stop. With his head down, he pushed his thumb from the sole of her foot to the base of her toes and back again. Anything else? Also, isn't Elena planning to take in a large number of refugees? Refugees need food and work. We can plan ahead, occupy the surrounding businesses, and then hire workers as soon as the refugees arrive. We don't need to pay high wages, just room and board. Her voice lowered. Boss, am I being too hasty? After all, we haven't even signed a contract with Elena yet. After she finished speaking, Lin Yi put her feet on his knees, opened the drawer, took out a stack of papers, and placed them on the table. Mimi looked down. Densely packed text, neatly formatted tables, and detailed data. From the population of each town to the average household income, from the average household income to disposable expenditure, and then to the potential market size, every figure has been calculated. A map was drawn showing the locations of the acquisition points, with 3 options clearly marked and their pros and cons compared. Transportation routes were marked with different colored pens. Red for the shortest, green for the most stable, and blue for the cheapest. Even the negotiation script with the Fengshan Chamber of Commerce was prepared, outlining what to say first, what to say second, how the other party might respond, and how to respond accordingly. Mimi finished reading and fell completely silent. Lin Yi had considered all of her thoughts. He had also considered things she hadn't thought of. Her plan was a hasty doodle, but Lin Yi's was a magnificent palace fully decorated, with even the curtains hung up. Her ears drooped, and her tail stopped wagging. Lin Yi reached out and patted her head. You've already done a great job. Take these back later and organize them into your own plan. You can discuss it with Elena at your next meeting. Mimi's tail suddenly stood up. You're the financial secretary. These are your responsibilities. Lin Yi's lips curled up. You're my lucky cat. I'm still waiting for you to make money from me. Chapter 115, The Reason for the Breakup. The thoughtful Nessa. The two did not dwell on the topic for long. Lin Yi explained Elena's personality traits to Mimi, which gave her a better understanding of the situation. After massaging one foot, he grabbed the other and did the same. Mimi looked at his focused profile, feeling a surge of heat rising from her feet to her face, and suddenly felt embarrassed. She subconsciously pulled her foot away, and her heel slid against his warm palm. Boss, maybe we should just forget about it. It smells bad. He didn't even raise his head, but he tightened his grip on her ankle, preventing her from pulling back. Now you know how to care about me? Who cares about you? Mimi snorted. I just don't want her hands to smell like me, so you'll have to hug me again later. He pressed down hard on the sole of her foot with his big toe. You can't give up halfway through a task. If I fix one for you, but leave the other out, I'll feel uncomfortable. Mimi shuddered, her insteps instantly straightening. Be gentle. What kind of nonsense is this? It makes no sense at all, she complained angrily. I think you just like touching my feet, boss. You're only right about one thing. A little? As expected, boss, you're a pervert. Mimi pouted. He finally raised his head, looked into her eyes, and spoke, word by word. Not just her feet. I love every part of Mimi's body. Mimi's face flushed red instantly. The heat surged from the base of his neck to his forehead in an instant, burning the tips of his ears until they turned bright red, and even the fine downy hairs inside his ears seemed to be stained with color. Her other foot, which wasn't being held, frantically pressed against his chest, pushing him away slightly. She leaned back, her palms braced against the table, her whole body stiff as a bridge about to break, her face turned away, not daring to look at him. Abnormal. The voice was muffled, squeezed out from the back of the throat, with a slight tremor. Looking at her innocent appearance, Lin Yi's lips curled up higher and higher. The atmosphere is almost set. The kitten's emotions were also on point. As he continued kneading with just the right amount of pressure, he finally revealed his true intentions. Mimi, can you tell me now why you and Nessa had a fight? It can't be just because you were coaxed into calling her mommy that you two are fighting like this, right? Mimi suddenly turned to look at him, and the little black-stockinged foot that was pressed against his chest stomped on him twice, as if in a fit of pique. You've coaxed me for so long, gone through all that trouble, just to hear this? He removed the foot that was stepping on his chest and grasped his 2 slender ankles with both hands. Otherwise what? You're my little kitten. Who else would I comfort if not you? That's incredibly cheesy. But in this situation, Mimi just happens to fall for it. The 10 toes, wrapped in black stockings, curled up and then spread out like flowers quietly blooming in the night. She stopped making a fuss. Being tricked into calling someone mom by that snake Nessa shouldn't make me that angry. Lin Yi's hand started to wander, tracing upwards along his ankles, stroking his smooth calves, and feeling the soft elasticity of his calves. Mimi noticed his movement. Her body stiffened for a moment, and she deliberately raised her leg a little to make it easier for him to do his trick. Yesterday, I told Nessa a lot of things. About the tribe, about my parents, and about my sister, bits and pieces. I don't know why I got carried away and told that egg-eating snake everything in a daze. She paused, then lowered her voice. Boss, if you want to hear it, I'll tell you slowly sometime. I feel like your hand is already touching my thigh in this atmosphere. Hey. Lin Yi chuckled mischievously, hooking his fingers around the edge of her black stockings. Pull it up and then let it go. The movements were practiced, and there was not a trace of embarrassment. We can talk about those next time. Let's get to the point first. Mimi rolled her eyes at him, her tone becoming more serious. Speaking of which, this matter has something to do with you, boss. Lin Yi was stunned. Why are you dragging me into this? That Nessa, she actually dared to make a move on my sister for you. Mimi's voice rose, and I was actually a little touched back then. Damn it. Boss, you swore long ago that you wouldn't lay a finger on my sister. So why is that Nessa meddling in things that aren't her business? What's with all this talk about sisters being of one mind? Wouldn't it be better if we served the master together? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. It is absurd, yet damnably reasonable. Given Mimi's extreme sister-complex personality, Nessa's words were like stepping on a landmine and dancing wildly. This miser, whenever he had a little money, sent it all back to his tribe and wouldn't spend a single penny on himself. To be honest, he still doesn't know what Mimi's twin sister's name is. Mimi was extremely careful in protecting herself from him. Lin Yi secretly made a mental note. He should reward Nessa properly later. This little snake is getting more and more considerate. Mimi kept her eyes fixed on Lin Yi's face, watching his expressions change, and her gaze instantly became wary. Boss, you didn't instruct Nessa to probe me, did you? Cough, cough. Lin Yi quickly raised his right hand, extending 4 fingers. How could that be? I've already shown 4. One cute kitten like Mimi is enough. 4 fingers, and you call that an oath? Lin Yi casually lowered his hand and continued to roam over her smooth thigh. Mimi snorted, pulled her leg back from his grasp, and curled up on the edge of the table, hugging her knees. Sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, casting a dappled pattern on her body and making her black stockings gleam. She stared into Lin Yi's eyes for several seconds. I'll trust you this once. After saying that, she stretched her leg out again and casually placed it on his knee. However, I will never forgive that snake. She was meddling in other people's business. Lin Yi didn't say anything more, but his movements became much gentler, slowly massaging from the knees to the ankles, and then from the ankles to the knees. Mimi leaned comfortably against the edge of the table, squinted her eyes, and her tail began to wag again. Of course, she knew that following Lin Yi and becoming his woman would bring countless benefits. She recalled what happened last night after Liuli enforced family discipline on her. She and Nessa honestly explained the cause of the conflict. After listening, Ruri put her hands on her hips, her dragon tail swinging back and forth behind her. What's wrong with that? Liuli's voice was crisp and clear, with a matter-of-fact certainty. Let your sister come and be the master's woman too. There's food and drink at home. Isn't that better than staying in the tribe? Mimi shook her head immediately. The tribe can't do without my sister. She has to manage resources, and she can't leave the tribe either. My sister was born a few minutes after me, but she's much weaker than me. My parents risked their lives to raise her and even had to ask a fox priest from far away to save her life. The price was, well, she just can't leave the tribe too far away. Moreover, her younger sister has an even stronger and prouder personality than her. Making her depend on others for a living is worse than killing her. But if Lin Yi took the initiative, she knew all too well how cunning and charming this man was. If the younger sister also falls for it, the two sisters will stare at each other in disbelief. With the younger sister's fragile pride, she'll be devastated. Boss. Wanna know my sister's name? Lin Yi's fingers paused for a moment. Think. I'm not telling you. Mimi smiled mischievously, pulled her foot back, jumped off the table, and snuggled back into Lin Yi's arms, rubbing her cheek against his chest like a little kitten. Boss, stop talking about that, and tell me more about your plans. Chapter 116, The Potion to Make You Bigger and Stronger. This morning, Nessa vaguely heard someone push the door open in her sleep. Her vigilance was ingrained in her bones, an instinct honed through years of fleeing. which she never let go of even at home. A strong smell entered my nostrils. It's Lin Yi's scent, carrying the lingering aftertaste of pleasure, mixed with a hint of the faint fragrance of glass. The two flavors intertwined, making it difficult to distinguish one from the other. Why did Lin Yi come to her room? What time is it now? Mimi is still here. The little creature in her arms clung tightly to her, its arms wrapped around her waist, its golden tail tied in 2 knots with her snake tail. His head was buried in her chest, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth, soaking a small patch of his pajamas. He was fast asleep. Yesterday, she was scolded by Lin Yi and Liuli in turn. After returning to her room, Mimi rushed over and hugged her, whispering, "Mom, where did you go?" She couldn't say a word. Mimi didn't ask any more questions. She just hugged her tighter. This child, after months of wandering, has learned what he should and shouldn't ask. She held Mimi in her arms and comforted her for a while. The little one's eyelids drooped, and she snuggled in her arms, calling Mama, Mama, in a voice so soft it could melt silk. Nessa was so moved by what she heard that she almost started breastfeeding. As she touched her pretty little face, the anger in her heart had long since dissipated. The footsteps stopped beside the bed. Nessa could feel that gaze on her face, burning and full of smiles. She didn't open her eyes, but her eyelashes trembled violently. Her hands unconsciously pulled Mimi closer to her chest, like a mother animal protecting her cubs. The mattress sagged in. The man got into bed, his knees pressing against the blankets at her feet, leaning forward, his breath close to hers. Warm breath landed on her face. Immediately afterwards, she felt a tickle on her earlobe, as if someone had gently blew a breath into her ear. Nessa's face turned bright red instantly. She couldn't take it anymore. Her voice was extremely low, her lips barely moving, as she whispered, "Please, Mimi is still here. Let's go somewhere else." She cautiously opened one eye, preparing to meet Lin Yi's eyes, which seemed to be both smiling and not smiling. As a result, what came into view was a pair of clear, yet foolish eyes, with translucent and crystal-clear amber pupils. Liuli lowered her voice and nodded in agreement. Nessa is right. Mimi is still sleeping. Let's go out. Nessa's vision went black. Glass? Why is it glass? She thought it was Lin Yi who had come to ambush her early in the morning. At first, I felt disappointed, and then a feeling of shame welled up inside me that I couldn't quite explain. Thankfully, it's Liuli, so she probably won't be able to tell, right? Nessa was unsure. Lioli's appearance yesterday really startled her, and she still can't tell if the dragon is really stupid or just pretending. She gently moved Mimi away from her arms, untied the little golden tail that was wrapped around her own tail, got out of bed, tucked Mimi in, and gave her a quick kiss on the forehead. Mimi twisted her body, mumbled a muffled "mommy," and fell asleep again. Looking at her daughter's peaceful sleeping face, Nessa felt nothing but guilt. She was really out of her mind yesterday, insisting on competing with Mimi and not even caring about Mimi. She's just a little snake, barely 18 years old, caught in the middle between the adults, so pitiful. Liuli also came over, pouting as if she wanted to kiss Mimi. Nessa stopped her. "No kissing. You smell like Lin Yi all over. Don't let it get on Mimi." Liuli pouted in dissatisfaction, but didn't insist. She lowered her head and sniffed her wrist. "It smells wonderful." Nessa pulled Liuli out of the room, gently closed the door, and took 2 steps forward, not wanting to disturb Mimi. The corridor was quiet, and the morning light shone through the window, casting long shadows of the 2 people. Nessa smoothed her messy hair and looked at Liuli, who was soaked in Lin Yi's scent from head to toe, inside and out. No wonder she mistook him for someone else. Just how crazy were these 2? She rubbed her temples. "Tell me, my queen, what are you doing in my room so early in the morning? It's only 6 o'clock now. Normally you would sleep until almost noon." Liuli scratched her head sheepishly. "I was supposed to sleep until noon. I was supposed to go to sleep at 4 o'clock, but my master shook me up again, and that's how it's been until now." Nessa was speechless. Why did she feel like Liuli was showing off? "Master looks adorable when he tries so hard." Ruri's eyes sparkled. "After I put him to sleep, I couldn't sleep myself, so I came to find you. So, what exactly do you want from me?" Nessa started to get a headache. You can't have woken me up so early just to brag about how much Lin Yi likes you, can you? Lin looked around. There was no one in the corridor. She put her arm around Nessa's shoulder, pulled her close, and whispered in Nessa's ear. Nessa, I'm telling you, but you can't tell anyone else. Nessa looked at her questioningly and nodded. Lin smiled with satisfaction, then looked left and right to make sure no one was around before moving closer. You can concoct that kind of potion, Lioli's voice lowered, that makes the master bigger and stronger? I remember you're an alchemist. A question mark slowly rose in Nessa's mind. A potion that makes you bigger and stronger? A thought flashed through her mind. Isn't that Triple X? Her eyes widened. Why is Lin asking this? Is Lin Yi no longer capable? Or has Lioli's appetite grown so large that Lin Yi can no longer satisfy her? She opened her mouth, about to speak. Behind them, a very soft noise came from a door, then quickly went silent. Nessa turned her head and glanced around. It was Alluriel's and the two little elves' room, which she had arranged. Behind the door, Alluriel pressed herself tightly against the door panel, covering her mouth to keep herself from making a sound, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would jump out of her throat. She really didn't eavesdrop on purpose. She didn't sleep well last night, constantly thinking about Mimi's aggrieved expression during the day, tossing and turning and unable to fall asleep. Mrs. Nessa, really, she's a mother now. How could she still be so willful? Unable to sleep, I got up early to prepare today's ingredients. The two little elves were fast asleep. Alenia's legs were draped over Thranduil's stomach, and Thranduil's arm was across Alenia's face. They were squeezed together on a small bed, their sleeping postures a mess. She smiled, pulled the blankets up for them, helped them change their clothes, and just as her hand touched the doorknob, she heard voices in the hallway. It was Lioli's voice, very low. You mustn't tell anyone. Alluriel's hand froze on the doorknob. Reason told her to leave quickly, in case she heard something she shouldn't have heard again. But its body was honest. It remained motionless, and the elf's pointed ears even stood up uncontrollably. Since we're already here and have heard everything, a few more words won't make a difference. Besides, they were the ones blocking my doorway. The next second, she regretted it. A potion that makes its master bigger and stronger. Her mind went blank. She thought the same thing as Nessa. Wasn't that? It's over. She seems to have discovered a tremendous secret. He's so young, and he's already failing. Will I be silenced? Chapter 117, The Legacy Memories Flowing in Dragon Blood. Nessa opened her mouth, then closed it again. She racked her brains for a long time before finally managing to utter a single sentence. It's possible, but... She abruptly changed the subject, leaning forward to hook Lioli's head around her ear, her lips close to her ear, her voice even lower than before. Tell me honestly, is there something wrong with Lin Yi's health? It's only been a few days. You didn't really ruin your darling, did you? Nessa muttered angrily to herself. I haven't even tried it yet. Ruri pried Nessa's hand away and shook her head violently, her long silver hair sweeping across Nessa's face. No, Master is perfectly healthy. Lioli hurriedly defended herself, her cheeks flushing red. Already told you. I was about to fall asleep when he shook me awake. That body of his was absolutely amazing. Although in those scenes, it still couldn't compare to our dragon race. It was still very impressive. Nessa astutely grasped a word. The scene? What scene? Lioli tilted her head, trying hard to recall. It's like some things, some images, suddenly appear in my mind. I can't really explain it. Have you awakened the inherited memories within your bloodline? Nessa stared at her. Lioli blinked, then suddenly realized, is that how it is? No wonder I've been having these strange memories popping into my head these past few days with mountains, seas, and lots of dragons flying around in the sky. Nessa fell silent. The dragon race's inherited memories are innate and gradually awaken as they grow and through certain opportunities. The most basic tasks are foraging, survival, and reproduction. More advanced skills include dragon language magic, combat techniques, and various things passed down through generations. Lin Yi had mentioned to her before that Lioli hadn't developed intelligence and only possessed animal instincts. It now seems that it was after having a physical relationship with Lin Yi that he was awakened by some primal impulse. So, Liuli's unusually cunning behavior last night was also because of this. Is Liuli still that cute, brainless, silly dragon? Although Nessa hadn't studied this in depth, the logic made sense. The problem has come full circle. She stared at Liuli. Then why did you give Lin Yi that kind of medicine? You have to give me a reason. Upon hearing this, Liuli's eyes lit up instantly, and she excitedly started counting on her fingers. In my inherited memories, there are methods that can make human bodies as powerful as our dragon race. The process is so complicated that I still can't understand it. It requires blessings, dragon blood, and a bunch of other nonsense. She rubbed her head in frustration, and a few stray hairs stuck up unruly. Nessa's eye twitched. So that's what it was all for. But she seriously doubted whether the silly dragon's true motive was to make Lin Yi bigger and stronger, or to make Lin Yi bigger and stronger. It doesn't seem to make much difference. In the end, I'll benefit from it too. Liuli excitedly grabbed Nessa's hand, her knuckles cracking as she squeezed it. Never mind the rest. There's plenty of dragon blood here. Let's use dragon blood to make medicine. Let's make our master bigger and stronger. Nessa's hand went numb from being squeezed so much. Then you have to convince Lin Yi first. If he finds out that I used my blood to make medicine for you, he'll skin me alive. There was a hint of bitterness in her words that she herself didn't realize. Liuli shook her head. Use this instead of my blood. She pulled something out of her pocket. It was round and bright red, a bead of congealed blood. Nessa took it and looked at it in the morning light. The container, the one the succubus queen gave to Lin Yi back then. She recognized it. It was a tool specifically used to contain fragments of divinity. The most common practice on the mainland is to use this. The target of the Temple of Light that time was a fragment of the god of life, and it was most appropriate to use the dragon blood with the most vigorous life force as the raw material to forge the container. She had seen similar ones before, but none were nearly as exquisite, and the energy fluctuations were on a completely different level. This is not ordinary dragon blood. It has been extremely purified and compressed, resulting in an astonishingly high energy density. And why does the aura on it seem somewhat similar to that of Liuli? Oh, right. Lin Yi seemed to have mentioned that this thing was made from Liuli's unlucky younger brother from the same litter. This container itself is made from the essence of dragon's blood, so it can indeed be used to make dragon's blood potions. Moreover, this amount is enough to make enough potions for Lin Yi to drink 3 bottles a day for a year. She paused, then examined the bead from all angles. But this is a valuable item that can contain fragments of divine power. The magic circles and runes inside make my head spin. Are you sure Lin Yi will let you waste it like this? Liuli's gaze became unfocused. She saw Lin Yi casually toss it aside, and she picked it up to play with it without thinking much about it. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt. Nessa could tell from her expression that she hadn't told Lin Yi anything. Keep it for now. Nessa shoved the bead back into Liuli's hand. My advice is don't waste it. This thing is very difficult to make. What if you come across another fragment of a god in the future? If you really want a dragon blood potion, go talk to Lin Yi and ask him to let me bleed you a little. She added, bloodletting is very painful. It involves extracting vital essence, not just a simple cut to let some blood flow. You'll be weak for several days afterward. Be prepared mentally before trying to persuade him. Of course, if he agrees to you ruining this container, then I have no objection. Liuli looked down at the bead in her palm, the red light making her little face flush. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. She really didn't have much confidence in persuading Lin Yi. Seeing her conflicted expression, Nessa knew that the silly dragon wouldn't figure it out for the time being, so she greeted her and turned to go wash up. How about we catch a dragon and bleed it? Liuli's eyes lit up again. Nessa wants to complain. She really wants to complain. Are you a traitor to the dragon? But she held back, knowing that dragons didn't have this concept. She swallowed the word back. Liuli, to make dragon blood potions, you need an adult dragon of level 60 or above, like you. That container was made by the Temple of Light using countless precious materials to purify and compress the dragon blood to that level, just to barely qualify. Do you want to catch a dragon of level 60 or above? Or do you want to catch a small one and purify it slowly yourself? Looking at Liuli's increasingly disappointed face, She swallowed back the words she was about to say. They were afraid that Lioli's next words would be, "Then let's lure the big one away first, and then catch the small one." Lioli is absolutely capable of doing it. All right, stop thinking about it. Nessa ruffled Lioli's hair, which felt smooth and fluffy. Come with me later. The materials for building the lab that the Wind God Merchant Guild ordered have arrived. Help me set up the lab first, otherwise I won't be able to work. Then tell me about those inherited memories, and I'll see if I can think of a solution. Lioli hugged Nessa tightly, rubbing her face against Nessa's shoulder. Nessa, you're so good. Nessa pushed her head away in disgust. Get away from me. Go take a shower. You smell like Lin Yi. Ruri pouted in dissatisfaction. Nessa's mouth was full of Master's taste before, too. Nessa's cheeks burned. Yes, Mimi's cat nose can smell it. So why does she think Lioli's dragon nose can't? She forcefully suppressed the feeling of shame. Stop talking nonsense. Go take a shower. I'll come downstairs and wait for you. Lioli said, "Oh," swished her tail behind her, and ran away. Nessa leaned against the wall, listening to the footsteps fade away, and touched her burning cheeks. She clasped her hands together, brought them to her lips, and gently breathed out a breath. What was the taste? Wait, why would I do that? That happened several days ago. The corridor fell completely silent. Behind the door, Alluriel lay on the bed, covering her ears with a pillow, too afraid to listen to anything else. It took her a very long time before she was able to get up again. Hearing the noise outside completely disappear, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart was still pounding, and her palms were covered in cold sweat. It's time to go downstairs and cook. Ladies, it should be time for breakfast soon. Chapter 118, The Cycle of Heaven, is perfect. The two of them dawdled as they left, and by the time they returned, it was already getting dark. We're here. We'll put it here. Nessa leaped off the dragon's back, clapped her hands, and began to give commands. Move it a little over there. It's too close. Move it further away from the house. The foundation needs to be reinforced, otherwise it will settle and turn into a basement. The enormous, glass-like dragon tilted, and the stones on its back tumbled and rolled all over the ground, piling up into a small mountain. She flashed a light and transformed back into human form, collapsing onto the grass with her limbs outstretched and her tail too lazy to even move, looking exactly like a salted fish dried out by the sun. I am exhausted. I am exhausted. I am exhausted. Why are these broken stones so heavy? Her voice was muffled and unclear, muffled by the grass. Nessa stood beside the pile of stones, her eyes shining as if she had seen a mountain of gold. She squatted down, running her fingers along the rough texture of the stone's surface, touching it from one piece to another, unable to suppress the smile on her lips. This kind of solid earth magic stone has an extremely high density. Its only magical property is its hardness and durability, and it also has natural solid earth magic circuits inside. 3,000 gold coins seems like a lot, but in the bottomless pit of alchemy, it's barely a drop in the ocean. To pursue the ultimate cost-effectiveness, I specifically chose this kind, which is the hardest to match. Lioli weakly raised her head. Why did you buy it if it doesn't match? It's hard to match for others. Nessa brushed the dust off her hands, stood up, and looked at the pile of stones as if they were a pile of uncut rough diamonds. For me? Isn't there Lady Lioli who promised to help me? The people from the Function Chamber of Commerce were so exhausted when they saw them off that their legs were cramping. They've been doing this for so many years, and this is the first time they've ever seen goods transported like this. These solid earth magic stones are ridiculously heavy. If 5 powerful camel-like beasts were to pull them, they would be exhausted to death after just one trip and would be slaughtered and eaten on the spot. This guy, on the other hand, took the whole thing away at once. They had originally planned to squeeze out a hefty installation fee when they arrived at the location, but the other party didn't give them that chance and did it themselves. That's ruthless, truly ruthless. Lioli rolled her eyes at Nessa. To be honest, she regretted it as soon as the first stone hit her back, but she had already said it, and she couldn't lose face as the eldest daughter of the family. But the thought of having to help Nessa stack these heavy stones one by one filled Lioli with gloom. She groaned as she got up from the ground, swayed a little, brushed the bits of grass off her bottom, and stood up. So tired, so hungry, so sleepy. She dragged her tail as she walked into the house, her voice echoing throughout the entire villa from the entrance. Aluriel, give me something to eat. I'm going to sleep now. Come to my room and feed me later. I can eat while I sleep. Everyone in the room was stunned. Eating while sleeping? This works? Aluriel poked her head out from the kitchen, opened her mouth, then silently closed it again. The first madam has spoken. What can a mere maid say? She turned and went back to the kitchen, starting to think about what to make. It should be able to fill your stomach, but it shouldn't leave crumbs, and it certainly shouldn't stain the sheets. Baking a pudding? Steaming an egg custard? Or making a pot of thick rice porridge? She sighed softly and resignedly began kneading the dough. She quickly cut the baked bread into small pieces, spread butter and honey on them, stacked them into bite-sized pieces, carefully wrapped them in clean parchment paper, and placed them on a plate. No crumbs, no juice, bite-sized. You can eat them with your eyes closed. Nessa followed Liuli into the house one after the other. As she passed through the living room, she saw Mimi squatting on the floor playing with two little elves. The three little heads were huddled together, seemingly fiddling with something. Elenia held a flower in her hand. Thranduil was concentrating on weaving a wreath, and Mimi was giving earnest instructions from the side. Nessa paused, looking at Mimi's serious profile. 18 years old, then. In any case, Mimi will always be a child who hasn't grown up in her eyes. She didn't disturb them and tiptoed upstairs. Lin Yi's door was open. Nessa peeked inside. The blankets were neatly folded, the pillow was askew, and there was no one in the bed. She thought Lin Yi was still asleep. According to Liuli, the two of them were up until dawn, so he would have to sleep until the afternoon at the earliest. I didn't expect that the person had already woken up. If he's not in his room, he's probably in his study. Nessa turned and walked towards the other end of the corridor, pondering what Ruri had told her that morning. Dragon blood potion, inherited memories. She felt she had to discuss this with Lin Yi. Liuli told her not to tell anyone. She didn't agree. She nodded simply because her neck was sore and she was twisting it. It was that silly dragon who misunderstood. Besides, she only told Lin Yi. Could Lin Yi be anyone else? That was the man they loved most. Nessa instantly convinced herself. After what happened yesterday, she finally understood that Liuli was completely unreliable. Who knows what kind of trouble that silly dragon will stir up from the inherited memories. I still need Lin Yi to consolidate my position as the second in command. He's the master of this house. Getting along with him is enough. She stood at the door of the study, raising her hand as if to knock. The finger joints were still half an inch away from the door panel when they stopped again. Why are you knocking on the door? She's going to be the second in command in the future. How can she be so timid and hesitant? Be natural. Make yourself at home. No, this is my own home. Why knock on your own door when you're entering your own home? Besides, she brought top secret information today, and Lin Yi had to beg her before she would tell him. She mustered her courage, grasped the doorknob, gently turned it, and pushed the door open. The door wasn't locked. The moment the door opened, Nessa's nose sensed something was wrong before her eyes. The smell in the air was all too familiar. Then she saw it. Lin Yi frowned, his expression strange. A shiny black tail quietly emerged from under the desk. It's fluffy, with its tail tip sticking up proudly and swaying back and forth. Who else could it be but Mimi? Nessa's mind went blank with a buzz. That's her spot. She had spent countless afternoons in that study, serving tea and water, bowing and bending over. She knew that small space better than anyone else. Mimi is there now. It's that Mimi who was kneeling with her in front of Liuli yesterday, being punished by family rules together, and crying and saying she was wrong. Damn it. Nessa's teeth were grinding together. Is this what they call the cycle of karma? Last time, she was the one who bragged about Mimi, but today it's her turn to be bragged about by Mimi. Her gaze passed over the swaying tail and settled on Lin Yi's face. Lin Yi also saw her. His face stiffened for a moment, and a look of embarrassment flashed across his face, but that expression was quickly covered by a mixture of pleasure and pain. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. Nessa didn't give him a chance. She released the doorknob, stepped out expressionlessly, and closed the door behind her. She leaned against the cold wall of the corridor, looking up at the ceiling, her chest heaving violently. The sound of a chair being moved came from the study. Just then, Aluriel came up the stairs carrying a plate. The plate contained small, golden yellow, steaming bread rolls. "Madam, what's wrong? You don't look well. Would you like some honey bread?" "It's all right." Nessa's voice was weak. "Go feed Lioli." As Aluriel walked by carrying the plate, she couldn't help but turn back to glance at Nessa's figure. Why do all the grown-up women look so preoccupied? Chapter 119, This is what you call talent. In fact, if Nessa had arrived 10 minutes earlier, she would have seen a completely different scene. 10 minutes ago, the study was quiet and warm. Mimi nestled in Lin Yi's arms, her black tail wrapped around his wrist, her head resting on his shoulder. Neither of them spoke, and they simply stayed there quietly. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a dappled pattern on the desk. Lin Yi's hands became restless, sliding up Mimi's waistline little by little, his fingertips probing inch by inch through the fabric of her shirt. Smack! Mimi slapped his hand away, her cheeks flushed, her voice soft but firm. "Stop fooling around." Lin Yi rubbed his chin against her fluffy head and asked bluntly, "You don't want it?" Mimi's face turned even redder, and heat rose from the base of her neck all the way to the tips of her ears. "Wait until these few days are over." "These past few days? Heat period?" Lin Yi's hand paused. "Aren't these the most uncomfortable times?" "What?" Mimi instinctively covered her lower abdomen, her voice barely audible. I'm not ready to be a mother yet. I'm more likely to get pregnant during my heat." Her voice trailed off as she spoke. Although Nessa also said that the conception rate between demi-humans and humans is extremely low, the probability of conceiving on the first try is even lower than summoning an epic dragon with the lowest level of summoning magic. Lin Yi didn't ask any further questions. She will naturally say what she wants to say when she wants to. Besides, let alone Mimi, he himself wasn't ready to welcome a new life. "We've only just gotten to where we are now, and the children are still a long way off. Then shall I have Nessa concoct some potions for you?" Mimi shook her head. "I asked her yesterday. She said that she could not have made such a thing without your and Lioli's consent. She also said that it was murdering the future little master." Lin, he had a headache. From the moment that little dragon girl entered this house, she kept saying that she wanted to have his child. How could she possibly agree to something like that? Silence fell over the study for a moment. There are many solutions, but the crux of the problem isn't here at all. This is a battle between Mimi's inner conflict and Lioli's wish. We must find a way to satisfy both sides. I'll find some time to talk to Lioli. Lin, he gently rubbed Mimi's head and carefully placed his hands back on her waist. "All right, I won't do anything. I'll just hold you. You can look at the documents for a while, and we'll wait for dinner to start." Mimi didn't want to disappoint him. She squirmed in his arms, turned around to face him, and placed her hands on his chest. "Boss, how about we go somewhere else?" Lin, he was taken aback. "Change locations? Isn't the study fine? Or do you want to go to the living room and have me hug you in front of everyone?" Mimi shook her head vigorously. "Not that one." She stretched out her finger and touched her lips, her face turning so red it looked like it was about to bleed. "Just like when I stumbled upon you and Nessa." Lin, he was completely dumbfounded. The last time with Nessa was just a misunderstanding that led to things going smoothly. He never expected that Mimi would bring this up on her own initiative. "Why did you suddenly think of this? Are you still arguing with Nessa? Just tell me if you want it or not." Mimi punched him angrily. "I'm willing to do this for you." Lin Yi hissed at it. Seeing his hesitant and cowardly appearance, Mimi's anger flared even more. "Boss, the first time I entered the study, you stared at me and asked if we cat-like beings were like cats. I don't believe you didn't have any ulterior motives. Now you know how powerful they are, and you're backing down, aren't you?" Lin, he had no way to refute it. He definitely chickened out. What man wouldn't be afraid? Mimi ignored him and slid down, sliding right off his lap. Lin, he only had time to grab her trembling cat ears, his voice full of helplessness and resignation. "Please be gentle, I'm scared." Mimi ignored him, her eyes sparkling with a hint of triumphant satisfaction. "See if I bite you or not." Outside the door, Nessa leaned against the cold wall, growing angrier and more resentful with each passing thought. That was clearly her special spot, her and Lin Yi's exclusive game. Why should Mimi get involved too? "Can you do it?" Nessa clicked her tongue in annoyance, irritably gathered her loose hair behind her head, ran her fingers through the strands, combed them vigorously a few times, and neatly tied them into a high ponytail. Her fair and slender neck was fully exposed, and a small patch of skin behind her ear shone brightly under the light. She lowered her head and tugged at her collar, making the cleavage even more pronounced. The door opened. Before Lin Yi could react, Nessa had already slipped inside like a gust of wind. She reached out and pushed Mimi aside, her tone full of arrogance and certainty, as if to say, "Let the professionals handle this. Move aside and give me some space." Mimi stumbled, choked, and her throat felt dry and hoarse, as if she had a handful of sand in her mouth. "What are you doing here? Watch closely, this is how it's done." Her voice soon became as dry as Mimi's. Mimi's eyes widened little by little. "You egg-eating snake." "Oomph." Nessa's nasal tone carried a hint of pride. "That's what you call talent." Lin Yi opened his mouth, about to speak. "You." "Shut up." Lin Yi immediately shut his mouth. He leaned back in his chair and looked up at the ceiling. There was nothing on the ceiling except for one unlit light. He suddenly felt that all of this was incredibly absurd. Just a few days ago, there was only one person. He didn't dare think about the future. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, and a gentle breeze rustled the documents on the table as I turned a couple of pages. In Lioli's room, Aluriel fed her 17 or 18 small bread rolls. Lioli chewed with her eyes closed, and after finishing, she opened her mouth like a fledgling bird eagerly awaiting its mother's feeding. Under the blanket, her lower abdomen was visibly bulging. Looking at her, who was well-fed and sleeping peacefully, Aluriel's heart melted. She recalled taking in her sister's 2 children. The 3-year-old elf cubs were no different from human babies. So small, so soft, so fragile, their little mouths agape, waiting to be fed. She was flustered and couldn't sleep all night, but she gradually got the hang of it and couldn't live without it. She tucked Lioli in, picked up the empty plate, and muttered something softly. "How can this child eat so much?" Her tone was full of doting affection, without her even realizing it. As she passed the study, Aluriel slowed her pace. The door was tightly closed, and there were faint sounds of low voices and other noises coming from inside. She wanted to run away, but her long, elven ears stubbornly perked up. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She had been so resistant at first, wishing she could cover her ears, but now she couldn't help but listen more and more. "You two, stop fighting." Aluriel's ears snapped back to their original position. She shuddered, her face flushed red from the base of her neck to her forehead, and her hands holding the plate trembled. "I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have eavesdropped." Chapter 1, 20 Nessa's Grievance, Lucy's Resolve. Today is the day I promised Elena. Her people will come to explore for minerals, and Lin Yi will be responsible for assisting. We agreed to leave at 8 o'clock, but Lioli's lazy dragon was still asleep. Lin Yi sat on the sofa, and Nessa sat at the other end of him, a person's distance away. Her snake tail was coiled at her feet, the tip tapping the floor with a silent rhythm, each tap heavier than the last. When exploring mineral veins, Nessa, being an alchemist, had to accompany them to see the process in person before she could figure out how to set up the alchemical array. She didn't want to say a word to Lin Yi, but for work reasons, she still sat on the same sofa. Lin Yi knew she was throwing a tantrum and wanted to speak, but didn't know where to begin. Nessa felt extremely wronged. That was clearly her exclusive spot. So how did it end up being fought over by that half-baked Mimi? She clearly did a better job than Mimi. Her movements were fluid and seamless, leaving Lin Yi breathless. But in the end, she asked him to judge who was more powerful, and he stammered for a long time without being able to say a single word. Enraged, she immediately took a big bite. Even now, Lin Yi still feels a pang of phantom pain when he thinks back on it. Nessa is indeed more powerful. Her racial talent is undeniable. No matter how gifted Mimi is, she can't match the instincts of the snake people. That sense of oppression. But at that moment, Mimi looked at him longingly, her eyes red-rimmed and her lips slightly pouting. He simply couldn't bring himself to say, "You're not as good as her." Lin Yi seek it. I should find some time to make it up to Nessa. Why am I feeling so guilty? Why is Lioli still in bed? Lin Yi asked, trying to make conversation. "I was exhausted from moving stones yesterday," Nessa said in a nonchalant tone. Lin Yi recalled Lu Li's feat of eating while sleeping yesterday, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This little dragon girl always manages to come up with something new for him. What time does she go to sleep? I came back at 4 in the afternoon and went to sleep, and I've been sleeping until now. Nessa paused, then finally turned her head and glanced at Lin Yi sideways. You slept very well last night, didn't you? No one climbed into your bed in the middle of the night. Lin Yi coughed lightly. He slept well last night. Liuli didn't come to his bed, and he slept soundly until dawn, feeling so energetic that he felt like he could take on 10 men. But he dared not say it, because if he did, Nessa would be even angrier. He stole a glance at Nessa. Her profile was tense, her lips were downturned, and her tail was slapping the floor more frequently. Aluriel brought out breakfast from the kitchen: bread, fried eggs, milk, and a small dish of pickled mushrooms. She placed a plate on the table and glanced up at the stairs. My lord, should I go and call Lady Liuli again? No need. I called her at 7 o'clock, and she said she wanted to sleep a little longer. She should be waking up soon enough. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a loud thud came from the second floor, as someone stomped their foot on the floor. Everyone looked up at once. A black and white figure leaped out from the stairwell, and Liuli jumped directly from the second floor. It tumbled 360 degrees in the air, and the skirt of the maid outfit spread out in the air, with a whoosh, blooming into a black and white flower. The next second, he touched the ground with his toes, bent his knees slightly, and landed steadily. The skirt fluttered gently, covering her calves, the black and white fabric swaying softly in the morning light. There was a moment of deathly silence in the living room. The mop in Mimi's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Elenia's bucket tilted, spilling water all over the floor, and Thranduil's rag slipped from his hand. None of the three paid any attention. They were only focused on clapping enthusiastically. Sister Liuli is so amazing. Liuli lifted her skirt, slightly bent her knees, and performed an impeccable ladylike curtsy. With her lips curled up, chin slightly raised, and eyes sparkling, she looked exactly like a peacock waiting to be praised. Good morning, everyone. Mimi and the two little elves clapped their hands even louder. Ah, Sister Liuli. Liuli's dragon tail swayed proudly behind her, and a smile on her lips widened. Her ladylike demeanor lasted less than 3 seconds. Then she kicked off her shoes, sprinted from the center of the living room, jumped onto the sofa, and transformed into a petite shadow as she snuggled into Lin Yi's arms, burying her face in his chest and rubbing against him. Master, I miss you so much. I haven't seen you for a full 16 hours. Lin Yi's lips twitched again as he silently did some calculations. I slept from 4 p.m. yesterday until 8 a.m. this morning, which is exactly 16 hours. When he went to wake her at 7 o'clock, she hadn't even opened her eyes. She mumbled, "Let me sleep a little longer," turned over, tucked the blanket between her legs, and fell asleep instantly. I didn't see it. So energetic. Aluriel leaned against the kitchen doorway, her left arm crossed over her chest, supporting her heavy breasts, her right elbow resting on the back of her hand, her palm propping up her chin, watching the people making a ruckus in the living room, a smile curving her lips. Lucy stood quietly at the top of the stairs on the second floor. She was also dressed in a maid outfit, the black and white fabric covering her body, the skirt reaching her calves, and the apron tied into a neat bow at the back of her waist. She looked down at her people. Aluriel was laughing at the kitchen doorway. Thranduil was squatting on the ground wiping water, and Alania was fighting with Mimi for the rag. They're doing well here. It's so much better than when we were in the elf forest. No need to flee for your life. No need to go hungry. No need to cower in fear at the slightest sound of footsteps at night. The human didn't hit them, didn't scold them, and didn't lock them in cages. He even allowed them to eat at the same table. Lucy recalled the day she arrived, when Aluriel timidly huddled in the corner of the dining table, and Lin Yi said to her, "Come sit here. You can't reach the food from there." At that time, she thought he was acting, trying to win people over. But several days have passed, and he's still acting. How many days can one person act? Lucy looked down at her maid outfit. She remembered that day when Aluriel stood in front of her with the dress in hand and said softly, "Your Highness, let me help you change." She neither refused nor agreed, but simply stood there, letting Aluriel unbutton her old clothes, pull the black and white dress over her head, zip it up, and fasten the belt. Eluriel moved very gently, as if she were taking care of a fragile child. She stood in front of the mirror, looking at the silver-haired maiden's side, and felt only a sense of unfamiliarity. She told herself that this was only temporary. It was a compromise made out of necessity to protect the clan. But this morning, the first thing she did when she opened her eyes was to grab the black and white dress that was hanging above her bed. She put it on, fastened the belt, straightened the skirt, and looked at herself in the mirror. Her hair was a little messy, so she combed it with her fingers and tucked it behind her ears. The person in the mirror, dressed in a maid's outfit, had a calm expression and was no different from the other maids in the house. She was stunned. Then a wave of terror instantly gripped her throat. She's used to it. She got used to it the day she put on this outfit. Every day I get up, get dressed, go downstairs, eat, sit by the window in a daze, wait for it to get dark, go upstairs, take off my clothes, and go to sleep. No resistance, no struggle, no thought. A true, tamed servant. She's only been here a few days. I've already gotten used to this kind of life. Lucy gripped the stair railing tightly, her knuckles turning white. Let's forget about Eluriel and the others. But she's different. She is a member of the Moon Song elf royal family, and the blood of the elf king flows in her veins. How would you be so shameless to wear servant's clothes and live the life of a servant with a clear conscience? She remembered her father's face, her mother's voice, and the teachers who had taught her etiquette in the palace. The elven royal family would rather die than surrender. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the light in them had died down. Eluriel downstairs looked up and saw her. She opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She just mouthed, "Let's eat together." Lucy let go of the armrest and smiled at her. This time, she did not refuse. Lucy lifted her skirt and stepped onto the stairs, making a slight creaking sound. Lastly, I'll spend some more time with my people. Chapter 121 Exploration. Stay for a meal? The three of them ate and then went out. Liuli walked at the front. Her silver-white hair was blown about by the wind, and her tail was wagging happily. Nessa followed behind, her heavy canvas bag weighing on her shoulder. Inside were notebooks, a measuring tape, a magnifying glass, and several alchemical gadgets she had made herself, specifically for detecting magic. Lin Yi walked at the back, his hands in his pockets, his pace neither hurried nor slow. Cecilia was supposed to come too. 2 days ago, Elena's words kept replaying in Lin Yi's mind. Do you know what it means when a humanoid dragon suddenly appears in this remote corner? He asked Nessa about it as soon as he got back that day. Nessa said she didn't know either, since she wasn't an expert in this field, and only knew that this ability was quite rare among dragons. Lin Yi had considered asking Harold. After all, he was someone who had captured and sold dragons. But if he were to ask, wouldn't that be tantamount to telling Harold that he himself doesn't know what cards he's holding? All the mysterious and aloof image she had cultivated in front of Harold was about to crumble. It's not worth it. So he came up with a compromise, to have Cecilia get closer to Violet. When women chat, they just chat casually, without revealing anything. But Cecilia had been kissed too passionately by him the day before, and yesterday she stayed in her room all day, too ashamed to face him or anyone in the family. I stayed in my room all day yesterday with the door tightly shut. Mimi knocked on the door, and someone inside said, "I'm asleep." Nessa knocked on the door, and someone inside said, "I'm sick." Liuli knocked on the door, but there was no sound from inside. In the end, Lin Yi personally delivered the food. After knocking for a while, I explained the whole story. The door was only slightly ajar. Cecilia showed half of her face. Her golden hair was a mess. Her eyes were red, and there was a small scab on her lip. She looked at him pitifully, her voice soft and hoarse. "Sir, I don't think that a good idea. You could have just asked directly." Lin Yi slipped the food through the crack in the door, then reached out and pulled her out from behind the door. They kissed each other passionately. After kissing her, he let go and patted her head. "I'll listen to you this time." Cecilia was panting, her face buried in his chest, and she didn't say a word for a long time. Mimi went to sleep with Cecilia yesterday, hoping that Mimi could offer Cecilia some comfort. "My lips are just swollen. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Mimi and Nessa's lips were swollen too, but they still ate and drank as usual. Lin Yi suppressed this thought and followed Liuli forward. The agreed-upon meeting place was at a fork in the road on the north side of the mountain. When they arrived, Violet was already waiting with her people. She wore a deep purple robe. Her hair was pulled back, revealing a section of her fair nape. Behind him stood 5 middle-aged and elderly people, men and women, all carrying toolboxes with the emblem of the Fengshan Merchant Guild engraved on them. Lin Yi glanced at the group of people. No introduction is needed. Just by looking at his demeanor, you can tell he's a veteran with decades of experience. He's fully equipped, stands firmly, and there's no hint of impatience or eagerness for quick success in his eyes. Mr. Lin. Violet stepped forward and bowed, her voice very low. Countess Elena is busy today, so I will be in charge of receiving you all. She turned to the side and introduced the people behind her. These people were invited by the Earl, and they have decades of experience in geology and minerals. Lin Yi nodded, which was considered greeting. The old men nodded at him without saying anything more. His attitude was neither humble nor arrogant. He didn't flaunt his abilities, nor did he grovel because the Count was his partner. Elena is indeed reliable. The group headed into the mountains. Violet held a map out in her hand, with 7 or 8 points marked on it. Half of it was given to Lin Yi by the Wind God Merchant Guild, and the rest, Elena got it from somewhere. Lin Yi glanced at it, but didn't ask any further questions. The first mining site is in a mountain valley to the east, about half an hour's walk away. Lin Yi walked at the front, clearing the way. The thorns blocking the way were burned away completely by a single burst of dragon flame. The fallen log lying across the road was whipped around by a tail and rolled down the hillside with a thud. The only problem is that the ground burned by dragon flames is scalding hot. The explorers walked behind, their teeth grimacing from the heat, even through their boots, but no one dared to utter a sound. Violet walked at the front, her skirt burned with several small holes, but she didn't care at all. Nessa followed Lin Yi, holding a small notebook. At each mining site, she would squat down to record the coordinates, the direction of the rock strata, and the quality of the ore. At the same time, she was thinking about how to set up the alchemical array. In one day, I visited 6 or 7 mining sites. If the minerals were worth mining, Nessa would stay a little longer to collect samples and stuff them into her cloth bag. If it's not worth it, just take a quick look and leave. Don't waste your time. Before dark, all the scheduled mining sites were visited. Violet put the map away and turned to say a few words to the surveyors. The group nodded, picked up their toolboxes, and headed deeper into the mountains. They had other tasks to complete, such as exploring new mining sites, which would take several months to finish. Lin Yi watched those figures disappear into the twilight, then turned his head. Miss Violet, would you like to stay for a meal? Violet didn't reply immediately. She lowered her head and remained silent for a few seconds. Elena's words from last night echoed in her ears. If he invites you, just say yes. Just let me know, and Collins and I will be there soon. She looked up, met Lin Yi's gaze, and nodded. Then I'll take my leave. Lily came closer, wagging her tail rapidly. Violet, what do you like to eat? Violet was startled by her enthusiasm and took a half step back. Either is fine. Lily had already grabbed her wrist and started walking forward. Then you absolutely must try Illyriel's creamy mushroom soup. I drank 3 bowls and still want more. Chapter 122 Violet's Obsessive-Compulsive Disorder. Lin Yi and his group had just stepped into the villa's courtyard when Elena and the others followed closely behind. Just as Lily transformed back into human form and was brushing the dust off her skirt, 2 figures appeared on the mountain path. Elena walked ahead at a leisurely pace, as if she were taking a stroll in her own backyard. Collins lagged half a step behind her, her hand always on the hilt of her sword, her gaze sweeping across the surrounding woods, like a mobile watchtower. Mr. Lin, your house is really quite big. Elena's voice drifted over before he even arrived. Lin Yi turned his head and glanced at Violet. Violet immediately lowered her head, her ears turning red. Lin Yi didn't blame her. She was Elena's person, so it was perfectly normal for her to inform her master. He was simply curious as to how she managed to communicate in real time in this world with such poor communication. If we can figure this out, it will be much easier to remotely control that old bastard Harold in the future. His attention quickly fell on the woman behind Elena. Her long blue hair was tied into a high ponytail, with the ends reaching her waist. A thin sword hung at his waist, its ice-blue scabbard gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Her facial features are 80% similar to Elena's. She's practically a proportionally enlarged version of Elena, taller, bigger, and fuller. Collins. Harold mentioned this name in the intelligence he provided. He is the pinnacle of the younger generation in the kingdom of Aurelian, and his swordsmanship talent ranks among the best on the entire continent. He has only served as Elena's bodyguard for many years and has not gained much fame. It wasn't until recently, when Elena suddenly appeared in the Twilight Shadow Mountains, that the nobles investigated and were shocked to discover that this count was accompanied by a ruthless person they couldn't afford to offend. Level 60 means you can easily crush 99.9% of the people in this small kingdom. However, he probably can't beat Yuli. After all, he can give Yuli a cheat code. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze and returned Elena's greeting. Countess Elena, you flatter me. There should have been another ring of manners outside. He glanced at Collins and asked, and this is? Elena didn't respond to his mention of the manor. Her eyes were already greedily taking in the villa in front of her. From the front door to the windows, from the windows to the roof, and then to the flower beds in the yard, my mind was already racing with plans. Such a fine house should be expanded into a manor to be worthy of being her lord's residence. This is my sister, Corinne, she said casually. That's it. Just my older sister? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. It seems that this Collins is indeed special to Elena. Otherwise, she wouldn't have introduced her like that. He looked at Collins, who remained calm and unresponsive to the title sister. These two definitely have a story. Lin Yi could instantly conjure up an entire drama of royal feuds in his mind. But none of that matters anymore. It's lunchtime. Elena stepped inside, then paused for a moment. A crystal chandelier hangs from the second floor, and sunlight streams through the windows, refracting into tiny spots of light that fall onto the handrail of the spiral staircase. The marble floor was as smooth as a mirror, clearly reflecting her image. She had seen many luxurious scenes, royal banquet halls, the living rooms where nobles competed with each other, and those mansions inlaid with gold and silver, but none of them could compare to this place. Luxury is not difficult to achieve. What is difficult is to have good taste. Everything here is just right. One more would be too much, one less would be too little. Good taste, she commented. Lin Yi smiled but didn't reply. Violet followed at the back and stopped at the threshold. She looked down at her shoes. The soles were covered in mud and a few dry grass leaves, and there were several black marks on the surface. She looked up and saw that Elena had already strode inside, her boots leaving a trail of shallow mud on the floor. Lin Yi followed him inside, also without taking off his shoes. Violet, of course, didn't know that Lin Yi hadn't forgotten. He had deliberately given the two restless little elves at home something to do all the time, so they wouldn't anger Illyriel all the time. She silently bent down, took off her shoes, and neatly placed them at the doorway. My feet, clad in white socks, touched the floor, my toes curled up, feeling cool and slippery. Collins walked past her without taking off her shoes or looking at her. Her gaze remained fixed on the depths of the corridor, her hand still on the hilt of her sword. Violet followed Elena into the living room, but didn't sit down. She just stood next to the sofa, keeping a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Her clothes were covered in mud. Her skirt had several streaks of dust on it, and her cuffs were dirty. She didn't want to dirty someone else's sofa. Lin Yi invited them to sit down, but she just shook her head and stood quietly behind Elena. At the kitchen doorway, Illyriel peeked out. Seeing three strangers, she wiped her hands on her apron, quietly moved next to Nessa, and whispered in her ear, "Are you guests? Should I make a few more dishes?" Nessa nodded. "These are Count Elena of Twilight Shadow Territory and her guards. Make sure to have a lavish dinner, so they don't look down on us." Illyriel understood, turned around, and went back into the kitchen, grabbing Elena and Thranduil by the back of their collars as they peeked out. "Both of you, come and help me." Illyriel's voice wasn't loud, but it was powerful. The two little elves were carried inside, muttering to themselves. "That blue-haired guy is so tall. Which one has blue hair?" "There are two." Lily silently followed her inside. On the way back, she had long lost the enthusiasm she had shown when hugging Violet. "Illyriel, I'm so hungry." The kitchen curtains were drawn, and Illyriel's somewhat helpless voice came from inside. It'll be ready soon. Just wait a little longer. Lin Yi sat down on the sofa and gestured for Elena to sit down as well. How are the negotiations with the Function Chamber of Commerce going? Elena sat down opposite him and crossed her legs. That's about it. They've agreed to set up purchasing points in several major towns, but the price hasn't been agreed upon yet, and they're keeping pushing for a lower price. And you? How's the mining operation going? The two chatted casually. Violet just stood there silently. She didn't know what to do, so she could only stay, wait, and stand there. Lin Yi glanced at her and thought she was quite bored standing there, and she was also very reserved, refusing to sit down even though her clothes were dirty. Miss Violet, Cecilia's room is on the second floor, the one at the very back. If you're bored, go and chat with her. Violet's gaze fell on Elena. Elena waved her hand. Go ahead, go ahead. Violet then bowed slightly to Lin Yi and walked towards the stairs. When she reached the top of the stairs, she hesitated again. I looked down at my white socks. The soles were stained black. She didn't want to make Cecilia's room dirty too. She bent down, took off her socks, folded them, and stuffed them into her pocket. Then, barefoot, I tiptoed and walked upstairs step by step. Her toes gripped the cold steps as she walked lightly and slowly, her purple skirt trailing gently behind her. Lin Yi watched her barefoot back, and his lips twitched. Is Violet a bit of a germaphobe? Elena smiled. Absolutely. She makes sure her nails are perfectly manicured every day. Before she finished speaking, Collins, who was standing behind her, twitched her eye almost imperceptibly. Why did Chapter 123 turn out like this? In Cecilia's room, she knelt at the foot of the bed, her hands obediently placed on her knees, her back straight, her two soft breasts squeezed by her pajamas, bulging out from the neckline, a patch of white flesh. His face was numb with a look of utter despair. Mimi stood at the head of the bed, one hand on her hip, the other pointing at her. Stick your butt out a little more. Cecilia resignedly moved back half an inch, her waist sinking down and her buttocks sticking out even higher. Yes, that's the feeling. Mimi tilted her head, looking left and right, her eyes shining with satisfaction at the work in front of her. Bend your waist a little more? Yes, this angle is just right to show off your big breasts. Cecilia's lips twitched, but she did as she was told. She bent over, sticking her butt out, and the collar of her robe slid down quite a bit, revealing her delicate collarbone and that bottomless cleavage. Mimi nodded in satisfaction, circled around her once, and wagged its tail excitedly behind it. Okay, now look up. Your eyes should be dreamy, like you've just woken up and haven't quite come to your senses yet. Slightly part your lips, be natural. Cecilia looked up, her eyes indeed unfocused. She wasn't faking it. She was genuinely sleepy. Mimi's mental state today seems off. She's too excited. Yes, yes, yes. That's the feeling. Now, follow along with me. Mimi had a lewd look on her face. She held something that didn't exist in front of her with both hands, pulling it towards the middle and lifting it up. Cecilia, her flaxen skin folded her hands under her chest, squeezing her two soft mounds together to make them pile up higher. Yes, that's it. Let's see how the boss handles this. Mimi was having a blast, while Cecilia's lips twitched uncontrollably. Now she finally understood why the adults always called her Big Yellow Girl. Mimi, Cecilia finally couldn't help but ask, have you had enough fun? No. Mimi didn't even look up, gesturing enthusiastically. Let's try a different position and do it again. So, why did things turn out this way? Cecilia inwardly groaned. We were so close as sisters just last night. After Mimi finished fooling around with Lin Yi, she took a shower and then came a knock on Cecilia's door. Knock, knock, knock. Cecilia's heart skipped a beat, thinking that Lin Yi had come to see her again. Startled, she covered her mouth and tiptoed to the door. Only after peeking through the crack in the door at Mimi's fluffy cat ears did she breathe a sigh of relief. She opened the door a crack, quickly glancing down the corridor to make sure Lin Yi wasn't there, before daring to open the door fully and pull Mimi inside. It's just a kiss. Why are you afraid to go out and see anyone all day? Mimi was speechless looking at her thieving appearance. She sat on the bed by herself, her two little feet swinging back and forth. Cecilia sat down next to her, instinctively covering her mouth. Do you think it's that serious? Look at how much the adults kissed me yesterday. She removed her hand, revealing her slightly swollen lips, with a small scab still clinging to her lower lip. Mimi tilted her head and stared at it for several seconds. That's it. Although Mimi really wanted to complain about why Cecilia didn't use magic to reduce the swelling, she decided not to ask in order to avoid being kicked out. She looked down at her chest and puffed it out. This swelling isn't as bad as my chest was last time. Don't you think I've gotten bigger? Cecilia was both embarrassed and annoyed. How can that be the same? Who can see what you're hiding under your clothes? If I go out like this, everyone will know I'm with an adult. She was too embarrassed to continue, glanced at Mimi's chest, and pouted. What changes? I can't see any at all. Take another look. Mimi protested, pulling her robe collar down further to reveal the edge of her white lace lingerie. The boss has clearly been working very hard these past few days. Cecilia reached out and tugged at her cat ears. It won't work that quickly. How about I ask Illyriel if she has any recipes for this? Forget it. Mimi was so frightened that she fell backward, sprawling on the bed with her limbs outstretched. Don't give me any more weird stuff. That prenatal soup yesterday almost killed me. Cecilia, we're best friends. You can't do this to me. Cecilia blushed. Would I be harming you? Isn't it all for your own good? The sooner you give the adults a son or daughter, the more secure you'll be in this family. You cat people aren't a powerful race. With the adults as your backers, your Aya Lari Black Cat tribe will have a much stronger backbone in the future. Mimi slapped Cecilia's bottom, her hand still on her bottom. Have you ever thought about it? I'm not ready to be a mother yet. She pinched Cecilia's bottom and continued. Besides, who will take care of the baby after it's born? Ruri only said she would help me breastfeed, but she didn't say she would take care of the baby. With her personality, it's good enough if she doesn't pester the boss every day, let alone take care of the baby. I think she's still a child herself. Her gaze swept over Cecilia from head to toe. If you ask me, you're the most suitable mother in this family right now. Big hips, easy to give birth to, big breasts, and plenty of food. Besides, you've been in that rundown town for so many years. You must have taken care of at least 80 or 100 abandoned babies, right? Cecilia slapped Mimi's mischievous hand away, but did not refute it. Mimi was telling the truth. Changing diapers, feeding rice cereal, and putting her to sleep were all done with ease by Mimi. Even the most unruly child will calm down when in her arms. She couldn't help but imagine what it would be like to have a small, soft child who would hold her fingers tightly in their tiny hands. As I thought about it, the corners of my mouth unconsciously turned up. Hey, you wish? Mimi asked, looking at her with annoyance. Cecilia's face flushed red. I didn't. It's written all over your face. Mimi scrambled to her feet, sat cross-legged with her hands on her knees, and looked at her earnestly. Cecilia, you like the boss, and the boss likes you. We even pushed you in yesterday. How come you're so useless? She grew angrier as she spoke, and reached out to gently pinch Cecilia's ear. Cecilia winced in pain and tilted her head to the side. These things can't be rushed. You're not in a hurry, but I am. Mimi rolled her eyes. I figure out the boss's personality. He likes to do everything step by step. Today he'll pat his head, tomorrow he'll scratch his tail, and the day after he'll kiss his forehead. As long as we don't take the initiative, he'll never cross that line. I think he's just too restrained. She paused, her voice lowered, and her eyes became serious. To put it bluntly, we've been his people for a long time. I sold myself to him for 3 gold bars. You sacrificed yourself to save me. I was prepared for us to both become his ragdolls. She stared into Cecilia's eyes. But the boss didn't do that. Cecilia remained silent. Mimi is right. Given the atmosphere yesterday, the worst thing the adults could do was to kiss her. At that time, if he wanted it, she simply couldn't refuse. Yes. Cecilia nodded gently, a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Meeting an adult is our good fortune. Chapter 124 Desensitization Training. Night had fallen, and the wall lamp cast a dim yellow light, projecting the shadows of 2 people onto the wall, overlapping and making it impossible to tell whose shadow was whose. Mimi buried her face in Cecilia's chest and remained silent for a while before finally lifting her head. She looked into Cecilia's bright blue eyes and spoke softly, her tone more serious than ever before. Cecilia, listen carefully to me. Mimi pulled her hand, their fingers intertwined. It's about the boss's other women. Cecilia's fingers tightened instinctively, but she didn't pull them back. Lioli is a cunning woman. Mimi said this with a tone full of resentment for being tricked by Lioli yesterday. And she's extremely greedy. I'm not talking about her appetite. She paused for a moment and lowered her voice. Let me tell you, when it was my first time with the boss, Lioli even came in to share a bite. Cecilia's cheeks flushed instantly. How could Lioli do this? Actually, it's not bad. Mimi scratched her head. After all, she's the eldest in the family, so at least she asked for my opinion beforehand. You agree. What else can I do? I'll tell her to wait until I'm asleep before coming over, so I won't have to see her or worry about her. Mimi spoke with unusual composure. Besides, I figured that sooner or later it would come to the point where a group of people would be crammed into one bed, so I might as well get used to it in advance. Cecilia's face was flushed red all the way to the roots of her neck. I can't accept it. Mimi gave her a quick kiss on the forehead. You can't accept this? Let me tell you something even more shocking. This afternoon, Nessa and I squeezed under the desk in the study together. Mimi opened her mouth wide and gently breathed on Cecilia. The meaning is self-evident. The warm breath hit her face, and Cecilia's mind went blank. She felt like she was about to faint. Nessa, too. How could she join in your nonsense? Her voice was both urgent and embarrassed. Mimi rolled her eyes at her. Do you think Nessa is so innocent? She was the first among us to have intimate contact with the boss. She just didn't go all the way to the end. A smug smile played on her lips. Hee, I beat her to it. I got there before her. Do you know why I always call her a snake that eats eggs? That's the most objective and realistic description. Cecilia's eyes widened. Can it really be done? Mimi snorted. Nessa's talent, that snake woman. I almost choked to death, and she, on the other hand, even dared to provoke me. Cecilia couldn't listen anymore and buried her face in the pillow. Mimi wouldn't let it go and pulled her right out of the pillow. All right. I really can't do anything with you. Let's talk about something lighter. She thought for a moment, then continued to reveal more. I've been feeling that Mimi's gaze towards the boss lately is a bit off. But right now, the boss probably isn't interested in her or those two elves, Elenia and Thranduil. But believe me, as the number of women around the boss increases, his threshold will eventually be raised. If he still doesn't have any feelings by then, we should start to wonder if he's having health problems. Not to mention, Mimi and Nessa, the two little elves, are all separated from Alluriel by a mother-daughter relationship. The key is that this relationship is one of foster care, not blood ties, perfectly caught in the cracks of worldly conventions, you know what I mean? Mimi looked at Cecilia, only to find that she had fallen asleep sometime earlier. Her golden hair was spread out on the pillow, and her breathing was light and slow. Mimi glanced at the time. How is it already 2:30 a.m.? She scratched her head. There was still so much she hadn't said. Never mind, time for bed. She buried her face in Cecilia's chest with a clear conscience and turned off the light. The next day, Mimi got up early, her eyes shining. She stared at Cecilia's sleeping face, a brilliant idea slowly forming in her mind. Cecilia, wake up. She slapped Cecilia on the butt. Cecilia was woken up by being patted, and she opened her eyes groggily. What? Desensitization training. Mimi stood on the bed with her hands on her hips, looking down at her. Today, I'll properly cure your shameful shyness. After saying that, she began to give orders. Kneel down, sit on your heels, and put your hands on your knees. Cecilia did as she was told. Bend over, hands on the bed, buttocks in the air. Cecilia blushed and did as she was told. Lie on your side, support your head with one hand, place the other hand on your waist, and bend your legs slightly. Cecilia did it too. Mimi wasn't satisfied, so she took the initiative to demonstrate, lying on her side, next to Cecilia, supporting her head with one hand, placing the other on her hip, her legs slightly curled, and her tail leisurely circling behind her. Cecilia did consider resisting, but Mimi shut her up with a single sentence. Do you believe I'll strip you naked and tie you up in the boss's room? You're just a nanny. Do you think you can beat me? Cecilia, seeing Mimi's serious expression, immediately backed down. She had no doubt that Mimi would do it for the sake of her savior's happiness in the future. When Alluriel first pushed open the door to deliver water, she saw Cecilia lying face down on the bed with her, but sticking out, while Mimi was measuring her waist with a ruler. She silently put down the kettle, silently left, and silently closed the door. The second time, She brought up a plate of snacks and heard Mimi's voice from inside the room. Yes. Stick but out a little more. Bend your waist a little more. She stood at the door, hesitated for a long time, and then went inside. The third time, she simply didn't go in. She knocked on the door and said, "Madam, the food is at the door. I won't disturb you any longer." The footsteps faded into the distance. Cecilia was exhausted by Mimi's antics, going from the bed to the floor and back again, striking countless shameful poses. She didn't know how she managed to get through it. Perhaps she was scared by Mimi's threat, or perhaps she genuinely wanted to cure her condition. Gradually, she found that she was indeed less shy. I don't know if I've truly become desensitized, or if I've just become numb to it. Come on, one more. Mimi came up with a new idea. A vertical split, one foot on the ground, the other leg raised above the head, 180 degrees, with the hands holding the calf in place. Cecilia reluctantly complied, thinking she could just bear it a little longer since it was almost time to eat. She got off the bed, held onto the edge of the bed with both hands to steady herself, and slowly raised her left leg higher and higher until her toes were pointed and she raised it above her head. A perfectly straight line. She loosened her grip on the edge of the bed, gently held her calves with both hands, and remained completely still. Mimi's gaze followed the straight line of the leg, from top to bottom, and then from bottom to top, finally stopping at that apex. Wow! Her eyes widened in surprise. Cecilia, I didn't realize. Cecilia's face turned bright red. She was so ashamed and indignant. She quickly pulled her leg back and rushed forward. Mimi, I'll fight you to the death. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Thump, thump, thump. Cecilia, are you there? Violet's voice came from outside the door, soft and gentle. Mr. Lin told me to come up here because I was bored. Cecilia's eyes lit up. Her savior had arrived. She jumped out of bed and ran to open the door. Mimi was startled. Why is she here? She darted into the blankets, which billowed up and kept moving. Cecilia opened the door, and Violet was standing in the doorway, her hands folded in front of her lower abdomen, her posture dignified, but her eyes were somewhat evasive. She was wearing a light purple dress, her hair was loose, she was barefoot, and her toes were slightly curled. Violet, I have a question for you. Cecilia didn't beat around the bush and stared straight into her eyes. What did Count Elena mean when she said that a dragon named Lin Yi, who had taken human form, appeared in the twilight shadow mountains? Violet was taken aback, not expecting to be asked such a direct question. She opened her mouth, but before she could utter a word, Cecilia reached out, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her into the room. Don't even think about leaving until you tell me. The door slammed shut. From inside came Mimi's scream as she was pulled out of bed, followed by Violet's exclamation, Cecilia's laughter, and the clattering sound of something being knocked over. They were laughing and joking together, a chaotic mess, making it impossible to hear who was saying what. Chapter 125, Let's Have Dinner Together, Lucy. The aroma wafting from the kitchen grew stronger and stronger. Elena sniffed, putting down her teacup and picking it up again. Seeing her restless appearance, Lin Yi smiled and continued chatting about the wind god chamber commerce. Elena absent-mindedly mumbled, "Uh-huh," while her eyes kept glancing towards the kitchen. Footsteps echoed down the stairs, and 3 figures rushed down from upstairs. Cecilia took the lead, holding Mimi's hand with her left hand and Violet's hand with her right. All 3 little faces were flushed, a result of their wild antics upstairs. Mimi's tail swished loudly behind her, while Violet lowered her head, unable to hide the smile on her lips. Cecilia stood protectively in front of the 2, as if afraid someone would steal her 2 precious treasures from behind. Dinner is ready. Allurul poked her head out of the kitchen, her apron still stained with oil, and wiped her hands with a rag. Lin Yi immediately stood up and called to everyone, "Let's go eat." In the restaurant, Lin Yi had already taken over her seat. The 2 plates in front of her were empty, and the third one was almost finished. Her little belly was round and full, stretching her maid apron tight, but her mouth was still stuffed with food, her cheeks bulging like a hamster hoarding food. Lin Yi walked over and gently tapped her on the forehead. "That's rude of us. We have guests today." Lin Yi stuck out her tongue, with sauce still on the corner of her mouth. "Is Lin Yi hungry?" Elena waved her hand dismissively. It's okay, it's okay. Being able to eat is a blessing. Lily's eyes lit up. With its mouth full of meat, it couldn't speak, so it could only nod frantically, its tail wagging rapidly, its face clearly saying, I agree. Elena sat down to Lin Yi's right, while Corinne stood behind her like a statue. Sit down, what are you standing for? Elena turned around and glared at her. Collins hesitated for a moment before pulling out a chair and sitting down, her back ramrod straight, her hands on her knees, her whole body tense. Lin Yi noticed that there were still 3 people lingering at the kitchen door. Aluriel, holding one in each hand, was tiptoeing and sneaking out, looking like 3 cats who had stolen dried fish and were about to run away. He stood up, walked over, grabbed Aluriel by the back of her collar, and pulled her in front of him. Why are you running? Let's eat. Aluriel's voice was so soft it was like a mosquito's hum. My lord, we have distinguished guests among us slaves today, so we won't sit at the table, lest we spoil your mood. Lin Yi raised his hand and flicked her forehead hard. Aluriel cried out, ouch, and covered her forehead, her eyes instantly reddening, but she dared not flinch. This is my home, and I make the decisions. I don't care what they think. Lin Yi released her, then grabbed Alania and Thranduil's heads and rubbed them hard. You two keep an eye on her from now on. If she cowers in front of the guests, won't that be a slap in my face? The 2 little elves nodded vigorously. Alania took Lin Yi's hand off her head, cupped it in her palm, and rubbed it against her cheek. Her eyes sparkled, and she was already plotting how she would use his power to her advantage in the future. I will obey my master. Thranduil was much more reserved. He raised his little hand halfway and then withdrew it. Lin Yi noticed this and simply reached out and pinched her little face. Okay, go wash your hands and get ready to eat. Everyone is finally seated. Elena stared wide-eyed at the table full of food. The braised pork belly was coated in a glistening sauce. The stir-fried vegetables were shiny with oil, and snow-white meatballs floated in the golden broth. She had eaten at royal banquets before, but this table of food, though seemingly ordinary, looked incredibly appetizing. These days, she's been eating white bread with jam, and her mouth is practically tasteless. Lin Yi picked up his chopsticks. Don't be shy. Eating is the most important thing in the world. Before she could finish speaking, Elena's fork had already plunged into the largest piece of meat. She forked it up and took a big bite, chewed it a couple of times, and her eyes squinted in pleasure. She swallowed all of the princess's reserve and the count's dignity. Can being reserved feed you? Violet quickly poured her a glass of water and placed it beside her. Eat slowly, don't choke. Collins remained expressionless, but the fork in her hand never stopped moving. Her movements were more graceful than Elena's, but not any slower. A roasted lamb chop, cut into small pieces with a knife, is put into the mouth one piece after another. She didn't wipe the sauce off her lips and picked up another piece. She hadn't eaten anything this delicious in a long time. Although she doesn't care what she eats, who wouldn't like to eat something delicious? Lin Yi glanced around and was quite satisfied. The atmosphere at the dinner table was just right. The 2 little elves and Mimi huddled together, whispering to each other. Cecilia sat between Mimi and Nessa, serving food to Mimi with her left hand and soup to Nessa with her right, trying her best to be a peacemaker. Neither Mimi nor Nessa looked at her, but they both ate the food she picked for them. At first, Aluriel was quite reserved, only poking at the dish in front of her with her chopsticks. Lin Yi then placed a plate of meat in front of her and said, "This is delicious." Only then did she slowly relax and start chatting with Lucy next to her. Etc. Lucy? Lin Yi's chopsticks stopped in midair. Lucy was also sitting at the table, holding a bowl. She wasn't very skilled with chopsticks and dropped food twice while trying to pick it up. She was speaking quietly to Aluriel, a slight smile playing on her lips. What's wrong with me today? Lin Yi looked around. Lily is gnawing on meat. Mimi is arguing with Cecilia. Nessa is wiping Mimi's mouth. Violet is pouring water for Elena. Collins is focused on cooking. Aluriel is chatting with Lucy. The 2 little elves and Mimi are whispering to each other. Everyone is here. Except for the first snowflake upstairs that's still sleeping. He suddenly wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, he closed it again. Never mind. Eating is the most important thing. Lily raised her hand and stuffed a piece of meat directly into his mouth. Master, try this, it's delicious. Lin Yi took a couple of bites. The meat was tender and the sauce was rich and slightly sweet, a specialty of Alluriel. He swallowed it and then picked up another piece with his chopsticks. Delicious. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Lin Yi led them to the door. Elena straightened up and gave Lin Yi the standard aristocratic bow, folding her hands in front of her lower abdomen and slightly bending her knees. Her posture was very elegant. If one could ignore the few folds in her clothes that were stretched out over her stomach, she would be even more elegant. Mr. Lin, thank you for your hospitality. Violet and Collins also bowed, and Collins even spoke for the first time, saying thank you. Her voice, like her personality, was cold and aloof. As dusk deepened, only the last vestiges of orange-red remained on the horizon. Cecilia held Violet's hand and whispered something to each other. Both of their faces flushed. Mimi eavesdropped nearby, her expression shifting from curiosity to anger, and finally, to I'm going to fight you to the death. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile as he watched this scene. The friendship between girls is truly wonderful. At this moment, Elena walked over, suddenly stood on tiptoe, grabbed Lin Yi's collar, and pulled him down. She covered her mouth with her hand and leaned close to his ear. Warm breath, carrying the aroma of food, gently blows. Since this meal was quite good, I'll tell you something. Your silver-haired elf maid seems to be suicidal. Lin Yi's smile froze. Elena loosened her grip on his collar, took a step back, patted his shoulder, and smiled knowingly. Be more careful, although this is just my guess. But after all, an elf of such good quality is worth a lot of money. Chapter 126, Should We Release Lucy? Lin Yi stood at the door, watching Elena and the others' figures completely disappear into the night before turning around. His smile hadn't faded, but he was pondering his parting words over and over again. That silver-haired elf maid seemed to want to die. He glanced up at the second floor. The stairwell was empty. Lucy had already gone back to her room. After finishing her meal, she went upstairs and left quietly without making a sound. Want to die? Lin Yi was not interested in Elena's cryptic remark and was even disappointed. The image of the first time he met Lucy popped into his mind. In Harold's tattered cage, his silver hair was disheveled, like a wildcat with its fur standing on end, his eyes wide open, and he spewed out a string of profanities. Inferior race. You fat pig. You lowly bastard. His voice was so loud that half the camp could hear it. He was standing outside the cage when he thought the elf was quite interesting. What about now? He's only been home for a few days, but his temper has worn off. He can no longer maintain his composure, and he doesn't even seem to have any thoughts of running away anymore. Cecilia tried to talk to her several times, but she either ignored her or responded with or oh, like a breathing wall. Lin Yi occasionally passed by the window and saw her sitting there alone, her long silver hair hanging down the back of the chair, staring motionlessly out the window. Sometimes he even wondered if this person was already dead, but had simply forgotten to notify his body that he had collapsed. What is she thinking? Even if it's just a little resistance or struggle, it's enough to give him some amusement. With 3,000 gold coins, it can't be bought in a way that doesn't even cause a splash. Lin Yi had no romantic feelings for Lucy. She was truly beautiful, with silver hair and purple eyes of elven royal blood, and features so exquisite they were almost unreal. But what in his house isn't beautiful? Ruri, Cecilia, Mimi, Nessa, Mimi is too young, no way. If you just pick one out, wouldn't they all be top-notch? He doesn't lack women, unless Lucy has some quality that attracts him. On the first day the Pokemon arrived at his home, Lin Yi still spent a lot of money on the all-seeing mirror to thoroughly investigate their background. Alluriel is an oddball among elves. She lives on the edge of the elven forest and enjoys tinkering with things that other elves look down on, such as tailoring, cooking, and gardening. She also doesn't have the deep-rooted arrogance of elves. Her sister and brother-in-law died in a fight among the elves, leaving their 2 children in her care. The mother and her 2 daughters lived a peaceful life until the war reached their area, at which point they eventually fell into their hands. Alluriel is a zero-risk investment. Given her personality, as long as you give her enough security, she'll stay and not leave. The 2 little elves, like her, were not the type to cause trouble. As for Lucy, she was not the only survivor of the Moonsong elf royal family. The Moonsong elf internal strife was originally a rebellion by another royal bloodline. As a princess, she was practically invisible in the palace. Compared to her brothers and sisters, she was of mediocre talent and no one paid attention to her, so naturally no one hunted her down. Lin Yi stared at the few lines of text on the all-seeing mirror and remained silent for a long time. Thinking about it that way, Lucy really isn't very useful. She wouldn't get a chance to fight. With her level 60 glass staff right there, anyone who came would be a fool. Her only value might be her identity as an elf princess, but his reach couldn't extend to the elves for the time being. The fairy forest is embroiled in its own civil war. Who has time to care about a missing, insignificant princess? During the few days Lucy stayed at home, she was just a useless person. All the housework was taken care of by Illuriel, leaving her no room to help, and she didn't seem inclined to either. Every day after I've eaten my fill, I stand by the window and enjoy the view. A thought suddenly popped into Lin Yi's mind. Or should we just release her back into the wild? Give her freedom, let her go wherever she wants. When I bought her, I wasn't after her as a person at all, but rather after the value of her as a psychological burden of Illuriel. If he doesn't get her, there will always be a thorn in Illuriel's side, and she will never be able to stay in this house in peace. Now that Illuriel has fully integrated, it's time to remove this thorn. As for the 3,000 gold coins, he won't do a business that loses money. Lin Yi's gaze drifted toward the kitchen. Illuriel was wearing an apron, sleeves rolled up, and quickly clearing away the dishes. Her cheeks were rounder, and her complexion was much rosier than when she first arrived. Compared to the enigmatic Lucy, Illuriel is the true treasure. One person can do the work of 10 others: tailor, cook, garden, childcare, and management. The shortfall of 3,000 gold coins was made up from Illuriel. Make her more devoted, work harder, and feel a greater sense of belonging. It's not difficult. Illuriel is soft-hearted. If you treat her well, she'll repay you tenfold. With this in mind, Lin Yi made a plan. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. In this house, dying isn't so easy. He wanted to see what kind of amazing trick this elven princess could come up with. Lin Yi snapped out his thoughts, turned around, and went inside. There are more important things to do now, and anything related to Liuli is the top priority. The dining table has been almost cleared. Illuriel carried stacks of dishes into the kitchen, where Mimi and the two little elves were wiping the table and moving chairs, working busily. The sound of running water filled the kitchen as Nessa washed dishes with her sleeves rolled up, revealing a section of her pale arm. Mimi stood to the side, wiping one cloth after another with a dry cloth. Cecilia then carefully placed the wiped dishes and chopsticks into the cupboard. Lin Yi leaned against the kitchen door frame and watched for a while before calling out inside. Cecilia, Mimi, you two come here for a moment. Cecilia stopped what she was doing. Mimi put down her bowl, wiped her hands, and the two of them walked over one after the other. Boss, what's up? Mimi's ears twitched, and her tail swayed slightly behind her. Lin Yi's gaze swept between the two. How did your chat with Violet go? Did you ask about that matter? Upon hearing this, Mimi immediately shoved Cecilia forward half a step, then leaned close to her ear and whispered quickly, We'll take care of the housework. You go talk to the boss. Remember what I taught you. Before Cecilia could react, Mimi had already looked up and boldly called out to Lin Yi, Boss, you and Cecilia go upstairs to talk. You two don't do any work, so don't get in the way down there. The tone was practically shooing away two freeloaders. Lin Yi was amused by her and shook his head helplessly. All right, let's go upstairs. We won't be in the way anymore. He tilted his head toward the stairs. Let's go, Cecilia. After saying that, he went upstairs first. Cecilia stood at the top of the stairs and subconsciously glanced back at Mimi. Mimi gestured with both hands in front of her chest, then pulled them together forcefully and lifted them upwards. Let's see how the boss can stand it. Cecilia's face instantly turned bright red, burning from the base of her neck all the way to her ears. How embarrassing. She composed herself and, steeling herself, followed. Chapter 127, Elena's Grand Plan. The road down the mountain was difficult to walk on. The narrow path swept out by the dragon's tail was not noticeable when walking, but when you look back, it is pitifully narrow. On both sides of the road were bushes scorched by dragon flames, and tree stumps that had been uprooted and stood there blackened. As darkness fell, the path became even more unpredictable, with frequent slips on rolling pebbles that could easily cause one to stumble. Elena was caught in the middle, with Corinne leading the way and Violet following behind her. The three of them lined up in a row, stumbling through the dark forest. After walking for a while, Elena rubbed her round belly and finally couldn't help but speak. Honestly, who would build such a big house halfway up a mountain? She looked down at the path under her feet, which had been trampled into a mess. This little broken road, judging by the marks, has been under repair for a month. Violet stood behind her, her skirt already torn in several places by the roadside thorns. I checked nothing. This house seems to have appeared out of thin air. There's no record of it before. Such a large-scale project couldn't have happened without any sign of it, unless it was some kind of massive teleportation magic. Who has nothing better to do than move a big house to this remote corner? Elena said without turning her head, her tone full of complaints. Violet couldn't figure out the answer. The three walked in silence for a while longer. Then Elena suddenly asked, "How did your conversation with Cecilia go?" Violet knew, of course, that she wasn't asking whether the conversation was enjoyable or not. She considered her words carefully. They never seemed to have considered why there would be a house in the mountains. However, Mimi said that Cecilia initially thought Mr. Lin was a messenger of God, which made her extremely embarrassed. "You two seem to be having a very pleasant conversation." Elena glanced at her sideways. Violet nodded. "Cecilia is a very special person. She has a warm, comforting scent, like sunshine. It feels very comfortable to be near her." She said that, as Mr. Lin mentioned, she is someone favored by the god of light. Elena touched her chin and remained silent. A moment later, she asked again, "You've only known each other for a short time, and she's already telling you this?" "Not only that." Violet shook her head. "As you instructed, I asked questions one by one in the conversation. Cecilia answered almost everything she knew, and Mimi even added her own answers." She paused, her tone somewhat subtle. Of course, Cecilia was not polite at all. As soon as I walked in, she asked me what it meant for Liuli to be here. If you hadn't told me beforehand that I could spread the word, I really wouldn't have known how to respond. "Anything else?" And Violet's voice trailed off. She asked me how tall I am, how many troops I brought to Twilight Commander this time, where they are deployed, and what my attitude is towards the other two neighbors. "Wait." Elena stopped and turned around. "Has something strange gotten in here? Why is she asking me about my height?" "I don't know." Violet shook her head honestly. "Maybe she wanted to make you a new dress?" Elena seemed lost in thought. Lin Yi is a mysterious person. Its origins and strength are unknown. Even the house itself seems to have fallen from the sky. Even the proud elves were willing to submit, except for that silver-haired elf, of course. In her mind, Elena categorized Lucy as a defective product resulting from failed training. Losing one or two elves was perfectly normal. Moreover, there's another very practical reason. We can't beat them. If she hadn't seen his sword in the tent that day, she would have snatched it long ago. She wanted both that huge house and that powerful dragon. Just because forcibly seizing something doesn't mean there aren't other options. If you can't beat them, join them. Elena has never been one to be overly concerned with saving face. If we can get Lin Yi under our control, then everything he owns will be hers. His things, his woman, his chef's cooking are so delicious, I can eat them every day from now on. Elena was making her own plans. This is a difficult task, but she never lacks the courage to take on challenges. Of course, if Elena had the opportunity to obtain these through other means in the future, she wouldn't hesitate. She only wants a result. She doesn't care about the process. When the time comes, out of consideration for our relationship, let him be the man behind the king. Later, it turned out to be just as Elena had thought, only in a physical sense that it was behind. Elena felt much more at ease, and her steps became lighter. The thought had barely formed in her mind when she kicked a rock with her toe. The stone wasn't big. Most of it was buried in the soil, with only one sharp corner showing, just enough for her to kick it squarely. Hiss! Elena hugged her left foot, hopped on one leg twice, and tears were welling up in her eyes. She looked down at the culprit, stomped on it, and then, still not satisfied, ground it twice more. The stone was too slippery to move. Her anger flared, and she kicked him again, but her foot slipped, and she fell straight backward. Violet and Collins acted simultaneously, grabbing her arms from the left and right. Elena was suspended in midair, her feet off the ground, her skirt fluttering, revealing her underpants. The two men supported her, neither daring to laugh out loud. Who would have thought that the decisive and ruthless general on the battlefield would have such a clumsy side in private? I can't stand this lousy road anymore. Elena steadied herself, gave the rock another faint kick, and shouted angrily, "Sister, carry me down." Collins looked at her and remained silent for a moment. Then he bent down, put one arm around her knees, and the other hand firmly supported her back, and lifted her up horizontally. "Violet!" Elena's voice boomed against Corinne's chest. "Get some people together and fix this lousy road." She thought about it for a moment, then changed her mind. "No, level everything from the mountainside to that house. The Lord's mansion will be built here from now on." Violet struggled to suppress her laughter and nodded respectfully, yes. With Corinne holding Elena, Corinne exerted a little force with her feet and suddenly floated into the air. Her boots were half a foot off the ground as she walked steadily down, step by step, as if treading on thin air. A hint of joy flashed in Violet's eyes, and she took flight as well, her skirt billowing in the wind, her long purple hair spreading out in the twilight. Elena nestled in Corinne's arms, squinting in the wind, and buried her face in Corinne's chest. "Sister, fly slower, it's windy." Collins didn't say anything, but the flight speed did indeed slow down. The three of them darted through the treetops, startling a flock of birds returning to their nests. The moonlight shone down, casting a stark white glow on the charred bushes in the woods. The stone that tripped Elena is still there, mostly buried in the soil, with only its pointed end showing. Elena's grand plan, in its very first step, was thwarted by this inconspicuous little stone.